You were only kind enough to save an injured woman. And you were wrongly accused of being a traitor by your father. He not only want to abolish your crown prince position, but also will you be reduced to the common people expelled into exile. And full of civil and military hearts are clear that you are wrongly accused. Have knelt in front of the throne room for you to plead for mercy. But your father not only did not let go. On the contrary, his eyes more and more cold, more determined to expel you from the court. And all this is because you are too good. A prince's prestige is actually above him. The courtiers only know the prince. They don't know him, the Zhou emperor. How can he stand it? Thinking of this, Emperor Zhou opened his mouth morosely. The widow's mind is made up. Whoever pleads for leniency again will share the same crime with Chu Xiu, and will be relegated to the common people together. Then, he looked at you with cold eyes, waiting for your reply. And you, Chu Xiu, just calmly looked at the father in front of you, and then sighed softly. The son of the subject. No. The grass people received the decree. Chu Xiu made a bow, knelt on the ground, and respectfully kowtowed 3 times towards Emperor Zhou. The straw man is leaving the capital today, and in the future, I hope that your majesty will take care of your dragon body. He looked at Emperor Zhou, but only saw indifference in the other party's eyes. Chu Xiu's heart slightly sighed. These 3 ringing head, not only the whole of the grace of the king and the minister, but also the father and son love. From now on, each other is a stranger. In the gazes of many ministers who felt sorry for him, Chu Xiu slowly walked out of the golden palace, and in an inconspicuous corner, Princess Chu Nishang witnessed all of this. Looking at Chu Xiu's departing back, she murmured, "Imperial brother, don't worry, I definitely won't let you suffer unjustly. Since Father Emperor can't tolerate you, then I can't tolerate him. Great Zhou is yours, and in your absence, Nishang will use every means to hold it for you." And all of this, Chu Xiu did not know. He strides toward the palace outside. The thought that he does not have to pay attention to the hook and loop in the courtroom. He only feels as if he has broken free from the yoke of the road, and his body is much more relaxed. Suddenly, the golden rope was opened, and here the jade locks were torn off. And today I realized that I am me. Detecting that the host is separated from the royal family and has huge mood ups and downs fluctuations, the divine sign-in system is activated. Chu Xiu froze for a moment. Divine sign-on system? I also have a hang-up? Ding! The host is located at the entrance of the Great Zhou Palace and can sign in. Does it sign in? Chu Xiu certainly didn't hesitate to sign in. Ding! Signing in is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the cultivation of a land god. In the next second, a powerful pressure suddenly exploded within Chu Xiu's body. His pupils shrunk slightly. So empowering? In Great Zhou. In this world, the martial realm was divided into 9 grades to the first grade. And above the first grade, there were the 3 realms of innate, sovereign, and celestial, and above celestial, it was the cultivation of the land immortals. In Great Zhou, the innate realm was already the cultivation of a top expert, and now he had even directly become a land god immortal. Chu Xiu felt the boiling true qi in his body, couldn't help but be amazed. I'm invincible? A mere throne don't want it. I'm already a land god, when I'm free in the world. The corner of Chu Xiu's mouth rose slightly, and he walked towards the entrance of the royal capital. On the road, many people looked at Chu Xiu, with strong respect and reluctance in their eyes. They knelt on both sides of the street to send Chu Xiu off. The people's cries even traveled into the golden palace and into Emperor Zhou's ears. His face instantly became as gloomy as water. Looking outside the royal palace as if he was still calculating something, Chu Xiu walked out of the royal capital under the people's respectful escort, flipped onto his horse, and left under the eyes of the people. Outside the royal capital, Chu Xiu steered his horse, pondering his next step. Among the 19 states of the Great Zhou, Jiangzhou has the most beautiful scenery, so let's go and have a look first. For the next trip to Jianghu, Chu Xiu was quite looking forward to it. But suddenly, a man in black appeared above the official road. The other party held a long sword in his arms and stopped in front of Chu Xiu, his body emitting a biting aura. The person who came was not good. Chu Xiu's eyes flashed. What does your excellency intend to do? To borrow one thing from your highness. The man in black didn't talk nonsense. His longsword was drawn and he instantly struck out. Sword chi gulped at the tip of the sword, like a viper spitting out a letter. The might of this sword was already better than 90% of the swordsmen in Jianghu. But such a poisonous and powerful sword did not land on Chu Xiu. When it was 3 feet away from him, it was cut off by an invisible wall of qi. Then the sword shattered inch by inch under the extrusion of the invisible wall of qi. The black-clothed man's pupils shrunk. Body protection astral qi. Martial arts master. How is this possible? Great Joe actually relegated such a martial Dao patriarch like you to the common people. Ridiculous, just too ridiculous. Seeing that in front of the astral aura, his long sword shattered inch by inch, that black-clothed man did not dare to be an enemy. His figure quickly retreated. Escape! Facing the sovereign, he had no chance of winning. Where could he escape to? Chu Xiu looked at the man in black who was about to flee. The corner of his mouth rose. Then he snapped his fingers and struck out a true chi, directly hitting the man in black. Blood mist sprayed and he died violently on the spot. Chu Xiu froze for a moment. This power was a bit too big. He had originally left the man in black alive to force him to ask who the mastermind was, but he didn't expect that he would kill the other party with just a flick of his finger. Sure enough, the cultivation of this land god realm was too strong, and he had to adapt to it as soon as possible. After Chu Xiu left the royal capital, he went all the way straight to Jiangzhou, and along the way, the news that the emperor's eldest son had been relegated to the status of a commoner gradually spread. For a while, there was an uproar all over Great Zhou. Some people felt that the imperial eldest son deserved to die for colluding with the enemy's demons, while some people voiced their grievances for the imperial eldest son, saying that he was vilified. But all in all, the matter of imperial eldest son stepping down was already a nail in the coffin. Many people sigh, and all the forces also began a new round of team game, and Chu Xiu didn't care much about the courtroom battles anymore. In the past few days since he left the royal capital, besides going down to Jiangzhou, he was also adapting his cultivation of a land god on the way, which was quite effective. Nowadays, although he couldn't say he could use it at will, he could already roughly manipulate the power of his true chi. Soon, Chu Xiu arrived at a pier and bought a ticket to board a boat. Where does the gentleman want to go? An old man glanced at Chu Xiu and asked curiously. Chu Xiu smiled faintly. Take a look along that Songlong River. As for where to go, I haven't decided yet. I heard that there are hundreds of treasure swords hidden within the Divine Sword Villa, so if I pass by there, I might get off the boat and take a look. The old man's eyes flickered at his words. Divine Sword Villa? Then you'll have something lively to watch. My lord, recently, the Divine Sword Villa has forged a divine sword, and is holding a sword discussion conference to choose a bright master for the divine sword, attracting many swordsmen. Divine sword? The moment you hear it, it's above a precious sword. Chu Xiu was quite surprised. Oh, it's actually such a coincidence. It's just that when the Divine Sword Villa forged the divine sword, why didn't they use it themselves and send it out? What the Divine Sword Villa sends out is the sword, but what it gains is a favor. The old man stroked his beard and smiled. Chu Xiu suddenly realized at his words. So that's how it is. It seems that the reputation of the Divine Sword Villa in the Jianghu for 100 years is not without reason. Your Excellency is smart. You can understand at a single point. I don't know what your high name is? My name is. Chu Xiu was just about to declare his name, but then he felt that Chu Xiu's name was known to everyone in Great Zhou, and it was too attention-grabbing. Xiu. My name is Xiu. Gongzi has no surname? No. Since you call me Gongzi, then call me Gongzi Xiu. Gongzi Xiu. The old man glanced at Chu Xiu and felt that the other party was rather peculiar. Where would someone address themselves like that? However, he didn't pursue the matter further, and instead talked on with Chu Xiu, an old man and a young man, talking to each other, both noticing that each other's talk was extraordinary, and that their origins were not bad. After talking for so long, I still don't know senior's name. The old man's name is Yi, with a single name, the word peak. Yi Feng, Divine Sword Villa's third villa master. When Chu Xiu heard this, he was a bit surprised, but he wasn't too shocked, nor was he the slightest bit formal because of the other party's identity. He lightly smiled and said, it turns out that it's the third lord of Yi Manor in person. It's no wonder that he has such an extraordinary manner of speaking. My juniors are polite. I see that your excellency has an extraordinary demeanor, so I expect that his family lineage is not extraordinary either. I am now a scattered person in the Jianghu. There is nothing family history or not. Chu Xiu smiled faintly, and behind Yi Feng, a woman wearing a moon-white robe with a sword hanging from her waist slowly came and glanced at Chu Xiu with a hint of surprise in her eyes. The woman said towards Yi Feng, Third Grandpa, it's time to take your medicine. Chapter 4 Recognized. The snake demon within the Songlong River. Third Grandpa, it's time to take your medicine. Moon-white robe woman took out a Dan bottle, poured out a medicine. Dan said. Chu Xiu and aside slightly surprised. This is, old age. This medicinal Dan is to nourish the body and replenish the qi and blood. Gongzi come with too? Yi Feng laughed. Chu Xiu shook his head. Thank you, senior, for your kind words. Besides, it's getting late. I'll go back to rest first. He got up and walked back to his room on the ship. The moon-white-robed woman looked at Chu Xiu's departing back, a hint of contemplation in her eyes. This person looks somewhat familiar. Oh, spirit, you've seen him? Yifeng looked at the woman Yiling with some surprise. Just some familiar face, but where I have seen cannot recall. But it is the third Grandpa Yu, and he looked like the name of a good conversation. Can you know where he comes from? I don't know. I just felt that this person's breath was extraordinary, so I chatted with him for a while, but it was his name that was a bit odd. Calling himself Gongzi Xiu. Xiu. Yiling's pupils contracted when she heard this word. Then she thought of something and swallowed. So it's him. What? Come to think of it? Well, Yiling nodded slightly. More than half a year ago, the Great Zhou Emperor's eldest son, Chu Xiu, toured the Great Zhou's 19 states and once passed through Jiangzhou, and I had seen him from afar, and his figure and appearance, it was exactly this person, the royal eldest son, the one who was recently demoted? Yifeng's eyes stared. Exactly. It is said that this person has outstanding talent. The world is unparalleled. For the country and the people, virtuous and saintly. Today, I can only say that the name is not false. Yifeng lamented. He called himself Gongzi Xiu. It looks like he was relegated and doesn't want to be involved with the royal family anymore. If an unusual prince is relegated to the common people, he will definitely be disheveled and heartbroken, and may even seek his own death. Falling from great heights to the bottom of the barrel is a feeling that very many people can endure, but I see that there is no trace of disheveledness in him. On the contrary, he carries a dashing air between his hands and feet, and this kind of mind is convincing. Before he didn't know Chu Xiu, Yifeng only thought that the other party was an outstanding son of a family, or a young warrior of a spirited clan. However, after knowing what happened to Chu Xiu, his evaluation of the other party went up a level. Linger, since this deposed prince didn't reveal his identity, let's just pretend that we don't know about it, and when we meet in the future, let's just treat him as an ordinary young warrior, Yifeng said, and didn't have any thoughts of dismantling Chu Xiu. Yes, Yiling nodded, but as she looked at the direction Chu Xiu had left, her eyes were filled with curiosity. It could be said that as a member of the younger generation of Great Zhou, there wasn't a single young person who wasn't interested in this imperial eldest son. There are too many legends on the other side. The Song of Water is famous in the world of poetry and is known as the best song in the ancient times. Improvement of the code, with legal provisions so detailed that jurists marveled at them. The agricultural code was perfected and crops were improved to keep the granaries of the Great Zhou overflowing. He led the army to quell the roving bandits and is said to have used the army like a god. There was also a personal trip down to cure the water, which was highly prestigious among the people. A piece of the puzzle. 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 Yiling had also heard about some of Chu Xiu's deeds back then, which was why she had taken advantage of the other party's visit to Jiangzhou to sneak forward to see them. Only at that time, Chu Xiu was surrounded by a large group of people, protected by the great inner experts as well as many officials and soldiers, so she could not get close at all. You can only look at it from a distance. Now, Chu Xiu was the one living in the same boat as her, even if the other party has now been relegated to the common people, but her yearning for Chu Xiu still did not stop, even because of their own third grandfather's words and the other party. More and more curious. The other party in the end, what kind of person? Poet? Militarist? Politician? Agronomist? Jurist? How can a person be so knowledgeable? So the days in bed. Chu Xiu then detected a gaze that often watched him. He noticed that it was the woman beside Yifeng, and he also learned that the other party was called Yiling, and that she was the personal granddaughter of the Grand Villa Master of the Divine Sword Villa. In the Excalibur Villa, it was highly favored. The three lords of the manor, all of them are her grandfathers, and the other party's own cultivation is not bad, has reached a pinnacle of the first grade, only one step away from being innate. It's even more impressive than it was before it was signed. It can be said to be a martial arts genius. It seems that my identity has been exposed. This Yiling, has he ever contacted me? Chu Xiu secretly thought. Having been a prince for so many years, he naturally had the ability to detect words and recognize people. From Yiling's eyes, gaze, and the hint of regret that the other party unconsciously revealed when he was with Yifeng, although these two tried their best to hide it, he still sensed that his identity was exposed. But the two did not have any ill intentions, so he ignored them. He still spends time with the two men as Gongzi Xiu's jungle casualty. waiting for when to go to the Excalibur Villa and meet that sword discussion conference. Boom! When Shu Xiu was practicing inside the boathouse, familiarizing himself with his land god immortal realm strength, suddenly, the entire large boat suddenly shook. Slightly surprised, he walked out of the boathouse and onto the deck, and the scene that came into view made him more and more surprised, only to see that in front of the big ship, there was a black body length dozens of feet. Monty Python. This giant python was blocking the front of the large ship, and its body was emitting a thick fury. It gives one a shudder, only to hear the other party suddenly spit out human words. I am the river god of the Tsanlong River. You're carrying passengers and merchants here, passing through my territory. Do you want to just walk away? Chu Xiu watched curiously from the side. This is a demon. It's the first time I've encountered it. Interesting. In this world, there was more than just one transcendent power such as a martial artist, and all sorts of demons and monsters. Martial arts, demons and magic. The size of the world was far above Chu Xiu's imagination. I just don't know if he was too well protected in the past, or if he was just lucky that he hadn't encountered any demons or ghosts in over 10 years. In the past, he had also heard that there were demons haunting somewhere, and deliberately brought people forward to see what the rumored demons were like. But when he arrived, he didn't bump into half a demon shadow. If it wasn't for the fact that his former subordinates, as well as some of the people and martial artists, had all said conclusively that there were demons, he would have wondered whether they existed or not. Now that he's been relegated for a few days, he's bumping into it. It's also odd. On the deck, the captain of this large ship looked at the black python and couldn't help but shiver as he hurriedly asked, This Lord Water God, I don't know. What do you need to get us through here? Simple. This water god is hungry, so you take out a few people. Come and give this water god a toothy treat. Remember, the old ones don't eat. The meat is. The children don't eat. The meat is little, not chewy, and the ones that are too ugly don't eat. It affects the appetite. Why don't you pick me out a couple of young men in their mid-20s? The pitch-black python said, eating people and picking on them. The captain sniffed. His face grew pale. This boat can be his customers. Take out the customers to the demon to eat. If this gets out, will he still be in business in the future? Just as the captain was in a dilemma, a cold voice rang out. Humph, demon snake, your aunt is here. There is no place for you to run wild. Chapter 5, A Sword-Chopping Python. Broken River. The sword shattered. Bold snake demon. Your aunt is here. Where is the place for you to run wild here? A dainty voice rang out. Then, a figure with the moon-white color rushed out from the ship. The long sword in his hand suddenly slashed out. The sword chi was like a round of half-moon breaking through the air. The sword chi hit the python. The opponent ate the pain and growled. Looking at the figure, but it was a woman. A white robe. Valiant. Looked 17 or 18. It's none other than Yi Ling. She killed out with her sword. Sword chi flying out one after another. The beating made the python wow. The captain's face was overjoyed when he saw this. I didn't realize there was actually such a warrior woman on my ship. We're saved. The captain has traveled extensively and has seen a lot. A quick glance showed that Yi Ling's cultivation, if not innate, was not too far off. At least a first-grade realm existence. Such a martial artist can be considered an expert. It should be more than enough to deal with demons. However, Chu Xiu was on the sidelines and saw that Yi Ling's strength was indeed not bad, but compared to this giant python, it was inferior. Although the opponent's sword chi was powerful and fierce, but when it hit the snake demon, at most it only caused some flesh pain to the opponent. Can't really hurt the opponent in any way. On the contrary, Yi Ling's continuous chopping out of sword chi was extremely taxing on true chi for a martial artist who wasn't an innate. The other side won't last long. However, Chu Xiu was not worried, because even if Yi Ling can't beat it, and then there's Yi Feng. The other party was the third master of the Divine Sword Villa. His cultivation was innate perfection, and he should be able to deal with a snake demon. But after a while, Yi Ling's true chi was nearly depleted and her face turned white. However, Yi Feng was slow to show up. He was a bit surprised. Did Yi Feng just watch his granddaughter fall into danger? Nope. Yi Feng wasn't there either. Did something go wrong on the other side? Bang! At this moment, Yi Ling was smacked by the python's tail and flew out. His protective true chi was directly dispersed and a mouthful of blood was spat out. The captain, and some of the other passengers, saw this and fell into despair. What? This warrior woman is no match for this giant python either. Dead. This is dead. Ooh-hoo. I don't want to die yet. What to do? Someone help us. The python stared at Yi Ling with a deadly stare and laughed coldly. It's a pity that you're only a first-grade realm. If you had entered the innate, you might have had a battle with me. But now I'm going to eat you first. Let you know what happens when you go against me." Seeing this, Shu Xiu, who was on the side, knew that he couldn't continue to watch the show. Let's not talk about the fact that we've spent a few days with each other, and we've gotten to know each other a little bit, just by virtue of the fact that the other party was a human. He couldn't watch the other party be eaten by the demons. Of course, if it was an evil person, that would be a different story. If you're going to eat her, why don't you ask me first? Shu Xiu faintly said. Then he walked over to Yiling, his gaze looking straight at the python. The python looked at him and his pupils shrunk. Someone from the royal family? Then it actually shrank back into the river in fear. Shu Xiu froze for a moment. It's not. This python. How does he know he's from the royal family? You haven't seen each other yourself. No. This was the first time he had ever encountered a demon. And the other party instantly recognized that he was from the royal family. And he looked like he was in shock. Could it be that this was the reason why he hadn't encountered demons before? Shu Xiu felt more and more likely. And at this time, the python that had been scared and shrunk back into the water once again poked out its head and looked at Shu Xiu in disbelief. No! The dragon chi on a person of the royal family. How can it be so thin? You are not someone from the royal family. The python negated his previous opinion and sighed in relief. It seems that you have only recently come into contact with the royal family and have been tainted with a hint of dragon chi. You actually made me think that you are the royal family. Dare to scare this water god. You are really looking for death. The giant python became furious and opened its mouth to tear towards Shu Xiu. Yiling exclaimed from the side. Gongzi, be careful. From her point of view, Shu Xiu was the eldest son of the emperor who had been relegated. But her impression was that the eldest son of the emperor didn't have any great achievements in martial arts. It's said to be only a second grade. It wasn't bad, but it was far worse than this giant python in front of him. As he watched the giant python open its mouth and was about to bite Shu Xiu, he saw Shu Xiu directly take the long sword in Yiling's hand and faintly said, "Borrow the girl's sword." Yiling only felt an emptiness in his hand, and the long sword was somehow gone. Next, Shu Xiu held his sword and swung it towards the giant python that was tearing at him. The blade of the sword clanked and a sword chi erupted. The sword chi was like a white line that landed on the python, and the other party's impenetrable scales were like papier-mâché, being easily torn apart. Straight away, he split his opponent in half. The sword chi went on and on, landing on the Tsanglong River, tearing the river apart, and the vast river was actually split in two, retreating towards both sides. One sword, chopping the python, breaking the river. It's like, the sword immortal is in the dust. Everyone couldn't help but have their jaws dropped. "Mother, is that big brother a god?" a child asked curiously, tugging on the sleeve of the mother next to him, and that mother couldn't speak at the moment. Like the others, they were shocked by the sword, as if they had lost their minds. Poof! Along with the python's body that was split in two falling onto the deck, the crowd came back to their senses and all walked out. They all knelt in front of Shu Xiu. "Thank you, sir, for saving my life. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Your Excellency is truly a god." Not far away, Yiling looked at Shu Xiu and also gradually came back from her shock. As she looked at Shu Xiu, her beautiful eyes revealing a trace of color. It seems that the rumors are not believable. Everyone says that the royal eldest son is amazingly talented, but in martial arts, it is not how much of an overachiever. But once I saw it today, I realized that martial arts is his strongest card, and that sword just now is at least innate perfection. It might even be a patriarch. Even if he is relegated to a commoner, with this martial arts cultivation, he can still be radiant and in the limelight. On the Tsanglong River, the split water surface was gradually refilled with river water. During this time there was a roaring sound and the large ship shook. The crowd grabbed hold of masts and other supports to stabilize themselves, and Shu Xiu came to Yiling and returned the long sword in his hand to the other party. But the sword was just handed over. Click here. The precious sword actually shattered into pieces. Shu Xiu's eyes widened. Was this sword so brittle? You know, he's already trying his best to control his true chi. If he had known, he wouldn't have used the sword. Alas, I thought it would be more handsome to use a sword. This time, handsome is handsome, but this sword has to be compensated. I'm adding insult to injury to my already small wallet. I don't know how much this sword costs. Are a few dozen taels enough? Shu Xiu thought bitterly, and Yiling couldn't help but be shocked in her heart as she glanced at the sword. Although this sword of hers wasn't a divine sword, it was still one of the few precious swords that were worth thousands of dollars. It could withstand the true chi of a martial artist below the level of a grandmaster. But now, it couldn't withstand a single sword chi from Chu Xiu and shattered so completely. Martial arts grandmaster. Chu Xiu was definitely a martial arts master. Such a young martial arts master. The future great probability of being able to advance to the celestials. The relegation of such an existence to the common people. The royal family, are they out of their minds? Chapter 6, The Mystery of the Dragon's Breath. Arriving at the Excalibur Villa. Cough. Miss Yi. This sword. Chu Xiu held the sword with only the hilt left, and let out a bitter smile. I don't know how much it costs. I will compensate you. Yi Ling quickly shook her head. It's just a sword. Gongzi saving my life is already a great favor. How can I ask you to compensate? Speaking of which, it is I who should be thanking the prince. When Chu Xiu heard this, he smiled faintly and didn't insist on compensation. After all, one doesn't have a lot of money in one's wallet right now. Use a little less. Gotta find a way to get some money for that. Otherwise, a land god can't move an inch because he doesn't have money? I'm afraid I'll be laughed at if I say it. As a matter of fact, as long as he revealed a little bit of his cultivation, there were definitely a large number of people who rushed up to send money. Only that kind of money. He couldn't look at it. He takes the money given by others and has to owe favors. He doesn't like it. By the way, I wonder why Senior Yi didn't show up. Chu Xiu asked. Alas, Your Excellency doesn't know. Third grandfather, he's relapsed from an old injury. Yi Ling sighed. Chu Xiu couldn't help but be surprised when he heard that. As he thought about these past few days, those pills that Ji Feng ate, it didn't seem like it was as simple as the other party said. Can you show me? Chu Xiu asked. Yi Ling pondered for a while, then nodded. Good. Along the way, she was also telling Chu Xiu about the source of Yi Feng's injuries. A few years ago, Third Grandpa passed through the southern continent and met the famous poisonous swordsman, Li Bitter. This person's swordsmanship was excellent. His cultivation was high, but he relied on his own force to do wrong. Third Grandpa couldn't see past it, and fought with him. Although he defeated him, he was poisoned by the poison swordsman himself. Cultivation from the sect master realm. Felinate perfect. These years rely on pills, only to be able to barely suppress the poisonous disease does not attack. But recently, the sword poison is accumulating more and more deep. Only by virtue of the pills have not been able to suppress it. Yi Ling narrated, taking Chu Xiu to a room inside the ship. Meet Yi Feng. At this moment, Yi Feng was sitting on the bed with his knees crossed, and was applying energy to suppress the toxins in his body. But even so, he was still pale. There was a hint of black gas coming out of his head. The whole person's breath appeared shriveled. It was very different from what I had seen in the previous days. Seeing this, Chu Xiu walked up and raised his hand to run his true chi, inputting it into the other party's body to help suppress the toxin together. Soon, Chu Xiu then perceived the toxin. Unlike ordinary toxins, this toxin, bitingly cold and incomparable, was like a sword, the very same sword poison that was exclusive to the poison sword. After sensing Chu Xiu's true chi, this sword poison actually pounced on him as if he was a newborn calf, trying to nibble away at the real energy. Chu Xiu lightly grunted, and his true chi slightly exerted itself, directly crushing it. Yi Feng, who was running his gong, only perceived an abundant and incomparable true chi surging into his body, and the toxin that was entrenched in his body, which was difficult to expel out even if several patriarchs joined hands, was in front of this true chi. It actually fell apart. Pust. Yi Feng spat out a mouthful of poisonous blood. The whole person was much more relaxed, although his face was still pale, but his eyes were shining and his essence was shining, as if he was renewed. He turned to look at Chu Xiu in shock. Gongzi, your cultivation. He couldn't believe it. The poison that several patriarchs had not been able to do the slightest thing about was actually expelled by Chu Xiu's one true chi. What kind of cultivation is this? It's too much. And Yi Ling, who was on the side, narrated what had just happened. When he heard this, he looked at Chu Xiu with a bit more gratitude. Your Excellency saved my granddaughter and expelled the sword poison for me. There is no need for words of thanks. Speaking of which, you know who I am? Chu Xiu asked indifferently. The two Yi Ling were a bit surprised. How did the other guy know we knew who he was? But on second thought, Chu Xiu's eyes were as discerning as a torch. Even if they hid it well, in front of the other party, they were only afraid that their original form would be revealed. After all, this was the eldest son of the emperor who was known in the past as the first person of the young generation of the great Zhou and the most virtuous in the ancient times. The other party, if not relegated, would likely lead great Zhou to new heights. Yes, we did recognize His Highness, Yi Feng said. directly admitting it. Chu Xiu waved his hand. The word Your Highness. Don't mention it again. Yes, the outside world is saying that it was Duke Chu who colluded with an enemy demoness and betrayed Great Zhou, so he was deposed. I wonder if that's true or not. Yi Feng asked curiously. What do you think? Ha, I just think this is nonsense. Kidding aside, Chu Xiu was the eldest son of the Emperor of Great Zhou, the future Emperor of Great Zhou. What reason would he have to collude with someone from an enemy country? Moreover, after seeing Chu Xiu's martial arts cultivation, he felt that it was even more impossible. How could such a strong martial arts practitioner bother to perform that devious trick? Yi Feng, more or less, guessed the reason why Chu Xiu had been relegated. He sighed in his heart. This Great Zhou Emperor's mind is really narrow-minded. I can't believe I can't tolerate my own son. Chu Xiu smiled faintly and then asked, when I met that snake demon just now, the other party recognized at a glance that I was once a member of the royal family and said that I had a thin dragon chi on my body. Does senior know what this is all about? That's why he took the initiative to identify himself. Just trying to figure out that so-called dragon energy. Yi Feng pondered for a while and said, in fact, I don't know much. I only know that in today's world, the royal families of the 5 dynasties are sheltered by a dragon's chi, which can deter demons. If a demon harms it, it will be revolted by the dragon's energy and die. Even a strong martial arts practitioner would be severely injured if they harmed the royal family in a rash manner. This is also the reason why demons and also some martial arts powerhouses are afraid of the royal family. But the source of this dragon chi, I'm not sure. Some people say, it's because the royal family has an exotic treasure. And some people say that the royal family is the destiny of the heavens. There are many different opinions. Chu Xiu sniffed. Then the dragon chi on my body is thin. It looks like it is because I have been relegated to the commoners and detached from the royal family. So I am not sheltered by the dragon chi. And it will not be long before this wisp of dragon chi is afraid that it will also be completely dispersed. It should be. But I feel that even if Gongzi doesn't have the dragon chi to shelter him, with this martial arts cultivation, he's still good enough to cross the river and lake. Yi Feng smiled faintly, with a hint of compliments in his tone. Crap! Such a young martial grandmaster will surely be a celestial being in the future. When that time comes, there won't even be a chance to pay a compliment. Chu Xiu smiled faintly at his words. After talking with Yi Feng, he sort of understood why no demons had appeared in front of him before. Because at that time, he was the eldest son of the Emperor of the Great Zhou, the future Emperor of the Zhou. With the dragon chi protecting his body, the demons naturally did not dare to approach. But now, one is relegated to the status of a commoner. The dragon's energy is naturally gone. Dragon chi is something interesting? Maybe I can study it when I have the chance in the future. Chu Xiu secretly thought. After killing the snake demon, the big ship didn't encounter anything next. Passing through one dock after another, one by one, the passengers disembarked. Soon, it was time to arrive at where the Excalibur Villa was. From afar, Chu Xiu saw the magnificent mountain villa located on the edge of the Tsanlong River. The mountain villa covered a huge area, and the buildings inside the villa rose and fell. Wigwams, gardens, lofts, especially at the entrance of the mountain villa. A huge sword was stuck on the ground, with the 4 words Divine Sword Villa engraved on it. The words were like iron paintings and silver hooks, and they were very biting. Chapter 7 9 Orifices Linglong Sword Heart. 10,000 swords resonate. Your Excellency, the Divine Sword Villa has arrived. Now the villa is holding a sword discussion conference within the villa. A group of heroes are gathering. Your Excellency can follow us to go and have a look. In addition to letting us fulfill our landlord's friendship. Yi Feng laughed. Chu Xiu sniffed and nodded slightly. Then I will respectfully follow your order. He also wanted to see the scene where the many swordsmen of Great Zhou gathered. So, he got off the boat and followed Yi Feng, Yi Ling to the entrance of the mountain villa. As he approached the huge sword in front of the mountain villa's gate, Chu Xiu felt a sword intent whistling out. A biting intent that made one's heart palpitate. If one kept staring at that huge sword, one's body was able to see in a trance a supreme swordsman, holding a sword and stabbing at you, making it impossible to avoid. However, Chu Xiu's true chi flowed around his body, easily dispersing the sweeping sword intent, and the monstrous sword intent was like a breeze in front of him. It couldn't hurt him a single bit at all. On the side, a hint of color appeared in Yi Feng's eyes. This huge sword is made from countless iron and stone melting and casting, and the inscription on it is even my Divine Sword Villa's first-generation villa master, who engraved it with pure sword chi, and it contains his sword intent. Since ancient times, the higher the cultivation of a martial artist who looks directly at this inscription, the more they can feel the sword intent on it, and if they look directly at it for too long, they may even be affected by the sword intent and suffer internal injuries. Your Excellency was able to offset it easily. Your cultivation is truly extraordinary. Chushio smiled faintly. Characters, but good ones. He marveled at the words of the man who had inscribed them. As for the sword intent above, no comment. Because, this sword intent in his opinion, it's a little weak. Or perhaps, the giant sword had existed for too long. The sword intent was far less than it had been. Ding! Detected that the host is located in the Excalibur Villa. May sign in. Whether or not to sign in. At this moment, a system prompt sounded. Chushio's eyes lit up. Since leaving the royal capital, this was the first time he had heard a system prompt. Without saying a word, he signed in his mind. Ding! Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 9 orifices sword heart. Shasta. Chushio only felt that there was an additional mysterious power in his body, and he had a hidden sense of affinity for the sword. From his body, a peculiar wave of fluctuation flooded out. Within the divine sword villa, the thousands of long swords actually faintly emitted a trembling sound. Inside the mountain villa, a middle-aged man violently opened his eyes and looked at the sword that was buzzing more than once next to him, and a trace of shock flowed out of his eyes. He quickly rushed out of the room, only to see that within the divine sword villa, countless swords, no matter whether it was the hundreds of swords placed within the hidden sword lodge, or the swords in the hands of many disciples, or the swordsmen participating in the sword discussion conference, were all buzzing and trembling. At this moment, between heaven and earth, the sound of sword chants resounded through the clouds. 10,000 swords resonate? This is, a supreme sect master is influencing the 10,000 swords with his own sword intent. Who is it? Within the Great Zhou, there are only a handful of people with this kind of sword cultivation. Could it be that those old monsters from the Ling Shao sword sect have personally come? The middle-aged man was also a sword Dao grandmaster, and even the Grand Master of the Divine Sword Villa. Of course, he knew how difficult it was to induce 10,000 swords to resonate with his own sword intent, and even if it was him, he could only manage to achieve 100 swords to resonate at most. It's not just him. At this moment, many swordsmen were all shocked. Deadly grip on the sword in his hand. Heavens, 10,000 swords resonating together. I've never seen such a vision in my life. What the hell is going on here? Is it some kind of Jedi swordsman coming? TSK, for those who can achieve this step, the strength of their sword intent is at least at the level of a supreme patriarch. Too strong. The entrance to the lodge. Chushio felt the power of the 9 orifices Linglong sword heart, and his heart was enlightened. The 9 orifices Linglong sword heart, said to be a sword heart, was in fact, an extremely terrifying sword Dao talent. Chushio who possessed this talent could easily comprehend the sword Dao, mastering all sorts of sword techniques that were difficult to cultivate in the eyes of ordinary people. It only took a glance to see the breaks in the opponent's sword technique. With the 9 orifices Linglong sword heart, even if Chushio didn't have the cultivation level of a land deity right now, he could still use a few years to easily cultivate to the land deity realm. It's a talent that's no worse than just signing up to be a land god. After realizing the power of the 9 orifices Linglong sword heart, Chushio collected the power of the sword heart, and the strange sword Dao fluctuation on his body dissipated. However, the two beside him, Yi Feng and Yi Ling, looked at him dumbfounded. This is human sword resonance. They didn't know the sight of 10,000 swords resonating within the divine sword villa. All they knew was that after feeling the fluctuation of true chi on Chushio's body, the long sword in their hands couldn't help but tremble. Precisely the human sword resonance. Sword Dao is divided into many realms. One of the most talked about and hailed as an extremely high realm is the most widely known human sword unification. But the unity of the human sword was only the threshold for advancing to the level of a strong sword Dao master. Above the unity of the human sword is the resonance of the human sword. This realm required the swordsman to master the sword intent in order to be able to do so. And the stronger the sword intent, the greater the number of swords that could resonate. One of the highest realms of human sword resonance was the resonance of all swords. But even the most rudimentary human sword resonance required a grandmaster to achieve. I didn't realize that Gongzi is not only a martial arts master, but also a sword master. If I have the chance, I'll have to ask the Gongzi for a lesson or two. Yi Feng laughed out loud. Chushio smiled faintly. Good point, my lord. Please. He led Chushio towards the inside of the mountain villa. Within the divine sword villa, the vision of 10,000 swords resonating together gradually stopped. But the crowd was still searching for the source that had triggered this resonant vision. Pity. They looked around and saw that no one looked like that kind of sword Dao master. A man dressed in gorgeous brocade clothes was pondering. I didn't expect to meet such a strong sword Taoist in this sword discussion conference. I don't know who this person is. If this person can be used for me, I am one step closer to that supreme position. A guard next to him said, yes, there are only a handful of martial artists in the entire Great Zhou who are able to trigger the 10,000 swords resonance vision. Even His Majesty wouldn't dare to neglect it. Well, a hint of yearning appeared in the brocade-robed man's eyes. Your Excellency, there are many people outside. Let's go back to the house first. As for the person who triggered the 10,000 swords resonance vision, if he appears, I will report you again, the guard said. The brocade-robed man nodded slightly, but just as he was about to turn around and go back to the house, out of the corner of his eye, he saw a rather familiar figure walk into the mountain village. He was instantly stunned, then stared dead at the familiar figure. How could it be him? How did he appear here? The guards also looked over, then similarly froze in place. It's His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Just as his words left his mouth, the brocade-robed man next to him looked at him and said in a cold tone, what did you say? That guard's spine went cold and he hurriedly said, my subordinate slipped up. He has been relegated to the status of a commoner and is no longer His Royal Highness. If I hear of this next time, I will not blame Lone for being merciless. Yes. The brocade-robed man looked at Chu Xiu, who was not far away, his gaze ghostly. My beloved elder brother, the once radiant Crown Prince, you appeared at the Divine Sword Villa. What exactly do you intend to do? Could it be that you still want to rise again? Chapter 8 The Unbelievable Lord of the Manor. The Seventh Prince's Admonition. Do you want to make a comeback? The moment he thought of this possibility, the brocade-robed man's heart couldn't help but be flooded with a trace of scorn because he knew Chu Xiu's ability very well. Even if the other party is relegated to the common people, he can be his prestige accumulated over the years, coupled with his own wrist. The East Mountain again. May not be impossible. No, he must not be allowed to rise again. The brocade-robed man secretly thought to himself and said in a cold voice to the guard next to him, go and inquire for me. What is Chu Xiu doing here at Divine Sword Villa? Yes, Your Highness. The guards got up and left in a hurry, going forward to spy on the information. Then look at Chu Xiu's side. After he entered the Divine Sword Villa, he was vaguely aware of a gaze watching him, and he swept it out of the corner of his eye. It was not long before he realized the person who was watching his gaze. Oh, it's him, Chitta. A hint of surprise appeared in Chu Xiu's eyes. That person was none other than the seventh prince of Great Zhou, Chu Yun. But soon, he returned to normal. Now he had no more ties with the royal family. Even if he met someone from the royal family, what could he do? In fact, he was not on very good terms with a couple of his own brothers. After all, being in the royal family, how much kinship is there to speak of? The only one who was close to him was a ninth princess, Chu Nishong. Thinking of Chu Nishong, he inwardly sighed slightly. The other party was the only one in the royal family that he could feel affection for. It was also the only hold he had on the royal family. Now that he's gone, I wonder how that girl is doing. Mr. Chu, what are you thinking about? At this moment, the nearby Yi Ling asked curiously. Chu Xiu shook his head and smiled. It's nothing. And at this moment, there were some noisy murmurs coming from all around. Vaguely words like 10,000 swords resonating. All of these made Yi foam. Yi Ling shocked by it, and they deeply glanced at Chu Xiu. It was almost certain that the source of that 10,000 sword resonance was the other party. After all, just now, Chu Xiu was the only one who had triggered the human sword resonance. It can't be such a coincidence that there's another one, can it? I originally thought that human sword resonance was already remarkable, but I didn't expect that not only is Mr. Chu a human sword resonance, he's a 10,000 sword resonance. A supreme patriarch of the sword Tao is no more than that. Yi Feng's heart was filled with shock. He looked at Chu Xiu's age and then associated it with the visions that the other party had triggered, and suddenly had the absurd feeling of whether he was dreaming or not. In the world, how could there be such a young supreme sword Tao master? Arriving at the Divine Sword Villa lobby, Yi Feng introduced Chu Xiu to the Grand Villa Master and the Second Villa Master. Although they were the Grand Villa Master and the Second Villa Master, these two were not any older than Yi Feng, especially the Grand Villa Master Yi Xian. It looked like a middle-aged man in his early 50s. However, his cultivation level was the highest among the three. It seems that the position of Lord of the Divine Sword Villa is not ranked by age. Rather, it's about cultivation. It's normal. A lot of sects do it. Strength is honored. Age comes second. After learning of Chu Xiu's identity, Grand Manor Master Yi Xian didn't reveal anything strange, but it was Second Manor Master Yi Long who couldn't help but frown slightly. Chu Xiu knew that the other party might not be very welcoming. After all, one's status is somewhat unique. Linger, you can first take Mr. Chu for a stroll within the mountain villa. Good. Yiling nodded and led Chu Xiu around the mountain villa. Inside the hall, after Chu Xiu, Yiling walked away. The second manor master Yilong couldn't help but say, "Old third, you're really too presumptuous." Chu Xiu has now been relegated to the status of a commoner. But he used to be the Eastern Palace Crown Prince after all, with a special status, and I don't know how many people he's offended. Are you not afraid of stirring up trouble when you bring him to the mountain manor? Not to mention, the seventh prince is also inside the mountain villa right now. Once he finds out about this, what will he think? Will he think that my mountain villa has offended the heavenly authority? More than that, I have something else to tell you guys. The sword poison in my body has been relieved. In less than a year, I will be able to return to the realm of the sovereign. Yi Feng smiled faintly. Hearing this, the two manor masters' faces lit up with joy. Really? Yes. Ha ha, great. Lao San is back to being a sect master. My divine sword villa's base is on a higher level. Congratulations. Yi Long, who was still disgruntled a moment ago, couldn't help but be overjoyed when he heard this news. Yi Xian was a bit curious. How did you cure this poison? Over the years, they had searched for famous doctors, but none of them were able to undo the sword poison. How come it suddenly solved? It was Mr. Chu who helped me solve it. What? Could it be that Mr. Chu is also proficient in the art of healing? No wonder you brought him to the mountain villa. Such a favor should indeed be treated with courtesy. Yi Long nodded slightly. No, I don't know if Duke Chu knows any medical skills, but he unlocked the sword poison for me, using not medical skills, but an overwhelmingly strong cultivation. Eunuch Chu, he is at least a grandmaster, Yi Feng said indifferently. The two men looked shocked. If anyone else had said that, they wouldn't have believed it 100 times. However, Yi Feng had lived with them for decades and was also the same as the Divine Sword Villa's villamaster, so they believed in what he said. But it's the belief that is so shocking. To have such a young patriarch? I haven't finished speaking. Just now, Mr. Chu also revealed the ability of human sword resonance outside of the mountain villa. Yi Feng continued. Yi Xian couldn't sit still and dabbed his feet. That vision of 10,000 swords resonating just now, could it be that he caused it? 9 times out of 10, it's him. No, 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 this is too unbelievable. I can barely accept it when you say he's a sect master, but you're saying he's a supreme sword Dao sect master who triggered the 10,000 swords resonance vision? This is too unbelievable. Yi Long was somewhat in disbelief. Yi Feng also knew that it was hard to believe. If it hadn't happened in front of me and I had seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it either. At this moment, a guard came to the lobby, bowed towards the several manor masters, and said faintly, "My name is Shi Yuan. I've met the 3 manor masters. Just now I saw Chu Xiu, who has been relegated to the status of a commoner, and have come to inquire as to why this person has appeared here." The 3 men looked at each other, knowing that this Shi Yuan is the guard beside the 7th prince, and is also a first-class expert. Yi Feng pondered for a while and said lightly, "Duke Chu was brought to the villa by me, and he heard that a sword discussion conference was going to be held in the villa recently, so he came to check out the action." "Why? Does the 7th prince even want to manage this?" Ishihara faintly said. "If it's really just to watch the fun, then it would be the best. Chu Xiu is after all the one who colluded with the enemy's saintly daughter. If it weren't for the fact that what he did in the past, it wouldn't just be a simple matter of being relegated to the common people. And please, gentlemen, it would be good not to get too close to him." With that, Ishihara turned to leave. Looking at his departing back, Yi Feng lightly grunted. What does this 7th prince mean? Is he not threatening us? It seems that Chu Xiu's influence is truly extraordinary. Even after being relegated to the status of a commoner, he still makes a high and mighty prince fearful of him, fearing that he will rise again. That's why he asked Shi Yuan to come and warn us. Yi Xian did understand what the 7th prince meant and said indifferently. He pondered. Now that Chu Xiu is out of power, all the emperors are bound to actively draw in forces from all sides and form a party. The 7th prince came to the Divine Sword Villa precisely to draw us in. But unfortunately, my Divine Sword Villa has always been neutral. But now, there is such a variable as Chu Xiu. How exactly will his arrival affect my Divine Sword Villa? Whether it is a blessing or a curse? Not yet known. Chapter 9 Heaven and Earth. Human 3 Rankings. Lin Yi, the 7th on the human list. Cutting. Yiling brought Chu Xiu around the Divine Sword Villa. The lodge is huge, and the average person can even play here for a day and a night. Coupled with the fact that the sword discussion conference was about to be held, there were quite a number of swordsmen gathered within this mountain villa nowadays, adding a lot of austere atmosphere to this mountain villa. As they walked, Yi Ling brought Chu Xiu to a martial arts arena. There were quite a few mountain villa disciples on the field practicing their swords and sparring. In particular, one of the white-clothed men, with his powerful sword technique and excessive cultivation, fought several disciples alone without losing the battle. After seeing Yi Ling arrive, he was even quicker to defeat these people one by one. And when he noticed Chu Xiu next to Yi Ling, he couldn't help but frown slightly. As far as I can remember, Yi Ling seldom came into contact with men of her age, not to mention talking to each other so much. This man, who exactly is he? The white-clothed man pressed down the hint of jealousy that flared up within him and walked up to the two of them, smiling faintly. Linger, you're back. This gentleman is. Yi Ling was just about to introduce, but thought of something and paused. This gentleman is Gongzi Xiu, my savior. She remembered that Chu Xiu didn't seem to be very keen on letting people know her identity. Therefore, it is directly replaced by Gongzi Xiu. My lord, this is my divine sword villa's eldest senior brother, Lin Yi. It's ranked 7th on today's human list. Yi Ling laughed. The human ranking was a list used by the Great Zhou to rank martial artists. There are 3 in all: People's List, Earth's List, Heaven's List. Among them, the human list is arranged under the innate realm of the martial artists. On the list of 300 people, the Earth list is arranged above the innate realm of the experts. On the list of a total of 100 people, and the Heaven list is arranged in the Great Zhou's top experts. On the list of only 10 people, which is without exception, all of them are above the Zongshi masters of the experts. Although the human list was the one with the worst gold content among these 3 lists, there were hundreds of thousands of martial artists in Great Zhou, and to be able to stand out from all of them and advance to only one of the 300 martial artists ranked under the innate, was also considered to be a non-trivial matter. Not to mention, it's still an extremely high ranking like 7th. Lin Yi could be said to be the leader of the younger generation of Great Zhou, and a trace of pride appeared on Lin Yi's face. Then he looked at Chu Xiu and said with a smile, "Your honor is too graceful, and you can also be Linger's savior, so you must be a martial artist on the human ranking list as well." "I don't know where it ranks. I have not advanced to the human ranking." Chu Xiu faintly laughed. The 3 martial arts lists of heaven, earth, and man only ranked the Jianghu people. People of the royal family are not included. "Oh, that surprises me," Lin Yi said indifferently, but a trace of contempt flowed from his eyes. "How can you be considered a top-notch person if you don't make the human list? How can you be so close to Yi Ling?" Of course, he wouldn't say these words in front of Yi Ling, so that he would appear to have no manners and lose his standards. But if he didn't say it, someone could say it for him. A disciple behind Lin Yi stepped forward. "What? Not even entering the human ranking? How could this be Senior Sister Yi's savior?" You have to know that Senior Sister Yi is the 27th in the human ranking. They thought that the person who saved Yi Ling must have a higher strength than Yi Ling. The other party, however, had not even advanced to the human ranking. Although Gongzi has not advanced to the human ranking, his strength is definitely not inferior to any of the martial artists on the human ranking, and is even much stronger. Yi Ling spoke out in defense of Chu Xiu. Only she knew clearly how strong Chu Xiu was. A list of people? That kind of list under the innate was not worthy of Chu Xiu at all. If he really wanted to be on the list, Chu Xiu would be at least a few places at the top of the Earth ranking, and it wasn't even impossible for him to directly ascend to the Heaven ranking. Hearing Yi Ling's words, Lin Yi frowned slightly. Much stronger than a human ranking martial artist? Wouldn't that be better than in 2? In Yi Ling's heart, she was also inferior to Chu Xiu? This made him a bit unbearable. He looked at Chu Xiu and said indifferently, "I didn't expect Linger to actually hold Gongzi in such high esteem. Since that's the case, then I'll have to ask for some of Gongzi's masterful skills. Please do not be stingy with your advice." Chu Xiu looked at him calmly. "Really want to fight? Yes. Then, well." Chu Xiu didn't refuse either. Think of it as playing with the kids. A hint of worry appeared on the face of Yi Ling at the side. Lin Yi thought that the other party was worried about Chu Xiu, and although he was unhappy inwardly, in order to maintain his sassy persona, he still smiled lightly and said, "Don't worry, Linger, I won't hurt this gentleman." Yi Ling rolled her eyes and said to Chu Xiu Dao, "Your Excellency, Lin Yi is at least my divine sword villa's eldest senior brother, so please lighten up a bit later." Chu Xiu nodded slightly. "Don't worry, I have my own measure." Lin Yi became even more upset, hoping that it wasn't worrying about Chu Xiu getting hurt, it was worrying about the other party hitting him too hard. Although to a certain extent, Yi Ling was worried about herself. This worry did not make Lin Yi happy. On the contrary, it became more and more unpleasant. He felt that the dignity of his manhood had been provoked. He looked at Chu Xiu, and a hint of coldness passed through his eyes. Chu Xiu couldn't help but shake his head and secretly thought to himself, "Not worrying about you, you got upset. And now that I'm worrying about you, you're unhappy again? How can a big brother of Excalibur Villa be so narrow-minded?" The Excalibur Villa? I'm afraid it's game over. On the martial arts field, Chu Xiu, Lin Yi and the two of them were several feet apart. Lin Yi drew his long sword and asked indifferently, "What weapon does the gentleman use?" "I don't use blades under my command." "Just kidding." A land immortal beating a first-grade martial artist. If he had to use a weapon, it would be a laughing matter. Chu Xiu could not afford to lose this face. "Then please enlighten me." Lin Yi thought that Chu Xiu might be better at punching and kicking, so he didn't care too much and attacked towards Chu Xiu with his sword. The long sword shook, the sword flower bloomed, and the biting sword chi gulped. The disciples of the surrounding hidden sword villa were cheering and applauding for Lin Yi. "Go big brother, eldest brother's sword technique is so cool." Facing that stabbing sword, Chu Xiu stood still. Although Lin Yi's sword looked powerful, in his eyes, it was broken in more ways than one could see. The 9 orifices sword heart came into play at this moment. His sword fingers moved and he stabbed out casually, but it was as if it was all natural, landing on the breaks in Lin Yi's sword technique and forcing the other party back out easily. The opponent's face changed slightly, then the sword technique changed again. In just a dozen or so breaths of time, Lin Yi had already switched to 5 sword techniques. Each sword technique was described as exquisite, but alas, no matter how much his sword technique changed, in front of Chu Xiu's face it was always full of cracks and could be broken at the drop of a hat. Not only was it the reason for the sword technique, there was also the fact that Lin Yi's own comprehension of the sword technique wasn't that deep, and although there were many sword techniques, they were all miscellaneous but not refined. When encountering ordinary swordsmanship, one might be dazzled by his versatile swordplay, but in the eyes of a true master of swordsmanship is all over the place. The other side can't get to heaven anyway they change. Damn it! What's wrong with this guy? Why is it that he knows all of my swordsmanship like the back of his hand? And every sword I throw out, he can anticipate it and even block it in advance. I'm just like a child in front of him? The more Lin Wing fought, the more alarmed he became. He also noticed that Chu Xiu had been standing still since the beginning, facing the enemy with one hand. In front of him, one might not even be as good as a child. It's like a baby in swaddling clothes. Unthreatening. Chapter 10 Famous Swords. Exit. On the martial arts field, the crowd gradually looked confused. His own eldest senior brother, going all out, with all kinds of sword techniques, was actually unable to harm Chu Xiu for a single point. If it was just like that, then it would be fine. But the problem was that Chu Xiu was facing the enemy with one hand, and he didn't even move his feet a bit. The gap. It's not a level at all. Playing the hell out of it. And Lin Yi's face was so gloomy that it was about to drip. He felt humiliated, especially in front of his beloved senior sister Yi Ling. No, even if we can't win, we mustn't let him have a good time, Lin Yi secretly thought. The sword stance steeply changed, suddenly became poisonous and tricky, like a poisonous snake spitting out letters, so that people cannot be defended. The sudden change in the sword stance caused a flash of color in Chu Xiu's eyes. The grade of this sword technique was not bad. It was superior to the various sword techniques that Lin Yi had just performed. In the Great Zhou, martial arts are divided into 4 classes, heaven and earth, Xian Huang. Each class is further divided into upper, middle and lower classes. Therefore, there are 4 orders and 12 grades of martial arts. Most of the Jianghu martial artists, the martial arts that they had access to were mostly of the lower yellow rank, and at best, the upper yellow rank. Only famous sects and deep-rooted martial arts families can access the Xian class martial arts on top of the yellow class martial arts. As for the ground level above the metaphysical level, there aren't many gates in the entire Great Zhou, and only the Holy Land of martial arts may have them anymore, such as the 4 most prestigious sects of the Great Zhou. The final heavenly rank was almost a rumored existence. Even for a famous sword-using sect like the Divine Sword Villa, the highest level sword techniques that the disciples could access were estimated to be of the middle and upper Xian rank. But now, this set of sword techniques that Lin Yi had unleashed had vaguely exceeded the realm of the Xian rank and touched the threshold of the earth rank. It's considered a martial arts mastery. Only, this sword technique was poisonous and sinister, very different from the other bright, grand and atmospheric sword techniques of the Divine Sword Villa. Unfortunately, even though this sword technique was powerful, Lin Yi's cultivation level was ultimately too far from Chu Xiu's, and that stabbing sword move still had many flaws in his eyes, only to see him flex his fingers and land on top of that sword. Clang! The sword was shaken out of his hand. Lin Yi's palm, moreover, was shaken out with a bloody scar. He looked at Chu Xiu with horror. He had used his own crushing moves, but they were still useless. What was this guy's origin? Eldest brother. You're fine. I didn't expect this person to be so strong that even eldest senior brother is no match. The gazes of the crowd as they looked at Chu Xiu had already produced a change. From being disdainful just now, he was now filled with scorn and awe. Yi Ling also walked up and looked at Lin Yi, a hint of contemplation showing in his eyes. What was the path of that last sword technique you performed? Eldest brother? Lin Yi giggled inwardly. This sword technique, being his secret, must not be exposed easily. This time, in order to defeat Chu Xiu, he couldn't help but use it, and he already regretted it a bit. And when he heard Yi Ling's question, he said in a calm manner, "This is a set of sword stances that I drilled out on my own, and it can't be put on the stage." Yes? Yi Ling didn't care too much about it. She didn't have enough eyes to see how exquisite the last sword technique that Lin Yi performed was. She just felt that it was a bit poisonous and vicious. So she reminded, "That sword technique of yours, it's too ferocious. It's harmful to heaven and harmony. I'm only afraid that it's detrimental to others. So it's better for eldest brother to use it sparingly. It's just a cut." It was a bit much to use such a poisonous sword move in a cutthroat competition. Lin Yi sniffed, inwardly unimpressed, but on his lips he still said, "Thanks for reminding me, senior sister. I'll pay attention." Aha! Yi Ling nodded, then looked at Chu Xiu and smiled. "Mr. Chu, let me take you to other places to stroll around." With pleasure. Chu Xiu followed Yi Ling away. Lin Yi, on the other hand, was pondering, secretly thinking. The senior sister lastly called him Duke Chu, and just now she called him Duke Xiu. Chu, Xiu. He thought of something, and his pupils shrunk. Could it be? No, it won't be. How could the other party appear here and have this strength? Coincidence? It must just be a coincidence. Inside a guest room, the guard Shi Yuan went to the 7th Prince Chu Yun, and narrated the news he had poked around. Chu Yun sniffed and pondered. Really just here for the fun? The third lord of the house did say so. The Divine Sword Villa's attitude towards me has always been ambiguous. It seems like they don't want to defect to me yet. And now, Chu Xiu has appeared here again. This person's means are exceptional. We have to be on guard. Chu Yun murmured. What does your highness want? Go, follow me to meet this deposed crown prince. Chu Yun said indifferently. Yes, your highness. Inside the Excalibur Villa, Chu Xiu. Yi Ling arrived in front of a hot sword hut. There are constant sounds of iron smashing coming out of this place. Inside, a burly man, bare-chested, was wielding a hammer that landed on top of a piece of iron embers, making clanging sounds and bursting into flames. Here, it was none other than the Excalibur Villa's sword forging lodge. Many famous heirloom swords were forged from here. This place was, arguably, the most legendary place in the Excalibur Villa. Ding! Detected that the host is located in the sword forging lodge of the Excalibur Villa, and can sign in. Is it signed in? The system alert sounded. Chu Xiu's eyes lit up. Good guy. An Excalibur Villa? Actually allowing himself to sign in twice. It's not too fantastic. In his mind he murmured. Sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 10 famous swords. Chu Xiu froze for a moment. What? The 10 famous swords? Were they the 10 famous swords he had imagined? The 10 famous swords are deposited into the system space and can be accessed by the host at any time. Chu Xiu sniffed and opened the system space. One could only see 10 swords placed inside, each one glowing with brilliance, each one emitting an awe-inspiring sword aura, and each one a famous sword that was good enough to be passed down to the next generation. They are exactly Chang'ing, Pure June, Fish Intestine, 7-Star Dragon Abyss, Gone General, Moca, Tai A, Red Xiao, Zhan Lu, Xian Yuan. The 10 famous swords, placed within the system space, glittered. Every single one of them was no less than the divine swords forged by the Divine Sword Villa, if not more so. Chu Xiu blinked. Good guy, really good guy. Each one of these could be a national treasure, right? It's all in his pocket now. The corners of his mouth rose slightly as he looked at the sword-casting lodge in front of him, and the sword-casters working feverishly inside. The more he looked at it, the more adorable he felt. Couldn't help but chant softly. The sword is sharpened by sharpening, and the fragrance of plum blossoms comes from bitter cold. Hearing his words, Yi Ling couldn't help but brighten up. The world says that the emperor's eldest son is unrivaled in talent, and once made a name for himself in the literary world of the Great Joe with a song in the key of water, making it so that no one writes about the bright moon anymore. A watery song was even hailed as the first word of the Great Joe. Originally, she thought it was a bit of an exaggeration, but now, hearing Chu Xiu's exit, although there were only 2 short sentences, they carried a certain rhythm that made her unable to help her mood stir, and at this moment, she was completely convinced. The martial arts are unparalleled, the talent is amazing, and the words that come out of his mouth are world-renowned. If there is a perfect person in the world, Yiling felt that this person was Chu Xiu. Thinking about this, she felt more and more that the royal family had made a stupid mistake and was out of their minds. Chapter 11, Chu Yun finds fault. Sword Dao of the 10 famous swords. Chu Xiu and Yiling stayed at the sword casting lodge for a while and then were about to leave. Before leaving, Chu Xiu noticed that in the center of the sword casting lodge, there was a long sword hanging on the wall, with the sword emitting a Dao of biting sword chi. At first glance, you can tell it's an unusual sword. He was a little curious. This sword is. Yiling laughed. This sword is called Cold Star. It is a divine sword that was only recently cast, and it is the prize for the leader of this sword discussion conference. Great-grandpa said that this sword can be ranked at least in the top 10 on the list of famous swords. It's only that this sword has yet to find a suitable owner. That's why it wasn't included. Once a suitable owner is found, it will surely shine. Famous sword spectrum. Is the Great Joe according to the countless swordsmen arranged out of a list, and the 3 lists of heaven and earth, similar to the 3 lists, only to be able to go on the famous sword spectrum of the martial artists are all swordsmen. Their hands famous swords, but also became the world's swordsmen tend to swarm the sword, because it is not only a weapon, but also a symbol of fame. In Great Joe, all swordsmen were proud to be ranked in the famous sword spectrum. Chu Xiu glanced at the Cold Star. Indeed a rare sword. Of course, it was a lot worse than the top 10 famous swords that he had just gotten his hands on. The Divine Sword Villa's sword casting technique still had 2 tricks up its sleeve. After looking at the famous swords, Chu Xiu, Yiling went out of the sword casting lodge and was about to leave when they saw 2 people walking towards them. Xu Yun, the 7th prince, and Shi Yuan, the guard at his side. Yiling recognized Chu Yun and inwardly thumped. Then she looked at Chu Xiu next to her, with a bland look, seemingly unconcerned about Chu Yun. Just looking at each other, there seemed to be a flash of color in his eyes. In the past, he was not at a high level of cultivation and did not notice it, but now, he was a land god, and he vaguely detected that there was an invisible aura wrapped around Chu Yun's body. The aura, majestic, overbearing. When Chu Xiu felt this aura, his eyes narrowed as he secretly thought inwardly, "Oh, is this the dragon aura on the royal family?" This dragon chi was extremely arcane. Chu Xiu felt that Chu Yun's strength wasn't high. It was only the 3rd rank, but if he really fought and killed him, he would be revolted by this dragon chi. At that time, even supreme patriarchs were only afraid that it would not be easy. No wonder the martial artists and also the demons and devils were scared of the royal family. The dragon chi body protection is indeed unique. I just don't know the exact source of this dragon energy. A 7th prince has such a dragon chi on him. Then my previous dragon chi should not be bad. Right, and Emperor Zhou, how powerful is the dragon chi on him? I'm just afraid that even a celestial being wouldn't dare to lay hands on him easily. Chu Xiu thought secretly, and Chu Yun, who walked in front of Chu Xiu, stood with his hands on his back, looking proud, while the guard next to him, Shi Yuan, couldn't help but shout out in a low voice, "Bold Chu Xiu, you're a commoner. When you see His Imperial Highness, why don't you salute?" He added emphasis on the word plebeian. Obviously, he wanted Chu Xiu to understand his current identity. Chu Xiu smiled faintly as he said to Chu Yun in a subdued manner, "You're still the same as before. You always like to raise dogs that bark and bark." "Ah, Chu Xiu, don't put up a big brother-like frame in front of Lone. In the past you were the crown prince, so Lone honored you 3 times. But now, you are just a commoner. Where to qualify with Lone to set up a close relationship?" Chu Yun indifferently said. Chu Xiu smiled faintly. "You're right. Then the straw man will leave first." He crossed over Chu Yun and was about to leave. "And don't bother continuing to tangle with each other. Stop." At this moment, that Shi Yuan by Chu Yun's side steeply struck out and grabbed at Chu Xiu's shoulder. His 5 fingers inverted into claws. His claw whines harsh. An ordinary martial artist would probably be stabbed with 5 bloody holes if they were grabbed by these 5 fingers of his. But when his claws landed on Chu Xiu's shoulders, just as he tried to make a force, he was recoiled out of the room by another terrifying force. Click! All 5 of his fingers were crushed. "Ah!" Ishihara let out a miserable scream and looked at Chu Xiu in horror. Chu Xiu calmly said, Shu Yun, mind your dog. This time it's just to waste his claws. Next time, I'm going to chop off his dog's head. After saying that, he left without looking back. Yiling bowed towards Chu Yun before immediately following. Shu Yun. Shi Yuan stayed in place. The former's face was as gloomy as water as he stared at Shi Yuan. What's wrong with you? You can't even hold a Chu Xiu. Your Highness. Your Highness. Chu Xiu's strength. I'm afraid it's only not the rumored second grade. The majesty of his true chi. At least it's Zhong Shi. Ishihara swallowed in horror. He was an expert of the innate perfection. However, it was directly shattered by Chu Xiu's true chi that shattered his 5 fingers. At this level of cultivation, he couldn't think of any other possibility other than a patriarch. Patriarch. Hearing these 2 words, Chu Yun's pupils shrank. How is this possible? If he is truly a patriarch, why didn't he show it before? One can only say that Chu Xiu is hiding even deeper than we thought. Ishihara looked at his trembling palm and let out a bitter laugh. This palm of his hand, it's kind of ruined, and without a hand, his strength must be greatly reduced. This was too much of a blow for a martial artist. Lone has the black jade severing cream supplied by Yenqing there. It might be able to help you recover. Shu Yun said indifferently. Shi Yuan had been with him for many years and was still an innate perfect expert. Counting as his right-hand man, he naturally would not give it up easily. When Ishihara heard this, his face was overjoyed and he knelt on the ground. Thank you, Your Highness. Looking at Ishihara, who was even more loyal to himself. If it was in the past, Shu Yun might have been complacent because he had a good command. But now, all he has inside is terrified. Shu Xiu is actually a Zhongshi. The shock of this incident was too much for him. Patriarch, he is actually a patriarch. Such a young patriarch. There are a few people in the entire Great Zhou who can compare to Shu Xiu. You are really giving the royal family a good big surprise. Shu Yun murmured. Night. Chu Xiu sat on the roof, and by the light of the moon, he scrutinized his newly acquired top 10 famous swords. From Chongqing to Xian Yuan, he scrutinized each and every one of them. Each sword, each with its own characteristics. For example, the light and thin body of the shadow-bearing sword was hidden under the moonlight. And under the moonlight, it only left a shadow of the sword on the wall, as if it had a shadow and was invisible. Pure June, for example, has a clear and crisp sword, and the floral carvings on the sword are gorgeous. For example, Tai A, which looks ancient and heavy, contains a sense of majesty. Another example is that the top 10 famous swords Regulus. There are mountains, rivers, grass, trees, sun, moon and stars on it, and a sword, but it contains a majestic momentum that makes the world return to its heart, which is the sword of the holy way. Compared to the sword body texture, the sword chi contained within these 10 famous swords is its essence yet. Chu Xiu murmured. He felt that each of these 10 swords contained an extraordinary sword chi, or one could even say it was the sword Dao, an ordinary sword cultivator. If he could obtain one of them and properly comprehend it, it would be enough to make a name for himself and be crowned as the best in the world. And Truscott. All 10 swords are in hand, plus the 9 orifices sword heart. He felt that it wouldn't take him long to fully comprehend the sword chi and sword Dao contained in the 10 famous swords. At that point, he was probably more than just a land god. It can even be called the god of swords. Chapter 12. A casual remark is the supreme principle of martial arts. Chu Xiu had been comprehending the 10 famous swords for the entire night. There was already some understanding of the sword Dao contained above, and the sun rose early the next morning. Chu Xiu was sitting on the roof, holding a sword hilt in his hand, and under the sunlight, there was a section of the sword body that looked like it was transparent and hidden. This sword is none other than the Shadow Bearer, bearing shadow, the sword of shadow and invisibility. Its sword chi was ethereal and unpredictable, making people unable to defend themselves. Chu Xiu held his sword and gently waved the shadow-bearing sword, and in an instant, a sword chi broke through the air and cut through the clouds in the sky. It actually split the cloud in two, a sword that seemed to open up the sky. Yiling came to look for Chu Xiu just in time to see this scene. Her pupils shrank and she couldn't help her heart palpitating. What kind of sword chi is this? She had seen Chu Xiu cut down the evil python and break the Tsinglong River with a single sword, but now this sword opens up the sky. It's never been better. Looking at Chu Xiu again, he was holding a sword hilt in his hand, and upon closer inspection, it appeared to have a sword on it. While he calmly inserted the sword into the scabbard, "Hang it around your waist." I'll look like nothing happened. It was as if it was not him who had just opened the sky with a sword. Yiling only felt astonished. Mr. Chu is really too amazing. When he raises his hands and throws his feet, he is able to bring shocking intentions. She glanced again at the longsword that Chu Xiu had hung at his waist. She was born in the Divine Sword Villa and knew all the famous swords like the back of her hand. But she was pretty sure that she had never seen or heard of such a sword in the Jianghu. A sword with a shadow and no form is truly strange. I haven't seen you all night. Where did Mr. Chu get this? She didn't ask many questions and went forward. Mr. Chu, the sword discussion conference has already begun. Do you want to head over to watch? Chu Xiu sniffed and nodded slightly. Good. The sword discussion conference. The extravaganza held by the Divine Sword Villa after casting extra divine swords, with divine swords as the reward, attracted countless swordsmen. Within the Great Zhou, most of the dignified swordsmen had come. At the Divine Sword Villa, near a ring, it was filled with swordsmen, a few of whom were emanating a biting sword aura, giving people a sense of being uninviting. Around them, no other swordsman dared to stand, or rather, other people's swords didn't even dare to compete with a few people. Next to the ring, there was a loft. In the attic, there stood a man in brocade robes, none other than the seventh prince. He looked at the swordsman at the bottom, pondering. This sword discussion conference is not small in scale. Even if we can't take the Divine Sword Villa for ourselves, if we get the help of a few renowned swordsmen, the harvest will still be considered okay. Shi Yuan said from the side. Your Highness, I have probed around. There are quite a number of experts who have come to participate in the sword discussion conference this time. And among them, there are even a few whose strength is no less than mine, such as Fast Sword Jin Fei, who is the 31st on the Earth ranking list. This person is good at using fast swords, and his swords are like the wind, taking people's lives invisibly. There is also the 27th on the Earth list, the misty swordsman Jin Taoyun, whose sword is treacherous and unpredictable, changing in many ways, making people unable to defend themselves. Both of these two have the opportunity to be used for your highness. All of them are from the Earth ranking, heaven ranking martial artists. Didn't they come? Ishihara laughed bitterly. Your highness, what is the status of the heavenly ranking martial artists? Every one of them is a grand master, or even in existence above a grand master. This sword discussion conference was not something they could look at. However, although there are no heavenly ranking martial artists, there is a swordsman from the top 10 of the Earth ranking who has come. And this person is the 7th on the Earth ranking and the 5th on the famous sword score. The 5 elements sword Lu Jinshui. His cultivation has already reached the Zhongshu realm. Shuyan's eyes lit up. Patriarch realm, is there a way to recruit them? Every expert of the sovereign realm has their own arrogance. It's not good to recruit them, but I've heard that this Lu Jinshui is good at finding famous swords in the world. This time, he came to the sword discussion conference to compete for the prize of this sword discussion conference. The Cold Star Sword. Is it good to look for famous swords in the world? In my mansion, there are a few famous swords. If he can use them for me, what's the harm in giving them to him? Shu Yun said indifferently. Your Highness is atmospheric. Ishihara patted his ass. At this point, outside the ring of the sword discussion conference, two figures walked slowly. It was precisely Chu Xiu and Yiling. Seeing Chu Xiu again, a hint of awe passed through Ishihara's eyes. A look of scorn also appeared in Chu Yun's eyes. Martial Arts Mastery Realm. If he had this realm as well, the competition for the throne would be even more certain. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at Chu Xiu with jealousy and envy. The 3 lords of the Divine Sword Villa were also present, announcing the start of the conference. The General Assembly is very simple. The Cold Star Sword, the one with the best skill. Whoever is able to overwhelm the group will be awarded the Excalibur Cold Star. The first one to take the field was a white-clothed swordsman, and the other party was holding a sword inlaid with a night pearl, with a biting sword aura. Yiling explained next to Chu Xiu. This person is the 31st Fast Sword Jin Fei of the Earth ranking list. The long sword in his hand is called Follow the Wind, which is the 26th on the famous sword spectrum. The sword is long and ornate, and the sword comes out with the wind, which is incomparably swift. Chu Xiu nodded slightly. Well, it's still okay, he commented casually. Whether it was a sword, or a swordsman, it was considered a big name in the Jianghu. Only in Chu Xiu's eyes, it was nothing. Out of politeness, he gave a fair comment. If other people had said that, Yiling might have retorted with a few words, such as you're so capable, why don't you go up and compare? But the person who said this was Chu Xiu, and she didn't have a problem with it at all. A sword to the sky. What Chu Xiu had casually done in the morning was still etched in her mind. Such a swordsman. Jin Fei was indeed not enough in front of him. Whoosh! Another swordsman jumped into the ring and confronted Jin Fei. Both sides held their swords, and before they could strike, their sword chi had already collided into one piece. Clang! Suddenly, Jin Fei struck out. His sword, strangely fast and incomparable, like a gust of wind, in the blink of an eye arrived in front of that swordsman, who was startled and instinctively blocked. But he could block one or two moves, but not the third or fourth. It didn't take long to fall. Jin Fei's sword, it's faster. Third Zhuang Master Yifeng stroked his beard and said, in the first 2 years, I've seen him make a sword strike, and nowadays he's more than 20% faster than he was 2 years ago. Under the world's martial arts, no firmness is unbreakable, only speed is unbreakable. The fast sword, indeed, has a few unique features. Chu Xiu smiled faintly, and when he said this, it made Yifeng, and the other 2 bankers beside him, move for a moment, and they murmured a few times that the only thing that is fast is not broken, slamming his thighs together. Well, the only thing that matters is speed. If a person is so fast that he kills his enemy before he can strike, wouldn't he be invincible? A few of the estate owners marveled. Next to her, Yiling's face turned pale when she thought of a scene like that. In that case, the fast sword, wouldn't it be the strongest sword path? What is my sword? Then, her mind was agitated, and the true chi in her body was disorganized. The Grand Manor Master could instantly see that her sword heart had faltered, and hastily shouted coldly, Linger, quickly come back to your senses. Yiling's ears were like thunder exploding in her ears as she gradually returned to normal, her face pale as she said, several grandfathers, Mr. Chu, it's me who lost my temper. The Grand Manor Master continued, Yiling, everyone's sword path is different. The fast sword is indeed a powerful sword path, but it is not the only sword path. A true sword Dao powerhouse must be firm in his own sword heart and not for anyone else's sword Dao. You still have some sharpening to do. Yiling nodded slightly. The 3 manor masters looked at Chu Xiu and couldn't help but feel a little horrified inside. A casual sentence is a shocking and overwhelming martial arts truth, even shaking others' sword hearts. This person, too terrifying. Chapter 13, Lord Zhuang's sword heart is shaken. 5 Elements swordsman Lu Jinshui. Chu Xiu detected the scorn that a few of the manor masters had for himself. He was a little speechless inside. He just casually said it. Who would have thought that Yiling's sword heart is so unfaltering, and was affected in this way? But thinking about it, Yiling was only a few years old and hadn't seen much of the sword Dao. Cultivation isn't high enough either. It is indeed easy to be influenced. Chu Xiu continued to look at the ring, only to see that Jin Fei executed his fast sword and defeated his opponent before arching his hand toward the bottom. Who else is willing to come forward to ask for advice? I'll do it. A figure jumped steeply onto the ring. He was holding a silver-white long sword, with green light flowing and sword aura. This was a middle-aged man who looked to be around 30 years old. The crowd couldn't help but gasp again at the sight of him. Oh, it's him, the 27th ethereal swordsman of the earth ranking, Jian Peiyun. Yifeng said. Jin Fei's face in the ring also became grave as he arched his hand toward Jian Peiyun and said, Brother Peiyun, goodbye. Brother Jin, please. The 2 of them looked at each other, then simultaneously launched their swords. Long swords clanged and exchanged blows. Sparks erupted and sword chi swept out, leaving one sword mark after another on the ring. Jin Fei's sword, swift, strangely fast. Jian Peiyun's sword, on the other hand, was full of variations, containing the shadows of many sectarian sword techniques, and there were 7 or 8 variations in a single stab of the sword. One is fast and the other is change. The duel between extreme speed and change was a sight to behold. Yifeng also couldn't help but marvel. What a sword PPO! His sword of change is really powerful. He must have mastered at least 20 to 30 sword techniques. Mr. Chu, what do you think? Yiling asked curiously from the side. Chu Xiu opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but was afraid of shaking Yiling's sword heart. The other party could see his worry and said firmly, Don't worry about it, Mr. Chu, I'm psychologically prepared this time. I won't be easily influenced. Well, then I'll say it, this person's sword of change is indeed remarkable, but in my opinion, it is the fast sword that is even better. Ah, why? Yiling inquired curiously. The other 3 manor masters looked at Chu Xiu and also waited for his explanation. After all, on the Earth list, Jian Peiyun's ranking could be higher than Jin Fei's. His set is not the strength of these 2 people, but the sword path between these 2 people. Thousands of sword path, the same way, but the process is different from person to person. Some people choose the right sword path suitable for their own, such as walking a straight path, 1,000 miles a day. Someone who chooses the wrong sword path is like walking on thorns, unable to move an inch. Jin Fei's fast sword is a straight path. He only need to seek fast can, do not need to take into account other. But Jin Piaoyun's sword of change, it is not the same. The sword of change, need to learn a lot of sword, need to talent, enlightenment and chance to be able to become a great success. But this person, do not have that talent. Although he had many sword techniques, most of them were miscellaneous but not refined. It's the inferior sword of change. In his life, it's probably just like this. Unless he switches to practicing other sword paths, maybe there's still a possibility of progress. Chu Xiu faintly said. The sword of change is easy to learn and hard to master. One needed to master many sword techniques to be able to perform intricate and various changes. But one's energy was limited. How many could one master in one's lifetime? A dozen or so is good enough. But that's not enough. Hundreds and thousands of sword techniques were needed to achieve great success with the sword of change. Do you really think that everyone has a nine-knuckle sword heart and knows swordplay at a glance? Inferior sword of change. Yi Feng's eyes flashed. Then, in the opinion of your excellency, what is a superior sword of change? The so-called 10,000 changes do not depart from its origin. One sword turns into 10,000 swords, and 10,000 swords are stored in one side as the superior change sword. Chu Xiu faintly said. A few people sniffed and looked shocked. No change at all. After a few people thought about it carefully, they felt again that the words contained a profound martial philosophy, and they looked at Chu Xiu with an increasingly awe-inspiring gaze. How old is the other guy? There was actually such a transcendent comprehension of the martial way, of the sword way. A casual remark was better than countless patriarchs pondering over their entire lives. They're still learning about chickens. Now, let alone Yi Ling. Even the sword hearts of the three manner masters were a bit shaken. Chu Xiu thumped inwardly. No way. A few words from himself wouldn't ruin an Excalibur villa just like that, right? Luckily, a few of the manor masters were still quite tough-minded and quickly came back to their senses. They took a deep breath and felt a lot of emotions. Today is really better than learning 10 years of martial arts by listening to you. We have been taught. The three manor masters bowed toward Chu Xiu. It was also the fact that the crowd's eyes were now attracted by the battle in the ring. Otherwise, when they saw the three lords of the famous Divine Sword Villa saluting towards a young man, they would probably have their jaws drop in shock. Yi Feng glanced at the shadow-bearing sword on Chu Xiu's waist and asked curiously, Your Excellency is also a person who practiced swords. I wonder what your sword path is. The corner of Chu Xiu's mouth rose slightly. My sword. As I wish. With the 9 orifices Linglong's sword heart, he was practically the embodiment of the sword Tao. You can learn any sword you want, as long as he was willing to ponder. All kinds of sword paths were at his fingertips. Whoosh! Just as Jin Fei, Jin Piaoyun and the two of them were fighting like a fire, indistinguishable from each other, a sword light suddenly flew into the ring. With an overbearing sword chi, he forcibly separated the two, only to see us standing in the ring. White hair, looks like 60 or 70 years old, but is energetic and powerful. The most surprising thing was that besides the long sword that was stuck on the ground, behind his back, he was actually carrying 4 swords. Each and every one of them is a rare and precious sword. 7th on the earth ranking and 5th in the famous sword scores, the 5 elements sword Lu Jinxue. The crowd could not help but marvel at the sight of the visitor, and Lu Jinxue stood in the ring, stroking his beard, and said indifferently, This cold star sword, I'm going to take it, so if you guys are sensible, get lost. Jin Fei, Jin Peiyun's face sank as he looked at Lu Jinxue with a strong battle intent in his eyes. Then let us meet you, the patriarch. The two of them struck out together, their innate consummate aura exploding. But then he saw Lu Jinxue holding his sword in both hands. A sword is like flowing water. Continuous. A sword is like a blazing fire. Potential can start a prairie fire. 2 very different sword chi were cast out, stunning everyone. This old man really doesn't know how to be ashamed. He actually used his Zongshi cultivation to bully 2 innates. He has so many swords and he still wants to come and fight for the cold star? Yi Ling frowned, somewhat displeased with Lu Jinxue. She looked at Chu Xiu and just wanted to explain to him where Lu Jinxue came from. But see, Chu Xiu looked at that Lu Jinxue. Eyes indifferent said, Lu Jinxue, like to collect all kinds of famous swords. A hand of 5 elements sword method. Change a lot. To gas imperial sword. Can be more laid down 5 elements sword array? The power is amazing. However, he is a trickster and will do anything to collect famous swords. In the past 10 years, more than 40 swordsmen have died at his hands, and most of them were not as strong as him, so it can be said that he is notorious. Yi Ling froze for a moment. Ah, Mr. Chu, you know him? Recognize. More than a year ago, I toured the 19 states and saw that he was willing to kill his entire family in order to seize the family sword in the hands of a woman, and even more so when he saw the color of his eyes. He wanted to do something untoward to that woman. I let the guards under my hand take action, and I wanted to kill him on the spot, but he used the 5 elements sword formation and managed to escape with his life. I haven't met him since then, but today, it's goodbye. Chu Xiu's gaze was ghostly. His hand unconsciously rested on the hilt of the shadow-bearing sword at his waist. Chapter 14, Identity Revealed. This sword formation of yours is full of holes. Above the ring, Lu Jinxue held dual swords, a pair of Jin Fei, Jian Taoyun 2 swordsmen. As a Zhongshe realm, he had to deal with these 2 people. Don't be too simple. In a short while, these 2 people were both sent flying out by him, only to see him holding the dual swords. He proudly looked at the crowd under the ring. This cold star sword. It's not mine. Who else dares to come up to the stage to fight? Not far from the attic, Chu Yun's eyes lit up as he marveled. Good. What a 5 elements swordsman. Lu Jinxue. His strength is truly extraordinary. The 2 great innate swordsmen joining hands actually couldn't injure him for a single point. If I can get this person to help me, I will be like a tiger with wings. This person must find a way to pull in. Chu Yun looked at Lu Jinxue with glowing eyes. At this moment, Lu Jinxue, however, seemed to have sensed something and looked in the direction of a few manner masters. Noticing Chu Xiu, the first thing he noticed was the sword at his opponent's waist. As a swordsman who was obsessed with swords, Lu Jinxue was able to tell at a glance what swords were good and what swords were bad. And this sword in front of him, even though it was not sheathed, he could vaguely feel that it was a rare sword in the world. It might be even better than the prize for the sword competition, the Cold Star. And when he saw the person Chu Xiu, he couldn't help but frown slightly. This guy, a bit familiar. Like, I've seen it somewhere, and so on. Is the Crown Prince Chu Xiu? Lu Jinxue recognized Chu Xiu. His pupils slightly shrunk. The encounters of more than a year ago one by one came to his mind. At first, he saw a fledgling girl holding an uncommon sword, adhering to the idea that the sword has the ability to be used by the person who can use it. He would have wanted to buy it, but who would have guessed that the girl didn't know how to appreciate it and said nothing to sell it. With a slight trick, he killed all of that girl's family members. Used this to force that girl into submission. But who knew that when he proceeded to the last step and was about to take his sword and enjoy himself in the process, he was bumped into by Chu Xiu. At that time, the other party had a few great inner guards with them, and there was even a Zhongshe high realm level existence on them. He was not an opponent at all, and he cast the 5 elements sword formation and fled in a sorry state. It was something that he kept in his mind. But he also understands that the other party is the Crown Prince. The power is monstrous, and there is a dragon's chi to protect his body, and he is loved in the people. And it is not unexpected that he has no chance to take revenge in his life. Until a few days ago, when he heard about the deputation of the Crown Prince, he was so happy to learn this that he couldn't stop talking for days. Keep thinking about when you're going to meet the other side to get your revenge back. The heavens have treated him well. Surprisingly, today, he was allowed to meet Chu Xiu. He couldn't help but laugh. Crown Prince Chu Xiu, I didn't think that there would be a time when you and I would see each other again. His voice was not small, and it carried up and down the ring. The crowd froze. The Crown Prince, Chu Xiu? This name could be considered as a thunderous name in the Great Zhou. The crowd looked at Chu Xiu with shock and curiosity in their eyes. He is the Crown Prince Chu Xiu? What a Crown Prince! He really is a talented man. TSK. Is he that Imperial Crown Prince who is rumored to be colluding with the Dechu Demonis? It doesn't look like he's a great traitor. The Imperial Crown Prince colluding with an enemy Demonis? This kind of thing, only a handful of idiots would believe it. There must be something else fishy in this. But either way, he's just a commoner now. Lu Jinxue and the Crown Prince. Is there any other faults? The deposed prince appears at the Excalibur Villa. For a while, there was a lot of talk. As for Chu Xiu, who was in the limelight, his expression was bland and unconcerned as he calmly looked at Lu Jinxue and said indifferently, "Yeah, I didn't expect to see you in this situation either. You're still as arrogant and domineering as ever. You're no better. Even after being relegated to the common people, in the face of a patriarch, you're still so calm and unruffled. Should I say that you're truly worthy of being a crown prince and having seen the world?" Lu Jinxue laughed out loud. Then, he took a step forward, and his eyes then turned ice cold. "Chu Xiu, since you've come to the site of the sword discussion conference, why don't you come up to the stage and have a match? When the crowd heard this, they couldn't help but curse this Lu Jinxue in their hearts for being shameless. A patriarch actually bullied a young junior. True, Chu Xiu had been a prince and practiced martial arts, but he's too young. He's at most a second or third rank. How could it be a match for the grandmaster? Lu Jinxue also understood this, but he didn't care. He only wanted to get back at Chu Xiu now. Chu Xiu smiled faintly. It seems like you're still holding a grudge over what happened back then, even going so far as to challenge me here. Chu Xiu, don't talk nonsense. Even if you don't come to the ring today, I won't let you go. Now that you don't have any guards by your side, killing a relegated prince like you won't be the slightest bit difficult for me. Lu Jinxue sneered. His sword fingers condensed and the 5 swords on his back flew out in unison. It was actually surrounding him with an unimpressive aura, using qi to control the sword. The middle realm of the sovereign. The crowd looked at Lu Jinxue with heavy eyes. The sovereign was divided into sovereign beginning, middle, high, peak, and perfection, just like the innate realm. And the gap between each realm was huge, especially the sovereign realm. Among them, at the beginning of the sect master realm, one can transform the body protection astral qi, which cannot be broken by non-Wudao sect masters, and is more capable of comprehending the meaning of Wudao. The patriarch middle realm had a more pure control of its own true qi than the beginning realm, and was even able to do so with imperial objects. The most common is to use qi to control the sword. As for the high realm, peak, and perfection, it was even more exaggerated. The pinnacle of the Zongshi was known as the Great Zongshi. The patriarch was perfected and was known as the Supreme Patriarch. Using qi to control the sword is the prerequisite for you to execute the 5 elements sword formation. Back then, you used this sword formation to withstand Guard Wang's punch and managed to escape. Afterwards, Guard Wang told me that this sword formation of yours is exquisite and unparalleled, and that with this sword formation you were able to fight 1 against 2, and were comparable to 2 patriarchs in the middle realm. Chu Xiu said calmly. Lu Jinxue sniffed. Complacent, pride showing on his face. What? Now you know you're afraid. Saying nice things, wanting to beg for mercy from me? Chu Xiu shook his head. No, I just want to say that Wang guards he looked at it wrong. This sword formation of yours is broken in my eyes. Humph, who doesn't know how to talk big? Chu Xiu, die for me. Lu Jinxue's sword fingers condensed and a sword stabbed towards Chu Xiu. However, Chu Xiu's figure disappeared, and when he reappeared, he came above the ring, and he approached towards the other party as if he was walking leisurely. During this time, placing his hand on the long sword at his waist, but not sheathing it. What? Lu Jinxue's pupils shrunk. With his eyesight, he actually couldn't see clearly how Chu Xiu moved. Was this still the same crown prince from back then? How did the other guy get to this level? But he remained unafraid. With a movement of the sword fingers, the 5 swords intertwined into a sword net, like the 5 elements rotating and endless, twisting toward Chu Xiu. The long sword weaved in the sword aura was awe-inspiring. Thousands of sword marks were cut into the ring. However, he saw Chu Xiu's feet stepping in strange steps, and each step he took landed just in the middle of the sword formation's breaks. Dodging the attacks of the long sword, he just approached Lu Jinxue step by step, as if he were walking idly. Lu Jinxue's pupils trembled. No, it's impossible. My sword formation is almost flawless. How could you possibly figure out the flaws in it? And he didn't know it. Chu Xiu had the 9 tricks Linglong sword heart, a talent that not only allowed him to quickly learn the way of the sword, but even things related to the way of the sword could be quickly grasped. Sword formation, made up of swords. He could naturally see through the mystery at a glance. Plus, he had seen Lu Jinxue perform this sword formation, so with just one glance, he was even more aware of the subtleties of the 5 elements sword formation and the breaks in it than Lu Jinxue. The controller of the sword formation. Chapter 15, Killing Lu Jinxue. Poison swordsmanly bitter. Chu Xiu passed through the sword formation and arrived in front of Lu Jinxue with an indifferent expression, and the other party's face changed wildly before summoning back a sword and stabbing at Chu Xiu with it. However, when he saw Chu Xiu not dodging or avoiding, the Zongshi Gangqi burst out. Clang! The sword landed on top of the astral aura with a resounding sound. Lu Jinxue's sword was unable to pierce the astral aura in the slightest. On the contrary, under the extrusion of the astral aura, the sword in his hand was crumbling by inches, and in no time at all, it was reduced to pieces. How is this possible? Lu Jinxue's face changed wildly in disbelief. When he wanted to retreat and leave, a huge suction force was suddenly enveloping him, and he was unable to break free. The whole person was involuntarily fixed in place. In the next second, The astral might on Chu Xiu's body was like a mountain torrent pouring down on Lu Jinshui's body as he indifferently said, "Kneel down." Poof! Lu Jinshui's body was completely out of control, and he was directly pressed to his knees. What? Good fellow! Just by virtue of his astral aura, he has crushed and knelt down his own sure middle realm expert. What kind of cultivation is this? The abolished prince actually has this cultivation? Everyone there couldn't help but be shocked. And Chu Xiu looked at Lu Jinshui with an indifferent expression. You just said you wanted to challenge me. And now, I'm here and you're on your knees. Do you have the guts to say that again? Lu Jinshui's face was green and red with shock and shame. At this point, a voice came from next to Chu Xiu. Stop, it's Chu Yun. He stepped out and said, Chu Xiu, this is a ring, just compete and spar. Why do you have to make Patriarch Lu so down? He wants to keep Lu Jinshui. Take this opportunity to make the other side work for you, but at the same time, his heart was also somewhat shocked by the fact that he had never thought that Chu Xiu's strength would be so powerful. A sovereign middle realm was actually easily defeated. No, the other side hadn't even made a move yet. Just by virtue of his own might, he pressed him to his knees. You want to bail him out? Chu Xiu glanced at Chu Yun. Yes, I am the 7th prince of Great Zhou. Chu Xiu, you must keep in mind that your identity at this moment is just a commoner. If I tell you to let go of Patriarch Lu, you'd better do so. Otherwise, you're just messing with the court, with the royal family. Chu Yun said as he stood with his arms folded. His martial arts cultivation wasn't good, but he was a royal son. Just by virtue of this identity, those high and mighty martial arts masters would have to respect him. Chu Xiu could not be an exception. That's what he thought. And Lu Jinshui thought the same way as he exclaimed, Many thanks to the 7th prince for his righteousness and assistance. I am willing to sacrifice my liver and brain for the 7th prince in the future. However, the corner of Chu Xiu's mouth was slightly hooked. You don't have this chance. After saying that, he moved his sword finger and made a stroke. A wisp of sword energy burst out. Lu Jinshui only felt a coldness in his neck, and a blood scar gradually spread and spread. Then, with a poof, blood sprayed out. A head flew high and then fell to the dust. Chu Xiu had astral protection, and that blood didn't manage to splatter down on him. But Chu Yun on the side couldn't, and blood shot all over his face. His entire body was dumbfounded. Then he took 2 steps back in some shock, staring at Chu Xiu in death. You actually dare to disobey me? Chu Xiu looked at him and smiled indifferently. No, you're a commoner. You actually dare to disobey me? Chu Xiu, you are so bold. Do you realize that you are going against the court? Chu Xiu stood with his arms folded and looked at him indifferently. No, you. Chu Yun still wanted to say something, but Shi Yuan on the side hurriedly pulled him back. Your Highness, Chu Xiu is too strong. We can't be tough with him. Chu Yun sniffed and gradually calmed down, glancing at Lu Jinshui, who had his head cut off. A hint of fear flowed out of his eyes before he whisked his sleeves away, but his walking feet were slightly trembling. Obviously, it was scared by Chu Xiu. A patriarch. Say kill. If the other party starts to go berserk, will he even kill himself? The prince? No, shouldn't be. He is a prince. Killing a prince is much more serious than killing a patriarch. The other party shouldn't be crazy to that extent. Not to mention, one is still related to him by blood. Chu Yun thought secretly, but inside, he didn't want to just let it go. Chu Xiu, this account, we will slowly settle it later. Chu Xiu's eyes flickered as he looked at Chu Yun's departing back. Chu Yun, I hope you don't go too far before you do. Otherwise, even if you have dragon chi to protect your body, I won't be merciful. As for blood relations, ever since he was expelled from the royal family, bloodline had become insignificant in his eyes, and the only bloodline he still hung on to was Chu Nisheng. The ring. Chu Xiu glanced at Lu Jinshui's corpse, and without saying a word, he turned around and left. He arched his hand towards Yifeng's few people and said, Sorry a few of you. I couldn't help but strike out in a moment and defiled this ring. Your Excellency is polite. This Lu Jinshui deserves to die. Not bad. This person acted arrogantly and domineeringly, offended a lot of people. Sooner or later, it's a dead word. Gongzi killing him is a great relief. Yifeng's few people hurriedly expressed that they didn't care. Just kidding. Just Chu Xiu's means of killing a patriarch with his hands and feet. Who dares to say a word? Who dares to be half dissatisfied? At this moment, in the hearts of the crowd, Chu Xiu had already equated with the high realm of the sovereign. No, the other party might even be a great sovereign. Such a young grand master. There's only a handful of them in the history of the world. All the martial artists above and below the ring looked at him with awe and envy. At the same time, they felt more and more incomprehensible about the other party being relegated to the status of a commoner. The royal family, were they out of their minds, reducing a grand master so young to a commoner? Or is it that there are already too many patriarchs in the imperial family to count? The sword discussion conference continues. This assembly, which lasted the whole day, until the evening, was not yet over. The moon hung over the branches, the firelight illuminated the ring, and the sound of swords clanged incessantly. The competition between the many swordsmen was still in full swing. Suddenly, a loud laugh came from far away. Then, a wave of sword intent swept in from the entrance of the Divine Sword Villa. The sword intent was eerie. It triggered many of the long swords in the hands of the swordsmen present to tremble and chant. Next, a black shadow, swift as a ghost, wrapped in monstrous sword chi, in the twinkling of an eye stepped into the moonlight and arrived above the ring. The two swordsmen on the ring who were originally exchanging blows were sent flying backwards by the impact of the pitch-black sword chi. And not only that, after they were hit by the sword, their bodies quickly turned pitch-black, and they actually foamed at the mouth and died on the spot. Its appearance was as if it had been poisoned. Yi Feng's pupils shrank when he saw this scene. This is sword poison. It's you, poison swordsman. Li Bitter. He looked at the visitor and hatred flowed from his eyes. Li Bitter, the very same swordsman who had caused him to be poisoned by the sword back then and fall from the sovereign realm. And the black-robed swordsman Li Bitter looked at Yi Feng and laughed to death. Yi Feng, goodbye. I didn't expect that after being hit by my sword poison for so many years, you're actually still alive. I have to praise you for your really tenacious life force. You're not even dead, so how can I possibly go before you? Yi Feng snorted coldly, drew his long sword, and said in a cold voice, today is the sword discussion conference. Li Bitter, since you dared to come, you don't want to leave. Chapter 16, Xu Xiu's existence will become a stain on the royal family. Li Bitter appeared at the sword discussion conference and his aura shocked the crowd, while Yi Feng's eyes suddenly showed a torrent of hatred after remembering the old days. He drew his long sword and prepared to fight Li Bitter. However, he saw that Li Bitter was not panicked in the slightest. His body's pitch-black sword chi flowed, and the intense poisonous gas was actually spreading out in all directions as if it were a tidal wave. The crowd had seen his methods and backed away in fear, and Yi Feng's face changed slightly. This person's sword chi is even more advanced than it was a few years ago. I'm only afraid that he has already advanced to the high sect master realm. Thinking about this, he felt tricky at once. At this moment, the Grand Manor Master and the second Manor Master looked at the intense poisonous sword chi that continuously flowed out, and with a light grunt, they struck out together. They drew their long swords and their biting sword chi erupted. The two of them weren't bad in terms of cultivation. One was at the high Zhongshe realm and the other was at the middle Zhongshe realm. Both of them joining forces should have been more than enough to deal with Li Bitter burn, but when they exchanged hands, they sensed a hint of something wrong. Li Bitter struck out with his long sword, actually landing skillfully on the breaks in their sword techniques. For a moment, it actually caught them off guard. Both of them were shaken back. What? This person actually knows so much about my Divine Sword Villa's swordsmanship? What's going on here? The two men's faces changed slightly. The Divine Sword Villa's swordsmanship had been improved by several generations of the villa's masters, and had long since become famous, and was one of the best swordsmanships in the Great Zhou. If one wanted to see its breakage, without a sword manual, or if one had studied this sword technique for more than 10 years, it would be an impossible thing to do. This Li Bitter, how did he do it? Their hearts were filled with disbelief. While Li Bitter laughed ha-ha and continued to kill with his long sword in hand, the biting sword chi contained intense poison, coupled with the fact that he knew the Divine Sword Villa's sword technique extremely well. For a while, the two bankers were actually in danger, and it was a bit anxious to see Yiling. Gongzi, please step in and help great-grandpa and the others. Yiling turned to Chu Xiu for help, but Chu Xiu stood with his arms folded and said indifferently, "Don't worry, your great-grandpa can't be considered a grandmaster if he's only of this caliber. As a generation of sword Dao masters, even if their swordsmanship was seen to be broken, they would not lose easily. Their understanding of the sword had surpassed the swordsmanship itself. What made Chu Xiu quite concerned was the sword technique that this Li Bitter used, which made him somewhat familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere. Sure enough, after a dozen moves, the Grand Banker regained his rhythm and adjusted his mindset. Even if his sword technique was broken, his cultivation was not a fake. With his long sword in his hand, his swordsmanship began to change. A dozen kinds of sword techniques were intermingled together, real and imaginary and real. Li Bitter was often able to see the cracks in it, and before he could strike, His sword technique had already changed, not giving him a chance to break his moves at all. Good. Good. What a great master of the divine sword villa. Worthy of being a famous sword Dao master. Li Bitter laughed. At this moment, a figure leapt out. Master Shuang, I'll come to help you. The person who had struck out was Lin Yi, the 7th in the human ranking. The opponent rushed towards Li Bitter. The two manner masters' faces changed slightly. Don't! Li Bitter sneered. I don't know how to die. He casually sent out a sword chi that landed on Lin Yi, and the other party immediately spat out blood and flew backwards. And the Grand Banker hurriedly caught him. He was just about to check his injuries for him when he saw Lin Yi steeply take out a dagger and directly stab him in the chest. What? The Grand Banker was stunned and became furious. He just wanted to strike, but he saw that Lin Yi took the opportunity to retreat, and Li Bitter's sword didn't really hurt him at all. The sudden change stunned everyone. The Grand Banker was stabbed in the chest, and immediately suffered a serious injury. If it was just the dagger, it was fine. The key was that the dagger contained a kind of poison, and when its toxin entered the body, it quickly swept through all the limbs and bones. Even a Grand Manor Master at the high realm of the Sovereign could not resist it. Li Bitter took advantage of this opportunity and laughed out loud as he struck out with the long sword in his hand. The venomous sword contained an eerie sword intent, as if it had transformed into a hideous poisonous dragon, stabbing out madly towards the Grand Banker. The ground cracked wherever the sword energy went. The second Manor Master wanted to stop it, but being in the middle realm of the Sovereign, he was forced out by the poisonous dragon-like sword chi as soon as he got close. As he watched the sword chi about to fall on the Grand Zhuang Master, two fingers suddenly poked out from the side like lightning, clamping that sword down. It could no longer come close by the slightest bit. What? When Li Bitter saw this, his pupils shrank. He looked at the owner of those two fingers, but it was a young man around 20. The other party was dressed in white. His appearance was handsome, and his eyebrows carried a faint noble aura. Such a young martial artist, who was able to advance to the innate level, had already claimed the phrase Heaven's Pride, but the other party, however, had also clamped his sword. Even the Sovereign High Realm couldn't do such a thing. Without saying a word, Li Bitter was about to draw his sword and retreat backwards. However, it was discovered that the sword that had been clamped by Chu Xiu was as if it had been clamped in an iron vise, and could not be withdrawn at all. He was shocked. How did this happen? Next, Chu Xiu's fingers moved slightly, and a strand of true qi burst out. Li Bitter only felt an incomparably powerful force sweeping over him, and the inimitable sword in his hand shattered inch by inch. His face changed drastically and he immediately let go of his sword and backed away, but it was still a step too slow. One of his arms was struck by that true qi and shattered on the spot. You? Who the hell are you? Li Bitter looked at Chu Xiu in horror. He had never seen such a terrifying person. Two fingers clamping down on his full-strength sword, and a random true qi crushing his own sword to aggravate his injury. This cultivation. Mo is not a supreme patriarch, but is there such a young supreme master in the world? Chu Xiu didn't reply, but instead walked behind the Grand Banker and landed a palm on the other party's back through the air, his true qi surging out. The dagger on the opponent's chest was instantly forced out. Even the intense poison in his body was expelled. The Grand Banker looked at Chu Xiu with shock and gratitude. Thank you, sir, for taking the plunge. It's just a matter of raising my hand, Chu Xiu said indifferently. Then, the Grand Villa Master, the second Villa Master, Yi Feng, and Yi Ling looked at Lin Yi with a gloomy expression. Lin Yi, you actually dared to betray the Divine Sword Villa. No wonder Li Bitter looks like he knows my Mountain Villa's sword technique like the back of his hand. It's you who leaked it, isn't it? Seeing that things were revealed, Lin Yi didn't hide anything and said, in fact, I didn't betray the Divine Sword Villa because I wasn't a person of the Divine Sword Villa from the beginning to the end, and my real name is Li Yi. Surname Li? How are you related to Li Bitter? I'm his father, Li Bitter said. You guys didn't expect it, did you? That the disciple you've worked so hard to cultivate is actually my son. Ha ha ha. He was immensely pleased with himself at the thought, and Chu Xiu remembered. No wonder, the sword technique you used yesterday when you struck out at me was Li Bitter's poison sword, right? Nice. Lin Yi nodded and looked at Chu Xiu with a hint of awe in his eyes. I didn't expect that you, a ruined prince, would actually have such cultivation. What? You're saying he's the abolished prince? Li Bitter was shocked. Right. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Does the royal family have their heads in the sand? A supreme master level crown prince. They actually just scrapped it? Li Bitter's doubts were also the doubts of everyone present. While Chu Yun was not far away, his face was a bit gloomy. He suddenly realized that Chu Xiu's existence would be a constant reminder to the people of the world that their royal family had personally scrapped a proud son of heaven. As long as Chu Xiu existed for one day, the people of the world would feel how foolish their royal family was. It would be a stain on their royal family. Chapter 17, The Underworld Organization. The Devil's Sword is now in the world. Abolished Prince Chu Xiu. Your strength is indeed beyond imagination. But unfortunately, I am not without a history. Have you ever heard of the Underworld? Li Bitter took out a blood-red token. The word Underworld was engraved on it. Seeing that token, everyone's faces changed drastically. What? Li Bitter is actually from the Underworld? The Spectre is actually the infamous Spectre. Now, the Divine Sword Villa is in trouble. Chu Xiu looked at the Grand Banker next to him and asked, "What is the Underworld?" Mr. Chu does not know. In the Great Zhou, in addition to the world-famous four great sects, there are also some evil and crooked paths, and this underworld is the most scrupulous and infamous one among these evil and crooked paths. The members of the underworld are unknown, and their stronghold is unknown. The only thing that is known is that the members of the underworld are all first-class experts, and a group of madmen who will stop at nothing and by any means in order to pursue the ultimate power. There was once a member of the underworld who, in order to practice an evil skill, slaughtered tens of thousands of people in a town overnight. There was also a member of the underworld who, in order to refine a potion, went so far as to use a child as a guide. The cruelty of their methods is horrendous. And I've also heard that there are even demonic members in the underworld. The Grand Master of the house narrated. Chu Xiu sniffed and realized. So that's how it is. In that case, the members of the underworld, everyone gets to kill them? That's true. But the underworld is too strong. There are very few people who dare to make an enemy of them, unless it's one of the four great sects. Even a Grand Master would have to be afraid of them. The Grand Sovereign laughed bitterly. Chu Xiu, look at these Jianghu people. All of them are afraid of the power of my underworld. Even if you have the cultivation of a supreme Grandmaster, if you are truly an enemy of my underworld, you will never be well off. So why do you have to risk your life for the sake of the Divine Sword Villa? If you leave here, how about we keep our hands off each other from now on? Li Bitter was holding the underworld token as if he was holding a gold medal to avoid death. Looking at Chu Xiu, he said proudly. Chu Xiu faintly said, "A year ago, I toured Jingzhou, once past a village, the village of 178 families, the old and weak, women and children, all were sucked dry essence blood, the deaths were gruesome, and I remembered it vividly. I originally thought that this was the work of demons, but now it seems that apart from demons, it could also be the work of your underworld. Did you do this matter? Drain the essence blood? In my underworld, there are indeed people practicing the devil's way bloodthirsty dharma. What are you asking for?" Li Bitter frowned. "I later had the 178 families of that village buried, and made a vow before their graves that if there were any clues to the murderer, I would avenge them even if I had to go to the Yellow Springs. Just for some villagers you've never met? Chu Xiu, are you stupid?" Li Bitter couldn't understand. Going against their underworld for some villagers they've never met? How in the world can anyone be so stupid? Who told me that I was still the crown prince at that time? Killing my people. Naturally I have to pay the price. Although I'm not now, but the oath I made, I still have to fulfill it. Chu Xiu said indifferently, and in the next second, his figure disappeared. When he reappeared, he had already arrived in front of Li Bitter. The opponent's face changed wildly, and without his sword, he slapped out a palm with his left hand with all his might. It landed on Chu Xiu's chest, but with a click, the force of the recoil was shattering his entire arm. What's going on? Being hit by his own full force, unharmed, his own arm was shattered instead? What kind of cultivation is this? Chu Xiu probed his hand and grabbed Li Bitter's neck, lift the opponent in midair like a chicken. Seeing this, Lin Yi on the other side wanted to counterattack, but he saw Chu Xiu glancing at him. His true chi was sent out through the air, and before the other party could even get close, his entire body flew backwards as if he was hit by a huge mountain, and smashed into the wall. Looking closely, it was already bursting with sinews and bones and died on the spot. It was actually killed by a glare. "My son!" Li Bitter let out a cry of sorrow. "Oh, so people like you would actually shed tears over affection?" Chu Xiu looked at him and said indifferently. Then he turned his words around and said indifferently, "Then, those innocent people you killed, have you ever thought that they also have wives and children? Chu Xiu, they are nothing but a bunch of pariahs. In this world of the weak and the strong, without force, this is their greatest original sin." Li Bitter still doesn't feel that he's wrong. Chu Xiu didn't argue with him either, and even nodded his head in agreement. You are right, the weak is strong, but unfortunately, I am much stronger than you now. After saying that, he threw Leadbitter towards the sky, then he raised his hand and aimed it at him through the air, and the other party was instantly fixed in mid-air, as if he was grabbed by a large invisible hand. Chu Xiu's 5 fingers gradually closed, and the majestic true qi that enveloped Leadbitter began to squeeze inward, causing Leadbitter's body to emit creaking sounds. Ah! With a miserable scream, Leadbitter's tendons and bones began to shatter inch by inch. Eventually, his body burst open abruptly, turned into a mist of blood. Internal organs, blood and flesh, splattered on the ground. Following a rain of blood and flesh, the crowd swallowed hard as they watched. Pinch and burst a sect master high realm in the air. This cultivation level, is it really just a zongshi? The crowd was in a bit of disbelief. For a while, the gazes of everyone present looking at Chu Xiu were tinged with a strong sense of awe, while some, with yearning and admiration. Such a heavenly pride, if he's still the royal prince and ascends to the throne in the future, along with his Wentao. I don't know how powerful Great Zhou will be. Yeah, the royal family is stupid. Suddenly, inside the Divine Sword Villa, a blood-colored beam of light suddenly shot up into the sky. The beam of light penetrated within the lower dome of the sky, and the blood-colored light rendered the clouds, actually causing the sky to turn a blood-colored. The terrifying atmosphere caused the faces of the people present to change slightly. My goodness! What? What is this? The sky actually turned red? What the hell? And the Divine Sword Villa's Villa Master thought of something and his pupils shrank. No! Something happened to Sinking Sword Lake. They immediately rushed to the source of the blood-colored beam. Chu Xiu looked at the beam of light. His eyes flashed, born with a vision. Either there is a treasure present, or there is a demon haunting the Sinking Sword Lake. What is that place? He looked at Yi Ling next to him. The other party said, the Sinking Sword Lake is the forbidden land of my Divine Sword Villa. It is said that before the first AZ, the sword weapons that failed to be refined within my Divine Sword Villa would be thrown into the Sinking Sword Lake. But something happened AZ ago, and ever since then the Sinking Sword Lake has been classified as forbidden land, and no one is allowed to enter it, except for the owner of the villa. What is it? I'm not sure. Yi Ling shook her head. Chu Xiu also followed in the direction of Sinking Sword Lake. Before they even got close, they found a blood-colored sword qi erupting steeply, and in the next second, the 3 bankmasters who had been heading to the Sinking Sword Lake were all sent flying by the sword qi. All of them were spitting blood from their mouths, with thick panic still in their eyes. The Devil Sword. That Devil Sword has appeared again after 1,000 years. The Devil Sword has appeared in the world. The living are in danger. A great calamity is coming. Chu Xiu was a little surprised at what he heard. Is that so exaggerated? Chapter 18 The Sword of the Most Holy versus the Sword of the Most Devil. The living Devil's Sword. Magic Sword. That magic sword has appeared. The Grand Banker looked at the pitch-black demonic qi with some horror. In the next second, a blood-red sword light stabbed towards him at extreme speed. That golden light was cold and overwhelming, giving people a feeling of shivering, and the Grand Banker had a feeling of being unable to avoid it when he saw that flying sword light. He was already locked by that eerie sword intent. Clang! Suddenly, that blood-red sword light in the air seems to collide with gold and iron in one piece, emitting the sound of gold and iron. The Grand Banker looked at the scene in front of him with some dismay. In front of him, a sword appeared. A nearly transparent sword. The sword, shimmering in the light, bright and clear. It was this sword that blocked the blood-colored sword light. And the person holding the sword was none other than Chu Xiu. The Grand Banker was a bit surprised. What kind of sword is this? It is actually nearly a transparent sword. Such a casting process is truly divine. Looking again at the sword-wielding Chu Xiu, the shadow-bearer in his hand gently moved. That blood-red sword light collapsed. An ancient sword with a blood-red body and a black hilt for the sword lattice was revealed. There was a blood groove on the ancient sword, adding a bit more hideousness to the sword. Next, the ancient sword flew backward and was held by an old man dressed in black robes with white hair. The old man glanced at the ancient sword in Chu Xiu's hand and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. To be able to block the black flame, that sword of yours is extraordinary. Chu Xiu ignored the old man and instead looked at the Grand Manor Master and said indifferently, Grand Manor Master, would you be able to explain this for me? The Grand Manor Master nodded and said, this old man is a swordmaker who defected from my Divine Sword Villa 1,000 years ago. That black flame demon's sword in his hand, on the other hand, is the strongest sword that he and many of the sword makers from my Divine Sword Villa have forged together. But this sword is too fierce and too cruel. There is a harm to heaven and harmony. the sword into the time. Black inflammation devouring everything around. Dozens of sword makers, life scattered on the spot. Only this man survived. Later, the former owner, in order to prevent this sword scourge of the people, intended to destroy it, but the sword is too strong, difficult to destroy. Therefore, it was abandoned within the sinking sword lake and was suppressed by the sword intent of the lord of the manor in every generation. And this person's intention to control the black flame demon sword was unsuccessful, and he rebelled out of the divine sword villa, not expecting that he would make a comeback today. If I'm not mistaken, that lead bitter is the one he found to distract us so that he can have the chance to sneak into the sinking sword lake to get the sword. That white-haired old man smiled faintly. Not bad. Lead bitter is only recently joined the underworld. He has a grudge against the divine sword villa. After hearing about my plan, he did not hesitate to join. Just that I did not expect to come out with such a variable as you. Abandoned prince. Why do you want to drip this muddy water? He looked toward Chu Xiu, and a trace of scorn showed in his eyes. The other party had just blocked a strike from the black flame demon sword, and just this hand alone was enough to prove that his strength was even more above the Grand Manor Master. Ha! The sword of the supreme demon. Interesting. As Chu Xiu looked at the black flame demon sword, the corner of his mouth rose slightly, and he suddenly thought of the first of the 10 famous swords, the sword of the sacred Tao. Xian Yuan. What will happen when this sword of the most devil collides with the sword of the most holy? Thinking of this, he took the shadow-bearing sword back into his system space. The crowd was stunned as they watched the sword in his hand suddenly disappear. Is this item that disappeared out of thin air a rumored storage magic weapon? The white-haired old man's eyes lit up. A magic weapon, as the name suggests, is something that possesses arcane power. A storage magic weapon was the most famous of the many magic weapons. Very rare. The manufacturing process is incredibly complex, and not many people in the world today know how to do it. Every storage artifact was considered priceless. Even a supreme grandmaster might blush at the sight of such a thing. The white-haired old man hadn't thought that Chu Xiu actually had this good thing on him. Could it be that the other party had brought it out from the royal family? Thinking of the royal family's heritage, the white-haired old man felt that it wasn't impossible. The moment he saw Chu Xiu retracting his sword, the white-haired old man seized this break and didn't care why Chu Xiu was meddling in his affairs with the divine sword villa. The black flame demon sword in his hand stabbed out at extreme speed. The sword light was scarlet, with black flames mixed in. This sword was a stone-cold shock, even if it was a supreme grandmaster. Facing this black flame demon sword that was stabbing at extreme speeds and had completely exploded in power would not necessarily be able to block it. However, in Chu Xiu's hand, a golden light suddenly flashed. Next, an ancient golden longsword slowly emerged. The moment that sword appeared, a holy and majestic intent spread out in all directions at once, and the pitch-black demonic sword chi that had shrouded half of the divine sword villa was actually swept away, and the heavens and earth were restored to clarity. Next, with a resounding clang, the sword of the most fiendish and the sword of the most holy collided together, accompanied by a sound that sounded as if it was wailing. That black flame demon sword actually had a crack chipped out of its blade. The white-haired old man couldn't believe it when he saw the scene and quickly backed away. Then looked carefully at the sword in Chu Xiu's hand. Ancient, holy, the sword body engraved with the sun, moon and stars on one side engraved with mountains, rivers, grass and trees, and at the hilt of the sword, one side engraved with the art of farming and animal husbandry, and the other side engraved with the policy of unification of the 4 seas. The white-haired old man and a few masters of the sacred sword mountain villa, they have never seen such a sword, so holy that it gives them the feeling of topsy-turvy worship. What kind of sword is this? How in the world could there be such a sword? The white-haired old man was a sword maker, and because of that, he could see how incredible Regulus was. That sword, it wasn't even held by a mortal. It is simply not cast where earthly skill lies. This sword can only be forged by the gods. Looking at the crumbling to the devil's sword, Chu Xiu was silent for a moment. Comparing the sword in your hand to the Xian Yuan sword, I was wrong. How can a sword made on earth be on par with Regulus? Take Regulus and fight. It's too bullying. Chu Xiu silently put the Regulus sword back, and even if it was just a glimpse, Regulus had already left an indelible impression in the minds of all the swordsmen present. They felt that in their entire lives, they would never come across another sword that was more perfect and more desirable than that one. The big banker even felt that in front of that sword, all the so-called famous swords and precious swords he had seen in the past were all garbage. Perhaps only the first in the list of famous swords, the sword of the Son of Heaven, which was held by the Emperor of Zhou and represented the power of the Emperor. had the slightest possibility of being comparable to it. The Grand Master of the house has never seen that heavenly sword either. That was all he could guess. And the white-haired old man looked at the black inflammation magic sword that crumbled out of his hand. His mind was also a bit crumbled. He had drawn and camped for so many years, in order to get this magic sword. But now, the magic sword was crumbled just after he got his hands on it? It was completely unacceptable to him. Impossible. You are the strongest sword I have forged. How could you be so fragile? Impossible. Impossible. A red light appeared in the white-haired old man's eyes. Next, only to see that the crumbling black flame demon sword had black flames burning, and those flames gradually covered the white-haired old man, actually starting to extract his life essence. With the flow of life essence, the cracks on the black inflammation magic sword are actually automatically repaired, and this magic sword is actually like a living thing. Chapter 19, 10,000 Sword Submission. Crush the demonic sword. After the devil's sword absorbed the white-haired old man's life essence, it was actually repaired, as if it was a living thing. A scene that caused the heart palpitations of the Grand Manor Master and the others. It really is a magic sword. This sword, it's terrifying. Why doesn't Mr. Chu take out that sword from just now again and completely destroy this demonic sword? Or is it that that sword cannot be used casually? In fact, after seeing the black flame demon sword recover on its own, Chu Xiu also had a hint of surprise, but it was only a hint. He wasn't thinking of continuing with Regulus either. After all, without using any blades, he could easily solve the problem. He's too strong now. The 10 black flame demon swords were all null and void in front of him. The white-haired old man who had his essence sucked looked even older, but his eyes were scarlet, as if he had fallen into some kind of madness. He laughed madly and steeply leapt up, while behind him, within the sinking sword lake, it suddenly began to boil. Endless grievances rose to the sky. Accompanying this, a broken sword weapon broke through the water, as if summoned by the black flame demon sword. These swords hovered in the sky, aiming at several of the manor masters, and even all the swordsmen present. Not good. These swords within the sinking sword lake are actually affected by the black flame demon sword's sword chi, and have actually accumulated over time, giving birth to such a strong resentment. The Grand Banker's face changed. The white-haired old man laughed out loud. For so many years, the Divine Sword Villa has thrown all of the swords that failed in refining into the sinking sword lake. Have you guys ever thought that these failed swords are also swords? Swords are fierce weapons. They were forged to kill, to fight. But you guys, you didn't even give them a chance. You just threw them into the sinking sword lake. The swords have a spirit, and they are even more affected by the black flame demon sword. The resentment they have accumulated is already enough to destroy the entire Excalibur Villa. The white-haired old man raised the black flame demon sword in his hand high, then swung it down steeply. Tens of thousands of broken sword weapons, like torrential rain pouring down, were mixed with endless grievances, as if they had transformed into an evil dragon that wanted to tear down everything. When the many swordsmen saw this scene, they only felt palpitations and chills. In front of this kind of might, one actually did not even have the courage to draw his sword. But suddenly, a burst of sword intent suddenly spread out. Shasta! The endless number of broken sword weapons all stopped in mid-air, as if time had stopped. The scene in front of them caused the crowd to suck in a breath of cold air. What's going on? Then they perceived the source of the sword intent, which was none other than Chu Xiu, who was standing with his arms folded, and Chu Xiu's sword intent was still rising, getting stronger and stronger. Gradual. The long swords in the hands of everyone present all resonated. Such a vision reminded them of the 10,000 swords resonance vision that happened yesterday. And Chu Xiu, too, happened to be here yesterday. At this moment, it dawned on them. So it is. The source of the 10,000 sword resonance. So it's him. Heavens, 10,000 swords resonating together. Isn't this something that only a Sword Dao Supreme Patriarch can do? He is a Sword Dao Supreme Patriarch? Oh my god. This is too scary. Suddenly, an even more shocking scene occurred. The long swords in their hands suddenly flew out of their scabbards uncontrollably and surrounded Chu Xiu's surroundings, like 10,000 swords worshipping a monarch. This scene is not the resonance of 10,000 swords. Instead, it's a step up. 10,000 swords submit. And there is only one person who can do that. Kendo Celestial. Everyone had been dumbfounded, including the Grand Banker. All of them were jaw-dropped. Patriarch, Celestial Man. Even if it is a Supreme Great Patriarch and Celestial Man, there is only a gap of one realm. And that is a difference between clouds and mud. He's not a Patriarch. He's a Celestial. The Grand Banker's tone was tinged with trembling. In his thoughts, Chu Xiu was very young. being his own sure at such a young age, the other party could definitely achieve the celestial realm in the future. But that's the future, not the present. Now that's a celestial being. That future. The great banker did not dare to imagine what Chu Xiu's future would be like. Steeply, a rumored realm surfaced in his mind. Land immortals. Are they in the process of witnessing a future land god? After the seventh prince Chu Yun saw that Chu Xiu was actually a celestial, he had been so frightened that his face was so pale that he almost fainted on the spot. Celestial? He's actually a celestial? No way. This has to be some kind of blindfold, right? Chu Yun could not believe the scene that was happening in front of him. If Chu Xiu is really a celestial being, the royal family actually reduced a celestial to a commoner? Even Chu Yun himself had to feel that the royal family was stupid enough. He didn't dare to imagine just how wonderful that fatherly expression of his own would be once this matter was rumored back to the royal capital. However, the one who was under the most pressure right now was the white-haired old man holding the black flame demon sword. Looking at the sword intent emanating from Chu Xiu's body, his pupils shrank and he was horrified by it. But very quickly, it was replaced by madness again. I don't believe there is such a young celestial in the world. This must be a fake. It must be a fake. Black flame demon sword. Chop for me. The white-haired old man swung out an incomparably overbearing, flame-burning pitch-black sword chi that chopped straight toward Chu Xiu. However, he saw Chu Xiu's expression unmoving as he condensed his sword finger and casually waved it. Scatter! With an indifferent drink, that overbearing sword chi dispersed in heaven and earth on the spot. Then, he aimed his 5 fingers at the white-haired old man through the air. An invisible true chi gushed out, transforming into a large invisible hand that cupped the other party. The black flame demonic chi in the opponent's hand was burning pitch-black flames, as if it wanted to help the white-haired old man break free from his bonds. Chu Xiu indifferently said, "This sword is not allowed in the world." He clenched his 5 fingers slightly, and his true chi began to squeeze inward. Cracks began to appear in the black flame demon sword. The white-haired old man became anxious and said loudly, "No, don't! You can kill me, but don't you destroy this sword. This sword, you can take it for yourself. It's a sword that shakes the ancient world. With it, you can definitely traverse the world, unite the world." He actually valued the magic sword more than his own life. He has gone mad. Or perhaps those words were lured out of him by that magic sword. Chu Xiu didn't care as he faintly said, "Without that sword, I can still run the world." Just kidding. You have all 10 famous swords yourself. Any one of them is no worse than that magic sword. Regulus was still more than 10 times stronger than the other party. Where does he need this sword? Along with his 5 fingers gripping with force, the black flame demon sword, inch by inch, crumbled and turned into pieces on the ground, while the white-haired old man's body also abruptly exploded. One man, one magic sword, both destroyed. As for Chu Xiu, from the beginning to the end, he acted as if he had a cloudy appearance, only to see him wave his sleeve. The swords that surrounded the circumference flew back one by one, inserted back within the scabbards of the swordsman. The skillful control of the true chi of the sword was simply breathtaking. Let's just say, truly worthy of being a sword Dao Celestial. Only the Grand Manor Master glanced at the fragments of the black flame demon sword on the ground, and his eyes grew more and more shocked. The material of this black flame demon sword is extremely special, and in the past, in order to destroy this sword, the previous Manor Master had invited a Celestial to take action, and was unable to destroy even a single bit of it. But now, it was crushed hard with his true chi. This is not something that ordinary Celestials can do. His cultivation, in the end, what level has he reached? Peak Celestial? Perfection? Or maybe, the other side has really reached that realm? No, it's impossible. It's too scary. Of all the people present, only the Grand Banker knew that Chu Xiu was 10 times more terrifying than what everyone present had imagined. Chapter 20, Sword Out Like a Dragon. White Jiao Dragon. After Chu Xiu crushed the devil sword with his true chi, the surrounding devil chi immediately dispersed. The entire Excalibur Villa, with that, regained its peace. Only, this wasn't the end. This time Chu Xiu killed Li Bitter and destroyed the white-haired old man. He had already formed a bond with the entire underworld, but he wasn't scared at all. On the contrary, Chu Xiu felt that he was walking the rivers and lakes, aimlessly and somewhat bored. How about setting yourself a small goal? For example, it's good to overthrow the underworld, which is feared by everyone in the jungle. Many thanks to your excellency for your righteousness in helping us. I, the Divine Sword Villa, cannot thank you enough. And in the future, no matter what your excellency's dispatches are, we will certainly listen. the Grand Manor Master said with a solemn expression. When Chu Yun, who was not far away, heard this, he was that jealous inside. He himself wanted to subdue the Divine Sword Villa for his own use, and had exhausted all sorts of methods to no avail. But Chu Xiu casually did it. But when he thought of the strength the other party had displayed, he was speechless. A martial arts celestial so young. How did he do that? Ha! Inside Chu Yun's heart, he was filled with disbelief. Chu Xiu waved his hand in the face of the Grand Manor Master's gesture of goodwill and said indifferently, no defense, just a show of hands. The crowd couldn't help but twitch the corners of their mouths as they heard this. What a show of hands! Kill the patriarch, destroy the devil's sword. This kind of thing was as difficult as heaven for other people, but for him it was just a matter of lifting his hand. It was just different when a martial arts celestial spoke, because of the magic sword thing. This time, the sword discussion conference was not able to continue. As for the belonging of that divine sword Cold Star, the crowd no longer cares. They are now more concerned about Chu Xiu's strength. A ruined prince is actually a martial arts celestial. This news, with the divine sword villa as the center, quickly spread towards the whole Jianghu. Some people don't believe it. Some people are shocked. Some people were so excited they were about to cry. Inside and in, 3 or 2 Jianghu guests gathered together, was talking about the great events that had happened in the Jianghu recently. One of the men in green shirt laughed to say that the recent great events in the Jianghu, there are no more than 2. The first is the White Woman, a man and a sword overthrew the Iron Sword sect, the strong top of the human list of the first thing. Some people regarded the woman in white as the most eye-catching female master of the sword in the past 10 years in the Jianghu Lake, and also gave her the title of White Scaly Dragon. As the name suggests, this woman is always dressed in white, and her sword is like a dragon coming out of the water. When the crowd heard this, they scared. That Iron Sword sect master, whose cultivation is at least innate, was killed by that white Jiaolong just like that? It can't be helped. Although that woman is of first grade, the skill of her sword is so high that she can kill an innate with a first grade. The elder of the Ling Xiao Sword Pavilion has seen that white Jiaolong make a sword strike, and has asserted that in less than 3 years, there will be a female sword Dao master in the Jianghu Lake. The green-shirt man said. The crowd sniffed, and a hint of longing passed through their eyes. And what's the second big thing? This second major event, related to the court and related to the Jianghu, is about the abolition of Crown Prince Chu Xiu. The green-shirt man laughed. This statement was made. At the next table, a white-clothed woman who was drinking and wearing a bucket hat with a sword hanging from her waist suddenly paused for a moment as she played with her wineglass. And the man in the green shirt continued, abolished Crown Prince Chu Xiu. Everyone knows about it, even though he colluded with an enemy demoness and was placed on the charge of collaborating with the enemy and treason by the emperor. But what he did in the past is clear to everyone. I won't go into all those deeds. What I am going to say is about this person's martial arts. All along, everyone has felt that the abolitionist prince has the talent of warping the heavens and the earth, and that he is a bright ruler who was able to settle the people and rule the country and open up new frontiers. But as for his martial Dao, it has always been ignored. But after he was invalidated, this person went to the Divine Sword Villa, but he killed the patriarch with one hand, and his sword intent triggered the submission of 10,000 swords, demonstrating a heavenly cultivation in the way of the sword. The crowd was beyond clamoring. Are you kidding me? Martial Dao can't be achieved quickly. How old is Chu Xiu? He's actually a martial Dao celestial? That's blowing the roof off. Yeah, where is that possible? Not bad, never. The green-shirted man shook his head and said, I, like everyone else, feel that this matter is too unbelievable. But many of the swordsmen who left the Divine Sword Villa have all spoken their minds. Could it be that they could still join together to deceive us? Why not? A big man stood up and said loudly, Chu Xiu is a sinner who collaborates with the enemy and traitors the country. What is there that he can't do? I think he just went to the Divine Sword Villa and used some kind of blindfold to make everyone think that he is a celestial, because that's the only way to distract the crowd from the fact that he's collaborating with the enemy and committing treason. Humph, that kind of thing will only fool you idiots. Martial Way Celestial, thanks to you all for believing in it. The big man smiled disdainfully. As a matter of fact, there were quite a few people who thought the same way as this big man. After all, the Celestials were all legendary figures who had been famous for many years in the Jianghu. Each one of them was a terrifying existence that was enough to stir up the wind and rain in the Jianghu, and could make the Jianghu vibrate when they stomped their feet. It was a realm that countless martial artists dreamed of and spent their entire lives pursuing. Chu Xiu, a young waif, a ruined prince who had previously been pampered in the royal family and had never experienced the storms of the Jianghu, was actually a celestial being? How can this be acceptable to the jungle people? Before he was abolished, he was the eldest son of the emperor, the future crown prince. Still a martial arts celestial after being scrapped? How can one person take all the good things? If it's true, God is not too fair. Oh, from what you said, you have a big opinion of Chushio. At this moment, the white-clothed woman wearing a bucket hat said indifferently. The big man sniffed and snorted lightly. A person who collaborates with the enemy and traitors to the country. But anyone who is a member of my great Joe should despise him. Everyone should even be executed. Committing treason. Ha! What a committing treason! He is obviously the crown prince, and he is extremely prestigious in the courtroom, ordering the group of ministers, and no one dares to disobey. He amended the code of laws, which led to a significant reduction in the number of wrongful convictions. Crops were improved and the people no longer had to suffer from famine. To quell rebellions, suppress roving bandits, and treat floods, he is like a god in the people. And some people have even erected a monument and a shrine for him. And everyone thinks that he will be the greatest ancient and wise ruler ever in the history of the great Joe. You tell me that he will collaborate with the enemy and betray the country? What reason does he have for committing treason? The woman in white narrated the story, making the crowd speechless. The big man was the same, but he still kept his mouth shut and coldly grunted. This is His Majesty's ruling. Do you also dare to question it? His Majesty's ruling. Ha! Funny, I think it's that His Majesty who scorned the crown prince and reduced him to a commoner. The woman in white laughed lightly. You speak for the abolished crown prince so much and question His Majesty. I see that you and the abolished crown prince are just one and the same. I'll kill you first, then find the abolition prince and cut him into 1,000 pieces. Let everyone see what happens to people who collaborate with enemies and traitors. The big man couldn't say anything about the woman in white and suddenly struck out. The long knife was sheathed, and the light of the knife was like a pike. A hint of coldness flowed out of the white-clothed woman's eyes as she sheathed her long sword at her waist. It was accompanied by a clear and pleasant sound of a dragon's roar. A flash of blood bloomed. Then, the long sword in the woman's hand had returned to its sheath. Looking at the big man again, the long sword in his hand clanged and broke. A blood scar emerged on his neck. Blood sprayed out like mist, and he died on the spot. The sword comes out like a dragon. You're a white scaly dragon. The green-shirted man looked at the woman in white and sucked in a breath of cold air. Chapter 21, The 5 Realms of the Sword Tao. Your Excellency, you are truly a man of God. You're the white scaly dragon. The green-shirted man couldn't help but look at the white-clothed woman in amazement. By Jiao Long, a young rookie who had recently risen to fame in the Jianghu, with a sword like a dragon, and had wiped out the entire Iron Sword sect in one fell swoop some time ago. Cultivation is at the peak of the 1st grade, yet he can kill the innate. It is also the top of the human list today. What white scaly dragon? Talking like I'm some kind of demon or devil. Auntie, my name is Bai Yu, not Bai Jiao Long. Bai Yu said indifferently. Then without looking at the body of the big man on the ground, he paid for the drinks and turned around to leave for the pier. She's going to the Excalibur Villa. Wrong. Your sword should have gone up 3 more points. Inside the lodge, Chu Fix was instructing Yi Ling in swordplay, under the strong retention of a few of the manor masters. He promised to stay within the mountain villa for a few more days, during which time, he would instruct Yi Ling in swordplay when he had the time. After all, there was the 9 orifices sword heart. These sword techniques of the Divine Sword Villa were just as simple as 1 + 1 in his opinion, so simple that he could casually comprehend them. Under his guidance, Yi Ling's sword cultivation skyrocketed. Her admiration for Chu Xiu went up a notch with it. At this point, the Grand Banker walked up, a sword still in his hand. That was the prize for the sword discussion conference, the Divine Sword Cold Star. The Grand Manor Master said, Duke Chu, you helped my Divine Sword Villa through a great calamity. We have nothing to show for it, so we can only give you this sword. Chu Xiu glanced at it. The Cold Star was indeed an unrivaled sword, but alas, it's useless to him. Each of his 10 famous swords is much stronger than this one. This sword is useless to me, so why don't you give it to Yi Ling? I have gifted this sword to you. It's yours. You can give it to whoever you want. Yi Ling, why don't you thank you more? The Grand Master of the house said. Yi Ling hastily took the sword and half-kneeled on the ground. Thank you, Your Excellency, for the sword. Chu Xiu shook his head helplessly. When I was the Crown Prince, a group of people knelt on my knees without moving. Now that I'm not the Crown Prince anymore, why are you still kneeling? Get up. The Grand Villa Master hesitated for a moment, then solemnly said, My lord, if you wish, I, Divine Sword Villa, am willing to be driven by you. He didn't say it outright, but Chu Xiu understood what he meant. If you want to kill your way back to the king's capital and reclaim the throne, Excalibur Villa, willing to help themselves. It's a promise that must not be made. It was also a sign of the Divine Sword Villa's defection to Chu Xiu. However, Chu Xiu smiled faintly. No need. The way I am now, free and unrestrained, not having to be burdened by politics, it's quite good. Your Excellency's spontaneity is admirable to us. The Grand Banker lamented. The supreme right, Chu Xiu said, to give it up. This heart is indeed very human. He believed that with Chu Xiu's prestige in the imperial court, the civil society, coupled with his own celestial cultivation, to develop a little power in the Jianghu, it won't take more than a few years. The other side could definitely kill their way back to the royal capital and regain the throne. But the other side, they don't want it. Or, a mere imperial throne that he didn't give a damn about? Your Excellency is sprightly and disdains the imperial throne. Only, I'm afraid the current emperor won't think so, the Grand Banker added. What he thinks is none of my business. Chu Xiu shook his head. Since the moment he was relegated to the status of a commoner, his kinship with Emperor Zhou had been buried by the other party's hand. The Grand Banker no longer continued to talk about this sensitive topic, but instead changed the subject and asked, just now, the Duke said that Cold Star is useless to you. It can be seen that Cold Star is not worth mentioning in the eyes of your Excellency. I wonder what kind of divine sword is in the eyes of your Excellency. He thought of Regulus. That sword, although it was only a glimpse, in his mind, that sword was the existence that truly deserved the word divine sword. Bring up the topic. He was also wanting to take another look at Regulus, but Chu Xiu smiled faintly. In my eyes, what kind of sword, doesn't matter. What matters is, the person holding the sword. For example, I can defeat all the world's swordsmen holding famous swords even if I am holding a blade of grass. His comments are arrogant to the core. His tone, however, was calm, as if he were stating a fact. Thinking of the other party's strength, the Grand Banker was actually speechless. Next to Yi Ling, a hint of yearning flowed from her eyes. Holding a blade of grass can defeat all the swordsmen in the world. What kind of sword realm is that? Ha! Grass and trees as swords make you so desirous? Then wouldn't the higher level of no sword over sword scare you to death? Chu Xiu faintly laughed. The Grand Zhuang master next to him had a stirring in his heart and quickly asked, grass and trees are swords? No sword is better than a sword? What are these sayings? This is a division of the sword Dao realm of my own creation, Chu Xiu said casually. In his mind, when he read martial arts novels in his previous life, the Dokoroku Kusha greatly soared Dao 5 realms, and now that he had the 9 tricks sword heart, he had a deeper sense of understanding. May I hear it? The Grand Banker said with a thirst for knowledge. Well, then I will talk to you. In my eyes, the world's swordway is roughly divided into 5 realms. The first realm, sharp sword. This realm is only the pursuit of the sword's power. The moves are one-dimensional, no changes, is the inferior. Second realm, soft sword. This realm has already mastered its own swordsmanship to the point of perfection, and has begun to pursue change. With a fickle and self-contained swordsmanship, it can be called medium. The sword masters in the Jianghu are roughly in this realm. Third realm, heavy sword. The so-called heavy sword has no edge, and great dexterity. This realm's swordsman's sword changes have reached the extreme, no longer pursuing changes, but returning to the basics. Every move has great power. Fourth realm, wooden sword. It's what I just said, not being stagnant. Every blade of grass and tree can be a sword. This realm is superior. And the fifth realm, swordless. In this realm, no sword is better than a sword. No sword in the hand, a sword in the heart. A person is a sword. Wherever the sword's intent goes, it's indestructible. Chu Xiu narrated. The Grand Master of the house was mesmerized by what he heard. The 5 realms of the sword Dao. This was a theory he had never come across before. He had never thought that there were actually people in the world who were able to summarize the way of the sword to such a point, and that this 5 realms encompassed most of the swordsmen in Jianghu. It's simply divine. Chu Xiu continued. This 5 realms of sword Dao only includes most of the swordsmen, and there are some swordsmen that are divided outside of these 5 realms, such as the fast sword. A sword that is fast to the extreme is a sword outside of the 5 realms. And then there are, for example, the sentient sword, the sentient sword. These sword paths are special and cannot be encompassed by the 5 realms. The Grand Banker swallowed his saliva and said, that said, but how many people in the world can learn those special sword paths that your Excellency is talking about? Most of the swordsmen are just practicing sword techniques step by step to refine their cultivation, including me. What you said about the 5 realms of the Sword Dao is the supreme truth for us, a path to heaven to reach the peak of the Sword Dao. This 5 realms, if publicized, your son's name, will remain in the annals of history, and will be remembered throughout the ages. You are worthy of being the master of the world's Sword Dao. The Grand Manner Master was becoming more and more respectful towards Chu Xiu. Yi Ling on the side was also dumbfounded along with her as she murmured, Gongzi, you are truly a godly man. Chapter 22 Yi Ling, whose strength has greatly improved. Shu Nishan, who was preparing to seize the throne. My lord, you are truly a man of God. Once again, that thought surfaced in Yi Ling's mind. Are the royals out of their minds? Why relegate such an amazing talent to the common people? They are personally burying the chance to unify the 5 kingdoms. It's just a few epiphanies. What godly man or not? Chu Xiu shook his head and smiled. At this moment, the Grand Banker suddenly knelt on the ground. Your Excellency, I have an ungrateful request. Say, the theory of the 5 realms of Sword Dao that Your Excellency spoke of is truly amazing. This statement of the 5 realms, if it were to be circulated, it would be enough to allow countless swordsmen in the world to embark on a path to the heavens. It's enough to make Your Excellency's name in the annals of martial arts history. I would like to compile this 5 realms of Sword Dao into a book, and try to use it in the Divine Sword Villa first. It's the Grand Master's selfishness. If the saying of the 5 realms could be circulated in the Divine Sword Villa, it would definitely allow the strength of the disciples of the Divine Sword Villa to rise a notch. And after this, the 5 realms saying was bound to spread to the Jianghu. The entire Jianghu's swordsmanship would thus gain great progress. However, the Divine Sword Villa had already taken a step ahead at this point, and in the future, there might not be no chance of replacing the Lingxiao sword sect and becoming the #1 sword path sect in the Great Zhou. It's just some theory. You can use it if you want. It was true that Chu Xiu didn't care much. As good as the theory is, it depends on who is using it. Just like the sword. If you want to become a real master, you can't rely on theory alone. However, it is also true that this theory has been able to show the way forward for countless fencers. From now on, his Chu Xiu's name would be engraved in the annals of martial arts history. That's not a bad thing. Thank you, Your Excellency. Your Excellency's great justice, the Grand Banker said excitedly. At this time, 3rd Zhuang Master Yi Feng arrived and looked at the kneeling Grand Zhuang Master and couldn't help but wonder. Big brother, what are you doing here? Worshipping? He thought that the Grand Manner Master wanted to worship Chu Xiu as his master. Learn that method of accomplishing the heavenly man of the way of the sword. And the Grand Manner Master smiled faintly at his words. Worship. It's not bad to say so. The Gongzi, indeed, calls himself our teacher. Wait for the 5 realms of the Sword Dao to completely circulate. Chu Xiu is not only their teacher. More than that, it is the teacher of all those who study the 5 realms. 3rd Estate Master, is something wrong? Chu Xiu asked. Yi Feng nodded. Yes, Mr. Chu, someone is looking for you. Who? 3rd on the human list, disciple of the Ling Xiao sword sect, Lu Ofei. Chu Xiu was a bit confused. Who is this person and what is he looking for me for? He's going to challenge the Duke. Chu Xiu froze. Why are you challenging me? Now that Gongzi has gained fame in the Jianghu and the name of the heavenly man of the Sword Dao is spread, this Lu Ofei didn't believe it, so he came to the door to challenge him. The corner of Chu Xiu's mouth twitched slightly. Come and challenge me if you don't believe? The jungle people are like that now. Yi Feng said helplessly. My lord, let me dispatch him. Yi Ling said. During this period of time under Chu Xiu's guidance, she had skyrocketed and was in need of an opponent to test her cultivation. This Lu Ofei came just in time. Yi Ling took the divine sword Cold Star that had just arrived and walked out of the gate of the mountain villa, and saw Lu Ofei, who was dressed in black with arrogance between his eyebrows. The other party frowned when they saw it was Yi Ling coming. Where's Chu Xiu? You're not qualified to fight the Duke yet. Win me first. Humph. Yi Ling, you're only the 27th on the human ranking, and I'm the 3rd on the human ranking. How can you be my opponent? Don't disgrace yourself. How do you know unless you try? Yi Ling lightly grunted, then attacked with her sword. Lu Ofei was not ambiguous and drew his sword on the spot. Both sides' sword strokes were executed, and the clanging sound was like rain hitting bananas endlessly. After a few moves, Lu Ofei was surprised to find that the subtlety of Yi Ling's swordsmanship was actually far above what he had imagined, and he was actually vaguely at a disadvantage. I was the one who underestimated you. Lu Ofei let out a low gulp and exerted his full strength. The sword chi was continuous, just like the returning wind brushing the willow. However, Yi Ling was not panicked. His long sword stabbed out like a stream of light, striking directly on top of Luo Fei's sword body with a resounding sound, breaking the other party's sword chi and forcing him to withdraw. While the other party was not yet convinced and continued to strike, Yi Ling hummed lightly, likewise not in fear. After another dozen moves, the long sword in Luo Fei's hand was directly knocked out. Yi Ling's sword was on his neck. The cold star sword chi gulped and cut a tiny sword mark on his neck. Luo Fei's face was gloomy. I can't believe I lost. He himself was the third on the human ranking, but he actually lost to Yi Ling, who was the 27th on the human ranking. How could the other party's progress be so fast? My cultivation is like a firefly in the white moon compared to Duke Chu. You're not even a match for me, and you still want to challenge Mr. Chu? It's simply a dream. Yi Ling mocked nonchalantly. Good. The Divine Sword Villa's sword skills are exquisite. I've opened my eyes today, but that's just me not learning the art well. It doesn't mean that my Ling Xiao sword sect's sword skills are inferior to yours. I'll come back to visit another day. Luo Fei whisked his sleeves and left. From start to finish, there was no mention of Chu Xiu again. Don't have the face. After he left, Yi Ling could no longer hold back her inner excitement, so excited that she almost jumped in place. I actually beat Luo Fei. I actually beat the third on the human ranking. I actually became this powerful. She knew she was making progress, but I didn't realize the progress was so great. He directly crossed over 20 places and defeated the third on the human list. I'm afraid that this matter will cause quite a shock when it reaches the Jianghu. A few manner masters walked out, looking at the excited Yi Ling with relief and emotion. Linger's progress isn't small. It's still Mr. Chu who has taught you well. Just a few days of instruction, and you've made Linger feel as if she's been transformed. It's truly awesome. Lord Chu's understanding of the sword Dao has long surpassed the mundane. Only, this Luo Fei is just the beginning. There are many people in the Jianghu who want to challenge Prince Chu. Not bad. Such a young sword Dao Celestial. Who wouldn't want to verify if it's true or not? A human ranking martial artist is nothing. In a few days, I wouldn't be surprised if the top few of the Earth ranking, or even a heaven ranking martial artist came in person. Great Zhou. The royal capital. Within the royal palace. Inside the palace, Chu Nishang had a maidservant kneeling in front of her, and was informing the other party of the recent events in the Jianghu, narrating them, especially about Chu Xiu. It was a matter of great detail. Chu Nishang sniffed, and her eyes lit up. Martial Dao Celestial, Imperial brother actually still hides such a skill, truly worthy of him. Princess, the Patriarch asked me to question you for the last time. Do you really want to get involved in the whirlwind of the party fight to seize the throne? The servant girl said. Chu Nishang faintly said, yes, that position. Only Imperial brother is worthy of sitting in. Since Imperial brother is not here, let me stand guard for him. Anyone else, don't try to get your hands on it. Taking over the first wife is very dangerous, and if you're not careful, you'll be doomed. Is the princess really not afraid? The servant girl asked. What's so terrible about them? They're not even a millionth of what Imperial brother is. The servant girl was silent for a moment, a mouthful of royal brothers. This princess is actually a brother controller. Sovereign said that since the princess's mind is made up, then I, Yin Yang Dao sect, will give my full support. The maidservant said. Good. With the help of the Dao sect, the throne is within the reach of this palace. Chapter 23 9 Heavenly Silver Silk Oriental Hatred. Drought in Yuezhou, the king's capital. Within the royal palace, Emperor Chu looked at the intelligence in his hands. His color sank coldly, then directly smashed it on top of the desk. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. It's all bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Chu Xiu is actually a martial Dao Celestial? How can such a thing be possible? When he was in the royal capital, he handled political affairs and was so busy that he wasted his time. How much time did he have to cultivate? How could he possibly be a martial arts celestial? The people at the bottom were speechless. You know he's so busy with politics that he sleeps and sleeps, so you still put people down? A man kneeling at the bottom faintly said, Your Majesty, this matter was witnessed by the swordsman who went to the sword discussion conference, and it is 70% credible. Then it's possible it's a fake. Emperor Zhou faintly said. 2. After all, Chu Xiu at this age is actually a martial arts celestial. It's really hard to believe. Send someone forward to the Divine Sword Villa to scout out the reality. Your Majesty, the Divine Sword Villa is full of experts. If these people are blocking the way, I'm afraid that ordinary people who go there will only be unable to probe anything. Divine Sword Villa, dare to intercept my people? How many guts do they have? Emperor Zhou grunted lightly, but then, he came back to his senses. If we send the imperial court forward openly, won't it show that I am weak-minded? No way. He mused for a moment, as if pondering the right person for the job. At this moment, a brocade-robed eunuch next to him faintly said, "Your Majesty, why don't you let the old slave take a walk?" "You? Not bad. The old slave has some thin reputation in the Jianghu. The Divine Sword Villa should be selling the old slave a face. And the old slave's home just happens to be in Jiangzhou as well, so it's reasonable for him to go there this time, and go home to pay tribute to his ancestor in the meantime," the brocaded eunuch said. Emperor Zhou sniffed and laughed lightly. He, is Dongfang hate, who once roamed the Jianghu with a hand of 9 heavenly silver silk and abused a dozen patriarchs in the Jianghu, going to make a comeback again? The brocade-robed eunuch smiled faintly and did not say anything, but then, Emperor Zhou turned his words around and said lightly, "Dongfang, Chu Xiu was watched grow up when he was in the royal palace, wasn't he? Every prince has been watched by the old slave, but Chu Xiu is closest to you, so I hope you won't keep your hands off of me." Emperor Zhou's gaze was like cold electricity as he looked at Dongfang hate. "The old slave's heart for your majesty can be seen by the sun and the moon. The old slave knows in his heart. Please rest assured. Your majesty." Dongfang hate knelt on the ground and said, "That's best. Get up. Chu Xiu is all yours. Go down and get ready." Emperor Zhou said, "Yes, your majesty." Dongfang hate slowly left. Emperor Zhou said faintly after the other party left, "Where are the secret guards?" Whoosh! Several dark shadows came behind him. "Follow him, monitor his every move, and report back to me if you find any signs of collusion between him and Chu Xiu." Yes. Several black shadows disappeared. "Your Majesty, the Minister of Revenue, Shenlong, seeks an audience. Let him in." A man in official uniform walked into the palace and hurriedly said, "Reporting back to your Majesty. Yuezhou is in a severe drought and the people have no harvest. This is the worst place in Yuezhou in terms of disaster. I still ask your Majesty to take a look at it and choose a candidate for disaster relief as soon as possible." He presented a zigzag. Emperor Zhou looked at the headache. "I will solve it as soon as possible." The next day, above the courtroom, the group of ministers discussed the disaster. Several princes all wanted to serve as disaster relief workers. After all, if this errand was done well, then their prestige in the folklore and in the imperial court would be greatly enhanced. The chances of taking over the world are greatly improved. And the disaster relief is still a fat one. The court's disaster relief money, as long as they do a little bit of name-calling from it, they can openly and honestly pull the wool over the court's eyes and enrich their own pockets. Only a few of the princes fought with each other, and no one was convinced by anyone. Emperor Zhou listened with a big head. He grunted softly, "Shut up, all of you." Several imperial princes had closed their mouths and stopped speaking. Emperor Zhou continued, "In the past, who hosted the disaster relief? Back to your Majesty. It's Chu Xiu." Taifu Li Shohan stepped forward and said. The crowd couldn't help but be silent for a moment at these words. Emperor Zhou's face bristled with gloom. "Didn't I say so? I don't want to hear this name." Li Shohan was speechless for a while. "That's still not you asking?" Emperor Zhou said grimly. "Other than Chu Xiu, can't my great Zhou dynasty find anyone to provide disaster relief? Ridiculous. King Knight, this matter, leave it to you. Do not let me down." Emperor Zhou directly appointed the second prince, Chu Li, as the person to provide disaster relief. Chu Li's face was delighted. "My son will live up to his promise. He must take advantage of this opportunity." Inside the Excalibur Villa, during this period of time, there were countless Jianghu people who came and wanted to challenge him, but most of them let Yi Ling, Yi Feng block it. Today, outside the Divine Sword Villa, a white-robed woman swordsman wearing a bucket hat arrived at the entrance of the villa, and some disciples saw her and were not surprised. "TSK, here to challenge Mr. Chu again, right? Good lord, how many is this? Don't worry, soon, she will lose to senior sister Yi," the crowd whispered. And Yi Ling, who had gotten the news, slowly walked out and came in front of the woman in the white bucket hat, faintly saying, "Make your move." The woman in the bucket hat froze. "I'm not here to fight." "You're not here to see Mr. Chu?" "No, I'm here for him." "Then what are you waiting for? Why don't you make a move?" These days, every single one that came to Chu Xiu all came to challenge him. She knew the woman in the bucket hat as well. She suddenly threw out her sword, but the woman stood still, unmoved. Yi Ling frowned and withdrew his sword in time, but the sword energy still lifted the bucket hat on the woman's head, revealing a delicate and stunning face, skin like gelatin, lips like vermilion, eyebrows like distant mountains, eyes like autumn water. Such a face can even be used to compete for the #1 beauty in the jungle. Yi Ling, being a woman, couldn't help but look at it for a moment. No wonder the woman was wearing a bucket hat. With this face, it's just too dangerous to walk in the jungle. I don't know how many plagues I'm going to attract. Yi Ling quickly came back to her senses and looked at the woman and asked, "You came to find Duke Chu, not to challenge him, so what are you doing?" "I want to see him." "What's your name?" "Shirayuki, Baiyu, the new one on the human ranking, by Jiaolong Baiyu." Yi Ling's eyes lit up. The others whispered, "I can't believe it's her." It is said that this person's cultivation is only a first grade, but she was able to kill an innate with a first grade, and the Iron Sword sect was overthrown by her. Overwhelming a sect is really ferocious. I heard that Iron Sword sect was privately dealing in the abduction and sale of women, so that's why this angered the White Jiao Dragon, and she stepped in to overthrow it. No wonder. Then in that case, it seems that this White Jiaolong is still a chivalrous woman. Yi Ling also had some admiration for Baiyu. Arching his hand, he said, "Mistress Bai, if you wish to see Duke Chu, I will go inform him first." "Okay, I'll wait here." Excalibur Villa. Inside the yard, when Chu Xiu heard that a woman named Bai Jiaolong wanted to see him, he couldn't help but be surprised. Bai Jiaolong? Who's the woman with this name? That's her nickname. Her real name is Shirayuki. White Moon is a little familiar. Chu Xiu thought of something and smiled slightly. Go and meet them. Chapter 24, Servant Girl White Moon. No ancestor, no descendant Eastern hate. Excalibur Villa. Lobby. Baiyu stood like a javelin, his body erect, and was waiting for Chu Xiu to arrive. Some of the disciples around saw her and sked. Worthy of being the #1 on the human ranking. This is extraordinary, just standing there with that aura. Yes, the elders of the Ling Xiao Sword sect have said that this person in front of us is the future woman sword sect. Can the aura be the same as others? More than a sword sect. That elder of the Ling Xiao Sword sect said that within 3 years, the other party can become a sword sect, but it's unknown which step he can reach in the future. In my opinion, it's not impossible for the other party to become a celestial in the future. At this point, in the inner hall, Yi Ling brought Chu Xiu out. The moment she saw Chu Xiu, that Baiyu's eyes lit up and she took a step forward, and under the jaw-dropping gazes of the crowd, this human ranking leader, who was hailed as a future woman sword sect, and even a person who would most likely achieve celestial status, plopped down on the ground. "Greetings, Your Highness." The crowd's jaws almost dropped. The one in the human ranking, kneeling just like that? Don't you have the pride of a genius? Chu Xiu looked at Baiyu, helped him up, and shook his head. I'm no longer a prince, so don't mention the word Your Highness anymore. In Baiyu's mind, Your Highness will always be Your Highness, and as for any collaboration in treason, that's all bull ********. Baiyu doesn't believe half a word of it. So what if it's true? Chu Xiu smiled. Shirayuki froze, then said, even if it's true, then surely His Highness must have a hard time. She actually had unreserved trust in Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu laughed. I didn't expect that you and I would only have a few days of destiny, but you actually trust me to this extent. It really moves me. Gentleman's friendship does not lie in the length of time. Some people have been friends for more than 10 years. A heart gap can also be strangers, although some people know a few days, but also can be like an old friend at first sight. Life and death together. I and Your Highness is the latter. Not to mention, Your Highness saved my life. This life, Shirayuki, is yours, Your Highness, Shirayuki said. Chu Xiu shook his head. What's the use of me wanting your life? Keep it to yourself. Then is it true that His Highness has committed treason against the enemy? False. Why would I collaborate with the enemy for a good reason? Only, the one above felt that I was too much of an eyesore. That's why I was kicked out of the royal capital. So don't call me Your Highness from now on. It'll lead to trouble if people hear it. Humph. I knew it. Baiyu lightly grunted, very indignant at what happened to Chu Xiu. Yi Ling on the side was a bit curious. The two of you know each other? Yes. More than a year ago, I was touring the 19 states of the Great Zhou, and on my way, I encountered Lu Jinshui forcibly snatching Baiyu's family heirloom sword, and also intending to misbehave with her, and it was me who stepped in and saved her. Chu Xiu didn't hide it. Yi Ling remembered that Chu Xiu had indeed said this. Baiyu said, Your Highness, after Duke Chu saved me, he even took good care of me for a period of time, and after that I swore that this life of mine would be Your Highness's, but Your Highness wanted me to live for myself, and left without saying goodbye on a certain day. Speaking of this, her gaze toward Chu Xiu was a bit grudging. Chu Xiu touched his nose, turning a blind eye to it, and asked, after I left, you've made quite a name for yourself, and you've even become #1 on the human ranking list. It's just a fluke. If it weren't for you, where would White Moon be today? Please allow me to stay by your side. I'm willing to serve you for the rest of my life. You. Chu Xiu shook his head, wanting to politely refuse, but after seeing the other party's firm gaze, he sighed and said, that's just it. I'm traveling the rivers and lakes, and it's boring to be alone, so you can stay by my side as a companion. Yes, thank you, Your Excellency. Bai Yu's face was ecstatic. Yi Ling sked from the side. It's worthy of Mr. Chu. The no one in the human ranking is rushing to the door to become a maid? It's the first time she's ever seen anything like this. Not to mention her. The others around her were also looking dumbfounded. The gaze that looked at Chu Xiu was filled with envy. By the way, Gongzi, I heard something when I came to the Divine Sword Villa that might be related to you. Bai Yu thought of something. What is it? 9 Heavens Silver Silk Oriental Hate left the royal palace and came to Jiangzhou, saying that he was going home to pay homage to his ancestor. However, I think that he might be rushing at Gongzi Yu. After all, Gongzi, you have a special identity, and that one in the palace can't be indifferent, Shiroyuki said, and the face of the grand banker who just happened to walk into the lobby changed slightly, and a hint of fear appeared in his eyes. The 9 Heavenly Silver Silk is actually this guy. Great-grandpa, is this man famous? Yi Ling asked curiously. Linger, you're still young. You don't know that this Dongfang is very powerful. 20 years ago, this person was a figure that made the entire Jianghu scared. The Grand Manor Master looked serious and said, Dongfang Hate. Born a commoner, because of the poverty of his family, he was abducted and sold into the palace as a eunuch. Only that this person's martial arts talent was beyond the norm. He was valued by the Grand Inner Chief and practiced a peculiar earth-grade martial art. 9 Heavenly Silver Silk. In this way, he got out of hand, and his cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. 20 years ago, this person had achieved great success in martial arts, and in order to prove what he had learned, he went out of the palace to practice, during which he killed 21 patriarchs, including 2 supreme patriarchs. The Jianghu at that time was stirred up by him alone. The prestige of the royal family also reached its peak at that time, and Dongfeng Hate back to the palace, directly after being named the emperor's close eunuch, serving the Son of Heaven around, although no real power, but no one dares to mess with. Since then it has not been out of the palace for 20 years. Did not think that this time actually reappeared again. I am afraid that it is really likely to come for Chu Gongziyu. The crowd sniffed and sucked in a breath of cold air. I didn't expect this Eastern Hate to be so powerful. Even the Supreme Master had killed 2. And that was 20 years ago. Now that 20 years had passed, no one knew what the other party's cultivation level was. Chu Xiu sniffed, faintly smiled. Eunuch Dongfeng. I am quite familiar with him. Quite a kindly old man. Not as horrible as you say. The Grand Manor Master let out a bitter smile. Duke Chu felt that he was kind because you were the crown prince at that time, and he was the eunuch. But now, this is not what it used to be. There's no harm in it. If he really wants to come to me, let him come. Just think of it as meeting an old friend. Chu Xiu didn't really care. Jiangzhou, inside a town, inside a dusty shrine, an old man with white hair was carefully wiping away the dust before respectfully offering incense. This person, it has now caused half of the Jianghu attention. 9 days of silver silk. The East hates the murderer from 20 years ago. After incense and ancestor worship, Dongfang Hate got up and left the ancestral hall, closing the doors and windows, when suddenly, in front of him appeared a middle-aged man with a lean and strong figure, about 40 years old. A strong and domineering blade aura emanated from the opponent's body. Just standing there filled the air with a sense of bitterness. Dongfang Hate looked at the visitor and said indifferently, Friend, is there something wrong? Dongfang Hate, do you still remember the Overlord sword? Overlord knife. Dongfang Hate shook his head. I'm old. My memory is not very good. I don't have much of an impression of this name. 20 years ago, he was one of the patriarchs that you killed. He, my master. And it is for him that I have come today to avenge his death. The big man indifferently said, slowly removing the long sword behind his back. The knife was in his hand, and the knife's intent flourished. Without saying a word, he slashed out with his blade, and the domineering blade chi swept out, turning everything into pieces wherever it went. Just a single slash split the shrine behind Dongfang Hate in half. Dongfang Hate sighed. I'm already a person without a descendant. This ancestral hall is filled with my ancestors, and now you've made me a person without an ancestor again. Ancestorless and queenless. That's what you deserve as a devil. The big man laughed coldly, and the long blade aura in his hand grew stronger. In these 20 years, I have not slacked off for a single day, and I have been practicing the Overlord blade technique day and night. Until now, I have surpassed my master and advanced to the Grandmaster realm. It's even number 1 on the Earth list. It was the veritable number 1 person under the heavenly ranking. Today, I'm going to kill you to avenge my master and ascend to the heavenly ranking even more. After saying that, the big man's true chi erupted with full force, his long sword buzzed, and his entire body rushed towards Dongfang Hate at a speed that was hard to catch with the naked eye. The momentum is like a rainbow. It was as if 1,000 armies had launched a charge, and Dongfang Hate just took a step towards the front. His fingers gently trembled, and in an instant, the surrounding blade energy suddenly collapsed. Dongfang Hate crossed over the big man and walked straight towards the front to leave. The crowd of martial artists who were secretly observing were a bit surprised. What happened? Why is the no. 1 hegemony blade on the Earth ranking not moving at all? As the crowd was amazed, a gust of wind blew by. The wind was laced with a hint of blood. Under the horrified eyes of the crowd, a crisscross of blood marks emerged on the body of the big man, and the knife in his hand, along with the whole person, was transformed into a patch of debris. Chapter 25 coming. Eastern Hate's main. Dongfang Hate killed the number 1 hegemony blade in the Earth rankings in seconds. This news, like a hurricane, spread throughout the entire Zhengzhou, continue to shock the entire jungle. The first on the Earth list, at least a great master level existence. 1 person can defeat an army, but such an existence was actually killed in seconds? The Eastern Hate, who has resurfaced after 20 years, is a frightening sight to behold. And such a ruthless man was heading towards the Divine Sword Villa. Inside the Excalibur Villa, a few manor masters were like enemies. The entire mountain village was shrouded in a grave atmosphere. The only one who was still relatively relieved was Chu Xiu. For one thing, he knew Hate of the East and was quite familiar with it. He was sure the other side wouldn't really do anything to him. Secondly, even if the other party really wants to do something to himself, with his cultivation is not afraid of the other party. Not to mention a Dongfang Hate. Come 10. He is also fearless. In a flash, 2 days passed. Within these 2 days, Chu Xiu continued to live in the Divine Sword Villa, teaching Yi Ling and Baiyu sword techniques, and under his guidance, the 2 women's cultivation skyrocketed, especially White Moon. She was number 1 on the human list, only half a step away from being innate. After receiving his guidance, he logically advanced to the innate realm. Becoming one of the youngest innate martial artists in Great Zhou could be considered a promising future. Yi Ling was a little bit worse, but not far from being innate. The human ranking only lists martial artists below the innate. Now that Sister Bai has advanced to the innate realm, won't I have a chance to become number 1 on the human ranking? Yi Ling winked and laughed. If you like it, feel free to take it. Shiroyuki smiled. He hadn't known Yi Ling for a long time, but the 2 of them were like-minded. It's already a sisterhood. Chu Xiu glanced at the side, and suddenly he sensed something and looked beyond the Divine Sword Villa. Sensing a majestic chi. Here it comes. Yi Ling was startled. Has Dongfang Hate come? Well, it's just 7 or 8 miles away. 7 or 8 miles away. So far away. And you can feel it, Gongzi? Yi Ling only felt that this was too amazing. Chu Xiu smiled faintly. The higher the martial realm, the more arcane it was. Sensing chi, unusual martial artists would, and reaching his realm, not to mention 7 or 8 miles, as long as he was willing, he could sense chi from 100 miles away. This is the land god. Excalibur Villa was 7 or 8 miles away on the Tsunglong River. A ship traveled towards the Divine Sword Villa, and on the deck, an old man sat on his knees, looking at the gushing river. A trace of remembrance appeared in his eyes. It's been a long time since I've been to Tsunglong River, and the river scenery is still so magnificent. At that moment, a leather ball rolled to the old man. A child wearing a hood trotted forward and picked up the ball. He looked at Dongfang Hate, who was sitting on the deck for days, and asked with some curiosity, "This grandpa, aren't you hungry for sitting for so long?" "Not hungry," old grandpa lied. How can anyone go days without eating and not be hungry? The Jianghu people who secretly followed Dongfang Hate were all scared out of their wits. "Kids, do you know what kind of tough guy you have in front of you? How dare you question him?" Then, the child took out a baklava from his arms, broke it in half, and handed one half to Dongfang Hate. "Old grandpa, I'll treat you to a baklava. It's my favorite thing to eat. It's so crispy and fragrant." "Thanks." Dongfang Hate took the burnt cake. His mind could not help but recall what happened more than 10 years ago. Back then, In the middle of the royal palace, there was the same little child, who secretly hid the pastries without eating them, and gave them to him when no one was around. That's the royal pastry. It was also the best pastry the East Hate had ever eaten. Not because of how expensive the pastry was, but simply because that child, of all the royal children, was the only one who treated him like family. The world only knows that he is the 9 heavenly silver silk oriental hate, the murderer who abuses the sect masters like a dog. But they don't know that he is just a tool of the royal family, a tool to use against the jungle. But he wasn't disgruntled, because everything he has, he got from the royal family. If the royal family wants him dead, he has to die. If they want him to kill anyone, he has to kill them. He was a tool, living like a tool. As for the royal family, although they were polite to him on the surface, the arrogance in their bones could not be erased, especially those royal sons and daughters. It showed when they were small. Children are naive, their evil, their contemptuous disdain, their arrogance, and even more purely, in their perception, they themselves were lackeys who were born to serve them, to live for them, to die for them, to be their cattle. And Eastern hate has no complaints about any of this, until that kid came along. He was different from the other imperial sons. He was precocious. From a young age, he was like a small adult, reading and writing, thirsting for knowledge, learning everything he could, leaving his peers in the dust, a genius who truly deserved to be a genius. What was even more rare was that this genius, who was courteous to everyone within the royal palace, was completely unlike a royal son. He would remind himself when the weather got cold that people are getting older, put on more clothes, and add more fireplaces in their rooms. He will respect himself and not force himself to grovel. He would secretly hide some pastries and share them with himself when no one was around. Later, Dongfang Hate silently vowed that he would dedicate himself to this child in the future and root out all obstacles for him. Until that day, the boy was relegated to the status of commoner and banished from the royal capital. He even felt as if his sky had collapsed. For the first time in his life, he felt a hint of resentment towards Emperor Zhou. That was an emotion he shouldn't have as a tool. Then later on, Emperor Zhou got the information that Chu Xiu was a celestial and wanted to send someone to investigate. And Dongfang Hate took the initiative to take over the task. He wanted to meet the other side. As for whether or not the other party was a celestial, he didn't really care. He only wanted to know if the other party had been well during the time he had been away from the royal capital, how he had been eating, and whether he had lost weight. What are you thinking about, Grandpa? The child couldn't help but blink as he looked at Dongfang Hate, who was frozen with a burrito. Dongfang Hate smiled faintly. It's all right. I'm just remembering a child who once shared food with me. Just like you. He must be a good boy then. My mother said that children who honor their elders are good children. The child said. Yeah, he's a great kid. Eastern Hate laughed. Tiger, what are you doing out here? A middle-aged couple came out of the cabin, holding their child behind them. And Dongfang Hate handed the burnt cake back to the child's father, and then looked toward the not far away Divine Sword Villa, and leaped forward, treading water. The children looked on in amazement. Amazing. That grandpa can walk on water, eh? The middle-aged couple also knew that they had met someone high up. Excalibur Villa. Doorway. Dongfang Hate treading water and arrived. The villa around. A long time to come to the Jianghu people are all breathless and stare at him. The Eastern Hate is here. The one in the royal palace is really uneasy about the abolition of the crown prince. TSK. After all, the crown prince who let himself be abolished is actually a martial arts celestial. This matter can't be tolerated by any emperor in his place. Can the scrapped prince hold back Dongfang Hate? The other party had the means to kill a supreme sect master 20 years ago, and nowadays, his cultivation is only no less than a celestial being. Even if the ones from the heavenly ranking came, they wouldn't necessarily be able to restrain him. Chapter 26, A Battle on the River. Dongfang Hate stood in front of the entrance of the Divine Sword Villa with a calm expression. Suddenly, several figures walked out. It was the 3 lords of the Divine Sword Villa. Among them, Yifeng had also broken through the innate and recovered to the realm of the patriarchs, and the 3 patriarchs stood in front of Dongfang Hate. Looking at the several people in front of him, Dongfang Hate said indifferently, I don't want to fight with you several people, I only want to see the one inside. If you want to see him, go through us first. The Grand Banker took a deep breath. They didn't know the relationship between Dongfang Hate and Chu Xiu. They only knew that the other party was sent by Emperor Zhou. Chu Xiu, on the other hand, was relegated to the status of commoner by Emperor Zhou. Now that the other party had sent such a murderous devil as Dongfang Hate to come, what they wanted to do was naturally self-evident. Chu Xiu had a heavenly favor for the Divine Sword Villa, and they couldn't just sit back and watch. Clang! The Grand Banker was the first to draw his sword, but before he could strike his sword, he only saw what appeared to be a flash of silver light in the air. Next, the long sword in the hands of the Grand Banker was directly broken. It was a rare and precious sword, but now, it was directly cut off. Its fracture is smooth and flat. It was as if it had been cut off directly by some incomparably sharp divine weapon. What? When the Grand Manor Master was shocked, he only saw Dongfang Hate's 10 fingers ruffling, and invisible true chi transformed into silver threads flying out from his fingertips. These threads of silk purely wrapped around the long swords in the hands of the people present. Then, Dongfang Hate's 10 fingers trembled slightly. Clang 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 clang. The long swords in the hands of all the swordsmen present were all reduced to pieces. Dongfang Hate said indifferently, "If I wanted to kill you guys, just now, your heads would already be hanging on the ground." The crowd couldn't help but swallow their saliva as they looked at the fragments of the longsword on the ground. What a terrifying tactic. What kind of martial art is this? A thought that cuts off all the long swords in our hands? What kind of monster is this person? The Grand Banker was also palpitating. Is this the 9 heavenly silver silk? Rumor has it, a martial art that kills people invisibly. One had to admit that the gap between them and the Eastern Hate was just too great. In front of Dongfang Hate, they, Excalibur Villa, were like ants. Let him in. For a moment, a voice came in quietly from within the Divine Sword Villa. A few people from the Grand Banker looked at each other, then stopped stopping them as well. They, too, don't have it. Dongfang Hate slowly walked in towards the Divine Sword Villa. But suddenly, Chu Xiu's voice resounded once again. Have I given you permission to enter? Stand back. A magnificent true chi erupted from within the mountain villa. Next, behind Dongfang Hate, several figures lurking in the shadows were shaken back, and the person in the lead was spitting blood from his mouth, with horror in his eyes. When the Grand Manor Masters saw this, their eyes flashed. Is it a secret guard? The Dark Guards, a force cultivated by the court. They are composed of elite martial artists, specializing in the art of concealment, hidden in the court above. In the Jianghu, is the hand of the royal family, and invisible, unable to touch the sharp edge, so that countless people for the fear of the heart. As a Zhongshe high realm, I actually didn't see that there were hidden guards following Dongfang Hate. The hidden guard's art of concealment is indeed brilliant, the Grand Banker thought darkly, and Dongfang Hate was not surprised that the secret guards were following, like he already knew. He calmly walked into the Divine Sword Villa. Come on to a lobby. In the lobby, Chu Fix sat on a taiji chair and drank tea. Shirayuki stood holding his sword as if he were a sword attendant. When he saw Chu Xiu, Dongfang Hate's pace quickened a bit and came before Chu Xiu, looking at him before bowing and saluting. Temple. He addressed it before it was out of his mouth. Chu Xiu then raised his hand and said, Call me Chu Xiu, or Duke Chu. Duke Xiu will do. The word Your Highness. There is no need to mention it again. Yes, Mr. Chu, this time. You, okay? Meh, pretty good. Good food and drink. That's fine. Dongfang Hate nodded gratefully and was relieved. Bai Yu watched from the side, a hint of oddity passing through her eyes. This great eunuch who was rumored to have abused and killed an unknown number of patriarchs looked quite kind. Not that ruthless. Chu Xiu looked at him with a smile. How have you been lately? Eunuch Dongfang, is your back okay? You're getting older. You need to pay more attention. Ha, old age? These old problems cannot get better, can only slowly boil it. Dongfang Hate said. By the way, how is she doing? Nazumi? The princess, she's fine. She just misses you so much. When I pass by her palace I see her always gawking at the things you used to give her. Hearing this, Chu Xiu sighed. Time will slowly wear away everything? After a while, she shouldn't miss me too much. Would that really be the case? Eastern Hate was skeptical. The two of them continued to chat and chatter about their family, as if they were a pair of grandparents and grandchildren who hadn't seen each other for a long time. And a few people from the Grand Banker came in to see this scene, and they couldn't help but be surprised. You're one of us, aren't you? Tell me about it. After a small half hour, Chu Xiu smiled faintly. Alright, after chatting, it's time to get down to business, or else those few secret guards outside should be in a hurry. Yes, then I would like to ask for your guidance. We can't cast here. Let's go outside. Good. Eastern Hate had no objections. Several people from the Grand Manor Master stood up, their faces full of gravity. Why are you still fighting? But soon, the Grand Banker figured it out. So that's how it is. No matter what, Dongfang Hate was sent by the one from the palace. Even if his personal relationship with Duke Chu is even better, if he doesn't make a show of it, it won't be easy to go back and deliver the goods. I see. This is likely to be a battle of the Celestials. A few people's eyes were glowing with excitement. Celestials could be described as a godly existence in Great Joe. Battles between celestial beings are even rarer. How can you miss it? The two figures, one after the other, exited the Divine Sword Villa. Out. Look, they've gone to the Tsanglong River. The secret guards, as well as the many Jianghu people who saw those two figures coming out from within the mountain villa couldn't help but brighten up, and hurriedly looked over. Only Chu Xiu, Dongfang Hate arrived above the surface of the Tsanglong River. The river is a continuous stream. Instead, the two of them stepped on the river as if they were walking on a flat surface. Many Jianghu people came to the shore and looked at the battle in front of them expectantly. Please, Chu Xiu faintly said. After you, my lord. Then I'm welcome. Chu Xiu's casual sword finger condensed, and a stream of water shot up into the sky, transforming into a water sword that shot toward Dongfang Hate. He controlled his power at the celestial beginning realm. After all, if he defeated Dongfang Hate all at once, when he went back, that Zhou Emperor would inevitably feel that Dongfang Hate was letting off steam. There is no way to say that he will be heavily punished. So this is a battle to be fought as loudly as possible. One, to situate his celestial cultivation. Secondly, to make Dongfang Hate look like he's doing his best to go back and deliver. What a great move to turn the water into a sword. Dongfang Hate sighed in admiration when he saw Chu Xiu's incoming sword chi strike. The first time he saw Chu Xiu, he guessed that Chu Xiu was really as rumored. The depth of his cultivation was at least celestial. However, when he saw the other party actually strike, he still couldn't help but marvel. This kid he watched grow up. I can't believe I have this kind of cultivation. He couldn't help but feel some pride and relief within his heart. And then his 10 fingers flicked. His true chi transformed into silk, crisscrossing across and across, slicing the incoming water sword into pieces. Chapter 27, Defeating Eastern Hate. Emperor Zhou's Reckoning. Above the river, Dongfang Hate stood on top of the river. His 10 fingers flicked out, and his true chi transformed into silver threads, as if a silver light swept towards Chu Xiu. However, before it could come into contact with Chu Xiu, it was bounced off by his protective true chi. The silk threads of true chi cut across a row of reefs on the riverbank. The reef was instantly split in two. Dongfang Hate's eyes revealed a trace of color. Knowing that the power of his 9 heavenly silver silk was so strong that the average celestial's protective true chi couldn't block it at all. Any sword from the Excalibur Villa could easily cut through it. But now, he couldn't even break Chu Xiu's body-protecting true chi. I'm afraid that the cultivation of the male sun is not as simple as an ordinary celestial being. His cultivation is at least the middle realm of celestials, or even the high realm. Good. With this cultivation, your son is safe and secure in the Jianghu. Eastern Hate was getting happier and happier. After noticing Chu Xiu's cultivation, he also had no more reservations. His 10 fingers flicked, and the silver silk turned into thousands of flying rainbows that continuously swept up towards Chu Xiu. But it kept getting bounced off, cutting through the water, through the mountain walls, through the reef. Wherever the silver wire went, everything was split in two. It's more exaggerated than even the sharpest sword. What a 9 heavenly silver silk. It's really extraordinary. Chu Xiu also let out a sigh of admiration. With this 9 heaven silver silk, Dongfang Hate could have a great advantage when he encountered martial artists of the same realm, and those whose cultivation was inferior to his would be easily abused. 9 heavenly silver threads. Luo net. Dongfang Hate suddenly grabbed 5 fingers in the air. Chu Xiu immediately noticed that a silver silk thread had surfaced around him at some point, densely packed and crisscrossed, like a large net, and he was like a fish in that net with nowhere to go. The large net suddenly contracted. 9 times out of 10, an ordinary celestial would be torn apart under this move. Chu Xiu smiled faintly. His sword finger condensed, and unrivaled true chi spread out, inducing the river water to surge, transforming into thousands of water swords rushing up to the sky. The water swords flew, and the silver threads that were like a large net were instantly shredded. The water swords were like a torrent, continuing to fly towards the Eastern Hate. It made him unblockable and unavoidable. Dongfang Hate gratifying smile. All except this blow. The whole person flew out backwards, back above the river. The body has been stabbed by the sword chi, blood dripping. There were even a few wounds on his body that were fatal enough. Chu Xiu sighed. Why bother? He knew that Dongfang Hate was trying to win the trust of Emperor Zhou, and with such an amazing battle, it wouldn't make sense for him to have only suffered some superficial injuries. Several secret guards hurriedly came next to Dongfang Hate and supported him. They looked at Chu Xiu with horror in their eyes. Abolish the prince. When it is really a celestial being. And not just any celestial being. It was the celestial who could hit the Eastern Hate hard without a single scratch. Me, defeated. Dongfang Hate looked at Chu Xiu and said indifferently. Then turn away. The dark guards also followed along and left, not daring to let anything happen to Dongfang Hate. This was a celestial being after all. Moreover, it was a celestial who had been cultivated by the royal family and was loyal to the royal family, even willing to be used as a tool. Once lost, it would be no small loss to the royal family. Looking at Dongfang Hate's departing back, Chu Xiu let out a light sigh. Take care. No matter how hateful Dongfang Hate was in other people's eyes, but in his eyes, the other party was still the elder who had watched him grow up. The other party had given him a much more intimate experience than Emperor Zhou. Eastern Hate is gone. The many Jianghu people who had gathered at the Excalibur Villa because of him also left one by one. And Chu Xiu's defeat of Dongfang Hate would quickly spread throughout the Great River. His prestige, it will go up a notch. Contrary to that, then the prestige of the royal family will decline. After all, to relegate an imperial prince who is a celestial being of martial arts to the common people, especially when this imperial prince enjoys a very high prestige in the civil society and in the imperial court, this reflects the royal family back as fools. Inside the royal palace, Emperor Zhou's face was blue when he received the information sent back by his secret guards. He's actually really a celestial. Good Chu Xiu. All these years of keeping quiet within the royal palace and acting like a lowly martial artist, it turns out that it was all for show. Hiding your cultivation. You really do have bad intentions. I didn't misjudge you. Emperor Zhou lightly grunted. After learning that Chu Xiu was truly a celestial, there was no half regret in his heart. On the contrary, he felt that he had made too good a decision. Chu Xiu was a celestial being, yet he had been hiding it. What was this if not a heart of mischief? If he hadn't promptly relegated the other party to the status of a commoner, now this throne is probably in danger. But in any case, the more active Chu Xiu becomes a martial arts celestial, the more active he becomes in the Jianghu, the more he will constantly remind those Jianghu people as well as the people that the widow's relegation of a celestial to the status of a commoner has brought dishonor to the widow's face. He is a celestial being that even Dongfang Hate can't solve. If he is forcibly suppressed by force, I'm afraid that he will have to pay a small price. We must think of another way to do so. Emperor Zhou sat in the dragon chair pondering. Then, he reacted. Doesn't everyone always remember Chu Xiu because they think he is wise and holy? As long as the widow supports a prince who is more beloved than him but is under the widow's control, wouldn't it be fine? This time the drought in Yuezhou, the disaster is serious. The wide range of the affected area is the most in the last 10 years. This matter is handed over to the king of Li to deal with. As long as the other party to deal with the words properly, the widow and then build up the momentum for him, will be able to overpower the Chu Xiu. In time, everyone will quickly forget about it. Even if Chu Xiu is active in the Jianghu with a celestial human cultivation, everyone will only remember the Jianghu man Chu Xiu, not the abolished Prince Chu Xiu. Emperor Zhou felt more and more that this matter was feasible. For King Knight, there are high hopes. Inside the Excalibur Villa, after Chu Xiu defeated Dongfang Hate, he planned to leave. Even though the several manor masters were a bit reluctant, they couldn't stop Chu Xiu. The other party wasn't from the lodge after all. Your Excellency, take your time. As for the 5 realms saying you left behind, I will definitely find a way to carry it forward. The Grand Manor Master said. He had already compiled a book on the 5 realms of the Sword Dao. Next up is the release. Chu Xiu didn't care much about this matter. Leave it to the Grand Master to decide for himself. Gentlemen, the mountain is high and the water is far away. We'll see each other again in the Jianghu if we have the chance. Chu Xiu faintly laughed. After saying that, he turned around and left with Shirayuki. Shirayuki went and hired a carriage and acted as the driver herself. And although the driver was a little too pretty, she was willing to do so. Where are we going next, my lord? Shirayuki asked curiously. Meh, go wherever you go. Chu Xiu laughed, but he was also spontaneous. The jungle was big, and he was sure there were quite a few more places for him to sign up. It's a matter of luck if you get to meet one. Anyway, with his current cultivation, he could go anywhere in the world. Okay, drive. Baiyu felt that following Chu Xiu, she could go anywhere, so drove the car in a random direction. Halfway, the carriage gradually came to a halt, for in front of them, a group of ragged people appeared, with yellow faces and lax eyes. Chu Xiu lifted the curtain to take a look and frowned. How could there be so many victims? Bai Yu was thoughtful. I did hear that there was a recent drought over in Yuezhou. These people, presumably, came from over there. Chapter 28 City Lord Gifts. King Knight's Disaster Relief. VC? A hint of contemplation appeared in Chu Xiu's eyes. At this moment, a calamity victim holding a child walked up to the carriage, knelt on the ground, and pleaded with Bai Yu. Miss, please, give some food. When Shirayuki saw this, a trace of intolerance spread across her face as well. Chu Xiu said indifferently, distribute all the dry food inside the carriage to them. Yes, my lord. Bai Yu took out all the dry food from the carriage, only that it was just a drop in the bucket for these victims. It doesn't help a few people at all. At this moment, a convoy passed by on the official road not far away. The caravan was surrounded by soldiers with blades in their hands, and they were escorting a large box that seemed to contain some kind of gold, silver, and jewelry. One of the leaders, with scars on his face, looked quite fierce and vicious, and some of the victims wanted to go forward to beg for food, but he was too scared to go forward. Bai Yu glanced at the scarred face and said, My lord, I know this person. He is the guard beside the lord of Jiangning City in Yu Prefecture. His name is Scarly. He has a hand of chaotic cloak and dagger, which is perfected. Cultivation has reached the innate, and is ranked 98th on the earth ranking. Chu Xiu thoughtfully, the guard of the lord of a city. He didn't stay well in Yuezhou. How did he appear here? And Yuezhou is now in a serious drought disaster. Jiangning City will certainly also be affected, but he is here to escort things, is it? Chu Xiu had once been the crown prince and had a vague guess within his heart. Indifferently, he said, Bai Yu, go over and ask what's in the box. If they don't say, force it open. Don't be polite to them. Good. Bai Yu nodded. Wearing a bucket hat she walked over to Scarly. Dare I ask a few officials, what are you escorting? It's none of your business. Little lady, don't cause any trouble, Scarly said faintly, resting his hand on top of the hilt. A hint of wariness had flowed. Shiroyuki laughed. What if I must know? Then don't blame Mr. Lee for being impolite. Without saying two words, the two men drew their swords and knives almost simultaneously, swords clanging against each other. Sparks erupted. True chi escaped all around, carving a path of sword marks and slashes in the surroundings. Very harsh. Scarred Lee was shocked. It's actually innate. Although Bai Yu is wearing a bucket hat, but judging from her voice, the other party is most likely not yet 20 years old, which has innate cultivation. Which major school's direct disciple is this not? Each side was shaken back. But then, Bai Yu's sword came out like a dragon, stabbing towards Scarly at extreme speed. The sword technique practiced by Bai Yu, the famous sword swimming dragon sword technique, was a family sword technique, and the sword in her hand was also the family sword swimming dragon sword. The sword comes out like a dragon. Together with Chu Xiu's guidance during this period of time, there were few opponents within the same realm. Even the 98th on the earth ranking, Scarly, was no exception. However, after a few moves, the opponent was already in a disadvantageous position. But Scarly wasn't alone. He had a bunch of henchmen, and after he took a dozen steps back, he shouted, all of you, one by one. The soldiers around them lunged towards Shirayuki. Shirayuki grunted lightly. The rabble. The long sword in his hand was swung. Swordchi came out like a dragon soaring through the 9 heavens. Where the sword blade passed, the blades in the hands of one soldier after another all broke. Awesome. We are no match. Scarred Lee shouted. This lady warrior. We are from the Imperial Court. It's okay if he doesn't mention this. Once he mentions this, Bai Yu's face instantly coldens. The court. Fights the court. The court, the one that was heartless and hurtful to the prince. They all deserve to be beaten. The biggest one. She couldn't hit. Couldn't fight right now. Can't a Scarly fight? Brush up. The long sword shook, and the clothes on Scarface's body were torn to shreds by the sword chi. She hadn't forgotten Chu Xiu's command. Come to the caravan of crates and open them up. What was placed inside was clearly a silver ingot. Bai Yu's eyes were icy cold as she opened a few other boxes. And what was placed inside was also silver ingots as well as some gold, silver, and precious jewels. Scarred Lee's face sank when he saw this scene. Girl, do you know whose caravan you're hijacking? This is the second prince's convoy. Shirayuki froze slightly. Isn't the other party the guards of the Jiangning City Lord? How did you become the second prince's man? As for Chu Xiu inside the carriage, he had already fully reasoned things out. He lifted the curtain of the carriage and said indifferently, Good. What a good Jiangning City Lord. There is a drought in Yuezhou, and the people have been displaced from their homes. He, the city lord, was actually able to scrounge up so much silver to give a gift to the second prince. Well done. Baiyu also reacted, her face icy cold. As for the victims, they were also furious to the core. They picked up the stones on the ground and threw them towards Scarly and the others. You bunch, we're starving and can't get enough to eat, yet you guys still managed to send so much silver to the emperor. How many people could be saved if this silver was used for disaster relief? You guys are just not human. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The angry victims disregarded Scarly's men. Keep dropping rocks on them. These unruly people. Scarly wanted to make a move, but in the next second, several invisible power chi burst out from the carriage and landed on the heads of these people. Bang! 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 Several people's heads erupted into several bloody mists, and they died violently on the spot. Chu Xiu said indifferently, Baiyu, distribute this silver to the victims. Let's turn around and set out for Yuezhou. Yes, my lord. Baiyu sniffed and did as she was told. With the silver, the victims would have money to buy things to eat, and could even use the money to settle down elsewhere. It was certainly a lifesaver for them. They all knelt on the ground and kowtowed to thank Chu Xiu for his great favor. I don't know the name of the benefactor, an old man said. Just a passerby, Chu Xiu faintly said. But when the old man looked at Chu Xiu, he knew that the other party must be extraordinary. He looked at the other party carefully, and the more he looked at him, the more he felt that there was something familiar. Suddenly, his body trembled, trembling with excitement, kneeling close to the carriage, looking carefully at Chu Xiu. Your Highness, is it you? Chu Xiu froze, not expecting to actually be recognized. Chu Xiu didn't answer. The old man took it as his acquiescence, and he burst into old tears. Your Highness, it's really you. You may not know the old man, but the old man remembers you vividly. Your Highness, 3 years ago, you led your troops through the Goldenwood village to suppress the bandits, and the old man was precisely the village chief of the Goldenwood village, who had entertained you. Chu Xiu looked at the other party and had some impressions. Over the years, although he was the eldest son of the emperor, he had not always stayed in the palace. Instead, he traveled east and west for the sake of political performance. He had led the army and went around suppressing mountain bandits and mobs. That Goldenwood village, indeed, had been there, and it was also precisely in Yuezhou. Everyone says that you have collaborated with the enemy and treason, but the old man does not believe it. Your Highness, you must have suffered an unjustified injustice. Ah, the old man cried. It was actually more excited than Chu Xiu, the person in question. Chu Xiu got off the carriage and helped him up. The old gentleman does not need to worry about me. I am now living a good life. These silver, you take it, find another place to settle down. As for the drought, in Yuezhou everything will be fine. Thank you, Your Highness. Shirayuki, let's go. Chu Xiu returned to the carriage and Baiyu drove her horse away. Looking at the carriage that was moving away, the old man could not calm his mind for a long time. He wiped his tears, although His Highness was deposed, but he still has a heart for the people, and he is still worried about the country and the people. The Son of Heaven has no eyes. Ah, Chui. Inside the royal palace, Emperor Zhou sneezed and frowned. His cultivation was not bad, so it was only logical that he would not catch a cold easily. Why are you sneezing on a good day? Who's talking about him behind his back? Then, he looked at Dongfang Hate in front of him and faintly said, Dongfang Hate, you went to Jiangzhou this time, nominally to pay homage to your ancestor, but after all, you're a member of the imperial court, and every move you make represents the prestige of the imperial court, and in the end, you lost to Chu Xiu. How do you think I should punish you? Dongfang Hate knelt on the ground and said, the old slave is incompetent and has brought shame to the court. No matter how His Majesty punishes the old slave has no complaints. Humph, get up. You're old and useless, but on account of the fact that you're still loyal to me, I won't bother with you this time. Thank you, Your Majesty. Eastern Hate got up and stepped aside, and Emperor Zhou continued to read the Zhang folders. When he saw the Zhang folders about the disaster in Yuezhou, he smiled with a wide-eyed smile. King Li really did not let me down. This time, the disaster in Yuezhou is serious, but he has handled it in a well-organized manner. 24 cities in Yuezhou, towns and villages at all levels, have opened porridge factories, and the disaster situation has been relieved. Good, good. Dongfang Hate glanced at the Zhengzhua from the side and showed a hint of color in his eyes. From the presentation of the sonnet alone, King Li's disaster relief was indeed quite effective. But, is that really the case? According to the East Hate, for a few princes' understanding of the look, Li Wang. People seem to be broad-minded, but the Jair, usually a gentleman's appearance, but the heart of the calculations than every one of them are more. Greed is more than every royal son. In the face of such a fat job as disaster relief, can the other side really do what it takes to uphold its heart? The East hated it, and was somewhat disbelieving, but he is, after all, only a eunuch, and must not say much. Chapter 29 Tiger Demon blocking the road. What should I do? Just as King Knight was providing relief, a piece of news spread. That is, the matter of Jiangning City sending silver to King Knight. This matter, witnessed by dozens of victims, those silver is also the real thing, almost ironclad evidence. After this matter spread, many hundred letters in Yuezhou, grievances boiling. Emperor Zhou, who just finished reading the beautiful zhenhua written by King Li, the whole person was confused after hearing this thing. 1 second just finished praising, the next second you come here? Emperor Zhou was so angry that his face turned blue. Good. What a good King Li, actually doing such a thing, truly disgracing my face, the face of the royal family. Men, send someone to Yuezhou and call King Knight back. Emperor Zhou just wanted to call King Li back to give him a bad scolding. However, I saw a minister stand up and say, Your Majesty must not. If King Li returns, once the disaster in Yuezhou gets out of control, it will be even more troublesome to govern. Moreover, these are just gossips, just one side of the story of that group of unruly people. How can they be trusted? Please think twice, Your Majesty. After that minister finished speaking, another minister stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, what Senior Zhang said is reasonable. It's better to continue to allow King Li to provide disaster relief. Hearing this, Emperor Zhou fell into deep thought. Dongfang Hate didn't say anything from the side and glanced at the two ministers. If he hadn't guessed wrongly, these two people now had joined the camp of the Night King. This Night King's action was also really fast. Emperor Zhou said faintly, Let King Li continue to preside over the disaster relief can be, but these rumors, after all, about the face of the royal family, cannot be ignored. I will send a person to Yuezhou to assist the King Li relief, and by the way, pass me the word of mouth, so that he cleans up. Do not do anything to undermine the face of the royal family. The crowd sniffed and looked at each other. Someone to assist King Knight? It's really about monitoring each other. But who to send? If it was an ordinary official, going there would only be easily bribed by King Li. Emperor Zhou was also pondering who the right person would be. At this moment, a silhouette took the initiative to walk into the great hall and said, Father, Nishang is willing to go to Yuezhou and assist royal brother in the disaster relief. You? When Emperor Zhou saw Chu Nishang, he frowned. You're a girl. Why don't you stay well in the palace and get involved here? Father, Nishang has grown up and wants to share her father's worries, and Yuezhou is mother consort's hometown. This time it was robbed. I also want to go there to do my part, as if I am doing my filial piety to mother consort, and accumulating a piece of virtues. Chu Nishang said with earnest words, her mother consort, during her lifetime, was one of Emperor Zhou's most favored consorts, only to die not long after giving birth to Chu Nishang. Therefore, Emperor Zhou usually treats Chu Nishang with love and affection, and now that he heard him say this, he pondered for a moment. Since you have such filial piety, then I will fulfill you, and you'll make a trip to Yuezhou on my behalf. Thank you, Father. A hint of joy passed across Chu Nishang's face. Some courtiers looked at Chu Nishang, their hearts sighed with emotion. I did not expect the 9th princess to be young, but she has such a worry about the country and the people. It is really rare. Quite a bit of that one. The face of Chu Xiu appeared in the minds of many courtiers. Speaking of which, among all the royal princesses, this 9th princess has the best and closest relationship with Chu Xiu, and it is normal to have a few of that person's bones. Just a shame. It's a woman's body. Otherwise perhaps it could be a lord worthy of their loyalty. Princess, the disaster in Yuezhou is serious and I heard that the displaced people are all over the place. Why do you want to go to a place like that to suffer? The maidservant beside Chu Nishang asked, and Chu Nishang faintly said, I am of a woman's body, and in order to take over the throne as a woman, I need more and better political achievements than others. This disaster relief may be an opportunity for me. Not only can you accumulate political achievements, but if you're lucky, you can also knock that guy, King Knight, so hard that he'll plant his head. The maidservant sniffed. Will King Li really give the princess this opportunity? King Knight. Ha! This person's heart is greedy and ambitious. Disaster relief such a fat job. How can he not take advantage of the opportunity to fish for oil and water? Those rumors are 9 times out of 10 true. A Jiangning city, in such a serious drought situation can still scavenge a few thousand taels of silver to give him gifts. You can imagine. The entire Yuezhou. I do not know how much of the people's fat and cream will be eaten by him. Shu Nishang said. A cold color passed through his eyes. If Big Brother is in, surely won't let this happen. On an official road in the former Yuezhou, a carriage was traveling. While on the carriage, Chu Xiu was sitting in place, his palms lightly patting his thighs as if he was pondering something. He lifted the curtain and looked at the dried-up river outside the carriage, the land with no grass, the drought in Yuezhou. It was more serious than he thought. Suddenly, a growl came from the mountains. A fierce tiger wearing human cloths and carrying a large sword leapt out of the mountains and stopped the carriage. The other walked upright like a man, and the tiger's claws had evolved into 5 fingers that could hold things, with sharp nails growing on them, together with a large sword carried by the other party. The power was extraordinary. Bai Yu's eyes stared. It's a tiger demon. She noticed the still drying blood on the corners of the other woman's mouth, and her mouth gave off a gush of blood, as if she'd just eaten something. Then look at the other man's hand, carrying a human thigh. Apparently it was unknown which unlucky person had become the tiger demon's meal. The world is hard. Even the demons have come out to haunt us, Shirayuki said faintly, facing the tiger demon. She wasn't afraid. Obviously not the first time I've encountered it. TSK, it's a human female child. Female child is good, sweet and savory. You must be delicious. The tiger demon looked at Bai Yu and hemmed and hawed. If you want to eat me, it's up to you, Shirayuki said, drawing her long sword. It was met directly. The tiger demon also pulled out his big sword behind him and fought with Bai Yu, but within a dozen moves, he was kicked to the ground by Bai Yu. A sword pierced the shoulder. That tiger demon was shocked. Damn! He ran into a tough opponent. He hurriedly said, "Don't kill me. I am a subordinate of the White Tiger King. If you kill me, the White Tiger King will not let you go." White Tiger King. Hearing that name, Bai Yu's face changed slightly. The 43rd on the demon list. The White Tiger King? Exactly. You know you're scared. That tiger demon thought that Bai Yu was afraid, and a smile appeared on his face. But the next second, with a swing of her long sword, Shirayuki sliced off her opponent's head. Afraid? I've never been afraid. Bai Yu knew that she wasn't a match for the White Tiger King, so she was startled for a moment just now, but she soon figured it out. Who's behind you? Shu Shu Ah. Martial arts celestials Would you be afraid of a mere White Tiger King? Funny. Shu Xiu stepped out of the carriage and glanced at the tiger demon, and some clues of the demon ranking emerged in his mind. Similar to the heaven, earth, and human ranking. The demon list. A list that ranked the demons of the Great Zhou. Those who were on the list were mostly great demons on one side, or even demon kings comparable to patriarchs. It is said that the top 10 of the demon list, even the heaven list martial artists do not dare to easily mess with them. The matter of the demon list just passed through Chu Xiu's mind, and then he looked at the dead tiger demon and faintly said, "The drought in Yuezhou has made the people's lives unbearable, and there are officials below who are corrupt, and there is a royal son above who is taking bribes and enriching his own pockets. Even the demons have come out to haunt. Bai Yu, do you know that when I was the crown prince, I had the dream of establishing a great Zhou dynasty where the sea is calm and the river is clear. But now, I've only been invalidated for a short time, and the first signs of corruption are already emerging, and my efforts of more than a decade in front of me are about to be undone. What do you think I should do?" Chapter 30 White Tiger Demonic Technique vs. Detaining Souls and Dispatching Generals. What shall I do? You say? Chu Xiu faintly asked, seemingly asking Bai Yu, but also as if he was asking himself. Bai Yu sniffed and pondered for a moment. Gongzi, I'm just a Jianghu person. I don't know the twists and turns of the official world, but I do know one thing. That's, whatever you do, ask for it. All must have a clear mind. If your excellency doesn't want to see Great Zhou go on like this, then let it go. Whatever you're going to do, I'll follow you. Chu Xiu smiled faintly. You are right. Since you want to do it, then let go of it. Although I am not the crown prince now, the things I have done before are real, and I can't let them be ruined just like that. I'm not a crown prince, and I don't want to be a crown prince or an emperor anymore. But that position, too, will not be filled by those who are corpses. He's going to personally support someone on that throne. He resumed his seat in the carriage and said faintly, "Let's go." The carriage continued on its way to the front. Suddenly, as she passed a mountain, Shirayuki's expression became grave. This mountain. The grass is withered and the trees are dying. The mountain roads are full of kaiju white bones. Of men. Of beasts. It is like a mountain of white bones. And at the end of the mountain, There seemed to be a tall white figure standing. Just by looking at it, Baiyu All-Mo felt inexplicably chilled. Gonzi, this mountain seems to be the residence of that White Tiger King. White Tiger Mountain, Baiyu said gruffly. Chu Xiu lifted the curtain to take a look, then also noticed the white figure in the distance. His eyes flashed. Sure is vicious. Ding! White Tiger Mountain is available for signing in. Do you sign in? At this moment, a system prompt sounded. Chu Xiu's eyes lit up and his mind murmured. Sign in. Ding! Signing in is successful. Rewarding the host with the spell detaining souls and dispatching generals. A large amount of information immediately surfaced in Chu Xiu's mind. Spells. It's actually a spell. Chu Xiu was somewhat pleased. In the Jianghu, besides martial artists, there are also warlocks. The so-called warlocks are those who use spells, and spells are more complex and varied and mysterious than martial arts, but they are also more elusive than martial arts. Therefore, the number of warlocks in the Jianghu is much smaller than the number of martial artists. But warlocks are tricky. Ordinary martial artists wouldn't easily mess with it. Roar! At this moment, on the top of White Tiger Mountain, that White Tiger King sensed something and let out a low roar. And in the next second, the other party's figure disappeared into thin air. When Baiyu did her best to capture the other party's figure, the other party had already arrived in front of her and said indifferently, You have the blood aura of my men on you. You killed him, and since that's the case, you go to hell as well. After saying that, the huge tiger claw directly slapped out. Shirayuki was frozen in place like she was scared silly. It wasn't that she didn't want to hide. Rather, the White Tiger King's aura had completely locked her in place. Not to mention dodging, it was difficult for her to even move a finger. Suddenly, a true chi burst out from inside the carriage. The White Tiger King was like an enemy. The tiger paw that was originally slapping at Baiyu crossed in front of him and his demonic chi erupted, blocking this true chi with all his might. However, he was still shaken out of dozens of steps. He scornfully glanced at the carriage. This kind of strength. Supreme Sovereign Realm? Who are you? Why don't you show yourself? The White Tiger King asked himself that his strength was comparable to that of a great master, but he was forced back by a true chi. The opponent's strength must be at least comparable to that of a supreme master. Chu Xiu didn't appear, still sitting inside the carriage, and faintly said, Shirayuki, are you okay? Baiyu sat paralyzed on the carriage, a trace of cold sweat seeping out from her forehead. In that moment just now, she almost thought she was going to die. The difference between an innate and a sovereign was too great. Not to mention, with a demon king like the White Tiger King who was comparable to a great master. Thanks to Chu Xiu's hand. My lord. I'm fine, Shirayuki said. Well, that's good. The White Tiger King's eyes narrowed as he watched the people inside the carriage ignore him. What a rampant human sect master. Actually daring to ignore me. Then let you taste the power of my White Tiger demonic technique. Only to see the White Tiger King suddenly slap his palm on the ground. Countless white bones trembled on the ground. In the next second, a black gas flowed out from those white bones, transforming into a hideous and miserable evil ghost in the air. When Baiyu saw this, her pupils shrunk slightly and her scalp went a little numb. This tiger demon is actually able to drive evil spirits. What a terrifying demonic technique. Human sect master. Fighting alone, I may not be your match, but this is White Tiger Mountain, my territory. Over the years, there were countless human martial artists who came to White Tiger Mountain and wanted to crush me. I killed them all and refined them into devils for me to drive. How can you fight me? The White Tiger King sneered. Then he drove the White Tiger demon technique, and behind him, a single devourer lunged towards the carriage. In the face of hundreds and thousands of sneaks, Chu Xiu's face inside the carriage remained unperturbed, only lifting his finger gently. In the next second, an invisible wave spread out. An arcane pattern emerged in the void. Those were spell runes that automatically surfaced when a spell was cast. The White Tiger King's eyes glazed over when he saw these lines. Spells. I didn't realize you were a warlock. Warlocks are treacherous in their methods. The White Tiger King didn't dare to be careless, not knowing what spells Chu Xiu was going to use. But nothing happened after the invisible fluctuations spread. He couldn't help but frown. What happened? The spell failed? But soon, he noticed a hint of something wrong. All those devils around that had been attacking the carriage all stopped in place. They couldn't move as if they had been immobilized. Vaguely, the White Tiger King seemed to see that there was an invisible silk thread connected to these devils. And at the end of the thread was the carriage. It's not that the spell failed, but that his spell has taken control of my ghost devourer. This is a goblin spell? Damn! How come it's this kind of spell? The White Tiger King's face was gloomy. He could control sneaks, And the thing he hated most was encountering spells of the same type. He tried to continue manipulating these devils with the white tiger demon technique. However, his demonic magic was like a mud cow entering the sea, not making the slightest ripple. Level of spell cast by opponent. Far above him. Damn it, leave. A hint of misfortune arose in the white tiger king's heart, and he turned around to flee. But in the next second, those devils surrounded towards him, with strong resentment in their eyes, and then desperately rushed out. The white tiger king was enraged. Even a bunch of dead devils want to stop me. He waved his tiger claws and his demonic aura swept like a hurricane. One by one, the ghosts of the devils who rushed up were torn apart by him. But the number of devils is too many. One died, another pounced on it. There is an unending stream of former servants. Even though the white tiger king was strong, his physical strength and demonic power was limited. And under the continuous attacks like a tidal wave, he began to be injured, until he took a sword to the knee, screamed in agony, and fell to his knees. The ghosts of the devils were all over the place. With a miserable scream, the white tiger king was torn apart by the devils he had refined. On the carriage, Baiyu watched the scene with some dumbfoundedness. She didn't even react to what was happening. Gongzi, you know spells? Slightly. Shushio faintly said that he was quite satisfied with the effect of the soul detention and dispatch. Chapter 31, Chopsticks Floating. The human head fell to the ground. The white tiger king was completely torn into pieces under the soul detainer. A generation of demon kings, just like that, died on their own turf. And those sneaks that were refined into devils by the white tiger king came to the carriage and bowed with a look of gratitude. Shushio raised his hand and lifted the effect of the soul detaining dispatch. A look of relief appeared on the faces of these devils, and they dissipated into points of light. Ghosts are in and cannot stay in the young world forever. The longer you stay, the more painful it becomes. The white tiger king refined them into devils, which was actually a form of torture for them, and the soul detention and repatriation was, in essence, not very different from the white tiger demon law. It's just a higher grade. Of course, there are some ghosts and spirits that prefer to stay in the young world rather than be relieved. These ghosts, on the other hand, will take to sucking the living's young energy and harvesting young to supplementing to strengthen themselves and prolong their stay in the young world. After obtaining the soul detaining dispenser, this information automatically appeared in Shushio's brain. Go, Shushio faintly said. The carriage continued toward Yuezhou. Along the way, Shushio saw a lot of displaced victims, some of them digging roots to eat, some of them eating guanyin soil, and even some, easy son. The whole of Yuezhou is as miserable as a purgatory. Shushio could not bear to look straight. Inside the carriage, clenched his fists, his gaze cold as electricity. Li Wang relief. What disaster he relief. Soon, they came to a city in Yuezhou City. Although the city has been affected by the drought, the prosperity has decreased, but on the streets, there are still people coming and going. There are just victims everywhere, and in the city, a number of kanji shacks have been opened. Shushio got off the carriage and came to the kanji shed. Looking at the officials and soldiers who were handing out kanji, he went up and took a look, and his eyes suddenly went cold. Just see the porridge. Where is it porridge? It's clearly rice soup. It was also muddy with weed-sifting chaff mixed in. Shushio was exasperated and laughed. Since I've improved crops, Great Joe's granaries have been overflowing. But now, the rice porridge for disaster relief is in this mold. All that food, where did it all go? It's good. It's good. His eyes were like electricity, looking at the officials and soldiers who were handing out the porridge. And he sneered. I remember that the former prince set up a rule when he was providing relief. Chopsticks floating. Heads fall to the ground. He grabbed a handful of chopsticks and threw them within the rice soup. The chopsticks are all floating on the surface. Where did the unruly people come from? Making trouble here. The officer snorted coldly. You also said that those were the rules set by the former prince. Now that he has been abolished, where are his rules left? Who are the local relief officials? Shushio asked indifferently. None of your business. Get out. The officer made a move to push Shushio, but the next second was Baiyu grabbed the arm. Directly twisted. After a click, the other arm directly broken. The officer screamed miserably. Woman, spare your life, woman, spare your life. We are also following the orders to do the job. It has nothing to do with us. Who are the relief officials? Yes, it's the city lord. Shirayuki looked at Shushio. Go meet this man. Shushio said indifferently and turned around to leave. Yuezhou City. Inside the city lord's mansion, the lord of Yuezhou City was having afternoon tea. A variety of snacks were placed in front of him, and a pot of fine dragon well was bubbling with the fragrance of elegant tea. He sipped his tea and ate his snacks in a nice way. All that grain, how much was it sold for? The Uesho City Lord said as he looked at the steward next to him. The butler said, "Back to Lord City Lord. A total of 14,000 taels were sold. Not bad, not bad. Take out 70% and prepare to send it to King Knight." Speaking of this, a hint of flesh pain appeared on his face. Thisly King just gives us the grain and takes 70% without having to do anything. Finding buyers, selling the grain, distributing the silver, and providing disaster relief. It's all done by us, the housekeeper said. That being said, without the grain brought by King Lee, we wouldn't have been able to harvest so much silver. Well, that's true. That's just it. King Lee is a greedy person, but his methods are poisonous and clever, and he is good at disguise. Among the several emperors, there aren't many people who can fight against him. As I see it, sooner or later, that position will be his. So I'll take it as an early allegiance to the new ruler. Uesho City Lord let out a light laugh and said, "By the way, City Lord, I heard that the 9th princess is coming. She seems to be here to assist in the relief efforts, and I don't know if she will stop us from continuing to sell grain." This is something that the Night King should worry about. Anyway, there is only so much food that comes to hand. To find it, let her find the Night King, the Uesho City Lord said. At that moment, there was a footstep outside the door. 2 figures slowly walked into the City Lord's mansion, and the Uesho City Lord's face turned cold. What are those guards doing? Actually letting someone enter so easily? Only that butler sensed a hint of something wrong. Lord City Lord, these 2 are only here for a bad reason. You should retreat behind me first. Butler beware, the Lord of Uesho City said, retreating behind the butler, quite confident in the strength of the other party, knowing that the other party was bought by him at a great price. A pair of powerful Vajra palms, pure fire, ranked 51st on the Earth list. He was a great master of the innate high realm. Friends, the butler walked up towards Bai Yu, Chu Xiu and the 2 of them. Both palms glowed with a hint of golden light. The true chief flowed and was ready to go. But, before he could strike, Chu Xiu glanced at him and indifferently said, "On your knees." Unspeakable pressure surged. The butler only felt as if his shoulders were pressed down by a huge mountain. His knees softened, and with a plop, he knelt on the ground. A large amount of cold sweat seeped out of his forehead and his eyes were filled with horror. This awesome. Zong sure? How did the patriarch get here? The Lord of Uesho City also couldn't help but have his pupils shrink, realizing that this person in front of him was only not easy to deal with. Swallowing his saliva, he said, "Pavilion, who exactly is your excellency? And what do you want to do when you come to my Uesho City? I just want to ask you if you remember the rules for giving kanji for disaster relief." Remember. What is it? Say, chopsticks. Chopsticks float, heads fall to the ground. Very well, will you cut yourself, or will I do it myself? Chu Xiu stood with his arms folded and said. Uesho City Lord's face changed as he exclaimed, "Your Excellency's high level of force is admirable. However, I am the lord of a city and an imperial official. If you kill me, you will be hunted by the court. Even if you're a grandmaster, can you escape the entire court? And who are you to sanction me?" He vocalized, trying to use the court to pressure Chu Xiu, but hearing the doorway at this moment, a cold voice came, "Just by virtue of him being my elder brother, just because he is a generation of virtuous kings." A woman dressed in brocade robe slowly walked into the city lord's mansion under the flank of a few maidservants. The visitor looked no more than 15 or 16 years old, with a delicate face, a high nose, and skin like condensed fat, looking beautiful, but between his eyebrows, he carried an air of nobility that did not match his age. Between his hands and feet, he was filled with an aura of superiority. "Gong, Your Highness," the Uesho city lord was startled, not expecting the other party to arrive at this time, and then associated with the other person's words, "Princess brother, a generation of wise kings, the other side is not." The Uesho city lord swallowed his saliva and looked at Chu Xiu in shock. You're the former crown prince Chu Xiu." The identity of the former prince was not something he was very scrupulous about yet. The key is, the rumored Chu Xiu was a martial Dao Celestial. This kind of existence, to some extent, has exceeded the court control. Even if the other party killed him, the court probability will not die with each other. Celestials already have immunity from murder. Chapter 32. Do the immortals look down on worldly royalty? Shu Nishan looked at Chu Xiu, and a trace of excitement showed in her eyes. She hadn't expected that she would meet Chu Xiu this time when she came to Uezhou. She rushed forward, unable to hold back her excitement, pulling Chu Xiu's hand, saying, "Imperial brother, this period of time, have you been doing well?" Chu Xiu smiled slightly. "I'm fine." But then, his expression revealed a hint of coldness. "But the people of Yuezhou are living in deep water. Just because of these people." He looked to the Echidna city lord. The other party also looked at Chu Nishang. Chu Xiu, seeing the hallowed princess, actually being so intimate with the former crown prince, his eyes flashed, and he already had a plan in mind to deal with Chu Nishang. Humph. The abolition of the crown prince to collaborate with the enemy and treason. The crime is extremely evil. By his majesty himself to be relegated to the common people. This is known to all people. Princess, you are 1,000 gold body. But with the abolition of the crown prince is so close to this matter, if the rumor to his majesty there. The corners of Yuezhou city lord's mouth rose, although it did not continue, but everyone heard the threatening meaning of his words. This matter spread to his majesty. Chu Nishang, must be hard to escape the blame. You may even lose Emperor Zhou's favor because of it. Chu Nishang naturally knew this, and if she wanted to seize the throne, she couldn't completely tear her face off with Emperor Zhou right now, and even needed the other side's support. Therefore, she smiled faintly at Chu Xiu. "Imperial brother, wait a moment." She walked to a maidservant, pulled out the sword on the other side's waist and walked towards the Yuezhou city lord. The other side's face changed slightly. "You, what do you want to do?" Pust. The long sword stabbed out straight and then penetrated the heart of the Yuezhou city lord. The other party's pupils shrank, unable to believe that Chu Nishang, such a girl, actually dared to kill with her hands. Moreover, without a hint of hesitation, Chu Xiu was also a bit surprised. This sister who used to be good and sweet in front of herself. "I can't believe that I have such a murderous drive." Himself, he had really underestimated the other party. For the first time, Chu Xiu looked squarely at Chu Nishang. The lord of Yuezhou city fell headlong to the ground. "Too dead to die," she indifferently said. The lord of Yuezhou city did not do a good job of providing disaster relief, enriching his own pockets, and privately selling the court's relief food. The crime deserves 1,000 deaths, and has already been put to death by this palace. The butler who was kneeling on the ground was trembling and didn't dare to speak. "Men, search all the silver within the city lord's mansion for me, then take it to buy grain, and starting tomorrow, reopen the barns for grain," Chu Nishang faintly said. She reinserted her longsword back into the scabbard of the servant girl next to her. The maidservant frowned a bit. "There is still blood on this. Princess, you don't know to wipe it clean first?" "Alas, forget it, do it yourself." "Imperial brother, we haven't seen each other for a long time. Let's enter and talk," Trinity said, pulling Chu Xiu inside the lobby. And seeing those exquisite dim sum on the lobby as well as the superb dragon wells, she lightly grunted and asked the people to remove those things. "Royal brother. Nishang, don't call me royal brother. It's not good if people hear you." "And, brother?" Seeing that Chu Xiu did not refuse, Chu Nishang continued. "Elder brother, you have also come to Yuezhou, but is it for the matter of this drought?" "Aha! This drought is not trivial. Once in nearly 10 years, on this journey I have seen many people displaced, even easy to eat. I like you want to solve this matter as quickly as possible, but some people have taken advantage of this time, and amassed a great deal of wealth, treating the people's suffering like nothing." Chu Nishang said with cold eyes. "Is it King Knight? Not bad, the source of everything of kingly. This disaster relief, presided over by him, it is his own corruption, only to let the officials underneath follow along with greed. The court allocation as well as the relief food, by those officials layer by layer divided, finally fell in the hands of the people. Even 3 melons and 2 jujubes are not. It's abominable." Looking at the righteously indignant Chu Nishang, Chu Xiu had a sense of relief. "You came to Yuezhou, but to deal with this matter?" "Yes. I don't want Yuezhou to be destroyed in the hands of kingly, and I don't want the official order you've built up in the previous 10 years or so, brother, to be destroyed." "Ha, Nazumi, do you want to sit in that seat?" Chu Xiu faintly laughed. He spoke out of turn. When Chu Nishang heard this, her eyes glowed. Then she said, "That position belongs to you, elder brother. Elder brother is the most suitable candidate." Chu Xiu shook his head. "I'm tired. I just want to have a good time getting away in the Jianghu. That position no longer has any attraction for me." How many people might be surprised if anyone else heard that? That's the emperor's throne. Power to the world. That kind of a throne is actually not attractive to Chu Xiu at all, although I don't want to sit on it. Don't want anyone else to just sit on it either. "Nishang, do you want to sit?" Chu Xiu asked again. Chu Nishang sniffed, her eyes condensed. If elder brother is not willing to sit in that position, Nishang is willing to give it a try for the sake of her elder brother and for the sake of the people. She had no secrets before Chu Xiu and frankly admitted her ambitions. Chu Xiu smiled slightly. I will help you. Thank you, brother. The two siblings talked for a long time, and the few maidservants that Chu Nishang brought with her also searched out all the silver in the city lord's mansion. Quite a lot. There were 20,000 taels of silver. Much of it is derived from peddling food. There are even receipts in them. Chu Nishang looked at the silver, thinking that these were exchanged for the lives of the people. Anger burned in her eyes. These bastards. What's next, Your Highness? The servant girl asked. Take the silver and retrade the grain and distribute it to the people. Also, keep the receipts. This is the proof that we have brought King Li to his knees. Yes. The maidservant nodded slightly before glancing at Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu also looked at the other party. This servant girl? She's not simple. The level of cultivation is as high as that of a grandmaster. But she was willing to stay by Chu Nishang's side as a maidservant. Chu Nishang noticed that Chu Xiu's eyes were looking at the maidservant in a different way and said, Elder brother, this person is someone sent by the Yin Yang Dao sect to assist me. And his name is Cherry. Yin Yang Dao sect. Cherry. Ha, you have one of the four great sects to help you. And with such a patriarch to protect you, I'm relieved. Chu Xiu smiled faintly. He had heard of the Yin Yang Dao sect's reputation. One of the major sects of the Great Thursday, with deep roots, specializing in yin and yang spells. I did not expect the other party is also involved in the first wife inside, and also chose to help Chu Nishang so a princess, rather than other royals. It's kind of fun. Cherry also gave Chu Xiu an unexpected look. The other party can actually see his own Zongshi cultivation at a glance. Sure enough, it was a martial arts celestial. Night. Yueshio City Lord's Mansion. Inside the yard, Chu Fix was enjoying the moon and drinking wine, and Baiyu stood beside him, pouring wine for him from time to time. When a figure slowly came, it was none other than Cherry, who was wearing a long sword on her waist, who smiled faintly and said, Flowers and moon, beauty and wine. Mr. Chu was really in good spirits. Chu Xiu was not surprised by her arrival and said, It's not easy for the Yin Yang Dao sect to cultivate a young patriarch, and to send such a patriarch to Nishang to drive her around. It's evident that the Dao sect has attached great importance to Nishang. Only I'm curious as to why Nezumi? She is of a woman's body and does not have any advantage in competing with the other princes for the throne. So why did you choose her? Because compared to several other imperial sons, the princess is most suitable for my Yin Yang Dao sect. 4-1. The princess mother was once a disciple of the Dao sect. The second is that the princess worshipped the Dao sect as early as when she was 3 years old. She wanted to take over the throne, so we had to help her with all our might. Cherry faintly said, then asked Chu Xiu in turn. On the contrary, Gongzi, you really don't have any half-thoughts about that position? She really doubted that in the world. Was there really someone who could put the throne down in a cloud, knowing that it was a supreme power? No. Why? You think immortals would look down on worldly royalty? Chapter 33, The Night King's Actions. Black Cloud 16 Co. Do you think the immortals look down on worldly royalty? A word that sent Cherry into silence. Even celestial beings did not dare to underestimate the power of imperial authority. Katrushio. But comparing himself to an immortal? She admitted that if she was truly a land immortal, then she did possess the battle power to ignore imperial power. But was Chu Xiu a land immortal? It's impossible to think about it anyway. That kind of power hasn't been seen in years. Nowadays, people even wonder if land gods exist or not. The world says that the former crown prince was humble and courteous, and generous to others. Only it didn't occur to me that there would also be such an arrogant side to him. Cherry said indifferently. Then she added, do you know why my Yin Yang Dao sect is suddenly involved in the battle to seize the throne? Wasn't it Nezumi who wanted it? Besides that, there's another reason. May I hear it? Because you are not in the courtroom anymore. Cherry took a deep breath. The lord of my Yin Yang Dao sect once evaluated you, saying that you are an inner saint and an outer king, and that you are the material of 1,000 bright kings. It said that if you were on the throne, no one could compete with you. Therefore, we will not be involved in the seizure of the first wife in any case, because we can't compete with you. But it's a pity that you are too powerful, not only powerful enough to make the other imperial sons eclipsed, but also powerful enough to make the son of heaven are scorned, and had to relegate you to the common people. Perhaps this is too rigid and easy to fold, and the overbearing dragon has regrets. Even Cherry herself couldn't help but sigh when she said that. If Chu Xiu is still around, Shu Nishan's ambition would not be revealed in half. The Yin Yang Dao sect as well as other forces will never be involved in the dynasty either. But Chu Xiu left the courtroom after all. This also made the forces no longer have any scruples. The corner of Chu Xiu's mouth rose slightly. Your patriarch's evaluation of me is quite high. If I have the opportunity, I will thank him in person. Let's not talk about this. Let's talk about Her Highness. Although my Yin Yang Dao sect has promised to help her take over the throne, but this road is difficult and dangerous. A little carelessness, it is all doom and gloom. Do you think she can finally sit in that position? If it was just you guys, maybe it might have failed. But now, Chu Xiu drank a cup of wine. She is destined to be the future new ruler. A few days later, Chu Nishan used the silver within the city lord's mansion to buy and purchase new grain, reopening the barn and releasing the grain. And this time it was no longer muddy rice soup. It's real food for disaster relief. The victims looked at the food and were so excited that tears fell from their eyes. Chu Nishan was also gradually known to the people as a result, beginning to accumulate some prestige. However, Chu Nishan here disaster relief situation is very good, but Li Wang's side is a little bad. Due to the interference of Chu Nishan, Li Wang convergence of wealth speed affected not to mention. In the people's prestige also began to reduce. The nasty things he did came to light. Now, many of the people are so disappointed with him that the only ones who still stand with him are those officials at all levels who were corrupt with him. Damn it! The ninth sister doesn't come when she wants, but at this time of the day, and father is really too, sending someone to supervise me because of rumors. Also, since she came, why didn't she come to see me first? Instead, she went to that Ueshio city, killed the lord of Ueshio city, and started the disaster relief herself? Does she still see me as her second brother? Shu Li huffed. At this time, an old man next to him said, if the ninth princess continues like this, how much money we can collect is secondary. The key is, she is increasingly rising in popularity. More and more set off your highness you dwarf ah. Shu Li's eyes flashed. Then what do you think should be done? In my opinion, we must think of a way to stop the ninth princess from continuing the disaster relief, and it would be best to get her back to the royal capital. As far as I know, near Ueshio City, there is a group of bandits roaming around, named Black Cloud 16 Co. These 16 people, all of them are elite martial artists, burning, killing, pillaging, and doing no evil. If we can ask them to go out to Ueshio to cause trouble, we can definitely interrupt the ninth princess's disaster relief and drive her back to the royal capital. Shu Li listened to the end, pondering. The Black Cloud 16 bandits have heard a little. I heard that the former prince had once led troops to besiege them, and even caused a lot of losses to them, and the 16 people lost a large part of them. That's right, today's Black Cloud 16 corsairs are reorganized, but their battle power is not weaker than before. Even if a supreme patriarch were to face the killing formation formed by these 16, he would still have to be afraid of it. The old man continued. Good. I'll fix some letters and send someone with silver to go ahead and ask them to make a move. King Li said. He had gotten a lot of silver for this relief effort. Taking out some to ask the 16 Black Cloud bandits to come out is no big deal. Viet Cong. A few miles away, on the White Tiger Mountain, a few people rode a few black horses to arrive, and the person in the lead glanced at the mutilated and broken arms of the White Tiger King on the ground, and a trace of scorn flowed out of his eyes. Dang, White Tiger King actually died such a horrible death. It looks like it was at least a celestial who struck. I really don't know who did it. There aren't many celestials in Great Zhou. Could it be that those guys on the celestial list made a move? Another person curiously said. Anyway, it's not a good place to stay. Go back. Several people rode away and returned to Black Cloud Mountain. Not long after they had returned, they saw the people sent by King Knight, as well as the mouthfuls of chests filled with gold, silver, and jewels. The 16 people present brightened up. Then they all looked at the leader of the 16 Black Cloud bandits, Black Cloud Pawn. The other party's eyes narrowed as he placed King Knight's letter into his arms and said, Go back and report to King Knight. We will not let him down. Good. Then I'll be obliged to Black Cloud's head honcho. The old man smiled faintly. As he was about to leave, the Black Cloud pawnbroker suddenly called out to him. I know you. You are the second on the Earth ranking, Thunderbolt Sword Ma Kuan. At the same time, you are also a guest elder of the Ling Xiao Sword Sect. Why? The Ling Xiao Sword Sect is also involved in the first generation seizure? It doesn't have much to do with you. When the former prince fell, you guys popped up one by one. Shu Nishan, the Night King, the Ling Xiao Sword Sect. When the former prince was around, I didn't see you guys jumping out to take over the throne. For that matter, I actually kinda admire the former prince. Admire him for whisking you, the 16 Black Cloud bandits, around like dogs in the first place? Mention this. The other members of the 16 Black Cloud Corsairs had drawn their blades. A solemn and murderous atmosphere filled the surroundings. The crowd stared at the old man Makoan with unfriendly faces. Black Cloud Pawn leader's eyes narrowed. Back then, when the former prince used his art of war in conjunction with the Danae's experts to crush my Black Cloud 16 invaders one by one. This, I admit, it's just a pity that he's no longer the prince now, and he doesn't have the Danae's guards around him. If I meet him again, I'll kill him like a dog. Ma Koan looked at him. If you encounter him again, I advise you to flee immediately. Pupils of the Black Cloud pawnbroker shrank. He's really a Martial Dao Celestial? This rumor, he had also heard about it, but he didn't dare or want to believe it. Now that he heard it from Ma Koan's mouth, he had to think again about the credibility of the rumor. And Ma Koan didn't answer, because even he doesn't dare to judge easily. But so many people say yes. The Eastern hates injuries are real, too. You can see that it's not an empty promise. Do your business first, Ma Koan faintly said, then turned around and left, going back to resume his orders to Chu Li. Chapter 34 Only one man but better than 1,000 armies. Inside the city of Yueshio, Chu Nishang is presiding over the disaster relief. At the same time, is also secretly collecting Chu Li as well as under the command of the officials embezzlement of money and silver of the disaster relief money evidence. This matter is not very difficult to do. After all, as long as Chu Li did it, no matter how well it was hidden, there would always be traces left behind, and as long as there were traces to follow, Chu Nishang had a way to find evidence. Now she has collected a lot of evidence, but she felt that they were not enough. These were able to prove that Chu Li and the others were corrupt, but in Emperor Zhou's mind, it was only not enough to bring King Li down completely. She also needed a more important piece of evidence, a weight that was enough to make King Li fall on his sword, so that he could no longer be a candidate for disaster relief, or even fall from grace in the eyes of the Zhou Emperor. Outside of Yueshio City, 16 black horses, 16 people dressed in black, wearing black cloaks, with ghostly masks on their faces, like black ghosts, came. A man next to the Black Cloud pawnbroker hemmed and hawed. Big brother, that Chu Nishang, as a princess, with her brocade clothes and jade food, must be very pretty to look at. Put away your mind. Our purpose is to drive her out of Yueshio City. Don't do anything superfluous. Besides, you may not hurt her life? Black Cloud Pawn said gruffly. Why? People of the royal family are all protected by Dragon Chi. It's bad luck to kill them. I heard that decades ago. There was a celestial who held himself in force and killed a prince. And then within 3 days his cultivation regressed and he was reduced to an invalid, and was caught by the government and beheaded on the street. Black Cloud Pawn said faintly. The rest of them were a bit surprised when they heard. There's actually a real dragon's chi? Well, it should be true. The higher the cultivation level, the more one can sense these things in the underworld. I have seen the former prince in the past, although the other party's cultivation level was not high at that time, but when I saw him, I had a palpitation feeling. It was as if there was something about him that killed me. That should be the dragon aura in him. I've met a few other princes since then by chance, and the feeling they gave me was far less strong than the former prince. The Black Cloud pawnbroker thought of something, and a hint of scorn appeared in his eyes. Hearing his words, the crowd didn't dare to hit Chu Nishang, but they were still confident about this operation. Although you can't kill Chu Nishang. However, there was no difficulty at all in driving the other party out of Yueshio City. Into the city, the Black Cloud Pawn said. 16 people rode their horses and galloped towards Yueshio City, and the soldiers guarding the city turned pale with fear when they saw these 16 men. Yes, it's the 16 Black Cloud bandits. Damn, they're actually here. Yueshio is in a great drought. The people are in dire straits, and at this time of the year, these 16 demons still want to set out to plunder us? With the 9 princesses providing relief, we've managed to get better. Why did these 16 demons suddenly come? The people of Yueshio had all heard of this Black Cloud 16 invaders. They could be considered a nightmare for the people of Yueshio. Wherever the Black Cloud 16 invaders go, there is bound to be a bloody storm. Not an inch of grass. The soldiers guarding the city hurriedly slammed the city gates shut and then ran in to report to Chu Nishang. But the gates couldn't stop the 16 bandits at all. The Black Cloud Dongji, who was at the head of the group, swung out a long sword in his hand. Next, Blade Chi swept out like a hurricane. The large city gate was split into 7 or 8 pieces by the sword chi and collapsed. Soon, Shu Nishan came out with her people, Cherry holding a sword and protecting her side. Shu Nishan looked at the 16 people in front of her, her eyes icy cold, and said, "The 16 Black Cloud invaders, you guys have a lot of guts. You actually dare to come and obstruct the disaster relief, openly opposing the imperial court and treating the law like nothing. Are you not afraid of death?" Black Cloud Pawn leader laughed lightly. 9 princesses, have you not forgotten the occupation of our brethren? We are roving bandits. It's extra-legal fanatics. It was supposed to treat the law like nothing. I'm here today for 2 things only. First, hand over all the silver on you. Second, Princess 9, please leave Yuezhou. Shu Nishan was not surprised to hear the first request. When she heard the second request, a hint of color appeared in her eyes. Please ask me to leave Yuezhou. It seems that I am in Yuezhou, and I am in the way of some people. Behind you all, some of the masterminds, are those corrupt and bribe-taking officials? Dark Cloud Dango didn't say anything. Wearing a ghostly mask, he made it impossible to see the slightest expression. Only those eyes, indifferent and cold. 9 princess, why ask so much? If you do not go, we just need to be here. To kill. Don't you dare. Cherry let out a low gulp and drew her long sword. Her true chi flowed, and vaguely, a black and white Taiji diagram emerged under her feet. Black Cloud Pawn leader was a bit surprised. Taiji sword technique. This is the Yin Yang Dao sect's martial art that mixes spell changes. Who are you? Disciple of the Yin Yang Dao sect. Cherry, your cultivation has reached the patriarch. Interesting, the original 9 princesses behind the Yin and Yang Taoist sect backing off. No wonder that person wants to find us to come. Ha ha, is too interesting? The former prince left. You guys are really one after another to come up make me want to get involved in a foot. Black Cloud Pawnbroker laughed out loud. He suddenly felt that it seemed not bad to find a prince to defect and participate in taking over the throne. Didn't he see that even the Yin Yang Dao sect and the Ling Shao sword sect were involved? You can imagine how great the temptation of this merit from the dragon is. If you get involved and take the right stance, you may be able to become a general or something like that in the future if you change your face and ditch your rogue status. Formation. The Black Cloud Pawnbroker laughed out loud. Then, the rest of the 15 people behind him rushed out, riding around Cherry, the 9th princess, their true chi flowing, vaguely resonating with each other. It actually formed an exquisite battle formation. Within the formation, Cherry only felt the boundless pressure rolling in. There was pitch-black true chi sweeping around, like black clouds destroying a city. Black Cloud's 16 bandits, although they are roving bandits, but this combined attack formation should not be underestimated. No wonder they can break into such a big name in the Jianghu. Cherry's hands were seeping with cold sweat as she gripped her sword. Then he looked at Shu Nishan next to him. In the face of such formations and might, he was still unchanged and calm, which made Cherry admire him somewhat. Daring to participate in the seizure of the first wife with a woman's body. Her heart is really extraordinary. What are you afraid of? Shu Nishan looked at Cherry and said indifferently, "They are the ones who should be afraid." She had just finished her sentence. Just a short distance away, a figure walked slowly. The other party was dressed in white, immaculate, with a handsome face and inked hair that reached his waist. With every step he took, a point of aura was gradually released from his body. However, in just a few steps, a powerful pressure had enveloped the entire street, making the Black Cloud Dongji feel doubly oppressed, and his heart felt as if it had been gripped. Especially when he saw the other party's face clearly, he couldn't help his pupils shrinking in disbelief. It's you! That face, he would never forget. In his life, he had lost very few times. One of the worst times was when he was surrounded by a teenager with soldiers. That teenager was clearly a martial arts 5 or 6 grade. He could crush a large number of them with one hand. However, it was such a teenager who used his army like a god, breaking the 16 of them one by one, and in the end, he was the only one left to escape in a sorry state. Now, he had managed to reorganize the 16 Black Cloud bandits and make a name for himself again. And this guy, he was here again. This time, there was only one other person on the other side. But the feeling given to him is better than 1,000 armies. Chapter 35, Slapping the 16 Black Cloud invaders to death with a slap. The spell called for wind and rain. Chu Xiu looked at the Black Cloud 16 corsairs and felt that there was a slight familiarity with the appearance of these people, as if he had seen them somewhere before. Soon he recalled it. Wasn't this the roving bandit he'd led a siege against a few years ago? I remember when he was not yet the crown prince and was still accumulating his political achievements. He heard that the 16 Black Cloud bandits were in rebellion, so he led his troops to besiege them. At that time, a lot of people didn't see eye to eye. He himself is also a bit unconfident, but also stayed up late and worked overtime to make up a night of Sun Tzu's Art of War, the 36 Stratagems and other books of war. Then, the 16 Black Cloud Bandits. Nothing more. Although the leader of the Black Cloud 16 bandits escaped, this battle also made him famous for it, and he gained some fame even in the military. I didn't expect that today. I actually saw these people again. Shaking his head. It's really a narrow road. This time, since you've met, you guys don't leave. Next, mighty strength. The battle formation of the 16 Black Cloud bandits directly collapsed with a loud bang, and the Black Cloud pawn even appeared in his mind. Makoan's advice. If you meet him, I advise you to escape. Wudao Celestial. The other party was truly a martial arts celestial. Black Cloud pawn leader didn't dare to be the slightest bit slow. Yelling, hurry! 16 men on black horses fled quickly toward the city gates. Seeing that the city gates were getting closer and closer, the Black Cloud pawnbroker turned to look around to see if Chu Xiu had caught up, but he didn't see the other party's figure. He was slightly relieved inside. Didn't catch up? That's great. However, when he turned to look at the city gates, his face suddenly changed wildly, only to see that at some point, there was an additional figure at the city gates. It was Chu Xiu. What? How did he get there so fast? The sudden appearance of Chu Xiu caused the Black Cloud pawnbroker's face to turn white. Then, he let out a low cry. Lend me your power. The rest of the 15 people heard this and immediately rode their horses and formed a line. Then holding hands, they fed their bodies true chi into the centermost Black Cloud Dongji. Black Cloud Pawn's aura was insanely elevated. In one breath, he reached the peak of the Supreme Master Realm. One could even call it a sentence. Half-step celestial. Black Cloud destroying chop. With a roar of fury, the Black Cloud pawnbroker drew his long sword and his true chi gushed out, condensing a huge black sword shadow in the air. The shadow of the blade chopped down fiercely towards Chu Xiu with a domineering and overwhelming might. The momentum is like a black cloud destroying a city. Everything is destroyed. But Chu Xiu stood still. He didn't even use any martial arts moves. He just lightly waved his hand. True chi surged out, transforming into a huge palm print. Boom in the middle. That domineering blade shadow directly collapsed. The terrifying palm force landed on the Black Cloud pawnbroker, and the other party flew out directly with his horse, his tendons and bones bursting and dying on the spot. And not only him, the rest of the 15 people were also enveloped by the palm chi. All of them vomited blood to the sky and fell to the ground and died violently. One palm, easily destroying the ferocious and renowned Black Cloud 16 invaders. Such power is truly mind-blowing. Chu Nishang had heard of Chu Xiu's strength, but it was the first time she had seen it, and she couldn't help but swallow her saliva. Elder brother is terrifying. Cherry was also jaw-dropped. So strong. No wonder he has the backbone to defy imperial power. With such strength, how many people in the world can compare? Even those on the heavenly ranking are just like that. Such age, such cultivation. How the hell does he practice? After resolving the Black Cloud 16 cultivators, Chu Xiu's figure disappeared into thin air. It's as if it never existed. And Cherry went up to examine the body and found a letter from the Black Cloud Dango, which she handed to Chu Nishang. The other party took it over and looked at it, and his pupils shrunk slightly. Sure enough, it's King Knight. She wasn't very surprised, and even couldn't help the corners of her mouth from rising slightly after seeing the epistle. Good, good, King Knight, you've brought this on yourself. Men, go to Black Cloud Mountain. Inside the city lord's mansion, you also noticed the terrifying aura coming from outside the city. But she wasn't worried. The male had already gone to take care of it, and she was sure no one could hurt him. She looked at the family heirloom dragon sword and murmured, I'll have to speed up my cultivation myself, or else I won't even have the qualifications to be by the side of Duke follower. Whoosh! Chu Xiu returns. Baiyu stepped forward and asked, Gongzi, what kind of person came to cause trouble? The 16 Black Cloud bandits. The person behind them should be the Night King, but it's already been resolved. The rest, leave it to Nishang to deal with. Chu Xiu faintly laughed. Soon, Chu Nishang brought people back from Black Cloud Mountain and brought back a lot of gold and silver treasures. Among them was a shipment of silver branded with the official name. This is disaster relief silver, but it was used by King Knight to hire the 16 Black Cloud bandits against his sister. Thinking of this, Chu Nishang's eyes were ice cold. I've already collected quite a lot of evidence of King Li's corruption and bribery, together with this one of King Li's handwritten letters, and all this silver. The time to bring him down is ripe. After saying that, Chu Nishang packaged the evidence and handed it all to Cherry. These things, you bring them back to the royal capital and hand them over to the imperial master, Li Shohan. By him presenting it to father, he will be able to pull King Li down. This time, he is dead. Cherry nodded slightly. Yes, Your Highness. She was about to leave. Instead, Chu Xiu called out to her. Wait a moment. What is it? Only to see Chu Xiu flip his hand and take out a sword. It was an ancient long sword, and on top of the scabbard, it was inlaid with 7 jewels. Chu Xiu handed the sword to Cherry. Take this sword. If you encounter any accidents on the road, pull out this sword and you may be able to turn danger into safety. Cherry was a little surprised. How does a sword turn a danger into a danger? She took the sword and tried to draw it, but was prevented from doing so. I said, draw this sword again when you meet an accident you can't solve. Cherry nodded. Good. Though curious, she did nothing more than tie the sword to her waist along with her own saber, and took the evidence to the royal capital. After he left, Chu Nishang continued to preside over the disaster relief. As for Chu Xiu, he had been staying in Yueshou City, feeling that he couldn't do much to help with the disaster relief, and at that exact moment, he heard that a demon had appeared in a nearby ancient town. He took Shirayuki to check it out. Clear River Township, an ancient town located near the city of Yueshou. This place is also affected by the drought. The people have no harvest. Although there are Chu Nishang relief, the days are much better than some days ago, but it still treats the symptoms and not the root cause. There is a river next to the town of Qinghe, and in this time of drought, there is still a lot of water, which should be a good thing, but a demon came out of this river. Demons hogging the water. Anyone who wanted to take water had to offer a sacrifice. Chu Xiu learned of this and brought Bai Yu. Just as he arrived at the entrance of the ancient town, he heard a system alert. Ding! Come to the 1,000-year-old town of Qinghe. You can sign in. Do you sign in? Chu Xiu's eyes lit up as he signed in his mind. Next, signed in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the spell calling the wind and rain. Chu Xiu's pupils shrunk. Calling out the wind and rain? Doesn't that really make you a god? Chu Xiu's eyes glowed. Especially at this point in the drought in Yuezhou, the role of this call for wind and rain is simply not too great, and can completely solve this drought from the root. Good. Good. Yuezhou is saved. Chu Xiu was in a good mood. This Qinghe town, it's really the right place. He was a little impatient to try out the ability. Chapter 36, Makuan Strikes. Cherry in distress. After obtaining the calling wind and rain spell, the corners of Chu Xiu's mouth rose slightly. In a happy mood, and then under the guidance of the Qinghe town's townspeople, he came to the river that was occupied by demons, and the other party didn't dare to come closer, only daring to point it out from afar. But it was enough for Chu Xiu. He brought Bai Yu to the edge of the river and carefully sensed it. It was soon discovered that upstream of the river, there was a tyrannical demonic aura. Go up and check it out. A large golden toad was found perched on a large boulder next to the corpse of a human baby. Chu Xiu glanced at it with an ancient expression, and the big toad saw this and glanced at it. Oh, are you here for water too? Send up your offerings. Seek death. Shirayuki had burst into a rage after seeing the corpse of the infant. Charged up with his sword. The swimming dragon sword came out, and the sword was like a swimming dragon. The innate cultivation was fully exerted, and in 3 or 2 strokes, he left a blood-drenched sword mark on that golden toad's body. Toad's face changed drastically. Innate expert. Not good. Retreat first. He opened his mouth and spat out a large amount of green poisonous gas, and then take the opportunity to try to slip away. But suddenly, a palm condensed from true chi slapped him. The opponent was directly slapped into pieces. Chu Xiu withdrew his hand with a bland expression and was about to leave after resolving the demon. Suddenly unable to resist a soft eek, he found a Ganoderma lucidum emitting a faint glow under the large green stone where the toad was staying. He glanced at it and his eyes lit up. This is a 100-year-old Ganoderma. After taking it, you can increase your power greatly. This toad is actually hiding this treasure. If he has this treasure, why doesn't this toad use it himself? Shirayuki was a little confused. This 100 years Lingji, the medicinal power is overbearing. It's not something that an ordinary demon or martial artist can digest. That toad is only at the 1st grade realm. If he takes this Lingji hastily, he will only explode and die. I think that he should want to advance to the innate level before he uses this item. Chu Xiu said with a faint smile and took off the Lingji. Bai Yu was happy for him. Gongzi, this is how good people get good karma. You eradicated this demon for the people. Thus you were able to harvest this treasure. Chu Xiu smiled. This item is useless to me, but it's quite useful to you. After you take it, your cultivation will be able to rise to at least innate perfection. His cultivation had reached the land god realm. Not to mention the 100-year Ganoderma lucidum. The 1,000-year Ganoderma lucidum had little effect on him. Bai Yu's mouth opened wide. Just this one Lingji can actually raise me to innate perfection? This is too powerful. There are countless treasures in the world. I've read in a book of wonders that there are spirit fruits in the world that some people take and reach the level of a zone master. Compared to that, this 100-year Ganoderma is nothing. Chu Xiu smiled. He had read a lot of the collection when he was in the royal palace. That's why he was able to recognize this 100 years Lingji at a glance. TCH, it's really a big world, Shiroyuki said, looking at the Lingji with some anticipation. With this item, she would be able to slightly catch up with the Gongzi's pace, right? The other side, the main city of Yuezhou, where King Knight was located. Inside the city lord's mansion, King Knight had already learned about the failure of the 16 Black Cloud bandits. He stood up in misery and disbelief. How is it possible? When the 16 Black Cloud co-join forces, a supreme patriarch would not necessarily be a match. How could it not be able to help a Chu Nishang? Is it hard to believe that there's a supreme master level expert beside her to protect her? A supreme patriarch is definitely a dominant party in the Jianghu. Even if it was a prince like him who wanted to recruit, it would still take a lot of effort. Right now, his Night King's mansion simply did not have this kind of expert sitting in it. His greatest reliance right now was also the Thunderbolt sword Ma Kuan by his side. The opponent was only at the Grand Master level as well. Chu Nishang. How could there be an expert of that level escorting her? Other than that, there is another thing to report to your highness, Ma Kuan said next to him. Recently, someone saw the former crown prince Chu Xiu in Yuezhou. When these words came out, Chu Li's pupils shrunk slightly. How could that be? He actually came to Yuezhou. Is it possible that the person who killed the 16 Black Cloud bandits was him? Rumors in the rivers and lakes say that Chu Xiu is a celestial being. It made sense that he would be able to kill the 16 Black Cloud bandits. It's hard to believe that Nishang is still secretly in contact with Chu Xiu. I don't know. There's no proof right now. Not good. The 16 Black Cloud bandits have a letter written by me. If it falls into Chu Nishang's hands and she presents it to father, the consequences will be unimaginable. Chu Li thought of something. His face changed drastically, and he looked at Ma Kuan. Elder Ma, the only way to help me now is to ask you to make a move. Don't worry, Your Highness. I've sent people to watch all the major roads to the royal capital, and once I find the Night Princess's people, I'll come back and report. I am obliged to Elder Ma. Never let this epistle fall into father's hands. On top of an official road heading to the royal capital, Cherry disguises herself to avoid King Knight's men along the road, but alas, she was still one move too many. It was discovered by a gang in the Jianghu, which is called the Green Wolf Gang, and is one of the top Yakuza gangs in the Jianghu. He had already secretly submitted to King Knight long ago. Upon discovering Cherry's whereabouts, she was immediately rounded up. The official road, Cherry ran away quickly, trying to return to the kingdom. However, behind them, the Green Wolf Gang members were in hot pursuit, especially the leader of the Green Wolf Gang, who was riding a tall green wolf with a surprisingly fast speed. It was more than tens of times faster than ordinary cavalry. He soon caught up with Cherry and stabbed out with a gun behind his back, which was as strong as a dragon. Cherry lightly grunted as she swung out the long sword in her hand, swinging away the lance, while a taiji diagram emerged behind her, in which sword chi flew out. The sword chi shook the Green Wolf Gang leader back. The other party couldn't help but TSK. Worthy of being a disciple of the Yin Yang Dao sect, this taiji sword technique that fuses spells is truly arcane. Master of the Green Wolf Gang, you are living in a remote area. You could have lived in peace with each other, but you want to get involved in this dynastic dispute. It's too stupid. You Yin Yang Dao sect, how could you not? You, the Green Wolf Gang, are also worthy of being compared to my Yin Yang Dao sect? In addition, although you and I are the same sect master, but the martial arts wonders are far inferior to me. If I really want to start killing you people, I'm afraid it's not enough for me to kill, Cherry said in a cold voice. The long sword was crossed, and the sword chi stirred out. The taijita spreads under his feet. It enveloped the Green Wolf Gang leader as well as dozens of gang members. It actually pressurized them. The Green Wolf Gang leader smiled faintly. We really can't match your strength, but unfortunately, there is one person that you can't deal with. Who? A sudden sense of foreboding arose in Cherry's mind. Me. An indifferent voice rang out. Next, a figure came from behind the crowd of the Green Wolf Gang and stepped within the range of the taiji diagram as a powerful aura exploded and impacted the taiji diagram. Cherry was shaken back a few steps and looked at the visitor, her pupils slightly shrinking. Second on the Earth ranking, Ling Xiao Sword Sect Guest Elder. Thunderbolt Sword Ma Kuan. Ma Kuan stood with his arms folded, and between the lifting of his hands, his true chi flowed. making crackling sounds in the air, and his sword chi was like thunderbolts, stirring out. Bang! The Taiji diagram collapsed with a bang. Ma Koan said indifferently, "A Zongshur beginner's realm is unbeatable in front of a great Zongshur. Will you tie your hands and surrender? Or will I personally kill you?" Chapter 37, 7-Star Dragon's Abyss of Sword Chi. King Li stepped down. By the time she saw Ma Gong, Cherry was already a little desperate. This is a great master. In the Jianghu, it is a dominant party. Even the 4 major sects didn't have many Grandmaster-level characters. I didn't expect the Ling Xiao Sword sect to actually send a great master to help King Knight. It's really unexpected. You Ling Xiao Sword sect, you're really willing to put in the blood. Even the Yin Yang Dao sect, on the surface, had only sent her, a sect master beginner realm, to support Chu Nishang. Ma Koan stood with his hands behind his back. His body's true chi flowed around him, and the thunderbolt sword chi continued to brew, emitting bursts of sound in the air that sounded like thunder. He said faintly, "You, to surrender or not to surrender?" Cherry, desperate inside, frantically thought about how to defuse this crisis. Suddenly, her hand subconsciously rested on the other sword at her waist. That's what Chu Xiu gave her. It says that this sword can be activated in the event of a crisis that cannot be resolved. Right now, isn't that the crisis that can't be solved? But what could one do with a sword in the face of a great master? And Ma Koan also noticed Cherry's move. A hint of playfulness appeared in his eyes. Oh, a second sword. Want to turn the tide with one sword? Unfortunately, you're only at the beginning of the sovereign realm. Even if you were given the Heavenly Sun sword, which is ranked number 1 on the famous sword score, you wouldn't be able to resolve this crisis. After saying that, he raised his hand and waved it. The true chi then transformed into thunderbolt sword chi and chopped towards Cherry. Cherry had no other way, and could only trust Chu Xiu at the moment. She steeply bellowed and drew the sword at her waist. Next, the long sword was sheathed, and the brilliant and dazzling splendor of the sword bloomed, enveloping the 4 directions. A high-pitched dragon's roar echoed through the heavens. What kind of sword is that? The body of the sword is green and bright, and when you look down on this sword, it is as if you are looking into an abyss from a high mountain, with a great dragon coiled in it. And this sword is the 7-Star Dragon Abyss. The Dragon Abyss sword came out, and the sword chi broke through the air to transform into a dragon, sweeping out towards the front of Cherry. Where it passed through, the thunderbolt sword chi swept away, while Ma Kuan's pupils shrank and he shouted, "Impossible! How in the world can there be such a sword?" The sword chi landed on Ma Kuan's body, and the other party's protective astral aura collapsed in an instant, and the sword chi entered his body, strangling his internal organs. A cloud of blood mist exploded from Ma Kuan's body before he collapsed to the ground with a loud thud. A generation of great masters died violently on the spot. Looking at the rest of the Green Wolf Gang, some of them were also fluctuated by the sword chi, and they flew out backwards, spitting out blood furiously, and similarly, a large number of them fell down. The rest of the people had long been terrified when they saw this scene. How dare they linger? Looking at Cherry, who was holding the 7-Star Dragon Abyss, it was as if she was looking at an unbeatable female sword god, and she fled in fear and panic. "Come on, move! Heavens, it's too terrifying! The Grand Master died at her hands too? Is this still human? It's a monster." Looking at the fleeing crowd, Cherry herself was a bit confused. She looked at the 7-Star Dragon Abyss in her hand. The sword chi on it had dispersed, only the sword intent remained in it. The sword body was metaphysical green, as if there was a dragon coiled in it. What's going on here? A sword? How could it suddenly explode with that kind of power? Wait, did Mr. Chu do it? Ancient texts record that after martial arts have reached a certain level, one can deposit their power in other things or even people, and explode at a specific moment. This sword is precisely the one that has deposited Duke Chu's sword chi, and drawing the sword is the time to emit this sword chi of Duke Chu. Cherry swallowed her saliva. She was shocked and grateful, shocked at Chu Xiu's profound strength. He was glad that he was obedient and didn't draw his sword without authorization on the way because of curiosity, or else he would have wasted this sword chi, and he would have lost his life today. Enter the royal capital first. Cherry slid the Dragon Abyss back into its scabbard, then a quick trip to the royal capital. According to Chu Nishang's orders, he came to the residence of Tai Fu Li Shuhan and handed him the letters about King Li's embezzlement and bribery as well as the hiring of the 16 Black Cloud bandits. This man was a clean and upright official, one of the few straight officials in the court. It was also someone Chu Nishang found trustworthy. If it was given to other officials, there was no guarantee that the other party wouldn't be from the Night King's faction. or any other royal prince's faction. And there was no way for Cherry, a servant girl, to meet Emperor Zhou directly. That's why Li Shuhan is the most suitable candidate. As expected, Li Shuhan's body trembled after reading the evidence letters. Good King Knight. How can such a sinister villain be worthy of becoming the new ruler of my great Zhou? Li Shuhan burst into a rage. Immediately, he went to the royal palace and presented the item to Emperor Zhou. After Emperor Zhou read it, he was also shocked and furious. Good King Li, really give me a long face. Next to him, Dongfang Hate glanced at the evidence. The heart wasn't much of a surprise. He knew exactly what kind of person King Knight was in his heart. The only thing that was a bit surprising was that Chu Nishan was actually able to hold off the Black Cloud 16 bandits from being driven out of Ueshio City. He thought of something and a flash of color flashed in his eyes. Men, prepare a decree to remove King Li from his position as the person in charge of disaster relief, not to intervene in disaster relief matters again, and order him to return to the royal capital immediately. Emperor Zhou said yes. Li Shuhan on the side frowned. Your Majesty, in the year of the catastrophe, King Li was corrupt and took bribes, and drove thieves and bandits to plot against the princess. One of these two offenses is punishable by death, not to mention the two crimes together. Just removing his status as a disaster relief officer is not enough in my opinion. Tai Fu Li, how to deal with this rebellious son? I have my own decision. You do not need to say more first. You have worked hard. Go down first. Emperor Zhou said. Your Majesty. Li Shuhan wanted to say something else. Dongfang Hate faintly said. Tai Fu Li, please. He's giving the order of expulsion for Emperor Zhou, but it's also protecting the other side in disguise. After all, Emperor Zhou made it clear that he didn't want to heavily punish King Li for the time being, and if Li Shuhan continued to talk, he would only offend the other party. Li Shuhan was a straight courtier, but he wasn't stupid. Knowing that you can't go on, you have to stop for the time being, just inwardly sighed lightly. The big weak is in danger. Only he still didn't leave, and continued. Your Majesty, since His Majesty King Li's position as a disaster relief officer has been removed, who will preside over the disaster relief? Emperor Zhou sniffed and agreed that this was a problem. Li Shuhan faintly said, the 9th princess in Uezhou disaster relief seems to be quite effective. The people all praise. How about, let her try? Nishan? I didn't see that she was capable of that. That's just it. Let her try. Emperor Zhou nodded. Make Chu Nishang the head of disaster relief. He hadn't thought, for now, that Chu Nishang had ambitions to seize the throne. After all, the other person was in a woman's body. In the Great Zhou, there was no precedent of a woman claiming the title of emperor. Soon, Dongfang Hate, as well as another eunuch, personally holding the imperial decree, went to the main city of Ueshio, Ueshio City, respectively, to declare the decree of the Emperor of Zhou, and Cherry quickly returned to Echidna City after completing her mission. Inside the city of Ueshio, Dongfang Hate arrived with the holy decree in hand. Looking at the Ueshio city that gradually regained its vitality under Chu Nishang's governance, he couldn't help but feel relieved. The 9th princess does have a few shades of your highness. When he came to the city lord's mansion, he took out the holy decree. Seeing this, Chu Nishang brightened up and knelt down to accept the decree, becoming the new head of the disaster relief, and could truly let go of her hand. After Dongfang Hate gave the imperial decree to Chu Nishang, his gaze swept through the city lord's mansion. Seems to be looking for someone. Chapter 38 Baiyu breaks through innate perfection. Dongfang Hate swept his gaze across the entire mansion, seemingly looking for someone, and he was also sensing Chu Xiu's qi, but it was nothing. With Chu Xiu's strength, if he wanted to hide his aura from being found, not to mention Dongfang Hate, the number one on the heavenly ranking would not necessarily be able to find it even if he came. Just when Dongfang Hate was a bit disappointed, Chu Nishan laughed. Eunuch Dongfang, since you're here, why don't you go inside and have a meal? Dongfang Hate nodded slightly. Then I'll be obliged to your highness. Eunuch Dongfang is polite. Walk into the inner sanctum, but see a white-clothed person is drinking alone. See him? The East hates some joy to walk up. See the gentleman. The gentleman is really here. Chu Xiu looked at him with a smile. Eunuch Dongfang is not well. I thought the prince was avoiding me. Dongfang Hate said. How could he not sense Chu Xiu qi just now? Chu Xiu smiled and said. How could it be? You come over. I can't wait to welcome you. How could I deliberately avoid you? Come, please sit. The old slave does not dare, said Dongfang Hate respectfully, although Chu Xiu was not the crown prince now. But in his mind, Chu Xiu was still the person he respected the most, the monarch he served. How could a slave and a monarch sit at the same table? Chu Xiu shook his head helplessly. Eunuch Dongfeng, you know that I don't like this red tape, and besides, I'm not the crown prince anymore. Yes, just sit down. Eunuch Dongfeng, there's no one else here. Chu Nishan pulled Dongfeng Hate and pressed him into a chair. Although Dongfeng Hate sat down, he was still a bit formal. He said, when I heard that the princess had killed the 16 Black Cloud bandits, I guessed that the prince might be here. And it was true. Except that this time, even though His Majesty punished the Night King by ordering him to return to the royal capital, he didn't punish him heavily. It can be seen that in His Majesty's mind, King Knight still has a chance to seize the throne. Chu Xiu sniffed and was not surprised. In his mind, as long as you don't disobey him or offend His Majesty, what is corruption and bribery? Even if he plots against Nezumi, he can tolerate it. Speaking of this, the Chunishang beside her did not feel much sadness. For this result, she had also been psychologically prepared, and faintly said, but no matter what, this time, the King of Li has suffered a big loss, and it will be even harder for him to take over the throne, and this disaster relief, which is presided over by me, is just a good opportunity for me to accumulate merits. Accumulating merit. Does the princess want to? Dongfeng Hate heard the words. The pupils slightly shrunk. Already guessed Chu Nishan's ambition, and Chu Nishan looked at him with a smile. Exactly. Dongfeng Hate was startled in his heart. Nice guy. Taking over the throne with a woman's body is without precedent in Great Zhou. Dongfeng Hate pondered for a moment, then got up and half-kneeled in front of Chu Nishan. The old slave is willing to help the princess. Although he had no real power, he was also a martial arts celestial, still a eunuch by Emperor Zhou's side, serving for many years. If he helped Chu Nishang, he would definitely give Chu Nishang wings. But Chu Nishang shook her head. Eunuch, get up. The matter of seizing the first wife is a dangerous one, so you old man should not get involved. Moreover, you are the person beside father. Once you reveal the slightest hint of your involvement in the matter of seizing the throne, father will definitely not forgive you lightly. Speaking with you about this today is just us treating you as someone we can trust and telling you in advance first so you can be prepared. Dongfeng Hate sniffed and felt that Chu Nishang had a point. He understood better that the other man was looking out for himself. The thought of this moved him inwardly. After finishing his meal at the city lord's mansion, Dongfeng Hate returned to the king's capital to resume his duties. Soon after, Cherry also came back from the royal capital, and at the first moment, she returned the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword to Chu Xiu. And looking at the sword in his hand, she said, Mr. Chu, this time, thanks to this sword of yours, or else, I'd be dead. It's just an insurance policy, but it's not bad that you held back your curiosity and didn't pull out your sword midway to check. Chu Xiu said indifferently. Luckily, I held back. Tough luck. Chu Nishang also walked over and said. Cherry shook her head. This is what my subordinate should do. But princess, this time, His Majesty's disposition towards King Knight is chilling. Embezzlement and bribery, plotting against the princess, ironclad evidence, and yet he only ordered King Knight to return to the king's capital. If it were anyone else, 100 deaths would be hard to atone for. At first, Prince Chu was all relegated to the common people because of a crime of collaborating with the enemy without any evidence, and in comparison to it, I'm all for the princess. Chu Nishang faintly said, how can the king of Li be compared to elder brother? The king of Li, no matter what he does, can't threaten father, but elder brother's prestige. But it is real for father to feel scorn, feel uneasy. That's why he was relegated to the common people on trumped-up charges. Those who are rulers do not cultivate virtue and only seek power will not last long in the end. Cherry looked around and was relieved that no one else was there. The other side is going to be in big trouble if this gets out. Then Cherry added, I heard that after Tai Fu Li Shuhan came out of the palace, he couldn't think about his tea and rice. Apparently he was also chilled by His Majesty's decision. He is a minister in the court. Princess, should we take the opportunity to draw him in? This. Chu Nishan looked at Chu Xiu, asking for his opinion. Chu Xiu faintly said, no need to pull together. Not only is Li Taifu, there are some other straight ministers in the court. You only need to do the courtesy can. No need to deliberately pull together. If you're good enough, when the time is ripe, they will rely on their own over. And they are such a person to make friends with them, with a true heart to treat each other, more than the power to calculate. The interests of the compulsion to be much more useful. Chu Nishang sniffed and looked solemn. Sister has been taught. What are you going to do next about the disaster relief? I was just about to discuss the matter with my brother and draw up some statutes, Trinity said. Started discussing with Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu was not stingy with his instructions either. From the distribution of money and food for disaster relief, the routes for transportation of food, to the registration of each household, everything is well thought out. Cherry watched and listened, looking at Chu Xiu. A hint of admiration gradually flowed out of his eyes. She now figured out why the Yin Yang Dao sect patriarch would have such a high opinion of Chu Xiu. If the other party was still the crown prince, the great week will be solid as gold. It's just a pity that the emperor is dim. The thought made Cherry adore and feel a little sorry for her. But soon, she reacted. That's not true. What virtue or ability did he have to lament a martial Dao celestial? Suddenly, inside the city lord's mansion, an angsty aura rose to the sky. The chi was like a rainbow, penetrating into the clouds. The sword energy flowed and transformed into a dragon's shadow circling with an extraordinary sound. Cherry was a bit surprised. Someone has broken through to innate perfection. Who in the house is capable of this? The dragon's shadow dispersed and the aura converged. Shirayuki walked out of the room with more essence than ever. Cherry's mouth widened. It's Miss Bai. No, when I went to the royal capital, she was only at the beginning of the innate realm. How did this come full circle? Chu Xiu smiled indifferently. The effect of the 100-year erasure is really not bad. Shirayuki walked over and arched his hand. Living up to His Excellency's expectations, I have broken through to innate perfection. Well, good. Chu Xiu nodded slightly. As for Bai Yu, looking at his bashful look, she also understood that although the innate perfect cultivation level was not bad, in Chu Xiu's opinion, it was not very different from other martial artists. She instantly gathered some of the proud smugness within her. One still needs to work on it. Chapter 39, fifth on the demon list. Red Earth Inferno Demon. After Bai Yu advanced to innate perfection, he cut a deal with Cherry. Chu Xiu watched from the sidelines, feeling that the martial arts of the Yin Yang Dao sect, indeed, has unique features, to say the least, although his cultivation is a land god. But what about not having many decent martial arts in your hands? Of course, with his cultivation level, he didn't need any high-level martial arts. Just go straight to one power. Anyway, what about those patriarchs? Celestials, even if they have superior martial arts? You still can't stop yourself from slapping me? Thinking about this, he wasn't as obsessed with high-level martial arts, and time passes. Xu Nishang in the Yuezhou disaster relief. Effective. In the people's prestige is getting higher and higher. Above the court, for this princess is also for the sight of the eye. I did not expect the other woman's body, but can do a lot of men cannot do things. Some upright courtiers cannot help but internal light sigh. If Xu Nishang was a man, how good it would be. Xu Nishang's prestige was growing. King Knight's sight is not so good, as he was ordered to return to the royal capital. Along with some of the problems that Xu Nishang had discovered during the disaster relief, they were also exposed one by one. The story of King Knight's embezzlement spreads in Yuezhou. It made him notorious. Prestige in the courtroom, too, has fallen dramatically. Crucially, the Zhou Emperor secluded him in King Li's residence, not letting him go out. Inside King Li's residence, King Li heard some information brought back by his man and was so angry that his face was gloomy. Good Xu Nishang, doing it absolutely well enough. Disaster relief is such a fat job. I don't believe that she can actually do it without being greedy at all. Well, even if she is clean, those people under her hand, are they also like her? Not greedy at all? This is simply impossible. How many people's fortunes has she, alone, hindered? One day, she'll suffer. And father, actually secluded me in the mansion, not allowing me to participate in the affairs of the court. Is he planning to give up on me? Xu Li frowned. A hint of trepidation arose vaguely within, but at this moment, an elegant man in a green shirt came out next to him, and he said lightly, "In my opinion, His Majesty has not given up on your highness. On the contrary, His Majesty still values your highness. Your highness need not worry." Seeing this man, Xu Li gradually calmed his mind and said, "Mr. Zhang, has the cause of Ma Lao's death been ascertained?" That Mr. Zhang was silent for a moment and said, "It has been ascertained that he was killed by sword chi, and according to the survivors of the Green Wolf Gang, the other party is from the Yin Yang Dao sect." Yin Yang Dao sect didn't think that they would actually help Xu Nishang. Could it be that they still want to support the other party? A woman to the throne? Ridiculous. Xu Li lightly hummed. Still don't think Xu Nishang has a chance to ascend that throne. He continued, "What was the meaning of what Mr. Zhang said just now? Think carefully. Your highness has committed such a great deed this time, yet you were only ordered to return to the royal capital and put in seclusion without any substantial punishment. Doesn't this also highlight His Majesty's favor towards you? Mr. Zhang laughed. When Chu Li heard this, his eyes flashed and he felt that it made sense. Indeed. In that case, it seems that I still have quite a bit of value in father's heart. Indeed. The former crown prince has been abolished. Sooner or later, His Majesty is going to set up a crown prince. And among the several imperial princes, only you and King Yun are the most favored by him. Moreover, King Yun is also developing and cultivating his party. So if His Majesty heavily punishes you, won't it make King Yun a dominant figure? This would be extremely unfavorable to His Majesty. Why? Because of the former crown prince. How was the former crown prince abolished? It wasn't because he was a dominant player and caused His Majesty to be jealous. Even though King Yun is far inferior to the former crown prince, His Majesty couldn't possibly let something like that happen again. So he needs you to keep King Yun in check, so he won't punish you heavily. Mr. Zhang said. The more Chu Li heard, the more he felt it made sense. Indeed. Then, with a twinkle in his eye, he said, you just said that King Yun is far inferior to the former prince. What about Lone? In the eyes of your Ling Xiao sword sect, is Lone also far inferior to the former prince? Instead of answering directly, Mr. Zhang laughed and said, the former crown prince is no longer in the past tense, so why does your highness need to compare yourself to him? Though he didn't say so explicitly, but Chu Li understood what he meant. Crap. If you were as good as the former prince, wouldn't this disaster relief be in such a mess? Why make a fool of yourself by comparing yourself to the former prince? Lone doesn't understand why your Ling Xiao sword sect didn't support the former prince before? Chu Li asked another question. Because he doesn't need to. Mr. Zhang eyes showed a trace of scorn. With that person in the court at the time, in the civil prestige, simply do not need the support of any sects to help. On the contrary, even the four major sects, but also to give the other side a few points of face. Seeing his expression, Chu Li was uncomfortable inside. Is he so much worse than the former prince? He continued. Let's talk about Chu Nishang first. She is in the disaster relief in Yuezhou. Her prestige is increasing, even if she is a woman's body. No chance of the throne, but the better she does in the disaster relief, the more she sets off Lone's incompetence. Do you guys have a countermeasure? Don't worry, your highness. There is a trouble that is heading to Yuezhou. Once that trouble arrives, the ninth princess she will have no way back. Chu Li's eyes lit up at his words. What kind of trouble? Fifth on the demon list. Red Earth Inferno Demon. Mr. Zhang said indifferently, and he couldn't help but show a trace of fear in his eyes. To be able to let him show such a look, Chu Li understood in his heart that Red Earth Inferno Demon must be terrifyingly incomparable. I've heard of the demon list. I don't know how the fifth of this demon list is compared to a celestial being. An ordinary celestial against this Red Earth Flame Demon will surely die. How could such an existence go to Yuezhou? The Red Earth Inferno is vicious, and wherever he goes, there is 1,000 miles of red earth. He likes high temperature and drought environment the most. And now, Yuezhou is in drought for 10 years, and the people have a lot of grievances, which is like a piece of treasure land for the Inferno. With his ability, he will be able to aggravate the drought in Yuezhou once he goes there. At that time, Chu Nishang would not be able to help even if she tried to provide relief, unless she has the means to kill the Red Earth Flame Demon. It is a pity that those who can do so are few and far between in the entire Great Zhou. Mr. Zhang said, what if the Yin Yang Dao sect makes a move? Don't worry, your highness, if the Yin Yang Dao sect makes a move, my Ling Xiao sword sect won't sit back and watch. Zhang smiled. Good, I'll see how this Chu Nishang suffers. Chu Li laughed. A hint of anticipation passed through his eyes. Yuezhou, although Chu Nishang's disaster relief has been effective, but the heavens are merciless, and the weather in Yuezhou, getting worse and worse. The blazing sun, hanging high in the sky, like a merciless demon, baking the earth, and in this situation, Chu Nishang got another news that made people almost desperate. The Red Earth Inferno Demon was coming to Yuezhou. Cherry looked at her and comforted. Don't worry, your highness, my Yin Yang Dao sect won't just sit back and do nothing. I've already received word that my sect's patriarch will personally set out to intercept the Red Earth Flame Demon, and will never allow him to enter the boundaries of Yuezhou. Hearing this, Chu Nishang sighed in relief. Thank you, patriarch. At this point, Baiyu came out from within Chu Xiu's room and was a bit puzzled. Have you guys seen Gonzi? I haven't seen him since early this morning. Cherry, Chu Nishang sniffed and also shook her head doubtfully. Chu Xiu, where did it go? Chapter 40, Chu Nishang prepares to pray for rain. Yin Yang Infernal Change vs Red Earth Inferno Demon. The three women entered Chu Xiu's room. Indeed, there was no sign of him. However, Chu Nishan was the one who found a letter on the table. That was a message from Chu Xiu. Chu Nishan looked at it for a moment, and a hint of oddness appeared on her face. Brother asked me to build a rain-praying platform today, so that I can pray for rain? Pray for rain? The two women froze. What's going on here? Now that this drought is getting worse and worse, not to mention rain, not even a breeze, how can we pray for rain? What exactly is Mr. Chu's intention? Cherry wondered a little. Chu Nishan pondered for a moment. Since it's what elder brother said, there must be his intention. We just have to do as we're told. She had extreme trust in Chu Xiu. Immediately, he ordered the men to start building a rain-praying platform. Some of the powerful officials in the city were puzzled when they saw this, but soon, a cold smile appeared on the faces of those who had their wealth blocked because of King Li's stepping down. Praying for rain at this time? This Chu Nishan has made a stinky move. Ah, if the rain prayer is successful, then she will ascend to the altar of the gods. Unfortunately, how can there be rain in this damn weather? And the greater the hopes of the people, the greater the disappointment. After the rain prayer fails, she will also be dragged into the abyss. We can then use this as a reason for His Majesty to order her back to the royal capital. Let us take over the disaster relief matter. Then, that white silver is still not want to take how much? Just that much? Ha ha. Some officials, already, are fantasizing about a better future. And some upright, sincere officials who worked for the people immediately approached Chu Nishan to clarify the stakes to her. Let her honestly provide disaster relief and not engage in these false tricks. Your Highness, nowadays this drought in Yuezhou, you are not unaware of it. How can there be rain? Once the prayer for rain fails, the people won't be able to bear the blow. When the time comes, public opinion will backfire and the consequences will be unimaginable. Yes, Your Highness, as long as you honestly provide disaster relief, with this one feat, it's enough to leave you a colorful mark in the history books. Your Highness, please think twice. Princess, do not destroy yourself. Listening to the advice of the crowd, Chu Nishan inwardly revealed a hint of hesitation. Glancing at the dome of the sky with the blazing sun high in the sky, he then took a deep breath. Gentlemen, if the drought in Yuezhou continues to drag on, it will be difficult for the court's finances to cope with the heavy burden, and when the time comes, the whole body will be affected by the slightest change of heart, which will affect the whole of the Great Zhou. Today, the only way to resolve this crisis is to address the root causes. The people of Vietnam need this rain, and the people need this rain. I Chu Nishan believe, heaven has eyes, will not look at the Great Zhou and the people continue to suffer. I would like to offer this body as a sacrifice to heaven. The officials were touched by the words. Even more so, they knew that Chu Nishan's mind was made up and they couldn't persuade her. They looked at the dome of the sky and sighed helplessly. If God really has eyes, open them to see Yuezhou. The sun is high in the sky, baking the earth. I don't know how many corpses were piled up along the road. In the sky above Yuezhou, the grievances that ordinary people cannot see soar into the air, like a haze, which is even more vaguely mixed with the sound of ghosts crying. This is a vision that no ordinary person can see. However, on an official road in Yuezhou, a figure shrouded in black robes looked at the sky, a hint of pleasure appearing between his brows. He took a deep breath, and the grievances in heaven and earth converged towards him. It made him doubly comfortable. This figure, a man, was wearing a black robe, but what was covered underneath the robe was not a human body. Instead, it was an inhuman body that glowed red and emitted blazing heat. Where he stood, the ground was dry and cracked, devoid of life, and as he continued to approach Yuezhou, the aura of the heavens and earth within Yuezhou seemed to be resonating with his aura as well, and the temperature gradually climbed. The drought is getting worse. Hundreds of people were fainting from the sun. This man was none other than the fifth on the demon list, the Red Earth Inferno Demon. Good. Today's Yuezhou is really the most suitable treasure land for my cultivation. The drought here is raging. The people's grievances are boiling. If I can cultivate here for a few years, I will definitely be able to break through to the celestial great perfection. When that time comes, I'll be allowed to run rampant in the Great Zhou. Even the royal family will never be able to help me. He couldn't help but laugh, his eyes filled with anticipation. Suddenly, he sensed something and looked into the distance, detecting a chi that was continuing to approach him, one that contained a yin and yang roundness. With such a majestic yin and yang rounding chi, the only person in the entire Great Zhou is Xin Suzi, the lord of the Yin Yang Dao sect. How did he come here? The Red Earth Inferno Demon frowned. Xin Suzi, ranked 5th on the heavenly ranking, the strength was on par with his. If he came to stop himself, it would indeed be a big trouble. Right at this moment, he sensed another aura climbing up from within another direction. That aura, stern to the extreme, carrying an unparalleled sharpness. It was like a heaven-charging divine sword that cut through heaven and earth. Another celestial aura. And it's Ling Banan, the current sect master of the Ling Shao sword sect. The Red Earth Inferno demon's eyes stared. Already have plans to leave Yuezhou. It was indeed difficult for him to resist when the lords of the two great sects joined forces. But then, as he perceived it, the overwhelming sword intent and Xian Suzi's aura sensationally clashed together. A trace of oddness passed across his face. Oh, that fellow Ling barbarian isn't here to stop me. He's here to stop Xian Suzi? Ha! Well, the human race is still so fond of infighting. Since this is the case, I'll take this Yuezhou treasure land with a grain of salt. He laughed and headed towards Yuezhou. But just as he had stepped into the boundaries of Yuezhou, he saw runes flowing around him, and a huge taiji diagram appeared under his feet. One black and one white. Two long swords descended in the air. It landed on top of the two yin and yang fish eyes on the taiji diagram. The long sword fell, a black and a white, a man and a woman. Two figures came through the air. Among them, the man was dressed in black, about 40 years old, with sword eyebrows, came before the white sword, while the woman was dressed in white, immaculate, floating out of the dust. Instead, he came to the black sword. The man in black has a white sword and the woman in white has a black sword. Yin-yang infernal change. The two of them let out a low cry. Their human swords united, and the taiji diagram instantly expanded several times. The Red Earth Inferno demon's eyes narrowed slightly. Oh, the black and white twins of the Yin-yang Dao sect. I didn't expect you guys to come to stop me as well. The woman in white indifferently said. Demons and evil spirits. Everyone must be executed. The man in black coldly said. The people of Yuezhou are in dire straits. If you are allowed to enter Yuezhou, they will truly have no way to live. Ha! Well, what a pair of chivalrous black and white warriors. But I'd like to see how long your yin-yang infernal change sword formation can hold me back. The Red Earth Inferno demon laughed out loud as his body's chi exploded. Terrifyingly well-behaved evil fire surged out. The entire taiji diagram vibrated crazily. The black and white warrior's true chi surged and poured into the sword blade, stabilizing the formation. At the same time, the sword intent transformed into sword chi and attacked towards the Red Earth Flame demon. Both sides exchanged first rounds. Yin and Yang sword chi shook the evil fire. The surrounding square circle shook. The ground exploded, forming a huge pit. The cracks even spread out several miles away. Chapter 41, Honorable and Unrivaled Sword. You only have one chance to make a move. Outside of Yuezhou, the two chi were pulling the aura of heaven and earth, tearing madly. One sword intent rushes to the sky and overturns the clouds. One has a parallel yin and yang. One has gray hair, but is crane-haired and immortal. One was about 50 years old, slightly gray at the temples, and filled with a stern aura. If any knowledgeable Jianghu people were here, they would definitely be able to recognize that these two people were precisely the top powerhouses on the Great Zhou Heavenly Man ranking. Fifth on the heavenly ranking, Lord Xian Suzi of the Yin-Yang Dao sect. Fourth on the heavenly ranking, Lord of the Ling Shao sword sect, Ling Ban. Their cultivation, all of them are celestial human high realm. It's only a step away from the top. Ling barbarian, for the sake of seizing the throne, can you really stand by and watch the people of Yuezhou die? Xian Suzi said angrily as he looked at Ling Ban. Ling barbarian said indifferently, whether they live or die, it has nothing to do with me. I only care about this battle. You and me now. Who loses and who wins? You are not to be reasoned with. You should know that King Li is not a wise ruler. So if you support him to the throne, are you not afraid of his backlash in the future? Since we can support him to the throne, we naturally have the certainty to control him. Besides, King Li is considered good compared to several other emperors. It's better than your Yin-Yang Dao sect, supporting a woman to the throne, right? On the ninth princess, there are a few moments of the former crown prince's elegance, and even though she is a woman's body, she can be a generation of wise kings. Much better than King Li. What virtuous tyrant. I, Ling Shao sword sect, don't care. What I want is just that one share of the dragon chi enhancement that comes from the dragon's feet. You guys, aren't you the same? Why bother talking in a grandiose manner? Ling barbarian said indifferently. After saying that, he said no more words and suddenly sheathed his long sword at his waist. That sword, silver white like snow. The sword intent was like a rainbow striking the sun. It is the long rainbow that ranks second on the famous sword list. the long rainbow stabbed out, and the sword chi tore through the sky. With a single sword, he split a small mountain peak next to him, while Shen Suzi swept the duster in his hand. The meaning of yin and yang mingled and transformed into a taiji diagram. Taiji shrouded the sword chi. Dissolve it into nothing. Ling Barbarian said indifferently. I'd like to see how many points of my sword chi you can neutralize. The long rainbow sword came out again, and the sword chi was continuous. It was as if it had turned into an ocean of sword chi. The duster in Xuanqiuzi's hand kept sweeping out, and the taijutsu unfolded under his feet, encompassing countless sword chi like a sea of water, and melting it away one by one. The two sides got more and more intense. The battle between the Celestials and the humans was fought to the point that the 10-mile radius was boarded up, and smoke and dust rolled around. The ground is sinking inch by inch. Ling Barbarian suddenly stood up, his sword intense surging out, drawing the aura of heaven and earth into thousands of sword chi coming towards him, returning to the long rainbow sword in his hand. The blazing sword intent made him look like a great sun in the sky, with the blazing sun in the sky. For a moment, as the sky appears as a double sun. Great sun sword technique. Seeing this sword, Xuanqiuzi's pupils shrunk slightly, not daring to be careless. The duster in his hand crossed in front of him, his palms pivoted, and the forces of yin and yang mingled. Dozens of taiji diagrams emerged in the void. The sea contains 100 rivers, and yin and yang transform all things. When that great sun sword chopped down in the air, Shen Suzi's palms flicked, and countless taiji diagrams flew out all of a sudden and landed on top of that sword chi, trying to dissolve them one by one. In the end, the sword chi dispersed and the taiji diagram collapsed, and after casting the great sun sword technique, Ling Barbarian, who had consumed most of the true chi in his body, glanced at Xuanqiuzi and then at the yin and yang chi that was gradually collapsing in the distance. The corners of his mouth rose. Xuanqiuzi, you can't hold back the Red Earth Inferno demon anymore. After saying that, he turned around and left as a sword chi. Shen Suzi spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale with a brush. What a powerful sword skill, Xuanqiuzi said with a face like white paper. He still wanted to rush in the direction of the Red Earth Flame Devil, but, as he was heavily injured by the Great Sun Sword technique, he was only unable to resist the Red Earth Flame Devil. But even so, there are still some things that have to be done. Little black, little white, hold on, here comes Master. The black and white warriors, with their sword chi transforming into the yin-yang infernal sword formation, blocked the Red Earth Inferno demon. Both sides fought furiously, but the gap in cultivation is difficult to make up, even if the black and white twins have the assistance of the sword array, but they are also gradually injured, and the loss of most of their true chi. Then look at the Red Earth Inferno demon, the evil fire burning furiously. The whole person seems like a round of red obsidian sun, burning hot breath filled, more than 10 miles in a circle, such as turned into a large furnace. The black and white felt as if their blood was going to evaporate. Unstoppable. They can't block it. Die. The Red Earth Inferno demon slapped out a palm. The palm energy transformed into a fireball flying towards the woman in white. The other party's face was pale and she forcefully raised her true chi to try to resist. Instead, a mouthful of blood was spat out, and a burst of burning pain came from the meridians. At this point, the man in black blocked in front of her and blocked with all his might. The fireball exploded, and the terrifying aftermath enveloped the two of them, lifting them off the ground. Black. The white-clothed woman looked towards the black-clothed man, who was burned by the flames and dying, and her pupils shrank, somewhat panicked. And along with the black-clothed man's severe injury, the yin-yang infernal sword formation collapsed. The man in black gripped his sword tightly and barely stood up. His sword fingers condensed and sealed several major points of his body, wanting to fight out his last bit of strength. White, you have to go, the man in black said. No, Black, we'll go together if we have to. The women in white held their swords side by side. The Red Earth Inferno demon smiled disdainfully. Yo yo yo, so touching. Oh, this devil of mine is still a bit kind. So I'll send the two of you down to the Yellow Springs together to be in love. After saying that, the evil fire on his body flared up and rose to the sky. It turned into a ball of crimson fire to burn the black and white warrior to ashes. But suddenly, a sword broke through the air, like a golden meteor. It was inserted in front of the black and white twins, sweeping out a strong sword chi that shook back the Red Earth Flame Demon. Take a closer look at that sword. The light bloomed like a lotus flower out of the water, graceful and refreshing. The carvings on the hilt of the sword shone with a deep light like a starry run. Under the sunlight, the sword body is as one as the water spreading over the pond, calm and soothing, while the blade is like a cliff standing thousands of feet high and lofty. The sword gave off an aura that could only be described in 4 words. Noblesse oblige. On the sword, there are 2 other small words. Pure June. The black and white warrior's mind desperately pondered the origin of this sword. But there was not the slightest clue. On the famous sword score, there was simply no such sword. However, they dared to conclude that most of the so-called famous swords on the famous sword list were far inferior to this honorable and peerless sword in front of them. The owner of this sword. Who is it? Just as puzzled as they were the Red Earth Inferno demons. His pupils shrunk slightly as he looked in the direction the long sword flew from, only to see a figure slowly approaching towards them. The man was dressed in white like snow, and his ink hair reached his waist. The face is handsome and the temperament is out of this world. He walked slowly, with a relaxed demeanor and a light, calm gait. It was as if what he was facing was not a terrifying demon that was powerful enough to cause mischief to the living world and ranked 5th on the demon list, but rather an insignificant mass of air. Boy, who are you? The Red Earth Inferno demon stared at Chu Xiu in death. He didn't feel the slightest aura of a strong person on the other party, nor did he feel the slightest hint of killing intent. The other party? It was like an ordinary man of the world, but the Red Earth Inferno demon knew that the other party was by no means simple, and moreover, he had actually completely failed to notice the other party's arrival just now. This is so unusual. Chu Xiu did not answer the Red Earth Inferno demon's question, but instead walked over to the black and white twins and walked over to the honorable and peerless Pure June, spitting out amazing words. 1 move. You only have 1 chance to make 1 move. Then lead the death. Chapter 42, Sword Beheading Inflammatory Devil. Chu Nishang prayed for rain. 1 move. You only have 1 move to make. Then lead the death. An indifferent tone of voice, but it manifested absolute confidence. Chu Xiu looked at the Red Earth Flame Devil in front of him. His eyes were devoid of sadness and joy, as if he was looking at a person who had already died, while the Red Earth Flame Devil's pupils shrank when he heard the words. How many years? For so many years, his Red Earth Inferno demon's reputation resounded throughout the entire Great Zhou, and anyone who heard of him was terrified. But now, someone actually said that they would kill him with 1 move? This kind of thing, it's a no-brainer. This man in front of me, does he know what he's talking about? Do you know what you're up against? Who does he think he is? Spouting such nonsense? The celestial grand perfection? The Red Earth Inflammatory Devil stored a trace of scorn in Chu Xiu's heart, but after hearing the words of the other party, then it was, bursting with anger, he let out a low roar, and his breath flowed out around him, turning into a pillar of crimson light that poured into the sky above, actually dyeing the clouds a crimson red. From a distance, it looked like a sea of burning fire. Chu Xiu's expression remained calm and unmoved. Kid, let you see the true strength of my Red Earth Flame Demon. The Red Earth Inferno Demon's 5 fingers clasped the void upside down, and the crimson clouds above the dome of the sky were actually dropping down for it, as if it was an infinite flame waterfall. It converged around him and turned into a fire dragon scroll. The fire dragon scroll surged out, just like having the ability to destroy everything. Seeing this, Chu Xiu slowly stretched out his hand and held it on the hilt of the Pure June sword. Holding the sword for a moment, the human sword was united, and the man, who originally looked like he was out of the ordinary, at this moment, even exuded a noble and unparalleled chi, as if it was a heavenly nobleman. Adding that he had been a prince before, there was an air of nobility between his hands and his feet, which complemented this Pure June sword. At this moment, the human swords were united, which then caused all the swords to resonate. In the heavens and earth, the aura transformed into thousands of sword chi, making a pilgrimage to Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu raised the Pure June in his hand towards the raging fire dragon roll, and with a gentle wave, a gorgeous and incomparable golden yellow sword chi chopped out. That sound and powerful fire dragon roll in front of this sword. It crumbled with a bang. The monstrous flames went up in smoke. The Red Earth Inferno Demon looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. No, this can't be possible. How could you destroy my full strength strike with a single sword? No, even in existence at the peak of Celestials can't do it. Who the hell are you? The Red Earth Inferno couldn't help but scream. Chu Xiu ignored him and raised the Pure June sword once again. I said you only have a chance at 1 move. Now you can claim your death. After saying that, he swung his long sword forward. In a flash, the flashy sword chi chopped out again. The Red Earth Inferno Demon's face changed wildly. His 5 fingers clenched into fists, and he punched out with all his might, wanting to ward off this strong sword. But it didn't work. The sword chi broke through the fist energy and landed directly on the Red Earth Flame Demon, and a fiery red blood scar surfaced on the opponent's body. Then, the body was split in 2 and exploded. It turned into a channel of fiery red demonic chi traveling through the void. The voice of the Red Earth Inferno demon resounded once more. You destroyed my demonic body. Then I will let this Yuezhou follow me to the grave. Ha ha ha, kill one of me, but bury the entire people of Yuezhou. Kid, do you regret it? The Red Earth Inferno demon's demonic aura gradually combined with Yuezhou's aura. The drought in Yuezhou is getting worse. The man in black's face changed greatly. Not good. The Red Earth Inferno demon's demonic aura has affected Yuezhou. It's only going to be impossible for rain to fall in Yuezhou for an aeon. 1A, that's 60 years without rain. Then Yuezhou is basically uninhabitable and can only be reduced to a dead zone. This was the terrifying strength of the fifth in the demon ranking. Even if he died, he could still affect the chi and spiritual rhythms of a state. Chushio sniffed and glanced at the sky. It's not up to him to decide if it rains or not in Yuezhou. It's up to me. Nozumi should be about ready as well. Chushio murmured. After saying that, he put away the pure June sword. His body's true chi flowed. His hand pinched the arcane spell, and a rune appeared all around him. In the next second, between his hands, a beam of light shot up into the sky and penetrated within the clouds, actually beginning to stir the clouds and affect the aura. Wind up, Chushio softly voiced. The gale was raging. The Red Earth Inferno demon will, who hadn't completely dissipated, detected the moist vapor contained in the gale, and he couldn't believe it. No, it can't be. I can't believe you still know this spell. Dharma and martial arts dual cultivation. I'm not willing. Not willing. The demonic aura of the Red Earth Inferno demon was expelled to nothing in the gale. Fifth on the demon list. Officially extinct. Not far away, Xian Suzi arrived with his heavily injured body propped up, and saw the scene of the Red Earth Inferno demon's demonic aura completely dissipating, and couldn't help but be amazed. After seeing Chu Xiu again, he couldn't help but look even more shocked. It's him, former prince, Xuanqiu Zi, who had once met Chu Xiu. Only Chu Xiu himself didn't know. At that time, Chu Xiu was still the crown prince. Xian Suzi had thought of supporting him to ascend to the throne as the emperor, so he personally went to the royal capital to inspect him for a period of time. The final conclusion is, Chu Xiu didn't need anyone's help. As long as the emperor was still in his right mind, Chu Xiu's position was almost as solid as gold. Xuanqiu Zi even made an extremely high evaluation of Chu Xiu as an inner sage and outer king. Just a shame. No one expected that Chu Xiu was too good, so good that he made the Zhou emperor jealous of him. Plus the Zhou emperor was so dim that he actually relegated him to the common people. Regarding this matter, Xuanqiu Zi expressed his deep regret. However, when he saw Chu Xiu again today, this regret was gone. He swallowed his saliva and couldn't help but be shocked as he looked at Chu Xiu, whose body was flowing with abundant true qi and shaking half of Yuezhou's Qilingyun. Great Zhou, less of a wise ruler of the ages. But on earth, there is one more. Land God. Inside the city of Yuezhou, the prayer platform has been set up high. Chu Nishang, under the watchful eyes of the officials and people, slowly walked up to the rain-praying platform and burned incense and prayed under the scorching sun. She held a prayer for rain in her hand and began to recite, the land of Yuezhou and the great Zhou. Since ancient times, the reputation of abundance is recorded in the annals of history. But this year the drought demon wreaked havoc, and for several months, there was no drop of rainfall. Fields cracked, and seedlings scorched and withered. The people are worried as if burning. Food scarcity, livelihood is becoming increasingly difficult. The former fertile soil, but today it has become scorched earth. The people's suffering is unbearable. Look at my people. Although no vegetable face, but the clothes and shoes are more sheltered from the body of the marks. Elderly men toil on the roads. Young children starve in the fields. Farmers are sad. Women and nuns are worried. All because they have no means of livelihood. The future is uncertain. All the living beings look forward to, hope that the heavens look down on mercy. Give sweet rain to solve the urgent need. May the heavens look down on mercy. Give my people a ray of hope, so that this scorched earth back to life. The people live in peace and work in contentment, to share the world of peace. I Chu Nishang and the 100 officials to pray for rain policy. I sincerely hope that the heavens have mercy, so I prepared incense, set up an altar, prepared 5 sacrifices, performed the ritual of sacrifice. I wish to show the heavens to give me the great Zhou Yuezhou land to the sweet rains, and to solve the people's downward spiral. After a prayer for rain with thousands of words was read out, everyone looked at the sky with eager anticipation. However, the blazing sun was still high in the sky. It seems to declare that the heavens are merciless. A sneer surfaced on the faces of some officials with evil intentions. Praying for rain? That's the way to think of it. now that there is no rain, let's see how you deal with the raging public sentiment next. But suddenly, a gust of wind blew from a distance. The wind, with a gust of moist vapor, actually made the people, who were suffering from the scorching heat, feel a hint of coolness. The officers couldn't help but stare. No, it couldn't be. Chapter 43, Manna from Heaven. The Devil's Cave of the Devil Realm. No, it doesn't. Feel the breeze that swept in from afar with a moist air. Some of the officials couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Not only that, only in the sky, the clouds rolled in and dark clouds began to converge. It's actually a sign that a storm is coming. The officials with bad intentions were confused. What the hell? It's really coming? Far away. After killing the Red Earth Inferno demon, Chu Xiu performed the calling the wind and rain spell, using the power of a single person to roll up the Qi spiritual rhythm of Yuezhou. Cloud gathering, Chu Xiu said indifferently. Above the dome of the sky, dark clouds converged and churned, and his true Qi is also rapidly depleting. After all, he now wants to rain down the range, not a city, two cities. Rather, it is the entire state of Yuezhou. Such a means is not comparable to a celestial being. Only a land god can do that. Come on, rain. A drink of indifference. Chu Xiu's true Qi was catalyzed to the extreme. Gradually, among the clouds, the rain gathered and then fell. 1 drop, 2 drops, 10 drops, 100 drops. First came the drizzle. Then it converged into a downpour. The heat of the entire Yuezhou was swept away. The black and white twins, Xian Su Zi, looked at Chu Xiu with eyes that had completely changed. They're not looking at a single person at the moment. Rather, it is a fairy who walks the earth, calling the wind and rain to relieve the people of a state. What is this if not a fairy? Inside the city of Yuezhou, heavy rain poured down. Countless people were stunned in the rain. A moment of disbelief. Surprisingly, it actually rained. Then came the ecstasy. All of them cheered in the rain, leaped in the rain, ran in the rain, and some of them opened their mouths and drank the rain thirstily. Some people fall to their knees and kiss the earth. Some people looked at Chu Nishan on the rain-praying platform and were astonished. Thank you, Your Highness, Your Highness. The princess is 1,000 years old. 1,000 years old. 1,000 years old. I don't know who led the way and knelt. Then, one by one, all of the individuals fell to their knees, all kowtowing. Those officials looked at Chu Nishang, who was bathed in the rain, with a strong shock in their eyes. Their hearts shook. They couldn't believe it. To actually be able to pray for rain to come? Could it be that the princess is really able to talk to the heavens? Could it be that the princess is destined for heaven? For a time, their eyes became fervent as they looked at Chu Nishang, and even those officials who had misgivings before didn't dare to have second thoughts. It was really because the shock Chu Nishang had brought them this time was too great. No less than a miracle. If Chu Nishang was a man, they even felt that the other party would be able to directly become the crown prince with this one prayer for rain. At this moment, Chu Nishang gathered the will of heaven and enlisted the hearts of the people. But Chu Nishang looked at the rain in the sky, but in her heart, she understood that what heaven's will, what the people's heart, all of this, was nothing more than what her elder brother had bestowed upon her. It was Chu Xiu who told her to pray for rain. The other side must be behind this rain as well. Brother is actually able to call the wind and rain. Could it be an immortal? Immortals, dare I ask Mr. Chu if he has entered that land god realm? Xian Suzi looked at Chu Xiu excitedly. As for Chu Xiu, his true qi consumption for this rainfall was unprecedentedly huge, but he was calm and did not show the slightest bit of fatigue. Without replying to Xian Suzi's words, he asked in return, I believe you are the lord of the Yin Yang Dao sect, Senior Xian Suzi? It is exactly me, but I don't dare to take the word senior. Calling yourself a senior in front of an existence in the land god realm? He wasn't thick-skinned like that. I see that you seem to be quite injured. Why don't you follow me back to Yuezhou City first? Chu Xiu said indifferently. Xian Suzi nodded slightly. Good. In the pouring rain, a few people walked towards Echidna City. Aside from Chu Xiu, the remaining 3, all of them were heavily injured, especially the man in black, who had scars all over his body and almost only had one breath left. Luckily, there was Chu Xiu who gave him a mouthful of true qi, otherwise the other side won't last. Come to VC. Hundreds of people are still reveling in the rain. Chu Nishang had already gotten off the rain-praying platform, and after seeing Chu Xiu arrive with Xuanxu Zi, the black and white twins, she couldn't help but be shocked, and rushed forward. Brother, patriarch, what's going on here? It's a long story, so let's go back to the house. Good. Chu Nishang didn't dare to be slow. and hurriedly brought him back to the city lord's mansion to be settled. In the city lord's mansion, Chu Xiu sat cross-legged and was recovering his true qi. Even if his cultivation was profound and he had reached the land god realm, this rainfall to the entire Yuezhou still caused him to consume a great deal. Rainfall is really a tiring job, but it's worth it. After this prayer for rain, Nishang's prestige has reached a whole new level, laying a solid foundation for her to claim the title of emperor in the future. The corners of Chu Xiu's mouth rose slightly. It rained heavily all day and night. The entire state of Yuezhou was enveloped in joy after a long drought, but that doesn't mean the relief is over. The rainfall merely eliminated the drought and brought the earth back to life so that the people could resume farming. But it was not an instant recovery. The relief has to continue, but it has gone much smoother than before. Those officials, after experiencing this prayer, implicitly regarded Chu Nishang as a person of heavenly destiny, and they dared not disobey in the slightest. Inside the royal capital, Emperor Zhou and the 100 officials could not help but be shocked when they heard about the rain prayers. How can you do that? Throughout the dynasties, it is not true that there have not been droughts, and it is not true that no one has ever prayed for rain, and there have even been emperors who have tried it, but there are only a handful of successes. Like Chu Nishang, one second she was on stage praying for rain, and the next second the sky was raining down. This kind of thing was even more unheard of. Is coincidence? Emperor Zhou frowned. He really couldn't figure out how exactly Chu Nishang had succeeded in praying for rain. That's something even he can't do. Perhaps the only way to inquire is to wait until the other person returns. Inside King Knight's mansion, when Shuli heard about Chu Nishang's success in praying for rain, he was dumbfounded and asked Mr. Zhang, is there really a person in the world who has a heavenly destiny? If not, why was Chu Nishang able to pray for rain successfully? I've seen the drought in Yuezhou, where grass doesn't grow, rivers dry up, beasts and animals are extinct, and it doesn't even look like it's going to rain in the near future. If Chu Nishang wasn't destined by heaven, what makes her able to pray for rain successfully? Mr. Zhang pondered for a moment and said, my Lingxiao sword sect has already sent people to check it out. The heavy rain in Yuezhou is the real deal, and this rain, which has been falling for a day and a night, can be considered a timely rain that has saved the entire Yuezhou. The red earth flame devil, on the other hand, disappeared without a trace, as if it never appeared. Shuli let out a bitter smile. Doesn't this show even more that Chu Nishang's heavenly destiny has been fulfilled? Not only did it rain for her, but it may have even descended a thunderbolt from nowhere, splitting that red earth flame demon to death. No, Chu Nishang is not a heavenly destiny. Behind her, there is obviously a high person helping her. We've gone to check. The entire Yuezhou residual aura of spells, that rain, is not naturally formed. It's man-made. Mr. Zhang took a deep breath, a hint of shock passing through his eyes. Make it rain for the entire state of Vietnam. This is the kind of thing that not even a few people would believe if they were to say it. He didn't dare believe it when he first learned of it. Shuli was confused. Mr. Zhang, you can't be joking. That rain was actually man-made? Who could do that? It can only be a god. We're guessing it's the Yin Yang Dao sect. They specialize in spells, and it's not surprising that they have spells that call out the wind and rain, and in order to bring down this rain, the Yin Yang Dao sect is probably pouring out their nests and teaming up to cast this spell together. It's speculation, but it's the only explanation. The Yin Yang Dao sect, it really leaves no stone unturned to help Chu Nishang. Mr. Zhang said, in that case, Chu Nishang isn't a heavenly destiny. Even so, this time, she still made a big splash. Chu Li sighed helplessly. 3 days later, Chu Xiu had recovered almost as much as he could. Inside the yard, Xuanqiu Zi found him and bowed. Your Excellency has recovered? Aha! Chu Xiu nodded slightly. This time, if it wasn't for your help, my 2 disciples would have lost their lives to the Red Earth Flame Devil. Thank you very much, Xian Su Zi solemnly said. Chu Xiu waved his hand. If you guys came to help Yuezhou, you're helping Nishang, and as Nishang's elder brother, it's only right that I don't need to say thank you. Well, I still want to confirm, has your Excellency entered the land god immortal realm? Xian Su Zi continued to ask. Obsessed with this question, Chu Xiu glanced at him, to inquire so exhaustively, is it hard to believe that this question means anything to you? Xuanqiu Zi nodded. Not bad. If you are truly a land deity, then I would like to ask you to come to my Yin Yang Dao sect and do a favor. This favor concerns the survival of the entire Great Zhou and even the world. Chu Xiu was slightly surprised. Oh, is it actually this serious? Not bad. Have you ever heard of the Devil's Cave? Chu Xiu shook his head. Unheard of? Could it be related to demons? Precisely. It has been rumored in ancient times that demons, formless and lawless, are born from the grievances of heaven and earth. They are born in the devil realm and can come to earth through the devil cave. And my Yin Yang Dao sect has the mission to suppress the devil's cave. For thousands of years, the devil's cave and my Yin Yang Dao sect suppression has been peaceful. But just a few years ago, the devil's cave seal appeared gap. Only my Yin Yang Dao sect's suppression of magic artifacts can be able to repair it. But the key is that this suppression of magic artifacts, only land immortals can drive. That's why I wanted to ask the prince to make a move. Xian Suzi narrated. The devil's world? The devil's den? A magic device? A hint of interest spread across Chu Xiu's face. It's quite interesting. When the matter in Yuezhou is over, I'll accompany you on a trip to the Yin Yang Dao sect. Xuanqiuzi was overjoyed at his words. Many thanks, Your Excellency. At the same time, he reacted. Chu Xiu. This was also a disguised acknowledgement of his cultivation in the land god immortal realm. He sucked in a cold breath. Even if there was early speculation, but heard the other party admitted, he still could not help but be shocked. Such an age of the land gods. It's unheard of in all of history. Chapter 44 Heavenly Sword Gorge. 9 Heavenly Surprising God Sword Technique. Yuezhou was greatly relieved after a heavy rain. Together with Chu Nishang's relief measures, the results were not bad. There is nothing much left of Yuezhou today. Chu Nishang only had to arrange for officials at all levels to continue to push forward. And she herself no longer had to continue to stay in Yuezhou and could return to the royal capital at any time. Chu Xiu also intended to leave. On the day of farewell, Chu Nishang's face carried a sense of reluctance. Brother, I didn't think that after a hasty gathering, we would have to part again. Chu Xiu smiled faintly. Gathering and scattering is the norm. Why be sad? You and I will meet again. Before we leave. With a thought in his mind, a true chi surged out, transforming into a light wind, which actually caused Chu Nishang's body to float uncontrollably. She then felt a force enter her body and lurk within. Chu Nishang was a bit surprised. Elder brother. It's just a piece of true chi that may help you in the future. Chu Xiu faintly laughed. This true chi was the guarantee he gave Chu Nishang. Logically speaking, Chu Nishang was a member of the royal family. No one dared to take action against her, but there was no guarantee that there wouldn't be any accidents. With this true chi protecting his body, Chu Xiu could feel much more at ease. Thanks, brother. Chu Nishang's eyes lit up. The congregation was separated. Chu Xiu, Bai Yu, and the black and white twins, left in a carriage. Looking at their departing figures, Chu Nishang had a lingering look in her eyes and murmured, Brother, goodbye. Take good care of yourself. The Yin Yang Dao sect was located in Liezhou, one of the 19 states of the Great Zhou. Liezhou is in the 19 states. Not how prosperous, but there are quite a few local Jianghu forces. In addition to the Yin Yang Dao sect, a giant, there are also major first-class sects, occasionally conquering each other, tipping each other over, and there is not a lot of fighting at all. This is the norm in the jungle. No one can change that, unless, of course, someone can unify the world. It is only then that the situation may abate. On top of a canyon in Liezhou, 2 major swordsmen stood on both sides of the canyon, facing each other, and before both sides could even make a move, their sword chi and sword intent had already stirred up. Invisible clashes in the void, making clanking sounds. At the bottom of the canyon, quite a few Jianghu people were watching. A carriage, arriving slowly, also noticed the canyon. Xian Suzi lifted the curtain of the carriage. His gaze passed through hundreds of feet and saw the 2 swordsmen on the canyon. Slightly surprised. Oh, it's them. Who? Chu Xiu asked curiously. Ranked 7th on the famous sword spectrum and 11th on the earth list. Elder Yun Yang of the Ling Xiao sword sect. Ranking 13th on the 8th earth ranking on the famous sword spectrum. Sect Master Lu Xian of the Xuanxin sword sect. These 2 guys have always fought over their rankings on the famous sword spectrum. And every other year, they would fight on the heavenly sword gorge. Xian Suzi smiled faintly and narrated. When Chu Xiu sniffed, he also lifted the curtain to take a look, and at the first glance, he looked at the 2 swordsmen on the canyon, both of whom were at the High Zhongshu realm. It's pretty unimpressive, but it's not enough to catch his eye, and at the second glance, his eyes were drawn to the heavenly sword gorge itself. This heavenly sword gorge, towering, was split in the middle, and the mountain walls on both sides were smooth and flat, steep and treacherous, as if they had been split hard with a sword. It is a ghostly work of art. What a heavenly sword gorge. Chu Xiu sighed in admiration. Xuanqiuzi continued to explain. The Heavenly Sword Gorge is the most famous scenic spot in Liezhou, and according to ancient legend, there was once an immortal who fought demons here and split the mountains and rivers with a single sword, which led to the formation of this Heavenly Sword Gorge. Only, this Heavenly Sword Gorge stretches for dozens of miles. A sword split into this, even the land gods and goddesses are estimated to be difficult to do. So this is just a rumor, cannot be true, but also therefore attracted a lot of swordsmen to come to the name. There are even people who often fight in this place, just like this Yun Yang, Lu Xian and the two of them, for more than 10 years, they have fought every year. They're not tired of it, we're all tired of seeing it. After Xuanqiu Zi finished speaking, his heart moved. Rather, Your Excellency, you should not have come to this Heavenly Sword Gorge. Why don't you go forward to view it? Good thing too. Chu Xiu nodded slightly. Those two swordsmen. He wasn't interested. The Heavenly Sword Gorge, on the contrary, is something to look at. Maybe another good place to check in. The carriage approached towards the Heavenly Sword Gorge, gradually crossing over the crowd and arriving at the entrance of the Heavenly Sword Gorge. And quite a few Jianghu people looked on, quite surprised. Whose carriage is this? So bold. Don't you know that there are 2 great sword amendments of the sovereign high realm engaged in battle up there? Yes, when sect masters of this level clash, the aftermath of the battle is extremely terrifying, and they aren't afraid of being caught in the waves. TSK, really don't want to die. The Jianghu people were talking about it. Xu Xiu's few people didn't care. Among them, other than Bai Yu, who was an innate perfection, the remaining 4 had cultivation levels that were unknown how much stronger than those 2 swordsmen. And who cares about that? After arriving at the Heavenly Sword Gorge, Xu Xiu suddenly heard a system prompt. Ding! The Heavenly Sword Gorge is available for signing in. Are they all signed in? Yes. Xu Xiu meditated in his heart. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 9 Heavenly Surprising God Sword technique. Countless esoteric mental phrases surfaced in Xu Xiu's mind. His eyes flashed with a hint of delight. In the world of martial arts, there are 4 orders of heaven: earth, Xian and yellow. Each order, in turn, is divided into upper, middle, and lower grades, a total of 4 orders and 12 items. Among them, earth rank techniques were already incomparably rare in the Great Zhou, and only sects with hundreds or thousands of years of heritage such as the 4 great sects could have them included. As for the heavenly steps, in the Big Week, it's not even known if there is one, and Xu Xiu is now getting the 9 Heavenly Surprising God Sword skill, is a heavenly rank technique, and not a heavenly rank lower grade, middle grade. It's the top grade of the heavenly order, highest ranked feats known. This Gong method is divided into 9 layers. Among them, the 8th level is the land god realm. The 9th floor is even more earth-shattering. Once one reached that realm, even among the land deities of the past and present, one would rarely meet an enemy claiming to suppress an era. This Heavenly Sword Gorge, it really wasn't in vain. The corners of Chu Xiu's mouth rose slightly. This 9 Heavens Surprising God Sword technique was a sword Dao technique, and as he had the 9 orifices Linglong sword heart, this technique, it could be said, was the most suitable for him. The carriage slowly traveled into the body Heavenly Sword Gorge, and while they were viewing, the 2 swordsmen had begun to exchange blows. Their battle was very intense, with sword chi streaking across the air and sword intent impacting in all directions, causing countless rolling stones to fall on the canyon. Some smashed straight into the wagon. Without the need for Chu Xiu to do anything, Xian Suzi swept the duster in his hand, and the Taiji diagram reflected and floated above the carriage, blocking out all the rolling stones one by one. These 2 are affecting your son's interest in sightseeing. Let me go teach them a lesson. Xian Suzi faintly laughed, got up and was about to walk out of the carriage, but Chu Xiu waved his hand. No need. Some dust is all. The Duke is generous, Xuanqiu Zi said, and at this moment, the 2 swordsmen on the Heavenly Sword Gorge also noticed the carriage underneath. They frowned and stopped their hands together. Who is it? Who has disturbed the excitement of our sword competition? Spoil sport. Drive them away. It was only when Yun Yang slashed the long sword in his hand. The sword energy flew and landed in front of the carriage forming a sword mark, blocking the carriage from advancing. Yun Yang said indifferently, "You are not allowed to enter this place. Leave." Bai Yu frowned. This Heavenly Sword Gorge, is it yours? No. Bai Yu said, since it's not, then you guys compete with your swords. We go our way and don't interfere with each other. So why should we be allowed to leave? Just by virtue of the fact that we are in the high realm of the sovereign, while you are just in innate. Yun Yang hummed lightly. Oh, more than cultivation? At this moment, Xian Suzi inside the carriage stepped out. his body's vast celestial aura erupting, pressurizing the two swordsmen to almost fall from the canyon. They looked at Xian Suzi in horror. Yes, it's you. His lordship is generous and did not want to bother with you, but I did not expect you to be so ungrateful. Get lost, Xian Suzi said indifferently. The two men sniffed, their hearts shocked. Your Excellency? What gentleman? Who was the existence that could make even Xian Suzi so respectful? Not even the number one on the heavenly ranking. Is it hard to believe that it's the current emperor? The two patriarchs were a bit confused by the shock. They didn't dare to stay at all and hurriedly left. Before leaving, that Yun Yang curiously looked inside the carriage, wanted to see who was sitting inside, but the wagon had curtains and he couldn't see, so he secretly operated his true chi and lifted a gust of wind to blow open the curtain. And then he saw Chu Xiu while the other party indifferently glanced at him. Just this one glance. It was like a sharp divine sword cutting across the sky. Yun Yang's face changed drastically, only to feel the impact of irresistible power. The whole person's tendons and bones burst into pieces, blood was spat out furiously, and he flew out backwards, smashed on top of the mountain wall, actually died, on the spot. Lu Xian was almost scared out of his wits. With one look, he glared a Zhongshe High Realm to death. What kind of horrible person is this? Xian Suzi shook his head. I've told you to roll, but you're still doing these little maneuvers. Do you really think no one will notice? Self-inflicted sins. Can't live. Yun Yang might not be dead if he were any other patriarch, but alas, he was an elder of the Ling Shao sword sect, and the Ling Shao sword sect was now supporting Chu Li and was considered Chu Nishan's enemy. In this position, the other side is still engaging in these petty maneuvers. If Chu Xiu doesn't kill him, will he still keep it for New Year's? Chapter 45 Devil's Cave Check-in. Pure Yang True Flame. Kill Yun Yang with a single glance. Then Chu Xiu did not take it to heart. A few people rode in the carriage and continued on the road. After passing through the Heavenly Sword Gorge, the distance to the Yin Yang Dao sect was getting closer and closer, and along the way, Chu Xiu didn't stay idle either. He used the 9 orifices Linglong Sword Heart to comprehend the 9 heavens shocking God Sword technique. He was already in the land divine immortal realm, and with the addition of the sword heart, the sword technique complemented each other, and it was almost effortless to cultivate this sword technique to the 8th layer. It was only a step away from the 9th floor, and Chu Xiu had the 9 orifices Linglong Sword Heart, and when he practiced, he vaguely felt that on top of this sword skill, it might be possible to extend it out further. 9 layers, not the limit of this sword skill. He had the 9 orifices Linglong Sword Heart, so perhaps the 10th layer, or even the 11th or 12th layer could be deduced. And the 9th layer of the 9 heavens surprising God Sword technique would already be the top grade of the heavenly rank. 10th floor, 11th floor. How amazing is it again? Even Chu Xiu is somewhat looking forward to it. Just in these few days when Chu Xiu was practicing the 9 heavenly surprising divine sword technique, Xian Suzi, the black and white twins, who were in the same carriage with him, were suffering a bit. They vaguely sensed that some inexplicable changes had appeared in Chu Xiu. From time to time, a fluctuation that made their hearts palpitate would emanate from their bodies. This fluctuation gave them a shuddering feeling. Even a celestial like Xian Suzi's scalp went numb. Not to mention the black and white twins. The two of them were on pins and needles. They didn't dare to continue inside the carriage and went outside to help White Moon drive the car. Time passes. A few days later, they were only a few miles away from the Yin Yang Dao sect, about to arrive at the clan. The black and white warriors were in high spirits, and the black warrior even picked a leaf on the way and stuck it on his mouth to play a tune. The white warrior also took out a flute on the side and played with him. A look of love. Shirayuki rolled her eyes as she rushed aside. Showed too. Can't you think of a single dog's feelings a soul? Suddenly, in the distance, within the Yin Yang Dao sect, a tyrannical, black demonic aura rose up into the sky, actually penetrating into the clouds. The clouds seemed to be stained with ink, turning into a dark cloud. The black and white twins stopped playing and looked at the direction of the Dao sect in the distance. Their faces dramatically changed. What a terrifying demonic aura. Something has happened to the sect. What happened? Not good. Within the carriage, Xian Suzi couldn't sit still. The figure turned into a stream of light and quickly rushed out. And the black and white twins didn't dare to be slow, immediately following along and rushing out. Baiyu froze for a moment and looked toward the carriage. Gongzi, you keep going, Chu Xiu calmly said. Then he stepped out of the carriage and took a step ahead towards the Yin Yang Dao sect. His pace seemed extremely slow, but it's a step of tens, even hundreds of feet. It's like shrinking. Baiyu looked shocked. Gongzi's cultivation seems to be even more profound. She patted her white cheeks. Shirayuki, you have to work harder. Yin Yang Dao sect. Inside the forbidden area in the back of the mountain, in the middle of a rift valley, pure black demonic aura was spreading out, while on the ground, there were a few Dao sect martial practitioners dressed in Dao robes lying on the ground. One of them, half on his knees, deadly staring at a black-haired man in black robes in front of him. The man had a withered figure, narrow eyebrows, and eyes as black as ink, without the slightest whites of the eyes. The mere act of meeting those eyes made one's scalp tingle. Spectral, black pupils. You guys actually dare to damage the seal. Once the swarm of demons come out of the seal and wreak havoc on the world, what good will this do to your underworld? The old man who was half kneeling on the ground said with a gloomy face, but the black pupil heard the words. His expression cold, disdainful smile. For the scourge of the world, and what does it matter? The underworld, was originally in existence for the scourge of the living. Chaos is what makes us spectral martial artists. The ladder of progress. You're too cowardly to open the demon cave. So let us do it. The old man's face was as gloomy as water when he heard this. Simply incomprehensible. The idea of the underworld, in their view, is simply not to be tolerated. Black Hitomi looked at the demonic chi that was madly surging upwards from the Rift Valley, feeling the earth-shattering power, and a trace of infatuation appeared on her face. Behold, such a power that is enough to wreak havoc on the world. You fear, but we are eager for it, Black Hitomi said, and at that moment, above the dome of the sky, a Taiji figure suddenly descended from the sky, towards the Rift Valley. Demonic chi suppressed, temporarily suppressing the churning demonic energy. A figure holding a duster descended. It was none other than Xian Suzi, the fifth in the heavenly ranking. The black pupil's face changed slightly. Xian Suzi, coming back really fast. Xuanqiu Zi looked at the churning demonic chi. His face was gloomy. How could it be? With the master ancestor guarding the demon cave, how could he allow the demonic chi to rampage to this extent? The old man kneeling on the ground said, Patriarch, master ancestor, while he was guarding the demon cave, he was heavily injured by this black pupil's sneak attack and fell into the demon cave. What? Shen Suzi's face changed as he looked at black pupil dead on. Seek death. He cupped his hands and the runes in the void flowed. The Taiji diagram stretched out horizontally, as if it were a mountain suppressing the black pupil. However, he saw the other party clenching his 5 fingers into a fist and punching out. The black true chi was like a torrent of river floods, roaring out and impacting the Taiji diagram. The Taiji took crumbled. A hint of black light was released from the black pupil's eyes. The moment Xian Suzi accidentally locked eyes with him, he only felt an inexplicable force impacting him, shocking his mind and making it seem as if his head was about to explode. This is the black pupil technique. Xian Suzi covered his head in pain. Because of his trauma, the demonic chi in the Rift Valley shattered the Taiji diagram with it. It was laced with a ghostly cry. A demonic shadow emerged from the demonic aura. Ha ha ha, we're back in the world. The Yin Yang Dao sect has suppressed us for so long. So for the first one, let's take them and destroy them first. Not bad, let them know how powerful we demons are. The demonic shadow whistled shrilly. Xian Suzi couldn't help but see a hint of despair in his eyes. And that black pupil even seized the opportunity. His figure flickered like a ghost, coming in front of Xuanqiu Zi, his 5 fingers grabbing towards the other party's head with a bang. The 5th head of the heavenly ranking. I take it. The black pupil hemmed and hawed, leaping with excitement. Suddenly, a pressure fell from the sky. Between the black pupil being caught off guard, the attack steeply shattered, and the whole person seemed to be pressed by a huge mountain. Both knees were soft, and he was directly subdued on the ground. How possible? Black Hitomi couldn't believe it. You're a celestial being yourself. Relying on the pressure, he could be suppressed. What the hell is this? As he was shocked, he only saw a figure that arrived. White clothes, ink hair, sword eyebrows, and long eyes. Black Hitomi looked at the visitor and immediately recognized the other party. Abolished Prince Chu Xiu. He let out a low gulp as black light flowed in his eyes, unleashing the black pupil grand technique. But just as his gaze locked with Chu Xiu's, he only felt a bitter and incomparable sword intent suddenly chopping toward his heart and soul. His black pupil technique was nonetheless ineffective. On the contrary, it was even more as if his own mind was torn apart in an instant, and he couldn't help but let out a mournful and miserable cry. Ah! This cultivation. No, it's impossible. His black pupil technique has always been unbeatable, even when facing a martial artist whose realm was higher than their own. It worked. That was why he dared to cast this martial art on Chu Xiu. originally thinking that even if the other party was stronger than himself, he couldn't completely defend against the black pupil grand technique. But the result is, the other guy's not doing. He himself was revolted and lost half his life instead. Chushio calmly looked at him and faintly said, "Trying to mess with my mind. You are a bit naive." After saying that, he slowly raised his hand and aimed it at the black pupil through the air. Invisible true chi spread out as if it was a big hand grasping it. Then the 5 fingers came together and squeezed. Bang! The black pupil's body, on the spot, turned into a cloud of blood mist dispersed. The many demonic shadows that surged out of the demon cave also noticed Chushio. Who is this person? So strong. Damn it, it's so hard to break the seal. How did I meet this kind of monster? The crowd of demonic shadows were talking. Instead, Chushio heard a system alert. Ding! Located at the entrance to the Devil's Cave. Is it signed in? Sign in. Ding! Signing in is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the pure young true flame. Chapter 46, Smashing a Demon. The magic weapon Tian Luo umbrella. Ding! Signing in was successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the pure young true flame. Pure yang true fire. This is a powerful foreign fire that is pure to the core and is the nemesis of evil. Right at the moment Chushio signed in successfully, between his eyebrows, a ray of golden fire light flickered, and an additional blazing flame appeared in his dantian. That was the fire of the pure yang fire. The devil cave was boiling with demonic chi, and countless demonic shadows stared at Chushio. Who is this human? So scary looking. He can actually kill a celestial human martial artist easily. Gee, that's scary. Forget about him. Leave this place and we'll be free. One by one, the demonic shadows murmured and then flew in all directions, wanting to escape. But in the next second, Chushio took a step forward. The golden flames poured out as if they were wild waves surging. Where the flames passed, the devil's gas and devil's shadow were swept away. Not even a speck of ash remained. What kind of flame is this? So powerful. So powerful. Damn. Who the hell is this human? Flames flew and the demons wailed and screamed. Pure yang fire restrains the power of evil demons to the fullest. Even Xuanqiu Zi was staring at it with his jaw dropped. What kind of spell is this? No, there are no spell runes reflected. This is not a spell. It's a martial art? It doesn't quite look like it. Could this be some kind of foreign fire born from heaven and earth? Ancient books record that when the world is full of spiritual energy, there will be some rare spirits born. Foreign fire is one of them. Ordinary martial artists and magicians, to get a kind of, can be a step up to heaven. Free on earth. I thought it was a rumor, but I never thought I'd actually see it. Xuanqiu Zi scared. But then, he looked toward the Rift Valley with an anxious expression. Old ancestor is still down there. I must go and save him. He just wanted to go in, but was shaken back out by the wild surge of demonic chi. The martial artist next to him said, "Patriarch, it's too late. Join forces with us to repair the seal and suppress the demon cave again." No, how can I watch my old ancestor die like this? The old ancestor surely doesn't want the world to be clustered with demons because of him. Patriarch, make your decision quickly. Damn. As Xian Su Zi hesitated, Chushio passed by him. The fish and the bear's paw. You can have both. Only to see the pure yang fire burning on his body. The wildly surging demonic chi was burned away before it could even get close to him, and he fell towards the Rift Valley. It was like a fiery meteor. In the Rift Valley, an old man with white hair sat on his knees, and the two chi of yin and yang flowed, transforming into a taiji pattern to isolate the demonic energy from intruding. But it's only temporary. He suffered a heavy blow from the black pupil and fell down here, and the surrounding demonic energy and demonic shadows were constantly coming, so he simply couldn't block it for long. In a tea time at most, it was going to be devoured by the swarm of demons. Thinking of this, the old man sighed softly, suppressing the devil's cave for so long, and finally being devoured by the devil race. It would be considered a good death. I only hope that Xuanqiu Zi and the others can repair the seal in time to recapture the devil's cave. Though the odds, he knew, were slim to none. The swarm of demons kept on impacting the taiji diagram. There's a crack in it already. A man with a demonic aura and a pale face looked at the old man and hemmed and hawed. Old man, you're going to die here, and after you die, we'll break out of here, sucking up the grudges and evil thoughts from heaven and earth, and we'll rule the earthly land. We'll make all the living beings you have in mind live in fear. The pale man's words affected the old man's mind. The old man was enraged, but there was nothing he could do, so he could only say in a cold voice, I believe that the heavenly Tao is compassionate, and that there is righteousness on earth. You won't be able to run rampant for long. The heavenly Tao? Ha ha ha. Now, what can the heavenly Tao do to me? The pale man laughed arrogantly. Next, he sensed something and looked above the rift. One could only see a flame like a shooting star falling, mixed with ponderous chi, and wherever it passed through, the demonic chi dissipated and the demonic shadows crumbled. The pale man's pupils shrank, only to see the firelight continuously enlarging in front of him, and finally smashing hard against his body. Boom! The pale man's body exploded steeply into ashes. Before he died, he hadn't even reacted to what had happened. Why would a fiery meteor hit on a good day? Could it be that this is really a heavenly punishment? Chu Xiu landed on the ground. The pure yang fire spread and burned out the many demonic shadows. He scratched his head. Did he just smash into something? And he didn't care. There probably weren't many good things in this devil's cave anyway. After sweeping around, he found a huge pitch-black vortex not far away, the source of the endless demonic chi. A burst of treacherous fluctuations emanated from it. His eyes flashed. Is that the entrance to the demon realm? He condensed his sword finger and struck out a pure yang fire. But he saw that the flame landed on top of that vortex and was actually swallowed up. Interesting. Chu Xiu pondered for a moment and stopped paying attention. He didn't come this time to solve any demonic realm. He came to save people. Sweeping around, he spotted the white-haired old man not far away. The other man was staring at him blankly at the moment. Somewhat stunned look. Yes, he did seem a little stunned. After all, he had never seen anyone able to come and go freely in the middle of the devil's cave. The flame burning on the other party's body, but also easily burned out all the demons, like the nemesis of the devil. How can the white-haired old man not be alarmed? Chu Xiu smiled faintly and walked up to the other party. Are you the old ancestor of the Yin-Yang Dao sect? Exactly. Well, very well, leave with me. Chu Xiu grabbed the other party's shoulders, then brought the other party up in a leap. As if riding the wind in the void, he flew towards the sky above the canyon. He hadn't learned any lightweight body techniques, but with a high level of cultivation, he was enough to be able to ride the wind like an immortal. The hundreds of feet of canyon seemed unattainable to others. To him, it was as if it was a small mound, and he could get up there with a slight leap. After returning to the Rift Valley, Xuanqiu Zi, who had been waiting here for a long time, took out a yellow umbrella and handed it over to Chu Xiu. Duke Chu, this is the Heavenly Luo umbrella, the magic-suppressing artifact left behind by my Yin-Yang Dao sect's ancestor, and this is the only thing that can repair the seals, to resuppress the demonic cave. I still ask you to do it for the sake of all the people in the world. He was on his knees. Behind him, the black and white twins, a single Yin-Yang Dao sect martial artist, also knelt down together, and Chu Xiu slowly reached out and received the Heavenly Luo umbrella. The umbrella looks mediocre. However, under the touch, it contains some kind of strange spiritual flavor. The surface of the umbrella was made up of hundreds of pieces of talisman paper, while the umbrella bone was made of 1,000-year-old lightning-struck wood, which contained oodles of vitality. Is this the Jinmai artifact? It's kind of interesting. Chu Xiu faintly smiled, then threw out the heavenly parasol. The true chi in his body also surged and poured into the umbrella. Shasta. The Heavenly Luo umbrella released a large amount of flashy light, the runes on it flowing and reflecting the void, echoing the seals of the entire Rift Valley. Next, thousands of runes intertwined into a huge light shield and fell on top of the Rift Valley. The monstrous demonic aura faded like a tidal wave and shrank in the Rift Valley. Deep in the Rift Valley, a pair of eyes opened steeply. The Earth has produced another land god who can use the heavenly parasol. It seems that the dragon vein will awaken and a great world will come. But the great world is often accompanied by great turmoil. This seal, it won't last long. In the great world, there will be a place for my demon race. Chapter 47, The Complete Book of Yin-Yang and Five Elements Taoism. Yin-Yang Dao Sect. Back Mountain Rift Valley. Chu Xiu utilized his magic weapon, the Heavenly Parasol, and managed to repair the seal. And he was able to use the Heavenly Luo Parasol, his own cultivation, already without the need for more words. Everyone had already understood, looking at him with a strong sense of awe. Land gods. This is a land god. That old ancestor of the Yin-Yang Dao sect who had been rescued, looked at Chu Xiu, and his eyes were also filled with shock, as well as gratitude, as he took a deep breath and arched his hand and said, I am Lingxiu Zi of the Yin-Yang Dao sect. Many thanks to this gentleman for saving my life. You're welcome. Chu Xiu put back the Heavenly Luo umbrella and threw it back to Lingxiu Zi. There wasn't the slightest bit of attachment to this magic-suppressing artifact. After all, his 10 famous swords were no worse than this magic suppressor. Regulus, even much stronger. After helping to seal the demon cave, the crowd looked at Chu Xiu with strong awe in their eyes as Xuanqiu Zi said, I've worked hard for Mr. Chu this time. I'll have someone go prepare an upper room for you to rest. Aha! Chu Xiu nodded slightly and led by the black and white twins out of the back mountain. Along the way, they encountered many Yin Yang Dao sect disciples. They bowed to the black and white warriors, arching their hands in respect, and when they saw that the black and white warriors, whom they respected, were actually treating such a young man as Chu Xiu with respect, they all couldn't help but be astonished. Who is this man? It's amazing that even the black and white warriors are treating him with an air of respect. This person is not a small one. What the hell is he in for? At this point, a disciple came to report. Reporting back to the twin warriors, a woman who calls herself White Moon has come outside, saying that she is the patriarch, and a friend of the twin warriors. The black warrior said in a rush, "Let her in." Yes. Soon, Bai Yu came in, saw Chu Xiu, and went up to inquire. Learning that the Devil's Cave had been sealed, a hint of regret appeared in her eyes. I didn't make it over in time. I still wanted to see what the Devil's Cave was like. The black and white duo had arranged a place for Chu Xiu to stay. Chu Xiu temporarily stayed within this Yin Yang Dao sect. The next day, he got up early in the morning, intending to take a nice walk around the Dao clan. When he went out, he saw quite a number of Dao sect disciples, practicing in the morning, a group of them sitting cross-legged on the playground, welcoming the sunrise. When the sunrise fell on them, the real chi on their bodies flowed, seemingly resonating with each other in the sunrise aura, transforming into a taiji diagram above their heads. Chu Xiu watched from the side and secretly marveled. The spells of the Yin Yang Dao sect were indeed somewhat of a gateway. At least it looks much more flashy than most martial arts. Ding! Located in the Yin Yang Dao sect, are you signing in? At this moment, a system prompt sounded. Chu Xiu murmured in his mind, "Sign in." Ding! Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the complete book of Yin Yang and 5 Elements Taoism. At once, a large amount of information surfaced in Chu Xiu's mind. Chu Xiu, who originally only knew the 2 spells of Soul Detainer and Calling the Wind and Rain, had hundreds of spells related to the 5 elements of Yin and Yang stuffed into his head. These spells range in level from low to high and cover all aspects, from life support, to combat, to subduing demons and vampires. It can be very profound. Chu Xiu slurped over it. And just like that, I'm a spellcaster? And after Chu Xiu obtained this Dao Fa De book, he also understood that spells also had levels, divided into beginner, intermediate, advanced, and top level. They correspond to the 4 classes of heaven, earth, mystery, and yellow in martial arts. This complete book of Yin Yang 5 elements spells included 72 primary spells, 36 intermediate spells, and 12 advanced spells. As for top level spells, there are none. Such a spell was just as rare as a heavenly grade martial art. However, this book of Yin Yang 5 elements spells didn't have any top level spells, but on Chu Xiu, there were, that is, detaining souls and dispatching generals as well as calling the wind and rain. These 2 spells are both top notch. Find some time to properly experiment with the spells within this Yin Yang 5 elements Taoism book, Chu Xiu secretly thought. Then he was ready to leave. But at that moment, a voice rang out, "Your Excellency, stay back." A woman wearing a wooden hairpin on her head and a black and white Taoist robe walked towards Chu Xiu. The woman had a pretty face, and she carried an ethereal meaning in her demeanor. It's like a fairy who has attained enlightenment. Chu Xiu looked at this person and was a bit puzzled. What is the girl's business? Your Excellency is the former Crown Prince, Chu Xiu? Yes. Chu Xiu nodded slightly and did not deny it. My name is Lu Rui, a disciple of the Yin Yang Dao sect. I heard that Your Excellency suppressed the sealed demon cave yesterday, so on behalf of the many disciples of the Dao sect, I would like to thank you. After saying that, Lu Rui curtsied in style. Rather, I would call it a fall from grace. Then, she added, I know that my cultivation is far inferior to that of Mr. Chu, but I still have the audacity to want to ask Mr. Chu for some advice. And please, Your Excellency, don't be stingy with your advice. A hint of playfulness spread across Chu Xiu's face as he sniffed. Do you know my realm? Some guesses. Although Xian Suzi and the others didn't explicitly say so, but being able to repair the seal and drive the heavenly Luo umbrella, Lu Rui had vaguely guessed. In that case, how dare you ask me for advice? Yes, in my current realm, it is already difficult for me to refine my cultivation with hard work, so I would like to ask you to give me some advice. Lu Rui wanted to verify this personally. Chu Xiu, isn't that God as rumored? Good, then I'll point you in the right direction. Chu Xiu smiled faintly. Just wanted to try out the latest spells I've acquired as well. Lu Rui looked delighted, many thanks. After saying that, she stepped back a few feet and took a stance, her hands pinching arcane spells, her true chi flowing, spell runes looming in the air. Golden sword art. A golden sword shadow was generated out of thin air. Seeing this, Chu Xiu stood still. He didn't pinch his knuckles. Spell runes automatically surfaced on the ground, and an earth wall was born out of thin air. The golden sword struck the earthen wall and then cracked itself. Elementary spell, earth wall spell. Lu Rui continued to strike. One after another spells were cast from her hands, sometimes invoking wild winds, sometimes condensing water swords, sometimes erupting fireballs. The magnificence of spells. It does look a lot more spectacular than martial arts. Of course, that doesn't mean that martial arts are no better than spells. Each has its own strengths. And then look at the fight. Only to see that Chu Xiu had been standing in place. No matter what kind of spells Lu Rui cast, he used the corresponding spells to invoke them. Earthen walls versus water arrows. Fireball versus golden sword. Water dragon versus fireball. The theory of the 5 elements being born together was displayed in Chu Xiu's hands to the fullest extent. Lu Rui couldn't gain the slightest upper hand. The crowd of disciples watched in amazement. Senior Sister Lu is the 10th grade master on the Earth ranking, and she's also a great master who specializes in spells, and she's actually being suppressed in spells. No, it's not suppression, it's not in the same class at all. This person is so strong. It can't be a celestial being. I guess so. If it's not a celestial being, how can they make the patriarch and the others treat them with that kind of courtesy, and how can they possibly repair the seal of the Devil's Cave? How did he become a celestial being at such an age? How did he do it? Can't it be that it's some old monster who has been practicing for many years and has returned to his old age? TCH, he is a former prince, not some old monster. Lu Rui couldn't gain the slightest upper hand. In the end, she ran out of true chi and could only surrender. Looking at Chu Xiu again, his feet hadn't moved a bit since the beginning. Rui admires the brilliance of Mr. Chu's spells. You're not too bad. In a few years, the Yin Yang Dao sect will have one more celestial ranked warlock. Chu Xiu smiled faintly and praised. Then turn away. Looking at his back, Lu Rui had been completely pleased and convinced, her eyes filled with marvelous longing. Former prince, truly a dragon among men. Chu Xiu, harvesting another little fangirl. Chapter 48, Promised Jade Order. The heavenly ranking will be refreshed. After Chu Xiu left, he went all the way to the Yin Yang Dao sect's book collection pavilion. This place hides the Yin Yang Taoist sect nearly 1,000 years of collection of all kinds of books, up to all kinds of spells books, down to the local conditions, astronomy, and geography. In short, there were thousands of canonical books in this bookstore. Chu Xiu was incomparably curious when he arrived. Because even the royal palace's Hanlin Pavilion doesn't have such a large collection of books. In today's Jianghu, the one with the largest collection of books is the White Deer School, one of the 4 major sects, followed by this Yin Yang Dao sect, and it really lives up to its name. And I wonder how much knowledge is hidden here. Chu Xiu was still quite interested in this knowledge. After all, knowledge is power. Ding! Located in the Yin Yang Dao sect's book depository, available for signing in. Is it signed in? The system alert sounded. Chu Xiu murmured in his mind, sign in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the talent of one eye, never forget. A smile appeared on Chu Xiu's face. That's a good talent, it's a shame not to use it for reading. He walked into the cache. The one guarding this place was an old man. The other party had thought that it was some disciple who had come and raised his eyes to look at Chu Xiu. A little strange. A young disciple new to the Taoist sect? Young man, where is your disciple token? Bring it to me. The old man said. To enter the book depository, you need a disciple token to verify your identity. That's the rule. Chu Xiu was slightly stunned. A disciple token? I don't have one. The old man frowned. No token, no entry. Chu Xiu thought about it and left without being in a hurry. He went to find Xian Suzi and told him that he wanted to go to the book depository to have a look. Xian Suzi sniffed and without saying a word, he directly took out a token and gave it to him. The token, which was carved out of white jade. On one side was engraved the word Yin and Yang, and on the other side was engraved a word for Tao. Chu Xiu glanced at it. This token was not expensive. Is the Yin Yang Dao sect so rich? Even a disciple token was made of jade. Chu Xiu scad and took the token and went to the book depository again. The old man saw that it was him again and frowned. Didn't I say that there is no token? He hadn't finished his sentence. Chu Xiu directly took out his token and smiled. I have a token. The old man took aim. Then the eyes snapped open in disbelief. He came forward and examined it carefully, and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. This token, where did you get it? Looking for your patriarch. Chu Xiu said lightly. The old man, however, was directly frightened and knelt down. Sin, see patriarch. Ah! Chu Xiu was slightly stunned. What the hell? How did he become the patriarch? The old man explained, this is the sovereign's jade order. The one who holds the Jade Order is like the Yin Yang Dao sect patriarch himself. Anyone from the Dao sect must follow orders. You have this token, Yin Yang Dao sect, you can go anywhere. The old man didn't even dare to imagine how much energy Chu Xiu had. Even the sovereign's token can be gotten. This token, which was carried by Xian Suzi, who was a terrifying existence at the celestial high realm, if he hadn't personally bestowed it, who could have gotten it? Think in another direction. This token is really robbed by Chu Xiu. Wouldn't that make him even more terrifying? Anyway, whatever. Chu Xiu were all existences that he could not offend. I heard that a terrifying existence descended on the Yin Yang Dao sect yesterday to assist the patriarch and his group in suppressing the Sealing Demon Cave. It couldn't be this person. The old man thought darkly. The gaze that looked at Chu Xiu grew more and more awe-inspiring. Chu Xiu also somewhat didn't expect that Xian Suzi would give him such a valuable thing, but soon, he put the matter behind him. When you enter the collection, start reading. There's the gift of a glance and a forgetfulness in there. He reads so fast it's almost like he's flipping through a book. He was immersed in a sea of knowledge and couldn't help himself. The time was 7 days. For the past 7 days, he had been reading almost without sleep. With his cultivation level of the land god realm, there was no harm. And the old man was a bit worried and informed Xuanchu Zi about this. The other party came to take a look and saw Chu Xiu immersed in an ocean of knowledge and didn't say anything. On the contrary, it was Baiyu who stayed within the Yin Yang Dao sect during this period of time, looking for disciples within the Dao sect to spar and compete from time to time. The cultivation of innate perfection was becoming more and more pure. Together with her talent, her swordsmanship, she had the power to fight against a patriarch. She was also directly promoted to the Earth ranking as a result. Ranked 24th. Also, on the side of the royal capital, Chu Nishang, after returning to the Great Zhou, was also praised for her work in disaster relief, and was given 7 bright pearls. Therefore, some people also referred to Chu Nishang as the Princess of the 7 Pearls. Plus she praised for reign. Prestige in the folklore, gradually rising. This ancient book, it's a bit interesting. This day. Chu Xiu looked at an ancient book in his hands, and a trace of color passed through his eyes. This ancient book, somewhat mutilated. However, it contains a number of deeds related to the immortals. This immortal, naturally, refers to the land immortals. It was written that thousands of years ago, land deities were rare in this world, but not unheard of, and there were always so many of them appearing every 100 years. Only 1,000 years ago, after a catastrophe, the number of land immortals declined drastically, even until they almost disappeared by now. As for what this Holocaust is, the mystery of the disappearing land gods, this ancient book does not contain. This aroused Chu Xiu's great interest. 1,000 years of havoc, the mystery of the disappearance of the terrestrial gods. Interesting. He continued to rummage through the cache. But still no clue. Looks like there's nothing I want here anymore. Chu Xiu murmured. He thought of another place in the jungle with the largest collection of books. White Deer Academy. One of the 4 great sects of the Jianghu, a holy place that established its way through literature and martial arts, claiming that a scholar with a pen could enter the imperial court, and with a sword could kill the Jianghu. And the dean of the White Deer Academy is a rare talent in the Great Zhou for 100 years. The text can be used to argue with a group of scholars. Wuko 4. The first person in the sky list. Above the heavenly ranking, the only celestial grand perfection martial artist. It was claimed to be the closest existence to a land god within the Great Zhou. The dean of the White Heart School. Might be an interesting one. Chu Xiu smiled faintly. It was decided that we would leave in a few days for the White Deer School. He walked out of the cache. Several people from Xian Suzi got the news and came to pick him up. Baiyu was even more curious and asked, Gongzi, you have not eaten or drunk for so many days, do you want me to have someone go and prepare it for you? No need, let's go straight to the tavern and eat. Chu Xiu laughed. Although his cultivation level was such that he was already able to dispel the grain. But the food and wine on earth, he didn't want to give it up for the time being. Inside the restaurant, Baiyu helped Chu Xiu order a bunch of fine wines and dishes. And pouring him wine and food at the same time. She was not at all slow in her duties as a maid of honor. Chu Xiu shook his head and smiled, there's no need to be so nice. This is what I should do, since I said that I would serve as a maid for Gongzi, then I will do what I say. Baiyu said with a solemn expression. She didn't want to be someone who was useless to Chu Xiu. His own cultivation was far inferior to his opponent's. Can't help with a lot of things. But when it came to food and clothing, she, the maid, couldn't afford to be vague. Chu Xiu didn't continue to say anything and let the other party do it. It felt kinda good to have someone around to take care of it like that. Have you guys heard? This time, the heavenly ranking is about to be refreshed. At this moment, the diner at the table next to Chu Xiu said. It attracted a lot of interest. Chu Xiu was also a bit curious. The heavenly ranking, the most gold-rich of the great weekly rankings. The martial artists on the list were basically the topmost existences in Great Zhou. Heavenly list refresh. Undoubtedly, it was a big enough event to shake the entire Jianghu. Chapter 49 New ranking of the heavenly ranking. Who is number 1? The heavenly ranking will be refreshed. Such a big event naturally attracted the attention of many people, all sects and factions. All of them are incredibly concerned about this matter. Within the Yin Yang Dao sect, Xian Suzi naturally also knew about this matter and was gathering with a few elders to discuss this matter when he happened to see Chu Xiu, by you returning. They greeted them. Mr. Chu, did you know that the heavenly ranking is going to be refreshed? Xuanqiu Zi asked. Chu Xiu nodded slightly. I have heard about it. The 3 lists of heaven, earth, and humans are arranged by the Wind and Cloud Building. This Wind and Cloud Building is a mysterious organization in the Jianghu, with intelligence personnel spread all over the place. When they first arranged the 3 lists, there were quite a number of people who questioned it, but over time, it has been proven that the lists they arranged still have some credibility. Among them, the highest gold content of the heavenly list, but this list is basically 3 years to refresh once. Of course, there are exceptions, such as the Jianghu suddenly appeared. What big things will be temporary changes, this time, has not yet come to the 3-year period will be re-ranking the heavenly list. I estimate that with the son of the public you are related. Xian Suzi narrated. When Chu Xiu heard this, a hint of color appeared in his eyes. Related to me? Yes, during this period of time, the biggest variable in the Jianghu Lake is none other than you, Gongzi, killingly bitter within the Divine Sword Villa, Lu Jinchue, destroying the Devil's Sword, and invoking the vision of 10,000 swords submitting to it. Battle with 9 heavenly silver silk oriental hate on the Tsanlong River. In Yuezhou, he killed the 16 Black Cloud bandits and beheaded the Red Earth Flame Demon. There is also this time, in the Yin Yang Dao sect to suppress the Devil's Cave. The latter few, although not many people know, but the battle with Dongfang hate alone is enough to make Gongzi Yu ranked in the heavenly ranking. Xuanqiu Zi said. Chu Xiu sniffed and pondered. A heavenly list, with only 10 people, can it really be able to include the experts of the Jianghu Lake among them? He thought it unlikely. As far as the Yin Yang Dao sect was concerned, there were 4 celestials, Xian Suzi, Ling Suzi, and the black and white twin warriors, and the other 3 sects alongside the Yin Yang Dao sect had 1 or 2 celestials sitting in their ranks, even if they were slightly inferior to the Yin Yang Dao sect. Plus the royal family, some hidden old monsters in the rivers and lakes. One heavenly list is not really enough. Xuanqiu Zi continued. Naturally cannot. The heavenly list arranged martial artists, first of all as the Jianghu people, do not row the royal family, the imperial court martial artists, in addition, also are in recent years in the Jianghu active characters, those hidden martial artists, is not ranked up. This is also for these martial artists a kind of respect. Otherwise, people are hidden, you still line up people and make them a target. If these anger, the Wind Cloud Building is not expected to be able to block it. For example, the old ancestor of my Yin Yang Dao sect, they wouldn't have included him above the heavenly ranking, and the other 3 great sects, they should have similar figures. Chu Xiu sniffed and nodded slightly, feeling that this was reasonable. Otherwise, this Wind and Cloud Building can arrange the rivers and lakes at will, and the martial artists in the imperial court have long been terminated by other forces joining forces. But no matter what, this heavenly ranking was still a list of recognized powerhouses in the Jianghu. A few days later, in the middle of the jungle, in front of a towering black high-rise, countless martial artists looked forward to it. This building, it is one of the most mysterious forces in the Great Zhou Jianghu. Wind and Cloud House. And today, it was the day that the Wind and Cloud Building announced the heavenly ranking. Accompanied by the opening of the Black Pavilion door, a black, 9-foot stone monument broke through the air and landed at the entrance of the Wind and Cloud Building. The ground shook in the boom. The heavenly ranking has appeared. It's coming. Everyone stared intently at the stone tablet. Next, a sword chi broke out of the Wind and Cloud Building and landed on top of the stone tablet. A small line of words was carved out on the stone tablet by the sword chi. 10th place on the heavenly ranking, one of the black and white twins of the Yin Yang Dao sect, by Zhou Xue. Cultivation level, heavenly human beginning realm. When the crowd saw this, they couldn't help but clam up. It's the Yin Yang Dao sect's black and white twins, they've broken through to the celestial realm. Wait, this 10th place is the celestial realm. That is to say, this time in the heavenly ranking list, those on the list are all celestials. The crowd sucked in a cold breath. In the past, there were some celestials in the heavenly ranking, though. But there were also several supreme patriarch figures. But today, the 10th place is the celestials. The gold content of this heavenly list, straight up How terrifying, it feels like there are more and more experts in the Jianghu over the past few years, even celestials seem to be appearing one after another. It's horrible. The crowd swallowed their saliva and continued to focus on the heavenly ranking. Another sword chi flew out and landed on the heavenly ranking. Ninth on the heavenly ranking, Emoching, one of the black and white twins of the Yin Yang Dao sect. Cultivation level, heavenly human beginning realm. The crowd was not very surprised about this. White of the black and white warriors has broken through, and this black certainly won't be left behind. Sword chi kept shooting out. Above the heavenly ranking, a name that was familiar to all surfaced. Eighth on the heavenly ranking, Misty Sacred Mountain Grand Elder Lu Zone. Cultivation level, middle celestial realm. Seventh on the heavenly ranking, Mr. Hua Wuan, the second Mr. of the White Deer Academy. Cultivation level, middle celestial realm. Ao Wuxuan, Lord of the Netherworld Sacred Mountain, sixth on the heavenly ranking. Cultivation level, heavenly human high realm. Fifth on the heavenly ranking, Yin Yang Dao sect Patriarch Shin Suzi. Cultivation level, heavenly human high realm. Fourth on the heavenly ranking, Ling Xiao Sword sect Master Ling Ban. Cultivation level, heavenly human high realm. Soon, there were only 3 people left unranked on the heavenly ranking. And these 3 people were most likely the top 3 people in Great Zhou, and the existence that everyone was most concerned about. Everyone is guessing who these 3 people are. I think the third is Luo Hanqin, the head of the Luo family. And second is the fire dragon evil god. The first is definitely still the head of the White Deer Academy. Someone said. The crowd sniffed and thought it made sense. These 3, for the past 10 years, had been in the top 3 of the heavenly ranking. In particular, the dean of the White Deer School, who had been at the top of the heavenly ranking for 20 years, was almost as solid as a thunderbolt. The top 3, which were not immediately announced. Inside the wind and cloud building, a man stepped out and said, "Gentlemen, at the time of announcing the top 3 in the heavenly ranking, I want to announce something here. Just 10 days ago, Luo family head Luo Hanqin fought with the evil demon of the underworld and was seriously injured, plus he is old, and now he has passed away by driving a crane to the west." The crowd was in an uproar at these words. Luo family was originally an ordinary family in Great Zhou, but out of Luo Hanqin, the other party's heavenly talent, although only practiced martial arts at the age of 20, but after the first, in just 20 years to cultivate to the realm of celestial beings. And then in the next 30 years, he built the Luo family into the number 1 family in the Jianghu. Such a character to be mesmerized by. I didn't realize that the other person had died so suddenly. Spectre, it's the Spectre villains doing it again. Damn it, damn it. Alas, may Luo, the old hero, have a good journey. If Luo Hanqin dies, then won't this top 3 ace be one less? Or rather, who will be replaced? The crowd was a little puzzled. And inside the wind and cloud building, the sword chi came out again and landed on top of the stone monument. The third place on the heavenly ranking list without a sect or discipline, fire dragon evil god Gu Qingyang. Cultivation, peak celestial. The second place on the heavenly ranking list, the dean of the White Deer Academy, Nangong Qian. Cultivation, celestial perfection. The moment these 2 names came out, all the people present were confused. What? The dean of the White Deer Academy, Nangong Qian, actually ranked second? So, who's first? Chapter 50 The Royal Family Strikes. There is no first place in the heavenly ranking. The new heavenly rankings are announced. The president of the White Deer School was ranked second. The crowd could not help but look shocked and in an uproar. What? The head of the academy is actually only in second place? What the hell? The dean of the academy is a celestial perfection existence. It's the number 1 person in Great Zhou, who can be compared to him? My god. What kind of monster is first place? I don't know. To be able to squeeze the dean of the academy off the first throne, could it be that some old monster who has been hidden for many years is not willing to be lonely and wants to come out to stir up the wind and rain? It's not impossible. But to be able to squeeze the dean of celestial perfection down, the strength of this old monster is only extraordinary. The crowd was talking. Deadly staring at the wind and cloud building heavenly ranking. All want to see, who is this first place, really? And inside the wind and cloud building, the sword energy was delayed. It seems to be hesitating. When the crowd waited with some impatience, a sword chi broke through the air and eventually landed on top of the heavenly ranking, transforming into a line of words. Number 1 on the heavenly ranking, plebeian Chu Xiu. Cultivation unknown. The crowd couldn't help but stare at the name. Chu Xiu? Who is it? And plebeian? Wait, it's the former Prince Chu Xiu. The crowd was first stunned because they had never seen the name Chu Xiu on any list before, but soon everyone came back to their senses. Former Crown Prince Chu Xiu. In recent days, Xu Xiu, who has been making a lot of noise in the jungle. Not only because of the other party's status as a former prince, but also the strength that the other party had displayed was even more jaw-dropping. However, no matter what, the other party had only just made a name for himself in the Jianghu, and this was directly becoming number one on the heavenly ranking? It's not too much of a stretch. Everyone finds it a bit mind-boggling now. Someone questioned loudly, even if the former prince is truly a martial Dao Celestial as rumors have it, but to directly place him at the top of the heavenly ranking is too much of an overstatement, isn't it? Wind Cloud Mansion Master, aren't you going to explain? A calm voice came from within the Wind and Cloud Building. My Wind and Cloud Building arranges the heavenly ranking list based on the battle records, performance, and prestige of those who are on the list, after a comprehensive examination. Of course, this is also my Wind and Cloud Building's family's words. If you feel that this list is not fair, you need not worry about it. Everyone has a heavenly list of their own in their minds. The Wind and Cloud Floor Master did not want to start any strife with the Jianghu people because of the list. An impeccable speech. But some people are still a little disgruntled. That being said, the credibility of the three lists has long been deeply rooted in people's hearts, and when you say that Xu Xiu is ranked number one on the heavenly list, there should always be an explanation. Time, naturally, will give you all an explanation. The Wind Cloud Floor Master continued. At this time, a group of officials and soldiers suddenly came to the scene, of which the leader, dressed in silver-white battle armor, with an impressive weapon, carried a large bow and held a long spear. It can be a powerful thing. Some sharp-eyed people recognized this person at a glance. First-ranked military general of the imperial court. Iron Bow and Silver Lance Xiaodong. It is said that this person's cultivation has reached the Grand Master realm. A big bow in his hand once killed several great masters of Chu on the battlefield. TSK, how did this person come here? Xiaodong glanced at the heavenly ranking, and when he saw the name at the top of the list, his gaze condensed. Then he looked at Feng Yanlu and said in a cold voice, Master Feng Yanlu, do you know that Xu Xiu was personally relegated to the status of a commoner by His Majesty? Now, what is your intention in placing it at the top of the heavenly ranking? Is it possible? Is it trying to go against the court? The Wind Cloud Building Master still didn't show up and said indifferently, Wind Cloud Building doesn't interfere in the affairs of the imperial court. In the past, when Xu Xiu was the crown prince, Wind Cloud Building naturally wouldn't include him in any lists, but now, he is a commoner. Since he's a commoner, he's a Jianghu man, his martial arts cultivation is real, it makes sense for Wind and Cloud House to include him in the list. Wind Cloud Mansion Master, have you thought about it and do you really want to do it? Yes. Xiaodong didn't say anything, and then he opened his bow and strung an arrow. An arrow, locking onto the aura of the Wind and Cloud Building Master, flew into the Wind and Cloud Building like a meteor, but in the next second, the arrow flew out of the Wind and Cloud Building upside down. Returned towards Zhao, moving back the same way. And it's faster and fiercer than before. Xiaodong's pupils shrank, and a trace of fear passed through his eyes. But a flash of blade energy passed by. The arrow was sliced in half vertically and plunged into the ground. Behind Zhao Mo, at some point, there was an extra old man dressed in black with white hair, and the other party didn't utter a single word, only silently looking at Feng Yanlu. Next, a terrifying aura surged out, and a blood-red long knife appeared in his hand more than once. The long knife slashed across the sky. Boundless blade chi landed on the Wind Cloud Building. In a loud boom, the Wind and Cloud Building directly collapsed into pieces. Among them, a man slowly stepped out. The other party looked to be in his early 50s, with a handsome apparatus and an air of elegance. He looked at the black-clothed old man, his eyes fell on the blood-colored long knife, and he said faintly, blood knife desperation. The king of assassins who was famous in the world 60 years ago. Today's one of the latent celestials of the imperial court, the head of the royal secret guards. I didn't expect you to come. The Bloodsword Jedi looked indifferent as he said, you are very insightful. Wind Cloud House's intelligence-gathering ability is indeed extraordinary, even I know about it. Since this is the case, then you should also know what the purpose of me coming here is. Are you, nay, is that Majesty so afraid? Afraid that the crown prince he single-handedly abolished will rise to fame in the Jianghu and stir up the wind and clouds in a different way? The Wind Cloud Tower Master said indifferently. Xu Xiu's name cannot appear on the heavenly ranking, especially at the top of the heavenly ranking. This will make the world feel even more that the royal family, that His Majesty is wrong. And that is the thing that His Majesty cannot tolerate the most. The Blood Dagger Jedi said. The Wind and Cloud Floor Master was silent. And while he was silent, the killing aura around him gradually became solidified. He understands. If you don't do what the royal family wants today, then he, the House of Wind and Cloud, is probably going to be gone. Thinking of this, he let out a light sigh, waved his sleeve, and Sword Chi landed on top of the heavenly ranking, erasing Chu Shou's name, and said indifferently, "There is no first place in the heavenly ranking this time. This is already my biggest concession." The Bloodsword Jedi put away his sword and said indifferently, "Yes, as long as there is no Chu Shou's name on the heavenly ranking." When he finished, he turned to leave. Zhao Dong also led his men to follow. The killing aura that was as heavy as water around them also gradually dissipated. Many of the junglers were already paralyzed on the ground, gasping for air. Although the killing aura of the Blood Dagger Jedi did not deliberately target them, the mere fact that they were affected by the waves still gave them the feeling of being in a mountain of swords. It was as if the next moment would be a lynching. How horrible! Who the hell is this person? The royal family is actually hiding such a person. The royal family's heritage is extraordinary. 60 years ago, the king of killers. Blood knife desperation. The new generation of martial artists are probably unfamiliar with this name, but to the older generation of martial artists, this name represented a bloody storm 60 years ago. I didn't expect the heavenly ranking to evolve into this. There is no first in the heavenly ranking. Or this is the first time this has happened. The Wind Cloud Building Master looked at the heavenly ranking stone tablet, looking at the Chu Shou's name that he had erased, murmured, "You can erase a name on the list, but can you erase the feats that he has done? Everyone has a heavenly list in their hearts. And he is destined to be the number one in everyone's mind. What else will you be able to erase when the time comes?" Chapter 51, Going to the White Deer Academy. Mr. 5 of the Shu Yuan. The heavenly ranking list was released, a new list that was sent to all the major sects. The entire Jianghu all saw this new list. Compared to the previous list, this one was still quite different. The first thing was that all the people on the list had become celestials. It became a veritable heavenly list. Secondly, that was the original number one on the heavenly ranking, the Dean of the White Deer Academy, Nangong Qian, who had fallen to second place. But what surprised people was that the first place on top of the heavenly ranking was vacant. The heavenly ranking, for the first time, does not have a first place. It became a crippled heavenly list. And what was experienced when the heavenly ranking was released was gradually spread in the Jianghu through the proclamation of the Jianghu people who were present. Although there is no first in the heavenly list, many people know that the first in the heavenly list arranged by the Wind and Cloud Building is the former prince, Xu Xiu. Inside the Yin Yang Dao sect, Xian Suzi and the others naturally got the new heavenly ranking. They looked at the new heavenly ranking and couldn't help but be silent for a moment. I didn't expect that the imperial family would actually be so scornful of Prince Chu to this extent that they don't even want him to be on the heavenly ranking and don't want his prestige to continue to rise. It's just a pity that Duke Chu's talent for warping the heavens and the earth is not something they can suppress. It only amazes me that the king of assassins of 60 years ago, the Bloodsword Emotionless, has actually turned into the current leader of the Dark Guards. The royal family's heritage is indeed extraordinary. Xian Suzi looked at that new list and shook his head. The royal family is indeed extraordinary. When a Dongfang hate killed the hearts of the Jianghu, no one knows what kind of underpinnings they still lurk in. Together with that Xian and Xian's dragon Qi. Even if they are celestial perfection, they won't be able to easily make an enemy of the royal family, but it's a pity that they still underestimated Duke Chua, this His Majesty. Sooner or later, he will pay the price for this arrogance. Xu Xiu became a land god at such an early age. He didn't even dare to imagine how terrifying the other party would be in the future. This matter of the heavenly ranking, do we need to talk to Mr. Chu? Lu Rui said. Xuanchuzi nodded slightly. It's natural to say, it's not like this matter can be hidden, and I believe that Duke Chu won't care too much about this. The truth was just as Xuanchuzi thought. Xu Xiu just smiled blandly and didn't care at all after learning that there was no first place in the heavenly ranking. It didn't matter to him if he was on the list or not. It's not like he values fame and fortune. If he really valued it, he would have killed his way back to the king's capital and become the son of heaven long ago. So what if it's on the list? It's not like it's going to do any good. In recent days, I've been nagging at your Yin Yang Dao sect for quite some time, so it's time for me to leave. Xu Xiu faintly laughed. Where does the prince intend to go? White Deer Academy. White Deer Academy. If I remember correctly, the White Deer Academy Qingzhou poetry meeting is about to begin, right? Is the prince going to participate? The Green Bamboo Poetry Festival? What's this? The Green Bamboo Poetry Festival is an event organized by the White Deer Academy in Green Bamboo City, inviting talented people from all walks of life to go there, to meet friends with poetry and to discuss martial arts, during which the outstanding scholars as well as the gentlemen of the White Deer Academy may appear. In the past, the Green Bamboo Poetry Festival has even produced a number of heirloom poems. Xian Suzi narrated. Shu Xiu smiled as he heard this. That's interesting. He thought that if he caught up, going forward to participate in this poetry meeting would not be a bad idea, so he took Baiyu with him and planned to leave. At this moment, Lu Rui hurriedly said, Mr. Chu, I'm also going to the White Deer School, how about letting me accompany you? Shirayuki gave the other guy an odd look. This guy. Do you have a crush on him? But on second thought, the Duke was so magnificent that it was only natural for him to be looked at. Chu Xiu pondered for a moment. That's fine. Lu Rui's eyes lit up. Then I'll ask for your excellency's care on the way. Good point. Chu Xiu smiled faintly as the two women and one man began to head to the White Deer School. The stretch of road to the White Deer School was hundreds of miles. Chu Xiu was in no hurry to rush. Along the way to swim in the mountains and play in the water, accompanied by two women, but also cozy and comfortable. A few days later, they entered Qingzhou, one of the 19 states of the Great Zhou. Qingzhou is where the White Deer Academy is located, and because of the White Deer Academy, the people of Qingzhou is simple, every family, although it cannot be said that all are well-read people, but the illiteracy rate is the lowest of the 19 states. Here, there are numerous families and talented people. Most of the top scholars of the Great Zhou also came from Qingzhou. Qingzhou, a village. Inside the village, the smoke curls up, the villagers are simple in nature, and the road is not clean. And there is a bookstore in the village. Inside the academy, there is an old white-haired shokai. Within this village, the reason why the people are so simple, and the old shokai's indoctrination has a lot to do with it. It is said that the old showman came from the White Deer Academy and had taken the imperial examinations, only to end up falling short. Disheartened, he came to this village and became a teacher. Inside the bookstore, the sound of poetry being read aloud was loud. When will the bright moon come? Asked the blue sky with wine. I don't know the palace in the sky. What year is this evening? I want to return by the wind, but I am afraid of the jeweled buildings. A watery reed. Some of the children showed doubts. A slightly older child asked curiously, Sir, who wrote this water song? So beautiful. The old showman smiled faintly, a hint of remembrance in his eyes. This poem was written by a 13-year-old boy. The boy was startled. A 13-year-old boy? Isn't that about the same age as me? Are you trying to swindle me? Hee, that young man was indeed 13 years old when he wrote this poem, and once this poem came out, it became famous in the poetry world, and was known as the first moon song of the past 1,000 years. So far the world, no one dares to move the penwing moon. That young man, also known as the first poetic talent of the ages, only a pity. At that, the old showman sighed. Unfortunately what? The child asked curiously. Unfortunately, that kid hasn't written any more heirloom classics since he made this song about the moon. The old showman said. Upon hearing this, the boy blinked and asked, Is it because he's so jaded that he can't do it anymore? No. The old Shotsai shook his head. That child is in a high position, worrying about the country and the people, aspiring to the world's life, not the literary world. Otherwise, Great Zhou will have one more poet saint of 1,000 years is not predictable. The old Shotsai said. Some of the children couldn't help but have a look of longing in their eyes. Poetry sage. These two words are arguably the highest praise for a poet. Suddenly, the old showman sensed something. His pupils slightly contracted and looked outside the academy, only to see a dark cloud raging from afar. The dark clouds carried an ominous aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Is it going to rain? Auntie doesn't know if she's back yet. Did she bring an umbrella? The children looked out the window and did not feel the ominous aura. The old showman said, Children, class ends early today, so go back quickly before it rains. The kids couldn't be happier to hear that they could get out of school early. See you tomorrow, sir. The children saluted towards the old showman. Then in groups of 3 or 2, they fished their way out of the bookstore. And after the children had all left, in the middle of the sky, a black shadow of light descended from the sky, transforming into a man with black hair and black clothes, with eyes glowing with purple light. He greedily looked at the old shokai. It's been a long time since I saw Mr. 5 of the academy. I didn't expect the talent in you to be even more intense than it was 10 years ago. Chapter 52 Mr. 5 Falls. Sinful animal. The old showman looked at the dark-haired man in front of him with cold eyes. Book-eater demon, after 10 years, I didn't expect you to actually appear again. Ha, in a while, it will be the day when the White Deer Academy will hold the Green Bamboo Poetry Festival. At that time, the world's talented people will gather in Green Bamboo City. This is a good opportunity for me to increase my strength greatly. How could I miss it? The book-eating demon smiled. The White Deer Academy is solid as gold with the dean in charge. Do you think that you alone can do whatever you want? It's too whimsical. If I were the only one, of course it wouldn't work. Only unfortunately, I'm not alone. I've made some friends over the years. The book-eater demon smiled. Hearing his words, the old showman frowned for a moment, wondering who exactly the friend he was talking about was, but in the next second, a chill ran down his spine. An icy killing aura actually surfaced behind him. He looked startled, and the instant he turned around, a sword surfaced in his hand, blocking a small, blood-colored blade that chopped fiercely at him. However, he himself was shaken back a dozen steps, and then he looked at the person, dressed in a blood-colored robe, with a small blood-colored knife suspended around his body. The old showman recognized the visitor at once, the blade of spectral rain. As he was shocked, the book eater took the opportunity to sneak up on him. One palm hit the old showman hard. The old showman flew backwards and landed on a lake a few hundred meters away. The book-eater demon, the blade of rain, arrived and looked at old Shokai with a hint of playfulness on his face, especially that book-eater demon, who still had greed in his eyes. Hee, old Shokai, you will definitely die today. The talent in your body, I'll take it with a smile. The old showman said faintly, try it though. He swung his long sword, and sword chi intertwined around him, as if reflecting a magnificent poem. It is the mastery of the White Deer School. Poetry into a sword. Haha, that's funny. The three exchanged blows again. After a fierce battle, half of the lake had been knocked out, and on the surface of the water, the old showman's body was floating in the middle, his eyes dull and lifeless. Rain's blade half kneeled on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Worthy of being the fifth gentleman of the academy, after so many years of seclusion in this Thai village, and still having this kind of strength, he should be able to be ranked on the heavenly ranking. TSK, there are so many experts in the world, do you really think that a single heavenly ranking can completely encompass them? Other than that, within the underworld, aren't there several martial artists who are good enough to be listed on the heavenly list? The book-eating demon bristled, quite disdainful of the heavenly ranking. Then, he walked over to that Mr. 5, with greed in his eyes, reached out and grabbed at the other's chest, digging out his heart. A bloody heart with a warm breath. The book-eating demon laughed, good, what a talented literary heart. As long as I eat this heart, my cultivation will definitely be able to go to the next level. At that time, it will be even more certain when I go back to the Green Bamboo Poetry Society to complete that event. After saying that, he raised his hand and shot out a demonic chi that surged into the old showman's heart. Curious, Rainblade asked, what did you do? A demonic chi was left inside him, which can devour the remaining power in his body and turn into bookworms, which will then devour the surrounding living beings. Doesn't he like to teach the villagers? I'm going to use his power to devour this village so that he won't die in peace. The book-eating demon heatedly laughed. Rainblade sniffed and glanced at the other. You're so right for the specter. Chu Xiu, Lu Rui, and Baiyu rode in a carriage and arrived at a village. I was going to stay here for the night. Unexpectedly, I saw that within this village, all the households were onyx, and it seemed that some village bigwig had passed away and was holding some kind of funeral service. Shirayuki was a little curious and went to make some inquiries. Then come back and report to Chu Xiu. Back to your excellency, they said that an old showman from the village had died. The death of a shokai has caused the whole village to mourn together. It seems that this person's prestige in this village is not trivial. Lu Rui said. This old showman's death was caused by a strange reason. He was killed by having his heart ripped out. I heard the people in the village say that it was done by a book-eating demon. Shirayuki continued. Ripping out hearts and dying. Book-eating demons. A hint of thought appeared in Chu Xiu's eyes. Next to her, Lu Rui also said, book-eating demon, seems like I've heard of it somewhere. Book-eating demons are a special kind of demon. They were originally human, but because of 10 years of hard study, no one asked them, they gradually grew resentful, and by chance, they transformed into demons. This kind of demon likes to devour scholars who are well versed in poetry and books. The more talented they are, the more likely they are to be targeted by them. Therefore, it is called book-eating demon. Some book-eating demon, by devouring the literary heart of the scholar and absorbing the talent therein, it can grow its own cultivation strength. Chu Xiu said indifferently. These, he had just read in the Yin Yang Dao Sex book collection not long ago. He glanced at the lake not far away and faintly said, there is a remnant of true demonic chi. There it seems that the book-eating demon is real. From these remaining breaths, the strength of this book-eating demon is not trivial, and to be able to fight with it up to this point, this old showman, too, is not ordinary. Lu Rui said, it should be some old-timer who lives in seclusion and teaches the villagers, and since I've come across it, it's only right that I should go and pay homage to it as a sign of respect. She still had respect for people like that. Chu Xiu sniffed and didn't object. A few people went to the shrine that the villagers had prepared for the old showman and began to pay their respects. Surrounded by nothing but adults. And quite a few kids. They looked at the coffin on the hearth and cried with tears and snot running down their faces. The sadness pervades the entire hearth. But suddenly, that old showman's coffin exploded steeply. The old showman's body floated into mid-air, and from its heart, a large number of white worms emerged, flying in all directions. Everywhere they went, the pillars on the shrine, the offerings, were all devoured. The villagers who were still worshipping were pale with fear. What's going on here? That's a lot of bugs. The worms spread out in all directions to devour the living. At this time, Lu Rui stepped in, hand pinching the art technique. A golden barrier appeared in the void, isolating all those bugs. Lu Rui frowned. What's going on here? It's that book-eater demon's demonic spell. Chu Xiu faintly said. People are still not spared even after death, and they even inflicted this kind of demonic method. This demon is really hateful. Lu Rui said with righteous indignation. Chu Xiu raised his hand and struck a golden flame. It is the pure yang true fire. The flames landed on the old showman's body, burning the single bug into ashes, but not harming the old showman's body one bit. In his heart, there was black gas gradually dispersing. The book-eater demon law was gradually broken. Far away. The book-eating demon that had just devoured the old Shokai's literary heart sensed something and looked in the direction of the village with a frown. My demonic spell has actually been broken? Who's got that much power? He cupped his hands together. Invoking one of the demonic chi he had left in the old showman's body, he transformed into a demonic eye, spying on Chu Xiu hundreds of miles apart. The hearth. Chu Xiu locked eyes with the demonic eye that had appeared from the old showman's heart, his gaze as cold as ice, and said indifferently, "Sinful animal." After saying that, he lightly pointed out a finger. Bang! That demonic eye bursting into pieces on the spot. Far away. The book-eater demon let out a shrill scream as if it had been struck by lightning. Chapter 53, The Second Gentleman of the Academy. How Ran Zhang Qi. Sinner. Chu Xiu indifferently drank, and a finger slowly pointed out. The demonic eye that crawled out of the old showman's heart immediately burst open and dispersed as black gas, while in the distance, the book-eating demon followed suit with a shrill miserable scream. Ah! The book-eater demon's miserable screams resounded. He covered his head as Chu Xiu's face surfaced in his mind, as well as the other parties indifferent as ice eyes and that stern finger. It's horrible. One finger completely shattered his demonic spell. Even hundreds of miles apart, leaving themselves open to repercussions. So strong it's almost like a monster. That guy, who the hell is he? The book-eater demon's heart was frightened. He looked at the other party's age. He was only in his early 20s. How could he have such terrifying strength? Rainblade heard his scream and came over to check. What's wrong? My demonic spell has been broken. Who did it? Rainblade asked curiously, frowning. The book-eater demon's demonic spell, he knew it, was among the top existences in the entire underworld organization, and he would actually let someone break it. And it backfired so badly. The strength of the power of the strike is evident. The book-eating demon whisked her sleeve, and black air flowed out like ink, intertwining in the air before transforming into Chu Xiu's appearance. Who the hell is this guy? Do you recognize him? The book-eater demon asked through gritted teeth. Rain's blade glanced at it and his pupils shrunk slightly. It's actually him. You recognize? Naturally, you have been in seclusion for 10 years to recuperate from your injuries, and you have only just recently come out of seclusion. It's normal that you don't know about this person. This person has been in the Jianghu lately, and no one can come out of his left and right. His name is Chu Xiu. He is the former prince. The heavenly list has no number 1. It is because of this person. The Blade of Rain narrated. After hearing this, the book-eating demon could not help but be amazed. I didn't expect that in just 10 years, such amazingly talented people had actually appeared. Not to mention you, no one in the entire Jianghu can think of that. Rainblade shook his head. Let's leave this place first. This person must not clash head-on. I don't want to end up like Black Pupil, Li Bitter and the others. Rainblade said, then quickly left with the book-eater demon. Inside the village. The old showman's body fell back into the coffin peacefully under Chu Xiu's control. The villagers gathered around. An old man walked out. I am the village chief of this village, Your Excellency. I wonder what just happened. The old gentleman's body was inflicted with a demonic spell by the book-eater demon, but it's fine now. Chu Xiu said indifferently. The village chief and the villagers behind him were beyond grateful. No harm done. Soon after. Not far away, villagers came up clustered around a man. The man's sword brows and eyes were long, and his appearance could be described as handsome. He is about 40 years old, and carries an elegant and easygoing air. After the other party came, he took a look at the coffin, and could not help but sigh lightly. Second brother is here, this is to take you home. When he finished speaking, he flipped his hand and closed the coffin. Looking at Chu Xiu again, a trace of color flashed in his eyes as he arched his hand and saluted. My name is Mr. Huawuchen, the second Mr. of the White Deer Academy. I've met Mr. Chu. Mr. Bookstore 2 flowers without traces. Ranked 7th on the heavenly rankings. Cultivation level, celestial middle realm. On the side, Lu Rui arched her hand and returned the salute. Lu Rui is here to greet the second Mr. He, the Yin Yang Dao sect has produced a good seedling. You are already a grand master at a young age. In less than 2 years, you can impact the celestial realm. Hua Wuhan sighed in admiration and asked, why are a few of you here? We're here for the Green Bamboo Poetry Festival. Lu Rui said, then she asked curiously, I wonder what is the relationship between Mr. 2 and this old senior? He's Mr. 5 from my academy. Hua Wuhan sighed helplessly. Many years ago, he went to take part in the imperial examinations, but because his temperament was too upright and he was unwilling to be in the same boat as the other officials, he was suppressed, lost his place, and returned to the academy to decadence for several years. Eventually, he came to this village and taught the children here to read. I'll come here to meet him if I try or not. I didn't expect that if I see you again today, I will already be separated by yin and yang. The village headman has already told me what happened in the village. Mr. Chu, thank you for your help in preserving the physical bodies of the 5 gentlemen of my academy, and even more so, protecting this village. Hua Wuhan turned toward Chu Xiu and made another salute. Chu Xiu said indifferently, it's just a matter of raising my hand. My lord, since you are here for the Green Bamboo Poetry Festival, why don't you return with me, or let me thank you all for your help? Hua Wuhan said. The 2 women looked toward Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu nodded slightly, good. In this way, Hua Wuhan carried the coffin back to the academy while Chu Xiu's 3 men followed behind in a carriage, such a peculiar scene that it attracted the attention of many people. The academy is located in Qingzhou City, Qingzhou. After entering the city, when the soldiers saw someone carrying the coffin, they wanted to come forward to interrogate them, but after seeing that it was Mr. Tu, Hua Wuhan, they hastily stepped back to make way. It was evident that Mr. Xu Yuan's status in Qingzhou City. Chu Xiu's few people followed behind Hua Wuhan, and no one checked them. Soon, a few people arrived at the center of Green Bamboo City, where there was a huge academy that covered an area so vast that it was like a city within a city. In the academy, the pavilions and water pavilions are scattered. There are students who are courteous and polite in their dealings. Some people sit and talk. Someone cooks the wine. Some people cut their teeth on martial arts. Some people drink wine and make poems. A thriving scene. And when he came to the academy, the first thing that attracted Chu Xiu's attention was a golden stone tablet at the entrance of the White Deer Academy. This stone monument was dozens of feet huge, like gold and jade, which seemed to contain countless words, vaguely transmitting an extraordinary aura. Lu Rui said from the side, this stone tablet has a long history, and has existed since the beginning of the White Deer School, and its name is Wenbei. This monument is so esoteric that it can taste the world's poems and articles. It is also the most important prop for the Green Bamboo Poetry Festival. In addition to tasting poems and articles, it is said that the tablet has some other unknown functions, but what exactly is unknown? Chu Xiu sniffed and glanced at the text tablet, revealing a hint of interest. He felt a trace of peculiar aura from above this stone tablet. That scent, he'd seen similar. It's the Yin Yang Dao sect's magic quelling weapon, the Sky Luo umbrella. This text tablet, too, was a magic weapon. Ding! Detected that the host is located in the White Deer Academy and can sign in. Is it signed in? The system alert sounded. Chu Xiu murmured in his mind, sign in. Signed in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the vast spirit. Vastness. Chu Xiu's eyes flashed, having heard of this power. It is said that a true reader is a man of good character and high integrity, with a heart like a mirror, who reads 10,000 scrolls and writes like a god. Even if you don't know how to do martial arts, you can still cultivate a great deal of energy. Make ghosts and demons inviolable. Just the readers who can raise a great deal of energy. Few and far between. I didn't realize it was actually this. Chu Xiu murmured. After signing in, he immediately felt a mysterious power flowing through his body, and in the next second, he had grasped a Haoran Qi. And the text tablet in front of him seemed to sense something and trembled slightly. A flash of golden light. But it quickly fades to nothing, making you wonder if it's an illusion. Chapter 54 defeated Joydun. Mr. 7 Muwan Air. Deep in the White Deer Academy. A white-haired man holding an ancient scroll suddenly looked towards the entrance of the academy, a trace of color in his eyes as he murmured, the Wenbei is moving differently? The Green Bamboo Poetry meeting hasn't even begun yet, how could the Wenbei suddenly move differently? He got up and took a step and disappeared in the twinkling of an eye. When he came to the entrance of the academy, he saw Chu Xiu's several people. When he saw Chu Xiu for a moment, the strange color in his eyes grew more and more intense. I can't believe it's him. Could the movement of the tablet be because of this man? Then, he looked at Hua Wuhan and saw the coffin he was carrying, and was silent for a moment before sighing, "Send old Five to the back of the mountain." "Yes, sensei." Hua Wuhan nodded slightly. And to be able to call him a teacher. The identity of the white-haired man in front of him spoke for itself. It is the president of the White Deer Academy, the first person in the Great Zhou today. The second on the heavenly ranking, Celestial Perfection's Nangong Qi. Xu Xiu also curiously glanced at the other party, sensing a strong fluctuation of true qi as well as a hint of Haoren Jingqi from the other party. It is indeed extraordinary to be able to raise a vast amount of qi. However, the Haoren Qi on the other party's body was quite a bit different from the Haoren Qi that he had just gotten from signing in, like a river flow in an ocean. Nangong Qian walked towards Xu Xiu and lightly smiled. "Your Excellency Chu's great presence in my White Deer Academy really makes the academy shine. Dean is welcome." Xu Xiu said indifferently, "I came to the academy this time. In addition to seeing the Qingzhou Poetry Festival's grand ceremony, I also wanted to enter the academy's book collection pavilion to have a look. I wonder if the dean will oblige?" Nangong asked, smiling naturally. No one would turn down a request from a suspected land god. Let's not talk about just entering the book depository. Even if Xu Xiu asked them to participate in seizing the throne, they would all consider it. Seeing that Nangong Qian was so good at talking, Xu Xiu was still quite satisfied. Next, Nangong Qian also asked people to prepare a place for Baiyu Lu Rui to stay. Shu Yuan. Book depository. After burying Mr. Five in the back of the academy and paying his respects, Xu Xiu went straight to the book depository, which before him was the largest in Great Zhou. The collection of books in it is as vast as a sea of books. Ding! White Deer Academy book depository detected and available for signing in. Is it signed in? Xu Xiu murmured in his mind, "Sign in." Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring calligraphy proficiency and the poetry into sword technique. Proficient in calligraphy. This was rather an insignificant ability for Xu Xiu. And poetry into swords. This was one of the highest martial arts in the White Deer Academy. A large number of mysteries about this sword skill surfaced in Xu Xiu's mind, and almost in the blink of an eye, he mastered this martial art to the point of perfection. He smiled slightly, then entered the book collection and began to read. He's very purposeful. This time, I came to this book depository to look for clues to the catastrophe 1,000 years ago and the mystery of the disappearance of the land immortals. However, the collection of books within the book depository was as vast as a sea of books. Even if he had the talent of having an unforgettable glance, he would not be able to find it in a moment. But he wasn't in a hurry. He has all the time in the world. After stepping into the land divine immortal realm, the lifespan had been greatly extended. Xu Xiu didn't know how much lifespan he had right now, but a few hundred years should be no problem. The matter of Xu Xiu's arrival at White Deer Academy gradually spread. A lot of people want to get a glimpse of him. After all, this person in front of him was the number one in the heavenly ranking number one. It's the former prince. It was the brightest and most dazzling rising star in the entire Great Zhou in the past. Even though he is not the crown prince nowadays, he is still the object that makes countless people's hearts yearn for him, especially for the people of the White Deer Academy. The Song of Songs and Water, to this day, every time I read it, it still makes my heart sigh with admiration. I don't know who could have written such a famous piece of writing for the ages. Many people came to the bookstore collection, observing Xu Xiu in secret. But there was a delay in coming forward to interrupt. Because there is a rule in the bookstore of the academy, inside the bookstore, there is no noise in climbing. In here, you have to keep quiet. Not a good place to have a conversation. Xu Yuan. Back in the mountains, inside a hut. A woman in white was holding a pen and writing. She writes in a clean, elegant style that gives a pleasing impression to the eye. When will the moon rise? After the woman finished writing, she looked at the written down psalm and read it, then sighed. She didn't know how many times she had written the water song. But every time I write it, I'm still struck by the implications. She wanted to write a poem about the moon that went beyond the water song. But alas, several years down the line, it never did. Wan Er, I've come to find you. A voice came from outside the house. Lu Rui walked over and smiled slightly upon seeing the woman in white. Oh, Rui, you came to the academy without informing me. It's a surprise for you. Lu Rui laughed. I heard that you became the 7th gentleman of the academy. It's really congratulatory. Heh, it took the teacher's love to accept me as a disciple. Mu Wan Er laughed. And Lu Rui glanced at the psalm in front of her. Her eyes flashed. This is the Song of Water. You are still copying the words. Mu Wan Er nodded her head slightly. Yes, I don't think it's possible for me to write an aria that surpasses this one in my entire life. I don't really know much about poetry and all that, but I've come this time to bring you a surprise. Lu Rui smiled mysteriously. What surprise! Chu Xiu has come to White Deer Academy. Mu Wan'er's eyes lit up. Really? Of course. He's in the book depository right now. Mu Wan'er directly got up and left. The footsteps were eager, revealing a bit of impatience. The academy, the book depository. Among the people secretly spying on Chu Xiu, someone finally broke the deadlock. A young man in a green shirt walked over and looked at Chu Xiu and smiled. I'm Joydan, an instructor at the academy. I've long admired your name. Chu Xiu raised a finger and put it to his mouth and shushed, pointing to the large quiet on the wall not far to the side. He didn't, at the moment, want to climb into conversation with anyone. But Joydan frowned a bit and said, Don't worry, Your Excellency, with the status of the two of us, no one will say anything even if we talk here. Chu Xiu glanced at the other party before looking down and continuing to read his book. A look of ignoring the other side. He doesn't like talking to people who don't follow rules like that. Mr. Chu. Joydan wanted to continue saying something. Chu Xiu whisked his sleeve. A stream of true qi surged out. Joydan only felt an overwhelming force surging out, and his body flew out uncontrollably backwards. In the next second, he was wrapped in true qi and flew out of the book depository. Seeing the astonished gazes of the surrounding scholars, he was somewhat mortified. What a rude fellow! I took the initiative to climb into a conversation with him, and he actually treated me like this. Suddenly, he saw a glimpse of a silhouette fluttering by. It's Mu Wan'er. A light went on before his eyes. Mu Wan'er was the seventh gentleman of the academy, the youngest disciple of Nangong Qian, with high cultivation, excessive talent, and most crucially, a gentle temperament and a person as beautiful as a flower. It's a dream come true for a lot of scholars teaching and learning. Joydan is no exception. Seeing her, Joydan couldn't help but go up to her to talk to her. Mu. The three words Mr. Mu hadn't been uttered yet. Just meet Mu Wan'er, who directly crossed over him and went straight to the book collection pavilion. It seems like a girl in a hurry to meet her lover. Joydan's mouth twitched a little, looking at the surrounding scholars, feeling a little embarrassed. What happened today? Actually eating defeat one after another. Chapter 55, Talking to Each Other. It's getting interesting. Inside the book depository. Chu Xiu continued reading after sending Joydan away. Suddenly, a scented breeze drifted in. In front of him, there was already a woman dressed in white with a clear and lovely face, and he glanced at her and realized that the other party's cultivation was not bad. It has reached the supreme patriarchal realm. At such an age and with such a cultivation level, it deserves the words proud daughter of heaven. The other party opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but after noticing the environment she was in, she closed her mouth again and forced her excitement to leave, and when she reappeared, she had a blank booklet in her hand and a quill pen. She wrote on the booklet, My name is Mu Wan'er, I'm Mr. 7 of the White Deer Academy. I've long heard of Prince Chu's great name, and I've always longed for it, and today's glimpse of it has delighted me, and the song you wrote, Songs in the Key of Water, is very moving, romantic and beautiful, but also both bold, and I like it very much. Chu Xiu's first impression after reading. The man's writing is good. Clear and beautiful, like a small family. Then look at Mu Wan'er's gentle temperament and clear face. Rather, the word is as good as the word. He took the pen handed over by Mu Wan'er and wrote on it, You're welcome, Mr. 7 of the Academy, the bells and whistles, it's a pleasure to meet you today. The other guy was so polite to him. And a little fangirl. It's much better than that unruly guy, Joydan. Chu Xiu was also a bit more polite. Of course, everyone loves beauty. Mu Wan'er's good looks also took up a certain factor. Mu Wan'er took the booklet, and after seeing the words written by Chu Xiu, her eyes suddenly lit up, and her heart sighed in admiration. What a handful of good words. The characters are as strong as iron paintings and silver hooks. The lines are as good as a dragon's flight, all natural and majestic. I don't know how many calligraphy masters I have to envy with this handwriting. Mu Wan'er herself was a calligraphy expert, but she felt that her own writing was far inferior compared to Chu Xiu. Moreover, her characters were copied from her predecessors. But Chu Xiu's words are self-contained. She had never seen it in any canon. She couldn't help but be curious, and wrote down her doubts on the booklet. Your Excellency's characters are surprisingly self-contained, but is it a font created by Your Excellency? Chu Xiu looked away. One's own words are, indeed, different from those of others. There are shades of cursive, running script from a previous life. Coupled with the fact that he had just gained proficiency in calligraphy, a handful of fonts, which were already in a class of their own, far surpassed most of the so-called calligraphy masters. He nodded slightly. After receiving an affirmative reply, Mu Wan'er became more and more awestruck. This person's calligraphy is actually this impressive as well. Then, she noticed Chu Xiu looking at, as well as some ancient books placed next to her, which recorded most of the events of more than 1,000 years ago. She wrote curiously. Is the male curious about what happened over 1,000 years ago? Right. More than 1,000 years, that is the period of the countries to fight for supremacy, the group of male domination, the world, until the warring states of the five males, in response to the fate of heaven and born. Only then did it gradually end the situation of the warring states, forming the five major dynasties of today. If Gongzi is interested in this period of history, I can recommend some books to you, Mu Wan'er wrote. Chu Xiu's eyes lit up, thank you. Then, Mu Wan'er recommended some books to Chu Xiu. It was of great help to him in his study of the history of more than 1,000 years ago. The two of them were writing in the booklet, one sentence for you and one for me. It was quite a conversation. Some of the people next to him looked on, a hint of envy showing in their eyes. Joidan entered the book collection pavilion, and when he saw Mu Wan'er talking with Chu Xiu with a coquettish smile, he only felt that it stung his eyes. Damn it! This Chu Xiu! I looked for him to talk to him, but he was indifferent to me, and now he is talking to Mr. Mu. That's clearly not taking me seriously. For a while, he couldn't tell whether he was jealous of Chu Xiu or Mu Wan'er, and he was so angry that he directly whisked his sleeve away. As for going up there and looking for trouble? He doesn't have the guts. His cultivation wasn't even that of a celestial, so how could he dare to mess with Chu Xiu, who was #1 on the heavenly ranking and, in the eyes of Wind and Cloud House, stronger than Nangong Qian? My lord, will you come to the Green Bamboo Poetry Festival in a couple days? Glanced out the window at the sunset. Mu Wan'er knew that it was getting late, so she asked one last question. I'll check it out. Good, then I'll be waiting for your excellency. Mu Wan'er took the booklet and left satisfied. This booklet, she felt, she would treasure for the rest of her life. After all, this was the contents of all the conversations between Chu Xiu and her in their first meeting, and it was very memorable. Not to mention, Chu Xiu's calligraphy is in a class of its own. It can be a word of honor. This pamphlet, that calligraphic handwriting alone is worth an unknown amount of money. Thinking about this, Mu Wan'er felt that she had earned it all. The entrance to the book depository. Lu Rui looked at Mu Wan'er holding the booklet and couldn't help but tease, Yo, this springy-faced lovely person, isn't this Mr. 7 of our academy? What, successful star chaser? Mu Wan'er rolled her eyes. Lu Rui stepped forward and bumped her with her shoulder, teasingly saying, How is it, is this Mr. Chu any different from what you imagined? A little. Which point? He's better than I thought, better. TCH, you guys can't be having a spring in your step. You're the one who's in the throes of spring, I'm just admiring the male. Mu Wan'er said with a blush. The two jostled away. Inside the book depository. Chu Xiu found those canonical books recommended by Mu Wan'er and read them one by one. Big gains. According to the canonical records, 1,000 years ago, the world was in chaos, and thousands of countries existed on this land, conquering each other and fighting fiercely. And the demons are in turmoil and evil spirits abound. In such a situation, there were 5 overlords that came into being, holding heaven-sent holy weapons, suppressing the chaotic world, and creating 5 great dynasties. It is the Great Zhou, the Great Chu, the Great Yu, the Great Liang, and the Great Qian. It has been almost 1,000 years since the establishment of the 5 major dynasties. Over the past 1,000 years, countries other than the 5 great dynasties had either been annexed by them or had fallen into vassalage to the 5 great dynasties. The concept of dragon energy also emerged from that time. It was said that the dragon chi originated from the holy weapons held by the 5 great dynasties, and it was because of these holy weapons that the members of the royal families of the 5 countries were protected from being victimized. As for what this holy weapon actually was, how powerful it was, none of this is known yet. After Chu Xiu finished reading these records, a trace of color emerged in his eyes, dragon chi and sacred weapons. These things, I have not heard of them in my previous time as a crown prince. It seems that Emperor Zhou has hidden a lot from me. But he was sure he'd figure all that out sooner or later. In addition to these, in the ancient books, there are also references to the Devil's Cave. In it, it is remembered that there is a demonic realm between heaven and earth, and the place where the demonic realm connects to the present world is the demonic grotto, and the demonic grotto, there is more than one. During the era of the competition between the kingdoms more than 1,000 years ago, there were several records of the Devil's Cave appearing in the world, but later, they were all suppressed. The suppressors were none other than the founding ancestors of the 5 great dynasties. Devil's Cave, sacred weapon, dragon's breath. There seemed to be an invisible thread strung between these things. They're getting interesting. Chu Xiu closed the tome and stretched. Chapter 56 to Imperial Prince's Calculations. The Poetry Society begins. Chu Xiu spent 2 days inside the book depository. Read a lot of books during that time. Learned many ancient secrets. One step closer to the 1,000-year Holocaust and the mystery of the disappearance of the land gods. Guessing these things, it was highly likely that they were closely related to the Devil's Cave, and the 5 great dynasties seemed to have played some role in this. He exited the cache. It coincided with the unfolding of the Green Bamboo Poetry Festival. Baiyu came to the book depository and greeted him when she saw him come out. Xu Xiu glanced at her cultivation and couldn't help but be surprised when he realized that her true chi was a bit thicker. "Oh, you're progressing quite well." "Well, in the past 2 days, Dean has instructed me on quite a few things," Shiroyuki said. Xu Xiu laughed. "He is also strange good Lu." "Ha, thanks for the compliment, Your Excellency." Nangong Qin's laughter came and looked at Xu Xiu Dao. "Gongzi has been staying in the book depository for the past few days. Have you found the answer you want?" "No, but it should be soon." "Ha, is that so?" "The answer that Your Excellency is looking for is what I want to know as well, and if Your Excellency finds it, I hope you can give me some guidance," Nangong asked, laughing. Having reached a cultivation level like his, he had naturally thought about searching for the existence of the land immortals and had studied the history of 1,000 years ago. "Maybe Dean knows more than I do." "No more than Your Excellency knows. I will talk with Your Excellency in detail after this poetry meeting," Nangong asked. Shiroyuki blinked. What are these two talking about? Why, she was confused by what she heard. "Good." Xu Xiu nodded and then brought Baiyu to the Green Bamboo Poetry Meeting. The place where this poetry meeting will be held is not elsewhere, it is in front of the entrance of the academy, in front of that literary monument, and the time to hold it is in the evening. At night, the bright moon hangs high. The entrance to the academy, however, was brightly lit, with a number of buildings and pavilions. A talented group of people all gathered in one place. The host of the poetry meeting was the third gentleman of the academy, an old man with white hair, who stood on the high platform and smiled faintly. "Gentlemen, it's the Green Bamboo Poetry Meeting again, and with all the talented people gathered together, let's just follow the usual routine. First, a topic will be chosen at random, and then all the talented people will compose poems. On a pavilion." The current 7th Prince, Xu Yun, and his subordinate, Shi Yuan, also came to this poetry meeting, and beside the two, there was a man in green shirt. The man is well-mannered and well-read. Xu Yun looked at him and said, "Grand Maester Lin, whether or not I can come out on top in this poetry meeting depends on your performance." That Grand Maester Lin smiled faintly. "Don't worry, Your Highness, for this poetry society, I drilled for 7 days and 7 nights with all the bachelors of the Hanlin Academy, studying all the various selections from previous poetry societies and writing the corresponding poems. Each one a masterpiece good enough to make a name for itself. Putting it on top of the text tablet will be able to induce at least 3 zhang of talent." When Xu Yun heard this, he nodded with satisfaction. "That's good. As long as Lone comes out on top in this poetry meeting and makes a big splash, he will definitely be able to attract talented people from all over the world to serve under me, and even win the favor of the White Deer School." At that time, the hope of taking over the first wife was taken to the next level. "I will never treat you badly," that Grand Maester Lin said excitedly. "Many thanks, Your Highness." In another attic, a man dressed in a black python robe with a noble aura was sitting on a tie-shirt chair, and beside him stood a young man with sword brows and a long face. If someone from the White Deer Academy was here, they would definitely be able to recognize that this youth was none other than the Academy's young talent, Juidan, who had become an instructor at a young age. And that noble man was no one else. It was the second prince, King Knight, Xu Knight. Shuli looked at the 4 parties of talented people at the bottom of the pavilion and faintly said, "Although my great Zhou is founded on martial arts, the literati are also a force to be reckoned with. Martial artists open up new frontiers, and literati rule the country. Especially these talented people of the White Deer Academy, but also the literary and martial arts, if they can be under their command, why worry about the great cause? Today is the opportunity of a lifetime. As long as Lone comes out on top here and produces a poem that will be passed down to the next generation, he will be able to enlist these talented people. Instructor Zhua, Lone will see how you perform." Zhuidan smiled faintly. "I will definitely help Your Highness with all my might. Gain merit and rule the country. This is the dream of almost every educated person. Zhuidan is no exception." As long as he could help King Knight come out on top at the poetry meeting this time, he would definitely be able to gain the other party's reuse. When the time comes, it's not impossible to be crowned a king and worship a minister. At this moment, Juidan thought of something and said, "Right, there's one more thing to report to Your Highness." Xu Xiu also came to the Green Bamboo Poetry Meeting. Xu Li's eyes stared. "What? He's here too?" "Yes." Xu Xiu. Troublesome guy. Xu Li frowned, feeling tricky. That is a person who can make such a heirloom work as the water song, if he participates in this Qingzhou poetry meeting. Wouldn't Lone have no chance of winning? Even he could not deny the place of the watery song in poetry. And Xu Xiu, as its author, is certainly no slouch. Joydan fatally said, Your Highness need not worry, although Song of Water is a heirloom poem, only that it was made by Chushio several years ago, and over the years, apart from the Song of Water, he never made any other poems again. If he can write a few more heirloom masterpieces, his prestige can be greatly enhanced, but did not do so, according to my estimation. Not that he did not want to, but he has been obliterated, cannot write. After all, poetry is about learning, heritage, experience, and state of mind. It is highly probable that he was able to write the Song of Water at the beginning when he had the right time, place and people at his disposal. Now that he has wasted several years of his life, I am afraid that it will be difficult for him to write another poem, and even if he is able to do so, it will be absolutely impossible for him to write another heirloom piece. After Chuli heard Joydan's analysis, he also felt that it made sense. And so inwardly there was relief. Next to him, Mr. Sang's eyes suddenly flashed, Here it comes. Not far. Chushio brought Ayu to the scene. His arrival attracted the attention of many talented people. This person is the former Crown Prince Chushio. Nowadays, in the Jianghu, the hottest character. Even if he is not in the courtroom, this person can still stir up the wind and clouds. He is the author of the Song of Water, and this time when he comes to the Green Bamboo Poetry Festival, I don't know if he can make another heirloom masterpiece. I see hanging. This kind of heirloom work like the water song is not something that can be made at random. A poet can die without regret if he can make one. The crowd was talking. Suddenly, two silhouettes greeted toward Chu Xiao. It was Lu Rui, Mu Wan Air. Mr. Chu, you're here. Aha! Chu Xiao nodded slightly and smiled as he took a look at the poetry event spectacle. It's kinda hilarious. My lord, please. Mu Wan Air received the two of them onto a pavilion. The attic had already been prepared with drinks and snacks. On the high platform, that host, Mr. San, took out a box containing the various topics for this poetry meeting, and he reached out and began to draw them. Taking out a slip of paper from inside and opening it, he smiled. The theme of this poetry meeting is the bright moon. Ah, bright moon? He froze. What's with the theme? The crowd could not help but be silent for a while. Chapter 57, Sorrow and Sickness. The crowd writes poetry. The crowd was silent for a while. Akatsuki? Is there a mistake? Who dares to write lyrics about the moon when there is the water song of songs in front of us? Isn't that an insult? Not to mention, the rightful owner is also within the poetry club. And Mr. San, knowing that no one else would dare to write this aria, crushed the note in his hand and then touched a new one. The theme of this poetry meeting is mourning, sickness and suffering. Well, it's quite a special theme, so please compose poems for all the talented people. Mr. 3 smiled faintly. Many talented people heard this and began to meditate on it. Not long after, a talented man walked out and smiled, Gentlemen, I'm not talented, so let me come and throw a brick to attract jade. He only saw his sword fingers condense and sword chi burst out. It landed on top of the text tablet and carved a poem. While carving, he also chanted. The years on the sickbed are long, and the pains are haunting my body. Sorrows are like rain in my heart, when will my body become well? The crowd lit up at the sight. There were nods of approval. Nice, nice. This poem depicts the sad sorrow of a bedridden patient who is suffering from a lingering illness, and it is truly weepy. Worthy of Brother Lee. Hearing the crowd praise, the corners of that Brother Lee's mouth rose slightly pleased with himself. But the mouth still says, offerings, offerings. Boom. The text tablet shook and golden light flowed out. The golden breath turned into a pillar of air that rose 2 feet into the air. The crowd saw this and marveled even more. This poem of Brother Lee's has induced 2 zhang of talent in the one bay. Call it a masterpiece. Then the rest of them came out one by one. Carve your own poem on the text tablet. However, most people's poems landed on the text steel and did not cause much movement. At most, they could only induce a 10 feet of talent. Compared to that Brother Lee, it is much inferior. This caused that Brother Lee, the corners of his mouth to rise more and more. Inside the building, Shuyan glanced at Grand Maester Lin next to him, and the other smiled. Your Highness, I have already prepared the psalm for you. When he finished, he held a pen and wrote a poem on a piece of paper. Shuyan took it over and glanced at it, his eyes lit up. Not bad. He only saw him memorize the poem and walk out with his head held high, then he drew the long sword at his waist, leaped to the top of the literary tablet, and carved the poem with his sword. Sighing alone at the setting sun and the late fall, the sorrows are all around my heart. Where can I find my old dreams? It's hard to stop thinking about it. The crowd couldn't help but applaud and marvel at the sight. Yes. Great poem. Late sunset and fall, no trace of old dreams, it's wonderful. Who is this man? He seems to be the 7th Prince Chu Yun. I didn't realize there was such a talented man among the royal family. A poem is written. The light of the text tablet flowed, and the talent energy went straight up to 3 feet. Beyond the previous talent surnamed Lee. Become the first of the crowd in the arena. Shuyan stood in front of the text tablet with his hands on his head, arching his hand towards the crowd. I'll make a dedication. Some couldn't resist a few compliments. The 7th prince's brilliant mind makes us admire him to the fullest. Not bad, 3 zhang of talent, the 7th prince is a great talent. Inside another pavilion, the 2nd prince, King Knight, lightly hummed, good old 7, actually has this hand, I didn't see it before. Next to him, Mr. Zhang said indifferently, it's not necessarily that the 7th prince composed it, it's possible that he found someone else to write it on his behalf. When King Lee heard this, he pondered for a while and came to a realization, no wonder I saw him running to the Hanlin Academy a lot some time ago, it seems that he went to find someone to write poems, let's just say that how could he possibly have this talent, it turns out that he is faking it. Just in time. Zhuoidan walked up, holding a freshly written poem in his hand. Your Highness, please take a look. Mr. Zhang was silent beside him. Actually, King Knight wasn't much better. Not also Getty Dan Zhuo to ghostwrite. After King Lee read the poem written by Zhuoidan, he smiled faintly, very well, with this poem, the top prize of this poetry meeting will be mine. After saying that, he glanced at the smug Chu Yun. Then with a flash of his figure, he came to the front of the text tablet and laughed, 7th brother, you are too talented, I am very impressed, except that I have also written a poem. Please savor it. He leapt up, sword in hand, and carved verses on the text tablet. 2 eyes stare at each other on the long pavilion and the old road, holding hands and looking at each other with sadness. The heart of the gentleman who has gone to the end of the world wants to be broken, and the rain knocks on the banana and it is hard to stop the tears. Once the sound of happiness was around the flowers, but today the sadness remains in the dream. When will we see each other in the years to come? The crowd looked at the poem and savored the meaning. For a while, it was difficult to return to his senses. Then, they saw the one Bei talent Qi rising 5 feet. Golden light illuminating all around. When the crowd saw this, they all couldn't help but marvel. 5 zhang of talent. Rare, rare. This poem is enough to be called a gem. TSK, the 2nd prince's talent is above the 7th prince. Talent in 5 zhang. This was extremely rare even when placed in the White Deer Academy. Not many people can make poems like this all year long. Shu Li couldn't help but stand with his hands folded. Shu Yun's face was quite ugly. What talent could he not know about his opponent? The poem must have been written by someone the other side found. But so did he. Once it was dismantled, both of their reputations would be ruined. He gritted his teeth a little. At this time, on the pavilion, Zhuoidan walked down, looked at Chu Li and smiled as he exclaimed, good, good, good. Your Highness King Li really lives up to his name. This poem vividly depicts the sorrowful feelings of a pair of man and woman when they part. It's so sad to hear and so sad to see. This poem is enough to pass on to the next generation. He quipped Chu Li. Yet it is also a compliment in disguise. Some of the remaining people couldn't help but laugh in their hearts when they heard this. Biography? Indeed, it's a good poem. But I don't know how far it is from becoming an heirloom. However, this was written by King Knight, and although the crowd wanted to refute it, they thought of the other party's identity and decided that it was better not to provoke the other party. On the floor. Mu Wanair shook her head. This kind of poetry wants to be passed down to the world, it's too much of an underestimation of the word passed down, everyone doesn't say anything, but it's just to give face to His Highness, the Night King. Then, she looked at Chu Xiu and laughed, Mr. Chu, in this situation, don't you have the urge to compose a poem? The only person in the room who has written a biography. There's only Chu Xiu. She was looking forward to the fact that the other party would be able to write another heirloom. Chu Xiu shook his head and smiled, saying, I've come to join in the fun, as for writing poems and whatnot, forget it. You don't know how much you weigh? It's okay to write some limericks. Writing heirlooms? TSK. Unless one becomes a copyist, one might as well forget about it. A hint of loss passed through Mu Wanner's eyes as she sniffed. But Chu Xiu didn't want to write it, and she didn't force it. But at this point. However, I saw Zhuoidan at the bottom suddenly look toward the pavilion where several people were, and laughed loudly, Mr. Chu, in the past, you were famous in the poetry world for your songs and water, and now that it coincides with the grand event, why don't you write another one and let us have a good time? When the rest of them heard that, they also looked at Chu Xiu. A glint of curiosity appeared in his eyes. Chu Xiu. Can he write another heirloom? Gee, I guess it's a bit up in the air. He hasn't had a poem come out since that watery song, and it's possible that he simply never wrote it again. It's possible that it's already a jungle. Chapter 58, Ascension to the Present. The first lamentation poem of the 1,000 years. Quite a few people had the same idea as Joy-dan. It is thought that after Chu Xiu wrote the Song of Water, no other poems came out, and it is very likely that he had run out of talent. But there are still some, with a glimmer of expectation. At this moment, everyone's eyes were all focused on Chu Xiu. Moderator Mr. 3, 2 royals et d'un joie, all the talent. And under the gaze of the crowd, Chu Xiu spoke indifferently, I'm just here to see the action, writing poems and whatnot, I'm not as good as all of you, so just forget about it. Hearing him say that Joy-dan was even more on top of it. He was in hot pursuit. Mr. Chu is so self-effacing. You have a song in the tune of water, which is famous throughout the ages, and can be called the first moon song in the ancient times. How can it be inferior to us? Chu Li also laughed slightly and said, Chu Xiu, are you not looking down on all the talented people present, thinking that they are not worthy of watching you write poetry? Zhang, who was beside him, said, Chu Xiu, as a fellow scholar, it's hard to say that you don't show off a bit at such an event. Yes, Chu Xiu, if you really have talent, why don't you let the people see it? Xu Yun chimed in. Hee, I also want to meet Mr. Chu's talent, or is it that you've run out of talent and can't write anymore? Bachelor Lin, who was beside Xu Yun, also spoke. A few of them concluded that Chu Xiu, for sure, had run out of talent. They're forcing the other side now. It's all about making a fool out of the other guy. Suppressing his reputation in the hearts of the talented people of the world. Or perhaps, all this time, they had been living under Chu Xiu's shadow, and now that they had a chance to suppress each other, how could they miss it? These people, so uninteresting. Shiroyuki frowned a little angry. Chu Xiu, on the contrary, remained calm as he looked at the crowd underneath and said with a faint smile, since a few of you are so uplifting, then I will reluctantly write a song. Only, after this poem is written, if you don't have the means to write a poem that surpasses this one, I want you to never be able to write another poem in your life. He looked to Joy-dan, Grand Maester Lin, Mr. Zhang, the 2 imperial princes. These guys who had just stepped on him. A few people sniffed and their hearts thumped. No way. Can the other side really write verses they can't top? But it's done. It was as if there was no way back for them. Wouldn't it be a joke for people to back out now? The other side must be bluffing. Yeah, that must be it. Joy-dan said, good, if you can really write a poem that we can't surpass, we'll never put pen to paper and write poetry again. Chu Xiu smiled faintly, and with a movement of his sword finger, he flicked his finger and shot out a sword chi. The sword energy was like a swimming dragon. On top of the literary monument, carve a stanza that is good enough to be sung throughout the ages. The wind and the sky are high and the apes are wailing, the sand is clear and the birds are flying back. The boundless fallen trees are falling, the endless Yangtze River is rolling. Just these 4 lines depict a marvelous ink scroll combining motion and stillness, movement and stillness in movement. An urgent, a sad, so that people immediately into a sad situation cannot be extricated, the bitterness of the emotions overflowing in the chest, there is no place to discharge. The islets are clear, the sand is white, the birds fly back. In a desolate and uninhabited islet, sand in the middle of the fluttering and hovering, can be seen its loneliness, bleak and sad feelings came to life. The wood leaves that come down from the slough. The river is running and rolling. It seemed to leap out at the crowd. The sound of falling wood rustling, the Yangtze River in the shape of a surge, in the invisible conveyed a sense of the pathos of the passing of time, the ambition is difficult to reward. The somber and sad couplets show the power of the divine writing. It has the majestic momentum of building a waterfall and walking on a banana and injecting 100 rivers to the east. Just these 4 sentences have made the crowd present jaw-dropping. And the poem is not yet finished. Above the text tablet, there were 9 feet of text chi rising up to the sky. At once, it surpassed the poems written by everyone in the room. Joy-dan, several people's figures trembled, their hearts deeply gave birth to great sorrow. Just these 4 lines are enough to shatter their future poetic illusions. And as the sword chi wandered around the text tablet, it was clear that it hadn't been written yet. Everyone stared intently. 10,000 miles of sadness are often guests, and 100 years of sickness are alone on the stage. Tough and bitter, I hate the frost on my temples, and I have a new cup of wine. Once these 4 sentences are out. In a flash, heaven and earth were silent. Great feelings of sorrow filled the 4 directions. All could not help but be overwhelmed by the sadness of the poem. Some, moreover, could not help weeping. The sadness of autumn has been eclipsed. Miles of sadness in the fall is even more poignant. Often is the word often to say that the miles of sadness in autumn often with me, the feeling of sadness is so strong and heavy, people are silent, cannot be dispelled. The 3 words Dantai at the back are a blend of the loneliness and despair of being alone in a foreign land and the bleakness of the late autumn scenery. It is already out of the realm of the gods. Last sentence. The first 4 words of hardship and bitterness depict an old and sickly man dragging his broken body to ascend the high platform alone, and that emotion of nostalgia for someone in a foreign land spills out. These 4 words are extremely exhaustive to highlight the poet's inner pain and depression of the depth of the degree of sadness, so that the white hair, hurt the body, lost the flow of years, the ambition is not yet rewarded body first old. The feeling of sadness and sorrow of autumn stretches on and makes people palpitate. The sword energy gradually dispersed. But the talent on top of the text tablet was vibrating. Talent rushes to the sky and has exceeded 100 feet. The brilliance of talent penetrated into the clouds, as if lighting up the night sky. The talent contained a sense of sadness and grief, and it also spread out, and half of Qingzhou city was silent for it. I don't know how long had passed before the crowd gradually returned to their senses from the poetic mood, and they stared at the verses on the text tablet with shock in their hearts. 100 feet of talent. Unheard of. Heirloom. This is a piece of work that is old enough to be passed on to the next generation. 10,000 miles of sadness and autumn, 100 years of sickness. Once this poem comes out, who in the world will dare to write poetry again? Too strong. On the pavilion, Shuxiu bashfully drank a glass of wine. This poem of Shaolin Yoleo's ascent to a high altitude is regarded as the first poem of lamentation in the ancient times. The first 7-character poem of the ages. Oof. How can you compete with me? The talent is so strong that it lasts a long time. On the high platform, that Mr. San had already knelt down, old tears, today to see this kind of heirloom work appear, this life is not in vain. Inside the building. Mu Wanner looked at the poems on the tablet, and then looked at Chu Xiu next to her, and only felt that the person in front of her really looked like a poet fairy descending into the world. This poem is enough to be sung for ages. Mu Wanner said, looking at Chu Xiu with some fire in her eyes. This man, over the years, has only made 2 songs. But these 2 poems were enough to put him at the top of the poetry world. It's over, it's over. Joy Dun looked at Deng Gao and directly sat on his butt on the ground, as a man of letters, letting him never be able to write poems after this. What kind of torture is this? To describe it as worse than death would be an understatement. Like him, there was also Meister Lin. The other party was even worse, his face pale as he fell to the ground, as if his entire essence had been drained out of him. Shu Yun, Shu Li is nothing. Anyway, they're real talent, that's all. It doesn't matter if they write poetry or not. They were shocked and displeased that Chu Xiu actually really was able to make this kind of heirloom again. Thinking of this, their eyes reddened with envy. Why don't they have such talent? Do they really have to live in each other's shadow for the rest of their lives? Chapter 59, The Actions of the Underworld. Poetry turns into a sword to cut through the black clothes. The first dirge of the ages appeared on the heights and drew a shock from the crowd. 100 feet of talent, through the clouds. The night sky seemed as bright as day. In Qingzhou city, on a street, a man dressed in a black robe was greedily looking at the talent chi-glow that rose up to the sky. A weird suction force emanated from him. Hungrily absorbed a great deal of talent. 100 feet of talent, a work of passing on. Good, I didn't expect that this green bamboo poetry meeting would actually see the emergence of such an amazing talent. What a godsend! The black-robed man hemmed and hawed. He is none other than the book-eater demon. The corners of his mouth turned up as he looked deeper into the academy. Tonight will be a bloody night for the academy. His figure was like a ghost. Weaving through the darkness of the night, he came to the depths of the academy in a flash. And here, there is a dark grotto. In the grotto, a gust of blood-colored aura came out, sending shivers down one's spine. The book-eating demon's eyes flashed as it took out a blood-red bead and threw it in towards the grotto, but suddenly, the blood-red bead was fixed in mid-air. A figure appeared and grabbed the bead. The visitor was dressed in a green shirt, with a full head of white hair, and was handsome. It was the dean of the academy. The number 1 person in the Great Zhou today, Nangong Qian. The other party glanced at the blood-red treasure bead in his hand and his pupils shrunk slightly. This is red yuan blood essence. You guys actually refined this kind of thing. The book-eater demon hemmed and hawed, worthy of being the dean of the academy. He recognized the origin of this item with a single glance only. So what? Today, you can't trap the one in the grotto. He finished his sentence. The red yuan blood essence in Nangong Qian's hand abruptly exploded. Blood-red breath gushed out from it. As if it was a miserable evil ghost, it pounced towards Nangong Qian. Nangong Qian's face changed slightly as he threw the blood essence out, but his body was still stained with some blood-colored aura, and his palms became a reddish color. A toxin that spread down his palm towards his heart chakra. This is the poison of the Red Training King Snake. Nangong asked with a glint in his eye and said. Red Training King Snake, ranked 3rd on the demon list. Its poison can be said to be the first of the Great Joe's strange poisons. Even if a celestial being is hit by it, it is almost certain to die, and there is almost no medicine to cure it. Nangong Qian's true qi was running, and with a high level of cultivation, he suppressed the poison in his body, then looked at the book-eating demon, his eyes cold. You guys didn't come to the academy this time. You aren't the only one, right? Where are the others? Hee, to save someone from the hands of the renowned Nangong Qi, it's certainly not enough with just me alone. The book-eating demon laughed. He had just finished his sentence. There was a sword and a knife on either side, breaking through the air. Sword and knife gas strong rolled toward Nangong asked each are not less than the power of the high realm of celestial beings, but Nangong asked to stand still. The true qi threw the body into a domineering astral qi. The sword and knife gas blocked down. In front of him, there were two more figures. Separately, it was a white-clothed male holding a long sword. A big bald man with a 9-ringed sword. Nangong Qian's eyes narrowed. Jian Xingfeng, 20 years ago, he stole the Lingxiao sword sect's supreme martial art, the Great Sun Sword technique, and betrayed the sword sect. Chen Chop-shan, the lineage of the Overlord sword, but was expelled from the sect for raping a woman. I didn't realize that you all joined the underworld. The underworld is really a gathering place for a bunch of villains. The big bald man heatedly smiled. You are right, underworld, am indeed a gathering place for a group of bullies, and isn't the one who gathered us together as a group of bullies your most beloved great disciple, the great gentleman of the academy? Speaking of which, you're partly to blame for our specter's founding. Hearing this, Nangong Qian burst into a rage. A shocking killing aura erupted from his body. You seek death. True qi flowed around him, transforming into countless poems. The poem was transformed into a stern sword qi and chopped out. It is the supreme martial art of the White Deer School. Poetry into swords. Look out! The three of them didn't dare to be careless when facing Nangong Qian, who was known as the #1 person in the Great Zhou. Join hands and make a move to fend off the poetic sword qi. The book-eater demon's demonic aura surged around his body, and there were countless black characters breaking out of the air. The large sword in Chen Chop Mountain's hand swung out, opening up mountains and cracking the ground. Jian Xingfeng swung his long sword, and his sword qi was like the wind, whistling for 100 miles. The true qi impacted, shaking tens of miles around with its might. Just as Nangong Qian was fiercely battling the three great experts, the red yuan blood essence that he had thrown out was attracted by an invisible force. Flying in towards the grotto. In the grotto, a man who was bound by chains and had a shawl spread over his shoulders saw the blood beads that flew in front of him and suddenly raised his head, his eyes glowing. Finally, the red yuan blood essence flew directly into him. In a flash, the aura on his body rapidly increased. Those chains that bound him also began to tremble violently. It seemed like it was going to fall apart at any moment. Green Bamboo Poetry Conference. The crowd gradually returned to their senses from the poem of the ascent. That 100 feet of talent, too, gradually converged. Suddenly, there was a startling blast in the distance. Everyone couldn't help but be alarmed. What a terrifying true qi fluctuation. What happened? This is the White Deer Academy, with the dean in charge, who dares to be reckless? While the crowd was puzzled, they saw a dark shadow fly out from the streets surrounding Green Bamboo City, all of them wearing pitch-black masks on their faces. The body was murderous. Looking at the many talented people in the arena was like looking at a dead person. Muwaner's pupils shrunk slightly when she saw these people. These people are Black Feather Tower's assassins. How did they appear here? Black Feather House, the #1 assassin organization in the Great Zhou underworld. In the jungle, it makes people scared. The prestige is second only to the 4 great sects. And the Black Feather House owner is the contemporary King of Killers, the prestige of the King of Killers directly after 60 years ago, the Blood Knife Absolute Love. Kill. With a cold killing word falling. The black shadow killers around them swooped out as if they were ghosts. As for the many talented people present, many of them were disciples of the White Deer Academy, and in addition to their academic knowledge, their own force should not be underestimated. They certainly don't sit around and wait for it to happen. Each of them also took out their own blades and fought furiously with these killers. A killer's figure flashed and pounced towards Chu Xiu. Before they could get close, they were killed by Baiyu, Lu Rui, and Mu Waner. Chu Xiu looked at this group of killers who were wreaking havoc at the Green Bamboo Poetry Society. Although he did not have any interactions with these talented people, it was just that, he was now a guest at the White Deer Academy. People's collections are still open to him for free. Since I've accepted this favor, of course I can't just sit back and do nothing. Only to see him slowly get up, his sword fingers condensed, boundless true qi spreading out from the sky. These true qi float in the air. It's like a magnificent poem. It actually enveloped a 10-mile radius, forming a world of poetry as it were. Boundless pressure enveloped the hearts of everyone present. Then, the poems turned into sword chi and burst out. One by one, the black-clothed killers, unable to dodge, were struck by the poetic sword chi, and a bloody mist erupted from their bodies, falling on the spot. With such tactics, everyone present was shocked to see it. This is the White Deer Academy's martial art, poetry into sword. How did he? This level of poetry into swords. I've only seen it on the Dean, good guy, his attainments in this martial art are not weaker than the Dean's at all. What's going on here? The crowd looked at the black-clothed assassins that died one after another under the sword chi, and could not help but be staggered. The degree of shock was no less than when Chu Xiu wrote the poem of Ascension. Chapter 60, Beating the Black Feather Mansion Master. Luo Hanxin. Chu Xiu arrived. Whoosh! Just as Chu Xiu was performing his poetry into sword to suppress the many black-clothed killers, a figure suddenly rushed out like a ghost. In the blink of an eye, he came behind Chu Xiu, and a pitch-black dagger in his hand, as if it was a viper spitting out its mail, suddenly stabbed at the back of Chu Xiu's neck. This strike was venomous, tricky, and swift. The three words fast and furious are interpreted to the fullest extent. Coupled with the other party's ghost-like stance, even if a celestial high-realm martial artist faced this strike, there was a high probability that they would be heavily injured. The person who struck out was none other than the owner of the Black Feather Tower. The king of contemporary killers. Pity. Before the opponent's strike landed on Chu Xiu's body, it was blocked by a layer of body-shielding astral chi 3 inches away, no longer able to enter a single point. The Black Feather Building Master's pupils shrunk violently, somewhat in disbelief. Just by virtue of his protective astral aura, he was able to block his full-force strike. This man, what is his strength? He didn't dare to strike again, and his body transformed into a ghostly figure as he tried to retreat. But it was too late. Chu Xiu's sword finger condensed and pointed out slowly. Looking at the slow finger, but as if it had penetrated through space and time, it landed on the head of the Black Feather Building Master, a finger that could be called the pinnacle of the sword Dao. Without the slightest resistance at all, the Black Feather Mansion Master was pierced through his head by the fingertip sword chi, and a blood mist burst out from the back of his head. The Black Feather Building Master's eyes gradually lost their expression. It eventually collapsed to the ground with a loud thud. The king of killers of his generation was killed on the spot. After Chu Xiu killed the Black Feather Mansion Master in seconds, he whisked his sleeve and poetic sword chi, which came out majestically, seemed to be endless, destroying the remaining killers one by one. Shuyan watched as he raised his hands and killed hundreds of assassin martial artists. The shock within his heart knew no bounds. He's actually powerful to this extent? Why did he never show it before when he was in the royal family? So scary. They swallowed hard. Looking at Chu Xiu was like looking at some incredible monster. And Chu Xiu didn't pay any attention to the shock of the people present, but instead looked at a short distance away, where he sensed that an amazing battle was taking place. It was Nangong Qian who was fighting someone. He was a little curious. Nangong Qian's strength was not bad, it was celestial perfection. It was the closest to him among the martial artists he had seen. Who could have fought him so fiercely to this point? Interesting. Chu Xiu smiled faintly and headed to check it out. Shuyuan. Back Mountain, outside the grotto. The battle between Nangong Qian and book-eating demon Chenchop Mountain and Jian Qingfeng was in full swing. Even though Nangong Qian had been poisoned by the Red Training King Snake, his strength was still extraordinary, and he fought 1 against 3 without losing. Even injured 2 of them. The 3 were inwardly shocked. Good fellow, it's fortunate that the design was made beforehand so that he was first hit by the poison of the Red Training King Snake, otherwise, the 3 of us would definitely be no match for him. Worthy of being the number 1 guy in the heavenly ranking for 20 years. Nangong Qian, truly the closest thing to a land god in today's Jianghu. The 3 marveled inwardly. While Nangong Qian's body was agitated with true qi, poems flowed around him, transforming into roiling sword qi, just as his mind was completely focused on the 3 people in front of him. A cold aura suddenly attacked from behind. The cold air was like ice, piercing the bones. It was even mixed with an incomparably astonishing might, hitting him on the back after strongly breaking through his protective astral aura, making him unable to resist spitting out a mouthful of blood. He turned to look at the person who had struck, and his pupils shrunk slightly. It's you. The visitor, dressed in white, had white hair. But it was a crane hair. With a cold aura in his eyes, he gazed at Nangong Qi and said indifferently, to be able to stand after being hit by one of my slaps is worthy of being the dean. Luo Hanxin. You are still alive. Nangong asked, staring at the old man. Luo Hanxin, the former 3rd in the heavenly ranking. However, not long ago when the heavenly ranking was announced, it was announced that this person fought with the evil demon of the underworld and then fell, but now he appeared in the academy. And, also, with the specter against him. In an instant, Nangong Qian figured everything out. You deceived the world and faked your death to join the underworld? Nangong asked in a cold voice. Good, because I saw the way of immortality in the underworld. A flash of fire appeared in his eyes. Not far away, a figure quickly rushed over. His face changed greatly upon seeing the heavily injured Nangong Chi. Teacher, how are you doing? Oh, the 7th on the heavenly ranking list, flower without trace. Luo Hanxin glanced at the other party, unimpressed. The other party was an unattainable supreme master in the eyes of others. However, the few people present were all celestials. Especially Luo Hanxin, who was the 3rd on the heavenly ranking and at the peak of the celestial realm. It was too much stronger than Hua Wuhan, a celestial middle realm. The arrival of the other side, to them, had no effect at all. It's just one more body, Luo Hanxin said indifferently. Then he raised his hand to condense his true qi, transforming into a sword of cold ice and shooting out. Hua Wuchen executed poetry into sword, and sword qi flew out, but they were shattered one by the cold ice sword qi, and retreated a dozen steps backward. Traceless, you leave quickly. Don't waste your life. Nangong asked. The sword's fingers condensed and pointed at himself, even sealing several major acupoints of the body, forcibly suppressing the toxins and injuries. Trying to fight for his life. Luo Hanxin saw it and coldly grunted, none of you are going anywhere. He lifted both palms, invoking the aura of heaven and earth, transforming it into a boundless tide of cold, and then he slapped out both palms. The terrifying cold aura intermingled with the palm chi sword strength, freezing everything. It is Luo Hanxin's famous martial art. Cold Ice Excalibur Palm. The other side. The book-eating demon performed a demonic spell, and blood-colored words coalesced in the air, wrapped in a majestic demonic aura, surging towards Nangong Qian and Hua Wuhan. Blood character kill. Chen Shopshan raised the large sword in his hand high and slashed with all his might. Blade Qi opened mountains and cracked the ground. Overlord Chop. Jin Qingfeng rose up in the air, his human sword was united, the surging sword intent seemed to transform into a boundless great sun, and in the great sun, sword Qi burst out as if it was a pillar of light. Great Sun Sword Technique. The power of the 4 great masters joining forces could be described as destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. Hua Wuhan, Nangong Qian and the 2 of them urged their poetic sword Qi. But they were shattered one by one. Boom! Smoke and dust. Surging true Qi, sweeping the 8 directions, destroying everything around him. Ha, we've killed Nangong Qi. Chen Split Mountain laughed. But suddenly, Luo Hanxin looked into the depths of the smoke and dust, glimpsed a flash of poetic light, and her face changed slightly. Something's not right. The smoke cleared. Only to see a large number of poems like a city wall, protecting Nangong Qian, Hua Wuhan, and blocking the 4 great masters' joint strike. They blushed profusely. What? Nangong Wen still has this kind of strength? Impossible. After being hit by the poison of the Red Training King snake and with that slap from Luo Hanxin, there's no way he still has this kind of strength. This wasn't done by Nangong ask? The crowd saw a trace of doubt on Nangong Qian's face as well. Then, they sensed a wisp of qi. They looked towards the source of the qi, only to see a white-clothed figure with inked hair up to its waist walking slowly towards the few people present. He stood with his arms folded, his gait light and calm. The book-eater demon's face suddenly changed. It's you. He recognized that the other party was the one who had broken the demonic spell he had left on the old showman, that is, the number 1 of the heavenly ranking without a number 1, Xu Xiao. His arrival was not expected by the crowd. More so, the crowd, as it were. Chapter 61, Lord of the Underworld, Mo Maniac. Are 10 songs enough? Everyone looked at Xu Xiao as if he was an enemy. Only Nangong asked in relief. Although he hadn't crossed paths with Xu Xiao, he was celestial perfection and was vaguely able to detect that Xu Xiao appeared to have stepped into that realm. Even if he didn't, the other party's strength was definitely not weaker than his. With this strength, it should not be a problem to deal with these few people in front of him. When Xu Xiao arrived, his gaze was like a torch as he looked toward the book-eating demon and indifferently said, "Sinful beast, you actually dare to stand in front of me?" After saying that, he condensed his sword fingers. That piece of poetic sword qi that protected Nangong Qian, Hua Wuhan, steeply transformed into a torrent of sword qi like a torrent of sword qi that surged towards the book-eating demon. The book-eater demon's face changed furiously. Damn it. He sensed the power of this poetic sword qi, and immediately pushed his demonic qi to the extreme, and a single blood-colored character flew out. It intertwined and flowed around him. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a solid barrier of demonic energy. But, useless. Under the attack of the poetic sword qi, his solid barrier of demonic qi was useless and was easily torn apart and shattered. Overbearing sword qi that fell on him tore him to pieces. One move. With just one move, this great demon who had killed the 5 gentlemen of the academy fell. This scene caused the other's pupils to contract in disbelief. Luo Hanxin's heart was also palpitating immensely. Back! He shouted. With Chin Split Mountain, Jian Xingfeng and the two of them quickly backed up and left. Do I have your permission to go? An indifferent voice rang out. Xu Xiu took a step forward, and although he did not use any lightweight body techniques, with his unrivaled cultivation, it was still as if he had shrunk into an inch, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Chin Split Mountain, and with a single movement of his sword finger, he slowly pointed out. Chin Split Mountain shouted as his body's true chi exploded to the extreme. With a full-strength slash, it felt like splitting a mountain and opening up the sea. But the moment it made contact with Xu Xiu's sword finger. Clang! The steel sword, which had been refined by thousands of hammers, instantly shattered into pieces. The sword finger landed unreservedly on Chen Split Mountain's chest. A fist-sized bloody hole exploded in his chest. Chen Chop Shan fell. Then his gaze was like a torch locking onto Jian Xingfeng, and the other party sensed an unprecedented threat, a pale color sweeping across his face. The whole thing was shaking like a sieve. He roared, his sword fingers condensed, pointing at several key points of his body at extreme speed, stimulating the chi and blood in his body, and catalyzing his true chi to the extreme. Great Sun Sword Technique. He roared, and his human sword united. The entire person shot out, as if transforming into a radiant Great Sun. Using a sword in front of me? You're not qualified. Xu Xiu said calmly. With a movement of his sword fingers, a sword chi slashed out with his hand. The powerful sword chi, as if it was a mountain range stretching out across the sky, split that round of radiant Great Sun directly into two halves. The Great Sun cracked open and dissipated into sword chi. Looking at that Jian Xingfeng again, the long sword in his hand along with his entire person was split in two. The sword chi that Xu Xiu chopped out, on the other hand, went on, landing on the dome of the sky and splitting the clouds that filled the sky directly. This sword was as if it had opened up the sky. Book-eating demon, Chen Chop Shan, sword clearance. These three were all celestials strong. However, in front of Xu Xiu, he was easily obliterated without any power to fight back. The opponent's strength was described as deep. Hua Wuhan swallowed his saliva and looked at Nangong and asked, Teacher, Zhu Gongzi's cultivation could it be in contact with? Nangong Xian nodded slightly, then said, I now understand why the wind and cloud building ranked him above me. His strength is not as good as mine. Being the number one in the heavenly ranking for 20 years. Nangong Xian was proud of himself. But now, for the first time, he felt heartened by a young man. He thought of Xu Xiu's relegation and couldn't help but shake his head. That emperor really has eyes without a pearl, that such a character can be relegated to the common people? The obsession with power has made him so dim. He was a bit emotionally sorry. If Xu Xiu is still the crown prince, Great Zhou will be solid as a golden soup, and with the addition of its twin towers, there is a great possibility that it will sweep the remaining 4 kingdoms in the future and unify the world. Monsters! Luo Hanxin ran toward the distance at breakneck speed, his fear of Xu Xiu reaching its peak after sensing the deaths of the remaining 2 celestials. Steep. A chill ran down his spine. A gaze, like a sharp sword, stabbed straight towards him. Xu Xiu, staring at him. Himself, dying? Just when he almost felt despair, not far away in the grotto, a shocking sword chi chopped out harshly. Overbearing might, locking onto Xu Xiu. Xu Xiu lightly eeped. The power of this sword chi was actually no less than that of Nangong Chi in his heyday. It was clear that he was also a celestial perfection. He was a little surprised, then whisked his sleeve. That strong sword chi was shattered by him hard. He looked over to the grotto, only to see a man in a green shirt slowly walk out. He was somewhat cloaked and looked rather unkempt. It was as if he had been locked in a grotto for many years. But on him, he still carries an air of frivolity and arrogance. He looked up at the sky and took a deep breath. Freedom, that's what freedom smells like. After 20 years, I'm finally back in this world. Then, he looked toward Nangong Xian, Hua Wuhan, and said with a faint smile, Teacher, second senior brother, how have you been? He spoke in a shocking way, but he was actually Nangong Xian's disciple. Nangong Xian looked at the visitor with a complicated gaze. Can't trap you after all. Heh, teacher, if you can't afford to kill me, you're not destined to trap me. The green-shirted man laughed lightly, then looked at Xu Xiu and marveled, what a land god realm. Dare I ask your high name? Xu Xiu didn't reply, and with a movement of his sword fingers, he raised his hand and chopped out a sword chi. The other man's eyes glazed over at the sight, kinda cranky. He similarly moved his sword fingers, and countless poems spanned out, transforming into radiant sword chi that collided with Xu Xiu's sword chi. In the next second, his sword chi was crushed one by one. The remaining sword chi landed on him, hitting him and causing him to spit out blood and fly backwards. He didn't stay long and used the momentum to back away. In a loud voice, he said, My name is Mo Maniac, we will meet again. He had just finished speaking when he came out of that grotto. A shocking true chi fluctuation erupted, actually going deep into the ground, causing the earth to gradually crack open. The cracks spread out and gradually enveloped the entire White Deer School. In the crack, a devilish aura vaporized out. A large number of demonic shadows, constantly surfacing. Nangong Qian's face changed drastically. That fellow actually pushed his own true chi into the earth's veins and impacted the seal of the demon cave. Chu Xiu sniffed and murmured, "It's the devil's cave again." Looking around at the demonic shadows that appeared one by one, he whisked his sleeve and the pure yang fire spread, burning them one by one into ashes. Nangong Qian then quickly headed towards the entrance of the academy. Chu Xiu, Hua Wuhan followed. Arriving before the tablet, Nangong Qian's sword finger condensed, and his sword chi transformed into poetry, engraving it within the tablet, invoking the tablet's talent chi. The talent chi vibrated and then went deep into the ground to suppress the demonic chi of the devil's cave. However, the demonic energy was rampant, and these talents, completely insufficient. Nangong asked, frowning, "If you want to suppress this devil's cave again, it seems that you must fully invoke the one Bei talent chi out of it. But to achieve a point, at least 10 or more heirloom poems are needed to do so, and at this time, how to find so many heirloom poems? Sufficient poetry to pass on to the next generation is not something that can be done casually. Give Nangong asked for time and he might be able to make a song or two. But now, the seal of the devil's cave was about to be disintegrated. Imminent. Will 10 songs be enough? At this moment, Chu Xiu walked out and faintly asked. Nangong asked, and Hua Wuhan sniffed, a little confused. What do you mean 10 songs is enough? Could you still make 10 more heirlooms on the spot? Chapter 62, making 100 heirloom songs in one night. Will 10 songs be enough? Chu Xiu said indifferently. Nangong asked, and the corners of Hua Wuhan's mouth couldn't help but twitch at the words. 10 heirlooms, ah. Where can you just make it up as you go along? Even if the poetry fairy had come down to earth, that wouldn't necessarily be possible, right? Nangong asked helplessly. In fact, it doesn't necessarily have to be 10 heirloom works. As long as there are enough quality poems, it's just as likely to stimulate the talent of the one Bei, except that in this current situation, I'm afraid it's too late. It's not too late, a deep suck like poetry, as much as you want. Chu Xiu said indifferently, taking a step forward. The sword finger condensed, and boundless sword chi rose up to the sky. Sword chi transformed into poetry and inscribed on the text tablet. Although the crowd was shocked at Chu Xiu's strength, no one felt that he could make many poems by himself. They weren't doubting Chu Xiu's ability. Rather, Chu Xiu was just a person. As long as one is human, it is impossible to make a large number of poems in such a short time. Otherwise, there would be no profession of poet in the world. Even if you can write 7 or 8 poems in one breath, so what? It's not possible that every one of them is an heirloom, right? Chu Li murmured. Zhuaidan and the others didn't believe it either. However, when those sword chi of Chu Xiu's were inscribed on top of the text tablet and turned into poems, the faces of everyone present began to change. The tide of the spring river is even with the sea, and the bright moon on the sea is the same as the tide. It's hard to say goodbye when you see each other. The east wind is powerless and hundreds of flowers are left behind. No colorful phoenix in the body, but the heart is in the right place. The sword is sharpened, the plum blossom comes from the bitter cold. Stop the car and sit in the maple forest, the frosty leaves are redder than February flowers. Tears of sentiment, birds of prey. Withered vines, old trees, and dusky crows, small bridges and flowing rivers, thin horses in the west wind of the old road, the sun setting in the west, broken hearts at the end of the world. The first warm and cold time, the most difficult to rest, 3 cups of light wine, how to beat his evening wind rush. A garden full of springtime colors, a branch of red apricots coming out of the wall. Old steeds in the stable. I don't know the true face of Mtalushan, I'm just here in the mountains. The horse is as fast as the Lu flying, the bow is like thunderbolt strings. Don't you see that the water of the yellow river comes from the sky and runs to the sea without returning? Don't you see that the high-ho mirror grieves for white hair, and that it is as green silk and turns into snow? I don't see where I've been before, I don't see where I'll be after, I think of heaven and earth as long as they are, and I look at them with pathos. The sword chi transformed into poetry and was continuously inscribed on top of the text tablet. 1, 2, 10, 20, 30. Each of them is rare in the world, and even good enough to be passed on to the next generation. Each one of them is enough to make a poet famous in the world of poetry. Each one, which contains enough meaning to make people linger. Or majestic, or atmospheric, or romantic, or elegiac. Various poems, one after the other. Invoking the talent of the one Bei, it rose up to the sky and shook 100 miles around. For a while, the night sky was as bright as day under the talent flare. The poems were suspended in the air, and each word was like a star. As for Chu Xiu, surrounded by poetry, he was like the stars, as if he was a poetry god sword immortal coming down from the sky. A handful of sword chi is a masterpiece of heirloom. Everyone, already shaken to the point of losing their minds, was unable to speak. Especially those literati who had written poems all their lives, looking at the nearly 100 poems that were enough to pass on to the next generation, being casually written out in front of them, could not help but sit on the ground, pale and skeptical. That should be enough. Chu Xiu murmured, stopping his hand. It's true that he can't write poetry. But he can memorize. Do you really think he memorized so many poems from his previous life's reading for nothing? The talent of the One Bei, impacting heaven and earth, the demonic aura dissipated into nothing under the impact of the talent, and those demonic shadows that surged out of the demonic cave were suppressed by the talent before they could fully descend, while the seal was gradually repaired. Even more solid. A havoc that will be quickly suppressed under nearly 100 heirloom songs. However, the talent of the One Bei still had no tendency to dissipate, and the dazzling talent glowed straight through the clouds. It seemed to remind the crowd of the reality of the scene. Nangong Qian, the dean of the White Deer Academy, was also shocked and dumbfounded. He looked at Chu Xiu and took a deep breath. To write at the drop of a hat is an heirloom. This is truly the god of poetry descending to earth. With this person in the poetry world, all other poets will be eclipsed. Having him is the fortune of the poetry world and the sorrow of the poets. Fortunately, the poetry world has produced many more poems that are good enough to last a lifetime. The sad thing is that the poets who lived in the same era as Chu Xiu will live under his shadow for the rest of their lives. Thereafter, no matter who brought up poetry, the first thing that would come to mind would always be Chu Xiu, who had written 100 heirloom compositions in one night and suppressed the Devil's Cave. What exactly is he? Is it really the god of poetry descending to earth? Chu Yun looked at Chu Xiu and couldn't help but feel sad inside. The other party is clearly no longer a prince. Why, yet they still can't get out of each other's shadow. Jodedan looked at Chu Xiu, and only then did he truly understand just how stupid he had been before, that he actually felt that the other party had exhausted his Jianglang? The man who made 100 heirloom songs in one breath. How is it possible to run out of steam? Your Excellency is truly a man of God. Baiyu looked at Chu Xiu with worshipful eyes and honor. Mu Wan'er looked at Chu Xiu, her pretty face turned scarlet from excitement, and the fervor in her eyes grew stronger. And as those talented people looked at Chu Xiu, some of them felt sad that they would only never have the courage to put pen to paper and write poems again in this life. There were also gazes that looked at Chu Xiu fervently, as if looking at a god. His brain, what the hell is it made of? My goodness, a single stroke of the hand is enough to pass on to the rest of the world. How else can we write poems in the future? I saw the god of poetry descend. It's really as he wrote. What he did today is indeed unprecedented and unprecedented. After the extreme silence, the crowd couldn't help but murmur. Far away. The maniac, who had left Green Bamboo City, detected the One Bei talent chi and looked in the direction of Green Bamboo City, seeing the light of talent that rose up to the sky. See also the one of those poems that is good enough to pass on to the rest of the world. A hint of shock passed through his eyes as he lamented, what a great talent! Such a character deserves to be the god of poetry. Admirable. People almost killed you and you actually admire him? Luo Hanxin followed and said. Maniac smiled lightly and said, these are two different things, even though they are enemies, but making 100 heirloom compositions in one night, isn't it worthy of admiration? All the literati in the world should admire him. Admiration aside, this time, in order to save you, we lost 3 celestials, and the underworld has already suffered a great deal of vitality. Luo Hanxin said. There's no harm, since I've returned, the underworld can't die. Maniac said confidently. Taking Luo Hanxin with him, he quickly left Qingzhou City. Inside Green Bamboo City. After Chu Xiu, as well as Wen Bei, suppressed the demon cave together, his figure flickered and arrived in front of Nangong Qian as he faintly said, I think you should give me an explanation. Nangong Qian took a deep breath and said to Hua Wuhan, you stay and handle the rest. Then he looked at Chu Xiu, Your Excellency, please follow me, and I will inform you of all the things I know. Chapter 63 The name of the poetry god spreads throughout the world. The kingdom of worshipping the sun is coming to commit an offense. White Deer Academy. Back in the mountains, inside a log cabin. Nangong Qian invited Chu Xiu over, poured him a cup of tea, and faintly said, if Mr. Chu has anything he wants to ask, I'll know everything. Let's just start with the people inside that grotto. Chu Xiu took a sip of tea. The aroma of the tea is fresh and light and refreshing. That man is my disciple, the great gentleman of the academy, Maniac, who created the underworld decades ago when he fell into the devil's path because of a woman. A woman? What kind of woman? It is not a peculiar woman to say, but the woman was carrying a congenital extinct vein, destined to die early, emo crazy to love, unwilling to watch the love of his life die, so he used a secret method to freeze it, looking for a way to save the law, in the process, gradually paranoid, wanting to save the very method, thus creating the underworld. Later, I captured him and locked him up in the grotto. However, during the years that I imprisoned him, the underworld was developing and expanding on its own, until today it is of this size. Nangong asked, narrating. Chu Xiu nodded slightly. It is precisely because of the utmost emotion in nature that it is easy to be pulled by emotions and walk into paranoia. Your Excellency is right. Let's not talk about that disciple of yours for now, let's talk about the One Bay and the Demon Cave. Is Your Excellency pursuing the mystery of the disappearance of the land gods 1,000 years ago? Nangong asked rhetorically. Exactly. This is related to the Devil's Cave. 1,000 years ago, the devil invaded the world. A large number of Devil's Cave appeared in the earth. The land gods and goddesses, in order to protect the earth, suppressed the Devil's Cave, the deaths and injuries. And this Devil's Cave of White Deer Academy is 1,000 years ago. My White Deer Academy ancestor suppressed the Devil's Cave. And the text tablet left by the ancestor before he died is the magic weapon to suppress the magic cave. As far as I know, the Yin Yang Dao sect that also has a magic cave. Nangong asked. What he said did match Chu Xiu's guess to a certain extent. If it's true that 1,000 years ago, the land immortals gradually died out in order to suppress the demon cave, then why is it that since 1,000 years ago, no new land immortals have ever descended into the world? This was also one of Chu Xiu's biggest doubts. Nangong asked, shaking his head, I'm not sure about that. Chu Xiu also didn't continue to pursue the matter. At this point, Hua Wuhan walked over and said, Teacher, there is no longer any major problem with the Devil's Cave seal, but from the extent of the previous breakage, I'm afraid that some of the devils have escaped, and now that their whereabouts are unknown, I'm afraid that they will endanger the earth. Pass the order down to the scholars to be more on guard, and once any sign of demons is found, kill them without amnesty. Nangong asked indifferently. Yes. Hua Wuhan nodded slightly. In the next few days, Chu Xiu continued to stay in the White Deer Academy, often staying inside the book depository to read books, and half of the books in the book depository were finished for him. He has grown a lot in his knowledge and experience. Also, the nearly 100 poems he wrote when he suppressed the Devil's Cave were also compiled and circulated within the Great Zhou. He is also honored as the god of poetry. His status in the literary world rose to an unimaginable level. If he was still in the court at this time, he only needed to raise his arm and call out, and it was estimated that all the talented people in the world, as well as those great scholars, would all come to serve him. One time, throughout the entire Great Zhou, the name of the poetry god Chu Xiu was circulated. Even the king's capital was shaken by it. The collection of poems and gods was circulated, and the people were all eager to buy and read them. Inside the royal palace, Shu Nishan looked at a collection of poems and gods in her hands with a hint of fascination in her eyes as she stroked one of the poems in the collection. Once the sea is difficult to water, in addition to the Witch Mountain is not a cloud, take times the flower bush lazy review, half the edge of the cultivation half the edge of the king. Write love to this, the world is rare awe. Brother, does he have some sought after sweetheart? Otherwise, how could one write such sentimental poems? Shu Nishan was a bit curious. Next to the cherry hand is also holding a book of poems lamented, 10,000 miles of sadness and autumn often as a guest, 100 years of sickly alone on stage. Just a few lines, write all the ancient sorrow, the prince is really great talent and I see that these poems, some of the majesty of the atmosphere, some of the romantic aesthetic, and some of the elegance of the touching. Doesn't seem like something one could write. Poetry god. Is really the god of poetry its talent is very human to reach. Shu Nishan sniffed, and a trace of pride spread across her face. That's my older brother. The royal palace inside a study. Emperor Zhou held the book of poems and his expression was moved by it. Even he had to marvel at Chu Xiu's talent, which was astonishing. Then think of the opponent's high level of force. How can there be such a man of letters and arms in the world? Is this really self-born? In his heart, he vaguely regretted reducing the other party to a commoner. But when he turned the pages of the book of poems in his hand, his face bristled with gloom. What kind of poem did he write this? He flung the book of poems in his hand hard on the table. Dongfang Hate glanced at it, only to see that it was clearly written. When autumn comes on September 8th, 100 flowers will kill me after I blossom. The fragrance that rushes through the sky penetrates Chang'an, and the city is filled with golden armor. Don't know where Chang'an is though. But according to the next description, it should be the name of a certain city. If Chang'an is compared to a king's capital, then this, in context, is a heck of a song. Antiphon. I blossomed and killed 100 flowers? And the city is full of gold armor? Yes, yes. This rebellious son, truly treacherous, to have such a revolting heart. Emperor Zhou burst into a rage. Dongfang Hate was non-committal on the side and didn't say anything. Eastern Hate, what do you think? Emperor Zhou suddenly asked. Dongfang Hate's heart thumped. The other party was testing himself? He didn't dare to be careless, and after pondering for a while, he said, Xu Xiu is overly talented, composing 100 poems in one night, and the poems are tailored to different emotions. Although this poem seems to be treasonous, it may not be directed at your majesty, it could be written about other dynasties? Emperor Zhou's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard this. You mean to say that he has the ambition to sweep away the remaining 4 kingdoms and unify the world? The old slave is too stupid to see it. Humph, you can't see it, but I can see it clearly. He clearly hates me. What a rebellious son. Emperor Zhou lightly grunted. He looked at the collection of poems, and the more he looked at it, the angrier he got. Wanted to order it to be sealed. However, this poetry god collection had already spread in Great Zhou. It's too late to ban it now. Moreover, banning a book of poetry makes it all the more obvious that the royal family is weak-minded. Xu Xiu. Why are you so good? Emperor Zhou murmured. If the other party had not been so good, then one would not have reduced him to a commoner because of scruples, and if the other party had not been so good, he would not have made so much noise after being reduced to a commoner. Piece by piece. All of which made the name Xu Xiu's prestige continue to rise within the Great Zhou. Nowadays, it was better than when he was the crown prince. At this point, an official came hurriedly to the study to ask for an audience. When Emperor Zhou saw him, he faintly said, Qingzhe, what is the matter that is in such a hurry? Actually in such a hurry to come to see me? Your Majesty, something big has happened. The Beiri Kingdom has raised an army to attack, it's coming in force, and 100,000 troops are already arriving at the border. That Secretary Kai said anxiously. Emperor Zhou sniffed and became furious. What a sun-worshipping country, daring to come and violate Great Zhou, looking for death. Chapter 64 Sunset Cliff. How Ranjiang Qi protects the body. Inside the White Deer School. Xu Xiu put a book down and stretched. After reading this book, the books within the book depository were literally finished by him alone, and this book that regular people spend decades, or even a lifetime to read, was read in full by him in just less than a month's time. When this is rumored, no one will probably believe it. Finish the book. Xu Xiu walked out of the book depository. It's time to walk somewhere else. The book is finished. Poetry club attended. The scenery and whatnot, what to see. Within the White Deer Academy, there was nothing left that was worth his continued stay. Take a walk elsewhere and find a few more places to sign in. My lord, in these few days while you were reading, news came in that the sun-worshipping kingdom had sent out 100,000 troops to violate Great Zhou. Bai Yu came up and said. Xu Xiu was slightly surprised when he heard this, the sun-worshipping kingdom? If I remember correctly, the sun-worshipping kingdom is just a kingdom affiliated with Great Zhou. What are they capable of that they would dare to send an army to Great Zhou? This world, in addition to the 5 major dynasties, there are also large and small countries, only that most of them are affiliated with the 5 major dynasties and exist. Every year, various tributes are paid to the 5 major dynasties. The Kingdom of Worshipful Sun is the kingdom affiliated with the Great Zhou, and although it is not bad in terms of strength amongst the group of affiliated dynasties, it is far inferior to the Great Zhou. Where did they get the nerve to send troops? Xu Xiu was a bit surprised. I don't know, but in these few days, the matter of who will lead the troops to expel the sun-worshipping kingdom in the imperial court is a matter of endless debate, and it was finally decided that the second prince, Shuli, will bring 200,000 troops to go. Bai Yu continued. 200,000 to fight 100,000. This is a smooth win bureau, only Chuli seems to have not fought before. This is but the first time on the battlefield to lead 200,000 soldiers and horses. The Zhou Emperor is also really trust him. Well, perhaps the Zhou Emperor didn't put the Beiri Kingdom at ease at all, thinking that even if the second prince hasn't been on the battlefield, he can easily defeat them, and there are a few generals accompanying him. Together with 200,000 soldiers and horses, it should be considered foolproof, right, just to take this opportunity, so that the second prince can build up his political achievements. Shirayuki said thoughtfully. Xu Xiu sniffed and laughed. Not bad, being able to see that. It's only natural that I've seen more after following the prince for a long time. Shirayuki laughed. In the past she didn't understand these twists and turns in politics. However, he had been with Xu Xiu for a long time during this time and had seen a lot of people. It's natural to understand some of it. Worship the day country. Depends on how this Chuli plays. Xu Xiu murmured. By all accounts, 200,000 troops versus 100,000, plus a few martial arts generals from the Great Zhou dynasty wasn't bad, and there were even Grand Master level characters among them. Against the sun-worshipping nations, it's almost crushing. However, Chushio felt that things might not be that simple. But he wasn't at the battlefield and had no way of knowing the details. He found Nangong Qian and said goodbye to the other. Learning that Chushio was leaving, many people came to say goodbye. Lu Rui, Mu Waner, Hua Wuwen, and some of the talented people who were convinced by Chushio all came, and they gathered at the entrance of the academy to see Chushio off. Watching Chushio's carriage, it drifted away. "Where are we going next, my lord?" Shiroyuki asked curiously. Chushio didn't have any destination at the moment and said, "You watch." Baiyu pondered for a moment and said, "Your Excellency, I heard that the sunset at the Sunset Cliffs in the southern state is one of the best in the world, so why don't we go there and meet it?" "Could be." Chushio didn't refuse. The two of them traveled to the Sunset Cliffs as they wandered around. A few days later, they arrived in Nanzhou, and in an evening, came to the foot of the Sunset Cliffs, and were about to go up when they met a woodcutter. When the other party saw that they were going up the Sunset Cliff, they couldn't help but stop them. "Girl, are you going up the Sunset Cliff?" "Yes, I heard that the scenery of the Sunset Cliffs is one of the best, and I came here in admiration." "Alas, you guys better not go. Lately this Sunset Cliff is haunted, especially at night. Almost none of the people who go up can come down," Chopper said. Hearing this, Baiyu couldn't help but be surprised. "Really? Can little old me still lie to you?" Chopper said, disgruntled. Inside the carriage, Chushio said indifferently, "Thank you for reminding me, old sir, but my generation of martial artists, cutting down demons and eliminating devils, a mere sneak, I don't put it in my eyes yet." Baiyu also nodded at his words. "Not bad. If there really are ghosts, then it's their bad luck to have met my son." After saying that, she drove the carriage onward to the mountains. The woodcutter shook his head, a good word for a ghost looking for death. He stopped paying attention. On the other hand, Chushio, Baiyu, two people went up the mountain, but did not encounter any abnormalities. Ghosts and shadows did not see half. After going up the mountain, it was here that I saw the looming and magnificent sunset. Ding! Detected to be located at Sunset Cliffs. Can sign in. Is it checked in? Yes. Chushio meditated in his heart. Signed in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Great Sun Sword Technique. Great Sun Sword Technique. Isn't this the Ling Xiao Sword Sect's best technique? A large amount of information about this sword skill surfaced in Chushio's mind. In an instant, he had mastered this sword skill to the point of great perfection. He looked at the lofty and magnificent sunset in front of him and couldn't help but sigh in admiration. "Baiyu, this place you chose is indeed good." Baiyu, who received the praise, smiled faintly. "It's good that Gongzi likes it." Watching the setting sun go down, Chushio lamented the magnificence of nature. The true chi in his body was running, resonating with this heaven and earth, and gradually, his cultivation was vaguely showing signs of a breakthrough. He immediately sat down on his knees. Seeing this, Shiroyuki autonomously escorted him. Gradually, the setting sunlight dispersed and night fell. Above the cliffs, the leaves rustled in the night wind. Suddenly, a sound of ghostly chants and ghostly singing rang out from all around. Baiyu snorted lightly and drew her long sword, her sword intent spreading. "I'd like to see what kind of evil spirits dare to come here to pick a fight." Next, a ghostly figure drilled out from within the woods. The other party was a pale man who looked at Baiyu with a hint of greed on his face. "What a beautiful woman, the Demon King will definitely like you." After saying that, he lunged towards Shiroyuki. The body is shaped like a ghost. The long sword in Baiyu's hand waved, sword chi flying out, sharp and incomparable. It is just like having the aura of a patriarch. The man was shocked. Martial Dao sovereign? To become a martial Dao sovereign at such a young age, this woman, what is her origin? After exchanging a dozen strokes, he knew he was no match and quickly retreated. Shiroyuki still wants to chase. However, once they thought that Chushio was still breaking through his cultivation, they could only stay behind to protect him first. And the man sensed this and brightened up. "Hey, that guy is this woman's weakness, that's good." He let out a sharp ghostly whine. A ghostly figure flew out of the jungle. These ghostly shadows, both male and female, swept towards Baiyu, temporarily holding her back, while he himself flew towards Chushio. He wanted to capture Chushio and use it to threaten Baiyu to surrender. But just when his hand was about to touch Chushio, a white light emanated from his body, and the moment the pale man's hand touched that light, it was as if snow had met the blazing sun, and was rapidly melted. He let out a mournful scream. "Ah! What is this?" Chapter 65 Supreme Patriarch Level Chopper. Chushio sat cross-legged and motionless. White light flowed from his body, vast and holy, inviolable. It is the vast chi that spontaneously protects the body. Groups of evils are easily dispersed. 10,000 ghosts are hard to invade. The pale man looked at Chushio in horror, not daring to come the slightest bit closer. While he didn't dare to enter, Chushio slowly opened his eyes, His body's vast righteousness was like a great sun releasing infinite light. In an instant, under the sweep of the vast chi, the scene was swept clean of ghostly chi. One by one, the severe ghosts, like snow meeting the sun, melted one after another. That strongest pale man was no exception. Sunset Cliffs, under the cliffs. Within an ancient Taoist temple, a sky-high ancient tree suddenly emitted a rustling sound, and a human face emerged above the trunk. He looked toward the cliff, the dazzling and colorful vast and righteous chi, and couldn't help but marvel greatly. Vast and righteous chi. What a volatile and righteous chi. I haven't seen this kind of reader in many years. If I can refine the essence of such a reader, I will be able to truly shed my demon body and transform into a human being. By then the world will be so big, where can't we go? Thinking of this, his gaze became incomparably fiery. He gave a low gulp. Red man. Two ghostly shadows emerged, transforming into two graceful silhouettes. Greetings, me lord. Go, by all means, lure the possessor of this vast chi to Sunset View. That tree demon said indifferently. Yes. The two ghostly shadows transformed into black streams of light and disappeared in place. Sunset Cliffs. Chushio slowly got up, the vast aura on his body gradually dispersing. And all around the ghosts, there was no one left. He was a bit chagrined. This how Ranjang Chi's restraint on these sneaks is just too great. Before I even exerted any force, they were gone. I was going to leave one behind and force them to ask who's behind it. So many sneaks, so much concentrated mischief. Definitely not ordinary. It's highly likely that someone is behind it. How are you doing, my lord? Shiroyuki asked curiously as she stepped forward. When Chushio sniffed, he was no longer chagrined, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a smile. I am now as good as it gets. This time, he had a feeling from watching the setting sun, and his cultivation had broken through. The 9 heavenly surprising god sword technique, which he had obtained by signing in the heavenly sword gorge, had broken through from the 8th layer to the 9th layer, and was on the next level of the land god realm. This time when I came to Sunset Cliff, not only did I sign in to obtain the sunset sword technique, it even made the 9 heavenly surprising god sword technique even more advanced. Suffice it to say, it's a no-brainer. Leave. Chushio said, getting into the carriage and starting down the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, there is a village. The two planned to rest here for the night, but the people in the village were afraid to accept them when they saw that they had come down from the sunset cliffs. Afraid that they have something unclean on them. The village chief on his crutches said helplessly, 2 of you, you'd better go stay somewhere else, we don't dare to keep you here. Shiroyuki frowned a little. For dozens of miles around, this is the only village where you can rest your feet. Where can they go now at this late hour? Is it possible to sleep in the middle of nowhere? Not that it mattered to her. But your excellency is a man of gold, how can you be so aggrieved? She thought of something, the corners of her mouth rose, and she pulled out a silver ingot from her bosom and smiled. Please ask the village head to be accommodating, we'll just have a place to stay. This. Looking at the silver ingots, the village chief was a bit moved. Seeing a show, Bayu took out another silver ingot and stuffed it into the village chief's hand. Mayor, please. This. Well. The village chief gritted his teeth. He brought Chushio, Bayu, to a wooden hut piled with firewood in the village and knocked on the door. Old Yongtu. An old man with gray hair pushed open the door and looked at the village chief and said somewhat grumpily, what are you doing this late at night when you're not sleeping? Old Yongtu, here are 2 people who have just come down from the sunset cliffs and would like to stay in the village for a night. It is up to you to receive them. After saying that, he gave one of the silver ingots to the other. That old Yongtu sniffed and glanced at Chushio, Bayu, a hint of color in his eyes. Oh, aren't these the 2 guys who went to seek death? To actually come down from the sunset cliff alive, that's really something. Bayu also recognized that this old Yongtu was no one else. It was the same woodcutter they had met on their way up the mountain. Old sir, you're right, there are indeed ghosts on that mountain, thanks for reminding me before. Bayu smiled faintly. Just casually, you can get down the mountain alive, it is your own ability. Come in. Old Yongtu said. He invited Chushio, Bayu, and the 2 of them into the house. And that village chief left after sending the 2 here. Enter the house. The first thing Bayu noticed was a firewood knife hanging on the wall, 3 feet long with a wide handle. It looked no different from an ordinary wood chopper. But the first time she saw this firewood knife, Bayu only felt a stern and rigid knife intent whistling, giving her the feeling of being in a mountain of knives. But in the next second, that blade intent was gone. And look at the machete, it's no different than a regular knife. Shiroyuki was a bit surprised. Is it an illusion? Old man Yang, who was on the side, glanced at Bayu and said indifferently, female child, your cultivation is good, you actually managed to notice this knife. And as Bayu sniffed, she also looked squarely at the unimpressive wood chopper in front of her. With such a knife in her house, she didn't look like an ordinary person in any way. Dare I ask the senior what his name is? What a big name, everyone here calls me Old Young too. Old Young too said indifferently, then glanced at Chu Xiu. This female child seems to be dominated by you. You have such a character under your hand to serve you, so you must be extremely extraordinary yourself. Forgive me for my clumsiness, I can't see anything special about you. Chu Xiu's cultivation level was too high. It had long since reached that point where heaven and man were one and the same. As long as he didn't take the initiative to reveal his cultivation, even if a celestial was in his face, it would probably be difficult to tell his cultivation, and although this Old Young too was not bad, he was not a celestial. What? Old senior, can't you see what's so special about my son? Shirayuki was taken aback. Old Young too glanced at her. Oh, tell me about it. My son, he's especially handsome, it's obvious from this look. Lao Yang too. He grunted softly, vulgar. Chu Xiu smiled faintly. Elder is right, there is indeed nothing special about me, I am just an ordinary traveler. I'll trouble the old timer to receive you tonight. Old Young too said faintly. No harm in leaving this house to you, I'm going out for a night outside. Ah. Shirayuki was a little surprised. There's just this one room in the house, leave it to you to make your own arrangements. I'm a bad old man, so I won't get in the way of you spending your time. After that he walked out of the room. He'd taken the money anyway, so that much self-consciousness was still there. Shirayuki blushed. What flowers before the moon, this old timer is netting nonsense. This old senior strength is not simple, has reached the supreme master realm, from the celestial, is only half a step away, only the chi and blood withered. If there is no chance, this life is afraid that there will be difficult to advance again. Chu Xiu smiled. Baiyu was a bit surprised and puzzled. A supreme master is enough to dominate in the Jianghu, even start a mountain and establish a sect. He actually stays in such a mountain village as a woodchopper. What does he want? Chapter 66, Old Young too and the Sephora Demon. Don't look at the fact that Chu Xiu had encountered quite a few celestials along the way and think that supreme master level existences were worthless. In fact, in the Jianghu, a supreme master level character was already qualified to be ranked first on the Earth ranking list. In the past, it could even be ranked at the bottom of the heavenly ranking. It is the existence of the Jianghu, which is enough to be the king of the world. But now, such an existence was willing to stay within a small village as a woodchopper, so there might be something fishy in this. But this had nothing to do with Chu Xiu. He didn't mean to go any deeper than that. Baiyu cleaned the house and made an open space for him, laying out clean bedding in the house. Gongzi, you can rest now. Well. And outside the house, two ghostly shadows suddenly arrived. They looked at the wooden house not far away and saw Old Young too guarding the outside of the wooden house, and couldn't help but frown. Why is it this old guy? This man is not to be underestimated, even his lordship must be afraid of him. In this way, you go and help him to draw away, and I will go into seducing that reader. One of the flirtatious women in red dress said. The other female ghost sniffed and thought for a moment. It was reasonable to say that a scholar, even if he was protected by the vast chi, could not help a sneak of their caliber. But not this Old Young too. Supreme Patriarch, with an overwhelming sword intent. When they went up against each other, they would all be decapitated if they weren't careful. Drawing him away is extremely risky. The other party had obviously left the difficult task to her, and had gone to seduce the bookworm herself, and once she succeeded, she would be rewarded with a commendation from his lordship. But she nodded and agreed. If they were delayed and the master blamed them, both of them would be chastised, and she was confident that she would be able to maneuver under Old Young too's hand. So she flew out and exhaled a mouthful of eerie ghostly air towards Old Young too outside the door, who only felt a wisp of cold air drifting in. His gaze condensed and coldness flowed. Good guts. He stood up steeply, his seemingly withered body erupting with monstrous aura in an instant, chasing after him in the direction of the ghostly aura. Inside the house, Baiyu also noticed the movement outside the house and exchanged a glance with Chu Xiu. Gongzi, I'll go out and take a look. Well, be careful. Yes. Baiyu carried her sword and went out to check. She wasn't worried about Chu Xiu's safety. After all, the other party could be many times stronger than her. Shortly after Shirayuki left the house, there was a sudden muffled thunderclap outside the door, followed by a crashing downpour and a knock on the door. Anyone? A dainty voice appeared. Chu Xiu raised his eyes to the outside of the house, whisked his sleeve and the door opened automatically. Into the eyes is wearing a red dress, wet by the rain of the beautiful woman, the woman's hair pasted on the face, the red dress because of the rain has become translucent up, a large area of snow-white skin hidden. Her presence added some spring color to the humble hut. She curtsied towards Chu Xiu in a graceful manner. Greetings, sir, the little woman got lost in the mountains and encountered heavy rain, so she wants to borrow a night here. Saying that, she took the initiative to walk into the house and approached Chu Xiu. The aroma of his body, if any, drilled towards Chu Xiu's nose. Coupled with the fact that her eyes were flowing with a natural seductive intent, it was even more so that people couldn't refuse and felt compassion. But Chu Xiu just looked at the other party blandly, his eyes ancient. Just as the other guy posted up, the vast aura on his body flowed on its own. The woman let out a sharp, miserable howl the moment she touched it. Ah! She was forced back 2 steps by the Haoran Qi. The whole person was paralyzed under the suppression of the vast Qi. To her death, she had never imagined that in this world, there were actually people who could possess such a powerful Haoran Qi. The general vastness of the spirit is suppressed, though it is suppressed against the ghosts and spirits. But she's not normally sneaky. She was a sneak who had practiced for 200 years and had a high level of Taoism, but she was actually easily suppressed by this vast Qi. Even those great scholars do not necessarily have such a lofty and righteous spirit. This young reader in front of me. It was like a walking saint on earth. The other side. Old Yang Tu was chasing the sneak when he suddenly heard sharp screams coming from inside his own wooden house and frowned, tuning the tiger away from the mountain? They are targeting those 2 inside my house, humph, cunning sneaks. He returned in a hurry. The mind wondered. These sneaks, why would they target the 2 Chu Xiu? On the way back, he met Baiyu who followed him up. Seeing the other, he was a bit surprised. Why are you here? He had thought that the woman's miserable scream just now was from Shirayuki. Baiyu said, I was curious in my mind and came out to check. And who was that scream just now? It should be some guy who wants to plot against Gongzi. Shirayuki said. Follow the woodchopper back. When they returned to the house, all they saw was the female ghost that was paralyzed on the floor, unable to move under the suppression of Haoran's righteousness, even as her body began to dissolve. Old Yangto's pupils shrunk slightly. Haoran Zhangqi. He was shocked, and not only by the vastness. Even more so, at Chu Xiu's age, he actually had this kind of powerful vastness that even a great scholar might not have, and he looked squarely at the other party. Chu Xiu looked at the female ghost with a calm face. Who told you to come to me? Yes, it's the Lord. Which Lord? Master Tree. He's a 1,000-year-old tree demon at the bottom of the sunset cliffs. He knows that you have a vast Qi, so he wants to suck your essence. The female ghost didn't dare to hide it and told what she knew. Chu Xiu thought for a moment, then snapped his fingers to strike a pure young true flame. The flames fell on the female ghost. The other party didn't even have time to let out a single scream, and his soul flew away on the spot. The other party did not know how many bad things they had done under the hands of that tree demon, and how many innocent people they had killed and deserved to die. Old Yang Tu looked at Chu Xiu and became more and more astonished. The moment that pure Yang True Flame appeared just now, he actually felt a great threat. Unlike the Haoran Jingqi, which was a special power that specialized in restraining ghosts and spirits and was harmless to people, the pure Yang True Flame was able to kill people. It seems that the old me really did have the eyes to recognize him. Tai, Your Excellency's profound power is only above that of a grandmaster, right? Old Yang Tu said as he looked at Chu Xiu. There was a hint of scorn in his eyes. Chu Xiu smiled faintly and didn't deny it, only asking curiously, does Senior know what kind of tree demon this female ghost is talking about? No. Old Yang Tu nodded, hatred as sharp as a knife bursting from his eyes. I have stayed here for so many years just to personally kill this tree demon. In many years ago, the Sunset Cliff is not only the scenery of the Holy Land, but also a good place to commit suicide. I do not know how many for the love of the couple, depression of the scholar, or desperate people, have come to the Sunset Cliff, in the end to see the sunset after the suicide, and that the tree demon is a big acacia tree under the Sunset Cliff. After absorbing the grievances of those who committed suicide as well as the essence of the sun and the moon and became essence, the Tao is so profound that even a supreme master cannot help him. Decades ago, I came here hand in hand with my beloved wife, encountered the tree demon persecution, my husband and wife although he was injured, but my beloved wife, but also due to the seriousness of the injuries died, I also because of the injuries, for decades, no longer inch. Recently, that tree demon has recovered from its injuries and is once again making waves. Gongzi is harboring a vast and righteous qi, full of essence, which is exactly the best tonic for that tree demon, and I think it is precisely because of that he has sent the female ghost to try to capture you back. Chapter 67, How Qi Breaks the Ghostly Atmosphere. Drawing the Sword in Shopping. On the other side, the female ghost who was responsible for luring away old Yang Tu also heard her companion's screams, and understood in her heart that the other party must be in dire straits. What the hell is that guy's deal? I can't believe that even Little Red isn't an opponent, plus that woodcutter. If I want to bring them to the master's side, I'm afraid I can't do it with just me. She found it troubling and couldn't help but frown. At that moment, not far away was a woman carrying firewood on her back as she headed for home. The woman was plainly dressed and had a clean face. It should be someone from the village. The female ghost lit up before her eyes and flew forward. A ghostly qi struck out and landed on the other party, knocking them out. Some villagers heard the commotion and came out to check. There was some surprise when the woman was seen to fall to the ground. What happened to Spring Flower? Someone tried to go forward to check, but they were lifted off by the female ghost's sleeve, and she grabbed Spring Flower and left as a black smoke. If you want this girl to live, pro the scholar who just entered your village to the Sunset Cliffs, or else, not only will this girl die, but so will you. The female ghost's voice echoed out over the village. The crowd's faces changed drastically. They all looked at the village chief who had arrived. Mayor, what's going to happen now? I told you I shouldn't have taken those two in, now woe is me. The village chief also had some regrets. I'll go find old Young Tu. Not much longer. Old Young Tu then heard about what happened in the village and faintly said, you go back first, Chuanoa's matter, leave it to whoever will solve it. The village chief sniffed and knew that old Young Tu was a man with real skills in his body, nodding, good, that I'll trouble you. After that, he left. Chu Xiu inside the room heard what happened and his eyes flashed, just want my essence so badly? In his heart, that acacia demon had already been sentenced to death. And old Young Tu walked over to the wall and reached down and took down the hanging, plain-looking machete. The moment he gripped the sword, old Young Tu's aura skyrocketed by a fraction, and he said in a cold voice, it's about time that there was a result between me and that tree demon. Early the next morning, old Young Tu carried his firewood knife and headed towards Sunset Cliff. Chu Xiu and Bai Yu followed along. The bottom of Sunset Cliffs. Obviously it was broad daylight, but here was a gloomy ghostly atmosphere, the sunlight could not come in, and vaguely, there was the sound of ghosts howling. Old Young Tu snorted coldly, this place is still as disgusting as ever. He carried his wood chipper and walked ahead with his head held high. The astral aura of his body erupted, and his sword intent flowed, stern and fierce, as if a sword god had descended to the earth, and it was difficult for 100 ghosts to invade him, and they didn't dare to come close at all. Soon, they came to the depths of the bottom of the landing cliff, where they saw a huge acacia tree dozens of feet high. The other side was full of branches and leaves, with a thick trunk that was encircled by several people, and countless vines spreading over half of the bottom of the cliff. And on top of the acacia tree, a woman was suspended in midair by vines. It was the villager who was taken away. There's a female ghost watching over it. Seeing Chu Xiu's several people arrive, she said with a smile on her face, sure enough, you self-proclaimed righteous people won't leave this girl alone. Next to her, a withered human face emerged steeply from the trunk of a tree. The other party stared at the old Young Tu, Chu Xiu, and hemmed and hawed, they've all come together, old man, after so many years, you actually haven't died yet, but it doesn't matter, today, it's the time for you to die. And you, scholar, it's not often that you see a scholar with a great deal of righteousness, and your essence is just the perfect tonic to help me transform into my form, master. It was far more difficult for an elf like a tree demon to transform into a form than it was for a walking beast. As the saying goes, people move to live, trees move to die. It was difficult for a tree demon to transform into a form, and it even had to go through a thunderbolt to quench it. Of course, although it was difficult, but once it succeeded in transforming into a form, its strength was not comparable to that of an ordinary demonic beast. Chu Xiu looked at the Sephora tree demon and said indifferently, you want my essence, Chi? Right now, I'm right here, so why don't you come and get it yourself? Come on. The tree demon laughed loudly, and countless vines lunged towards Chu Xiu. It was like a swarm of snakes, dense and loud. But the next second, on Chu Xiu's body, the vast and righteous Qi completely exploded. It was like a round of hot sun rising at the bottom of the sunset cliff. The vastness of the spirit breaks down the ghostly atmosphere. Thousands of eerie ghostly auras were swept away. Those countless vines that were approaching towards Chu Xiu fell to the ground powerlessly under the impact of the Haoren Jingqi, making it difficult to approach. Old Young Tu was shocked when he saw this scene. What a strong and powerful Haoren Jingqi. This male, could it be a Confucian saint? Above the great scholar, only those who are qualified to be called the supreme sage. Such figures were bright and dazzling stars in history, and their status was much more honorable than most emperors and generals. They created their own doctrines and taught the living beings such existences might not have cultivation in their bodies, but even the land deities, they would have to respect them 3 times. Because you can't guarantee that there are no terrestrial deities among their disciples. No, it can't be. The acacia demon was alarmed. Such a horrifyingly righteous Qi, general demons and evil spirits, once close to all to ashes, even though he has 1,000 years of Taoism, but also cannot afford. While he was shocked, Chu Xiu was already taking a step forward. It came to him in the twinkling of an eye. With a casual sword finger, he saved the woman who was hanging in mid-air. And old Yang Tu lit up at the sight. Okay, please step aside, Your Excellency. Leave it to me next. Chu Xiu, who had wanted to casually throw a pure young true flame and burn the Sephora demon, couldn't help but pause for a moment at his words, then it depends on your ability. With a flash of his figure, he took the woman away. Old Yang-tu pulled out the firewood knife on his waist and stared coldly at the acacia demon. I've been raising this knife for 20 years. Can you afford it? He let out a low roar, and unparalleled true chi fluctuations erupted from his body. That firewood knife, along with it, burst out with incomparable blade intent. When Chu Xiu saw this, a trace of color flowed out of his eyes, hiding chi in the body, storing up momentum. This blade is not bad. Boom! Accompanied by the firewood blade slashing out, the domineering and incomparable blade chi surged out, crashing out like a thick mountain range stretching across the sky and the earth. Only to see the sky crumble and the earth split. Wherever the blade energy reached, everything was reduced to pieces. Everything that is, dissipates into nothing. When the acacia tree demon saw this slash, the leaves on its body rustled and fell in fear. He hurriedly grabbed the female ghost in front of him and held it in front of him. The female ghost screamed and had to explode all her strength to resist. But not very useful. Her strength was weak before this blade. Easily torn apart. The acacia demon summoned the many ghosts and spirits he had enslaved and transformed into a wall of ghosts to block in front of him, but he still couldn't completely block the blade. 100 ghosts died out. This blade, which slashed heavily on him, almost completely severed his thick tree trunk, causing him to let out a miserable scream. After the knife energy dissipated, the firewood knife in old Yangto's hand had been reduced to pieces. And with that, his straight body became hunched over, as if all his essence had been drained away in an instant. Baiyu watched from the sidelines, her face changing slightly. How could this happen? Chu Xiu said faintly from the side, battling knife chop. This is a peculiar martial art. The practitioner continuously uses his own essence to raise the knife, and even more in the body to build up the knife chi, and then explode out in one breath. The longer the time of building up, the stronger the power is. Of course, this is also a great burden on oneself. He was already injured and practiced this martial art. After this blade is out, his days are numbered. Chapter 68, Signing on to the Rohypnol organization. Take it in for yourself. As a matter of fact, even if Chu Xiu stopped old Yang-tu from using his knife, the other party would also have the same days left. The drawing knife chop is a kind of horrible knife method that has no return, and can even be said to have no chance of survival. Not out of the knife. The knife chi is accumulating in the body, and it will also explode on a certain day, causing people to be shattered to the bone. Old Yang-tu had been saving up for 20 years and had reached his limit. This knife must come out. It's out, and there's a silver lining. If you don't come out, you will die. He looked at the sunset cliff, which was in a mess because of his knife, and laughed. I've lived long enough to be able to avenge my beloved wife at the last moment, so I have no regrets. I have no regrets. His face was full of quick relief. Baiyu saw this from the side, and a trace of admiration spread across her face. To avenge his wife's death, he has been storing up his sword energy for 20 years. You even have to suffer from the pain of knife gas torture often. It's not something that just anyone can do. Asshole, I'll kill you. At this moment, inside the valley, those vines waved steeply, and among the ruins, the acacia demon that had been cut in half screamed. Old Yanto's face changed slightly. This isn't even dead? It should be those sneaks under his hands that resisted most of the sword chi for him, which allowed him to survive. Baiyu said. Damn it! Old Yang-tu gritted his teeth. After sending out that slash, he was no longer capable of striking again. He looked toward Chu Xiu. Now, one could only pin all hopes on the young man in front of him, hoping that the other party had some way to save the day. Chu Xiu slowly walked out under old Yanto's gaze. Then he raised his hand and flung out a pure young true flame. The flame fell on the acacia tree. Wow! As if pouring oil on a blazing fire, the flame that was but the size of a palm instantly erupted with a terrifying might, instantly spreading to the entire acacia tree demon's body. The other party's screams became more and more dismal. What the hell is this? He screamed miserably, but the flames were getting fiercer and fiercer. In a short while, his whole body was covered with flames, and he gradually turned into ashes in the fire. Old Yang-tu looked a little jaw-dropped. Just burned to a crisp? He had spent 20 years raising his sword before he was able to seriously injure this old acacia tree, and the other party just lightly burned it to ashes with a single flame? That's a little bit too outrageous. Celestials? Celestial perfection? Old Jiangto's eyes grew more and more scornful as he looked at Chu Xiu. It was a pity that he had lived in a mountain village for a long time and did not receive timely information about the outside world, otherwise he would definitely be able to guess Chu Xiu's identity. After exterminating the old acacia demon, Chu Xiu took the unconscious woman back to the village. Then he and Shirayuki were going to leave. Gongzi, this time eradicating the acacia tree demon, thanks to you, has fulfilled a wish of mine. Old Yang-tu said. Then his face changed slightly and he coughed a few times. A mouthful of blood was coughed out. After that stabbing, his body was deteriorating. There were no more years to live. Seeing this, Chu Xiu whisked his sleeve. A true chi was born out of thin air and surged into old Yangto's body, and he faintly said, "This true chi can keep you alive for a few more years." Old Jiangtu sniffed and did notice that his injuries were getting better at a speed visible to the naked eye, and he became more and more amazed. A single piece of true chi can prolong his life for years. This tactic is nothing less than divine. I can't repay you for your great kindness. This is what I have learned in my life. I know you may not be able to look at it, but this is the only thing I can give you. Old Jiangtu took out 2 ancient tomes from inside the wooden house. A book named Divine Blade Technique. One book is called Batu Sai Chop. All of them are the first-class swordsmanship of the world. Chu Xiu glanced at it, took it in, and then left in the carriage. Wind in Cloud City. The premier heavy city in the southern state of the Great Zhou. And this city, the most famous places in this city, there is a famous Jianghu power. Wind in Cloud House. Ranked on the major lists of Jianghu's Wind in Cloud building. Wind in Cloud House, known for its intelligence in the world, various scouts, distributed all over the country, so it can arrange a variety of lists. Especially in this Wind in Cloud City. There are eyeballs of Wind in Cloud House everywhere. It was accompanied by a carriage that gradually traveled into the city. On the street, the pupils of a man who was selling firewood shrunk slightly before he immediately packed up his things and left, arriving at the Wind in Cloud building. This man was none other than Wind in Cloud House's eyes. He knelt in front of the Wind Cloud building master and respectfully said, "Building master, I'm absolutely not mistaken, that carriage is indeed the carriage that Chu Xiu sat in, and the person who drove the carriage is the White Jiao Dragon, by you." When the Wind Cloud building master heard this, a flash of thought appeared in his eyes. Chu Xiu actually came to Wind Cloud building. What is he doing here? What is he doing? Will it be to target my Wind Cloud house? Could it be because I, Feng Yunlu, didn't list him as number 1 on the heavenly ranking, so he took his anger out on me because of that and wanted to come to trouble me? No, Chu Xiu's chi should not be so small. At this moment, another eye came to the Wind Cloud building master and knelt on the ground. "Building master, the people from the Dark Guards are here again." The Wind Cloud building master's frown deepened. Troublesome guy. He rubbed his brow, a bit of a headache. The entrance to the Wind in Cloud building. The carriage gradually traveled on. Inside the carriage, Chu Xiu was flipping through the battling sword chop, divine sword skill, these 2 martial arts, which were indeed unique and quite subtle. With a little improvement, he could turn the sword technique into a sword technique for his use. Of course, there's nothing wrong with using it directly as a sword technique. Blade techniques, sword techniques, in front of a martial artist of his realm, they were nothing more than the same path, both were just means used against the enemy. My lord, the Wind and Cloud building has arrived. At this moment, Bai Yu lifted the curtain of the carriage and said. Chu Xiu nodded slightly and casually placed the divine blade technique inside the carriage before getting off and looking at the towering and magnificent Wind and Cloud building in front of him. Ding! Located in the Wind and Cloud building, you may sign in. Does it sign in? Chu Xiu murmured in his mind, sign in. Ding! Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Assassin Organization Rouge. Killer Organization Roulette? Chu Xiu was slightly stunned, this was even possible? System sign in, not only can you sign in martial arts secrets and cultivate divine weapons. I can't believe you can even sign up for something like an organization? Fruity is truly magical. The system, the Lan organization, how do I move it? Is the Rognet implanted in that world? The system reminded. Chu Xiu thought for a moment, yes. Rohanet has been implanted on that world. There are a total of 3,000 Luo net killers. Including 1,500 first-grade killers. 808 killers. 300 of the Grandmaster level killers. 150 assassins at the Grandmaster as well as Supreme Master level each. There are 100 Celestial level assassins. These include 50 at the beginning of the Celestial Realm, 30 at the middle of the Celestial Realm, 10 at the High Celestial Realm, and 9 at the peak of the Celestial Realm. 1 Celestial Perfection. All sorts of information about the Luonet killer surfaced in Chu Xiu's mind. A flash of eyes. What a powerful force. Just those 3,000 Rowan assassins might be enough to change the dynasty. The corners of Chu Xiu's mouth rose slightly. It seems like coming to Wind and Cloud House is the right thing to do. This time, he came to Wind and Cloud House for 2 purposes. One was to see what the forces that ranked the various lists of the Great Zhou were like. 2 is 4. Take the other side, take it for yourself. Chapter 69 Dark Guards Attack. Luo Net struck. The Wind and Cloud House's ability to gather intelligence should not be underestimated. In the Great Zhou, second to none. It was not even comparable to the royal secret guards that were spread all over the world. Chu Xiu wanted to explore the mystery of the disappearance of the land immortals and support Chu Nishang's rightful rise to power. Intelligence capabilities were important. Therefore, it was necessary to take the wind and cloud building into account. Just as Chu Xiu arrived at the wind cloud building, the wind cloud building master had already come out to greet him, and he looked at the Chu Xiu in front of him with inquiry and curiosity in his eyes. This was the first time he had seen Chu Xiu. Even though he had already known about this former prince on various intelligence, he still couldn't help but feel emotion in his heart when he saw the other party now. The apparatus is unfathomable. Simply standing there, he had the feeling that he couldn't watch. It's really alarming. The world-famous poetry god has come to visit, so I've been remiss in welcoming you. The wind cloud building master said with a faint smile. A polite word with Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu glanced at him and smiled. Your Excellency is the wind and cloud floor master who arranges the lists and single-handedly manipulates the wind and clouds, isn't he? And indeed his name lives up to his reputation. Nowhere, compared to Prince Chu who composed 100 poems in one night, I am really insignificant. The wind cloud floor master laughed. The two men commercially blew each other off. Then, the owner of the wind cloud building welcomed him into the building, then with a solemn expression, he opened the door. I don't know what the gentleman came to my wind cloud building for? Chu Xiu also didn't make false pretenses with the other party, and said indifferently, I came to find you, wind and cloud house, for one thing only, I want you all to be used for me. He had just finished his sentence. Around the wind and cloud building, an aura abruptly erupted. Each breath had an aura that was no less than that of a patriarch. It could be seen how extraordinary the wind and cloud building's heritage was. These auras locked Chu Xiu in place as if he might strike at any time. But the next second, an even more domineering aura erupted from Chu Xiu's body, like a monstrous ocean that roared out, causing the entire wind and cloud building to tremble. Inside the pavilion, a single martial artist was shaken out by the aura. They looked at Chu Xiu with white faces. The mere eruption of qi had shaken so many of them out together. The other party's high cultivation level was really above Nangong qi. The wind cloud building master hastily raised his hand. All of you, be at ease. He stopped the crowd, fearing that these people would start a conflict with Chu Xiu. After all, the strength of the other party was definitely enough to single-handedly wipe out the entire wind and cloud building. He didn't want wind and cloud house to be destroyed today. Hearing Chu Xiu's words, the wind cloud building master fell into deep thought. The strength of Mr. Chu's strength is a rarity in my lifetime, and I also believe that you have the means to subjugate my entire wind cloud building, but possibly subjugating it doesn't mean that we're willing to submit willingly, unless Mr. Chu can show sufficient strength. Oh, you want to fight me? Nonetheless, I'm by no means a match for your excellency. I'm still somewhat self-aware about that. The wind cloud floor master laughed. So what do you want to do? In a short while, the dark guards will come to the door, so as long as your excellency can take care of them, I, Wind Cloud House, will be at your disposal. The Wind Cloud Tower master knew that Chu Xiu was potentially imperative to the Wind Cloud Tower. If there was a conflict, it would be no less than a calamity for Wind and Cloud House. The district's secret guards naturally couldn't help Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu also knew that the Wind and Cloud Building Master had loosened up in his heart and intentionally brought the Dark Guards to himself as a stepping stone, so that he could control the Wind and Cloud Building. This Storm Cloud Floor Master, he's quite sensible. The district's secret guards don't need my hands yet. Chu Xiu indifferently said. Hearing this, a trace of color passed through the eyes of the Wind Cloud Building Master. The Dark Guards, but directly under the royal family of a force, their strength is incomparably powerful. Jianghu major forces are to be afraid of. Unexpectedly, Chu Xiu actually said that it wasn't worth his hand? Then, in his hands, is there any other power that can rival the Dark Guard? The Wind Cloud Floor Master only felt that the Chu Xiu in front of him was becoming more and more mysterious. Only, I'm curious, how did you Wind Cloud House provoke the Dark Guards? Chu Xiu asked curiously. Speaking of which, this matter has something to do with the mail. The Wind Cloud Tower Master let out a bitter smile and said, some time ago, my Wind Cloud Tower ranked my son as the #1 on the heavenly ranking, and this matter caused the royal family to be dissatisfied. They came to suppress it. And even though I erased the dupe from the first seed of the heavenly ranking, they still don't intend to let us go. He left on the surface, but secretly, he kept sending dark guards to suppress it. Chu Xiu sniffed and realized, one thing to the face, one thing behind the back. This is in line with Emperor Zhou's style. That night, he stayed within the Wind and Cloud Building, temporarily. The night is hazy. A group of martial artists dressed in black weave through the darkness of the night and gradually drew closer towards the Wind and Cloud Building. The worst of them had the cultivation of a second-grade martial artist, especially the one who was the leader of them, with a blood-colored robe, holding a blood-colored long knife in his hand. His body exuded an overwhelming killing aura. It made heaven and earth tremble. This person is the king of assassins 60 years ago, the Blood Dagger Jedi. He stared in the direction of the wind and cloud building, his eyes flowing, a cold aura emanating from his eyes. Today, the wind and cloud building will be in the Jianghu, and cease to exist. Inside the wind and cloud building, the wind cloud building master opened his eyes and personally ascended the tall building, looking into the distance and sensing the chi fluctuation of the Blood Blade Jedi. A trace of gravity appeared in his eyes. It's this fellow again. I didn't expect him to personally take action. It seems that he doesn't want to give my wind cloud building a chance to live. He looked towards a courtyard in the wind and cloud building. That's where Chu Xiu is. Only the other party was sitting within the courtyard, blandly drinking wine and enjoying the moon, with Baiyu serving beside him in a leisurely manner. Even the wind cloud floor master was able to feel the dark guard's killing intent. There's no reason why the other guy can't feel it. The other party, however, was indifferent. This filled the wind cloud building master's heart with astonishment. What cards does the other side have in their hands? Suddenly, he sensed something and looked towards Feng Yanchang. Wait, a new aura has appeared. Could it still be someone from the Dark Guards? Inside Wind Cloud City, on the streets, at an unknown time, there was a group of people, wearing long black shirts with spiderweb patterns on them, and they wore bucket hats on their heads, while underneath the bucket hats was a black and white mask that also had spiderweb patterns on it. They came stepping on the moonlight, exuding a morose aura, eerie, dark and mysterious. It's like a poisonous spider waiting for an opportunity in the darkness. Covet your opponent's fatal blow at any time. Immediately after, these people spread out, gradually weaving a huge spider web in Wind Cloud City, enveloping all of the Dark Guard's people. They take on the men of the Dark Guard and engage. In the darkness of the night, the most warlike sound of beacons erupted. On a high building, the King of Killers, the Blood Sword Jedi's face abruptly changed, sensing that the aura of one of the secret guards was rapidly disappearing. What's going on? Who has the audacity to make an enemy of my Dark Guards? He held the blood-colored long sword in his hand and was just about to strike when he abruptly realized that not far away, on the roof of a building, a figure wearing a spiderweb mask with a concave and convex body had locked him in place, and the other party was holding a long sword with clear light flowing in his hand. Underneath the mask, a pair of cold, unfeeling eyes were staring at him. The Bloodblade Jedi only felt an unprecedented killing intent come over him, causing his body to resist, tensing up instantly. Chapter 70 Blood Sword Jedi Falls. Wind Cloud Tower Allegiance. Under the moonlight, a graceful figure wearing a spiderweb mask stood above the eaves of the house, holding a long sword in her hand, with sword intent flowing from her body, accompanied by a monstrous and unceasing murderous aura that continuously surged out, completely enveloping the Bloodsword Jedi. Even the King of Killers from 60 years ago couldn't help but have his body tense up after feeling this cold killing intent. Gazing at the shapely figure, "You, who are you?" Luo Net, the first-class killer of the Word of Heaven. Shocking salamander, the visitor said indifferently. Her voice was low, with a touch of magnetism. After reporting her name, her figure disappeared into thin air, while the pupils of the Bloodsword Jedi shrunk slightly, and the hand holding the sword instantly moved. The blood-colored long knife was sheathed, cutting a bright red arc in the air. Swords clanged and clashed. Fierce sparks rubbed in the darkness of the night. Clang! But it was just a matter of breathing. The blade and the sword had collided dozens of times, but between breaths, the Bloodsword Jedi had the feeling of sweating. The sword technique of this woman in front of her was not only exquisite, but also her sword moves were ruthless and desperate, and her moves pointed straight to the vitals, causing one's heart to palpitate and chill. This is a killer who is in no way inferior to himself. The Bloodsword Jedi thought to himself in secret, and beat his head against the wall. Both sides exchanged blows and escalated. The sound of swords hitting each other, endless, both sides of the essence, have reached the peak state. Who do not dare to have the slightest carelessness. Sword chi, blade chi intertwined and turned into a pillar of light that penetrated into the clouds. A horrifying killing aura filled heaven and earth. Quite a few people had detected this amazing aura, but no one dares to approach easily. This was not only two peak celestials fighting, it was also two King of Killers fighting, and the slightest mishap would result in a ripple effect. Inside the Wind and Cloud Building, the Wind and Cloud Building master looked at the distant Chi, a hint of shock flowing from his eyes. I didn't expect that Duke Chu actually had this character under his hand. There is also this group of killers. Where exactly did they come from? Wind Cloud House, actually don't have half a bit of information about them. The Wind Cloud Floor Master swallowed his saliva. As the #1 intelligence agency in the Great Zhou, The Wind Cloud Floor Master was confident that there was no power in the entire Great Joe that he did not know about. Even outside of Great Joe, he knew quite a bit about the rest of the 4 major dynasties. But Rohypnol, however, was unheard of to him. It was like, out of nowhere. But how could such a killer organization come out of nowhere? The only explanation was that the controller behind this Luonet had energy that far exceeded his imagination, and could be created without Wind Cloud Building's knowledge. Something that made the Wind Cloud Building owner shudder. Such an assassin organization is definitely not something that can be created overnight. It's only been a few months since Duke Chu was demoted. There's no way it could have been created. It was most likely created when he was still the crown prince. Could it be that he knew at that time that he would be deposed? Also, to be able to create this assassin organization without the knowledge of the world, me, or even Emperor Zhou, how did he do it? The Wind Cloud Floor Master was again horrified and puzzled. It only felt that Chu Xiu was full of mysteries. Far away, the battle between the shocking salamander and the Bloodblade Jedi was still going on, but it was nearing its end. The high-intensity killing move collision made both sides' energy and stamina true chi gradually reach their limits, and both sides executed their strongest killing moves. The swords cut through the night sky, erupting into one last collision. Each side was shaken back. Blood knife absolute love grip knife hand, slightly trembling, but opposite the shocked salamander is the same long sword slightly trembling. Both sides of this competition actually ended in a draw. You can't kill me, so you might as well stop there, Blood Knife Jedi said. The amazing salamander said indifferently, I can't kill you, but Luo Net, I can. What do you mean? A trace of disbelief passed across the Bloodsword Jedi's face, but the next second, a long sword steeply broke through the air. The sword, emitting an ominous aura, evil, cruel, with the most tricky angle, the most ruthless strength, with the most tyrannical killing aura, ruthlessly stabbing. It made even the Bloodsword Jedi, who had just experienced a great battle, unable to defend himself. There is almost no suspense. This sword pierced through the chest of the Bloodsword Jedi, and he got a good look at the man with the sword. It was a man who exuded an evil aura, a cold and playful smile on his face, and not the slightest bit of freshness in his body. It's also a killer no less than a salamander, the Bloodblade Jedi, somewhat in disbelief. Surprisingly, there was an assassin no less than himself hiding in the shadows, just to give himself a shot. You, and who are you? Luo Net, the first-class assassin of the heavenly character, chaotic god. The man said icily. Rower, this killer organization. Where did it come from and how many experts are there? How did such a force emerge from Great Joe in good time? The Bloodsword Jedi ended up dying with doubts and incomprehension. And within Wind Cloud City, the rest of the secret guards were also exterminated one by one. In the House of Wind and Cloud, Chu Xiu put down his wineglass and said indifferently, it's already over. Not much longer. 2 figures came inside the courtyard and half-kneeled in front of him. It was the 2 assassins, the shocked salamander and the chaotic god, who had just killed the Blood Dagger Jedi. See, Master, the 2 said almost in unison. The tone of his voice was thick with respect, and the gaze that occasionally looked at Chu Xiu also carried a hint of fervor and awe. It was a kind of absolutely loyal look. Even if Chu Xiu told them to pull out their swords and kill themselves, they wouldn't have the slightest hesitation because they were Chu Xiu's murderous weapons, and the key thing about a sharp weapon is that it follows orders. Well, get up. Well done, Chu Xiu said indifferently. The 2 of them got up and stood aside respectfully, seemingly waiting for the next instruction. While soon, the Wind and Cloud Building Master walked in. He glanced at the startled salamander, the chaotic god, with scorn in his eyes. Blood Knife Jedi, the king of assassins 60 years ago, a strength that is unfathomable. Even if it was a character in the top 3 of the heavenly ranking, it wouldn't be easy to kill the other party. But these 2 killers in front of us, each one of them was no less than the Blood Dagger Jedi. The point is, both of these men are still part of the Lan. Is there another killer of this caliber in the Rowan network? No one knows. Your Excellency Chu has great powers. I admire you. From now on, Wind Cloud House is willing to follow your orders and drive for you, the Wind Cloud Building Master said respectfully, and behind him, a figure then stood out. Then, took a knee. They were all high-ranking people in the Wind and Cloud Building. Now, they all knelt together in front of Chu Xiu. We are willing to follow your orders. In the jungle, the first intelligence agency, the Wind and Cloud Building, which was ranked on various lists, was just taken in by Chu Xiu, and for this result, Chu Xiu wasn't surprised, and there wasn't the slightest bit of prideful complacency on his face. as if it was something that was rightfully his. I need all the relevant records about the land immortals from 1,000 years ago. Give me as many as Wind Cloud House can find, Chu Xiu said indifferently. The Wind Cloud Building Master nodded slightly. Yes, Your Excellency. He didn't dare to be slow and hurried down to make arrangements. And inside the courtyard, Chu Xiu glanced at the amazing salamander and the chaotic god and said indifferently, you guys continue to hide in the shadows. I'll call you if something happens. Yes. Startled by the salamander, the chaotic god's figure flickered and disappeared into the night. And in Wind Cloud City, those Luo net killers also disappeared one by one, as if they had never appeared. If not for the corpses of those secret guards on the ground, the Wind Cloud building owner and others even doubt that this so-called Luo net is not an illusion. Chapter 71, The Human King Empire of the Ancient Era. The front line was defeated. Wind and Cloud House. Inside the courtyard, Chu Xiu was holding an ancient book in his hands and reading it. This is these days, the Wind and Cloud House for him to collect. There is about 1,000 years ago land gods recorded in the ancient books. It is recorded in it, 1,000 years ago. Land gods, although not many, but occasionally still appear in front of the people to show their strength, or move mountains, or call the wind and the rain. For example, the Heavenly Sword Gorge, a canyon that was more than 10 miles long, was split by a land god-level martial artist with a single sword. Chu Xiu had learned quite a few things related to the land immortals from the ancient books. This is. Suddenly, Chu Xiu let out a light eep, saw an account in an ancient book. The land god immortal realm is a realm that countless martial artists dream of. However, in the more ancient times, land immortals were not the strongest. The human king who united the world is suspected to be above the land gods. He established the empire. There are even many land gods in high positions for him to serve, but unfortunately, the king of man fell. The empire fell apart. Since then, the number of land gods, decreasing day by day. Chu Xiu looked at this account and pondered. King of men, empire. Before the 5 great dynasties, someone had actually unified the world first? The ancient age. That's a long time ago, at least 8,000 years. The secrets of the disappearance of this land god are really growing the more we dig, Chu Xiu murmured. As he closed the tome, the Wind and Cloud Building Master next to him said, My lord, as far as I know, in today's world, there are almost only a handful of land god immortal realms. A handful. That's what there is. Not bad. Although they are hidden very deeply, the Wind and Cloud Building has still more or less found some clues about them. And, mostly hidden within the royal families of the 5 major dynasties, such as the Great Zhou, which, most likely, has a land god sitting on the ground. This is also the royal family's greatest reliance in suppressing the rivers and lakes. The Storm Cloud Floor Master narrated. Chu Xiu sniffed and thought, I see. By the way, my lord, there is one more thing that might interest you. What is it? King Li led 200,000 soldiers and horses, went to the border, to fight against the country of worshipping the sun, but it was a great defeat. 200,000 soldiers and horses, only 1 or 2 out of 10 remain. When these words came out, Bai next to Chu Xiu sucked in a mouthful of cold air. 200,000 soldiers, only 1 or 2 out of 10 left? I can't believe I've been killed by over 100,000 people? Doesn't the Byzantine kingdom only have 100,000 troops? With twice the number of troops, how could they fight like this? Bai said in shock. The Wind Cloud Building Master shook his head. The specific reason is still under investigation. The king's capital. As Emperor Zhou listened to the report from one of the secret guards, his face brushed and became incomparably gloomy. The Blood Dagger Jedi is dead. The king of killers actually died just like that? That Luo net, is it really that powerful? Yes. Based on the traces of the battle that remained that night, there are at least 2 assassins in the Luo net that are no less than the leader. And the strength of the rest of the Luo net's killers is also at least above the first rank. And even above the Dark Guards. Emperor Zhou sniffed and clenched his fists. Luo net. Such a force has actually emerged from the Jianghu for good reason. I've actually never heard of it. A wave of unease grew in him. This uneasiness stemmed from a sense of powerlessness that he could not control the situation. On second thought, ever since Chu Xiu was demoted, more and more factors outside of his control had appeared in the Jianghu. Along with the royal majesty, it is also declining. At this rate, how else is the royal family going to control Great Zhou? Could it be? Should we ask the old ancestor to step in? Emperor Zhou murmured. Then he shook his head and vetoed the idea. No, the old ancestor is my royal family's biggest card. It must not be used at will. Suddenly, Lord Kai, the secretary of the Ministry of War, asked for an audience and hurried into the imperial study room. Your Majesty, the front line has suffered a great defeat. The Byakuran kingdom has broken through the southern border and is driving towards the royal capital, Lord Kai said in some panic. Hearing this, Emperor Zhou's expression froze, then he said in a deep voice, "This is impossible. How is it possible that my 200,000 soldiers and horses can't defeat 100,000 of them? Back to your Majesty, 200,000 soldiers and horses, now only 1 or 2 of the 10 left. The second prince with these people is fleeing for his life." Hearing this, Emperor Zhou was silent for a moment, then slammed the table. Waste. This waste. Originally, he had wanted to support Chu Li, but no matter whether it is disaster relief or this time to lead the army to go out, surprisingly, none of them worked, and they've all gone to hell in a handbasket, especially this time. 200,000 soldiers and horses were actually exterminated by most of them. It definitely counted as a heavy blow to Big Zhou. He was disappointed in Chu Li, thinking the other side simply sucks. Summon the ministers to discuss this immediately, Emperor Zhou said in a cold voice. Soon, the ministers have gathered in the Golden Palace. All of them have already gotten the news of the great defeat on the front line, and one of them can't help but talk about it. How could this happen? 200,000 troops were defeated just like that? How could the Bayani kingdom be so strong? King Li went on this expedition, but he brought a lot of generals with him. Even old General Wan was among them. Even if King Li didn't know anything about military affairs, with several generals guiding him, how could he have lost so badly? What exactly happened? Many people are worried. Only the 7th Prince Chu Yun gloated. The corners of his mouth couldn't even help but float into a smile. Chu Li's failure to provide disaster relief, coupled with this major defeat on the front line, the Zhou Emperor's perception of him must have dropped to the freezing point. The other side is estimated to be. There's no hope of becoming the crown prince. This is a really good thing for him. And Chu Nishang noticed the smile on Chu Yun's face, and couldn't help but feel a trace of sadness within her heart. At the moment of national crisis, this person is actually still complacent for his own selfishness, completely disregarding the survival of the country. If such a person becomes emperor, how can there be any hope for Great Zhou to speak of? Think about it. She was even more determined to take that seat herself, not only for Chu Xiu, but also for the people of Great Zhou. His Majesty has arrived. Emperor Zhou came. The murmuring group of ministers hurriedly saluted. Emperor Zhou waved his hand. All the ministers don't need to be courteous. Now is the time of national crisis. All of you, what is the good plan? At these words, the crowd looked at each other in disbelief, and none of them replied. 200,000 troops were defeated. What can they do? General Li, do you have an idea? Emperor Zhou looked to a veteran general. The other party hurriedly said, Back to your Majesty, the Beiri kingdom is coming on strong, while the micro-minister is old. Even if he hangs up his command and goes to war, I'm afraid it won't be of any help. General Zhang, what about you? Emperor Zhou looked to a young general. The other party said, the humble minister is still too junior to speak out. Good. The older ones say they are old. The younger ones say they are not yet senior. One and all are afraid to go out on the battlefield. Emperor Zhou was furious and laughed. Can't the huge Great Zhou find a general who can go on an expedition? What the hell are you guys doing? Your Majesty, General Wang and the others went on the expedition with second brother him, and since they were defeated, I'm only afraid that it would be the same for the others to go. Chu Yun opened his mouth. The implication is that so many generals following Chu Li can fight like this, which shows how incompetent Chu Li is. Secretly, he suppressed Chu Li again. Emperor Zhou looked at him. Your second brother is incompetent, so are you willing to go on the expedition? Chu Yun's complexion stiffened. I'm only afraid that I'm not up to the task. Just kidding. The 200,000 strong army was defeated. He, like Chu Li, had never fought in a war. How dare you? Who will inherit the throne if we have to die on the battlefield? Waste. Emperor Zhou was so angry that he let out a low gulp. At this moment, he couldn't help but think of Chu Xiu, the former prince who could fight well and was known to use his army like a god. If he was there, he might have a solution, right? It's not just him. The rest of them, too, thought of Chu Xiu unanimously. Chapter 72, Chu Nishang goes on a journey. Where did the sun-worshipping kingdom get its masters? Thinking of Chu Xiu, a hint of regret vaguely arose within Emperor Zhou. This time, the twinge of regret couldn't be suppressed. But soon, he calmed his mind. Things have come to this point. It has long been irreversible. He looked at the court full of civil servants, his mind pondering what people to send to deal with the country of the worship of the sun, but there was no one available in the whole court. In his heart, he couldn't help but feel a trace of sadness. Is it possible that you want to go on a royal expedition yourself? The question is, will you be able to achieve victory if you go on a royal expedition? If it fails, what kind of situation will Great Zhou be in? Emperor Zhou was a little afraid to think about it. At this point, a silhouette stood out and said in a loud voice, "Father, Nishang is willing to take command of the army and share the worries for father." Seeing Chu Nishang stand out, the entire court could not help but be surprised. A girl going to war? What is this? Shu Yun said. Nishang, don't mess up, letting a girl like you lead an army into battle. Won't this be a joke to the world? Shu Nishang looked at him and faintly said, "Then you go?" The other man was speechless. She hummed lightly and continued, "Back to father. I have read a lot of military books in my spare time, and I have also seen a lot of classic battles, and I ask myself that my ability to lead the army is no less than any of the generals in the dynasty, so I would like to go and have a try." Emperor Zhou was silent for a while, looked deeply at Chu Nishang and said, "Nishang, leading an army into battle is not child's play. The military books you read in your spare time are nothing more than talk on paper, and are worlds apart from the real battlefield. My son understands. My son is willing to make a military order. If I fail to expel the Byzantine kingdom, my son is willing to carry his head." When these words came out, the whole court was in an uproar. Those generals who still wanted to speak out to stop them were suddenly all speechless. All of them looked at Chu Nishang in shock. Even Shu Yun could not help but have his pupils shrink. This woman, crazy? How dare you make a military order? All 200,000 troops were defeated. How dare she? Isn't this a death wish? Why on earth is the other party doing this? Is it really to give Emperor Zhou a break? Or is she also coveting that position? But she, after all, is a woman. Emperor Zhou stood up. Nishang, are you serious? There are no words before the king. My son speaks from the bottom of his heart. Good. Worthy of being my daughter. A woman of honor. Your previous disaster relief efforts have won my heart. I hope you won't let me down this time either. Emperor Zhou even said two good words. I'll give you 100,000 soldiers and horses, and we'll set out in 3 days to meet the kingdom of the worshipful sun. Do you have any objections? No. 200,000 soldiers were defeated. Can you win with just this 100,000? Everyone thought darkly. Only that the 100,000 soldiers and horses were quite a lot, and were already the largest number of soldiers and horses that the royal capital could take out under the premise of maintaining law and order everywhere. If these 100,000 soldiers and horses are also defeated, it's about to shake the foundation of Great Zhou. Wind and Cloud House. Chu Xiu had a sandbox in front of him. He was projecting the situation where the Beiri kingdom fought the 200,000 troops of Great Zhou, and with each projection, he was able to easily defeat the Beiri kingdom. To be able to lose so badly, Chu Li is also a talent. Chu Xiu skimmed his mouth, withdrew the sand table, pondering, only if Chu Li alone was defeated and returned. It is normal, but those famous generals he accompanied should not also be so inept. Could it be that Chu Li ignored these famous generals? He won't be stupid enough to do this, right? In this case, there should be some hidden agenda, and this hidden agenda is the key to winning or losing this war. Soon, the Wind Cloud Floor Master arrived. My lord, I've checked it out clearly. There are 3 key points in this great defeat of the Great Zhou army. For one thing, King Li didn't understand military affairs, was greedy for success, and was caught in a trap. Secondly, the famous generals accompanying King Li were all assassinated, so that King Li had no generals to guide him and his military discipline was in chaos. Thirdly, within the country of Worshipful Day, in addition to 100,000 soldiers and horses, there are quite a few Jianghu experts accompanying them, which even include peak celestial human powerhouses. Chu Xiu sniffed and exuded a trace of realization. So that's how it is. It turns out there was a celestial being who struck the peak of a celestial being. No wonder Chu Li lost so miserably. Chu Li also had Jianghu forces behind him, or the Ling Shao Sword Pavilion, one of the 4 great clans of the Great Week. It was a pity that the Ling Shao Sword Pavilion's pavilion master, Ling Barbarian, was only at the Celestial High Realm, and there was still a gap between the peak of the Celestial Realm and the peak of the Celestial Realm. However, it was rare for a single sun-worshipping kingdom to produce a celestial peak. However, Chu Xiu still had a little doubt. Even though there is a peak celestial, there is only one person, With the Lingxiao sword sex depth, it should be enough to hold back a peak celestial. Could it be that there is more than one celestial in the sun-worshipping kingdom? Your Excellency guessed correctly. Not only was there more than just one celestial, but also, there were dozens of patriarchs involved in this battle, and they were the key to the great defeat of the 200,000 strong army. The Wind Cloud Floor Master said gruffly. Chu Xiu was surprised. Dozens of patriarchs? Did the sun-worshipping kingdom get some monstrous chance to actually be able to take out so many patriarchs in one breath? This matter is still under investigation. In addition, there is another matter. News has just come in from the side of the royal capital. Princess Nishang made a military order in front of the temple to lead 100,000 soldiers and horses out to war, to welcome the sun-worshipping kingdom. The Wind Cloud Floor Master said. Chu Xiu smiled softly and said, Nishang really will grasp the opportunity. This time Chu Li was defeated. The hearts of the people within the Great Zhou are in fear. If she is able to beat back the country of the worship of the sun in one fell swoop, coupled with the previous disaster relief matters, there will be no one else among the princes who can be compared to her. What the gentleman said. Since the Wind Cloud Tower Master had already submitted to Chu Xiu, he also had some understanding of his desire to support Chu Nishang's rise to power. To this he had no objection. Since he recognized Chu Xiu as his master, he should also support whatever the other party did. The salamander. Chu Xiu opened his mouth indifferently. Whoosh! A figure appeared behind him. It was none other than the Luonet heavenly character first-class killer Shock Salamander. Her appearance made the air around her become a little colder. Master! The salamander half-kneeled to the ground. Have the two of you, turning spirit and destroying soul, go forward to secretly protect Nishang. Turning prana, soul destroyer, Luonet Tianzi first-class killers, is the same as the Shocked Salamander is one of the rare two female killers, but also a pair of twin sisters. It would be more than appropriate for them to go and protect Chu Nishang secretly and closely. Yes, the startled salamander said. Then his figure flickered and disappeared. The Wind Cloud Building Master was secretly surprised from the sidelines. Turning the spirit, destroying the soul. Another unheard of killer name. It's not expected to be bad in terms of strength. How much unknown power does the Duke of Chu hold in his hands? After the startled salamander left, Chu Xiu fell into thought. With transmutation, soul destruction, and the protection of that one true qi that he had left in Nishang's body before, nothing would happen to Nishang. Now it's worth noting that. Where did you get so many masters from? The land of the worshipful sun? Feng Yun, you continue to investigate the sun-worshipping kingdom. Yes, the master of the wind and cloud building retreated with him. Within the courtyard, only Chu Xiu, Bai Yu were left. Bai Yu silently stepped forward and skillfully made tea for Chu Xiu. The news of the Great Zhou's 200,000 strong army's great defeat spread throughout the Great Zhou. Everyone is on edge. Immediately after that, the news of Chu Nishang's expedition then spread, and many people were not optimistic about the other party, thinking that the other party was a woman. How could she lead an army into battle? There is a growing sadness about this battle. Some people even felt that the Great Zhou had come to its end. What is this if not a sign of the dynasty's decline? Having a woman in command of the army? Chapter 73, Slapping Chuli. Chu Nishang, who had obtained the true transmission. Great Zhou, Southern Realm Yunzhou. An army was running away in a mess, and one of them was wearing a golden armor, which looked quite imposing. But unfortunately, the face of the person wearing the armor was quite panicked, without any trace of the killing spirit of the battlefield. This person was none other than Chu Li. The other side led an army of 200,000 and eventually lost. Now he could only take these remnants of his army and flee to the king's capital in a sorry state. Only, the army of the country of worship was in hot pursuit of them. Today, they are near the end. Chu Li panted and told the crowd to stop. Lone is tired, and that Bayside Kingdom's army won't be able to catch up with them for a while. So let's take a rest first. Zhang beside him couldn't help but frown at his words. Your Highness, it's a critical time. There's no rest. We can only hurry back to the royal capital quickly. Lone is tired. Just rest for a while. Besides, with Patriarch Ling Barbarian out to hold those people back, it will definitely buy us enough time. Chu Li said, dismounting to drink water and eat dry food. Eating the cold, hard, dry food. He frowned, somewhat unable to eat, and said to the two soldiers, you two go and hunt some wild game for Lone. The two soldiers were confused for a moment. Not big brother. You've got to be kidding me. We're running for our lives. How dare you think of eating wild game? What? You guys didn't hear that? Looking at the soldier, Chu said unhappily. The soldier didn't dare to disobey and nodded. Yes, we'll go now. Suddenly, there was a sound of horses' hooves in the distance. The sound was getting closer and louder, as if a flash flood was rolling in. The fiery red flag, too, appeared before the crowd. The crowd was in a state of shock. Yes, it's the army of the Kingdom of Worship coming. Damn, did they come that fast? A large number of troops in red armor surrounded Chu and the others. The first person was a big man wearing fiery red armor with a bearded face. He had a hint of a smile on his face. He carried a head in his hand and threw it towards the crowd. After seeing that head, Zhang's face changed wildly. Patriarch, Patriarch, that brain. It was none other than the sect leader of the Ling Shao sword sect, the fourth in the heavenly ranking, Ling Barbarian, and now, dead. Mr. Zhang's face was pale and his head was a little dizzy. The big man laughed. You guys think that you can leave behind a heavenly human high realm martial artist and escape with no worries? It's a pity. This person's strength isn't bad, but he's not a match for our state master. Lost his life for nothing. Mr. Zhang looked at Ling Barbarian's head, still somewhat in disbelief. This was the sect leader of the Ling Shao sword sect. It's fourth in the heavenly rankings. Just die. The big man didn't care how shocked he was and waved his hand. Kill. The army is about to rush out, but at that moment, an army arrived not far away. So numerous that it was several times as many as this army of the country of worship. The big man's face changed slightly. It's the reinforcements from Great Zhou coming. Retreat. The opposing forces were far above them, and he had come out this time to pursue Chu. Thinking that the other party was already at the end of his strength and had not brought many experts with him, so it would be unwise to engage them hastily. He quickly withdrew with his troops. Seeing this, Chu sighed in relief and glanced at the reinforcements. A hint of joy appeared in his eyes. Great! The reinforcements are here. As long as I have this batch of reinforcements, I'll definitely be able to reorganize and regain the river and mountains. And when he saw the person at the head of this reinforcement, he couldn't help but be surprised. How is she? At the head of the group was none other than Chu Nishang, who was dressed in a red military uniform. Chu went up with a frown and asked, Nishang, why are you here? Who is the commander of this support army? Let him come and see the orphan. Chu Nishang gave Chu a disgusted look and said faintly, this palace is the commander of the army. What do you want to do? What? You're the commander of the reinforcements? How is that possible? Chu obviously didn't believe it. But Chu Nishang ignored him and indifferently said, the battlefield is treacherous. Come on, send someone to send His Royal Highness the second prince back to the royal capital. No, I don't want to go back. The reinforcements have arrived. I want to kill my way back to wipe out the previous shame. Chu said loudly. If it was before, in order to save his life, he naturally wanted to return to the royal capital. But he also knew clearly that if he went back in such a sorry state, he was afraid that he would never have anything to do with the crown prince position in the future. Now that he has reinforcements, he certainly wants to revitalize and fight again. Unfortunately, Chu Nishang didn't give him this chance at all. You've buried 200,000 troops. Now, how many more do you want to bury? Chu, you are nothing but a defeated general. I hope you recognize this fact for yourself and quickly return to this palace. Reflect properly. Chu Nishang, you dare to speak to Lone like that. Lone is. He hadn't finished his sentence. Chu Nishang had then dismounted and slapped him in the face. A bright red slap mark instantly surfaced on his cheek. Chu Nishang said in a cold voice. Sobered up a bit? You what you? Be honest and go back to the royal capital. Don't get in the way here. Chu Nishang said. Chu noticed that those soldiers behind Chu Nishang were all looking at him indifferently, as if they were looking at a bereaved dog. If not in the way of his status as a prince, these people probably had the guts to go up and kick his ass a few times. Buried 200,000 troops. Such a battle record was enough to nail him to the Great Zhou's pillar of shame. These soldiers had been restrained enough by not cursing him and beating him. Realizing this, Chu clenched his fists in death, unable to speak, and finally stared at Chu Nishang. Good. Chu Nishang, I have underestimated you. I would like to see how you are going to beat the army of the sun-worshipping kingdom back. He whisked his sleeve away. Chu Nishang ignored him, turned on her horse, and continued to rush to the front line. Front line. Yunzhou, Luo Chang. The army of the Kingdom of Worshipful Sunshine drove in and occupied half of Yunzhou, stationing themselves within Luo City and preparing to use it as a base from which to continue their attack. At this point, the bearded man, returning to Luo City, informed the marshal of the sun-worshipping kingdom's army about the Great Zhou's reinforcements. The other party was cloaked in a large fashion. Around his early 40s, with a head of red hair, tall and imposing, emanating a domineering aura. It was none other than the first general of the kingdom of the worshipful sun, Yan Lai. When he heard that reinforcements were coming, he didn't panic at all and said lightly, "Send someone to find out what the master of the reinforcements is?" Yes, there was soon a result, and when they learned that the commander-in-chief of the reinforcements was only a 16 or 17-year-old girl, all of them couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha ha, funny, girls actually go to war. Ha, it seems like there's no one left in Great Zhou. Not a single person put Chu Nishang in their eyes. The same goes for Yan Lai. He's been in a lot of battles and has seen a lot of teenage generals, but it was the first time I had seen one like Chu Nishang. One of the generals under his command volunteered to lead the troops to go ahead and kill Chu Nishang, and Yan Lai didn't refuse, giving the other party 5,000 troops. Let the other side go for the jugular first. But the next day, the 5,000 soldiers and horses that he sent out had no survivors. Only then did Yanlan Island Expressway square up slightly to Chu Nishang. Interesting. It seems that it was not without reason that Great Zhou sent this person. Then, before Chu Nishang arrived at Luo City, he continued to strike, trying to bury Chu Nishang's 100,000 strong army halfway. But, 2 days passed. Only a few of the soldiers and horses he sent out returned alive. Of them, some were ambushed, some were surrounded and annihilated, some were attacked by fire. It was only then that Yan Lai reacted to the fact that the opponent he was facing at the moment was a young general who was experienced and had the demeanor of a famous general. I heard that the former crown prince of Great Zhou used his army like a god. This Chu Nishang. I'm afraid that he has only gained a few of his true skills. Yan Lai murmured. Chapter 74, Turning Prana and Destroying Souls Out. Bearing the guidance of my elder brother, Chu Nishang used her army like a famous general in the world. For a while, it actually made Yan Lai feel the pressure. Watching the other side's army getting closer and closer to Luo City, he was a bit unable to sit still, and faintly said, "Get the Divine Flame Regiment here." A soldier sniffed and brightened. Yes, soon. Several people came before Yan Lai. These people were bright red like fire red robes, branded with flame patterns on their foreheads, but the most elite troops in the country of the worship of the sun. The people of the Divine Fire Corps. The Divine Fire Regiment was also the key to the ability of the sun-worshipping kingdom to defeat the Great Zhou army, simply because everyone within the Divine Fire mission, all of them are patriarchs. A troop composed of patriarchs would be difficult to form, even for the 5 great dynasties, but the sun-worshipping kingdom had done it. Yan Lai felt that with the Divine Flame Corps, they would even be able to unify the world. "Greetings, Marshal." One of the Divine Flame Regiment's soldiers at the head saluted slightly. He didn't show much respect. As a member of the Divine Flame Regiment, although they followed Yan Lai's command, the other party was not their leader. Their real leaders were the king of the Sun Worship Kingdom and the master of the kingdom. Well, this time, Chu Nishang is coming on strong. This person's tactics with the army are far above that Chu Li. This marshal needs you guys to make a move to assassinate this person. Once this person dies, the Great Zhou army will be leaderless. I will annihilate it. A few people sniffed and looked at each other. The leader nodded slightly. I will not let the marshal down. They leave and go forward to prepare for action. Marshal, will it work? One of the generals beside Yan Lai was a bit worried. This Chu Nishang isn't like Chu Li. She's afraid that she's already prepared for this, and she must have experts around her to protect her. Don't worry. If you know this, the people of the Divine Flame Corps must be clear about it as well. They will send out their strongest experts to fight. Also, even if the people from the Divine Flame Corps fail, at the end of the day, don't we still have the State Master? At the mention of the State Master, Yan Lai smiled slightly. There is great confidence in the words. It was as if the State Master he spoke of was an irresistible god. To assassinate Chu Nishang, the Divine Fire Corps sent out 5 men. 4 of them were masters at the Zhongshu level. The one in the lead had even reached the celestial realm. They came to Chu Nishang's army at great speed and soon found Chu Nishang inside the main tent. And just as they were about to strike, in the sky, a black and a white, 2 sword chi fell steeply. The black and white sword chi intertwined, transforming into a giant Taiji diagram. Surround the number of people. In the tent, 2 figures walked out, one dressed in black and holding a white sword, and one dressed in white and holding a black sword. Precisely the black and white twins of the Yin Yang Dao sect. They were ordered to come and protect Chu Nishang. Upon seeing these sovereign martial artists who had come to assassinate, a strange color flowed out of their eyes. Good Lord! There are actually so many sovereigns within the country of Worshipful Day? The members of the Divine Flame Corps who were enveloped by the Taiji diagram began to activate their own true chi. Fists and kicks were thrown out, wrapped in overbearing true chi impacting the Taiji diagram. But the black and white twins were celestial realm experts, and the yin and yang bipolar sword formation that they had jointly laid down could not even be broken by an ordinary celestial, not to mention these few patriarchs. Seeing that the Taiji diagram was difficult to destroy, the several patriarchs of the Divine Flame Regiment glanced at each other, and a hint of determination appeared in their eyes. Taking a red bead out of his arms, he popped it into his mouth. Shasta. Their breath climbed rapidly. His body was enveloped in red tyrannical true chi, and his eyes became crimson, accompanied by a roar. The tyrannical true chi tore a hole in the Taiji diagram, while the one leading celestial in the Divine Flame cluster rushed out at breakneck speed. The black and white duo's face changed slightly. Not good. What have these guys eaten? How did the power suddenly increase so much? They didn't dare to be careless and killed with their swords, forcing that man back. But then, those sect masters whose strength had skyrocketed rushed out at breakneck speed, disregarding everything and attacking towards the black and white twins like ferocious beasts. Every move, every style, all of them were harsh and fierce, and it's as if you don't want to die. Faced with this kind of fight, the black and white couldn't help but be tripped up. That Divine Flame Regiment's celestial, taking advantage of this opportunity, quickly rushed inside the tent and saw Chu Nishang, who was sitting in the center of the tent. Seeing the arrival of that man, Cherry next to Chu Nishang was like an enemy, swords drawn and on guard, but there was no way for her, a Zhongshu, to pose much of a threat to the other party. On the contrary, it was Chu Nishang, who sat in place with an old-fashioned look on her face. When that man saw this, a hint of color appeared in his eyes. In the face of such danger, he was still able to remain calm and fearless. It does have the look of a famous general. No wonder Yen Lai had suffered loss after loss at the hands of his opponent. But he didn't think much about it. He quickly killed out. His 5 fingers became claws, and his domineering true chi contained a terrifying might. And the cherry next to him was already forced back before he could make a move. As he watched, this palm was about to land on Chu Nishang's body. Inside the tent, 2 sword lights flashed up almost simultaneously. The sword light carried an aura of death. It was as if it could seduce the soul. Before that man could react, he felt a coldness in his neck, and then a spinning of the sky, and saw a headless body. That is, his body, himself. He was actually decapitated without even realizing it. How is that possible? Within the last few seconds of consciousness of being completely dead, he looked to the man who had decapitated him, and what met his eyes were 2 swords, 2 cold, death-tinged swords, as well as the faces of 2 women wearing spiderweb masks, and their indifferent and unfeeling, icy eyes that looked like killing machines. When the black and white twins resolved the outside patriarchs and entered the tent, they only felt their hearts palpitate when they saw the 2 women. The unprecedented threat of death loomed over the entire body. The intuition of the high level told them that they must not make a move against these 2. Otherwise, it will die. What's going on? Are these 2 men here to assassinate the princess as well? The 2 women glanced at the black and white twins, then turned to Chu Nishang and said, "The 2 of us have been ordered by our master to come and protect the princess." "Who is your master?" "The princess's older brother." Chu Nishang's eyes lit up and she smiled faintly. "Brother has a heart." Then he looked at the 2 women. "I wonder how you 2 are addressed." "My name is Turning Spirit. Her name is Destroying Soul." Black Man took a closer look at the 2 sisters, sensing in them that amazing murderous aura that lurked within them. "You're killers?" "Yes." The black and white looked at each other. A killer of this level was actually unheard of by them before. The point is, the other party is still Chu Xiu's men. It's really one secret after another on the other side. Chu Nishan looked at the 2 women and laughed. "Good. With the help of you 2, why worry about not being able to recover the lost land and expel the sun-worshipping kingdom?" Then, she called the generals accompanying her to discuss tactics. "This palace intends to lead 10,000 cavalry first and quickly run at Luo City. You guys take the brigade and follow up." This time they sent someone out to assassinate this palace. They must not have expected to fail so easily, and this time they will definitely be able to kill them by surprise. A few of the rest of the group also felt some sense. A general looked at the Chu Nishang who was wielding the sword. In a trance, he saw the shadow of a person in the other party. He hesitated for a moment and asked curiously, "Princess using the army? Not like a novice. Have you ever been to the battlefield before?" "No. Only that in the past, when I was idle, I had practiced with elder brother, and I am indebted to elder brother's guidance," Chu Nishang faintly said. The crowd also understood who the older brother was that she was talking about. can't help but feel a little sorry for them. If that person is still around, what's the point of a mere sun-worshipping country? Chapter 75, the source of the patriarch of the sun-worshipping country. It's the specter screwing up again. Chu Nishang took 10,000 cavalry and raced to Luo City. And at this moment within Luo City, Yan Lai was still unaware of the failed assassination attempt by the Divine Flame Regiment and was still immersed in the beautiful phantasmagorical dream of continuing to attack and pillage the city after killing Chu Nishang, or even occupying the Great Zhou and making an unparalleled success. Steep. He sensed something strange. The surrounding area suddenly became incredibly quiet. The silence was a little eerie. He violently walked out of the house, and found that the soldiers who were guarding the house, all fell to the ground and died. And there was not a single living person in the large general's mansion at this moment. His pupils shrunk slightly, and among the fallen people, he found a few sect masters from the Divine Flame Regiment, who were actually dead as well. And since the beginning, not a single movement has been made. What's going on? Are these people haunted? That's not true. It's broad daylight. Even if you're encountering a ghost, you should make some noise. A large amount of cold sweat could not help but break out on Yan Lai's forehead and down his spine. It's so weird. What the hell is going on here? He looked around warily, and the true chi in his body worked at full strength. Suddenly, a figure came into view. The other stood on the roof, tall, with a ponytail and a spiderweb mask on the lower half of her face, holding an ancient sword. Yan Lai's pupils shrank. He hadn't realized when the other party had appeared at all. He gripped the long sword in his hand tightly. Who are you? The man who took your life. Behind Yan Lai, a cold voice came. He jerked around to see a similar figure in his eyes. You guys. Before he could finish, he suddenly felt the sky spinning. The head was cut right off. From start to finish, there was no resistance. Soul Destruction said faintly, leave. The turning spirit was just about to leave together when he suddenly sensed something, and the ancient sword in his hand chopped towards the back of the Soul Destroyer, colliding with a searing sword chi. The huge impact instantly made the entire general's residence shake. The buildings around the two women collapsed and shattered one by one. The two of them, Soul Destruction and Turning Spirit, retreated a few steps backward and looked towards the source of the sword chi. A red-haired man walked out slowly from the ruins, dressed in red, about 50 years old, his true chi flowing, scorching and overbearing. The whole thing was like a giant furnace. Because of his appearance, the temperature around him rose extremely fast, turning Prana's eyes condensed. Celestial peak. The red-haired man looked at the two women and said in a cold voice, I didn't expect that there would actually be two celestial realm assassins like you within the Great Zhou reinforcements. It amazes people. After saying that, flames flowed in his hand, condensing a flaming red longsword. The longsword chopped towards the two women. The two women met them, disintegrating the sword chi while striking out to counterattack. The two worked together seamlessly, as one, turning prana, destroying soul. The two ancient swords instantly erupted with amazing killing power. As strong as this red-haired man was, he couldn't help but be momentarily frustrated. What? It's actually two celestial peak slayers. The red-haired man was steeped in shock, knowing that these two people were not to be underestimated, and that if he was not careful, he would only die here. He immediately took out a red bead and crushed it. Instantly, a burst of blood-red energy surged out from within the bead and entered his body. It caused his aura, which was rapidly rising, to reach the celestial perfection realm. Seeing this, the turning spirit and destroying soul teamed up to chop out a sword chi. The moment he forced his opponent back, he drew away. The purpose of their trip was to kill Yan Lai and leave the army of the sun-worshipping kingdom without a leader. And now that their purpose had been accomplished, there was no need for them to continue to linger. Moreover, this red-haired man's strength was astonishing, and he had used that strange red bead, so if they continued to fight, they might not be able to gain any advantage. Looking at the two women who quickly left, the red-haired man who had just used the red beads felt a bit stifled, and the power in his body didn't hurt until it was cathartic. Good. What a pair of instant killers. Since you've already used the red sun blood essence, don't waste it. If the Divine Flame Regiment's people can't kill you, I'll do it myself, the red-haired man said in a cold voice. Next, his figure transformed into a ball of flame as he quickly rushed towards the outside of the city. He wanted to kill Chu Nishan before the effects of the red sun blood essence had passed. As for Luo City, the remaining martial artists of the godly flame regiment of the sun-worshipping kingdom were surprised to see the red-haired man out, and then followed them out of the city. It's the state master who has struck. The aura on the state master's body. That's the effect of using red sun blood essence. What kind of person actually forced the state master to use the red sun blood essence? In the past, when the state master beheaded that Ling Xiao sword sect leader Ling Barbarian, he also didn't use this item, and now he actually used it. That direction. State master is going to kill Chu Nishang. Inside the wind and cloud building, Chu Fix was reading a book within the compound. Shirayuki was practicing his sword. At this moment, the wind cloud building master walked up and said, "My lord, the matter regarding the recent sudden appearance of a large number of patriarchs in the sun-worshipping kingdom has been investigated clearly." "Oh, tell me about it." Chu Xiu came to some interest. Only a red bead was seen to be taken out from the sleeve of the wind cloud building master. "Does the gentleman recognize this object?" Chu Xiu's eyes flashed. Red sun blood essence. He had read extensively and had seen records about this item. This item is condensed from human blood, a red yang blood essence, which requires at least 1,000 people's blood to condense, can significantly enhance a martial artist's cultivation. The more essence and blood you have, the stronger the blood essence effect will be. It's just that due to the fact that this item is detrimental to heavenly harmony, the method of refining it has long since been destroyed by the 4 major sects in a joint effort. So how did it end up on the side of the sun-worshipping kingdom? The moment he saw the red sun blood essence, he knew where the patriarchs of the sun-worshipping kingdom had come from, but he was still a bit confused, and the wind cloud floor master continued. "Regarding this, I have also investigated clearly. The source of the blood essence comes from the state master of the sun-worshipping kingdom. This person's name is Xiao Shenhua. 20 years ago, with a hand of divine fire going across the Great Zhou, only this person's tyrannical temperament, arson into sex, was suppressed by all the major sects and factions of the joint suppression. Since then disappeared without a trace. There are rumors that this person was suppressed, joined the underworld, and now in the Jianghu, the only force that still dared to blatantly use the red sun blood essence was the underworld. This time, Xiao Xinhua appeared in the sun-worshipping country with the red sun blood essence, and also became the state master of the sun-worshipping country, setting off a war between the two countries. It was possible that it was in retaliation for the revenge of the suppression back in the day. Or, perhaps, it was the underworld that was leading the way behind the scenes, attempting to utilize the war to refine more red sun blood essence. After all, when war breaks out, the more people die, the more convenient it is for the underworld to collect the essence blood to refine this item. Chu Xiu sniffed thoughtfully. The underworld. Some time ago, the lord of the underworld Mo Mad just escaped from the academy, and now there is such a big mess. These people, really a day does not engage in things to hold back the panic. Gongzi, Xiao Xinhua's strength is powerful. 20 years ago was the cultivation of the high realm of celestial beings. 20 years have passed. It is estimated to be the peak of the celestial beings, coupled with the red sun blood essence to help. Only, not to be underestimated. On Princess Nozumi's side, is there no problem? The wind cloud floor master was a bit worried. Chusho faintly said, "Don't worry, she'll be fine." He had left a backhand on Chu Nishang. Unless a land god made a move, no one could hurt the other. And how many land gods are there in this world now? Chapter 76, A Sword Chopping Sha Divine Flame. Recovering Luo City. The infighting has begun again. Outside L.A. City, Chu Nishang brought 10,000 cavalry to run at Luo City. The two of them, Soul Destroyer and Turning Spirit, returned after successfully assassinating Yen Lai and told Chu Nishang about the Shao Divine Flame. Learning that there was a peak celestial sitting within Luo City, the black and white twins' faces changed slightly. No wonder Ling Ban died here, as he was surprised. In the distance, an astonishing aura had already arrived. In particular, the aura that was at the head of it was like a huge furnace blazing, causing the temperature between heaven and earth to climb extremely fast. What met everyone's eyes was the Shao Divine Flame with a tyrannical burning aura flowing all over his body, and the other party walked towards them step by step. Everywhere, the ground was turned into scorched earth, streams dried up to reveal riverbeds, and grass and trees were burned to ashes, as if the fire god had descended to earth, domineering to the extreme. Behind him, there was also a single clan master of the Divine Flame Regiment. They couldn't help but look at Xiao Shinhua's aura with glowing eyes. What a powerful, domineering aura, worthy of being a state master. If the state master makes a move, this mere Chu Nishang will not be captured handily? Not bad, the mere Chu Nishang is no match at all. Even if all the experts around her are out, it won't matter. They had absolute confidence in the Shao Divine Flame, and Xiao Shinhua felt the true chi in his body that had been stimulated by the red yang blood essence and skyrocketed, feeling the unprecedented power, and his expression gradually became open-mouthed. So strong, This red yang blood essence refined with the blood of 10,000 people is truly extraordinary. If 10,000 people are this strong, then what if it's 100,000? A million? A hint of longing passed through Xiao Xinhua's eyes. He was, now, tempted to start a larger war, collect more essence blood and refine stronger red yang blood essence. Looking at Chu Nishang again, there was disdain in his eyes, and after he arrived in the air above the other party, the crimson longsword in his hand was raised and suddenly fell. With this sword, he had no reservations at all. Terrifying flames rose up to the sky and condensed into a 1,000-foot giant sword. The giant sword fell as if it was going to open up the sky and burn the four seas. It's also your honor to die under this burning sky sword of mine, Xiao Xinhua said, the long sword in his hand, already chopping out. The giant sword was vast. The black and white twin warriors, soul destroyer turning spirit struck almost simultaneously, each chopping out a sword chi. But in front of this 1,000-foot flame giant sword, it was still somewhat inadequate. The sword chi was vast, forcing them back. The giant sword was in the air, and just at the moment it was about to touch Chu Nishang, an angsty sword intent abruptly erupted from her body. Sword intent rushed to the sky, and sword chi gushed out like a tide. In an instant, that flaming giant sword was instantly disintegrated. Above Chu Nishang's head, countless sword chi coalesced and transformed into a gigantic sword shadow of thousands of feet, so vast that it covered the sky. The clouds above the dome of the sky were all churned up and split in half. Compared to this giant sword, the flame giant sword that Xiao Xinhua had just executed was like a small child. Not worth mentioning at all. The giant sword fell, locking onto the Xiao divine flame. The other party's pupils trembled madly in disbelief. Impossible. Impossible. How can you have this power inside you? No. He pushed his true chi with all his might, and the flames transformed into sword shadows again. But the moment it came into contact with the giant sword, it collapsed and disintegrated on the spot. The giant sword landed on him almost unhindered, and Xiao divine flame was torn apart by the sword chi on the spot, exploding into a cloud of blood mist, along with the dozen or so divine flame regiment patriarchs behind him. They were destroyed. When the sword chi dispersed, what remained in place was only a huge sword mark that stretched out for 10 miles, and the residual sword intent on it was mind-blowing beyond compare. What a terrifying sword chi! The black and white swallowed hard. Looking at each other, they both saw the fear in each other's eyes. Then they looked at Chu Nishang, who had sent out this sword chi, only to see that Chu Nishang's face also wore a touch of dismay, but then smiled slightly. It's the same true chi that my elder brother left in my body in the past. Just one true chi has such power. The crowd could hardly imagine how terrifying Chu Xiu's own strength was. Everyone, Luo City is just around the corner. Follow me forward to take it down, Trinity said. Lead the crowd to continue the run to L.A. Once Yen Lai, Xiao Shenhua died, and half of the Divine Flame Regiment's men were killed or wounded. The remaining fortifications in Luo City were not worth mentioning at all. The black and white warriors, the Soul Destroyer and Turner struck, easily opening the gates to the city. The army drove on, easily recaptured L.A. The follow-up troops came and didn't even have to make their move. The aftermath is even easier. Collecting prisoners, pacifying the people, and reconstructing the defense of L.A. For all of this, although it was the first time Chu Nishang had done it, she was quickly able to get the hang of it and put everything in order. Immediately afterward, after she recaptured Luo City, she used Luo City as a starting point and continued to recapture the rest of the occupied cities within the southern realm one by one. There were also scattered soldiers and civilians from all over the place that gradually converged towards where Chu Nishang was, and the 100,000 troops that she had brought out from the royal capital not only didn't deplete, but on the contrary, grew in numbers during the battle. Chu Nishang was gradually gaining the title of female war god in the military. The battle report came back to the king's capital. Emperor Zhou's dragon face was greatly pleased. Good, 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 worthy of being my daughter. This battle was really well fought. The heart of Chu Li, who had returned in a state of distress, sank when he heard the battle report. How is that possible? He had the Ling Xiao sword sect to help him, and they all fought to a standstill. Chu Nishang, how can she be so strong? Could it be that the Yin Yang Dao sect was so much stronger than the Ling Xiao sword sect? That's not possible. And in the court hall, the civil and military officials also praised Chu Nishang, those who originally did not think highly of Chu Nishang. At this moment, they have switched camps, and the praises were endless. These voices were incomparably harsh to Chu Li's ears. The better Chu Nishang fights, the more remarkable the battle. Doesn't it just show how incompetent he was before? But even so, he still had to force out a smile and said, Truly the heavens have blessed my great Zhou. Father's benevolence and virtue has suppressed the sea. And the district of the sun-worshipping kingdom is not worth mentioning. I believe it won't be long before they bow down again." Hearing his words, the corners of the crowd's mouths couldn't help but twitch. Nice guy. Chu Nishang killed the enemy on the front line and was highly successful in battle. In Chu Li's mouth, but became as the blessing of heaven. Is the Emperor of Zhou benevolence to have such a result? Together with people's credit you are half a point, not to mention Looking at Emperor Zhou again, a smile emerged from the corner of his mouth. It was very flattering to Chu Li's compliments, but thinking of Chu Li's previous woes, his face sank slightly. As an elder brother, your ability to lead troops and fight is far inferior to your sister's. I hope that you will take it as a shame, and in the future, use more effort to learn from your sister. Yes, Chu Li didn't dare to disobey. Next to him, Chu Yun then suddenly said, "Speaking of which, Nishang's first time on the battlefield. She has such a battle success, even if she is heavenly talented. It is still too shocking. I think that there must be someone close to her who guides her often in normal times. Guidance from those close to you." Chu Yun meant it. How could Emperor Zhou not hear it? Who was the closest person to Chu Nishang in the past? And who was good at the art of war and able to instruct her? Without a doubt, it was naturally Chu Xiu. Chu Yun was reminding Chu Nishang of her close relationship with Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu, in turn, was relegated to commoner status by Emperor Zhou. Chu Nishang, is there really no complaint? Associated with this, Emperor Zhou's gaze became dark. The group of ministers saw this and sighed in their hearts. Here we go. The infighting in this family is back. Chapter 77, Emperor Zhou's suspicions. Talking about marriage. Seeing Emperor Zhou's changing eyes, Chu Yun smiled faintly and continued. Second brother led 200,000 soldiers and horses, and there are many famous generals, Jianghu experts to help, but still returned in a state of distress. But Nishang was able to break through like a bamboo. Big break Beidei country. In addition to the use of troops like God, I'm afraid that there are high people behind the help. Who is this tall man? That goes without saying. Chu Li, who had the Lingxiao sword sect to assist him, was defeated. In today's Jianghu, how many people are above the Lingxiao sword sect? Aside from that non-existent heavenly ranking, no one Chu Xiu. Who else could there be? And the other party, why did they want to help Chu Nishang? The other side is clearly not the prince anymore. Did the other party want to use Chu Nishang to regain power? Thinking of this, Emperor Zhou had a few suspicions about Chu Nishang in his heart. Disaster relief. Out on the road. These two events alone have already allowed Chu Nishang to establish an extremely high level of prestige. If we continue to allow her to grow, Emperor Zhou seemed to see the rise of a second Chu Xiu. He would never allow that to happen. The great army of the Kingdom of the Worshipful Sun has been expelled from the southern border. The entire southern realm was brought back under the control of the great Zhou. However, Chu Nishang did not intend to withdraw her troops just like that. She summoned all the generals and faintly said, "The Beiri Kingdom has committed a crime against my great Zhou. If it is not enough to just recover the lost land, we have to continue to fight. Fight to their royal capital. Fight until they no longer dare to have the slightest dissent." Hearing her words, the crowd was amazed at her boldness. But then, a fiery look came into their eyes. They fell to their knees in droves. "We are willing to follow the princess' command." Following Chu Nishang for this period of time, they had already seen the other party's talent as a general, and for this young girl, they could be said to be heartily convinced. Chu Nishang smiled faintly. "Very well, please rise, gentlemen, and let's discuss tactics." Suddenly, a soldier entered the tent and said, "Princess, His Majesty's holy decree has arrived." Chu Nishang froze for a moment. What kind of imperial decree comes at this time? But after all, it was an imperial decree and could not be neglected, and she went out to meet it. Seeing Dongfang Hate holding the holy decree, looking at her, helplessly sighing, seeing his expression, Chu Nishang's heart vaguely guessed. Dongfang Hate began to read the imperial decree. Princess Nishang led the army to expel the Bei'erian country. Great credit, very much in my heart, but heaven has the virtue of good life. The Bei'erian country has surrendered. And more killing, there is a harm to the peace of heaven. Princess Nishang, hand over the military affairs on this day and return to the royal capital at a later date. No mistakes shall be made. Kindly. After hearing the holy decree, Chu Nishang was a bit confused. What do you mean? God has a kind heart? They didn't think about this when the sun-worshipping kingdom invaded their home country, and now that they had expelled the other party and were able to capitalize on their victory, they didn't expect that the Zhou Emperor would suddenly issue such a decree, which was too much of a saintly mother. wasn't it? No, it's not right. Emperor Zhou is not a saintly mother. If he was truly a saintly mother, he wouldn't have relegated Chu Xiu to the common people in the first place. The other side is taking her military power, worried that she's embracing the military. Thinking of this, Chu Nishan inwardly sighed. This emperor, still so good at second-guessing people. It's hopeless. A wave of sadness welled up inside Chu Nishan. But in the end, she had no choice but to accept the decree. The rest of the generals looked at each other. Again, it was a feeling of resignation. How can this be? The bayonetta is merely a simple surrender. Are we just going to pretend that nothing happened? Damn it! What's wrong with His Majesty? Has he lost his head? A general said angrily. But immediately after, he realized that he had lost his words and gave Dongfang Hate a horrified look, fearing that the other party would report this to Emperor Zhou. But Dongfang Hate didn't say anything. Looking like he hadn't heard anything, he handed the holy decree to Chu Nishang. Chu Nishang said to the generals, "You may retire first." The people sniffed and walked out of the tent one by one. There were only 2 people left, Chu Nishang and Dongfang Hate. Dongfang Hate sighed and briefly stated the matter. Because of the 7th prince's few provocations, His Majesty became fearful of you, princess, and was afraid that you would embrace your own army, which is why he drew up such a holy decree to summon you back to the royal capital. Chu Nishang nodded slightly. I understand. And in fact, he didn't guess wrong. My elder brother and I are, indeed, in cahoots. What are you going to do next, princess? What else can I do? Go back. But after this battle, my prestige in the courtroom is even higher. Even if my father no longer wants to see it, he can't ignore the fact that the other emperors can't be compared to me at all. Chu Nishang said faintly. Eastern Hate nodded. I'm just worried that His Majesty will come up with other ways to contain you, princess. Let's see what he comes up with then. Inside the Wind and Cloud building, Chu Xiu also learned about Chu Nishang being recalled to the royal capital, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly as if in mockery. Unexpected. Now that the princess's prestige in the court is growing, I'm only afraid that His Majesty won't continue to sit back and watch. Even if the princess is a daughter's body, he'll still find a way to curb it. The Wind Cloud floor master worried from the side. Chu Xiu felt that there were a few things that made sense and faintly said, Shocking Salamander, pass the order to Transmutation Soul Destruction. Tell them not to come back yet. Enter the palace with Nishang. Stay by her side and protect her well. Yes. The amazing salamander nodded slightly and went forward to make the arrangements. The Wind Cloud floor master said, Your Excellency is worried that His Majesty will be unfavorable to the princess? It's just an insurance policy. I hope he doesn't do anything to make me angry. Or, I'll have to make a trip to the royal capital. Chu Xiu said quietly. In the past, he was relegated to the status of a commoner and was forbidden to set foot in the royal capital for the rest of his life. It was also true that he hadn't gone back after leaving the royal capital, but that doesn't mean he's afraid to go back. To him, this one decree is optional. Under the sky, no one has been able to restrict his movements. He can go wherever he wants. The reason why I didn't go back to the royal capital was that I just didn't want to, but Chu Nishan was in the royal capital, and if Emperor Zhou really did something bad to the other party, he would definitely have to make a trip. When the time comes, I'll see what kind of depths the royal family is hiding. Chu Xiu's eyes flashed, quite interested in the possible existence of that land god in the royal family. The king's capital. Inside the palace, Emperor Zhou leaned on the bed, his expression cold. At this moment, a secret guard appeared behind him. Back to your majesty. Princess Nishang has returned to the royal capital. What's the situation? The people greeted each other. Even Taifuli Shohan brought his own students personally out of the city to meet. For it's, hold the horse executive stirrups. Emperor Zhou sniffed. His eyes flashed. This old man, really quite good at creating momentum. The hall of the imperial master to go to lead the horse to execute the stirrups, really aggrieved him. But this was also a side note to Chu Nishang's reputation today. Not a moment too soon. The East hates to return to the palace, and the secret guards left with them. Emperor Zhou glanced at Dongfang Hate, who came back to resume his orders, and said, You came back just in time. Nishang returned to the court in a great victory this time. What do you think I should reward her for? Dongfang Hate said, Thunder and rain are all heaven's grace. No matter what His Majesty rewards, I believe the princess will gladly accept it. Oh yeah? Emperor Zhou thought of something and said with a ghostly gaze, Speaking of which, Nishang's age is almost time to talk about marriage. Chapter 78, Chu Nishang Recruitment. Chu Xiu's arrangement. Great Zhou. The royal palace. On the golden palace. A military uniform. Valiant Chu Nishang walked in. The entire court looked at her with admiration and shock in their eyes. They had never expected that the other party could actually expel the Byzantine kingdom, something that even many famous generals had failed to do. Together with the other party's previous disaster relief in Uizhou, they couldn't help but feel emotion in their hearts. If the other party is a man, I'm afraid that he has great hopes of joining the East Palace. My son sees his father. Chu Nishang came to kneel in front of Emperor Zhou and respectfully said, and Emperor Zhou also looked at this daughter of his with a complicated gaze, then faintly said, Nishang, this time, expelling the sun-worshipping kingdom and preserving my rivers and mountains. It's hard work for you. I'll give you 10,000 taels of gold and a princess mansion. This is what Nishang should do. The gold 10,000 taels. I do not dare to accept. Please Father Emperor will bring it to reward the 3 armies. This time the expulsion of the country of the worship of the sun. The generals and soldiers killed the enemy valiantly. They are the biggest merit. Trinity said. The crowd gave her an unexpected look. I didn't expect her to say something like that, and my heart grew more and more admiring. Emperor Zhou was the only one with a haunted gaze. The other side, still taking the opportunity to boost their prestige? Don't even want your own reward. Emperor Zhou was already wary of Chu Nishang, so he looked at each of the other party's actions and interpreted them in a different way. In short, it just doesn't look good in any way. He faintly said, I will naturally reward the 3 armies. You don't need to worry about it. In addition, Nishang, you're not too young. To the age of marriage, I don't know what you have in mind. Can there be any interested party? When these words came out, Chu Nishang slightly froze. Nishang is still young, and does not have any thoughts about children's love for the time being. Then it's time for you to think about it. If you can't think about it, then let me find a good son-in-law for you. Emperor Zhou said. Father, my son. Chu Nishang wanted to say something else. Emperor Zhou raised his hand to interrupt her and said, Nishang, there's no need to be shy. It's only natural for a man to get married when he's old enough and a woman to get married when she's old enough. You've worked hard on this expulsion to worship the Japanese nation. Go down and rest first. I am also a bit tired. Retire from the court. After saying that, Emperor Zhou got up and left, not giving Chu Nishang a chance to object. The group of ministers looked at each other with vague speculations in their hearts. Is His Majesty jealous of the princess? Even if the eunuch is no longer talented. But how can I say that she is still a woman? Marrying a chicken follows the chicken. Marrying a dog follows the dog. Once you marry out, even if you have any more ideas, you can't put them into practice. And this is presumably His Majesty's reckoning. Not bad. It's been that way since the beginning of time. Once a woman marries, she is limited by her husband's family and even by her children. And over time, even a princess has no chance of getting her hands on the imperial throne. The 2 emperors, Chu Li and Chu Yun, lit up in front of their eyes and pondered something. And Chu Nishang knelt on the ground for a while before she came back to her senses and stood up. Without a word, he turned away. She clenched her fists, a hint of resignation in her eyes. He himself returned to the court in victory and was treated like this? Father, you have a cruel heart. Inside King Knight's mansion, when Chu Li returned, he immediately instructed Mr. Zhang, saying, pass down the order to immediately make a list of those ministers' sons and daughters who have not yet taken wives in my hands, and I will personally check them out and choose a husband for Nishang. Mr. Zhang also heard about what happened in the courtroom. Your Highness is planning to pull Princess Nishang within your own camp? Chu Li nodded slightly. Not bad, although I have had some conflicts with Nishang, but Nishang's ability is obvious to everyone. Plus there is still the Yin Yang Dao sect behind her. If she marries someone under the hand of I, then she can naturally be used by I. I will certainly be able to sweep away the previous decadence. On the 7th prince's side, it's probably the same idea. We'll see, then, who has the better man in their hands. Princess Nishang, I'm only afraid that she won't be married off so easily. That's not up to her. This is the decree conveyed by father himself. She has to marry even if she doesn't want to, Chu Li faintly said. Inside the royal palace, Chu Nishang came to greet Emperor Zhou. Emperor Zhou felt that the other party must not want to marry out and came to protest with himself. Except that his mind was made up. No matter what, the decision will not be abandoned. Ben didn't want to see the other side, but considering that the other party is now also a meritorious official, it's not good to not see him. And after seeing Chu Nishang, the other party said, Father, Nazumi wants to make a decision for her own marriage. How are you going to make the call? The person who is worthy of Nishang must be someone who is both literate and martial, and in addition to his literary prowess, his cultivation must also be outstanding, or at least be able to defeat me before he can do so. Trinity said. She knew that Emperor Zhou would not give up on the idea of marrying himself off. Therefore, we can only use this roundabout tactic first. If you want to marry her, you have to defeat her first. She was a disciple of the Yin Yang Dao sect, and over the years she had dedicated herself to hard cultivation, coupled with her exceptional talent. Her cultivation was already close to that of a grandmaster, and there were very few in the younger generation who could win against her. Emperor Zhou gave her a deep look. Okay, that's fine. Soon, the matter of Princess Nishang's marriage invitation spread within the Great Zhou. Many people all flocked to the Great Week and began to enroll. Anyone who wants to marry Chu Nishang. After all, the other party is now the hottest princess of the Great Zhou. Marrying the other party is not only a leap to become the emperor's son-in-law, but also with the help of Chu Nishang's prestige in the civil society and in the army. He will step up to become the future giant of the Great Zhou. Who can resist this temptation? Inside the wind and cloud building, Chu Xiu grasps the wind and cloud building. All kinds of intelligence within the Great Zhou. He can quickly obtain. Chu Nishang recruiting things original. He is also clear. A hint of coldness flashed through his eyes as he was reading a book. Coming up with such a trick against your own daughter. It's worthy of you, Emperor Zhou. I heard that in order to choose a son-in-law for Princess Nishang, King Li and King Yan are all fighting like crazy, who all want to let their own people under their hands to hold a beautiful woman. As long as they have the Princess Nishang, their power of speech in the courtroom will be greatly enhanced. The wind cloud building master said from the side. Chu Xiu bristled. Those people under their hands, they deserve it? In any case, recruiting for Princess Nishang is irrevocable, and once the princess marries out, I'm afraid that she'll really have no chance at the imperial throne. Irreparable? That's not necessarily true, Chu Xiu said indifferently, calling softly, shocked salamander. Send a message to the sprite to participate in the tournament. Settle potential opponents for Nezumi, and just lose to Nezumi in the end. Yes, the wind cloud floor master came to a sudden realization. Chu Nishang married off on the condition that at least someone could win over her. Well, as long as no one's there. I don't know who the sprites are, but they should be top-notch experts with about the same strength as the startled salamander. If he participates in the tournament, who can resist? In the end, by him losing to Chu Nishang would naturally not have to marry out. However, my lord, this recruitment, there is also a literary test, that the name of the sprites and goblins of the swordsman. Get through the literary test? With me here, are you still afraid that you won't pass? The big deal is that when the time comes, just write a few poems on the fly and let him bring them with him, Chu Xiu said indifferently. It was then that the wind cloud floor master remembered. This man in front of him was known as the god of poetry. What kind of literature test is too difficult for him? High, really high. The wind and cloud floor master couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Chapter 79, The Sprites Who Don't Give Face. Chu Li's calculations. Half a month had passed since Chu Nishang's marriage invitation. However, within this short period of half a month, within the royal capital, it was because of this matter that the winds and clouds had risen, and the young talents who enthusiastically signed up to participate in the marriage recruitment were countless. Many of them were even renowned Great Zhou's Junjie. What son of the Minister of War? What a prestigious school of authenticity. What a family man. They passed the civil exam and made it all the way through the martial arts exam. But among them, a dark horse has emerged. It was a two-handed young swordsman with two swords and the name of a sprite. And the other man had made a song near the wine at the literary exams that had been hailed as an heirloom. Just one song will be near the wine and make him famous. After that, in the martial arts test, even less people were able to block a single move from him. The talent of divine valor is as if the gods have descended from the heavens. Many of the children of the world's families and the true legends of the famous sects regarded him as a formidable enemy. Inside King Knight's mansion, Chu Li was talking to a young man, who could be described as a dignified young man, with a long sword hanging from his waist in a graceful manner. This person was none other than the number one person of the younger generation of the Ling Xiao sword sect, Luo Jianfeng. Cultivation has reached the realm of the sovereign. It was the person with the highest cultivation level in this martial arts test, except for the sprites. Chu Li looked at Luo Jianfeng and asked gruffly, "How sure are you against that sprite?" Luo Jianfeng shook his head as he sniffed and stretched out a finger. Chu Li's heart sank. 1 point of certainty? How is that possible? You are a Zhongshe expert. How could you be so inept? I mean, not a cent. Luo Jianfeng let out a bitter smile. That sprite's strength is unfathomable. The cultivation he's showing right now is only less than a tenth of what he is. I suspect that he is, at the very least, a Grand Master level existence. Not to mention me, Even if the elders within my sword sect were to go up against him, not many of them would be able to win. When Chu Li heard that, his heart sank, and his mind was filled with doubts. When did such a young powerhouse appear in the Jianghu? He mused for a moment. Come on people, prepare thick gifts. I will personally go to meet this person for a while, and see if I can bring him on board. Soon, Chu Li brought thick gifts and arrived at the inn where the sprites lived, but before he could enter, he saw that Chu Yun had also come. The other side was equally generous with their gifts. Apparently it's also here to pull in the sprites. They walked into the inn together, only to see a young swordsman with 2 swords hanging from his waist, sitting at the window, drinking bashfully. Ha! The young warrior is so elegant. Chu Yun was the first to speak, but the sprite took one look at them and guessed their calculations at once. Indifferently, he said, "Get out." Chu Yun's expression froze. They were imperial princes. The other side actually told them to get lost? Young warrior, you are too angry. Chu Yun's face sank slightly. The sprite rested his hand on one of the twin swords at his waist, and with a slight movement, a sword aura erupted from the blade, carving a sword mark into the ground. He said indifferently, crossing the sword mark, "There is no mercy under the sword." His icy eyes were devoid of the slightest emotion. A cold, murderous aura gradually filled the inn. Chu Li instantly understood that this was not an object that they could pull together. This person was a mad swordsman with no law. Though they were protected by their dragon energy and felt that the sprite shouldn't dare to kill them. But who dares to bet? What if the other guy is really crazy? The 2 men left grimly, looking at their departing backs. The sprites smiled disdainfully. Compared to their masters, these 2 guys, they are complete straw men. Back to the Night King's mansion. Chu Li gritted his teeth in anger. This sprite is just too unbridled. If we let him marry Nishang, he can't be used for us at all. Luo Jianfeng, who was beside him, smiled slightly as he thought of something. Your Highness Kingly, I do have an idea. Say, the truth is, we don't need to take care of the sprites. There's only one person we need to take care of from the beginning to the end. And that's Princess Nezumi. What do you mean? Chu Li frowned. Princess Nishang, no matter what, is only a woman. And what is the most important thing for a woman? Naturally, it is chastity. As long as we are able to cook rice with Princess Nishang raw, why worry about her not marrying? Hearing this, Chu Li's eyes flashed, feeling that the other party had a point. That's a bit too bold. How can a man who achieves great things not even have that kind of vigor? Luo Jianfeng said. Chu Li glanced at him and said, "You are at least a famous young warrior of the Jianghu. I didn't expect that you could actually come up with this kind of idea. Well dressed, but it's all gold and jade. I'm doing this all for your highness." Luo Jianfeng laughed. Well. Chu Li smiled as he stroked his palm, and then asked, "But what would it take to make Nishang obediently bind her hands?" "Your highness, please look at this." Luo Jianfeng took out a medicine bottle and smiled faintly. "This item is wind flow incense. Even if a grandmaster is hit by this substance, he will be weak, and at that time, your highness will still be at our mercy. You actually carry this kind of drug with you." TSK. Chu Li sked. Inside the princess's mansion, Chu Nishang suddenly received an invitation from Chu Li. He said that he wanted to discuss the matter of the martial arts competition with her. And in addition, there was another matter related to Chu Xiu that he wanted to speak to her about. If it was the former, Chu Nishang could have just ignored everything. But the latter, she couldn't ignore. Something related to elder brother? What exactly does Chu Li know? Chu Nishang thought with a frown. Cherry said from the side. He and King Yan's 2 major ones are in a mess over choosing a husband for the princess. And at this time, inviting the princess to go, I reckon there's no peace of mind. Since it's something related to my elder brother, I naturally have to go and listen to it. Moreover, how can I say that I'm also a princess with war honors? Could he still arrange for swords and axesmen within the mansion and kill me? Chu Nishan laughed. She believed that Chu Li didn't have such guts. Cherry frowned. Anyway, it's better to be careful. Well, you have a point. Let the transmuting spirit exterminating souls go with me. With them around, there shouldn't be any problems. Chu Nishan laughed. Turning spirit and destroying soul, 2 peak celestial level assassins protected. Chu Li couldn't help her even if he laid a dragnet. It was only that the identity of the turning spirit, soul destruction, was special, and the cultivation of a peak celestial was too shocking to be used easily as a last resort. Otherwise Emperor Zhou's scorn for her would be taken to the next level. Chu Nishang traveled to the Night King's mansion, and King Night had already prepared a banquet. After taking her seat, Nishang faintly said, "Second brother, you sought me out. saying that you had something to tell me about the former crown prince. I wonder what it is. There is no rush for this. Nishang, you have great achievements in battle. Second brother, I admire you a lot. Let's toast you first. Shu Li laughed. Shu Nishang glanced at the wine glass, her eyes flickering for a moment. Then pick it up and drink it too. She said lightly, the wine's been drunk, so it's time to get down to business. She really didn't want to continue with Chu Li. King Knight clapped his hands, only to see a man walk out with a painting, which was a landscape painting that was exquisite. Chu Li laughed. This painting was made by the former prince in the palace and later given to me. Nishang has the best relationship with him, so I want to pass this painting on to you. Don't worry, I won't say anything about this to Father Emperor. A hint of disappointment appeared in Chu Nishang's eyes. Turns out it's just a painting. When Chu Xiu was in the palace, he had indeed painted quite a few paintings, and some of his siblings had also received gifts from him, as had Chu Nishang. She took the painting in, with Chu Li casually climbed a few words, and drank a few glasses of wine, and then was about to take the painting to leave. But suddenly, she got up instantly but a burst of weakness. Chapter 80, Going for Justice? No, I'm going to kill someone. The wine is poisoned. Chu Nishang immediately realized what was going on. Looking at the drink, her eyes became misty, and she only felt that her hands and feet were cold and weak. She tried to use her energy to suppress the toxins in her body, but to no avail. This poison is too much. As soon as it entered the body, it had invaded the bone marrow. Seeing this, Chu Li asked with concern, Nishang, what's wrong with you? Isn't it that you can't hold your liquor? Luo Jianfeng, why don't you come out and help the princess down to rest? Luo Jianfeng walked out from outside the screen, with a smile on his face as he looked at Chu Nishang. He courteously stepped forward to help Chu Nishang, but there was a trace of strong greed in his eyes. Success. As long as he took down Chu Nishang, not only would he be able to make a name for himself in the Jianghu, but he would also be able to make a name for himself in the imperial court and make a name for himself. In time, he may even be able to achieve the status of a man under 10,000 people. Moreover, Chu Nishang herself was a rare beauty. His heart couldn't help but dry up. As for the drugged Chu Nishang, she was still conscious for a few moments, and naturally guessed Chu Li, Luo Jianfeng's calculations. How could she not expect that the other party would actually be despicable and shameless to this extent? I can't believe I drugged my own sister. She used her last strength to push Luo Jianfeng away, toward the outside of the lobby, but Chu Li looks like he doesn't care. In his opinion, in this King Li's mansion, the drugged Chu Nishang can't walk out at all. The other side is already a caged bird. But suddenly, two more figures appeared by Chu Nishang's side. Those were two tall figures with spiderweb masks on their faces, each with an ancient sword hanging from their waists, one of them holding Chu Nishang in place, the other resting his hand on top of the ancient sword, his austere aura spreading out, locking down the crowd. Shasta. Chu Li only felt that he had fallen into a mountain of swords in purgatory. It's as if they're going to be in pieces the next second. This breath. It's horrible. Who the hell is the other guy? Take me away. Chu Nishang said breathlessly. Soul Destroyer picked her up and walked towards the outside of the Night King's mansion. Chu Li bellowed. We can't let them leave. Once he let them go, not only would his own calculations fall through, not having taken down Chu Nishang, but he might also be retaliated against by the other party afterward. And if this reached Emperor Zhou's ears, for the sake of the royal face, the other party would punish him as well. One time, dozens and hundreds of Night King's house soldiers rushed up, surround the three women. Soul Destruction, who was holding Chu Nishang, did not make a move. The turning spirit then drew his ancient sword and swung it out, raging sword chi accompanied by monstrous killing chi. In an instant, hundreds of government soldiers were affected by the sword chi. All flew out. Their bodies even burst out a bloody mist, and some people's bodies burst open on the spot, turning into broken corpses. Hundreds of government soldiers, all dead in an instant. The pungent smell of blood filled the air. The Li Wang mansion, as if it had been transformed into a purgatory. Chu Li's pupils shrunk and his face turned white with fear. Luo Jianfeng next to him wasn't much better. Heavenly beings. Beside Princess Nishang, there are actually celestials accompanying her for protection, turning the spirit and destroying the soul. He took Chu Nishang and left as if no one else was there. No one in the entire Night King's mansion could stop it. Back to the princess's house. Soul Destruction had someone find cold water and soak Chu Nishang in it. The other party gradually disintegrated the medicinal pressure in the cold water. Cherry asked worriedly from the sidelines. What happened? Soul Destruction briefly explained the matter and turned to Turning Spirit. Send a message about this matter to the master. Chuli attempts to let outsiders defile Chu Nishang. It's a big deal. It had to be told to Chu Shu. Soon, the poison in Chu Nishang was gradually suppressed and disintegrated. She returned to normal and said coldly, I'm going to go into the palace and report this to father. I'll accompany you, princess, Cherry said. The two women went into the palace together and met Emperor Zhou. Chu Nishang directly knelt down. Please Father Emperor, make a decision for me. She related the story. Emperor Zhou's face was as gloomy as water when he heard this. Rebellious son. This rebellious son. Men, go get King Knight for me. Soon, Chuli arrived in the royal palace. Without saying a word, Emperor Zhou picked up a cup and smashed it towards Chuli. Chuli didn't dodge and let the cup hit his head. There was blood running down his forehead. Emperor Zhou said angrily, rebellious son, look at what you've done, actually laying hands on your own sister. Are you still a human being? Chuli said, Father, my son doesn't know what you're talking about? Still trying to weasel your way out of this? Nazumi, say it. Yes. Chu Nishang told the whole story of how Chuli drugged herself. Chuli was still innocent. Father, I'm innocent. Today, I invited Nishang to my home for a banquet to discuss the matter of marriage. But who knows? Nishang, her side of the people, suddenly rose up and mutilated the soldiers of my home. As for the drugging thing, it's totally false. My son has never done that before. I don't know where my son has offended Nishang. And she actually had to fabricate such lies to frame me. Chu Nishang looked at the innocent-faced Chuli, her eyes icy cold to the extreme. How can a person be so shameless? If father doesn't believe me, he can send someone to check. Chuli said. In short, he just bit the bullet. Anyway, the drugs have been destroyed by him and there's no physical evidence. What can Chu Nishang do to him? When you think about it, Emperor Zhou has always valued the face of the royal family, and without real evidence, he would never let this matter spread. Thinking of this, Chuli felt that his situation wasn't too bad. Sure enough, after hearing his sophistry, Emperor Zhou was silent for a while, seemingly pondering whether or not to send someone to investigate. Once he really decreed to send someone, then this matter will definitely be spread out. And then the royal majesty vanished. Chu Nishang's heart thumped when she saw the silent Emperor Zhou. Had vaguely guessed what was going on. I only heard Emperor Zhou faintly say, Nishang, in this matter, you are indeed aggrieved. Don't worry, I will make it up to you. As for the Night King, humph, you are punished by being grounded for 3 months and not allowed to leave the house. Chuli smiled in his heart when he heard that. With an innocent look still on his face, he said, no matter what, it's always me who slacked off on Nazumi. I'm willing to take the punishment. Chu Nishang felt sad as she listened on the sidelines. For the sake of so-called royal face, the other side just doesn't care about herself as a daughter. She's the one who almost got her virginity broken. Royal. What a filthy place. Nazumi, do you have any more comments? Emperor Zhou looked at Chu Nishang and said. Chu Nishang knew that she wouldn't get anywhere if she dwelled on it any longer, and got up and said, my son understands. My son will retire. When she finished, she got up and left. The figure looked a little forlorn and sad, but Emperor Zhou didn't care. His gaze was ghostly. He told Chuli to leave as well, then let the secret guards go to secretly investigate. Soon after, about the original matter was placed in front of him. After reading, his eyes condensed. She actually has a celestial expert protection around her. It is really deep and hidden. Inside the wind and cloud building, Chu Xiu also received a transmission from the turning spirit. His expression was indifferent, not revealing any emotions that were too intense. He just silently put down the book in his hands and got up to walk towards the outside of Wind and Cloud building. The Wind and Cloud floor master asked, where is the prince going? To the royal capital. Is your excellency going to seek justice for Princess Nishang? No, I'm going to kill someone. Chapter 81, The Terrified Chuli. Lie down honestly. The Nishang competition did not have the slightest impact because of the matter of Chuli's drugging. Everyone is still competing in the competition to choose a husband for Princess Nishang. It's just a shame that no one is a match for the sprites. The pair of ancient swords in his hands, called sprites, and sprites, became every martial artist's nightmare, and no one was able to walk through 2 moves in front of that pair of swords. Basically all of them were defeated by 1 move. Soon, sprites win by a landslide, gained the opportunity to fight directly against Princess Nazumi. As long as he wins Chu Nishang, he will be the emperor's son-in-law. Everyone who had seen the sprite's strength thought he would win. Those 2 swords in his hands were so terrifying that they were almost unbeatable. Niji, how can you win? The result, however, was dazzling. The sprites lost, and it was an extremely clean defeat. Without even injuring Chu Nishang, he was defeated after a dozen moves. Was Princess Nozumi's strength so terrifying? Only the discerning can see that the sprite does not want to fight Chu Nishang at all. He is deliberately defeated. Otherwise Chu Nishang simply cannot walk a move. This sprite was simply here to stop Chu Nishang from marrying out. He's, like, one of Chu Nishang's guys? The thought popped into someone's head. And the more I think about it, the more likely it seems. Why else would the sprites deliberately lose? Inside the royal palace, Emperor Zhou's face was quite gloomy when he got the news. Good. I personally organized a marriage call for her, and she actually didn't even look at any of them, and made some kind of sprite to sabotage the recruiting process. Ungrateful. Only he still had doubts in his mind. Where on earth did Chu Nishang get so many experts around her? Even if she had the Yin Yang Dao sect behind her, it was still a bit of an exaggeration. Whoosh! A secret guard came to Emperor Zhou's side and said, "Back to your majesty. We just received news that Chu Xiuhe has come to the royal capital." At these words, Emperor Zhou's pupils shrunk slightly. What? In the past, he had relegated Chu Xiuhe to the status of a commoner, causing the other party not to set foot in the king's capital for half a step in this life. And the other party? How could he suddenly come to the king's capital? What does he want? If it was the previous Chu Xiuhe, he didn't put it in his eyes. However, none of the current Chu Xiuhe dared to belittle him. Manon is known as the god of poetry. Martial energy can easily suppress celestial perfection. Suspicious of a land god, if such a person came to the royal capital, how could Emperor Zhou have peace of mind? Not only did Emperor Zhou get the news, Chu Xiuhe traveled to the royal capital, and didn't hide it along the way. All the forces, all of them, knew about it. Everyone knew that Emperor Zhou did not allow Chu Xiuhe to set foot in the royal capital. But now he's gone. This is a provocation to Emperor Zhou. It was his challenge to the supreme imperial power. Emperor Zhou would never sit back and do nothing. Inside King Knight's mansion, although Chu Li was grounded, his contact with the outside world was not broken, and he soon got the news that Chu Xiuhe was coming to the royal capital. He's all shocked. He actually dares to come to the royal capital? Is he really not afraid of father dealing with him? With his strength, should not be much to fear. Mr. Zhang said. Chu Li guessed that possibility and swallowed. What? Could it be that the rumors are true? That Chu Xiuhe is really a land god? It's possible. But who knows if it's true or not? Maybe this time we'll be able to see. Mr. Zhang said. Why in the world did he come to the imperial capital? Chu Li thought of something and his pupils shrunk. He couldn't have come for Chu Nishang, right? If it was true, then the other party would definitely not let him go. The thought that you might have to face a land god. Chu Li couldn't help but turn a little pale, but then he forced himself to calm down. No, father would never watch him act recklessly. Not bad. The royal family's heritage is extraordinary. Even if Chu Xiuhe is really a land god, he definitely has a way. And I'm still the emperor's son. With the dragon chi protecting my body, he wouldn't dare to do anything to me. The more Chu Li thought about it, the more it made sense. Gradually relaxed. Still, he wasn't careless, and after a moment's contemplation, he said, "Go, from today onwards, Lone will move into the palace, where it's safest." The royal palace is full of experts. It was the only place where he could be truly at ease. The king's capital, 40 miles away, an army clad in iron armor was arranged in a single military formation, well equipped with strong crossbows and iron shields and long swords hanging from their waists, especially a military general at the head, clad in silver armor, holding a lance, with a black wind horse at his hip, exuding a domineering aura. This person was none other than the commander of the king's capital city defense army. His name is Wang Feng. Cultivation has reached the realm of the great master. With a long spear, he once killed thousands of bandits in the Black Wind walled city. It was also one of the generals who had followed Chu Xiuhe in the south and north in the past. Now, he had led the city defense forces here, but in order to stop the object of his former greatest admiration from going any further, not much longer, Wang Feng then saw a white dress slowly walking in the distance, the other side of the green silk like a waterfall, white clothes like snow, sword eyebrow and starry eyes, in the face of the thousands of troops in front of them, but the face without fear. Calmly, Wang Feng's pupils shrunk. It's coming. He rode closer, then dismounted and saluted. Your Highness. He wanted to shout Your Highness, but finally changed his words. Chu Xiuhe glanced at him and smiled faintly. Commander Wang. It's been a long time. Goodbye. My lord. What are you doing in the royal capital? My sister has suffered, and I have come here to kill some men for her. Chu Xiu faintly laughed. Wang Feng keenly sensed that the few people in the other party's mouth were extraordinary. He said, His Majesty had ordered that His Excellency was not allowed to set foot in the royal capital for half a step. I know, but where I want to go, he can't stop me. If that's the case, we can't just watch your son enter the royal capital as we eat the king's salary. Wang Feng said helplessly. Chu Xiu nodded slightly. I understand. That offends. Wang Feng rolled onto his horse and walked back to the front of the army. And every single soldier in the city defense army looked at Chu Xiu. And at that moment all of them put down their blades and half kneeled on the ground. My lord! I'm offended! My lord! I'm offended! To meet in arms with the people who were once the most desired and admired. It was not in their hearts to do so. However, they are soldiers of the Great Zhou, taking the salary of the imperial court. Naturally they have to listen to the orders of the imperial court. No matter how reluctant they are, they still have to make a move. Because they're soldiers, they have to follow orders. After saluting Chu Xiu, they picked up their blades again and aimed them at Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu stood with his arms folded and watched them, waiting for them to be ready before taking a step forward toward the royal capital. Charge! Wang Feng shouted and led his army to charge. Chu Xiu's steps were unceasing, standing with his arms folded, and the invisible astral chi came out through his body, and wherever he passed through, one soldier was lifted off. Even a great master like Wang Feng did not have the slightest ability to resist. One time, the battle formation became chaotic, with people falling over. Soldiers were lying on the ground in a heap as they fell from one side to the other. Looking at Chu Xiu again, he passed through the army unharmed and like nobody's business. Thousands of troops were actually unable to stop him for even an instant. Wang Feng, who was lying on the ground, looked at the distant Chu Xiu, and his pupils trembled slightly before he couldn't help but lament. Your Excellency, truly a man of God. Looking again at one of the soldiers who had fallen to the ground but were not dead, he breathed a sigh of relief and then simply lay down on the ground and sat up. Commander, aren't we going after them? A soldier asked. Wang Feng rolled his eyes. What can I do by going after them? I'll stop the person anyway. What can I do if I can't? Let everyone lie down honestly. Chapter 82, Stepping into the Royal Capital. State Master White Dragonchild. Great Zhou, the Royal Capital. Because of Chu Xiu's imminent arrival, the entire king's capital was put on alert, and on top of the city wall, a single soldier lined up in formation, holding a bow and arrow and a strong crossbow. Not long after, a figure came into view. The visitor walked calmly, with a white dress that was snowy and ink hair like a waterfall. He glanced at the royal capital and didn't feel much of a stranger. After all, it had only been a few months since he had left here. Looking again at the soldiers on top of the city wall, he looked calm and fearless. It's a big battle, but it didn't pose the slightest threat to him. He headed for the gates. One of the generals on the city wall immediately yelled, "Release the arrows!" For a while, dense arrows came out in unison like rain. It poured down towards Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu's steps were not stopping. The invisible astral energy on his body came out through his body, and thousands of arrows landed outside of one zhang in front of him, and they all exploded into pieces on their own. Can't hurt him at all. He strolled through the rain of arrows with ease. The general on the city wall shouted lowly, "Move out the gang-breaking divine crossbow." A large crossbow-like vehicle pushed out. A crossbow made of arcane iron is placed on it, and it is also engraved with some marvelous patterns, which are runes engraved by warlocks. This arrow, similar to a magic weapon. Release. The general let out a low gulp. A dozen Xian iron arrows as thick as wrists, flickering with the shimmering light of runes, shot toward Chu Xiu, emitting violent air-breaking sounds. When Chu Xiu saw this, a hint of color passed through his eyes. Gang-breaking divine crossbow, an organ runic weapon specialized in breaking the astral deities of Zongshi. The court is able to suppress the Jianghu. In addition to that, the royal family to cultivate all kinds of experts. There are some powerful armament cannot be ignored. This Big Dipper crossbow is one of them. This object was made by the most highly skilled organ masters of Great Zhou, together with the joint efforts of warlocks, and is so powerful that a single crossbow shot can break the astral energy of a great master. A dozen or so broken astral divine crossbows fired together. Existences at the level of supreme patriarchs were about to fall. But it's a pity that these powerful broken astral divine crossbows, in Chu Xiu's view, are not different from other ordinary bows and arrows. One by one, the Big Dipper divine crossbows burst into pieces when they landed a foot in front of him, just like the other bows and arrows. What? When the general above the city wall saw this, his pupils shrank. This divine crossbow that can break the astral aura of a grandmaster actually has no effect on him. The rumors are indeed true. he really is a celestial being, and not just any celestial being. With just us, I'm afraid we'll only be able to hold him back, but they wouldn't dare do nothing. Keep firing arrows. Chu Xiu, on the other hand, arrived in front of the closed city gate and slowly raised his hand. Then, a punch was thrown. Bang! With one punch, the city gates burst open. Chu Xiu stepped in front of the crowd and stepped into the royal capital. On the streets of the royal capital, countless people watched him walk back into the royal capital, each with fervor, awe, and delight in their eyes. Chu Xiu swept a glance and couldn't help but feel emotional, not realizing that he had left for a few months. The people of the royal capital actually thought about him so much. Then, he walked towards the royal palace. He didn't go to the Night King's house, because he knew that Chuli could only be in the royal capital. The other party did not dare to stay within his mansion. Inside the royal palace, Emperor Zhou had already learned about Chu Xiu's entry into the royal capital, and his face was so gloomy that it was about to drip. He stepped into the royal capital. This guy, now completely without me as the son of heaven. This is rebellion on his part. He stood up from his throne, swept his gaze over the ministers, and said, Chu Xiu is bold and presumptuous, and now that he has entered the royal capital, what are your countermeasures? The ministers looked at each other without uttering a word. Chuli said loudly, Father, Chu Xiu flouted the court's laws and disregarded the majesty of the royal family. Such behavior can never be tolerated. If he is not beheaded, where is the world's people's reverence for the court and for the royal family? Emperor Zhou sniffed and said, You're right. Then who do you think can resist Chu Xiu in the court? This, Chuli instantly ran out of words. Emperor Zhou lightly grunted, then looked at a general and said, General Zhao, you are a first-ranked military marquis of the imperial court. You've been through hundreds of battles, and your cultivation has already reached the supreme sect master realm. How many troops do you need to be able to fend off Chu Xiu? That general shook his head. The height of Chu Xiu's strength is such that even a celestial like eunuch Dongfang is no match. Let alone me. Emperor Zhou frowned. A dynasty full of civil and military personnel, and there's actually not a single person who can stop Chu Xiu? The crowd looked at each other. Emperor Zhou took a deep breath and said, Men, go to the Qintian supervisor and invite the state master. At these words, a hint of color passed through the eyes of the crowd. The state master of the Qintian supervisor was one of the most mysterious figures in the Great Zhou. This person's origin is a mystery, but the means is profound and unpredictable. Once with a hand of gathering gas into a dragon art, the power to suppress the last master of the Yin Yang Dao sect, become the #1 warlock in the Great Zhou. He even jumped to become the national teacher of the current dynasty. In the court, it can be said to be one person, 10,000 people. Only this person is not interested in power, obsessed with the art, has been in the Qintian supervision and the study of astrological techniques, rarely show up. And now, to deal with Chu Xiu, Emperor Zhou, even this person is calling out. Inside the Chinatown, an old man with white hair and holding a duster was sitting on top of a futon, while to his left, there was a huge Dan furnace. There was a blazing fire burning under the Dan furnace, and the fragrance of medicine filled the Dan furnace. And on his right side, there was a huge astrolabe consisting of one large and one small circle with a large number of runes engraved on it. The runes reflected the shimmering light, forming a star map. In it, the light of several stars twinkled. The white-haired old man opened his eyes, took a look, and murmured, The light of the Ziwei Emperor star has shifted, and someone could shake the Emperor's throne. In addition, to the northwest, the light of the greedy wolf star is flourishing. I'm afraid that there will be a military disaster. The Great Zhou of recent days has really changed a lot. The white-haired old man's name was White Dragon Sun. It was the current state master of Great Zhou. In the Great Zhou, can rely on an astrological map, can understand the Great Zhou within the occurrence of various major events, but in recent days, the astrological map, Qi confusion, even he, cannot accurately predict the Great Zhou. State Master, His Majesty invites you to go forward and strike against Chu Xiu. At that moment, an official from the Qintian supervision came to report. The White Dragon Sun's eyes flashed as he heard, Chu Xiu's former prince, the one whose imperial star was so high that he even outshone Emperor Zhou. He had seen the other party once when Chu Xiu was the crown prince. The other party's imperial star shone high. His might was overpowering the sea, and his nobility was overwhelming. It wasn't the son of heaven, but the dragon's energy was no less than the son of heaven. It's just a shame that what goes around comes around. Chu Xiu was so young and had such an aura that he happened to enter into the destiny of a hyperactive dragon, and was scorned by Emperor Zhou and was relegated to the status of a commoner. But what puzzles the White Dragon child is, since Chu Xiu was relegated to the common people, his life has not become debilitated, but has directly disappeared. There are generally only two types of people who don't have a destiny. One is a dead man. One is immortals who have jumped out of the three realms and are not in the five elements. The first one was impossible. Chu Xiu was now alive and well and gaining fame in the Jianghu, so that only left the second possibility. Immortals? I've been seeking immortality all my life. Can I see a real immortal today? Bai Longzi murmured. A hint of anticipation passed through his eyes. Chapter 83 White Dragon Sunstrikes. Gathering Qi to become a dragon. Within the royal capital, before the royal palace, a figure slowly arrived. The visitor didn't carry a trace of a strong aura on his body, but when he came before the royal palace, the faces of one of the royal palace guards were showing awe, looking at the visitor, their hands gripping their blades tightly as if they were on the verge of a great enemy. Chu Xiu looked at these people and said with a calm and indifferent expression, "Make way." With just one sentence, a surge of true qi, like a mountain of mountains, crushed towards the hundreds of forbidden guards in front of the royal palace. One by one, the forbidden guards only felt their bodies being lifted out uncontrollably. They have fallen to the ground. There was not even a lack of forbidden guard commanders who were sovereigns among them. Only among these people, there was one person who only slightly shook his figure when faced with Chu Xiu's true qi, but he quickly restabilized. This person, dressed in golden-colored armor, with a golden two-handed greatsword hanging from his waist, stood like a pine, with an upright and heroic posture. This person is none other than the Grand Commander of the Forbidden Guard. The official position is first class. He was the highest in the rank of the Great Zhou's military generals. Even those first-grade military marquis were slightly inferior to him. This person bears the heavy responsibility of guarding the palace wall, is the strongest general to protect the Zhou Emperor, and is one of the most trusted people of the Zhou Emperor. This person had been on the heavenly ranking above the mingling of the jungle. At one point it was ranked in the top 3, known as Golden Sword, Wang Jinlong. Chu Xiu had met with this person a few times when he was in the royal palace, and had seen the other party kill an incoming grandmaster from an enemy country with a single sword strike. The elegance of that style is vaguely visible. For Chu Xiu, who was not yet a land god at that time, it caused no small shock. But today, Chu Xiu looked at Wang Jinlong and faintly said, "Commander Wang, you are no match for me. Stand down." Wang Jinlong tightly gripped the two-handed sword in his hand and indifferently said, "I take the salary of the court. When I share the worries of the court, I am the commander of the Forbidden Army. Guarding the palace wall is my duty. Even if I am not an opponent, I can't take half a step back." A hint of appreciation appeared in Chu Xiu's eyes. Not bad. After saying that, a sword appeared in his hand. That sword, extremely short. It's a short sword. It was glowing with bronze luster and flowing with a biting, killing aura. The moment this sword appeared, the air around it became austere. Wang Jinlong's pupils shrank and he only felt chills all over his body. Then, he slowly drew the golden two-handed greatsword at his waist and held it tightly in his hand, the aura on his body gradually climbing to the extreme. Behind him, invisible sword qi intertwined and transformed into tangible golden flames, attached to his greatsword that looked like it was poured out of gold. Wang Jinlong took a deep breath, and his eyes similarly exploded with a boundless murderous aura. Golden sword, chopping reincarnation. A sword slashed out, and the golden yellow sword qi was vast. One way or another, it was as if they wanted to cut off the cycle of reincarnation and life and death. This sword qi was definitely more powerful than 99% of the swordsmen in the Jianghu, and even the second most famous sword list in the past, Ling Barbarian, might not be able to match it. Seeing this, Chu Xiu casually flung that short sword in his hand. The short sword stabbed out at great speed like a flash of lightning. It is also wrapped in the same spirit of unrelenting courage and determination. The moment it touched the golden sword qi, the sword qi collapsed, and the short sword stabbed on top of that golden greatsword with a clanging sound and sparks erupted. The piercing and eye-catching sword light illuminated the crowd, making it difficult for them to see straight. The crowd narrowed their eyes, and when the sword light dispersed, when they looked at the battlefield, they only saw Wang Jinlong standing in place, the impenetrable golden greatsword in his hand stabbed out with a hole. In his chest, a bloody hole also appeared. Blood gushed out like a spring. Wang Jinlong stared dead center at the short sword that was back in Chu Xiu's hands, emitting a clanging murderous aura, and asked with a trembling voice, "What kind of sword is this?" "The sword of valor in Jedi. Fish gut. To your loyalty," Chu Xiu faintly said. He flicked his sleeve and the fish gut sword was then retrieved from his body. he was able to easily defeat Wang Jinlong even if he didn't use any weapons. And the reason why he did so was just a form of respect for the other party. Fish gut sword. Good sword. Good sword. Wang Jinlong murmured. Then the vitality in his eyes gradually dimmed. The body planted itself on the ground with a loud bang. The first forbidden guard of the royal palace. Fallen. Chu Xiu stepped into the royal palace with a calm expression, and no one dared to stop him. And outside the golden palace of the royal palace, the civil and military ministers walked out, looking at Chu Xiu, who was gradually walking towards them, their pupils trembling slightly. The man in front of me was once the spirited crown prince of the dynasty. It's an existence that is held in high regard by countless people. Once relegated to the common people, the people thought he would sink, and with the passage of time, gradually disappeared from the public's view, and could not turn over the wind in waves. But it didn't occur to me. In just a few short months, the other party had gone from a ruined prince to the number one person in the great Zhou, and had even easily killed his way back to the royal palace. No one in the great royal capital could resist. He's back. He's back. Emperor Zhou looked at Chu Xiu, his pupils trembling slightly. This was the first time he had seen the other party since he had reduced him to a commoner. And as he looked at Chu Xiu, who had easily decapitated Wang Jinlong, he couldn't help but feel a hint of fear welling up in his heart. Yes, the noble son of heaven would be daunted. Chu Li, who was next to Emperor Zhou, was even worse, and when he saw Chu Xiu's gaze that looked over, he turned pale with fear. Even his feet went limp and he sat down directly on the ground. He looked at Chu Xiu in shock. How is he so strong? City Defense Force, soldiers of the royal capital, royal palace guard, even Wang Jinlong. All of these existences combined couldn't resist Chu Xiu's footsteps. I didn't expect that Duke Chu would actually have this level of cultivation. The great Zhou Jianghu, I'm afraid that you will only be honored. A light laughter rang out. A white-haired old man slowly walked up to Chu Xiu. The other party did not have the slightest fluctuation of true qi on his body, yet he was able to stand in front of Chu Xiu and face the other party's pressure without any fear. The person who came was none other than the state master of the Qintian supervisor, the White Dragon's son. Chu Xiu glanced at the other party and his eyes flashed. Celestial perfection. He had only seen one celestial perfection so far. That was Nangong Qian, the headmaster of the White Deer Academy. But now, one more. The state master is here. Emperor Zhou's eyes lit up when he saw the White Dragon's son. Many years ago, he had seen the other party strike and was very convinced of the other party's methods, thinking that apart from the one in the depths of the royal palace, no one under the sky is a match for this state master. In his heart, a lot of energy was born. The White Dragon's son looked at Chu Xiu and laughed. In the dynasty, you can be a wise ruler for the ages, and in the wild, you can be a land god. Mr. Chu, truly a dragon and phoenix among men. Are you, specifically, here to compliment me? Chu Xiu calmly opened his mouth and stood with his arms folded. If that's the case, you can write down your compliments about me and leave. Don't come and get in the way. White Dragon's son laughed. Mr. Chu is joking. I am the state master. How can I watch you do whatever you want here? I have come to boldly ask for advice. When he finished speaking, he raised his hand and invoked the aura of heaven and earth. It actually condensed a golden dragon 100 feet long in the air. The giant dragon's teeth and claws were open and powerful. It was accompanied by a dragon's roar that shook people's hearts. A pressure not weaker than a celestial perfection surged toward Chu Xiu, the very spell that made White Dragonzi famous in one fell swoop, gathering chi to become a dragon. Chapter 84, Breaking the Formation. You think he can protect you? Looking at the golden dragon condensed from that aura, a hint of color passed through Chu Xiu's eyes. Oh, this spell. It's quite interesting. And White Dragon's son smiled faintly. Please enlighten me. When he finished speaking, he moved his mind. That golden dragon rose into the air and let out a shocking roar. In the face of such might, everyone was shocked by it. The corners of Emperor Zhou's mouth rose slightly, gathering chi to become a dragon. This kind of spell is rare in the world. I'd like to see what Chu Xiu is going to use to resist. Chu Li was also relieved. Great. There's still the state master. With the state master, why fear Chu Xiu? Just when the crowd was confident, the golden dragon swooped down towards Chu Xiu, wrapped in boundless might. But Chu Xiu didn't dodge and didn't flash. His sword finger condensed. Shasta. A magnificent poem that leaps out of the void. It was the martial arts of the White Deer Academy. Poetry into swords. As the poem chopped out, the golden dragon was actually split into two, and retransformed into aura and dispersed. And then looking at Chu Xiu, he stood in the same place, unharmed. the crowd's pupils shrank, especially the white dragon's son. His face changed instantly. The technique of gathering chi to transform into a dragon is one of the topmost spells, and I didn't expect that it would actually be broken so easily. Your cultivation has indeed reached that realm. Land gods. As soon as the 4 words land god immortal came out, the crowd's complexion once again changed wildly. For countless martial artists, celestial beings were already unattainable existences, and land immortals were even more of a nebulous legend. But now, a young land goddess was standing right in front of them. How, may I ask, could they not be shocked inwardly? Chu Xiu is a land god. How is that possible? Aren't the land immortals a legend? Taking a step back, even if the land god immortal isn't a legend, but so many old and famous experts haven't become land god immortals, how can Chu Xiu become that kind of existence at his age? His talent, is it really terrifying to this extent? Monster. One of the people who dared not, and was most reluctant to believe it, was Emperor Zhou. He himself had actually reduced a land god to a commoner, pushing the entire royal family against a terrestrial god? Just this as enough to leave him in the annals of history as a dim-witted ruler. Yes, you actually really are a land god. This time, I'll be able to utilize the full cum. White Dragonzi was first shocked, then laughed. Then, he waved the duster in his hand. A majestic force of true essence surged out and landed on top of the earth. Only the ground of the royal palace shook. In the next second, a strange rune emerged from the ground. The entire architectural pattern of the royal palace, for a change, began to permeate a shocking aura. The majestic heaven and earth aura more began to resonate with the white dragon sun. Chu Xiu let out a light eep, and he, who was well versed in books, could see what was in front of him at a glance. You've set up a formation within the royal palace. A formation is a unique means. There are military battle formations and sword formations for fighting among martial artists. However, it is more commonly used by warlocks to induce spiritual formations of heaven and earth's aura. Formations are profound. Often it allows one to be weak and outnumbered. A burst of extraordinary power. White Dragonchild smiled faintly. Not bad. Long ago when I was the state master of Great Zhou, I had already begun to set up this formation. This formation, the name is Nine Dragon Immortal Execution Formation. As the name suggests, even a land god can be killed. He was immensely proud of himself. Not far away, Emperor Zhou was slightly stunned when he saw the formation, then suddenly realized, I almost forgot that the state master had such a formation. White Dragon's son shouted, borrow your majesty's sword. After saying that, he raised his hand and made a move. A sword from Emperor Zhou's waist instantly flew out. It's none other than the number 1 ranked sword on the Great Zhou famous sword record. The sword of the Son of Heaven. The sword of the Son of Heaven is powerful. The biting sword aura shook the 4 directions, resonating with the aura of heaven and earth. Under the control of White Dragon Sun, it even erupted with boundless sword chi, transforming into a golden, giant dragon made of sword chi, using the heavenly sun's sword as a carrier, His Majesty's dragon chi as a guide, and this golden dragon condensed from the spiritual chi of heaven and earth for dozens of miles around. The strength of the power is far above the unusual technique of gathering chi and transforming into a dragon. What will you use to resist me? Shiro smiled slightly, then the duster in his hand once again swept. Boundless aura, once again transformed into 8 golden giant dragons. Although not as powerful as the first, but also non-trivial. Each of them had the battle power of a celestial perfection. 8 giant dragons, plus the one that just started. It is the full 9. 9 dragons gathered together in a great sound. Even if the top celestials were within this formation, they would only be suppressed in an instant. This is the true power of this formation. However, even though it was the white dragon son who had manipulated the power of the 9 dragons, he still didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless when looking at Chu Xiu, because what was staying in front of him now was a land god. Come on, let me see the land god. The true strength, White Dragonchild said expectantly. The 9 dragons came out in unison as the duster swung in his hand, facing the 9 dragons that came from the strong suppression. Chu Xiu's expression was calm and lofty, and with a condensation of his sword fingers, a long sword flew out from his sleeve. That sword was adorned with 7 colored beads, 9 hued jade, and a blade like frost and snow, dignified, towering above the rest, like an emperor among swords. It's none other than one of the 10 most famous swords. Red Sky. Sword chi was like a rainbow, rising up to the sky. It dyed the dome of the sky a crimson color. The long sword flew out, weaving in and out of the void, and in the blink of an eye, The 8 dragon shadows condensed from the boundless aura shattered one by one. Only the so-called first in the list of famous swords, the Heaven Sun Sword, was left. White Dragon Child's complexion stared. What a powerful sword. He pinched his hands with arcane spells, and the runes flowed in the void, actually forcing the aura scattered after the 8 golden dragons were broken to concentrate again. It converged on top of that golden dragon transformed by the heavenly sun sword. 9 dragons in one. The mighty power shook the world. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the golden dragon swooped down towards Chu Xiu, only to see him holding the red sky in his hand. Not tightly, the red sky in his hand slowly chopped out. Spit out the word, break. The sword chi forced its way through the golden dragon's body. The golden dragon accompanied by a whale was actually cut off at the waist, and even the so-called Heaven Sun Sword was also directly split, symbolizing high imperial power in the face of absolute force. Unbeatable. The golden dragon shattered, and the sword of the Son of Heaven broke. The 9 dragons' immortal execution formation set up by the white dragon's son shattered with a loud bang, and the entire royal palace was affected, shaking violently for it. White Dragon Child suffered a backlash and spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at Chu Xiu with a pale face. Good. What a land god. Such strength. Truly a champion of the ancient world. Chu Xiu didn't talk nonsense with him and swung the long sword in his hand. The red sky sword chi, like a sun-breaking mad dragon, roared out. However, at this moment, deep within the king's palace, another white palm energy, like a white rainbow, flew out and collided with Chu Xiu's sword chi. For a time, sword chi, palm chi impacted, and the ground crazily exploded. The corner of the white dragon's son's mouth rose slightly. Your strength, indeed amazing, but unfortunately, within the royal palace, there is still a prime pillar stone. Who is your true opponent? Chu Xiu's expression was calm as he faintly said, You think he can protect you? The words fell, only to see that the shattered sword chi, actually in the air to re-cohesion, as if a white horse, in the crowd completely did not react to the time, swept through the neck of the white dragon's son. His head, chopped down. Chapter 85, Great Zhou's Ancestor. Land Divine Immortal High Realm. The sword chi sliced through White Dragonzi's neck, along with a blood mist bursting out. White Dragon's son's head rolled down into the dust, fell on the spot. A generation of celestials, a one-man stayed master, died. This scene made the crowd's hearts palpitate and tremble, and deep within the royal palace, a domineering and overwhelming aura whistled out. Immediately afterward, a bronze coffin broke through the air and landed in front of Chu Xiu. The coffin opened. A monstrous aura gushed out from it. Heck, it's a land god's. A hint of color passed through Chu Xiu's eyes. A land god lurking within the royal palace? I've finally seen one today. A white-haired, withered old man walked out of the coffin, and he looked at Chu Xiu with incomparably cold eyes. He protects the white dragon's son. Instead, the other side killed the other side. This is, without a doubt, a slap in his face, he said in a cold voice. As a descendant of the royal family of the Great Zhou, after becoming a land god, you don't think about serving the Great Zhou, but actually dare to kill your way up to the royal palace. Such audacity, such disregard for the law, such disloyalty. What kind of face is there to stand on in the world? Chu Xiu sniffed and did not utter a word, but his face was directly hooked up with an icy smile. He had done his best for the Great Zhou, but because of the Zhou Emperor's own unwarranted suspicion, he was relegated to the status of a commoner. Now, it's being called disloyal and unfaithful? When he thought of this, the anger in his heart could no longer be suppressed, and the land god's breath poured out, like a mountain torrent and sea, shaking heaven and earth. Even that land god in the king's palace couldn't help but sway his body for a moment. His eyes narrowed. This cultivation is truly extraordinary. Emperor Zhou asked somewhat apprehensively from the side. Old ancestor, can you handle it? The Great Zhou old ancestor stood with his arms folded. I've been recuperating for decades. Although I haven't restored my essence to the peak of my youth, I still don't have a problem with dealing with a junior. Great Zhou has me. It can't fall. After saying that, he took a step forward. The breath on his body climbed with it. The breaths of the two land immortals impacted together head-on, inducing vibrations in a 100-mile radius, and the clouds above the dome of the sky churned and retreated in both directions, as if the sky had split open. The Great Zhou elder ancestor looked at Chu Xiu and said indifferently, Junior, you have imperial blood flowing in your body. As long as you can turn back, I am still willing to accept you, let you continue to be a prince. And if you perform outstandingly, becoming a prince is not impossible. Truly, Xu Yun's heart was in his throat. once Chu Xiu promised. Wouldn't they have no chance then? And when Emperor Zhou heard that, he frowned. If he let Chu Xiu rejoin the royal family, then wouldn't he be making a mockery of the fact that he had previously relegated the other party to the status of a commoner? Does he want to lose face? If Chu Xiu really came back, then the royal family would have one more land deity to sit on the throne, which would be a heavenly good thing. On balance, the pros outweigh the cons. A little face can still be sacrificed. Chu Xiu, come back. I can readmit you, Emperor Zhou said. His face echoed the look of a doting father. Some of the officials, too, looked at Chu Xiu expectantly. For example, Li Shouhan. Unlike the others, they, the clean and straight officials, really wanted Chu Xiu to come back. A civil and military crown prince was too worthy of their followers. However, after hearing Emperor Zhou's words, Chu Xiu couldn't help but shake his head and snort. What do you take me for? To come back just by asking me to come back? Prince? I got tired of being one a long time ago. As for what throne is to me, it is even more floating clouds. The great Zhou old ancestor sniffed and said no more, then raised his hand to induce the aura of heaven and earth, transforming into a huge white palm print on the dome of the sky. The palm imprints fell with a roar, locking onto Chu Xiu. The pressure of the palm energy was like a landslide. When Chu Xiu saw this, his body didn't move, but his qi was self-generated, and the red sky in his hand gently shook. In an instant, there were magnificent poems that were transformed into sword qi and rose up to the sky. White palm energy, colliding with the sword qi in the air. The airwaves that erupted were so turbulent and surging that they swept over tens of miles. The people of the entire royal capital couldn't help but shiver as they looked in the direction of the royal palace. It just feels as if there is a doomsday apocalypse that is about to come. Some martial artists, on the other hand, were incomparably yearning. Land immortal. This is the land immortal realm. Is this really as far as human power can go? Every move can trigger the resonance of heaven and earth, gathering the aura of heaven and earth as if it were an arm. It's really terrifying. The king's palace. The battle of the land gods was in full swing. As the palm was disintegrated, old ancestor De Zhou once again invoked the aura of heaven and earth, only to see spells flowing around him, transforming into a golden dragon shadow. It was actually White Dragon Child's technique of gathering qi to become a dragon. Only, this technique of gathering qi to become a dragon was even more advanced than White Dragon Z. No one knows that the famous Great Zhou State Master is, in fact, my disciple. His technique of gathering qi to become a dragon is not hot enough, so you come and try mine. The great Zhou old ancestor said indifferently. The dragon shadow swooped down with a majestic strike that caused the mountains and rivers to change color. Chu Xiu didn't hurry and chopped out the red sky in his hand. A domineering and unparalleled sword split the dragon's shadow. Gathering qi and transforming into a dragon is too much to handle. He trailed off. Great Zhou old ancestor's eyes narrowed slightly. Interesting, at such an age, you have not only reached the land god realm, but you are also able to fight against me to this point. Sure enough, your appearance heralds the coming of the great controversy. This heaven and earth will once again return to the ancient times. That kind of martial arts heyday. Unfortunately, you won't be able to see it. He cupped his hand in an arcane technique, and his aura transformed into a dragon once again. Only this time, his target was not Chu Xiu. Rather, it's himself. One could only see the shadow of the dragon that came out of the aura pouring into old ancestor Dazhou's body. The aura of the great Zhou ancestor climbed upward. It actually goes to the next level. The land god immortal realm. There are also strengths and weaknesses. The beginning realm, the middle realm, the high realm, the peak, the perfection, and the ultimate everlasting habitat. I see that at such an age, for you to be able to reach the land goddess beginning realm is already earth-shattering, and it's impossible for you to reach the land goddess middle realm. I, on the other hand, with the help of the technique of gathering qi to transform into a dragon, as well as the aid of the imperial dragon qi, was able to reach the middle realm of the land immortals in one fell swoop, or even approach the level of the high realm. You, how do you fight me? The great Zhou old ancestor rose up in the air. His aura was like the dome of the sky collapsing, continuously suppressing down towards Chu Xiu, and the martial intent around his body was even more overbearing and incomparable. It was as if every move could shatter mountains and rivers. He raised his palm and once again pressed down towards Chu Xiu. The palm force blasted out, causing the wind and clouds of heaven and earth to sweep in, wrapping up boundless spiritual qi, as if it was the hand of a heavenly god, capable of suppressing everything. When Chu Xiu saw this, his body's sword intent flowed out. One time, within the royal capital, countless longswords in the hands of swordsmen were trembling more than once. the long sword in Chu Xiu's hand, raised upwards. A sword chi rushed out of the sky, as if it had transformed into a round of terrifying sun. It was the Great Sun Sword technique that he had obtained by signing in at Sunset Cliff. It is also the Ling Xiao Sword sect, the highest sword technique, and when it was unleashed in Chu Xiu's hands, the might was even stronger than the successive generations of ancestors of the Ling Xiao Sword sect, even surpassing the creator of the sword skill. Boom! The Great Sun formed by the sword chi directly shattered the palm force of the Great Zhou ancestor. Feeling the searing sword intent that came to his face, the pupils of the Great Zhou old ancestor shrunk slightly in disbelief. This is the Land Divine Immortal High Realm? Chapter 86, Beheading the Old Ancestor. Control Zhou Emperor. Land Immortal High Realm? Old Ancestor de Zhou couldn't believe it. The realm that he himself hadn't even reached had actually allowed a young junior to do so, and in the face of the brilliant sun that bombarded him, he couldn't help but tremble as he condensed his true chi around his body to the extreme. The Great Sun blasted in with a majestic and overwhelming power. The moment of collision with his true chi barrier exploded with a loud bang, directly bursting into pieces. Almost defenseless, he was directly blasted away, his body blackened and bruised by the searing sword chi. A mouthful of blood was spat out, which was also laced with searing sword chi. It was as if molten lava had melted a crater in the ground. This is the Great Sun Sword sect's Ling Xiao sword technique. In his hands, it's actually able to explode with such power? This monster! Old Ancestor de Zhou swallowed his saliva. Looking at the slowly landing, imposing Chu Xiu, he couldn't help but take 2 steps back, and Emperor Zhou couldn't believe it when he saw it. Surprisingly, even his greatest reliance was defeated. This guy, so scary. The moment Chu Xiu landed on the ground, his gaze was like electricity, and he steeply looked at Chu Li in the crowd, while the other party seemed to have sensed something and hurriedly turned around to flee. But he hadn't gotten very far, only to see Chu Xiu grabbing with his 5 fingers. A suction force was generated out of thin air. Chu Li simply didn't have time to resist, and was enveloped by this suction force as his entire body fell backwards toward Chu Xiu uncontrollably. By his neck, he was lifted in mid-air. Chu Xiu! How dare you! Chu Xiu! Stop! Aren't you afraid of being revolted by the dragon chi? Emperor Zhou, the Great Zhou old ancestor drank one after another, but Chu Xiu, ignoring it, slowly exerted his 5 fingers. Chu Li's face gradually reddened, but he still said intermittently, "Brother, elder brother, spare me." This time, he did remember that Chu Xiu was his elder brother, but Chu Xiu's eyes were indifferent, without the slightest fluctuation, and he faintly said, "In your next life, don't be born in an emperor's house." Click! With a firm grip of his 5 fingers, Chu Li's neck was immediately crushed. Chu Li, die! And the moment Chu Li died, an invisible force surged into Chu Xiu's body and began to crazily impact his limbs and bones. That's the dragon's energy backfired. Chu Xiu felt the backlash and pondered. This power, even a celestial perfection would only find it difficult to withstand. Just killing an imperial prince with this level of dragon chi backlash is indeed extraordinary. No wonder the Jianghu people don't dare to deal with the royal family. However, although the power of this dragon chi backlash was powerful, Chu Xiu, however, was then fearless, and the true chi in his body revolved, gradually suppressing that dragon chi. Looking at Chu Xiu, who had clearly killed an imperial prince but was able to suppress the backlash of his dragon chi, Emperor Zhou, the Great Zhou ancestor's heart palpitated and chilled. The other party's cultivation level was actually so high that even the dragon chi revolt couldn't help him. After killing Chu Li, Chu Xiu's gaze fell on Emperor Zhou. Then, he took 1 step and came to the other party as if he were a ghost. Seeing Chu Xiu, who had suddenly appeared in front of him, the titular emperor finally couldn't hold back the fear in his heart and was paralyzed with fear. The crown on his head, a symbol of royal power, fell to the dust. As for Chu Xiu, he stood with his arms folded, condescendingly looking at Emperor Zhou, who was paralyzed on the ground. At this moment, it was as if he was the 9 to 5. Emperor Zhou trembled his hand and pointed at Chu Xiu. You can't kill me. I am the son of heaven. The dragon chi in my body is not comparable to Chu Li. If you kill me, you definitely won't be able to withstand the backlash of the dragon's energy. Also, I am your father. If you kill your father, even if you are a land god, you have to leave a bad reputation for 10,000 years. Chu Xiu looked at Emperor Zhou, whose eyes were filled with fear but was still forcing his composure, and said with a calm expression, "Yes, it's true that I can't kill you right now. Dragon's rebellion, patricide, as well as killing the other party, Chu Nishang would not be able to ascend the throne in name only. None of this was beneficial to Chu Xiu. Only by keeping Emperor Zhou alive would he be able to maximize his value. Hearing Chu Xiu's words, Emperor Zhou inwardly let out a sigh of relief. But the next second, Chu Xiu's words made his face redden with anger. I can't kill you, but I can control you. Emperor Zhou was enraged at his words. What do you mean? Control yourself? As an emperor, one should be high and unrestrained. But Chu Xiu, however, said he wanted to control him. Wouldn't he, the emperor, then become a puppet? Only to see Chu Xiu's sword finger move. A sword chi swept out from his fingertip and entered Emperor Zhou's body, lingering between his heart veins. Emperor Zhou was also a great master. He tried to use his own true chi to expel this true chi, but the moment he made contact, he was violently struck by a throbbing pain in his heart. He was shocked and furious. You, what have you done? It's just a matter of leaving a piece of true chi in your body. Only, as long as I want to, I can use this piece of true chi at any time to take your life. Chu Xiu calmly said. The crowd sucked in a cold breath. With this one true chi, it was equivalent to putting a shackle on Emperor Zhou, which was simply the greatest punishment for an emperor. This hand of Chu Xiu's was too ruthless. Sure enough, Emperor Zhou was so angry that his body twitched, but was, however, clueless. Then, he looked at the next old ancestor of the great Zhou, and his eyes lit up. Right, he couldn't expel this one true chi of Chu Xiu, but old man Dazhou is a land god. He must be able to. As long as they waited for Chu Xiu to leave, they could then have the great Zhou ancestor make a move. Yeah, that's right, just do it. Emperor Zhou looked at the great Zhou ancestor with a hint of hope in his eyes, and as Chu Xiu sensed his gaze, the red sky sword in his hand made a steep movement, and the sword energy was like lightning as it flew towards the great Zhou old ancestor. The great Zhou old ancestor looked horrified and frantically retreated. He was so angry at the moment that he wanted to curse, wanted to slap Emperor Zhou a dozen times. As an emperor, he should be happy and angry. What do you say you? Nothing to look at me for? Let Chu Xiu perceive your true intentions. Great Zhou old ancestor's figure retreated violently, but he still could not be faster than the red sky sword chi, and was caught up by the sword chi, and he, who was already heavily injured, could not block the sword. The chest was penetrated by the sword chi, and the 5 viscera and 6 bowels were almost completely torn apart. The great Zhou ancestor fell to the ground with a loud bang. Chu Xiu indifferently looked at Emperor Zhou and faintly said, Now, no one can help you. Emperor Zhou, in utter despair. From now on, he could only become Chu Xiu's puppet on strings, and if the other party told him to go east, he couldn't go west. The only reason he's sitting on the throne right now is because of one. That is, obediently waiting for Chu Nishang to replace him. For him, an emperor who highly valued power, this was no different from waiting for death. And thinking of this gave birth to great sadness in his heart. Instead of that, it's better to die. But, the thought of dying means nothing. He would be even less able to be honest about it. Chu Xiu swept his gaze over the crowd and murmured, One person is missing, although Chu Li is dead. However, the Ling Shao sword sex Mr. Zhang, Luo Jianfeng, who had conspired with Chu Li, was not within the royal palace, and thought that he had learned that he had come to the royal capital, and had run back to the Ling Shao sword sect early on. It seemed that he still had to make a trip to the Ling Shao sword sect. Chapter 87, A handful of prime Chu Xiu. De Chu's actions. Inside the royal palace, Chu Xiu sat cross-legged, his body's true chi running, and the loss of true chi caused by the battle with the land god in the royal palace gradually recovered. Not only that, but it's vaguely elevated. 9 Heaven's surprising god sword technique is a heavenly ranked technique. I have cultivated it to the 9th layer, which is the land divine immortal high realm. But that's not enough. I need to be stronger. Chu Xiu murmured. During the battle with the great Zhou ancestor, the other party had said, the great controversy is coming. Although he didn't know what kind of era it was, he thought that martial arts experts would appear one after another. Perhaps even the land gods are no longer a rumored presence. He has only been courageous and ahead of the crowd. It's the only way to stand. It's the only way to suppress everything. It is only then that you can get away with heaven and earth. The 10th layer of the 9 Heavens surprising god sword technique. It's time to deduce it. Chu Xiu murmured. The 9 heavenly surprising god sword technique is a heavenly level technique, but Chu Xiu is carrying the 9 orifices Linglong sword heart, for the sword sense, and his qualification in the sword path. Even the celestial realm swordsman was far inferior. Given time, he could deduce a higher level of the 9 heavens surprising god sword technique, the 10th layer, the 11th layer, or even the 12th layer. Suddenly, Dongfang Hate walked into the palace and bowed to Chu Xiu. Duke. Well, there's no need for eunuch Dongfang to be polite. How is Emperor Zhou? Chu Xiu asked indifferently. After controlling the Zhou Emperor and killing the Great Zhou ancestor, Chu Xiu was no longer a threat in Great Zhou, and was even able to live in the royal palace with impunity. At the moment, the nominal emperor was Emperor Zhou, but it is he who is actually in charge. But for the sake of some plans, he couldn't let Emperor Zhou die yet. Dongfang Hate said, "Back to your excellency." After his majesty he returned to the hall. He was furious and broke a lot of things, but now he has fallen asleep. Well, that's all he can do. Chu Xiu nodded slightly. Dongfang Hate lamented, "I have never seen his majesty that way. Looks all the emperor style. Annoyed, dying, powerless. From a towering emperor, reduced to a puppet at my mercy. It is to be expected that he would be like this." Chu Xiu Dao, "Your Excellency, since you already have control over his majesty, why don't you just ask his majesty to issue a decree so that he can simply abdicate and allow the princess to ascend to the throne?" Dongfang Hate asked curiously. This was a doubt in the minds of many of the ministers. Some people even wanted Chu Xiu himself to ascend to the throne as emperor. "I understand, brother." At this moment, Shu Nishang walked in and smiled faintly. "Elder brother is wanting me to ascend to the throne in name only, instead of carrying the name of rebellion." Chu Xiu smiled faintly. "The one who knows me." Nishang also. "Not bad. If he kills his way into the royal palace today and makes Emperor Zhou abdicate directly, then, even if Chu Nishang became the emperor, in the eyes of some people, it would turn out that she had colluded with Chu Xiu to rebel and force her father to abdicate. Reputation-wise, there will always be that little impact. Chu Xiu wants Chu Nishang to ascend the throne. It is necessary to give her the right name and to convince the world." Dongfang Hate pondered for a moment. "Well, I understand. Just now this situation, and the princess ascended to the throne is actually no different. Next, as long as the princess builds up her political achievements and continues to raise her prestige among the people, ascending to the throne as emperor will naturally be a matter of course." Shu Nishang, Shu Xiu, thought deeply. Shu Nishang said, "Eunuch Dongfang, next, I would like to ask you to continue to stay by father's side and monitor his every move. Although he is now controlled by his elder brother, he is after all an emperor, when he will not easily admit defeat. Until the last moment, it is still necessary to be on guard." Dongfang Hate nodded. "Yes." Then, Shu Nishang looked toward Chu Xiu and asked with concern, "Elder brother, you killed Chu Li and suffered a backlash from the dragon Qi. Is it really nothing serious?" Chu Xiu smiled and shook his head. "No harm, not a problem. What's next for brother? Make a trip to the Ling Xiao sword sect. You're not quite finished yet," Chu Xiu faintly said. Shu Nishang sniffed in thought. "Elder brother has killed celestials one after another for my sake. If the Ling Xiao sword sect fights back, I'm only afraid that elder brother will also step in and overthrow them. Yes, it's just that if this happens, the force of the Great Zhou will inevitably weaken, and several other dynasties, I'm afraid, will have other thoughts." Shu Nishang worried. In addition to the Great Zhou, there were the remaining 4 major dynasties under heaven. They were equally wolfish and wanted to annex other dynasties. Once the Great Zhou is weakened, it will definitely make a move. Chu Xiu stood with his arms folded and said indifferently, "Don't worry. With me, even if I'm the only one, I can still." One hand to the sky. Chu Xiu was very confident in his current self. Not only was it a cultivation in the high realm of the land goddesses, in his hand, he still had the Rohypnol card, 3,000 martial artists of Luonet, among them hundreds of Zhongshi and 100 celestials. Just one force. What does he have to fear from the remaining few dynasties even if they join forces? The only ones who could pose a threat to him were the land deities lurking in other dynasties, and together, they might be able to cause him some trouble. Unfortunately, several dynasties are not of one mind. How can you join forces that easily? The Great Chu dynasty. Within the splendid royal palace, a man wearing a black dragon robe was standing with his hands in the air, listening to the report of a secret guard underneath. Several major dynasties all have the habit of sending spy scouts towards other dynasties. Easy to keep track of other dynasties. De Chu, De Zhou neighboring. The relationship was not friendly as they attacked each other. The intelligence scout spies sent by De Chu towards De Zhou are even more numerous, and the Chu emperor is naturally aware of what is happening within De Zhou. Land gods. Chu Xiu, the great commander of the Forbidden Guards, the state master of Great Zhou. Even the Great Zhou ancestor was killed by this person. This person is truly terrifying. Emperor Zhou has really made a bad move by relegating such a brilliant person to the common people. Emperor Chu murmured. Then, his eyes glowed. Great Joe has lost experts one after another, and some time ago, they fought with the sun-worshipping kingdom, which resulted in a great depletion of their troops. This is the opportunity of a lifetime. As long as I send my troops, I will be able to take them down. May not. Behind Emperor Chu, a calm voice rang out. Emperor Chu sniffed and asked, "Old ancestor, why?" With Chu Xiu around, it's never easy to take down Great Joe, but Chu Xiu has been relegated to the status of a commoner. Will he help Great Joe? You're underestimating the heart of a land god, and judging from some of this person's previous accomplishments, he will never sit back and watch us invade Great Joe. If you want to take Great Joe, you have to find a way to take this person down first. Does the old ancestor have any good advice? There is no good strategy, but there is a plan that can be tried. What scheme? The beauty plan. Emperor Chu frowned. The other party doesn't look like a person who was lost in color. Didn't Emperor Zhou say that Chu Xiu colluded with our great Chu holy maiden, and that's why he relegated him to the common people? Since that's the case, then send the saint daughter to Great Zhou to make contact with this person once again. See if we can bring him close. And even if we can't, if we can try to find out some details, it's still a good thing for us. The great Chu old ancestor faintly said. Emperor Chu's eyes lit up at his words. Good. Chapter 88 Traveling to the Ling Xiao Sword Sect. Ling Xiao Sword Monument. The matter of Chu Xiu causing havoc in the royal palace of the Great Zhou and beheading the land immortals was like a hurricane sweeping through the entire Jianghu, and countless people were shocked by it. I didn't realize that the rumored land immortals actually existed. For a while, Chu Xiu had almost become a myth in the Jianghu. Everyone who brought up the name Chu Xiu would sincerely feel admiration and emotion, and compared to these admiring, emotional martial artists, there are some people who are on edge, such as the Ling Xiao Sword Sect. After all, their Ling Xiao Sword Sect had once supported Chu Li. Now, Chu Li is dead. Chu Xiu, there was no guarantee that he wouldn't go after them. Inside the Great Hall of the Ling Xiao Sword Sect, due to the fact that the sect master of the Ling Xiao Sword Sect had died at the hands of the kingdom master of the sun-worshipping kingdom some time ago, the current sect master was replaced by the Grand Elder of the Ling Xiao Sword Sect. The Grand Elder called for Mr. Zhang. Luo Jianfeng took a deep breath and asked gruffly, "You guys just came back from the royal capital. Tell me, did you do anything extra in the royal capital to provoke Chu Xiu?" Luo Jianfeng hurriedly said, "No, we were just supporting King Li normally, and when we heard that Chu Xiu was heading to the royal capital, we left." Mr. Zhang, who was on the side, opened his mouth, but didn't say anything. The Grand Elder pondered for a moment and said, "That's good. If we only fail to support Chu Li, Chu Xiu should not be able to lay hands on us." Throughout the ages, there have been party disputes. Being on the wrong side of the fence is a common occurrence. As long as you pull out in time, there's still a chance of survival. Besides, their Ling Xiao Sword Sect was a Jianghu power, and although they secretly supported Chu Li, they had never confronted Chu Xia. The other side might be able to net them. Thinking of this, the Grand Elder inwardly let out a slight sigh of relief. "You guys go ahead and go down." "Yes." Luo Jianfeng. Mr. Zhang walked out of the Great Hall. After walking away, the two of them glanced at each other, and Zhang frowned. "Are you sure you won't tell the truth about Chu Nishan?" The key to Chu Xiu killing Chu Li was that Chu Li wanted to possess the other party by having Luo Jianfeng defile Chu Nishan, and this ploy was proposed by Luo Jianfeng himself, only because of the failure of the two women of the Turning Spirit and Soul Destroyer to make a move. The Zhou Emperor did not publicize this matter for the sake of the royal face. It was the Ling Xiao Sword Sect and the others who didn't know the hidden meaning. Luo Jianfeng looked at Mr. Zhang and said gruffly, "If you speak up, the Ling Xiao Sword Sect will definitely not protect the two of us. Then we will truly be dead." But so many experts in the king's capital, even the land immortals couldn't stop Chu Xiu. How could the Ling Xiao Sword Sect? How could they possibly do it? The Ling Xiao Sword Sect can't do it, but at least it can delay some time for us so that we can prepare to escape. Luo Jianfeng said. Mr. Zhang pondered for a while, then gritted his teeth. If a man doesn't do it for himself, the heavens will kill him. This is the only way. Go back and pack up. The two left quickly. Not much longer. The two of them had then packed up all the wealth, treasures they had accumulated over the years, and were ready to leave the Ling Xiao Sword Sect and find another way to make a living. But just as they were about to leave, outside the Ling Xiao Sword Sect, a monstrous aura suddenly erupted. For a time, the entire Ling Xiao Sword Sect was like an enemy. Outside the Ling Xiao Sword Sect, the main entrance, a white-clothed figure that slowly arrived was none other than Chu Xiu. He looked at the main entrance. The plaque with the word Ling Xiao, which revealed an extraordinary sword intent, and slightly marveled. Not bad. The person who inscribed this plaque was at least a celestial perfection. It may even reach the land god realm. It should be the same founder of the Ling Shao sword sect. Ding! Detected to be located in the Ling Shao sword sect. Can sign in. Do you sign in? The system alert sounded. Chu Xiu mumbled in his mind. Sign in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a piece of the Ling Shao sword tablet. Within Chu Xiu's system space, a stone tablet suddenly appeared. There were countless sword marks on the stone tablet, crisscrossing and densely packed, as if there were countless top swordsmen, carving words and leaving moves on this stone tablet. Chu Xiu just took a glance, and a large amount of information on sword techniques involuntarily surfaced within his mind, and he instantly understood something. Within this sword steel, the sword techniques of countless swordsmen remain. Interesting. This item can be considered a supreme treasure for swordsmen. Even for me, it helps. Chu Xiu smiled faintly. He wanted to deduce the 10th and 11th levels of the Nine Heavens surprising god sword technique. This sword tablet. It just helps. It would allow him to take the strengths of all families and coalesce them within the Gong method, creating a brand new Nine Heavenly surprising god sword technique. At this point, within the Ling Shao sword sect, each and every swordsman rushed out, drawing their long swords from their waists and gazing at Chu Xiu with incomparable vigilance. Seeing this, Chu Xiu indifferently said, holding a sword in front of me. You guys don't deserve it. The words fell. Sword intent flowed out. Only the swords in the hands of the crowd buzzed and trembled. A handful of swords, out of their hands, flew out and inserted themselves in front of Chu Xiu, their bodies bent by the pressure of the sword intent. Actually in a groveling manner. All the swords submit to it. For the common respect. Chu Xiu, like an emperor among swords. When the crowd of Ling Shao sword sect swordsmen saw this, they all marveled. The Grand Elder of the Ling Shao sword sect stood out and said solemnly, Chu Xiu, although we of the Ling Shao sword sect supported King Li, now that King Li is dead, we are unwilling to intervene in the affairs of the court anymore, nor are we willing to be your enemy. Could it be that you can't leave us alone? Do you really want to kill us all? Chu Xiu sniffed and said indifferently, since you participated in the party dispute, then you should have the realization that you will be shattered to pieces, and it's too late to beg for forgiveness now. Besides, what do you mean you're all right now that King Knight is dead? Luo Jianfeng is still around. He, moreover, deserves to die. A terrifying killing intent exploded from Chu Xiu's eyes. In an instant, the entire Ling Shao sword sect was like falling into an ice cellar. Countless people only felt chills all over their bodies. There was a feeling of being lynched, terrifying in the extreme. This monster. The Grand Elder swallowed. Luo Jianfeng is just a disciple of my Ling Shao sword sect. Even if he aids King Li, why would your excellency, as a land goddess, go after him? Ha! It seems like you guys really don't know anything about what Luo Jianfeng has done. Chu Xiu said with a light laugh. The people present couldn't help but frown. Luo Jianfeng, what did you do? The Grand Elder of the Ling Shao sword sect detected a hint of misfortune, thinking that there must be something hidden in this. So he sent for Luo Jianfeng. To Chu Xiu, he said, Mr. Chu, please wait a moment. I've already sent someone to find Luo Jianfeng, and I'll soon bring him to you. Chu Xiu sniffed with interest. I'd like to see what tricks you can pull off. Not much longer. A disciple came to report. Back to Great Elder, Luo Jianfeng, and Zhang Yi have fled. Inside their residence, all the gold and silver belongings have been searched, obviously absconding with the money. The crowd's faces changed. There's definitely something fishy going on here. Why else would these two be running away so quickly? Go on. Get them back. The Grand Elder let out a low shout and dispatched everyone. And at the moment, he was drenched in sweat. Once they failed to recapture Luo Jianfeng, the two Mr. Zhang, he had almost seen the tragic end of the Ling Shao sword sect. Chapter 89, The two who were lynched. The sword sect is disbanded. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How did that guy get here so fast? Dozens of miles away from the Ling Shao sword sect, two figures were running in a hurry. It was Mr. Zhang, Luo Jianfeng. They were filled with horror. Being chased by a land god. I'm sure any individual would be so terrified. With their own cultivation, after running out hundreds of miles with all their might, the two of them looked at the empty mountains and forests behind them, and couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Phew, doesn't look like he's catching up, Luo Jianfeng said. As a land god, perhaps, he doesn't care to chase us. Mr. Zhang mused. Just when the two thought they had escaped, several figures suddenly arrived and surrounded the two. At the head of the group was none other than the Grand Elder of the Ling Shao sword sect. Him, personally. He looked at the two with icy eyes, saying nothing, packing up and fleeing. What exactly are you two hiding from us? Luo Jianfeng's heart felt a hint of despair when he saw the Grand Elder coming. With a plop, he fell to his knees. Great Elder, please spare us, we can't go back or we'll die. Luo Jianfeng said. Say, what have you guys done? Actually provoked the killing power of a land god immortal. The Grand Elder said in an icy tone. We can't talk about. Then come back with us to see Mr. Chu. No, we're not going back to see him. Luo Jianfeng hastily shook his head. He stormed off steeply, pulling a dagger from his pocket, like a viper spitting out a letter. It stabbed at the Grand Elder's neck. He would rather kill the Grand Elder who had trained him than go back to face Chu Xiao, and his actions had completely disappointed the Grand Elder. Facing a celestial, Luo Jianfeng, a patriarch, was simply not enough to look at. The dagger bounced off the moment it touched the celestial deity. As for himself, he was also shaken back a dozen steps. He drew back, trying to use the momentum to escape, but the Grand Elder sent out a sword chi through the air, picking off his hamstrings, intending to drag him back to see Chu Xiao. As for that Mr. Zhang, the moment he saw the Grand Elder's few people, he had already given up his resistance and sat down on the ground with a pale face. He was brought back to the Ling Shao sword sect by several people from the Grand Elder together. Sword sect. Inside the lobby, Chu Xiao sat in an old-fashioned manner, holding a cup of freshly made tea in his hand. He blew on it and took a sip, frowning slightly. The female disciple of the sword sect next to her was so scared that her heart stopped. Why is he frowning? Is there something wrong with the tea I made? He's not going to kill me. That female disciple's body was paralyzed with fear. It's not as good as what Shirayuki steeps, but it's barely palatable. Chu Xiao faintly said. The female disciple hurriedly said, it's because I'm not skillful. I've slowed down the gentleman. No harm done. They should be back soon. Chu Xiao looked in the direction of the entrance of the Ling Shao sword sect. In fact, he wasn't worried about Mr. Zhang. Luo Jianfeng was able to escape. He held the two major forces of Fengyun Lu and Luo Net in his hands. These two could not escape him even if they fled to the ends of the earth. Not much longer. The Grand Elder returned with Luo Jianfeng, who had his hamstring picked off, and Mr. Zhang. Looking at Chu Xiao, Luo Jianfeng's face turned pale. His lips trembled as he knelt on the ground and said in a trembling tone, Chu, what is it that Mr. Chu is looking for me for? You really don't know? Chu Xiao said with a cold gaze. Lord Chu, I turned myself in. The idea of wanting to defile Princess Nishan was brought up by Luo Jianfeng and promised by King Li. It has nothing to do with me. I've persuaded theirs, but they're obsessed and won't listen to me at all. At this point, Mr. Zhang said in a hurry, sold Luo Jianfeng directly. Luo Jianfeng's face turned pale as he roared. You're talking nonsense. It's you. You're the one who brought this up. Don't spit blood here. Chu Xiao watched these two dog-eat-dog with a calm expression. He didn't care who came up with the idea. These two are going to die anyway. And when the Grand Elder on the side heard this, his heart instantly became clear. He looked at these two and was incomparably angry. Shameless, how can I say that my Ling Shao sword sect is also a prestigious sect, but I would actually produce goods like you? You guys, you disappoint me so much. Is he really angry about the nastiness of these two? No. What really made him angry was that these two had provoked Chu Xiao. One land god is enough to exterminate them several times. My lord, these two people should be executed with 10,000 sword lynchings according to the rules of my Ling Shao sword sect. You don't have to do it. Just let us do it, the Grand Elder said. In the next second, his true chi surged and turned into countless fine sword chi spurts. The sword chi landed on the two men, actually cutting off pieces of their flesh and blood, forming a roiling blood mist that dyed the great hall red. The miserable screams of the two men resounded through the great hall. Some of the disciples watched with palpitations and chills. In the time it took for a few people to breathe, Luo Jianfeng, Mr. Zhang and the two of them had already been transformed into two blood-drenched skeletons, but the head is still there, and there's still sanity. They watched their bodies being lynched, suffering both mental and physical pain before slowly dying. And Chu Xiao, who had witnessed all of this, had no ripples on his face. He raised his eyes to look at the Grand Elder. I gave you permission to kill them? The Grand Elder said fearfully. Please calm your anger. Your Excellency, I heard about these two people's nasty behavior and was outraged for a moment. It's just that, too trash. Dead is dead. It's fine for you to take a shot, but there's no need to dirty my hands, Chu Xiao said. Then, he slowly rose. And as for the Lingxiao sword sect, deadly sins can be spared, but living sins are hard to escape. With immediate effect, disband yourselves. The Grand Elder's face turned pale with a swish. Dismantle the Lingxiao sword sect? What's the difference between that and exterminating them? For them, the higher-ups of the Lingxiao sword sect, they didn't know how many benefits they had gained over the years by virtue of the sect's might. With this dissolution, they would be reduced to casual cultivators, and it would be difficult for them to turn over a new leaf. What? You guys don't want to? No, we're disbanding the sword sect right now, the Grand Elder said, a sentence that seemed to have drained his essence, making his entire person seem to have aged dozens of years. And Chu Xiu then left the sword sect. Soon after he left, the Lingxiao sword sect announced the dissolution of the many disciples, each going their own way. This news, the whole Jianghu for the shock. This is a famous sect that has been known for hundreds of years. It actually disbanded because of Chu Xiu's words. The energy, it was horrible. Today's Chu Xiu was definitely the number one person in the Great Zhou, Nangong asked. And Emperor Zhou and the others were far worse. Inside an inn, a woman in a long green coat with a pretty face was drinking tea and holding a book of poems in her hand, watching it over and over again. When a servant girl beside her saw this, she couldn't help but yawn. Holy maiden, this book of poems, you've gone through it no less than 10 times. Aren't you tired of reading it? The beauty of poetry is such that you never get tired of seeing it 1,000 times. The woman in green smiled slightly. She looked at the collection of poems, amazement showing in her eyes. What's more, every single poem in this collection is enough to be passed down to the next generation. Every single one of them is worth savoring over and over again. And what's even more shocking is that these poems are all from one person's hand, Chu Xiu. At first sight, I knew he was different. I just didn't expect it to be so amazing. Chapter 90, Deducing Feats. An appointment with the Heavenly Sword Gorge. Holy maiden, when you first met that Chu Xiu, what exactly is he like? How come the entire Great Zhou is talking about him? The servant girl asked curiously. The woman in green smiled slightly. Him, a very special person. How special? Meet him and you'll remember him for the rest of your life. The servant girl was a bit disbelieving. Really? When you meet him, you'll know naturally. The woman in green didn't explain too much. As for herself, there was a hint of anticipation in her heart, but she just didn't know what came to mind. And a hint of worry surfaced on her face. After the last goodbye, will you hate me when we meet again at this time? Chu Xiu, who had left the Lingxiao sword sect, never appeared in the Jianghu people's field of vision again. It was as if he had disappeared out of thin air. The crowd murmured for a while. Some people started looking for Chu Xiu, but they had no clue. Gradually, the crowd paid no further attention, while Chu Xiu, at this moment, was alone. He arrived at the Heavenly Sword Gorge. This was where he signed in to obtain the 9 heavenly surprising divine sword technique. He came here and carved out a cave in this place, entering it alone to refer to the Lingxiao sword tablet that he had obtained by signing up in the Lingxiao sword sect. The sword tablet contained countless sword techniques. These swordsmanship, all-encompassing, exquisite, ordinary swordsman. If one of the swordsmanship to understand thoroughly can be used endlessly. But for Chu Xiu, comprehending these swordsmanships was as simple as eating and drinking. And in just a few days, the various swordsmanships were comprehended by him one by one. In turn, these sword techniques that he had comprehended were used to deduce the 10th, or even the 11th, layer of the 9 heavenly surprising god sword technique. Time passes. A month has passed. This month's time was not a quiet one in the jungle. Along with the disbanding of the Lingxiao sword sect, the sword techniques of the Lingxiao sword sect were strayed into the Jianghu, triggering the major sword-using sects to fight each other. And during this period, there was another thing that caught the attention of the court and the Jianghu, and that was that the holy maiden of Great Chu, Lu Qingyi, had come to Great Zhou. Lu Qingyi, the holy maiden of the Green Lotus sect, the first state religion of the Great Chu, is proficient in music, her cultivation is unfathomable, and she once killed a dozen patriarchs with the sound of her zither. It's the number one person among the young generation of Dechu. Coupled with her status as a holy maiden, the moment she came to Great Zhou, she attracted the attention of all parties, all thinking that she would make some big moves when she came to Great Zhou. However, what was strange was that the other party, after entering the Great Zhou, had traveled all the way to the mountains and did not do anything to cross the border. Inside the royal palace, Chu Nishang also learned about Lu Qingyi's arrival in Great Zhou. She slapped a table into pieces. How dare this guy come to Great Zhou? It was because of this person that elder brother was relegated to commoner status in the first place. Your Highness, may we take any action? Cherry said from the sidelines, making a neck-wiping motion. When Shu Nishang heard this, she rolled her eyes and said, "This is also the holy maiden of Great Chu. If we let her die in the territory of Great Zhou, Great Chu will definitely not give up, and we will have to meet each other in arms at that time. And with the military strength of Great Zhou nowadays, a head-to-head battle with Great Chu, it's still too risky." She mused for a moment. First, have someone keep an eye on her whereabouts, where she's been, who she's met, record everything. Yes, Cherry nodded. The holy maiden of Great Chu, Lu Qingyi, entered the Great Zhou, causing all the forces to look at her sideways. But very quickly, Lu Qingyi's radiance was overshadowed by another major event in the Jianghu. The fire dragon evil god, the third on the heavenly ranking, approached Nangong Qi and challenged him. Both sides met at the heavenly sword gorge and prepared for a battle. For a time, the entire Jianghu shook, and many people rushed to it. The battle between these two became the hottest event in the Great Zhou Jianghu. Inside the inn, Lu Qingyi also heard about this matter and pondered. Fire dragon evil god. This person is the first loose cultivator of the Great Zhou. It is said that he has no clan or sect, but by virtue of his own natural talent as well as strange encounters, he has grown all the way up to the third realm of the heavenly ranking. As for Nangong Qian, he was the number one person in the Great Zhou before Chu Xiu. The cultivation is even more profound. I'm afraid it's no less than the sect master. The battle between these two will be very interesting. Let's go and take a look as well. The maidservant beside her nodded her head repeatedly. Good. I've long wanted to see how amazing that Nangong Qian's strength is. It wasn't just Lu Qingyi. Almost all the dignitaries in the Jianghu went to the Heavenly Sword Gorge. Heavenly Sword Gorge, the favorite place for Great Zhou swordsmen to come when they have a date. Although Nangong Qian and the fire dragon evil god were not pure swordsmen, they had a certain level of attainment when it came to swordsmanship. It made sense to make an appointment to fight here. And when it came time for the appointment, outside the Heavenly Sword Gorge, countless martial artists arrived, surrounding the place with 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, so crowded that it could even be said to be watertight. Shu Nishang also came and frowned. So many people? She didn't want to be crammed in with a bunch of people. Your Highness, we'll take you up there, Soul Destroyer said. She and Turning Spirit One grabbed one side of Shu Nishang's shoulder, and then with a leap of their bodies, as if they were rising up in the air, they came directly to the Heavenly Sword Gorge, on top of a protruding mountain wall, ready to watch the battle from here. It has a good view and is less crowded, arguably the best viewing platform. And there were already a few people here before Chu Nishang came here. They are Xuanxu Zi, the master of the Yin Yang Dao sect, the Grand Master of the Hidden Sword Villa, the Master of the Ethereal Sacred Mountain, and the Second Gentleman of the White Deer Academy, Hua Wohen. Every one of these people was a big name in the Jianghu. The Grand Master of Hidden Sword Villa, who had the worst cultivation level, had now advanced to the Grand Master realm after receiving Chu Xiu's guidance. When these people saw Chu Nishang arrive, they came forward and saluted. Greetings, Your Highness. Even a celestial would have to treat Chu Nishang with respect at this moment, not only because behind her was Chu Xiu, even more so, because of the soul destruction turning spirit by Chu Nishang's side. The two women had ancient swords hanging from their waists. They didn't utter a word, and there wasn't the slightest bit of breath coming out of their bodies. But because of this, it made people scornful. The people present were all experts. They, however, did not feel the slightest bit of chi from the two women. It was as if the two women were two lifeless cold stones. That's certainly not possible. There was only one reason for this. The two women's cultivation was so profound that they hid their own chi extremely perfectly. Even if they were celestials, it would be difficult for them to detect it. How is that not scary? With such two swordsmen guarding Chu Nishang, how could the crowd not dare to be respectful? What a terrible two! Such a means of hiding the breath is only possible for the best killers. These two women are terrifying, the crowd thought inwardly. At this moment, 2 more figures arrived on top of the mountain wall. The person who came was dressed in green, with a pretty face in green silk like a waterfall, giving people a sense of elegance and gentleness. She was carrying a rectangular parcel, which seemed to be holding an ancient zither. The arrival of this person caused a hint of a different color to appear in the eyes of the crowd. It's her, the first holy maiden of Great Chu, Lu Qingyi. Chu Nishang's eyes narrowed slightly as she looked at the visitor, while the two people behind her, the turning spirit and destroying soul, also rested their hands on top of the ancient swords at their waists. In that instant, the people present only felt the temperature plummet. Lu Qingyi, who had just ascended the mountain wall, also felt cold all over her body, like falling into an ice cellar. Chapter 91, Baiyu battles Lu Qingyi. Fire Dragon Fighting Psalms. Lu Qingyi had seen quite a few martial artists since she came to the Great Zhou. The young and famous, the old and the deep. But most of these martial artists were not in her eyes. These people, more often than not, couldn't even catch 3 moves from her. But now, in this instant of ascending the mountain wall, in the very moment when the turning soul destroyer put her hand on the ancient sword, she knew in her heart that once these 2 men made a move to kill themselves, she definitely did not have any semblance of a chance of survival. She will die here. Only, although she was clear about this, she quickly calmed down and slowly saluted towards Chu Nishang. I believe you are Princess Nishang. I am Lu Qingyi. I am here to meet the princess. Chu Nishang looked at the unassuming her. Her eyes narrowed slightly. A bit interesting. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you here? Lu Qingyi smiled and shook her head. The princess wouldn't do that. Why? Because the princess is a smart person. A smart person who cares about the people of the world. You know that killing me here will not do any good to Great Zhou. On the contrary, it will plunge Great Zhou into an endless war. Do you think this princess will be afraid of war? The princess does not fear battle, but there is no need to engage in meaningless fighting. Is there? Lu Qingyi laughed. Chu Nishang's eyes flashed and she couldn't help but clap her hands in praise. Good. What a great Chu saintess. Not being humble and not being overbearing, making people look sideways. You're right. It's true that I won't kill you, but just because I won't kill you doesn't mean I won't do nothing to you. After saying that, she drew the long sword at her waist and said indifferently, I've heard that you, the holy maiden of Great Chu, have a high level of cultivation, so why don't you let me try? Whoosh! The words fell. Chu Nishang's figure was like electricity as she shot out. The person and the sword in his hand seemed to combine together as he stabbed at Lu Qingyi. The human sword was united in a subtle and exquisite sword, which made Lu Qingyi unable to resist praising. Good swordsmanship. If the princess has such an elegant pleasure, how can I not accompany her? She condensed her sword fingers and substituted her fingers for the sword, clashing with Chu Nishang's long sword. Sword chi stirred out. Both sides exchanged a dozen moves. Sword chi flew, and if someone was next to them, they would definitely be affected. However, those who stood on top of this mountain wall were all extraordinary experts, and when these sword chi landed in front of them, they were dispersed by their protective astral aura. Watching the battle between the 2 women, Xuan Chuzi said indifferently, this Lu Qingyi's strength is indeed extraordinary, and is already close to being a grandmaster. At such a young age and with such a cultivation level, within the Great Zhou, other than Duke Chu, it is estimated that there are not many people who can be compared to him. Princess Nishang's cultivation is extraordinary, yet she is no match. Hua Wuhan nodded from the side. Indeed, and the princess's sword technique is powerful and rigid, but it is only attacking and not defending, and it is riddled with flaws. This is exactly where the princess is brilliant. She knows that her cultivation can't hurt Lu Qingyi, but she also believes that Lu Qingyi would definitely not dare to do anything to her. That's why she can be so reckless. Xian Suzi faintly laughed. Sure enough, although Lu Qingyi's cultivation was far above Chu Nishang's, he could only passively defend in the face of Chu Nishang's attacking and unprotective style of play. Don't even dare to hurt each other. After all, next to him was the soul destroyer Turner, his hand on his sword leering at him. Once she let Chu Nishang have the slightest damage, these 2 would be able to subdue her in an instant, and she wouldn't even have the chance to move her weapon. What? A princess of the hall? So disruptive? Lu Qingyi said with a bit of fire even as she fought. Chu Nishang bristled. So what if it is? She was, today, all about power over people, to make Lu Qingyi suffer a little. Princess, if we keep fighting like this, you and I won't be able to distinguish a winner in a day and a night, so why bother? Lu Qingyi forced down her anger and said, well, why don't you let me? Whoosh! A sword light, as if it was a white dragon, broke through the air. Lu Qingyi's eyes condensed, her sword fingers moved, and she stabbed out, only to see the auger shatter, and she was forced to withdraw a few steps away. Only then did he realize that the white dragon was actually made of sword intent. Her eyes glazed over and she let out a sigh of admiration. What a powerful sword intent! Like a dragon soaring through the 9 heavens, pretentious and proud. The crowd couldn't help but look sideways as well, but a white silhouette was seen, holding a sword and coming above the mountain wall. Chu Nishang's eyes lit up when she saw the visitor. Oh, Miss Baiyu. The person who came was the white auger dragon, Baiyu, Chu Xiu's sidekick's maid. Only compared to what Chu Nishang had seen in the past, the current Baiyu's aura was many times stronger than before, and she had already stepped into the realm of a Zongshi. She's improving so fast. Hua Wuhan marveled. Baiyu slightly saluted towards Chu Nishang before saying, "Princess, how about handing her over to me?" Chu Nishang nodded. "Yes." Baiyu looked towards Lu Qingyi. "I was in seclusion for a month. And after I came out of seclusion, I heard that the holy maiden of Great Chu had arrived, and was able to forcefully suppress the great anniversary green generation. So I have come here to seek advice. Of the younger generation, you are the most outstanding swordsman I have ever seen." Lu Qingyi looked at Baiyu, and a strange color flowed out of her beautiful eyes. Then she removed the package she was carrying, opened it up to reveal a black guqin. She laughed and said, "This zither is made of 1,000-year-old sycamore wood, named Spring Rain. Since I came outside of Great Zhou, I have not played it yet. Today, please listen to it, please." Baiyu nodded and sheathed the long sword on her waist, clear and bright sword light, like a swimming dragon circling around, the sword chanting high as a dragon, vibrating for 10 miles around. She stabbed towards Lu Qingyi with her sword, swimming dragon-like sword chi, breaking through the air. Lu Qingyi's fingers picked the strings of the zither, and there was a clang, and the sound of the zither was like thunder. The sound of the zither and the sword impacted and took over the people's ears. The crowd watching the battle was deafening. Good swordsmanship, good zither sound, nice. Only to see Lu Qingyi continue to pluck the strings of the zither. The sound of the zither played by the slender 10 fingers changed abruptly, from a high-pitched atmosphere to a dense and deep. It was like a spring rain that filled heaven and earth and was pervasive. Looking at Baiyu again, her sword finger moved and struck on top of the body of the traveling dragon sword, and the sound of the sword chanting echoed out, using the sound of the sword against the sound of the zither. The two sound waves bombarded, and the entire mountain wall began to crumble, only to see Xian Suzi take a step forward, the yin-yang taiji diagram flowing away under his feet, shielding the entire mountain wall, which prevented it from collapsing. "If this place is going to collapse, we won't have anywhere to go to watch the show." Xian Suzi laughed. Lu Qingyi, Baiyu and the two of them didn't know how many rounds they had exchanged. The true chi of both sides continued to climb. "It's already going to be extreme." That maidservant who followed Lu Qingyi couldn't help but lament. "I didn't expect that there would actually be a young woman fighting so fiercely with the holy maiden." The battle between the two women was in full swing. But suddenly, on both sides of the heavenly sword gorge, two auras that were many times more powerful than the two women erupted abruptly, and the two women immediately stopped their hands. They looked into the distance and put their swords and lyres away. The true protagonist of this covenant arrives. On both sides of the heavenly sword gorge, two streams of chi erupted, one with brilliant sword intent, like a blazing fire, spewing up into the sky, transforming into a 100-foot fire dragon with teeth and claws. The other wave of sword intent was also majestic, rising up to the heavens, transformed into a magnificent poem. The psalmist enveloped the 100-foot fire dragon, creating a fierce exchange in the void. Two vastly different sword intentions blasted the sky and struck the earth, shaking the world. A vision of a fiery dragon fighting psalms. The crowd couldn't help but look sideways in amazement. Chapter 92 Battle of the Strong. Who was it that said he wanted to become a demon? Fire dragon fighting psalms. Majestic and incomparable. The two streams of sword chi impacted each other, and the heavenly dome shook endlessly. With that, the fire dragon, the psalm, dissipated together. The crowd was amazed at what they saw. Is it a tie? No, it shouldn't have been split so quickly. The crowd was in disbelief. Only a voice could be heard from the distance. "Ha ha ha, Nangong Q, you're as powerful as ever." The crowd looked on. Only a few miles away, a man dressed in a fiery red robe, about 40 years old, and exuding a rigid and domineering aura walked towards the heavenly sword gorge. This person was none other than the fire dragon evil god. The crowd was amazed. That fire dragon just now was majestic. However, he had never thought that the fire dragon evil god was actually miles away, and that fire dragon was actually just a manifestation of the other party's sword intent. Just see the fire dragon evil god pace is robust. Often every step out has been in dozens of hundreds of feet away. Everywhere, the fire burning, the earth is scorched black and the grass is ash. It was like a fire dragon traveling, forming a fiery hell road. Not long after, the fire dragon evil god arrived at the heavenly sword gorge, and opposite him, there was likewise a man who came before the crowd even realized it, dressed in a white robe. Outstanding. It was Nangong who asked. He looked at the fire dragon evil god whose breath was overbearing, and a hint of color passed through his eyes as he said, "Oh, after many years of not seeing you, you've broken through to celestial perfection." "Exactly. No wonder I have the confidence to challenge me." Nangong asked as realization dawned on him. He had fought against the fire dragon evil god a few times, and every time, he had won. The fire dragon evil god also had karma with him as a result. His opponent will not rest until he defeats him. Nangong asked, "How many times have we fought?" The fire dragon evil god asked. Nangong asked, shaking his head, "I don't remember." "You don't remember it, but I remember it perfectly. The 5th time. The previous 4 times, I lost to you within 10 moves, but this time, I will defeat you. From now on, I will be the number 1 person in Great Zhou," the fire dragon evil god said proudly. Nangong Qian shook his head helplessly. "First person of the Great Zhou? You won't be able to become the number 1 person in the Great Zhou even if you defeat me. I know you're talking about Chu Xiu. Don't worry, after defeating you, I'll naturally go find him again," the fire dragon evil god said. Nangong Qian sked, "You're so bold. As a martial artist, one should keep advancing to the top and challenge the stronger ones. After defeating you, I'll naturally look for someone stronger. I hope that Chu Xiu won't let me down," the fire dragon evil god said. Then he said no more. His sword fingers condensed, and fiery sword chi gulped out. Sword chi erupted and transformed into a flaming long sword. The sword shot towards Nangong Qian. However, he saw Nangong Qian not retreating or avoiding, and his poetry turned into a sword to cast. A verse was sharp and majestic, shattering the flaming longsword. Immediately after that, the fire dragon evil god's sword finger drew a false line in the air, and the scorching and domineering sword chi was like a raging fire, as if it was going to burn the sky and boil the sea. Nangong Qian's poetry turned into a sword, just like a poetry city wall. The boundless blazing fire will be blocked in its entirety. Then, with a movement of his sword fingers and a flow of poems, he actually reversed the process and wrapped the incomparably majestic fiery sword strength, rolling it towards the fire dragon evil god. The fire dragon evil god laughed when he saw this majestic strike. "Good." His sword chi gulped out. Fire dragon swallows the sky. The fire dragon impacted the poetic sword energy. In a roar, the heavenly sword gorge shook crazily. The mountain walls on both sides actually moved another dozens of feet to the left and right. The two fought and were actually able to change the landscape. The crowd looked shocked. What a terrifying encounter. Simply not mortal. Of course they are not mortals. They are celestials, and the very top celestials at that. Every move they make is able to invoke the aura of heaven and earth. I now believe that this heavenly sword gorge was artificially cleaved out. Celestial perfection is capable of doing this, and it doesn't seem incomprehensible that a land god would be able to cleave out a huge sword mark of more than a dozen miles with a single sword. Sword chi impacted and sword intent spread. In the rolling smoke, the two figures were each shaken back. The fire dragon evil god's clothes were ruptured, and an additional blood-drenched sword mark appeared on his shoulder, as he looked at the unharmed Nangong Qi and faintly said, "Sure enough, in terms of swords, I'm still inferior to you. Swords are not your specialty in the first place. Show your true strength." Nangong asked. He knew that what the fire dragon evil god was truly good at was not swordplay, and the only reason he kept using his sword was because this was the heavenly sword gorge. It's just more appropriate for him to use his swordsmanship. "Ha, as you wish then." The fire dragon evil god's palms flowed with fire energy and steeply pressed downward. Majestic firepower erupted, blasting a huge crater in the ground. Then, the fire energy spread out along the ground, like countless fire snakes, surging madly towards Nangong Qian, wanting to devour him. This is exactly the strongest martial art of the fire dragon evil god. Red flame fire dragon palm. Nangong asked with a single foot. His true chi condensed into thousands of poems. The poems then transformed into sword shields, isolating the fire energy one by one. But his face did not ease. On the contrary, it became more and more grave. What a terrifying fire energy. It's more than twice as powerful as it was a few years ago. This is still only the first stance of the fire dragon palm. There are 3 more styles behind it, and for each of them, the power will be doubled. The 4th style, fire dragon burning sky, is even more powerful in destroying the sky and the earth. Nangong asked, secretly thinking. Sure enough, when the fire dragon evil god saw that his first palm didn't work, he wasn't surprised and laughed. "Come, take this palm from me again." Fire dragon scorching sun. He blasted out with a palm in the air. The fire energy transformed into a ferocious, fiery dragon with a fiery sun in its mouth. Everywhere, the void seemed to distort. A long sword appeared in Nangong Qian's hand as he took a step forward. Skywalking sacred wind. A sword chopped out, and the sword chi swept out like a hurricane. It was just another of the White Deer School's masterpieces. The mountains and rivers trembled as sword and palm chi exchanged blows. Nangong asked to be forced back a few steps, looking at the fire dragon evil god again. Between raising his hands, the blazing fire rushed to the sky, his eyes vaguely had blood-like flowing out, and the true chi that gushed out was mixed with blood-colored meaning. When Nangong asked, his pupils shrank. This kind of true chi. You actually took red yang blood essence, using this to enhance your power. The fire dragon evil god didn't hide it either. His body exuded a violent true chi. So what if it is? As long as I can defeat you, then everything will be worth it. He wants to win so badly. Losing to Nangong Qian so many times in a row, an obsession had long since formed in his mind. Without defeating Nangong Qian, he would not be able to truly break through to a higher martial arts realm. Therefore, he had to find another way to use the red yang blood essence to enhance his power. Nangong asked with a grave expression, the red sun blood essence is not a human thing. It is harmful to heavenly justice and human harmony. For you to use this item is tantamount to falling into the devil's path. What's wrong with becoming a demon if I can defeat you and become the #1 person in Great Zhou? The fire dragon evil god laughed out loud. The fire energy rushed to the sky, coloring the dome of the sky into a crimson red. The entire heavenly sword gorge even seemed to be reduced to an ocean of flames. Catch me! Fire dragon boiling sea. The fire dragon evil god's extreme move will come out. Even Nangong Qian felt unrivaled pressure sweeping over him. There was no certainty about being able to take this move. The onlookers, moreover, looked at the heavenly sword gorge, which had turned into a sea of fire, and were shocked. But suddenly, in the midst of a sea of fire, an out-of-place aura filled the air, and would be the one to open up a whole new world in the sea of fire. A figure stood with his arms folded and walked out slowly. Everywhere he went, the blazing fire automatically isolated itself, unable to encroach on him one iota. Who is it? Who speaks of becoming a demon in front of me? Chu Xiu asked indifferently. Chapter 93, Sword-Chopping Fire Dragon Evil God. Just like a heavenly god, just as the fire dragon evil god, Nangong Qian were fighting, their chi attracted the attention of Chu Xiu, who was in seclusion at the heavenly sword gorge. Chu Xiu's participation in the 100 Swords tablet brought together the strengths of all parties, and then combined with his own 9 orifices Linglong sword heart, he finally deduced the 9 heavens surprising god sword technique to the 10th layer. At this time, his cultivation had already reached an extremely terrifying realm. Vaguely, it was as if he had touched a threshold. It was as if by breaking that threshold, one could glimpse a whole new world of martial arts. In this regard, Chu Xiu was not in a hurry. With his qualifications and accumulation in the Tao of the sword, it was only a matter of time before he deduced the 11th layer of the 9 heavens surprising god sword technique. As long as he reached the 11th layer, he would be able to step into that realm. At that time, what kind of martial arts realm that was, he would naturally know. Feeling the increasingly intense battle in the outside world, as well as that dash of red yang blood essence, Chu Xiu came to have a hint of interest. So out of the gate, as soon as he came out of the gate, he heard that someone wanted to become a demon. Devil, a great danger to the human race. Who dares to become a demon in front of him? In the sea of fire, Chu Xiu's chi flowed around his body and the flames automatically separated. The fire dragon evil god, who was running out of extreme moves, also felt an unprecedented sense of oppression the moment he saw Chu Xiu, and his pupils shrunk slightly. This kind of breath. You are Chu Xiu? Although the fire dragon evil god hadn't met with Chu Xiu, he had already guessed the other party's identity at just the first glance. Today's Great Zhou can enter the range of his battle with the Nangong Ask unharmed? There are not many, and not be discovered by them. Only Chu Xiu of the land god immortal realm. You're the one who's going to become a demon in front of me, aren't you? Chu Xiu asked indifferently. The fire dragon evil god laughed. Yes, you are right. Not only do I want to become a devil and defeat Nangong Qi, but I also want to defeat you. Take that. He pushed out with one hand. The long simmering extreme move instantly exploded. The monstrous fire energy was like an endless ocean of fire. However, Chu Xiu stood in place. His body did not move. His sword finger condensed, and a seemingly random finger pointing out, but it contained an unspeakably sharp sword intent. The sword came out and the sea of fire separated. The sword finger lightly landed on the fire dragon evil god's palm, and with a poof, a bloody hole was pierced through his palm, and the sword energy even cut through his cheek. The fire dragon evil god's pupils shrank in disbelief as his figure instantly retreated violently. Exit tens of feet in the blink of an eye. He stared at Chu Xiu dead on, unprecedented scorn surfacing in his eyes. A finger that easily broke his extreme move. A finger that pierced through his palm. Just now, he even had a feeling. The other party could even take his life with one finger. Is this the strength of a land god? The fire dragon evil god let out a low gulp. His true chi exploded to the extreme. The supreme move was about to be performed. He put his hands together, and behind him, the violent true chi flowed, combined with the fire energy, and rushed up to the sky, and actually started to be illuminated, forming a 100-foot fire dragon. But that's not all. Fire dragons appeared head after head. The monstrous fire energy filled heaven and earth. Hundreds of fire dragons had filled the entire heavenly sword gorge, as if it was going to burn heaven and earth to ashes. So what if you're a land god? Take this move from me. Fire dragon burning sky. The strongest move of the fire dragon palm. Hundreds of fire dragons, with the momentum of pouring the sky, blasted toward Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu smiled blandly, and immediately afterward, stood with his hands in the air, facing the monstrous fire dragon. If you want to use fire, I'll accompany you to use fire. He raised one hand. The moment induced the aura of heaven and earth to roar. A golden flame rose up in his palm. It is the pure yang true fire. A pure yang true flame, floating out, landed on top of the 100 fire dragons, and compared to it, it seemed extremely insignificant. However, the moment both sides came into contact, with a crash, the pure yang true flame quickly spread out, like a blazing fire meeting oil, igniting the aura in a 10-mile radius. Those 100 fire dragons were covered by pure yang true flame, transformation from red to gold. With that, they surrounded Chu Xiu, actually clustering around him as the main one in turn. At this moment, he was like that fire god descending, controlling all the fires in the world. The fire dragon evil god looked at the 100 golden fire dragons, and for a moment, he only felt his head buzzing, feeling unprecedentedly shocked. The strongest move of the fire dragon palm that he had cast was actually disintegrated so easily. If it was just blocked by Chu Xiu, or broken or good, the other side favored, converting his power to his own use, his most proud, the power to control the flame. In front of the other party actually so worthless, the other party is too terrible. The fire dragon evil god stared at Chu Xiu in death. Impossible, impossible. My fire dragon palm has been drilled for decades, and in the world, no one can break it. How could you possibly do that? His mind almost collapsed. Chu Xiu indifferently said, the reason why you were able to traverse the Jianghu before, and the reason why the fire dragon palm is unbreakable, is simply because you haven't met me yet. No way. The fire dragon evil god roared, still unwilling to believe it. He mobilized all his true chi completely. He even took out a red sun blood essence and swallowed it into his mouth. The aura of his body, for that matter, skyrocketed. Only this sudden surge of power seemed to be too much for him to bear on his own, and his body gradually surfaced with trails of blood. Blood mixed with firepower burst out. The fire dragon evil god's body swelled up by a large circle, and flames burned on his body. Even his gorgeous red robe was burned to ashes. A low, inhuman growl escaped from his throat, as if a beast had crawled out of a fiery inferno. When Chu Xiu saw this, a hint of contempt appeared in his eyes. You can't even fully control your own power. Such a you're also worthy of calling yourself an evil god? Chu Xiu, meet this move of mine. When the fire dragon evil god heard Chu Xiu's taunts, he became enraged and recklessly pushed his power to the extreme. The outburst causing the heavenly sword gorge to crazily vibrate, and even begin to explode, with countless mountains and rocks rolling down. When the nearby martial artists saw this, their faces changed drastically and they frantically retreated. What a terrifying power. Is the fire dragon evil god crazy? Gee, he's probably really driven crazy. His own mastery, which he has painstakingly researched for many years, was easily disintegrated, and even turned around and allowed to be utilized. It would be strange if he didn't go crazy. Mountains and rocks rolled down, turning the fire dragon evil god inferno. But the next second, the mountains and rocks exploded. The sky smoke accompanied by a column of fire swept up. In the column of fire, hundreds of feet of huge red-colored demon god actually rose up from the ground, exuding a blazing fire. His face is hideous and terrifying. The opponent had both palms with one hand in the sky and the other pointing to the ground. It was as if he was the only one in heaven and on earth. This move is the fifth stance of the fire dragon palm that I have painstakingly researched. It's one I prepared especially for you. This palm can kill a land god. Chu Xiu, suffer death. The red demon god's two palms, one on the left and one on the right, slammed down toward Chu Xiu's merge. The overbearing demonic might caused heaven and earth to lose color. The people present were all stupefied. Seeing this, Chu Xiu's sword fingers condensed, and the incomparable sword intent spread out, inducing 100 miles in a radius, 10,000 swords resonating, and countless long swords flying towards him. Above his head, a giant sword formed. The giant sword formed by 10,000 swords was like a heavenly sword, chopping down across the sky. Before that red-colored demon god's double palms could touch Chu Xiu, it was hardened and chopped in half, turning into boundless fire energy that dispersed away. Looking at Chu Xiu again, he stood with his hands behind his back, his clothes flying and his sword aura lingering. It was like the posture of a heavenly god. Looking at the crowd's hearts and minds stirred. Chapter 94, Preparing to Annihilate the Underworld. The Luo network was out in force. On the mountain wall, several great celestials joined hands to urge their true chi. It blocked the escaping fire energy. They looked at the battlefield where the dust had settled, and looked at Chu Xiu, who stood with his hands on his back, his sword aura spreading out like a heavenly god, and couldn't help but feel their hearts and minds stirring. So did Lu Qingyi. She had seen Chu Xiu before, when the other party was still the crown prince. At that time, she knew that the other party was a dragon and phoenix among men, and that great Zhou, under the leadership of the other party, would only be unstoppable like the sun. Now that she saw her again, the other gave her an even bigger shock. She never thought about it. It turned out that a person's force could be powerful to such an extent. It was as if it made heaven and earth tremble. The maidservant next to Lu Qingyi, looking at Chu Xiu, also looked dumbfounded as she said, "Holy maiden, I now understand why you said that you would realize how special he is after meeting him. This kind of force that crowns the world is not special. If you've seen it once, how can you forget it?" Inside the heavenly sword gorge, which was already about to fall apart, the fire dragon evil god knelt on the ground with his cape spread out and looked at Chu Xiu on the opposite side, and under the agitation of his heart and soul, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood furiously. He looked at Chu Xiu almost in horror. Earthly force to this point is almost the peak. I've exhausted tens and hundreds of years, but I've yet to step into the land god immortal realm. Why? Why are you able to do it at such a young age? Why? God is unjust. After giving you a high and mighty royal status, why did you allow you to have such amazing martial arts qualifications? He's knocking on heaven and earth. What was said also made some people feel bad inside. Yeah, at this age, Chu Xiu has this cultivation level. It's too easy to be jealous. However, Chu Xiu turned a blind eye to the surrounding gazes and walked straight to the fire dragon evil god, calmly asking, "Where are all the people of the underworld?" Red sun blood essence. Only the underworld can make it. The opponent's red sun blood essence must have been obtained from the other party. The fire dragon evil god didn't reply as he looked at Chu Xiu and suddenly laughed out loud. "The winner is the king. The loser is the bandit. Chu Xiu, losing to you, I have nothing to say, except that you will never want to learn about the underworld from me. It won't be long before the underworld will sweep through Great Zhou. I'd like to see how you alone can protect the entire Great Zhou." He smiled broadly. It was as if he saw Chu Xiu unable to do anything about it. When Chu Xiu heard this, he didn't get annoyed and indifferently said, "Oh yeah? In that case, you can go to hell." After saying that, the sword finger casually slashed. The sword chi cut off the head of the fire dragon evil god. Directly, a generation of strong men fell, and not far away, Nangong Qian witnessed the entirety of this battle. He was also the one who could feel Chu Xiu's power the most. Other people only see Chu Xiu beheading the fire dragon evil god, strength like a heavenly god, but the closest but vaguely aware of. These were not all of Chu Xiu's strength. His power, more than ever, was unfathomable. The power used to kill the evil god of fire dragon. It's as if it's just the tip of the iceberg. What a horrible person. Nangong Qian couldn't help but marvel inwardly. The gaze that looked at Chu Xiu grew more and more awe-inspiring. While Chu Xiu was resolving the fire dragon evil god, he looked toward the mountain wall not far away, where he saw a few familiar figures and smiled faintly. The figure disappeared in the next second. When he reappeared, he had come to the top of the mountain wall. Chu Nishang took the lead in welcoming her. "Elder brother, are you alright?" "It's fine. A mere fire dragon evil god is nothing." Chu Xiu laughed. Then he looked at Baiyu beside Chu Nishang and smiled. Your cultivation. It's gone to the next level. Congratulations. Compared to your excellency, this bit of my cultivation is like a glowing fire in the white moon. It's not worth mentioning. Baiyu did not have the slightest bit of pride and complacency. After seeing Chu Xiu's strength again, it became more and more apparent that he had to work hard. Then, Chu Xiu looked at Xian Suzi, the Grand Master of the Hidden Sword Villa, Hua Wuhan, and the others, all of whom he had befriended. Upon seeing him, they saluted, not daring to be slow. Finally, Chu Xiu's gaze landed on Lu Qingyi. the woman who had caused him to lose his crown prince position. Only Chu Xiu's eyes were unperturbed, without the slightest bit of anger or hatred, looking at the other party as if he was looking at a stranger. He knew that the reason he had been relegated to the status of a commoner, the reason for this is because of Emperor Zhou's scruples. It didn't have much to do with Lu Qingyi. Even if there was no other person, there would be a Lu Hongyi Lu Zi or someone like that, or an excuse to appear. Only that the other party was, after all, the holy maiden of Great Chu, appearing in Great Zhou. She was only afraid that she had an ulterior motive. So he asked, "What are you doing here?" "I have come here to meet you and thank you for saving me in the past." Lu Qingyi curtsied in style. "In the past? You said that you were a child of the Jianghu and were being chased by your enemies. Since I encountered it, I just casually saved you once. If you want to repay the favor, you can. I'll give you a chance." Chu Xiu said indifferently. "Your Excellency, please, go back and have Emperor Chu write a surrender, lead the entire country, and submit to Great Zhou." Chu Xiu stood with his hands in the air and spoke in a shocking manner. The corner of Lu Qingyi's mouth twitched. Said, "That, I'm afraid I can't do. If you can't do it, then don't talk about repaying the favor." After Chu Xiu finished, he waved his hand, not wanting to pay attention to the other party. With his current cultivation level, there was nothing the other party could do to repay him. Lu Qingyi looked deeply at Chu Xiu and bowed. "Since that's the case, then Mr. Chu, I'll see you later." She leaves with her handmaiden, and Chu Xiu also left with Chu Nishang and Bai Yu. Within a few days, Chu Xiu's beheading of the fire dragon evil god in the heavenly sword gorge quickly spread throughout the Jianghu. Only this time, the Jianghu people were not surprised. It had long been known that Chu Xiu was a land god. What's it worth for the other party to kill a fire dragon evil god? The king's capital. Inside an attic, Chu Fix was watching Bai Yu practicing her sword, and from time to time, he spoke out to give some pointers. Not long after, the wind and cloud building master arrived. He stood next to Chu Xiu and respectfully said, "Back to your excellency." After Lu Qingyi left the heavenly sword gorge, he didn't make any moves and continued to swim in the mountains. "Oh yeah? What about the fire dragon evil god and the specter?" "According to our investigation, the fire dragon evil god did have some contact with the underworld half a year ago, and the other party's breakthrough to celestial perfection was something that happened during this half a year, presumably due to taking the red sun blood essence." "Well, have you investigated the whereabouts of the other members of the specter?" "The whereabouts of the members of the underworld are enigmatic. Wanting to find them is not an easy task, but the good thing is that my wind cloud building's intelligence scouts are not vegetarians. Apart from Mo Maniac, these days they have already grasped their whereabouts one after another." "I don't know what is the plan of Gongzi?" Wind Cloud Floor Master asked. Chu Xiu said indifferently, "Since we have grasped the whereabouts, there is no need to wait any longer. Exterminate them, one by one. The underworld has been a scourge to the Great Zhou for a long time. It is a tumor that has to be pulled out." It was only that these people's movements were secretive and difficult to grasp, but now there were two major forces at hand, Luonet and also Wind Cloud House. It wasn't impossible for Chu Xiu to annihilate them. After Wind and Cloud House got hold of their whereabouts, Ron Net, out of the way. Chapter 95 Ropes vs. Specters, come to take your life. Great Zhou. Inside a town, a martial artist dressed in black robes, carrying a fainting virtuous woman through the streets in the night. His figure was like a ghost. That martial artist had narrow eyebrows and a mean face. He stroked the woman on top of him and hemmed and hawed. "Ha! So what if a heavenly net is laid? None of the women I want to get by chasing Xiang for 10,000 miles can escape." Miles of chasing fragrance, the most heralded flower picker in the Great Zhou territory, practicing the art of yin and yang harvesting. I don't know how many virtuous women have been victimized. It was only that the other party had a high level of cultivation as well as light body skills, so even if a celestial were to kill the other party, it wouldn't be easy. That's why he's been allowed to get away with it. Especially after this person joined the underworld, he was even more unscrupulous. But today, in the night, Miles chasing fragrance suddenly stopped. He sensed something and looked to a pavilion not far away, where at some point a tall, black-clad woman with a spiderweb mask on her face appeared, the other party holding a cold sword in her hand and looking at him without uttering a word. Miles Chase Incense has seen many women. The woman in front of me had arguably the best figure. Tall, with soft but powerful lines. Even if the other party was wearing a mask, he couldn't help but feel a surge of relaxation. But soon, he reacted. The killing aura that filled the other party's body was extremely strong. The other party was clearly an unrivaled killer. Wanli chasing fragrance asked, "Beauty, we have no grievances or enmity. stopping the road in the middle of the night. I don't know what for. Is it possible that you want to spend time with me? Those of the underworld kill without mercy, the salamander said indifferently. The killing intent skyrocketed. This side of heaven and earth seemed to be transformed into a moral purgatory. Miles chasing incense pupils shrinking, horrified. Subconsciously toward the stunning salamander shot a palm. Palm foreseen soft and poisonous. Straight to the stunning salamander. However, he saw that the shocked salamander looked indifferent and dodged with a flash of his body. Miles chasing fragrance knew that she was no match for him, and placed her hand on the neck of the woman on her back, saying indifferently, "If you dare to touch me, I'll kill her." He could only gamble now. Bet the other guy is a killer, but has a good heart. It will be subject to itself. Though, the probability of this is minuscule. Whoosh! The sword she lunged out and went straight for Miles of chasing fragrance. The salamander didn't even bring half a moment's hesitation. She didn't know the woman. And the orders she got were to drive the people of the underworld to extinction. And as for the others, what did they have to do with her? Asterisk. Miles chasing Xiang cursed and threw the woman out, trying to use the other party as a meat shield to block the sword chi. However, he still underestimated the salamander. When the sword chi was about to land on the woman, it made a flexible turn in the air and continued to pounce on Wanli chasing Xiang like a viper. The opponent did not expect this and his face changed wildly. He frantically stormed back, but it's still a step too slow. The sword chi passed through his throat, destroying him easily. A generation of notorious flower pickers died in the streets after chasing incense for miles, and the woman who was taken by the other party fell to the ground, woke up, looked at the dead Miles chasing fragrance, and couldn't help but scream, then looked over at the startled salamander and took several steps back in horror. The salamander was unimpressed and turned away. The woman responded as well, calling out behind her, "Thank you." The startled salamander didn't look back. Big week, cold rainy night. In the rain, a big man with a heavy sword in his hand was being surrounded by several Luo net killers, but he was waving his heavy sword in his hand in a dominating manner. The fierce sword asters that were swept out made it difficult for some killers to get close. His cultivation level was close to that of a celestial being. This man is one of the key members of the pantheon. Heavy sword. Lu Chong. This person has a heavy sword in his hand, and has been running the Jianghu for dozens of years by using his power to overwhelm people. But just like the heavy sword in his hand, this person likes to bully the weak and oppress the people, taking pleasure in abusing and killing martial artists who are not as good as him, listed as wanted by all the major sects. The person then joined the Spectre in desperation. Lu Chong, who was surrounded by several Zhongshu killers, frowned. "When did such an assassin organization like you guys come out in the Jianghu?" None of them answered his question. A cold, murderous aura still emanated from each and every one of them. The murderous aura fills the cold rainy night. Even every drop of rain seemed to turn into a sharp blade. Seeing this, Lu Chong lightly hummed, "Although your means are extraordinary, but to try to kill me like this is too much of an underestimation of me." Lu Chong. The words fell. Only Lu Chong smiled coldly and then took out a red yang blood essence. After eating the blood essence, his aura steeply skyrocketed. It had actually broken through the threshold of the Sovereign Master in one fell swoop, reaching the realm of the Celestials. The eruption of true chi gushed out, shattering the rain that filled the sky. One by one, the killers were also forced back. Lu Chong looked at the crowd with a cold smile. "Today, it is not you who will kill me, but I who will kill you." "Oh yeah?" The moment Lu Chang's words fell, a cold word came from the rainy night, only to see a man walking with black and white double swords. He was lean, his hair loose and falling. Wherever he passed through, the rain that filled the sky was actually enveloped by a terrifying true chi, stagnating in midair as if time had stood still. The other Luo net killers saw the visitor and backed away, looking at the other man with respect in his eyes. And Lu Chong also felt a terrifying pressure from his opponent. "You, who?" "Luo net. Black and white Xianjian." Xianjian said faintly. Lu Chong let out a low gulp and took the lead. Wanting to strike first, the heavy sword slashed out. The overbearing astral energy gushed out, and the overbearing sword intent was like a mountain torrent pouring out. But Xianjian stood still. With that, the two swords in his hands intersected and chopped out. Clang! The heavy sword was chopped away hard. Lu Chang's chest also had a cross-shaped sword mark, from which blood gushed out wildly, and the sword force completely shattered his internal organs. Xianjian put away his twin swords and said indifferently, "Your swords aren't heavy enough." The words fell. Lu Chong fell to the ground and fell. "My lord, according to the intelligence, Luo Hanshin is nearby. Should we rush over?" a Luo net killer faintly said. Xian Jian glanced at a short distance away. Luo Hanxin, top expert in the underworld, second only to Mo Maniac, has let him pick a good opponent. But, Luo Hanxin, it's not enough to look at, he's enough to deal with it. On top of a mountain peak, snow flew and the cold air was aggressive. A white figure stood in the wind and snow, as if it had merged with heaven and earth. This person was none other than Luo Hanxin. In pursuit of immortality, he joined the underworld. After rescuing Mo Maniac, the other party separated from him and went forward to deal with other matters. And Luo Hanxin, too, returned to the Luo family in secret. But now, he felt a palpitation and came to this mountain peak to meditate. Just as his heart was settling down, on the peak of the mountain, a streak of black sword light flowed from afar, even obscuring the sun in the sky, causing the dome of the sky to be dim. In the black sword light, a figure stepped forward. The astonishing killing intent combined with the dim sword light around him surged towards Luo Hanxin in a pervasive manner, causing his palpitations to grow stronger and stronger. What a terrifying killing intent! Who are you? Luo Hanxin stared at the visitor dead on. The visitor wore a long black robe and a mask, and said indifferently, Luo net, cover the sun, come, to take your life. Chapter 96, The Overthrow of the Underworld. One cannot go to war with Great Zhou. Rohypnol, cover the sun. Come and take your life. Basking Sun said indifferently. The killing intent that rushed to the sky and struck the ground, like mountains and seas, continuously crushed towards Luo Hanxin, and the other party only felt creepy, like falling into an ice cellar. Luo Hanxin's gaze was grave to the extreme. Luo, was Chu Xiu who laid hands on us? And I didn't expect that he actually had a group of people like you in his hands. Engaged Chu Xiu several times. It was naturally impossible for the people of Underworld not to pay attention to Chu Xiu's movements. What kind of power does the other side have and what kind of cards are hidden in their hands? They weren't very aware of it, but they were more or less aware of it. Like a Rognet, it was a power they had only recently learned about. The master behind it was Chu Xiu. However, Luo Hanxin did not expect that among the Luo network, there was actually a peak celestial level killer like Covering Sun, and the other party's cultivation was not inferior to his own. Together, its battle power may be stronger. How can the master's means be something you can pry into? Basking Sun faded. He stopped talking and the ancient sword in his hand suddenly came out of its sheath. In an instant, the sword chi that covered the daylight lunged towards Luo Hanxin. Luo Hanxin naturally didn't dare to be careless, and with a low gulp, his palms joined together and violently launched out. The overbearing cold air surging, sword chi chills impacted and enveloped the mountain peaks. The peaks were frozen first. Then it was torn apart by the sword chi and turned into dozens of pieces. An entire mountain peak fell apart just because of a single encounter. The two people who had fallen from the mountain peak were still exchanging blows at extreme speed in the air. Palm swords collide with each other, each not giving way. Cold sword chi, sweeping the void. The surrounding mountains and rocks have burst into pieces. The two sides exchanged hands, and dozens of rounds had passed in the blink of an eye. No one is getting in each other's way, and each one is showing off. Bang! Accompanied by another impact of the palm sword. Both sides were each shaken back tens of feet under the impact of the huge force and landed from the air, and countless mountains and rocks fell from their heads. Before Luo Hanxin could return to his senses, several celestial slayers steeply rose up around him, stabbing towards the vitals around his body. Luo Hanxin's face changed drastically. Despicable. His astral energy revolved and turned into a layer of cold ice, while blocking the attacks of several killers. Covering Sun's killing move also came, accompanied by a dimming of the sky. The sword energy penetrated through the cold ice and directly passed through Luo Hanxin's neck, sealing his throat with a sword. Luo Hanxin covered her neck in disbelief. Himself, actually dying like that. He pulled out the red sun blood essence from his bosom and wanted to take it. Instead, the arm was chopped off by Basking Sun. That red sun blood essence fell to the ground with it. Burying Sun said indifferently, "To be honest, I would also like to split the difference with you openly and honestly. But unfortunately, killing you is a task given by the master himself. And we are assassins who can do anything in order to fulfill our mission." Despicable? That's the best compliment a killer can get. The luster in Luo Hanxin's eyes gradually dimmed and she fell headfirst to the ground. A generation of celestials fell. All over the Great Week, the Rowan killers came out one after the other. One by one, members of the underworld were rounded up and killed. This overlord that had been entrenched in the dark world of the Great Zhou for many years had been wiped out clean as if overnight. It's impossible to cover up such a big commotion. All the major powers were frightened and terrified. The fact that the members of the underworld had been rounded up was naturally a good thing for most people. But, when one thought that such a terrifying organization as the underworld had been swept away in one night, how terrifying would the force that did such a thing have to be? A dark force more terrifying than the specter. Will it be a threat to them? They all shuddered at the thought. It was as if he felt that there was a sharp blade hanging over his head. It could fall at any time. Gradually, the word Rohan also appeared in some people's vision, replaced the underworld and became the first overlord in the dark realm. Inside a pavilion, Immomaniac pinched the letter in his hand into a ball, and under the burst of true chi, it caused the letter to instantly burst into pieces. His face was so terribly grim that it was almost dripping. Good. What a Chu Xiao. What a Luo net. I, Spectre, have conceded this time. But, the innings between me and you are not yet over. Immomaniac snorted coldly. A servant came over. Master, he's here. Let him in. Immo Madness faintly said. Not long after, a young man in a green robe slowly walked into the attic. The other party had a smile on his face that made people feel as if they were in the spring breeze as he looked at Immomaniac, sensing the still unbroken depression between the other party's brows. Smiling lightly, he said, "Oh, what is it that bothers the Lord of the Underworld so much? That has nothing to do with what we're going to talk about today. Now, down to business." Immomaniac faintly said, "The great Zhou old ancestor has already fallen, and there are also several celestials who have died one after another. Plus some time ago, the invasion of the sun-worshipping kingdom caused Great Zhou to lose 200,000 troops, and the current Great Zhou is precisely the weakest one in decades. You, De Chu, are you really not going to seize the opportunity? Mo mad. Although the Great Zhou old ancestor is dead, there is one more Chu Xiao. This person was able to kill the Great Zhou old ancestor. Do you think we'll go easy on him?" The youth said faintly. "Chu Xiao is no longer strong, but he is only one person. He can't protect the entire Great Zhou. And, if he has this thing, will you still be afraid of him?" Immomaniac flipped his hand and took out a red young blood essence. This blood essence is the size of a thumb. However, the power of essence and blood contained within it caused the youth's pupils to shrink slightly. What a strong chi and blood essence. Just how many people's essence and blood have you absorbed to be able to refine such a red sun blood essence? It wasn't that the youth hadn't seen the red sun blood essence before, but this one that Immomaniac took out far exceeded the blood essence he had seen by many times, and this one topped 100 unusual blood essences. When the sun-worshipping kingdom invaded Great Zhou, there were countless deaths and injuries in that battle, and this blood essence was extracted from that battle. You will give this item to your great Chu ancestor, and with this item to help him, why would he need to fear Chu Xiao? Think about it. Once we swallow Great Zhou, Chu will spend another 10 years or so digesting it, and by then, unification of the world will not be a dream. Mad's words carried a compulsion. A hint of fire passed through the youth's eyes. He pondered for a moment and took the blood essence. Your words, I will bring them. Great Chu cannot go to war with Great Zhou. Inside the inn, Lu Qingyi was writing a letter and preparing to bring it to Emperor Chu. The maidservant on the side sniffed. Holy maiden, is Great Zhou really that powerful? It's not that Great Zhou is powerful. It's that Great Zhou is Chu Xiao that's scary. But no matter how strong Chu Xiao is, he is only one person. How can he protect the entire Great Zhou? The servant girl asked curiously, recognizing that Chu Xiao was strong. But there is a limit to human strength. How can one man, divided as he is, protect 10,000 miles of territory? Lu Qingyi faintly said. Yes, Chu Xiao is only one person. He may not be able to protect the entire Great Zhou, but he can protect himself, and that is enough. A land god so young, who could imagine what kind of ground he would reach in the future? In order to destroy Great Zhou, we must first destroy Chu Xiao. Without killing Chu Xiao, even if Chu gained Great Zhou, it would not last long. Instead, it will bring about the end of the world. However, I can't see De Chu having the strength to kill Chu Xiao, so the best thing to do is not to go to war with Great Zhou. Chapter 97, De Chu raises an army. Perverse Emperor Zhou. Lu Qingyi had already made up her mind after meeting Chu Xiao. In any case, this person cannot be an enemy. The other side. It's horrible. Half a year ago, the other party was the crown prince. The court, the people, all of them respected it, and even attracted the scorn of the Zhou emperor. At that time, the opposite party had the grace of 1,000 wise kings. After most of the year, the other party was relegated to the status of a commoner, but he didn't go down in flames. On the contrary, it was actually transformed into a land god. Such an ability is said to be earth-shattering. A land deity so young. Lu Qingyi didn't even dare to imagine what kind of ground the other party would grow to in the future. Once they went to war with Great Zhou but failed to kill Chu Xiu and let the other party give it away, then what Great Chu would face would be endless retaliation. Not to mention, with Chu Xiu in Great Zhou, it was not certain if he could take it down. So, this is a battle that cannot be fought. Lu Qingyi wrote the letter and put it into an envelope, intending to send a message back to Dechu. But then a flying eagle came from the sky. The handmaiden whistled at the sight of it. At once, the flying eagle swooped down and landed on her arm, and in its talons was a letterbox containing a letter. The servant girl took it out and gave it to Lu Qingyi. After Lu Qingyi read it, his pupils shrunk and the corners of his mouth twitched. Stupid! The servant girl looked away, only to see the above spilling hundreds of words, the general meaning of only one, that is, Dechu is going to go to war with Great Zhou. Hundreds of thousands of troops are about to descend on the city. The maidservant was a bit confused. 1 second the holy maiden was still saying that she couldn't go to war with Great Zhou, and this next second, the Dechu side just sent troops? That's a little too dramatic. Holy maiden, this letter says that His Majesty has secretly sent 3,000 iron guards that are already about to come to the royal capital. So let's lead these 3,000 iron guards and capture Emperor Zhou first. To capture the thief first, what do you think? Lu Qingyi took a deep breath. Trying to kill the royal capital and capture Emperor Zhou with just 3,000 iron guards is undoubtedly an impossible task. Is your majesty trying to get me to die? No, there must be other reasons. 3,000 iron guards can't sneak into the royal capital. They can't even pass the dark guards that pass. Unless the dark guards turn a blind eye and let them in? Lu Qingyi's mind pondered the possibilities. Suddenly, a bold thought surfaced in his mind. It can't be. Emperor Zhou himself betrayed the Great Zhou. The maidservant was confused. How can that be? He is the Emperor of Zhou. How could he betray his own country? Is he out of his mind? It's not impossible. Lu Qingyi took a deep breath. Emperor Zhou is now nothing more than a puppet emperor, controlled by Chu Xiu. He is a person with an extremely strong heart of power. Naturally, he is not willing to be at the mercy of others all the time. He wants to use Dechu to get rid of Chu Xiu's control. His Majesty and Emperor Zhou must have struck some kind of deal. So, Holy Maiden, what are we going to do next? His Majesty has orders. We have to do it. But how to do it is my business. I can't just stand by and watch Dechu go to the end. Lu Qingyi murmured. With Chu Xiu around, she still didn't look forward to Great Chu going to war with Great Zhou. Great Zhou, the royal capital. Word of Dechu's troop dispatch soon spread back. For a time, the court was shocked. However, soon after, Chu Nishang stepped in to stabilize the dynastic situation, and then led her troops to the border, preparing to meet the Great Chu. In an attic, Chu Xiu sat cross-legged, holding a red young blood essence in his hand and playing with it. This blood essence was exactly what Covering Sun had brought back after killing Luo Hanxin. It contained a large amount of qi and blood essence. The members of the underworld have been wiped out in full except for Mo Maniac. And now, it's up to you to make your move. Chu Xiu murmured as he played with the blood essence. Although he only had a one-sided relationship with the Lord of the Underworld, Mo Mad, he knew that the other party was not the type of person to admit defeat easily. As long as the other side doesn't die, they're bound to make waves again. The Wind and Cloud Building Master came next to Chu Xiu. Your Excellency, the princess has led 200,000 troops to the border. Along the way, there are our people to look after them. And if there are any changes on the battlefield, we will notify Your Excellency at the first opportunity. Well, this battle is a crucial one, and after this battle, Nishan's political prestige will be enough to ascend to the throne as emperor. Chu Xiu said indifferently, then spoke into the air. Go, send all 6 sword slaves to the battlefield to secretly protect Nishan. Yes, the salamander's voice rang out, then faded away. The Wind Cloud Building Master had long since seen it all from the sidelines, and continued, in addition to the rise of Dechu's troops, there is another matter that needs to be reported. Say, a few days ago, His Majesty suddenly withdrew the various dark guards within the royal capital to the palace. Now, His Majesty's control over the royal capital is greatly weakened. When Chu Xiu heard this, he came to be a little interested, withdrawing the dark guards and taking the initiative to relinquish control of the royal capital. What does he want to do? I don't know. Since that's the case, then I'll be impolite and send Luonet forward to take control of the royal capital. Chu Xiu said with a faint smile. Before that, he could also control the royal capital. Except that would inevitably lead to clashes with the dark guards and bloodshed. At that time, The Zhou emperor was already under his control, so he didn't care too much about it. But now the other party had taken the initiative to cede the royal capital. One certainly wouldn't miss this opportunity. The war between Great Zhou and Great Chu intensified. Conflict rages on the border. Great Zhou was consecutively attacked by more than 10 cities. Fortunately, the follow-up has Chu Nishang timely support, which stabilized the situation. Although the Chu this time out of the army, strong troops, but Chu Nishang has Chu Xiu in the back of the guidance. To be outnumbered against the crowd, with fewer than more is not impossible. Together with the 6 sword slaves these 6 peak celestials assisted, Chu Nishang reproduced the style of a female Valkyrie on the battlefield, winning consecutive battles. More than 10 cities were recaptured. Most of them. Chu Nishang's reputation grew with each passing day. In the courtroom, the judgment of the war situation is also becoming more and more optimistic. With Princess Nishang around, my Great Zhou is in high spirits. Yes, God bless my Great Zhou. It is unwise for the Great Chu to commit this offense. Ha! Let them learn the power of the princess. In the face of the ministers boasting about Chu Nishang, Emperor Zhou's expression was indifferent, not uttering a word. And in the following days, he didn't even attend the court. He secluded himself in a deep palace and looked as if he wanted nothing to do with it. Fortunately, before Chu Nishan left, she had already entrusted Li Shohan and a few other ministers to stabilize the court on their behalf once Emperor Zhou didn't care. Li Shohan, who had just finished dealing with political affairs, gathered a few people together. Li Shohan said, His Majesty hasn't been to court for 7 days. It seems he really doesn't want to be in charge of political affairs anymore. His heart is as good as dead. This is good. Once the princess's encounter with Great Chu is over and she returns victorious, her ascension to the throne as emperor will be logical and there will be no more obstacles. Another courtier said, Did it really go that well? Lei Shohan, however, couldn't help his eyebrows from jumping. The better the situation became, the more he felt something was wrong. Is Emperor Zhou really willing to give up his power just like that? Chapter 98 A Deal with Lu Qingyi. Great Zhou. Within the royal capital, now that the 100 officials are supervised by Li Shohan on behalf of the courtroom is still quite stable. As for Emperor Zhou, he left his hand and lived in a deep palace. The crowd didn't take it too seriously. After all, after Chu Xiu had beheaded that old ancestor of Great Zhou, some people had already treated him as a puppet emperor and didn't take him very seriously. In the royal capital, inside the wind and cloud building subfloor, Chu Fix was deducing the 11th level of the 9 heavenly surprising god sword technique. But suddenly, the wind cloud building master had come to look for him, and there was a person behind him. Yes, Lu Qingyi. Chu Xiu wasn't really surprised by the other party's arrival. Bai Yu was the first to press her hand on the hilt of her sword, somewhat on guard, but once she thought of Chu Xiu's strength, she felt that her action was a bit redundant. As far as Lu Qingyi's strength is concerned, in front of Chu Xiu, it couldn't make any waves at all. Chu Xiu sat within the courtyard and placed a sword manual he was flipping through in his hands onto the table next to him. You've finally come. Lu Qingyi was a bit surprised. Your Excellency knows that I will come back to you again? Yes. And does the gentleman know what it is that I seek you out for? You'll tell me naturally, Chu Xiu faintly said. Lu Qingyi was silent for a moment, then said, I've come here mainly because I want to make a deal with your Excellency. Oh, tell me about it. Nowadays, Great Zhou and Great Chu are fighting, although Princess Nishang is incredibly brave, but with the soldiers and horses in her hands, wanting to completely repel Great Chu and consolidate the border defenses, is not something that can be done overnight, and I, for one, don't want Great Zhou to fight Great Chu to the death. I came to talk to Gengzi, and this deal I made is me helping Gengzi regain the imperial throne. Your Excellency and I, Great Chu, are allied in marriage and alliance, Lu Qingyi faintly said. Shirayuki showed a hint of eccentricity on the side. A marriage alliance? How did this man think of this? The Wind Cloud Floor Master glanced at Lu Qingyi and couldn't help but be surprised in his heart. Secretly thought, this woman is really worthy of being the Holy Woman of Dechu. Seeing the infinite potential of the male son, actually not hesitate to do this point also want to pull each other up. Marriage, with the disposition of the male son, if he really married a woman and gave birth to offspring with her, it is estimated that it really will not do anything to Dechu. Moreover, once the descendant of the Duke ascends to the throne, it is equivalent to having half of Great Chu's bloodline in your body. In the future, if Great Chu wants to utilize this to do something, it will also be a great opportunity. As for Shirayuki, the thought was even simpler. This guy, craving for the Gongzi's body? Chu Xiu smiled faintly at his words. A good while to join an alliance. I wonder who you're asking to join an alliance with me. You, although I am the holy maiden of Great Chu, but it is not enough to replace Great Chu and join with Gongzi in marriage. There are several princesses in my Great Chu. Gongzi can pick one from them. Lu Qingyi laughed. Ha, then where do you start when you say you'll help me regain the throne? I won't hide it from you. Your Excellency, I have 3,000 iron guards in my hands. All of them are the most elite martial artists in my Chu, and they have already infiltrated the royal capital. As long as Your Excellency agrees to make a deal with me, at my command, they can kill their way into the royal palace and capture Emperor Zhou. At that time, with Your Excellency's former prestige in the imperial court, regaining the throne is just as easy as a slap in the face. Lu Qingyi continued. At this point, a figure came behind Chu Xiu with a bloody head in his hand, and when Lu Qingyi glanced at it, his pupils shrunk violently. She stood up with a mischievous sigh. How is that possible? That head was none other than the Lord of the Iron Guard, and carrying the Lord of the Iron Guard was none other than the Lohan killer. Covert son, he said respectfully to Chu Xiu. Back to Your Excellency, the Lord of the Iron Guards is dead, and the rest of the Iron Guards have been taken care of one by one. Well, go on down. Chu Xiu drank a cup of tea and nodded calmly before looking at Lu Qingyi and faintly said, Do you have anything else to say? Lu Qingyi forced herself to calm down and said, The rumors are indeed true. You have an even more amazing assassin organization in your hands than the Dark Guards. If I want to ascend to the throne as emperor, why do I need your help? In my case, but just turn over your hand. Your behavior. Superfluous. The 3,000 Iron Guards are dead. I have no leverage left in my hands. I will listen to how Your Excellency wants to dispose of me. Lu Qingyi said as if she was resigned to her fate. Chu Xiu looked at her and said indifferently, Why do you need to be so sympathetic? Bringing 3,000 Iron Guards into the royal capital and saying that you want to help me regain the imperial throne. This is nothing more than a superficial deal between you and me. What you want is something else, right? Like, help you become the sect leader of the Green Lotus sect or something like that. Lu Qingyi's eyes condensed. This time, she was truly shocked, and a chill abruptly arose in her heart. You even know about this? The intelligence capabilities of the wind and cloud building are above your imagination. The Qinglian sect, the state religion of Dechu, has a holy son in addition to a holy woman. Moreover, this holy son is also the prince of Great Chu. This matter, it can be hidden from others, but it can't be hidden from Wind and Cloud House. Chu Xiu said indifferently. Chu Xiu's gaze was like electricity as he looked at her. You and this saint's son are as strong as water and fire, and in the past, when you were injured and saved by me, it was him who caused it, right? You came here today, saying that you would help me ascend to the throne with 3,000 Iron Guards, but in reality, a mere 3,000 Iron Guards are no match for me. You know this, and how could the Chu Emperor who sent you to do this not know? The only explanation is that the Chu Emperor wants you to die, or that son of his, the holy son of the Green Lotus sect, wants you dead. Then master the Green Lotus sect, and in this way, the Dechu imperial family will be able to completely control the Green Lotus sect, and you know this, too, and will trick them into coming with 3,000 Iron Guards, using my power to eradicate them one by one. Chu Xiu narrated. Lu Qingyi's heart palpitated and chilled as she listened. He felt that what he thought in his heart was actually seen through by the other party. The other party's deep gaze was sharp as a knife, as if it had pierced directly into his own heart, dissecting himself to the core. Lu Qingyi's pupils trembled slightly as he took a deep breath. Your Excellency is right. I'm here not because I want to help Your Excellency ascend to the throne. On the contrary, I hope to receive your help. I can help you, but what can you bring to the table? What does the gentleman want? I want Dechu. The entire Dechu. Chu Xiu said indifferently. Lu Qingyi was silent for a moment. Gongzi, what a big mouth. What I'm saying is just the truth. Give me time. In less than a year, I can bring down the entire Great Chu. Only then, it will inevitably result in countless casualties among the soldiers and people of Great Chu, with rivers of blood flowing and mountains of corpses piled up. And now, I'm giving you a new option. A bloodless choice. After Chu Xiu finished, he drank a cup of tea with an old-fashioned look. Lu Qingyi was silent. Chu Xiu was in no hurry and gave the other party time to think. He knew that the other man would give her the answer she wanted. Sure enough, not a moment later, Lu Qingyi closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his eyes had become ice cold. The Great Chu imperial family wants me to die. I can't die. As long as Your Excellency helps me become the Green Lotus sect master and take control of Great Chu, I am willing to bow down and bow down. The corner of Chu Xiu's mouth rose slightly. Very well. since that's the case, now, let's go with me to meet someone first. If you want to take control of Great Chu, this person must die. Chapter 99 Arrival of the Great Chu Ancestor. Emperor Zhou's Betrayal. The Royal Capital. Within the Royal Palace, Emperor Zhou lived in seclusion within the Deep Palace, and almost everyone felt that he had willingly become a puppet, but no one knew that at this moment, Emperor Zhou was sitting on his knees, his true qi running around his body as he attempted to expel the true qi within his body. This true qi was planted by Chu Xiu. It was very overbearing and coiled in his heart chakra, making it difficult to expel. Even though Emperor Zhou's cultivation surpassed everyone's imagination and had secretly arrived at the celestial realm, it was of no help. I'm only afraid that only a land god can expel this true qi, Emperor Zhou thought secretly. He looked beyond the royal palace, his gaze ghostly. It should be almost here. Not much longer. Only a figure arrived outside the palace. The visitor was wearing a long black robe. His temples were slightly white, and his face carried a sense of vicissitude. A pair of eyes, however, was exceptionally sharp. He looked at Emperor Zhou and said, Emperor Zhou, I have come as promised. Great Chu Ancestor, you're finally here. Emperor Zhou said in a shocking voice. This person in front of me was actually an old ancestor of Dechu. But Dechu was at war with Great Zhou, so how could their old ancestor appear in the middle of Great Zhou's royal capital without anyone noticing? Moreover, Emperor Zhou was not surprised by the other party's arrival. It's like, he called the other side. The pupils of Dongfang Hate, who had been serving at Emperor Zhou's side, shrunk as he looked towards him, vaguely guessing a little inside, but still unable to believe it. Your Majesty, what? What is going on here? There's no need to make a fuss. The Great Chu Ancestor. I'm the one who called it in. Emperor Zhou waved his hand, signaling Dongfang Hate to calm down. But how could Eastern Hate calm down? One must know that the Great Chu old ancestor was the same as the Great Zhou's old ancestor. Both of them were land immortals latent in the imperial family. And now, the Great Zhou's old ancestor had fallen. Who can stop the Great Chu ancestor from doing what he wants to do within this royal palace? The Great Chu ancestor glanced at the nervous Dongfang Hate, then calmly said, Emperor Zhou, although I've already heard your deal, I still want to ask again. If I expel the true qi from your body for you, do you promise to cede the 2 border states to me? Dechu. With these words, Dongfang Hate became more and more shocked. 19 states of the Great Zhou, and the border 2 states are extremely important 2 states, is the first line of defense against foreign enemies, once ceded to Dechu. For Great Zhou, the loss was unimaginable. It can even hurt the root but the Emperor of Zhou looked bland and said, yes, you, Dechu, cannot annex my entire Great Zhou at once. If you did, the other 3 major royal dynasties wouldn't sit idly by and do nothing. So taking away the 2 states first would be the wisest course of action. Annexing a country is not an easy task. Every time a city is knocked down, Dechu has to send soldiers to station there, send people to pacify and manage the local people, maintain law and order, and restore the economy to functioning and so on. 1 or 2 state areas are okay, but if you really let Chu eat Great Zhou in one breath, they can't digest it. On the contrary, they will also be burned to a crisp, plus the attrition brought about by the war. Once the other 3 major royal dynasties take advantage of the situation, I'm afraid that Great Zhou and Great Chu are all going to be gone. So this time, Dechu raised an army, not really for the purpose of defeating Great Zhou. At most, it's about swallowing a state or 2. As for swallowing the entire Great Zhou, it will take time. Dongfang Hate had followed Emperor Zhou around for many years, and also saw it all at once. He knew why Emperor Zhou was doing this. Nothing else. It was to use the power of the Great Chu ancestor, a land god, to expel that one true qi in his body and restore his freedom. To get out of Chu Xiu's grasp, he went out of his way to betray Great Zhou, ceding 2 states of Great Zhou. Dongfang Hate's pupils trembled slightly. Your Majesty, Dongfang, I know what you want to say. You want to say that I am seeking the skin of the tiger, right? But I have no choice. A hint of indignation flowed from Emperor Zhou's eyes. All of this is caused by that rebellious son. If it wasn't for him, why would I have to come to this point? The Great Chu old ancestor smiled faintly. Alright, since the contents of the deal have been clarified, there's no need to say more. Let's begin. After saying that, he arrived in front of Emperor Zhou with a flash of his figure, lifting his hand and pressing it on the other party's body. The true qi of the land god immortal realm surging out wildly within his body. It wanted to expel that true qi that Chu Xiu had left in Emperor Zhou's body. But, next, a surging huge force erupted from Emperor Zhou's body. And the great Chu ancestor couldn't help but be shaken back a few steps as he said in surprise, "What a domineering power! This Chu Xiu really isn't an ordinary land immortal." Emperor Zhou frowned. "What? You're at your wit's end too? Humph. Then you're underestimating me too much. Just now I only used 30% of my power in a tentative manner. Come again," the great Chu old ancestor said with a light hum. Then, it was about to strike again. But suddenly, a figure appeared inside the palace at an unknown time. There was also a woman dressed in green with her. The moment he saw these two people, the pupils of the Chu old ancestor shrunk slightly. As a land deity, he actually hadn't noticed the arrival of these two people in the first place, especially the man in white. He actually couldn't see through the other party's aura. Obviously, the other party's cultivation was only not inferior to his. Rebel son, Emperor Zhou, who was on the side, saw the visitor and let out a low gulp, directly reveal the identity of the visitor. It was none other than the first person of the great Zhou, the land god Chu Xiu. The great Chu old ancestor's eyes narrowed slightly. "Funny, how you found me," Chu Xiu said indifferently. "I knew the moment you stepped into the royal capital, and even though you tried your best to hide your own aura, you still couldn't hide it from me. If a land god immortal wanted to hide his chi, not many people under the sky would be able to discover it, but Chu Xiu happened to be one of those few." A land god suddenly came to Dezhou, coupled with the recent war between Dezhou and Dechu, and the unusual behavior of the Zhou emperor, Lu Qingyi's actions. All the signs made the identity of the other party obvious. The great Chu old ancestor looked at Lu Qingyi and said indifferently, "Lu Qingyi, as a great Chu holy maiden, why are you following Chu Xiu?" Lu Qingyi indifferently said, "Let me just ask one thing. His Majesty sent 3,000 iron guards for me to capture the royal capital, wanting me to die. Do you know that, old ancestor?" The great Chu ancestor did not reply. A trace of disappointment flashed in Lu Qingyi's eyes. "It seems that you, old ancestor, are aware of it as well, so you should understand why I'm following Duke Chu. You, who betrayed the great Chu." The Chu old ancestor's tone became icy cold. An unrivaled killing intent surged out, covering the surroundings. It made the entire palace as if it had fallen into an ice cellar. Chu Xiu waved his sleeve. The killing intent around him suddenly collapsed like clouds, and he said lightly, "She is a smart person. Naturally she knows the reasoning of a good tree nest in a tree. Good. Then I will learn about your excellency's methods today," the great Chu old ancestor said coldly. The figure was like electricity, shooting out steeply and disappearing in the blink of an eye. When he reappeared, he came in front of Chu Xiu, his sword finger condensed, and his sword chi condensed into a stern sword shadow, stabbing towards Chu Xiu's head. Chu Xiu didn't retreat or avoid, and his astral energy came out through his body. Clang! The sword chi touched the astral aura, making a sound of gold and iron. This sword of the great Chu ancestor was actually unable to advance the slightest inch further. Chapter 100, Beheading a Land Goddess Again. Emperor Zhou's regret. The great Chu ancestor stabbed out a sword, but it was blocked by Chu Xiu's astral aura. Couldn't move an inch further. This scene caused the Chu old ancestor's pupils to shrink. Somewhat startled, it was important to know that only when one's cultivation realm was far higher than the other party's would one be able to block the other party's attack with one's own body shielding astral energy. With this sword, he didn't use his full strength though, but it's also non-trivial. Even if he was a fellow land god, it would be too outrageous to block it with just his astral energy. The cultivation of this person in front of me is unfathomable. I must go all out to have a chance of winning, the great Chu old ancestor thought secretly, only to see him let out a low gulp, followed by the steep drawing of a soft sword from his waist. The soft sword was attached to a powerful true chi and swept out like a spirit snake. The surging sword intent was even whistling out with it. It actually formed a tide of black snakes in the void. Seeing this, Chu Xiu raised his hand and stretched out two fingers, clamping the stabbing soft sword with incomparable precision, and the sword intent, like a snake tide, collapsed immediately. "Using a sword in front of me, you're still a bit young," he indifferently said, his sword finger slightly moving. As he did so, the entire body of the great Chu old ancestor spun rapidly, and was wrapped up in a huge force that sent him flying backwards. It directly crashed through the palace wall and flew out. He stood up fiercely in the ruins and looked at Chu Xiu in shock. Your strength, land god immortal high realm?" Chu Xiu didn't answer and walked slowly out, knowing that he couldn't drag this out. The great Chu old ancestor directly pulled out a red yang blood essence from his bosom and took it, and the aura on his body began to climb. The great Chu old ancestor's eyes gradually glowed with a hint of red. "Chu Xiu, did you think that I would come to Great Zhou without the slightest preparation?" Chu Xiu glanced at the tyrannical true qi on his body and said indifferently, "It's the handiwork of the underworld again. 100-footed insect dies but never falls down." He probably guessed who had given the great Chu ancestors red sun blood essence. The whole of the underworld was almost uprooted by him. There is only one Imo maniac left, and with such strength of red young blood essence, only Imo Mad could take it out. After taking the blood essence, the great Chu ancestors' chi more than doubled. There was no sword in his hand, but the sword intent flowed around him like wild waves bursting forth and pouring out, enveloping half of the royal palace. Immediately afterward, the sky became dim. Infinite sword intent transformed into countless venomous snakes, forming a dense, unseen tide of snakes, each of which exuded an eerie aura. All of them gazed at Chu Xiu with spiteful gazes. "What a disgusting sword intent! Your sword Dao! It displeases me," Chu Xiu said indifferently. "As long as I can wing you, it doesn't matter what kind of tactics I use. Eat this move of mine." 10,000 snakes swallow the sky, the great Chu ancestor shouted in a cold voice. Countless poisonous snakes erupted at once. It turned into a flood, to completely engulf him. Facing the devouring sword qi, Chu Xiu did not move. His sword finger then condensed, and a great sun rose up in the sky, shining through the mountains and rivers. It was precisely the great sun sword technique. With one sword strike, 10,000 snakes turned into ashes. The terrifying sword qi completely enveloped the great Chu ancestor. The other man's face changed wildly in disbelief. "How can it be? I've already taken the red sun blood essence. Why am I still no match for you? What kind of monster are you?" The great Chu ancestor roared. The red young blood essence given by Mo Maniac was extraordinary, containing enough power to forcefully elevate him to the land divine immortal high realm in a short period of time. But even with this power, why was it still impossible to block Chu Xiu's sword? The cultivation of the other party, why is it terrifying to such an extent? Under the great sun sword qi, everything was reduced to ashes. Even the great Chu ancestor was no exception. His body was disintegrated by the sword qi and eventually dissipated into the heavens and earth, becoming the second land immortal to die at the hands of Chu Xiu. Lu Qingyi watched from the side and also felt incredulous. She knew that Chu Xiu's strength was terrifying, but terrifying enough to kill the great Chu ancestor in seconds. Beating her to death didn't occur to her. It's just too much. At this moment, she couldn't help but be a bit thankful. Fortunately, she didn't choose to go against Chu Xiu. Otherwise, even 10 of her wouldn't be enough to die. After destroying the great Chu ancestor, Chu Xiu walked back to the palace unhurriedly, and Emperor Zhou was now paralyzed on the ground. Desperation was written all over his face. Done. It's all over. He couldn't escape Chu Xiu's control in his own lifetime. He stared at Chu Xiu in death. Why? Why is your cultivation so strong? Land immortal, unrivaled in the world. Yet you are able to kill land immortals like pigs and dogs. Could it be that you really have become a god? Chu Xiu did not speak, gazing at him calmly, choosing to betray Great Zhou for his own selfishness with the intention of ceding the two states. Your behavior has long since made you unworthy of being the king of a country. When Nezumi returns, you will step aside. Emperor Zhou roared. What if I don't agree? His Majesty was worried about the affairs of the country, and under the exhaustion of his heart, he died of a sudden heart attack, and before he died, he made a posthumous edict that Princess Nishang, who was both talented and virtuous, should be made Emperor of Zhou. What do you think? What about this reason? Chu Xiu faintly said. Emperor Zhou's pupils shrank. You dare to kill your father? You think I wouldn't dare? No, I'm still Emperor Zhou now, and I still have dragon chi to protect my body. If you dare to kill me, it's tantamount to playing with fire, Emperor Zhou said. You might as well give it a try. After Chu Xiu finished speaking, he left without looking back. Emperor Zhou still wanted to go after him and question him, but he realized that his body was suddenly covered with countless silver threads, and it was Dongfang Hate who stopped him. Dongfang Hate looked at Emperor Zhou with an indifferent expression. Your Majesty, you are tired and should rest. Even you're his. Emperor Zhou gritted his teeth. Things have come to this point. The East Hate also do not pretend. Faintly said. Your Majesty, if you did not relegate the public sun to the common people in the first place, more than fall to this. Hearing this, Emperor Zhou's eyes were filled with regret. Yeah, if he hadn't done that in the first place. Now, he could have had a prince in the realm of the land goddesses, and he could still be the emperor. He was even able to be happy with Chu Xiu's father's kindness and son's filial piety. But now, everything is gone. He, the emperor, was reduced to a puppet with no real power. Above the courtroom, the group of ministers and officials only listened to Chu Nishan giving orders. Folks only remember Chu Nishan praying for rain to provide disaster relief and quelling rebellion to save the country. He, the emperor, was a mess. Emperor Zhou sat paralyzed on the ground. I, for one, regret it, I really do. Dongfang hate in the side looked at his lost soul, shook his head, but there is not the slightest sympathy in his eyes. In the end, this is all the other party to blame. The other party is not regret. The other party is afraid. Fear of Chu Xiu's power. Fear that Chu Xiu would kill him. If Chu Xiu wasn't a land god, would Emperor Zhou regret it? It won't. After leaving the royal palace, Chu Xiu brought Lu Qingyi and didn't go back to Wind Cloud House. Instead, he left the royal capital. Lu Qingyi asked from the side, Gongzi, where are we going? Go to Dechu. Chu Xiu said indifferently, for Dechu to allow a land deity to enter Great Zhou is a provocation to me, so how can I be indifferent? Besides, don't you want to control Chu? How can I control it without going to Dechu? He said it lightly. It was as if control of Dechu was within a hand's reach as long as he went there. Chapter 101, Signing to the White Robe Army. Plain Showdown. Great Zhou Border. The battle between Great Chu and Great Zhou was in full swing. Although Chu Nishan's troop strength is not as good as Dechu's, it is more than one step higher in terms of using troops. And this battle, in fact, was fought back and forth. Only war is a very costly thing. With the passage of time, the test of food, munitions and other supplies is getting bigger and bigger. And a few more months of fighting will be a serious test for Great Zhou and Great Chu. So, both sides want a quick fight. But it's just, Great Zhou's troops were insufficient, and it was simply impossible to achieve a quick victory. One can only resort to guerrilla warfare, stalling for time and looking for an opportunity to win. At the border, on the edge of a great black wall, soldiers come and go, heavily guarded. This is the border between Great Zhou and Great Chu. It is the necessary route to Dechu, and the place where the war is now at its thickest, and it is under martial law, with no outsiders allowed to come or go. But today, a figure in white arrived with a woman in a green shirt. It was none other than Chu Xiu as well as Lu Qingyi. Looking at the border city wall that had experienced an unknown number of winds, rains, and wars and was full of vicissitudes, Chu Xiu couldn't help but reach out and caress it. It was as if he heard the sounds of killing on a battlefield from long ago, saw the heroic souls of the soldiers who used their flesh and blood to hold back the enemy invasion. Ding! Located at the border of Great Zhou. You may sign in. Does it sign in? Sign in. Chu Xiu meditated in his heart. Signed in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 7,000 white robe troops. White robe army. 7,000? Only 7,000 people. What kind of role can they play in this battlefield of hundreds of thousands of people? But after receiving the information from the white-robed army, Chu Xiu couldn't help but see a bright light before his eyes. What an army of white robes! With this white-robed army, this war, there is no more suspense. At this point, several soldiers came forward and surrounded Chu Xiu. Lu Qingyi, who are you? What are you doing here? A soldier asked in a cold voice. Before Chu Xiu could reply, a delicate voice rang out. Stop! Cherry, dressed in military attire, walks in with a sword. Seeing her, the soldiers saluted respectfully. Greetings, General Cherry. Cherry was not only Chu Nishan's personal maid, but during this period of time, she had long earned the respect of all the generals by valiantly killing the enemy on the battlefield. But Cherry, who was so respected by the generals, saluted respectfully upon seeing Chu Xiu. Greetings, Your Excellency. Its attitude was more respectful than that of the generals to her. The crowd had never seen a Cherry like this. The other party is nothing more than that for Chu Nishan, right? Well, where's Nezumi? It is discussing tactics with the generals in the tent. Take me, Chu Xiu faintly said. Yes, my lord. Cherry didn't dare slack off, bringing Chu Xiu into the city while the few soldiers looked at each other. All of them were speculating about Chu Xiu's identity. The person who can make General Cherry respect so much and who has a great relationship with Princess Nishang is estimated to be only one person. And it should be him. The former Prince Chu Xiu. The current one person in the Jianghu Lake. The land immortal Chu Xiu. An elderly soldier had already guessed Chu Xiu's identity, while the others, upon hearing that, looked at Chu Xiu's departing back and also exuded a look of awe. I can't believe it's him. Is he here to participate in this great battle? If he enters the war, Great Chu, perhaps, will not be enough to fear. Great. Some people's spirits were lifted by it. And inside the tent in the city, Chu Nishan was discussing the next tactics with the generals. But no matter how one thinks about it, if one wants to have a quick battle, troop strength will always be a hurdle that can't be bypassed. it gave her a bit of a headache. At this moment, Cherry led Chu Xiu into the tent. Seeing the visitor, Chu Nishang, who was originally worried, suddenly brightened up. The rest of them were also a bit surprised, and then they saluted. "Greetings, Your Excellency." "Greetings, Your Excellency." Chu Xiu nodded slightly toward them, then looked toward a sand table in the center of the tent before pointing to a spot on the sand table. "Here, this can be the place for the showdown." The crowd looked on, only to see that the place where Chu Xiu was pointing was a plain area. A hint of disbelief appeared on the faces of the people. "My lord, the Chu's troop strength is as much as twice as ours, especially their cavalry force, which is as many as 70,000. Fighting within these plains is greatly disadvantageous to us. The Great Chu cavalry is renowned throughout the world. It's something everyone knows. The plains, on the other hand, are the most suitable terrain for cavalry to play on. Fighting with the Chu here is tantamount to asking for death. Everyone says Chu Xiu uses his troops like a god. How is it possible to even see that? Could it be that the rumors are false?" Even Chu Nishang had a trace of doubt, but she had a lot of trust in Chu Xiu and felt that the other party must have another reason for doing so. Looking at each other, waiting for an explanation, Chu Xiu said lightly, "This war cannot be delayed for too long, or for the domestic economy is a huge burden. But the economic collapse, the people are bound to complain." Coupled with a few other dynasties eyeing the tiger, the strength of Chu is still able to hold up, but the Great Zhou experienced drought after drought. The chaos of the country of the worship of the sun, with a deficit of troops and an empty treasury, it has become somewhat untenable. So, this battle has to be a quick one, and it has to be a big victory. Boost morale, rebuild the border defenses, and stabilize the hearts of the people in the country. What elder brother said, "Nishang understands. Just how are we going to outsmart Great Chu on this plain?" Chu Nishang asked. "Head to head," Chu Xiu faintly said. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, and Chu Nishang asked, "Elder brother is going to make a move?" When the crowd heard this, they brightened up. If a land god were to make a move, he might really be able to save the day and fight against 1,000 armies with his own strength. The Chu has hundreds of thousands of troops. Even if I am a land god, it would be incredibly difficult to crush them. Only there is no need to worry. Reinforcements are coming. Chu Xiu's words caused the crowd to be a bit puzzled. Reinforcements coming? Can they not know how the Great Zhou's military strength is now? The garrisons of the various regions together amounted to no more than 100,000 men. And these garrisons can't be moved lightly. Where are the reinforcements coming from? Chu Nishang pondered for a while, looked at the plain, and said, "Good. Since elder brother has said so, let's duel here." De Chu, military camp. The Great Chu commander couldn't help but be a little confused when he heard that Chu Nishang had led her troops to the plains and was preparing to fight their Great Chu to the death. What? Is Chu Nishang stupid? Dare to do this? Are you sure that all their troops are on their way to the plains? The commander-in-chief looked at the scout and asked. The scout nodded. Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. It's true. Chu Nishang, what kind of math is going on? The commander-in-chief frowned. This period of time with Chu Nishang had made him not dare to underestimate this young girl at all, and now the other party had made this kind of tactless move. It is really surprising. The military advisor next to him said, Chu Nishang can't do anything about it. Great Zhou can't afford a protracted war, so it can only be a quick battle. The commander-in-chief smiled, also felt that it made sense, and sneered, Good. Since this is the case, then the whole army will attack and crush them. Completely. Barchu Plain. On this day, the wind whistled, depressing the weeds like waves. Suddenly, the earth shook with the sound of horses' hooves. Accompanied by the rumbling of chariots and the sound of beating drums, the armies of Dechu and Dezhou arrived one after another. A large black mass, like two black waves. The two armies are facing each other, and a duel is about to begin. Chapter 102, 1,000 armies avoid the white robe. Great victory. Above the plain, the two armies faced each other. It was like two black waves that made the heart palpitate. Looking down from above, there were more troops on the side of Dechu than on Dezhou, especially the tens of thousands of cavalry among them, which were ferocious and incomparable. It was just that on Chu Nishang's side, she was not willing to show weakness. Her drums sounded like thunder. Her morale was like a rainbow. And even if her troops were fewer than that of the Great Chu, no one was backing down. It was evident that Chu Nishang usually ruled the army well. At the forefront of the Dechu army, the Dechu commander-in-chief looked at Chu Nishang's army and sighed in admiration. It's a battle-hardened, iron-blooded division. After praising, only coldness remained in his eyes. It's just a pity that the two countries are hostile. It's either you die or I die. Today, this marshal is going to make this place the grave of Great Joe. After saying that, he raised his hand and waved it. Tens of thousands of cavalry in the vanguard, archers in the rear, catapults at the ready. When the military formation opened, the momentum was like a rainbow. The cavalry charged and the earth shook like a mountain torrent pouring down. Chu Nishang raised her hand and waved. Follow me to kill the enemy. She rushed out ahead of the others and killed the army of the Great Chu. The two armies were like two torrents crashing into one piece. For a while, the sound of killing resounded through the heavens and earth. Blood and light in all directions. Flesh and blood are flying. Chu Xiu stood in the air, looking at this battle, and couldn't help but shake his head. Brutal war. He looked to a short distance away. There, a white army was approaching at great speed. It was the white-robed army that he had signed up for a while ago. A hint of anticipation passed through his eyes. Let me see what it means for 1,000 armies to avoid the white robe. Great Joe. The Battle of Great Chu was in full swing. Both sides fought, but De Chu's cavalry, too powerful, invaded like fire, and wherever they went, De Zhou's cavalry could only withstand it. Casualties are mounting as time goes on. Seeing this, the commander-in-chief of Great Chu smiled coldly. This is a plain, the most suitable place for cavalry to play, and my Great Chu cavalry is unrivaled in the world, along with the fact that our troop strength is above that of Great Zhou. Chu Nishang, you are too stupid. I'd like to see how you're going to die. As for losing this battle on your own, it never occurred to him as a possibility. Suddenly, a soldier came to report. Report, Marshal. A troop has appeared behind the army. They are dressed in white armor and riding white horses. They are cavalry. What? Chu Nishang still has a hidden cavalry unit? The commander-in-chief of the Great Chu was startled. How many of them are there? About a few thousand. Less than 10,000. Hearing this, the Great Chu commander breathed a sigh of relief. Ha! A mere few thousand cavalrymen is a drop in the bucket for this battle. Chu Nishang probably wanted to use this cavalry to attack us from the rear and catch us off guard. But it's just a pity that she underestimated me too much. The army is deep. My rear. Will there be no rear guard? Let the 20,000 cavalry prepared at the rear move out. Overwhelm that white cavalry. Chu Nishang and the others also spotted the white cavalry unit. Is this the reinforcements that brother was talking about? With only thousands of people, can we really save the day? Some generals were skeptical. Chu's cavalry was renowned throughout the world, and an equal number of cavalry was almost invincible on the battlefield, and it would take at least twice the number of cavalry to suppress them. But this white cavalry unit is just a few thousand men. It's a stone's throw any way you look at it. The rear of the Great Chu. Thousands of cavalrymen dressed in white robes riding white horses, without uttering a single word, approached towards De Chu at extreme speed, resembling a white lightning. They had scimitars on their hips and long spears in their hands. The white horses on their hips are all first-class horses, and at that moment, the 20,000 cavalry from the rear of the De Chu army also moved out, towards the white-robed army. He charged out at extreme speed. The leader of the group, dressed in pitch-black iron armor, had an ice-cold smile on his face. A mere few thousand people. Crush them for me. But when the two cavalry units collided, the man instantly realized that something was wrong. Just a round of exchanges. Their 20,000 cavalry were actually knocked over and torn apart hard. 20,000 cavalrymen had actually lost more than half of them in a few breaths. How? His face changed wildly as he stabbed out his spear against one of the white-robed soldiers. Both sides of the lance collided. He only felt a huge force impacting, and the horse under his crotch couldn't help but neigh. What a great power. This cultivation is no less than innate. The head general swallowed. You know, he was the general of these 20,000 cavalrymen, and the one who was facing him was just one of the most ordinary cavalrymen in this white-robed army, but he was able to fight him to a standstill. What a horrible cavalry unit this is. Which dynasty in the world today can produce such a cavalry unit? As he was shocked, the man at the head of the white-robed army, riding his horse across, stabbed out with a lance in his hand like lightning, making it difficult for him to parry. In an instant's effort, his chest was directly penetrated by the lance. Before he died, he saw the gaze of that white-robed army, icy cold, merciless, as if killing a mole cricket. Looking at the others again, the stares were all the same. This cavalry troop, it didn't even look mortal. It was a cavalry from hell, specialized in killing. What? 20,000 cavalry, all gone. The Great Chu commander who heard the report could hardly believe his ears. 20,000 cavalry, almost 3 times the strength of the white robe army. But it didn't take long for the whole army to be wiped out. How in heaven's name can there be such a cavalry unit? The great Chu commander couldn't believe it, but the facts were in front of him, and he had to believe them even if he was shocked. Quickly, stop this force with all your might. Get the archers ready, the great Chu commander exclaimed, trying to settle this cavalry by releasing arrows at long range, but it's too late. After settling the 20,000 cavalrymen, the white-robed army rushed into the Dechu army formation, and like a sharp knife, it hardened and pierced through the Dechu army formation. Wherever it went, blood and flesh flew. 7,000 white-robed soldiers, each one fighting against 100. It was like an army of 700,000 men rushing across the military formation. The army of Dechu was killed. Seeing this scene, Shu Nishang and the others were also shocked by it, but they quickly reacted and did not let go of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Generals, kill! Shu Nishang cried out and attacked the Dechu army from the front and back with the white-robed army. With the addition of the white-robe army, the Great Zhou army's morale was as high as a rainbow. On the contrary, on the side of Great Chu, the proud cavalry troops were crushed and their morale was greatly weakened. Together with the killing of the white-robed army, the army soon collapsed. Defeat. Already doomed. Marshal. We're defeated. Run away. A soldier, covered in blood, ran to the Marshal of Dechu and shouted. But Marshal Dechu's face turned red with shock and anger. Impossible. Impossible. How could I be defeated? How could I be defeated? My troops are several times their strength. How could I lose? Fake. It must be fake. Am I not dreaming? The soldier looked at the Marshal of Dechu and knew that the other party had been hit too hard, and shouted, Marshal, if we don't withdraw, it'll be too late. You have no chance to leave anymore. A voice rang out. Shu Nishan led her troops to arrive and surrounded the Marshal of Great Chu. Her eyes were ice cold as she said, Offend my Great Zhou's borders. You are doomed to end up with nothing but death. Chapter 103, Entering Dechu. The Green Lotus sect master struck out. Shu Nishan led her troops to surround the Marshal of Dechu. The opponent is now at a loss. Shu Nishan's eyes looked at the other party with cold indifference. Offend my Great Zhou. Your end is destined to be nothing but death. After saying that, she drew her long sword and killed towards Marshal Dechu. This marshal was also a Grandmaster level figure. And seeing Shu Nishan take the initiative to kill, a cold light exploded in his eyes. Girl child, looking for death. He already had a calculation in mind. Being surrounded, it was incomparably difficult for him to kill his way out. And now the only way to have a chance to leave was to grab Chu Nishang and use the other party as a hostage. But in the moment he and Chu Nishang exchanged blows, but was surprised to realize that in front of Chu Nishang's cultivation is not as good as his own. But the sword method is exquisite and unparalleled. The long sword was waved, and the power of yin and yang intertwined, vaguely mixed with traces of spells. But it was a marvelous sword technique that combined art and martial arts. It was difficult to take it down himself for a while. At the time of the crisis, he thought of something and pulled out a red sun blood essence from his bosom, and as soon as he took it, his breath instantly skyrocketed. Taste my power. Marshal Dechu stormed out, but just as he was about to strike, a sword light flashed through the void. This sword light, cold and piercing, was irresistible. The Marshal of Dechu didn't even react before the sword light slashed across his neck, blood spurting out, and his throat was sealed with a sword. It was the 6 sword slaves who were secretly guarding Chu Nishang who struck. Chu Nishang indifferently glanced at the Marshal of Dechu, took a lance and picked up the other party's body, raised it high, and bellowed, The Lord Commander is dead. Those who surrender will not be killed. The remaining soldiers looked at each other in disbelief. They didn't have much morale left, and now that they saw that their commander-in-chief had fallen, where would they have the heart to fight again? And they threw down their blades and surrendered. This battle, it's over. Inside the tent, Chu Nishan was listening to the report of her subordinates. Although this battle was a great victory, but war is still inevitable casualties. This battle they lost thousands of people. After Chu Nishang heard this, she said indifferently, Put away the bodies of the fallen, transport them back for burial, and then give the families of the fallen pensions when they return. She was organized and took care of post-war affairs. At this point, Chu Xiu walked in. Chu Nishang rose to greet him and asked curiously, Brother, that white-robed army that suddenly appeared on the battlefield today, was that your handiwork? Speaking of that white-robed army, the crowd was impressed, but only a few thousand people. But the combat power is unparalleled. Each with 1 against 100. Hundreds of thousands of Dechu army killed a helmet. It was like a death cavalry charging out of hell. Everywhere he goes, he brings death. Even friendly troops felt awe. Chu Xiu nodded slightly. Yes, that's the white robe army. They are powerful in battle. and although there are only 7,000 of them, they are comparable to an army of 700,000. I'm giving it to you, and I hope you'll put it to good use. The crowd was overwhelmed with amazement. It was unknown when and how exactly Chu Xiu had cultivated such an amazing cavalry unit. There were so many secrets on the other side. Chu Nishang didn't break the pot. She nodded slightly. I will not let my elder brother down. Well, I'll be off then. Where does brother want to go? De Chu. Chu Xiu smiled faintly and looked in the direction of De Chu, his eyes flickering. Inside the Great Chu Emperor has already received the frontline battle report at the first time. After learning that the Chu army was defeated, he couldn't help but shrink his pupils. Sitting on the dragon chair, his face cold and heavy. What a Chu Nishang! To actually have such generalship. The front line was defeated. The plan to capture Great Zhou fizzled out, and there is no news of the old ancestor's trip to Great Zhou to meet with the Zhou Emperor has been delayed. Emperor Chu couldn't help but feel a little worried. Compared to a great defeat on the front line, if something happened to the Great Chu ancestor, it would be even more unacceptable to him. After all, it was a land god. It's the strongest underbelly of De Chu. At this moment, a figure arrived and knelt in front of Emperor Chu and respectfully said, "Back to your majesty. We just received news that Chu Xiu has come to De Chu." What? Emperor Chu stood up in a mischievous manner. He's actually still alive? When the Great Chu ancestor went to Great Zhou, besides trading with the Zhou Emperor, one of the most crucial tasks was to resolve Chu Xiu, the land god. But now, Chu Xiu, however, was unharmed, and it's coming to De Chu. What this represents is whether or not something has happened to the Great Chu ancestor, maybe even dead? Thinking of this, Emperor Chu could not help but be shocked. A trace of horror surfaced in his eyes. If this was really the case, what was Chu Xiu trying to do by coming to De Chu at this time? An eye for an eye, blood for blood? Also, the Holy Maiden is following Chu Xiu. That subordinate continued to speak in a shocking manner. Lu Qingyi, too, is not dead. Did they cooperate? Emperor Chu is smart. A quick guess at what was going on. He pondered for a while and said faintly, "Bring the Green Lotus sect master here." De Chu, inside and in. Chu Xiu came here to land. He wasn't in a hurry to head to the royal capital's palace, and he also knew that he couldn't hide the news of his entry into De Chu from the royal family's omnipresent secret guards. And he doesn't care. Along the way, he traveled the mountains and slowly approached the royal capital's palace, within the Great Chu River and Lake. Some martial artists had also gotten the news, and some of the strongest even wanted to make a move to see what he, a land god, could do. Chu Xiu also happened to take this opportunity to check out the depths of the Great Chu. Those who came to strike at him were defeated and killed one by one. No one has ever been able to walk through a single move in his hands. The might of the land goddesses shook the Great Chu River and Lake. Chu Xiu, with the power of one man, suppressed the entire Great Chu Jianghu, making countless martial artists unable to lift their heads. This day, Chu Fix was resting inside the inn while a man in a green shirt slowly walked in. The man looked to be in his 40s or 50s and carried an air of elegance on his body. The moment Lu Qingyi next to Chu Xiu saw the other party, her body couldn't help but stiffen. Master. This person in front of him was the sect master of the Great Chu State sect, the Green Lotus sect. In De Chu's position, it can be said that one person is under 10,000 people. His arrival also caused Chu Xiu to slightly side-eye him. The Green Lotus sect master glanced at Lu Qingyi. Lightly, he asked, "Have you betrayed Great Chu?" Lu Qingyi took a deep breath. "It was the royal family that first negatively impacted me." The Green Lotus sect master was silent for a moment, then said, "The imperial family has been jealous of my Green Lotus sect for not a day or two. This is something that I am well aware of, but no matter what, co-ruling the Great Chu with the imperial family is an ancestral motto that successive sect masters have had to abide by. Now that Chu Xiu has come to De Chu, he is bound to pose a threat to my De Chu, so master had to come. So if you still consider yourself a man of De Chu, you should back off first." Lu Qingyi sniffed and glanced at Chu Xiu, who was blandly drinking tea on the side. The other waved her hand, signaling her to stand down first. Only then did Lu Qingyi take a few steps back. The Green Lotus sect master's eyes glazed over as he faintly said, "It seems that your excellency has trained this disciple of mine quite well. Such an imperious technique is admirable." Green Lotus sect master is the #1 person in De Chu Jianghu. "Come, let me see your strength," Chu Xiu said indifferently. "As you wish." The Green Lotus sect leader stopped speaking, his entire chi running away. In an instant, the air around them rippled. A green lotus bloomed steeply, forming a beautiful scene. Chapter 104, Chess Formation. Slaying the two great Chu legends. The green lotus blossomed, and a strange fragrance wafted out. What the Green Lotus sect master was performing at this moment was precisely the inherited true skill that only successive generations of the Green Lotus sect masters had been able to cultivate, named the Green Lotus blossoming skill. After the green lotus bloomed, a lotus leaf fell. It turned into a slice of sharp blades and shot toward Chu Xiu. Each piece of the sharp blade was wrapped in incomparably biting sword intent, aesthetically pleasing but with a strong killing edge. Chu Xiu stood still and did not move, and just as the sword chi was about to fall on his body, the astral energy around him came out through his body. The thousands of lotus leaves were isolated without even touching his body. Instead, this entire inn was continuously torn apart under the impact of the lotus leaf sword chi, and then with a loud boom, the entire inn collapsed. Fortunately, when the Green Lotus sect leader came in, the people inside the inn sensed that it was bad and all left, or else a lot of people would have to die. Chu Xiu stood in place and said indifferently, "Great Chu Jianghu no. 1. Is this the only thing you have in your martial arts? That would disappoint me. Your Excellency is a land deity. How can I come to deal with you without any preparation?" The Green Lotus sect master said indifferently. Next, only to see that the ground under Chu Xiu's feet suddenly had a line crisscrossing across it. Chu Xiu square 100 feet, actually seems to be. It was transformed into a chessboard. Not far, on top of a tall building, a white-haired old man's true chi was running inside his body, his chi resonating with the heaven and earth, while in front of him, a chessboard was placed. On the chessboard, black and white pieces were interlaced and densely packed. It was actually the same as the chess game that trapped Chu Xiu. At this moment, in this chessboard, the chess piece that symbolized Chu Xiu buzzed and vibrated, and the majestic chi impacted the chessboard, giving the old man a feeling that it would be difficult to place his pieces. His eyes were incredibly grave, worthy of being a land immortal. My cultivation coupled with the formation laid down by this yin-yang chessboard, even if a celestial were to be perfected, it could be easily killed, but there's a feeling that he'll be broken free at any time. Sect leader Qinglian, the chess game is open. Next, it's up to you. Chu Xiu looked at the chessboard under his feet, at the chess pieces made of the yin and yang chi flowing around him, and only felt a boundless sense of oppression surging in, to completely block off all of his chi. He smiled faintly. This is the power of formations, the means of using a chess game as a formation. There is only one person in the Great Chu, and that is the chess saint in the royal palace who is known as the half-son of Shengtian, who once talked with an immortal hand-to-hand for 300 moves. Green Lotus sect master, Great Chu chess sage. In order to deal with me alone, the two great legends of the Great Chu have come out in unison. Ha, I've got quite a face. Seeing that he was within the formation chess game, yet he still looked like he was laughing and joking. Sect leader Qinglian couldn't help but feel a heaviness in his heart, knowing in his heart that the chess game formation would not be able to stop Chu Xiu for long. His only chance to defeat the other party was to take advantage of the present and go all out. With this in mind, he let out a low gulp, and his chi flowed out completely. The true chi in his body climbed to the extreme. He even took out a red young blood essence and took it, allowing himself to briefly ascend to the land god realm before his entire body rose up in the air, only to see his palms facing the sky. He raised his hands and pressed down. The boundless true chi was like a green-colored tidal wave pressing down, and in the middle of this tidal wave, a radiant green lotus blossomed. The green lotus wrapped in endless true chi and pressed down towards Chu Xiu. On the other hand, Chu Xiu, who had his chi sealed by the chess game formation, was unperturbed. His sword finger condensed, and a flash of sword light flowed out with it. The sword light was brilliant and eye-catching as it traveled around Chu Xiu's body. Shasta, the chess formation that had blocked his chi collapsed. A large amount of yin and yang chi dissipated into nothing. In the distance, the chess sage's face went pale for a while, then his chi and blood surged, and he spat out a mouthful of blood on top of the chessboard, with a thick shock flowing from his eyes. How? A sword broke my chess game. This person's cultivation is so profound. He looked into the distance, only to see that flash of sword light rising up from the ground, wrapped in endless overriding intent, inducing the resonance of all the swords in heaven and earth, and with unstoppable might, forcefully tearing that green lotus into pieces. Boundless sword chi, falling on the Green Lotus sect master. The opponent only had time to scream. The entire person flew out backwards, his green shirt bursting into pieces and falling into the dust. Green Lotus sect leader, defeated. The pupils of the chess sage who saw this scene trembled slightly. When I join forces with the Green Lotus sect leader, I have a chance of beheading even a land deity. But in front of this person, whether it is formation chess game, or Zhenxiao Shengon, actually all do not work. In front of his sword, all fall apart. My Chu actually incurred this kind of horrible existence. The heart knows that this battle has been lost. The great Chu chess sage didn't dare to linger in the slightest and hurriedly turned around to leave. But the next second, a chill swept down his spine, only to see Chu Xiu, who was miles away, look in his direction with a light glance, but it contained endless biting sword intent. The eyes were like swords, bursting out. The great Chu chess sage's pupils shrunk, and between his raised hands, the pieces on top of the chessboard flew out, resisting towards that sword light. However, he saw black and white chess pieces, bursting into pieces one after another. He crossed the board in front of him again, using it as a shield. It's a magic weapon, indestructible. However, in front of the sword chi from Chu Xiu, it was ineffective and was pierced through by the sword light, which then penetrated the heart of the great Chu chess sage. The chess sage glanced down at his chest that was gradually being dyed red with blood. A trace of bewilderment flashed in his eyes. He, himself, had actually been easily killed? Miles apart, a single glance kills. This is what means to die at the hands of an immortal is not a waste, the chess sage murmured, then fell head over heels in love with the chess pieces. A generation of great Chu chess saints fell, looking at Chu Xiu's side again. After killing the chess sage several miles apart, he turned to look at the Green Lotus sect master, and the other party took several steps back, struggling to leave. But how could he have a chance to leave when he was heavily injured by the sword chi? Chu Xiu looked at him and said indifferently, "What you just took is the red yang blood essence. That was the product of the underworld. The underworld has been mostly destroyed by me. Only one MO maniac remains. Say it, where is he now?" "I don't know." The Green Lotus sect master gritted his teeth. "So, what's the point of keeping you?" Chu Xiu said indifferently, and his sword finger moved, making a stroke in the void, accompanied by bursts of sword chi. The Green Lotus sect master, with his neck torn apart, had his throat sealed with a sword. The two great legends of Chu have fallen. On the side, Lu Qingyi walked over and looked at the body of the Green Lotus sect master. A trace of sadness passed through his eyes. "No matter what, he is also my master. So please, Your Excellency, allow me to collect him and bury him in the ground." "As you wish." Chu Xiu did not refuse. Lu Qingyi left with the body of the Green Lotus sect master. "Come back in a short while." And in her hand, an additional ancient book. There were 5 big words written on it. Green Lotus Blossom Technique. It was precisely the sect-suppressing divine skill in the Green Lotus sect that only the sect master could cultivate. "My lord, do you need this technique?" Lu Qingyi handed out the gongfu. She understood that her life and death were completely in Chu Xiu's hands. One can't hide what one is hiding from the other side at all. Instead of keeping the technique private, it would be better to hand it over voluntarily. And Chu Xiu glanced at the gongfu and said indifferently, "It's just a local rank gongfu. I don't need it, keep it for yourself. With this gong method, it's more convenient for you to control the Green Lotus sect, isn't it?" Chapter 105 Arrival at the Dechu Royal Palace. 7 Slaying Sword Technique. Hearing what Chu Xiu said, Lu Qingyi also felt that it made sense and kept the gongfu, preparing to find some time to delve into the cultivation. At the same time she was inwardly overwhelmed with surprise. Even if he was a land god immortal, but he didn't give a damn about this kind of topmost earth-rank technique. Chu Xiu's vision was too high. Dechu Chess Saint, Green Lotus Sect Master. The news of the fall of the two legends in Dechu Jianghu spread, for a time, make people panic. And the other side, within the palace of the king of Dechu, when Emperor Chu learned of this news, he also couldn't help but have his pupils shrink, and his face flushed with a layer of pallor. These two joined forces. Even the old ancestor wouldn't dare to say that he could win, but yet he was easily decapitated by Chu Xiu. This person's strength, it's too terrifying. He couldn't help but feel a strong sense of remorse welling up in his heart. If he had known this, he shouldn't have messed with the other party. It's okay now. The other party came to the door, but he was clueless. He thought of something and came inside an attic deep inside the royal palace, which was surrounded by a sharp sword mark. The sword marks were interspersed with harsh sword intent. Even celestial beings had palpitations and chills when they saw it. And on top of the loft sat a man in black. The other party's appearance was 7 or 8 points similar to Emperor Chu, but the sternness mixed between his eyebrows made him a bit more of a martial artist's arrogance than Emperor Zhou. "Erdi," Emperor Chu called out softly. The man in black sniffed and opened his eyes slightly, looking at Emperor Chu. "You wouldn't come here if you were fine, and now that you've come to find me, what's the matter?" Emperor Chu said indifferently. "The old ancestor is dead." The man in black's pupils shrank. "Who killed them?" "Dezhou. Chu Xiu. This person is now coming to the royal palace. fearing that he will be unfavorable to me. I need you to step in and stop this person. If he can kill the old ancestor, he must be a land deity. And although the 7 slaughter sword technique that I practice is powerful enough to threaten land deities, my cultivation hasn't reached that realm after all, and I, for one, am not sure. The man in black murmured faintly. Emperor Chu said, I will lend you the 7 Slayers Denglong sword. To you. Hearing this, the man in black's eyes flashed. This sword is an imperial token. All along, you have been worried about me coveting your throne, never letting me touch this sword. I didn't expect to actually willingly lend me this sword now. It seems that this Chu Xiu is putting you under extreme pressure. Funny, I'd like to meet him now. When he finished speaking, he slowly got up and walked down to the loft, and along with each floor of the attic he walked down. The sword intent on his body became 1 point stronger, and a vast sword intent swept through the entire royal palace. It actually caused dark clouds to roll over the royal palace. In a trance, it was as if a hideous demon god silhouette had formed. The many experts within the royal palace were shocked when they saw this scene. This kind of sword intent. Is that sword madman coming out? Sword crazy? What sword madman? Some of the younger martial artists were puzzled, and the more senior martial artist explained. Sword crazy is His Majesty's younger brother? 40 years ago, practicing the Great Chu imperial family's forbidden martial art, the 7 killing sword. This sword technique feeds the sword with killing, and is overbearing and vicious. The slightest carelessness may go off the deep end. But the sword crazy is the royal family for 100 years, the most outstanding sword Tao wizards. Actually hard to cultivate this martial arts success. At that time in the royal family, in the Jianghu popularity of the two, everyone thought he would inherit the throne. However, later on, after consideration, the late emperor felt that although sword crazy's martial arts training qualifications were superior, he did not have the political skills, so he passed the throne to His current majesty. And since then, the sword madman has been staying inside the sword building deep inside the royal palace to cultivate the sword way, never leaving the palace. I didn't expect that he would actually come out now. The crowd couldn't help but be amazed. I didn't realize that within the royal palace, there was actually such a sword Dao figure hidden. The 7 slaying sword technique is a sword technique that was created specifically for killing. If we talk about killing power, even the land immortals would have to be afraid of it. In addition, it is rumored that if this sword technique is paired with the Great Chu Emperor's relic, the 7 killing dragon sword, the power can be taken to the next level. If this person makes a move, it might really be possible to fend off Chu Xiu, someone said with a glimmer of hope. And Chu Xiu, who was rushing to the royal palace, also sensed something and looked towards the churning dark clouds in the distance, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. Interesting, Great Chu, how much more of its reserves can it take out to fend me off? He took 1 step and traveled to the royal palace as if he had shrunk. Seeing this, Lu Qingyi quickly followed. But even though she used all of her strength and cultivation, she could only watch Chu Xiu move further and further away until she couldn't even see her back. That sword madman in the king's palace has aroused His Excellency's interest. Lu Qingyi shook his head helplessly, and she stopped insisting on following it. After all, the battle between Chu Xiu and the sword madman was surely earth-shattering. With this level of cultivation, she rashly went to watch the battle. There was only the risk of being killed by the fallout. Outside the gates of the royal palace, a single forbidden guard stood guard, checking passers-by, and was on high alert. At this point, a white figure arrived. It was none other than Chu Xiu. Some soldiers wanted to go to the inventory, but they were lifted out by the astral aura coming out of the other party's body, and they couldn't even get close. Chu Xiu looked at the lofty royal palace and made a comparison with the Great Zhou royal palace. Rather, it doesn't make much difference. Ding. Located in the King's Palace of Dechu. Available for signing in. Is it checked in? Sign in. Chu Xiu murmured in his heart. Ding. Sign in successfully. Acquired the 7 killing sword technique. 7 killing sword technique. A wave of arcane sword information surged into Chu Xiu's mind. Chu Xiu's eyes lit up. Because this 7 kills sword skill, he is a heavenly ranked feats. It would be of considerable help to him in deducing the 11th layer of the 9 heavenly surprising god sword technique. But then he had a moment of doubt. It wasn't that he didn't know about the 7 slaying sword technique. Sitting in an intelligence organization like the Wind and Cloud Building, he knew a little bit about the names of the martial arts of the various royal families. The 7 slaying sword technique was none other than the Great Chu's forbidden martial arts. The Great Chu imperial family actually has a heavenly ranked technique? But why is it listed as taboo? Perhaps my doubts will be cleared up later. Chu Xiu looked at Wang Gong and said indifferently. And at this point, one by one, The great inner guards had rushed up and surrounded him. How bold! How dare you trespass the royal palace? Seek death! One of the first of the great inner guards, holding a long knife in his hand, without saying a word chopped towards Chu Xiu's head, domineering and powerful, as if he wanted to split the person in two. However, before that blade could touch Chu Xiu, it was disintegrated by the astral energy. The shattered longsword flew out backwards, directly piercing through the body of that great inner guard, bursting out a cloud of blood mist on his body. Stand down! Chu Xiu indifferently drank. True Qi surged out like a wild wave. One by one, all of the guards were lifted out by this amazing force. Even the patriarch was no exception. What a domineering, terrifying true Qi! This person is that land god from the Great Zhou. Someone recognized Chu Xiu and sucked in a breath of cold air. Not to mention the rest of them. Even if there were 10 times more of them, they wouldn't be able to stop this person in front of them from taking a step. The other party and them, they were completely two dimensions of existence. Suddenly, deep within the royal palace, a sword intent filled with boundless killing aura surged out. In an instant, under the coverage of the killing aura blended with sword intent, the entire royal palace seemed to have turned into a killing shura. Chapter 106 Seven Slayers Danglong Sword. The sword madman who invoked the imperial dragon Qi. Sword intent surged, covering the entire royal palace. The entire palace seemed to have been transformed into a shura killing field. The corner of Chu Xiu's mouth rose slightly, coming, only to see that not far away, a figure walked slowly, with a sword intent that filled the sky and the earth, and his gaze was like electricity, shooting toward Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu stood still and allowed that horrifying sword intent to surge in. However, when he was close to 3 feet around his body, the sword intent had dissolved into nothingness on its own, which made the sword madman's eyes narrow slightly. It is indeed the land god immortal realm. Very well, there is also the land god immortal realm, which is only worthy for me to make a move. As the words fell, the sword intent on his body went up a level. The other martial artists in the king's palace only felt that the infinite killing intent was like a tidal wave whistling and rushing straight to their hearts and souls, and those with slightly weaker cultivation were even going crazy. Their faces changed wildly and they kept retreating. This maniac, just the sword intent alone makes one almost go crazy. This fellow, truly is a monster, an incomprehensible monster. Don't go near him. Soon, with Chu Xiu, the sword madman as the center, a radius of 1,000 feet was empty, and not even a bird dared to fly in. The sword madman said indifferently, I have been practicing for decades, and the 7 slaughter sword technique has already entered the realm of actualization. And over these years, I have been in seclusion within the sword building, never stepping out for half a step, because no one is worthy of my sword anymore except for the land gods. Even when my sword comes out, a 10-mile radius is subject to the impact of my sword intent, and those with insufficient cultivation will be affected by it and fall into madness. But today, you're here. I, once again, can strike my sword. As the words fell, his sword fingers condensed. A pitch-black sword shadow instantly flew out from his sword finger. A domineering and overwhelming sword chi that carried a shocking killing intent. Under this sword, even a celestial perfection would have to contain hatred. Chu Xiu, however, stood still and did not move an inch. The sword finger condensed, and thousands of poems appeared majestically, transforming into a powerful sword chi that collided with that pitch-black sword shadow. The king's palace shook the instant the 2 sword auras impacted. Then the sword chi each dispersed. Poetry into a sword. A unique sword technique. But even if you have thousands of poems, I will cut them all with one sword. Sword maniac said indifferently. The 7 killing sword technique, once again, was performed. One after another sword chi, without any gap, continuously chopped out. Continuous and majestic killing intent. 7 killing sword skill. Infernal. The sword chi was boundless, and the sword moves connected without any gaps or breaks, like flowing clouds in water, without the slightest interruption, making it difficult to receive. However, he saw Chu Xiu. His body did not move, but his chi was self-generated. Poetry into a sword, pounding out. The sword of endless poetry versus the sword of infernal. The 2 streams of sword chi collided one after another, and the clanging sound was actually like rain hitting a banana. Continuous, as if there were 1,000 swordsmen exchanging blows in this instant. The sword was magnificent. Looking at the crowd present, they were all stupefied and shocked. What a terrifying sword technique. What a domineering sword intent. I'm afraid I can't find only the 3rd such swordsman in the world. So strong, even from miles away, the crowd still felt the power of this sword intent, feeling that if they were in it, they would be instantly shattered into pieces. After the sword strokes were exchanged, a verse that pierced through the endless killing intent and landed on the sword madman. It pierced his shoulder and took several steps back. In this exchange, Chu Xiu had the upper hand. He stood with his arms folded and said indifferently, "Your sword technique isn't bad, but unfortunately, your cultivation is insufficient to compete with me yet." The sword madman sniffed and laughed. "You're right, but do you think I don't have any other preparations? 7 kill Danglong sword. Come." He let out a long whistle. In the middle of the king's palace, a long, pitch-black sword broke through the air. On top of the long sword, a black dragon with teeth and claws was engraved, from which a morose sword chi flowed out, sending shivers down one's spine. With the sword in his hand, the sword intent on the sword madman's body actually resonated with the sword, and the sword intent as well as the sword chi went to a higher level at the same time. It made him look like a Shura swordfather who had come out of hell. The sword madman laughed out loud. "This sword is the 7 killings Danglong sword, a killing sword forged by the ancestor who killed hundreds of thousands of people on the battlefield. It's best suited to utilize my 7 killing sword technique. With this sword in place, I can kill even the land gods." After saying that, he swung his long sword. Sword chi erupted once again. 7 slaying sword technique. Kill all human and ghosts. The sword chi chopped out, transforming into thousands of evil ghosts whistling. Chu Xiu's figure stood still. His true chi came out through his body, transforming into an incomparable sword chi that swept the surroundings, and one by one, the evil ghosts disappeared in smoke. But that's not all. 7 slaying sword technique. The Tao and the devil are all killed. 7 slaying sword technique. God and Buddha are killed. 7 slaying sword technique. All mountains and rivers are killed. 7 slaying sword technique. All of heaven and earth are slain. The sword madman made 4 swords in a row. The endless sword intent paired with the 7 killing Danglong sword in his hand transformed into a majestic and endless killing sword chi, as if he wanted to cut down everything in the heaven and earth. Taoism, demons, gods and Buddhas, mountains and rivers, heaven and earth, everything that is, kills. It was as if the crowd saw a killing demon god coalesce from behind the sword madman, holding a killing sword and exterminating everything. Terrifying, powerful, chilling, such a sword technique. Just by looking at it once, I felt like I was going to fall into hell. And then look at Chu Xiu. In the face of this kind of swordplay, it still looked like it was not moving at all. The sword fingers were condensed and the sword stance was performed. Sometimes dominant, sometimes soft, sometimes swift. With a pair of sword fingers, he was actually performing dozens of distinctly different top-notch sword moves in a matter of moments, dissolving this endless killing sword chi one by one. It's like a sword fairy in the dust, with an unparalleled elegance. The sword chi that roamed the sky couldn't hurt him one bit. When the sword madman saw this, his pupils shrunk. Like this, you still can't be killed. Since that's the case, then, how about this? Only a low roar was seen as his figure leapt high into the air. The long sword was raised high, and an invisible dragon chi spread out with him at the center. The dragon's chi whistled, shaking the sky and the earth. Combined with the 7 slaying sword chi, it transformed into a substantial, tooth and claw hellish black dragon that stared majestically at Chu Xiu. You're actually able to invoke the Imperial Dragon Chi to enhance your martial arts. Chu Xiu looked at the sword madman and was slightly surprised. The other party was a member of the Imperial family of Great Chu. Plus his cultivation had already reached half-step land god immortal. And then he was holding the 7 killing Danglong sword, which symbolized the power of the emperor. It made sense to be able to invoke the royal dragon's chi. The sword madman roared lowly. Chu Xiu. This sword combines my lifelong cultivation as well as the dragon chi of my Chu. Can you catch it? Chu Xiu stood with his arms folded and said indifferently, "Your 7 slaughter sword technique. There is something missing, isn't there?" At these words, the pupils of the sword madman shrank. "How did you know?" "It's a royal secret. The 7 killing sword technique, which was damaged in a fire 100 years ago. The strongest sword move was left out. It made it impossible for the practitioner to fully grasp all of the sword moves. And if they were not careful, they would be backfired by the killing intent in the sword technique. That's why it was classified as a forbidden martial art. But this is a royal secret that no outsider could possibly know." "Chu Xiu, where did you learn about it?" Chu Xiu looked at the sword madman with a slight smile and condensed his sword finger. "You should feel honored, because I will let you see the complete 7 slaughter sword technique today." The words fell. A majestic and pure killing intent spread with Chu Xiu as the center, sweeping the royal capital like a hurricane. But in the next second, the killing intent contracted like lightning and returned to Chu Xiu's fingertips. forming a smudge of pitch-black swordlight. Chapter 107, Beheading Emperor Chu. The majestic killing intent suddenly contracted and converged on Chu Xiu's fingertips, transforming into a smear of pitch-black swordlight. A swordlight that did not have the slightest fluctuation of killing intent. However, it exuded an aura that made even sword maniacs shudder. He was even more shocked to discover that this swordlight was actually in the same vein as his own 7 slaughter sword technique, and was even more subtle than the 7 slaughter sword technique he had mastered. His pupils trembled slightly at the thought. The 7 slaying sword technique is a forbidden martial art of my Chu imperial family, and even among the imperial family, not many are able to cultivate it. How can you possibly grasp that? Who the hell are you? Is the other party someone from the Chu royal family? The sword madman couldn't even help this ridiculous thought from popping up in his mind. The corners of Chu Xiu's mouth rose slightly, and sword light flowed from his fingertips, poised for action. It was difficult for the sword madman to withstand the terrifying pressure brought about by that flash of sword light, and he instantly roared, and the pitch-black evil dragon behind him suppressed it. The 7 killing sword skill that combined the great Chu dragon Shi was majestic and endless, falling with teeth and claws, wanting to tear Chu Xiu into pieces. And the sword light from Chu Xiu's fingertips slowly poured out. It's just a flash in the pan. The sword light tore through the body of the pitch-black evil dragon, splitting it in two. The sword light that was not mixed with the slightest killing intent, but contained unrivaled power, silent and irresistible. The sword light swept straight towards the sword madman after cutting through the black dragon's body. The sword madman hurriedly crossed the 7-kill Denglong sword in front of him. Clang! A fierce sound of gold and iron clashing rang out. The 7-kill Denglong sword was shaken out of his hand. The pitch-black sword light was still as powerful as ever, striking through the sword madman's heart. Looking down at the blood flowing from his heart, the eyes of the sword madman were filled with unbelief. This sword, what is it called? 7 killing sword technique final stance. Unkillable killing, Chu Xiu calmly said. The killing of the unkillable shrinks the killing intent and condenses it in a single point. Silent but irresistible. This is the strongest sword of 7 killings. Well, what a way to kill without killing. To be able to see the complete 7 killing sword technique before I die. I have not wasted my time, the sword madman murmured, then collapsed to the ground with a bang. And after decapitating the sword madman, another wave of dragon chi roared out and penetrated into Chu Xiu's body. It was the dragon's energy that backfired. Chu Xiu had already experienced something similar, and wasn't worried about the dragon chi backlash, as his body's true chi revolved and suppressed it. Then, he took a step towards the golden palace of the king's palace. The golden palace. Emperor Chu was sitting high on the dragon chair, looking majestic, but in fact, the palms of his hands that were tightly grasping the armrests of the dragon chair exposed his inner tension. When he saw Chu Xiu walk in, his face even turned as pale as paper with a brush, and his entire body was drained of its essence. The great Chu ancestor, the 2 great martial arts legends of Great Chu, and the sword madman. These people, actually, none of them were Chu Xiu's opponents, couldn't even stop the other guy in his tracks. The other party, actually powerful to this extent. The moment Chu Xiu stepped into the golden palace, a black shadow suddenly swept out from the surroundings, and they were wrapped in a shocking killing aura, lunged toward Chu Xiu, but in the next second, they were blown away one by the true chi that erupted from Chu Xiu's body, and the ones with weak cultivation, their bodies exploded and died on the spot. Chu Xiu stood still and faintly said, "Is there any point in playing this now? The sword maniacs are dead. Just these few secret guards trained by the royal family. How could they be his match? It's completely self-defeating. Chu Xiu, what do you want to do?" Emperor Chu took a deep breath and said. Chu Xiu said indifferently, "Please, funeral heaven." Emperor Chu's pupils shrank and his face changed wildly. "You dare to kill me? Aren't you afraid of the dragon chi backlash?" The dragon chi backlash caused by killing an emperor was not comparable to 1 or 2 emperors. Even a land god would only be hard to fight. "Chu Xiu, how dare you do that?" "I want to try," Chu Xiu said indifferently, taking a step forward, killing intent gradually spreading out on his body, and on Emperor Chu's body. A large amount of dragon chi suddenly flowed out and turned into substance, forming a protective golden dragon. The golden dragon sensed Chu Xiu's killing intent and hissed continuously towards him. The might was so strong that it was even more astonishing than that of an ordinary land deity. When Chu Xiu saw this, his 5 fingers grabbed in the void. An ancient sword, at once, coalesced and took shape in his hand. It was, indeed, the sword of the Imperial Tao, the red sky. "Today, I will hold the red sky in my hand and behead the emperor." Chu Xiu said indifferently, and the moment he tightened his grip on Red Sky, he chopped out with a sword, and the moment the human sword united, it transformed into a crimson sword light. The sword light flew down and chopped on top of that golden dragon. Boom! A terrifying energy fluctuation spread out like a tidal wave. Outside the golden palace, one by one, the martial artists who wanted to enter to check it out were all lifted out by this energy fluctuation, and none of them could get close. Inside the golden palace, the red sky sword clashed strongly with the protective golden dragon on Emperor Chu's body. One could only see the body of the protective golden dragon gradually being split in two under that powerful sword force of Chu Xiu's, and it eventually collapsed. Chu Xiu's sword chi powerfully chopped at Emperor Chu's body. With a miserable howl, Emperor Chu was cut off at the waist, while the dragon chair behind him was also split open. Emperor Chu, die! Right at this moment, a dragon chi that was more than 10 times more powerful than before came back, rampaging through Chu Xiu's body. It was as if it was going to tear his entire being apart. Chu Xiu's body shook slightly, and the majestic true chi in his body revolved, strongly suppressing this backlash of dragon chi. What a shocking dragon chi backlash it is. If I hadn't already advanced to the land deity great perfection now, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to suppress it, Chu Xiu murmured. Not long after he beheaded Emperor Chu, Lu Qingyi also entered the Golden Palace. When she saw the Emperor Chu next to the broken dragon chair, her pupils couldn't help but shrink, somewhat appalled, not expecting the other party to really kill the Emperor Chu. His cultivation is actually strong enough to suppress the dragon chi backlash brought about by killing the emperor? It was truly unheard of. Chu Xiu looked at Lu Qingyi and faintly said, "Have you figured out how you're going to take control of Dechu?" Lu Qingyi knelt on the ground and faintly said, "I have a plan in mind." 3 days later, defeated on the front line, Dechu announced its surrender to Dezhou, and 7 cities were ceded as compensation. Chu Nishang consolidated the defense line at the border, and only returned to the capital of the Great Zhou after everything was in order. While on the side of the Great Chu, the second prince revolts and is suppressed by the virgin who returns in time. However, the Holy Maiden was still one step too late, and Emperor Chu died at the hands of the second prince, who was killed by the Holy Maiden. A country cannot live without a king. Under the support of the Holy Maiden, Emperor Chu's fourth son was supported to the throne, and the court gradually stabilized. But only those who lived through that day know, it was all but a lie. What a revolt. It's all fake. All of this was because of Chu Xiu alone, but not a single person bothered to poke holes in this lie. The Great Chu was killed by a man who entered the royal palace and beheaded the emperor. If word of this gets out, the face of Chu will be swept away. The people's fear of the court, of the royal family, will drop dramatically. The bottom line is, how many people will believe it when they say it? And what's the point? Under Chu Xiu's might, they couldn't make any waves at all. Chapter 108, The Use of the Jade Seal, The Dragon Vein. Dechu, within the royal palace. Chu Xia rested within a palace. He sat cross-legged, suppressing the dragon chi within his body to prevent it from rebelling, and at the same time, he was also trying to think of a way to expel these dragon chi out of his body. But these dragon chi were like maggots attached to his bones, and it was difficult to completely expel them. It can only be suppressed first. What exactly is the source of these dragon chi? Why is the royal family sheltered by dragon chi? Could it be that there really is a so-called chi that protects the royal family in the underworld? Chu Xiu murmured. Just as he was thinking, Lu Qingyi walked in and said, "Your Excellency, I have organized the various collections within the royal palace and can deliver them at any time." The reason why Chu Xiu hadn't left Dechu yet, it was to read the collection of books here. First to see what wonders the martial arts texts of Dechu had to offer, and second to see if there were any records about the land immortals, or the dragon's breath, and to continue investigating the mystery of the disappearance of the land immortals. "Well, I know. That prince you supported to the throne, can he still be honest?" Chu Xiu faintly asked. "The fourth prince is weak in nature, timid and afraid of things. He doesn't dare to mess around. He is obedient now," Lu Qingyi said indifferently. She didn't just ascend the throne herself. For one thing, she doesn't have royal blood, and her name isn't right. Secondly, she also had to control the Green Lotus sect and was distracted. So supporting a puppet emperor to ascend to the throne is the most appropriate. Chu Xiu nodded slightly. "That's good. Now that Dechu has fallen under your control, how does this supreme power taste?" Lu Qingyi knelt on the ground and said, "All of this is a gift from your excellency, and only your excellency can claim to be supreme." Chu Xiu gave her an appreciative glance. "Get up. Power is not something I wish for, but if it is in the hands of someone I trust, it is best. Lu Qingyi, I hope you won't let me down." Aoi understands. After saying that, Lu Qingyi took out another box and said, Your Excellency, this is what I found inside Emperor Chu's study. The box opened and contained some letters, and a piece of jade seal. The moment Chu Xiu saw that jade seal, he only felt that the dragon qi in his body vibrated slightly, actually reacting to this jade seal. His eyes flashed as he picked up the jade seal to check it out. It was discovered that this jade seal contains some kind of marvelous power. This jade seal is a magic weapon. Chu Xiu's eyes flashed, and it was closely related to the dragon qi. You go down first. Yes. Lu Qingyi slowly retreated. Chu Xiu continued to study the jade seal, and soon he realized that this jade seal could actually channel the dragon qi in his body and dissolve the damage of the dragon qi backlash. Yes. Chu Xiu couldn't help but be a little delighted. Although the dragon qi was in his body, and with his strength he could still suppress it, it was after all a hidden danger. And who knew if he would kill more royal family members in the future and accumulate more dragon qi to backfire? Now this jade seal can channel the dragon's qi and neutralize the damage of the backlash of the dragon's qi. He didn't need to divide his power to suppress the dragon's qi anymore. In the future, you can deal with the royal family without fear and with all your might. Chu Xiu sat cross-legged. His true qi poured into the jade seal, gradually guiding the dragon qi in his body out of his body, being transformed into the jade seal. Gradually, the injuries from the dragon qi backlash in his body completely recovered. The whole thing was much more relaxed. Looking at the jade seal again, Chu Xiu became more and more curious. This jade seal is divine and marvelous, and it seems that there are still many wonderful uses that have not been developed. Can it be that this jade seal is the source of the royal dragon's energy? And the jade seals of several other dynasties, do they have a similar effect? Chu Xiu pondered, intending to look for the jade seal to check it out when he returned to Great Zhou. Then he looked at the several letters in the box. Those are the letters between the Spectre and Emperor Chu. No wonder the martial artists of Dechu could always take out the red sun blood essence. It turned out to be a close partnership with the underworld. It was a pity that the underworld now only had one person left, Maniac, who had a high level of cultivation and came and went without a trace, making it difficult to catch him. Chu Xiu was not in a hurry. He was sure that sooner or later, the other man would venture out and come to him of his own accord. Next, Chu Xiu headed to the Great Chu Book Depository and began to read various ancient books. 3 days later, the collection of books had him reading most of them. These include various human geographies and martial arts secrets. At this moment, an ancient book caught his attention. Feng Shui Earth Veins. Chu Xiu's eyes flashed. This ancient book is about various Feng Shui land veins. Feng Shui is a mysterious, but indeed unique, and some magicians often have to apply Feng Shui when laying out their formations. And one of the earth veins is even more subtle. It is written that there are various kinds of earth veins in heaven and earth. There are veins of yin qi rushing sky. Ordinary people buried here will become a ghost, the scourge of a party. There are veins of spirit qi full, buried here. Their offspring can be prosperous, a lifetime of wealth. And what power veins? Martial arts veins? Etc. But the most esoteric of them all is the dragon vein. The dragon vein, the best of the many earth veins. It is written that the dragon vein affects not only a person, a lineage, but a piece of heaven and earth, and even a world. The dragon vein contains majestic aura and infinite creation. If the earth is compared to a person, the countless veins of the earth are the countless meridians and blood vessels, and the dragon vein is the artery of a person. Its importance cannot be overstated. Dragon vein, a doctrine that I've never heard of before. If there really is a dragon vein in the world, then where is it lurking? Chu Xiu murmured. After putting this Feng Shui Earth Veins book down, Chu Xiu looked out the window and pondered, assuming that there really is a dragon vein. A dragon vein contains infinite spiritual energy and creation. Then, for so many years, the disappearance and non-existence of the land deities. Apart from suppressing the Devil's Cave and stopping the invasion of the devils, could it also be related to what happened to the dragon vein? Dragon veins, demons, dragon breath, and the mystery of the disappearance of the terrestrial gods. These things are, vaguely, related in some way. Chu Xiu felt that he was one step closer to the truth of this world. 2 days later, Chu Xiu had read almost all of the books within the Dechu Book Depository. He was ready to return to the Great Week. The matter of Dechu was left to Lu Qingyi. Of course, he did not completely trust the other party now, and left a true qi in the other party's body before he left. One is protection, the other is control. In addition, people from the Wind and Cloud Building also came to Dechu and began to establish an intelligence network on a large scale with the help of Lu Qingyi. Of course, This also served the purpose of spying on Lu Qingyi. Lu Qingyi naturally understood this, but she was leaving no stone unturned in helping Wind and Cloud House to establish an intelligence network, as she was clear that she had no qualifications to say no, and she's not afraid of being watched. After all, she really had no thoughts of betrayal right now. Big week, inside the royal capital. Shu Nishan's triumphant return was greeted by countless people. The civil and military officials, one after another, came out of the city to greet them. Shu Nishan's prestige in Great Zhou had reached its peak. Emperor Zhou was able to hear the voices coming from the outside world from within the palace, and none of them were praising Shu Nishan. Some people even said that it would be good if Shu Nishan was the emperor. In the face of these claims, Emperor Zhou closed his eyes in agony. He knew that the time had come for him to step aside. Soon after, Shu Nishan entered the palace to meet Emperor Zhou alone. Emperor Zhou looked at her and said faintly, "Congratulations on your triumphant return." Shu Nishan looked indifferent and said, "I've already heard about what happened in the royal capital. Father, I didn't expect you to betray Great Zhou yourself. Let it be, as my brother says, that you, yourself, abdicate. I have looked at the time, and 3 days hence, being a good hour, let the decree be set for that day." Chapter 109 Black Heavenly King Snake. Chu Yun's determination. When Emperor Zhou heard Shu Nishan's words, his heart had long since run out of thoughts of resistance, and he couldn't help but let out a long sigh. No. Shu Nishan nodded slightly. "Since that's the case, then Father Emperor should rest early. My son will leave." "Nishan." Emperor Zhou suddenly called out to Chu Nishan and asked, do you hate me that much?" Chu Nishang said without looking back, "We don't hate you." A hint of hope passed through Emperor Zhou's eyes, but Chu Nishang's next words completely made him crumple in the dragon chair. "We just don't feel anything for you anymore," Chu Nishang faintly said. "They don't hate Emperor Zhou and they don't love each other, just treating each other like a stranger. Who's going to go through the extra emotions for a stranger?" Emperor Zhou heard and understood. The whole person seems to be drained of essence, instantly aged dozens of years, like paralyzed in the dragon chair, and Chu Nishan left without looking back. Dongfang Hate couldn't help but shake his head as he watched from the side. "It's all my own fault for coming this far." Inside the princess's mansion, Chu Nishan met Chu Xiu when he returned and told him about Emperor Zhou, and hearing that Chu Nishan was going to ascend the throne in 3 days, he was happy for the other party. The other side has finally come this far. The fact that Chu Nishan was going to ascend to the throne quickly spread. The enthronement ceremony began to be prepared. Above the courtroom, many courtiers, too, looked joyful, especially Li Shuhan, a kind of straight official and clean official, already cannot wait to see Chu Nishang ascension to the throne, rectify the officialdom, but also a sea of peace and river Qingzhou's scene. The folk are also a picture of prosperity. Chu Nishang's popularity had long surpassed everyone in the court after her relief efforts, her quelling of the rebellion, and her triumphant return from defeating De Chu this time around. Chu Nishang's ascension to the throne could be described as a matter of popular demand. Inside the royal capital, every household, it was like New Year's Eve. An old man sat in front of his house, looking at the crowd that was killing chickens and preparing to celebrate Chu Nishang's ascension to the throne and the new dynasty. He couldn't help but lament, if that man hadn't been deposed in the first place, and he ascended to the throne, I'm afraid it would have been even more lively than it is now. The old man took his pipe and took a drag, looking at the distant royal palace, murmured, "Princess Nishang, there are a few parts of that person's style. She ascended to the throne. It is also considered a kind of inheritance. Some people are happy and some people are sad, because Chu Nishan was about to ascend the throne." The entire royal capital was filled with joy. Homes are decorated with lights. But in looking at the 7th prince's residence, 7th Prince Chu Yun was drinking away his sorrows. "She's about to take the throne. I've been fighting with the Night King for so long, but in the end, this world is hers. No, to be precise, it's theirs." Chu Xiu, Chu Nishang, you guys are so tactful. Chu Yun took the wine jug and drank one glass of wine after another. A disheveled look. TSK. In the past, the 7th prince who fought with King Knight in full swing and was so spirited, but today he has actually fallen to this. Sad and pathetic. A black-robed man suddenly appeared in front of the 7th prince. The 7th prince was shocked. How did the other guy get here? He had a house full of guards, and not a single one of them had noticed. "Who are you?" "It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that I can help you fulfill your heart's desire and ascend to that supreme position." Chu Yun looked at him and smiled contemptuously. "Just by you?" He was in complete disbelief. He had seen Chu Xiu's methods, and he could kill even a land god. Although this black-robed man in front of him was mysterious, could he be compared to a land god? Ha! It seems that your highness doesn't believe in my methods. The black-robed man smiled slightly. Then he pulled off his hood, revealing a handsome and evil-looking face. Vaguely, black scales surfaced on the other's face. Chu Yun was shocked. You're not a human. You're a demon. It's none other than the top of the demon list. The Black Heavenly King Snake. Black King Snake. Chu Yun had heard of this name. The other party was the top of the demon ranking and was a couple with the Red Training King Snake, who was the third on the demon ranking. It was the most terrifying pair of demons in Great Zhou. In the past, Great Zhou had sent 100,000 troops to surround the city, and there were even a number of Zhongshu martial artists, but they were killed. Finally, the pair of demons disappeared into the mountains and forests. It only appears occasionally in the jungle. Every time it appears, it brings up a bloody storm. Most recently, almost 10 years ago. Now, it would actually come to him. Chu Yun was inwardly fearful and puzzled. What do you want to do? Naturally, it is to help His Highness ascend the throne. I am not related to you. Why are you helping me? Because we don't want to see Chu Nishang ascend the throne. This person is just as ambitious as the former crown prince. Once he ascends to the throne, he will inevitably be a hindrance to the development of the demons. What we need is a mediocre Emperor Zhou. Your Highness, for example, would be perfect for it. The corner of Chu Yun's mouth twitched as he sniffed. Nice guy, don't be so damaging. However, he had a vague feeling that things were not that simple. You said you would help me ascend the throne, but can you beat Chu Xiu? The other party is a land god. Moreover, under Chu Nishang's command, there are countless elite soldiers and strong generals, so I'm afraid that you alone won't be able to accomplish anything. Chu Yun faintly said. Although he wanted to ascend the throne and become emperor, he did not dare to act rashly. A single Chu Xiu, it's enough to make one despair. He wouldn't make a move until he saw the strength of the Black Heavenly King Snake. After all, if you fail, you die. He's not doing anything right now, and he's still alive for good measure. Since I dared to come, I naturally have some preparations. Besides my couple, we have also recruited quite a few demon soldiers and demon generals under our command, numbering in the thousands. When converted into human troops, it is comparable to 1,000,000 soldiers. The Black Heavenly King Snake said. Millions of men. Hearing those 4 words, Chu Yun was a bit pressed. If he had this power, he might really be able to bring down Chu Xiu. Chu Nishang. Seeing that Chu Yun had already been moved, the Black Heavenly King Snake continued. Does your highness still remember King Li? He fought with Chu Nishang for the throne, and he died. And your highness, you were once involved in the takeover of the throne. The reason Chu Nishang didn't kill you was not because she was kind-hearted, but because she hadn't found a suitable excuse yet. Once she ascends the throne, she has countless reasons and opportunities to kill you. Your highness, you seem to have given up on seizing the throne and not fighting her. But the truth is, you were doomed from the start, and there is only one way to die. After hearing what the Black Heavenly King Snake said, Chu Yun's will had begun to waver. A fine cold sweat gradually perspired on his forehead. He subconsciously felt that the Black Heavenly King Snake was right, because if he was Chu Nishang, it will not let itself go. It will surely drive it out of business. So, it turns out that one really has no way out. Since this is the case, why don't you make a last-ditch effort? If you succeed, you will be the Supreme Emperor, and if you fail, you will just maintain the original result. The Black Heavenly King Snake continued to compel. Chu Yun's eyes gradually became sinister down. Just as you said. What do you guys want to do? What's the plan? The day Chu Nishang ascends to the throne is the time for us to act. The Black Heavenly King Snake laughed. A glint of eagerness showed in his eyes. And on the other side, inside the princess residence, Cherry was serving tea to Chu Nishang and asked curiously, Princess, I wonder how you plan to deal with Chu Yun. He was once involved in the battle for the first wife. Will he become a hidden danger in the future? Chu Nishang sniffed and said faintly, he is no longer a threat. If he is honest and decent, let him be an idle prince for the rest of his life. Chu Yun didn't know that. Not everyone will do anything for the throne. There are those that still have a bottom line. Unfortunately, Chu Yun was about to bury himself by judging himself. Chapter 110 Twin Pythons transforming into dragons. The sword decimated thousands of demons. The enthronement ceremony is approaching. The entire royal capital was decorated with lights and colors, a scene of joy with the people. And inside the royal palace, the great ceremony will begin. Every guard looked serious, guarding every part of the palace walls. The more this time, the more they could not relax their guard. Outside the royal capital, within a mountain range, a black and a red python were intertwined in the river, in which the red python's body trembled slightly, and asked curiously after giving a delicate cry, "Husband, can our plan really succeed?" The black python was lying on top of the red python, gasping for breath and said, "Don't worry mama. According to the ancient records of the clan, the change of emperors through the ages is the time when the dragon's chi is the most tumultuous. As long as we seize the opportunity and use Chu Yun to enter the grand ceremony, and then use his bloodline as a guide, I'm sure I can devour the dragon's energy of the great Zhou. By then, you and I will be able to shed our python bodies and transform into dragons, freeing the world. Even the land gods can be left out of the picture." A hint of longing passed through the black heavenly king snake's eyes. The red-reaching king snake was also yearning beyond measure. Soon it was the day of the enthronement ceremony. This day, the civil and military officials were all present to witness the new emperor's ascension to the throne. The new emperor ascended to the throne. Need to Zhou Emperor, Chu Nishang together present. First by the two led the 100 officials, on the sacrifice to the heavens, and then worship ancestors, and finally declared the decree, and finally let the emperor of Zhou will be handed over to Chu Nishang, the seal of the state. Nowadays, 100 officials have arrived. Chu Yun was among them, and beside him, followed by 2 guards, a man and a woman. The man dressed in black and the woman in red, one handsome and the other beautiful, attracted the attention of some people. Who are those 2 people beside the 7th prince? They look a bit familiar. I don't know. Ignore it. The princess is coming. Only to see a gorgeous robe of Chu Nishang in the maidservant's flank, slowly walking, ascending the high platform of the grand ceremony, spirited and glowing. Chu Yun watched from the stage, and a strong look of jealousy flowed from his eyes. He had fantasized countless times that it was he who had ascended that high platform. But now, it's all just a fantasy. No, it hasn't come down to the wire yet. I'll never admit defeat so easily, Chu Yun said through gritted teeth. The man and woman behind him also put their hands on his shoulders. Don't worry, Your Highness, we will help you achieve great things. The black heavenly king snake smiled faintly. On the high platform, Emperor Zhou looked at the spirited Chu Nishang, exuding an aura of lateness, and throughout the entire process, he was almost mechanical. It's like a puppet. He does whatever people tell him to do. Soon it was time for the final moments of the reading of the decree and the handing over of the jade seal. It was also at this point, some martial artists or magicians with high cultivation levels also saw that a golden dragon's shadow began to emerge in the sky above Emperor Zhou. It gradually shifted towards Chu Nishang. The dragon aura on Chu Nishang's body was getting thicker and thicker. When the black heavenly king snake saw this, his eyes glowed. It's now. Next, outside the royal palace, a large amount of shouting and killing sounds appeared steeply. Thousands of demonic chi erupted. One by one, the demon clans disguised as humans killed their way in towards the royal palace. And Chu Yun even bellowed and rushed towards Chu Nishang. Chu Nishang, you are treasonous, forcing father to abdicate. I will set things right today. The civil and military officials were in an uproar over his outburst. Has the 7th prince gone mad? He actually dared to make a move? The great inner guards rushed out to stop Chu Yun, but the black heavenly king snake's body exploded with demonic aura, blasting away one guard after another. He laughed out loud and looked at Emperor Zhou. The illusory golden dragon above Chu Nishang's head. The dragon chi is vibrating, transforming into a dragon. Today, after saying that, he grabbed Chu Yun. The secret method catalyzes, only to see the chi and blood on Chu Yun's body flow out steeply, transforming into a red thread that flew high into the sky, connecting to that golden dragon. A large amount of dragon chi followed that line and poured into the black heavenly king snake. A golden light gradually emanated from his body. The entire person suddenly swelled up and transformed into a giant black python. Except that on this python's head, 2 horns began to grow. There are 4 claws starting to poke out of the abdomen. It's actually turning a python into a dragon. Next to him, the red training king snake also appeared, transforming into a red python as it began to devour the great Zhou dragon chi and metamorphose its body. Chu Yun's chi and blood were drawn out to act as a medium, and the pain was incomparable. He looked at the 2 dragonized pythons in horror. You guys lied to me. Ha ha, foolish fellow, do you really think there will be good things falling from the sky? For good reason. Why should we help you ascend to the throne? We are merely using you to enter the grand ceremony, using this royal bloodline of yours to help us devour the dragon energy and transform into a dragon. The black heavenly king snake laughed, feeling the power surging within his body. He was excited beyond measure. The civil and military officials looked at the 2 giant pythons hovering in the sky. which had already metamorphosed, and could not help but be shocked as well as fearful. Yes, it's the Black Heavenly King Snake, the top of the demon list, as well as the Red Training King Snake. These are the two most terrifying demons within the Great Joe. Damn, they actually appeared here. Compared to the others who were shocked and panicked out of their wits, Shunishang was much calmer, and didn't seem surprised by the appearance of the two demons. The Black Heavenly King Snake was also puzzled. You aren't afraid of us? Why should I be afraid? I have long known that you would appear, and since the moment you stepped into the royal capital, every move has been under control, Shunishang faintly said. His calmness made the Black Heavenly Serpent feel a hint of uneasiness. You knew we were coming. Why didn't you stop us? No reason. It's just to see how many demons you can gather so that you can be wiped out in one fell swoop. Humph. Foolishness. Now that I have absorbed the dragon chi, how can you wipe us out? The Black Heavenly King Snake said. So, your knowledge of my brother is too shallow. Shunishang stood with her arms folded, and at this point, outside the royal palace, there was a scream. It was the voices of the demons. One could only see a flash of sword light rushing up to the sky, and then there were countless poems that majestically appeared, magnificent to the extreme, and the poems were transformed into sword chi and gushed out. Each sword chi landed on each demon with unparalleled precision. In an instant, one demon was torn apart by the sword chi. Thousands of demons, in an instant, went up in smoke. A figure, like a sword immortal in the dust, came through the air. It was none other than Chu Xiu. He looked at the two giant pythons that had taken on the shape of dragons and said indifferently, demons have always been one of the Great Joe's heartaches, and I want to thank you all for gathering so many of them this time around so that I can get rid of them all in one fell swoop. Chu Xiu, the Black Heavenly King Snake stared at Chu Xiudao in death. The demons you killed, how can they be compared to us? Killing you, it's worth it to die even more demons. After saying that, he rose up into the air, and his boundless demonic chi spread out, forming a terrifying dark cloud that enveloped the entire sky above the royal palace. Within the dark clouds, the wind howled and thunder flashed. The Black Heavenly King Snake and the Red Training King Snake shuttled in and out of them, as if they were calling out the winds and manipulating the thunder and lightning, truly as if they were divine dragons descending into the world, with an irresistible might. Chu Xiu, my couple has transformed into dragons and is above all beings. Even if you are a land god, what can you do to me? Chapter 111, Slicing the Twin Pythons. Martial God Chu Xiu. Looking at the twin pythons that rose up in the air, Chu Xiu stood with his hands in the air, still looking unmoved, and seeing him in this bland manner, the Black Heavenly King Snake felt angry, and his eyes exploded with horrifying killing intent. Today, we, couple Hualong, will take you first. After saying that, the Black Heavenly King Snake opened its mouth and spat out. A black dragon's breath spurted out at once. The dragon's breath was incomparably scorching, and the black flame seemed to burn everything. In the face of this force, Chu Xiu's expression was bland, his sword fingers condensed, and the astral energy came out through his body, transforming into an invisible sword shield, isolating the dragon's breath. Seeing this, the red-reaching king snake also spat out a mouthful of overbearing poisonous chi. Husband, I'll help you. Two giant pythons that looked like scaly dragons surrounded Chu Xiu on both sides. Spitting and whistling, the demonic aura rushed to the sky. Chu Xiu's astral chi flowed, but he blocked all of the opponent's attacks. When the Black Heavenly King Snake saw this, his pupils slightly shrunk. This fellow was able to block our attacks so easily. I'm afraid that his cultivation isn't just as simple as an ordinary land god immortal. You and I as a couple have just transformed into dragons, and we have yet to familiarize ourselves with the power within our bodies. So it's not a wise move to struggle with him here. Leave first. After we familiarize ourselves with the power of this dragon transformation on another day, it won't be too late for us to come back and settle the score with him. The red-reaching King Snake sniffed and also felt that it made sense. Followed by the Black Heavenly King Snake rose up into the air and flew into the clouds to leave. But immediately afterward, Chu Xiu's figure disappeared. When he reappeared, he had already arrived in the middle of the clouds, blocking the way of the twin pythons, only to see his 5 fingers clenching in the void. A red sky sword was already in his hand. Today, I'm going to chop the dragon, Chu Xiu faintly said. The sword intent on his body was no longer hidden and swept out, sweeping through 100 miles of wind and clouds. Great Sun Sword Technique. A radiant great sun rose into the sky. It was as if the sky had appeared as 2 suns, and it was incredibly shocking. The great sun fell down, strongly suppressing towards the twin pythons. Under this power, Even the twin pythons that had transformed into dragons couldn't help but tremble and cry out impossibly. You're a land god high realm? The black heavenly king snake said in horror. Then with the red training king snake, they pushed their power to the extreme, turning it into a domineering spitting blast, trying to block the sword chi that was like a brilliant sun. Unfortunately, useless. The spit dissipated. The great sun-like sword chi landed on the bodies of the two giant pythons. Even though they had transformed into dragons, it was difficult for them to resist, and their bodies were blown apart by the sword chi. Countless amounts of blood spurted out and poured majestically from the air. It was as if there was a rain of blood. Boom! The two pythons fell through the air, causing the ground to shake. The crowd took a closer look. Only the two giant pythons were no longer breathing. After their deaths, dragon chi escaped from their bodies and returned to Chu Nishang's body, condensing a looming golden dragon of chi above her head. The crowd looked at the python and sked. These are two of the most powerful demons within the Great Zhou. In the hands of Gongzi, they actually couldn't walk a single move. Just how strong is Gongzi? I don't know, but it must have surpassed the Great Zhou ancestor by an unknown number of times. Emperor Zhou stood on the stage and looked at it. The remorse inside kept coming like a tidal wave. It's just a shame it's come to the point where nothing he can do can undo it. Chu Nishang glanced at the two pythons, then said in a loud voice, Chu Xiu has been meritorious in protecting the emperor and slaying the demons, so I'm going to appoint him as a protectorate martial god. From now on, the martial god is equal in status to me. Seeing the martial god is like seeing me. The crowd was shocked just after Chu Nishang's words. A martial god equal in status to the emperor. It's still a precedent on this big week. However, when they thought of Chu Xiu's strength and what he had done, none of the people present had any objections. Everyone on their knees. Greetings, Your Majesty. Long live Your Majesty. Greetings to the god of Wushu. Long live the god of Wushu. Chu Xiu was slightly stunned, glancing at Chu Nishang. This girl hadn't told him about this. He smiled and shook his head. That's just it. A martial god is a martial god. It should just be a casual position anyway. I have nothing else to do, so I'll just pawn it off. Next, it's just dealing with Chu Yun. The other party's entire body and blood had been drawn out by the twin pythons using a secret method and used as a lead for absorbing the dragon's chi, and the entire person had aged dozens of years. White hair paralyzed the ground like a late old man. Life is already like a candle in the wind, and may go out at any time. Looking at Chu Nishang who walked in front of him, a hint of fear appeared on Chu Yun's face before he forced himself to calm down. What are you going to do with me? Colluding with demons. Intending to plague the royal capital for your own selfishness. You cannot be redeemed by 100 deaths. Chu Nishang said indifferently. Knowing what would happen to him, Chu Yun completely despaired. Then unwillingly roared. I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced. How can you, a woman, be an emperor? This position should be mine. Chu Nishang sneered. Yours? Where do you have half the appearance of an emperor now? For you to be the emperor, Great Zhou would be completely hopeless. Chu Nishang, what are you complacent about? If there was no Chu Xiu, you'd be nothing. Nothing. Chu Yun roared. Chu Nishang did not refute this point. You're right. I can get to where I am today, thanks to my elder brother's help. But I, too, will not fail to fulfill my elder brother's trust. As for you, in the Yellow Springs, go find Chu Li. After saying that, she drew the long sword at her waist. The sword light flashed. Chu Yun's head hit the ground. The few remaining imperial princes were silenced when they saw the scene, afraid that Chu Nishan would cut them down together. However, Chu Nishan was not a person who was addicted to killing, and after beheading Chu Yun, she looked at the remaining few imperial princes and said, Chu Yun is dead. This matter ends here. Tai Fu, follow me into the palace to discuss political matters. Li Shuhan stepped forward and arched his hand. Yes, although Chu Nishang had ascended the throne, there were still quite a few things to be busy with. After all, a new dynasty is new. She wants to vet officials, improve people's livelihoods, consolidate the borders, and restore the state power of Great Zhou in its heyday. She was busy for the rest of the day. It was also fortunate that Chu Xiu was there. If there's anything you don't understand and are confused about, go to each other for answers. And Chu Xiu stayed in the royal capital. The princess's mansion, where Chu Nishang originally lived, has also been remodeled into the house of the martial god. The people within the royal capital looked at this mansion and couldn't help but wonder who the person who was hailed as the god of martial arts was, and after learning that it was Chu Xiu, the crowd was overjoyed. He's back again. Great. I knew His Highness wouldn't give up on us. What do you call your highness? Now you should be called Martial God Sama. Long live Lord Wushan. I knew it. Princess Nishang and the martial god have a deep love for each other as brother and sister. And now that she has ascended to the throne and become an emperor, Lord Martial God can naturally return. As a matter of fact, with the martial god's cultivation, he can come back at any time. Right, and even to make a treacherous remark, he can become an emperor himself anytime he wants to. Brother and sister, one to claim the emperor, one to use martial arts to suppress the country. Why worry about my great Joe has no way forward ha ha, God bless great Joe. Chu Nishang ascended to the throne and Chu Xiu became a martial god. The entire Great Zhou began to be a thriving scene. It's just that underneath all the blossoms, yet there are undercurrents beginning to surge, signaling the coming storm. Chapter 112, 11th floor. Letting Bai Yu go out to practice, Great Zhou repulsed the kingdom of Bailey and defeated Great Chu. Then Chu Nishang ascended the throne and Chu Xiu became a martial god. During this period of time, many things have happened within the Great Zhou, each of which pulls on the pattern of the world. In addition to Chu, the other three kingdoms, naturally, will not sit idly by. The three kingdoms of Daiyu, Daliang, and Dezhou almost tacitly dispatched a number of spies to the Great Zhou to check for information, and the news they got was heartbreaking. The Great Zhou martial god, Chu Xiu, was not only a land deity, but also an existence that could easily decimate other land deities. Great Zhou old ancestor, as well as the double python that transformed into a dragon, all fell in the hands of the other party one after another. The other party's strength, like the myth of the current world, no one can compare. In addition to this, with Chu Nishang ascending to the throne, the situation of the Great Zhou dynasty is also developing in a good direction. The Great Zhou country is prosperous and the people are at peace, and the country's power is flourishing. The granaries are overflowing and the treasury is full. Several drafts were even started and the people participated in large numbers. Chu Nishang built several new armies. The strength of Great Zhou's army, too, was on the rise. According to this trend, in a few years' time, Great Zhou will have the strength to sweep away the remaining four countries and unify the world. Think about it. The emperors of the three great royal dynasties were worried. They desperately wanted to do something to curb Great Zhou's growth. Yet, a lead is missing. And just today, in the Daiyu dynasty, outside the royal capital, a handsome man dressed in black robes and carrying a bronze coffin on his back arrived. The man raised his eyes and glanced at the gates of the capital of Daiyu, murmuring, Chu Xiu, let's start a new game again. This person is the Lord of the Underworld. Mo mad. Great Zhou. Within the martial god's mansion, Chu Xiu sat cross-legged, his sword intent flowing around him in an endless stream. He was deducing the 11th layer of the 9 heavens surprising god sword technique, with a heavenly ranked sword technique like the 7 slaying sword technique as a lead-in. It was almost a matter of time before he could deduce the 11th layer of the technique. It was on the 7th day after Chu Nishang ascended the throne. The 11th layer of his 9 heavens surprising god sword technique was also successfully deduced. But although it was deduced, he hadn't advanced to that point yet, and technically speaking, it was still at the stage of theory. Want to raise your cultivation to the 11th level? He figured it would take another year and a half. After all, this 11th level was already beyond the realm of the land immortals. After deducing the sword technique, he looked to the 2 jade seals sitting next to him. One piece belonged to De Chu and the other to De Zhou. These 2 jade seals were similar in style, and the marvelous power contained within them was almost identical, both having the effect of channeling dragon energy. This made Chu Xiu almost certain. The jade seal is one of the sources of the dragon's energy. Buzz. At this point, within the martial god's mansion, a sword intent rose up to the sky, accompanied by a high-pitched dragon's roar that stirred through the clouds. The corner of Chu Xiu's mouth rose slightly. Another breakthrough. He instantly recognized the owner of this sword intent. It's none other than Shirayuki. The other party's cultivation had skyrocketed under his guidance, and now he had advanced to the high realm of sovereign master, and was only one step away from being a grand sovereign. He walked out of the room. It so happened that Bai Yu had also just stepped out of the house. She looked at Chu Xiu with a hint of joy between her brows and arched her hand in a salute. Greetings, Your Excellency. Chu Xiu looked at her with relief. Congratulations, you've improved again. It's all due to the guidance of the prince. Chu Xiu smiled faintly before picking up a branch from the ground. Come, spar with me. Yes, Bai Yu wasn't ambiguous either, not slowing down in the slightest because Chu Xiu was holding a tree branch in his hand, and immediately rushed up with his sword. The swimming dragon sword was waved, and the sword chi was like a dragon. Chu Xiu was holding a tree branch, but it was as if he was holding the most powerful divine weapon in the world, and as he swung it, Subtle sword techniques were performed one after another. Shirayuki couldn't even touch him for a second. Half an hour later, Shirayuki was panting from the fight. Chu Xiao, on the other hand, still looked like he was on cloud nine. Chu Xiao looked at her and said, although your cultivation has progressed, your strength hasn't increased much, and your sword realm is still stuck at the same point as before. Shirayuki sniffed and couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. Chu Xiao added, it's not your fault. A martial artist needs to fight and practice to be able to continuously improve. You've been following me around. Your cultivation progresses by leaps and bounds, but because there's nothing to fight with other people and there's always less of a murderous spirit, a courageous and refined intention. You, leave my side and go forth into the world. Upon hearing this, Baiyu's face turned pale. With a fluttering sound, he knelt down. Your Excellency, but I have done something wrong. I can change, please don't drive me away. Chu Xiao whisked his sleeve. A wave of soft true qi helped the other party up, and smiled helplessly. When did I say I'm going to drive you away? I'm just letting you go to the rivers and lakes first to practice a bit, and refine your realm of strength. But who will serve you when I'm gone? I'm not an invalid. No one to serve me. Can't I take care of myself? Chu Xiao shook his head and smiled. Your Excellency's body of 10,000 gold has no one to serve him. And how bad it would be if he did it himself. Someone must be around to serve him. Then I'll ask Nezumi for some maids. I'm not so sure about someone else serving. After 1,000 words, you just won't leave, will you? Right. Shirayuki nodded honestly. Chu Xiao took a branch and smacked Baiyu's butt. How can you say that you're also a martial artist? It's fine if you don't aim for the peak of the martial arts path. Thinking about serving me all day long. What's it like? There's no ambition at all. It's my greatest ambition to be able to stay by your son's side all the time. You. Chu Xiao was exasperated and laughed. Then faintly said, immediately give me a chance to go to the rivers and lakes to practice. And don't come to see me until you become a celestial being. Duke. Baiyu instantly looked at Chu Xiao with tearful eyes. Chu Xiao couldn't bear it in his heart, but on his face he still made a look of indifference. Baiyu is a piece of good talent and beautiful jade. With a little bit of carving, it will be a great thing. He couldn't let the other party waste this talent because they had been staying by his side to serve. He had to be ruthless. Seeing that Chu Xiao looked like his mind was made up, Baiyu knew that she had to go. She knelt on the ground once again and kowtowed 3 times. My lord, White Moon will listen to you. She will go to the rivers and lakes to train. She will make a name for herself in the rivers and lakes and become famous. Take care of yourself while I'm not with you. White Moon will advance to Celestial as soon as possible and come back for you. When she finished, she got up, wiped her tears, and left 3 steps behind. And Chu Xiao turned around, his back to the other side since the beginning. Only after noticing that the other party had truly left did he breathe a sigh of relief and look in the direction the other party had left, murmuring, Gongzi will wait for you to become famous. Time flows. Another 3 days passed. During this period of time, Chu Xiao let the wind and clouds building. Luo Net pay more attention to the whereabouts of the White Moon. The other party left the martial arts god's house, like a swimming dragon into the sea, by virtue of strong cultivation and swordsmanship, and soon in the Jianghu to break into a big name. The name of the white scaly dragon, whose sword comes out like a dragon, is gradually becoming a household name. With a strong and incomparable stance, he ascended to the top 3 of the Earth ranking. Chapter 113, arriving at the Devil's Cave again. A sword decimated the Devil's Cave. Shirayuki is gradually making a big name for himself in the jungle. Chu Xiao felt relieved. It has the feel of a girl in the neighborhood who is growing up. Let Luo Net, Wind and Cloud House secretly pay attention, but do not make a move to help. After all, if he secretly made a move, then White Moon going out to practice would be meaningless. However, for the sake of Baiyu's safety, he had left a true qi inside the other party before they left, which would be activated when they encountered a threat to their lives. With this true qi around, Baiyu might be in danger, but never a life. And the words are split. After Baiyu left, the martial god's mansion was visited on this day. Yes, Grand Master Lu Rui of the Yin Yang Dao sect. Lu Rui, the Yin Yang Dao sect's senior sister. Her cultivation and talent were among the most outstanding figures in the younger generation of the Great Zhou. Chu Xiao went to White Deer Academy with the other party and traveled together for a while. Her sudden visit made Chu Xiao quite surprised. Mr. Chu, I saw Miss Bai before I came here, and I thought you were with her. But I didn't expect that you drove her out of the martial god's mansion. Lu Rui smiled faintly and half-joked. She naturally knew Chu Xiao's intention of letting Baiyu leave the martial god's mansion, and at this time, saying rush was nothing more than flirting. Chu Xiao didn't care and smiled lightly. Bai Yu is a beautiful jade, and as jade can't be made into a weapon without being cut, she needs this experience. Your Excellency has good intentions. Miss White will understand. What is it you came to see me about today? Lu Rui suddenly looked solemn and said, I came to find Your Excellency today, but to ask you to make another trip to the Yin Yang Dao sect to suppress the Devil's Cave. Another incident in the Devil's Cave? Wasn't it just sealed? Chu Xiu frowned. The Yin Yang Dao sect and the White Deer School both had demonic caves within them. This he knew, but the Yin Yang Dao sect's demonic caves, he had previously reinforced them with the magic weapon Tian Luo umbrella. How did it happen again so soon? In recent days, there seems to have been some changes within the Devil's Cave. The demonic aura is getting stronger and stronger, and the seal imposed by the heavenly Luo umbrella is gradually being weakened. That's why the Patriarch has sent me here to ask Your Excellency to go. Lu Rui said. Chu Xiu nodded. I see. Let's go then. The matter of the Devil's Cave is not trivial. He is also very much in the eye of the beholder. Immediately following Lu Rui to the Yin Yang Dao sect, with their footwork, they arrived at the Dao sect from the royal capital in less than a day. Chu Xiu, once again, saw the canyon with the presence of the Devil's Cave. In the middle of the canyon, the runes of the heavenly parasol intertwined and flowed, forming a seal that was like a film that covered the entire canyon. And there was pitch-black demonic energy churning at the bottom of the canyon, impacting this layer of film. The sealing film shook under the violent impact of the demonic chi. Seeing this, Chu Xiu let out a light humph, and between raising his hand, a golden pure yang fire floated out from his palm, passed through the membrane, and entered the canyon. The moment it came into contact with the demonic chi, the pure yang fire was like coming into contact with gasoline. It exploded and swept out, burning a large amount of demonic chi cleanly. In the firelight, a single demonic shadow let out a mournful roar. It's the damn flames again. That guy is back. Asshole. Damn it. Chu Xiu stood above the canyon, indifferently looking at the many demonic shadows underneath, and said indifferently to Xuanxu Zi beside him, I'll go down and check it out. After saying that, his figure flew towards the canyon like a meteor. In the blink of an eye, he entered the bottom of the canyon and was flooded by countless demonic chi. Inside the canyon, the demonic aura filled up and covered the sky. It makes the place dark and sunless all year round, and all around, demonic shadows were in abundance. Hovering around Chu Xiu, there were demonic shadows that wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to kill over, but because the pure young fire burning on Chu Xiu's body was simply too overbearing, the unusual demonic shadows didn't dare to mess around at all. However, while they didn't move, Chu Xiu didn't have the slightest scruples. Kill you all one by one and see how you can still make trouble? Chu Xiu faintly said. He took a step forward, and pure yang fire as well as vast chi swept out. For the devil, these two things were as if they were nemesis. One by one, the demonic shadows faded in the firelight and smoldered under the righteousness. Pure yang fire, vast chi. I didn't realize that the contemporary human race had actually produced an existence like you who carries these two powers. An astonished voice rang out. Behind the many demonic shadows, a handsome and evil middle-aged man stepped out. Chu Xiu took one look at him and knew that the other party's cultivation was not bad, far above the other devils, and he said indifferently, It seems that you are the leader of this devil cave. The devil's cave has no leader, only the strong survive. That demonic shadow said indifferently, Chu Xiu, you are able to stop us, but you can't stop the great momentum of heaven and earth. The great momentum has arrived. The devil race is going to sweep through heaven and earth. And have you asked me? Chu Xiu said. He moved his sword fingers, and the pure young fire combined with his true chi transformed into a brilliant sun. It was precisely the Great Sun Sword technique, and it's one that surpasses the power of the original Great Sun Sword technique. The long sword chopped out, and the sword chi shone out like sunlight, enveloping the canyon. Under the great sun, thousands of demonic shadows dispersed. Even the demonic shadow at the head of the group was reduced to ashes under the sword chi. Before perishing, the other kept roaring, You can't resist. You can't resist. Chu Xiu stood with his hands in the air. Whether or not it can be blocked, try it to know. With a move of the Great Sun Sword technique, he swept away the many demonic shadows in the canyon. All that was left was that huge vortex of demonic energy. That vortex, the source of the devil's cave, is the passageway that connects to the devil's realm. Chu Xiu slashed out with a sword. The sword chi cleaved within that vortex, but was swallowed up by it. Not only that, in the vortex, a brand new demonic shadow surged back out. In no time at all, it made the entire canyon become demonic once again. It seems that without decimating this vortex, It's impossible to truly eradicate the demon cave. It's just that in the past, these demon clans wouldn't put up such a fight. Did something happen recently? Chu Xiu murmured. The great world is coming. These demons, do they want to be on this stage too? Chu Xiu's 5 fingers clenched in the void. A golden ancient sword was already in his hands, and as soon as this sword appeared, countless demonic shadows fell into a state of panic. What kind of sword is that? It's scary. It's scary. Get back. Get back. No. Going back is also death. Fight him. Countless devil shadows pounced toward Chu Xiu like a flood. Chu Xiu's eyes were indifferent, and the golden ancient sword in his hand blossomed with brilliant light. Wherever the sword light went, 10,000 demons flew away. It would be your honor to die under the Regulus sword, Chu Xiu said indifferently as he swung his long sword steeply. The 7 killing sword technique was cast. A sword life full of killing chi and holy chi, chopped out with the terrifying posture of God blocking and killing God. Everywhere, the group of devils perished, without the power to resist. This sword landed on top of that demonic chi vortex. Boom! Accompanied by a loud sound. The sword chi and demonic chi intertwined and collided. The void all seemed to distort as if it had been twisted, followed by a click as the void cracked open. That vortex of demonic chi gradually dispersed. Without the root cause, this place, the Devil's Cave, was declared broken, and within the ancient demon realm, a pair of violet eyes opened steeply. One of the passages was destroyed. How is this possible? The great world has yet to fully arrive. How could such a strong person appear on Earth? Who on earth did this? Chapter 114, Taking the Skyrocket Umbrella to Shelter from the Rain. After Chu Xiu cleaved off the demonic vortex with his sword, he looked at the location where the demonic vortex had disappeared and thought, so it turns out that the demonic passageway can really be destroyed, and since that's the case, that demonic cave in the White Deer Academy should be able to as well. He planned to make another trip to the White Deer School after leaving the Yin Yang Dao sect. After all, the Devil's Cave is a hidden danger. If it can be eradicated, so much the better. He put away the Regulus sword, and his figure flashed as he rose into the air. Upper Canyon. Shen Suzi, Lu Rui, and the others were waiting. Upon seeing Chu Xiu's return, they all brightened up. When they looked at that canyon again, there was no longer any demonic aura in it, and all that was there was the vast and righteous aura emanating from Chu Xiu's body. The most crucial thing was that Shen Suzi, Ling Suzi saw that in the canyon, the source of that devil's cave had disappeared with it. They couldn't help but be a little shocked. It was because the demon realm passage had existed for too long, so long that it was impossible to examine, even longer than the time when the Yin Yang Dao sect was created. The ancestors of the Yin Yang Dao sect had tried to destroy the demonic cave with various methods, but it never worked. Techniques, martial arts, formations, nothing works. One could only use the heavenly parasol to temporarily seal and trap the demon race within this canyon, but this was only a cure for the symptoms. But now, that demon realm passageway had actually allowed Chu Xiu to solve it. Thinking of this, the way they looked at Chu Xiu grew more and more awe-inspiring. The Devil's Cave has been destroyed, so there's no need for the heavenly umbrella to stabilize the seal in the future. Chu Xiu said indifferently. Thank you, Your Excellency, for your righteousness. Shen Suzi led the many disciples to thank him. Then, he took out the heavenly Luo umbrella and handed it to Chu Xiu. This heavenly Luo umbrella originally existed for the purpose of suppressing the Devil's Grotto in this place. Now that the Devil's Grotto has disappeared, and since our Yin Yang Dao sect's descendants are incompetent, and there's no one who is able to drive this artifact, so we might as well gift this item to Your Excellency. Please accept it with a smile, Your Excellency. Chu Xiu glanced at the heavenly parasol. It is indeed a good thing. However, with his cultivation level, this item was dispensable to him. But looking at Xuanchuzi, who was full of sincerity, he put away the heavenly Luo umbrella and said indifferently, since that's the case, then I'll take it, and in the future, if the Yin Yang Dao sect produces a land deity, you can come and retrieve this item at any time. A time of great strife is coming. With the Yin Yang Dao sect's heritage, it wasn't impossible for a land immortal to appear. Just like Rui Lu, for example. The other side would have a good hope of achieving some fame in this world of great struggle. After Chu Xiu took the heavenly Luo umbrella, he didn't stay within the Yin Yang Dao sect for long. Instead, he left and headed for the White Deer School. Wanted to check out the Devil's Den there if there was any movement. White Deer Academy, as the most famous academy in the Great Zhou, the talents here were endless, and since that day when Chu Xiu wrote nearly 100 heirloom compositions here in one night, it was even more shocking, and it was impossible to return to one's senses for a long time. Nowadays, there are still quite a few people in the academy who are still talking about that day's events. Some of them held that collection of poetic gods in their hands and immersed themselves in it. Chu Xiu came to the White Deer School. At the entrance, the first thing you see is the tablet. The monument towered at the entrance of the academy, like a mountain that existed since ancient times, radiating a sense of calmness, and Chu Xiu even detected that underneath the monument, there was a black gas that was poised and ready to impact the monument at any time. That is exactly the demonic aura. Chu Xiu's eyes flashed. As expected, the Yin Yang Dao sect's demon cave has seen a mutation, and the White Deer School's demon cave, too, has made a move. And surely there are more than these two devil's caves in heaven and earth. Elsewhere, those demonic cave locations that Chu Xiu didn't know about, they were only afraid that the demonic chi would have already been raging and the demonic scourge would have risen in all directions. Sure. As long as these demonic plagues didn't reach Great Zhou, he could care less right now. It's Mr. Chu. At this moment, a voice rang out next to Chu Xiu. A woman in a white dress, gentle and quiet, was standing behind him, looking at him in surprise. Chu Xiu glanced at the other party and immediately remembered them, smiling faintly. Mr. 7, goodbye. The woman in front of her was the 7th gentleman of the White Deer Academy, Mu Wanner. Mu Wanner smiled faintly. I didn't expect that Mr. Chu would suddenly visit my White Deer Academy. This is a surprise to me. Quickly, please come in. That's a rant. Chu Xiu glanced at the demonic chi underneath that text tablet. It can be ignored for now and there is no rush. Following Mu Wanner into the White Deer Academy, at this moment, a muffled thunder came from the sky, followed by dark clouds and heavy rain. Chu Xiu was so strong that his invisible astral aura could isolate the rain. Could have cared less. But Mu Wanner on the side suddenly took out an umbrella and invited, I have an umbrella here, sir, how about you and I share an umbrella? A blush passed over her face. Her cultivation had already reached the level of a zongsher, so naturally, she was also able to isolate the rainwater with her protective astral chi, and she knew that Chu Xiu could do the same. But she made the offer anyway. Its purpose is self-evident. She wants to get closer to Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu also saw it. He pondered for a moment and politely declined with a smile. No need to bother, Mr. 7, I have an umbrella here as well. He unhooked the skyrocketed umbrella he was carrying and held it open. A hint of loss passed through the eyes of Mu Wanner, who was rejected. Chu Xiu noticed it, but he didn't regret it. After all, he had no feelings for Mu Wanner, so why should he give people hope and provoke them? There's nothing like dragging your feet when it comes to things like relationships. Since you don't have that in mind, it's better to express it clearly. The lost Mu Wanner quickly recovered, and then was attracted by the Tian Luo umbrella in Chu Xiu's hand. This umbrella was engraved with arcane runes. Mu Wanner always felt that she had seen this umbrella somewhere before, and could not recall for a moment. The two men were walking in the pouring rain with an umbrella each. Feet don't get muddy. Not even the lapels of his coat were wetted in the slightest by the rain. The umbrella in his hands seemed somewhat dispensable. Soon, Mu Wanner brought Chu Xiu to Nangong Qian's residence, and Nangong Qian, who had sensed Chu Xiu's arrival, went out to greet him. After seeing the umbrella Chu Xiu was holding, the corners of his mouth twitched. Gongzi is really atmospheric, holding a magic weapon to protect himself from the rain. The magic weapon. Mu Wanner also reacted, looking at the Heavenly Luo umbrella in shock. This is the Heavenly Luo umbrella that the Yin Yang Dao sect holds as the most precious treasure. She had heard Lu Rui mention this umbrella. The people of the Yin Yang Dao sect valued it highly, and would even occasionally gather together to worship this umbrella, but now, it was being used by Chu Xiu to protect himself from the rain. Chu Xiu smiled slightly. An umbrella, isn't that what it's for? Ha, Your Excellency is absolutely right, it's me who's making a fuss. Nangong Qian laughed and welcomed Chu Xiu into the house. Poured him a cup of hot tea. Your Excellency, now that you are a noble martial god, why have you come to my academy when you haven't stayed in the royal capital? Nangong asked curiously. I'm here for the Devil's Denver. Chu Xiu briefly explained the matter. Nangong Qian sniffed and looked grave, also knowing that there was a lot at stake. I don't know what the gentleman plans to do. In order to solve the demon cave, we have to find its source, which is the demon realm passage, and you should know where it is, Dean. Nangong asked with a slight nod. Sir, please follow me. Chapter 115, Destroying the Devil's Cave Again. The land gods within the devil realm struck out. Please follow me, my lord. Nangong asked and brought Chu Xiu to the back of the academy's mountain, the cave that previously held Immomaniac, and seeing this cave, Chu Xiu curiously asked, speaking of which, has the dean had any news about Immomaniac lately? Nangong Qian shook his head and sighed. After he left the academy, I've been sending people to look for him, but there's no half-hearted news. I reckon he's no longer in Great Zhou. As for where he's gone, only he himself knows. Chu Xiu wasn't surprised. He was sitting in the wind and cloud building, and so far he hadn't been able to find Immomaniac. It made sense that Nangong asked if he hadn't found it. After entering the cave, Chu Xiu realized that the cave wasn't as simple as it appeared on the surface, and that it actually had a different world. The cave went straight down into the depths of the earth, and after going deeper for an unknown amount of time, the small space in front of the two of them steeply opened up. A huge underground space was filled with a large amount of talent chi. Talent stems from the literal monuments on the ground. These talents transformed into thousands of poems, forming a huge light shield, and within the light shield, a devilish aura was present, and a devilish vortex was clearly in the middle of it. A large number of demonic shadows, constantly drilling out from within, attempted to break out of the talent seal, crashing onto the poems one after another. He did not stop even when his body was shattered by the backlash of his talent. Seemingly sensing the arrival of Chu Xiu Nangong Qi, the demonic Qi here steeply skyrocketed by a large margin, and the monstrous demonic Qi impacted the light shield even more crazily. "It's you two guys. Die for me, die for me." The demonic shadow made one eerie sound. Nangong Qian frowned, the demonic aura is becoming more and more open. Humph. Chu Xiu lightly grunted as he took a step out, and a majestic vast Qi roared out like a tidal wave, shaking the entire underground space. A great deal of talent resonates with a great deal of righteousness and blooms with a great deal of splendor. Under the light of talent, the demonic shadow let out a wail. Nangong Qian was greatly amazed. What an amazingly vast and righteous aura. He also has a hoary spirit. However, compared to Chu Xiu, it was nothing. Not bad for a god of poetry capable of writing 100 heirlooms in one night. Nangong asked inwardly. Looking at Chu Xiu's back, a thick awe surfaced in his eyes. And Chu Xiu looked at the vortex of the Devil Realm passage in front of him and said indifferently, "Today, I will completely wipe out this place, the Devil's Cave, completely." One of the demonic shadows closest to the passageway opened its blood-colored eyes and stared dead at Chu Xiu. "No, you can't do it. One try and you'll see." Chu Xiu Dao. "You dream." The demonic shadow let out a low roar. And with a faint smile, Chu Xiu continued to walk towards the front, actually penetrating the talent chi barrier and entering within the one base seal. The crowd of demonic shadows froze at the sight, and then let out open-hearted laughter. He's in. He actually came in here on his own to see death. Then fulfill him." The demonic shadow screamed and lunged towards Chu Xiu. The terrifying demonic chi was constantly flowing, evolving all sorts of martial arts killing moves. Or a knife or a sword, or a fist or a palm. To blast Chu Xiu, here. However, he saw Chu Xiu standing in place, his expression was indifferent, his figure did not move, his true chi was spontaneous, transforming into a body shield, blocking the attacks of all the demonic shadows one by one. "I'll do it." The demonic shadow that was in the lead shouted, and his figure rushed out as a black whirlwind, arriving in front of Chu Xiu and killing him with his human palms combined. The demonic chi spun and transformed into an electric drill that blasted on top of the protective astral aura. However, it was still unable to shake Chu Xiu in the slightest. Useless. Chu Xiu whisked his sleeve and the pure young true flame swept out directly. The flames burned down. The demonic shadow screamed miserably and was directly burned to the point where most of its body was gone. Hao Ran Qi, pure yang fire. Chu Xiu, who possessed these two things, was as if he was the demon race's nemesis. It was easier to deal with the demon race than it was to deal with human martial artists of the same realm. "You guys are really a stumbling block to my demon race." The demon race that had most of its body blown away stared at Chu Xiu in death. The devils are treacherous, as long as the source of the devil's energy remains intact. They're almost hard to kill. Only Chu Xiu didn't care. The purpose of his trip wasn't to tangle with these demons, but to destroy this demon realm passage. Only to see Chu Xiu's 5 fingers clenching in the void. Shasta. Only a golden ancient sword slowly condensed in his hand. Exactly. Regulus. The Xianyuan sword came out, and the holy chi was abundant, filling the entire underground space. Wherever the sword light shone, the demonic chi collapsed. Countless demons let out mournful cries. What kind of sword is this? Why is this fellow always able to come up with these things that are restraining to my demon race? Could it be that he is the heavenly destined one to stop my demon race in this era? A human king came out in the last era, and another Chu Xiu is coming in this era? The heavens shouldn't do this to my demon race. The demonic shadow wailed and wailed. And some of the information that came out of their mouths made Chu Xiu's heart move slightly. The human king of the last era. He had read the ancient books and knew that before the 5 great dynasties, there had been a human king who unified the world and established the human king empire. It seems that the other side had also stopped the invasion of the demon world. Chu Xiu thought secretly, but soon, the Xianyuan sword in his hand had already swung out. The majestic sword chi, surging out, was as vast as a golden torrent. Everywhere, countless demonic shadows turned into ashes. This sword chi landed on top of that devil realm passageway. With a loud bang, the void almost distorted. However, the demon realm passage did not disappear because of this, and the aura above it weakened quite a bit, which caused a trace of a strange color to flash through Chu Xiu's eyes. Oh, this demon realm passage is quite a bit stronger than the one from the Yin Yang Dao sect. In that case, let's have another sword. When one sword failed, Chu Xiu swung out another sword. The 7 killing sword technique was cast. The holy sword opens to kill, and its might is irresistible. That devil realm passageway, in the end, was still difficult to withstand the power of this sword, and with a loud bang, it began to collapse and dissipate. But just before it was about to completely go up in smoke, a demonic chi swept out from it and transformed into a sharp black sword shadow that chopped at Chu Xiu. The might of this sword was no less than a land god's full strength strike. It was more terrifying than even the strongest sword of the sword madman. However, for today's Chu Xiu, although this sword was strong, it couldn't hurt him, not to mention that he still had the Xian Yuan sword in his hand. With one swing, Xian Yuan easily crushed this sword shadow, and looking at the completely dissipated passageway of the demon realm, his eyes narrowed in thought. It seems that it is the land gods within the demon realm that have struck out at me. Interesting, in the future I would like to meet a moment. Is there an opponent worthy of my full strength in your demon world? He put away Regulus and turned to leave. And Nangong Qian greeted him, and after watching Chu Xiu's 2 swords destroy the entire passageway of the demon realm, he was astonished. Your Excellency is truly a good tactic. Chu Xiu said indifferently, it's just a matter of doing it casually. TSK, the sword that your Excellency casually uses is the ultimate that countless swordsmen in the world can only dream of. Nangong asked, TSK's king. Meh. Chu Xiu let out a light laugh and left the underground space. So far, the Yin Yang Dao sect, the demonic caves suppressed by the White Deer Academy, were completely eliminated by him, but were there any other demonic caves in the Great Zhou? Chu Xiu didn't know either. One could only have Windswept House pay more attention to this aspect. Chapter 116 3 Great Royal Dynasties Come to Offend. Spell 7-Star Technique. Chu Xiu spent some time in the White Deer Academy. From time to time, he entered the bookstore to read books. From time to time, he argued with Nangong Qi. From time to time, he gossiped with Mu Wan'er about poems and songs, and in his spare time, he would also point out the Academy's students, and over time, the Academy's students respected him as a gentleman. Chu Xiu didn't deny this identity. The one who reaches for it is the teacher. He was better than these schoolchildren by an unknown amount and had instructed them. Being called a Mr. Sentence is well deserved. Time passes. A few days later, a major event occurred that forced Chu Xiu to return to the royal capital. The royal capital, above the courtroom. Chu Nishang received the battle report from the front line, her face as gloomy as water. Great Zhou has sent 300,000 troops to attack my Great Zhou from the south. It's a wild ride, and it's about to go deep into the hinterland of the southern kingdom. Dayu sent 400,000 troops to attack the northern border of our Great Zhou, and now the northern border has lost 13 cities in a row. Several generals have been beheaded. There is also Great Liang, 300,000 iron cavalry has already pressed from the east of my Great Zhou. The 3 great king dynasties, coincidentally, as if they had agreed to come together to violate Great Zhou. Good, good, good. Chu Nishang laughed in anger. She took a deep breath. It quickly calmed down. The others in the courtroom, on the other hand, were unable to calm down for a long time, and could even be said to be in a state of panic. Chu Nishang looked at them and faintly said, Gentlemen, now that the Great Zhou is in danger, do you have any good strategies? The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. The attack of the 3 great royal dynasties was simply too sudden. Caught them off guard. Someone stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, the 3 great royal dynasties are coming in hot and heavy, and my Great Zhou's current troop strength is simply not enough to deal with them all at once. The micro-minister thinks. It's better for the Lord to make peace. When Chu Nishang heard this, her expression was indifferent, and she did not say that she disagreed or agreed, but looked at the others. What about the other beloved ministers? Your Majesty, Lord Wang is right, the 3 great king dynasties are coming on strong, this is really unprepared, it's better to make peace with them. Your Majesty, I second the motion. After Chu Nishang heard this, she slowly stood up and indifferently said, Lord of Peace? You guys think that if I, Great Zhou, make peace, the 3 great royal dynasties will let us go? How many states do you think my Great Zhou will lose once the Lord makes peace? A single show of weakness will keep our Great Zhou weak. The 3 great royal dynasties have struck without warning and are coming in strong, so the rear grain and grass must be empty. It is precisely because they have decided that my Great Zhou will host peace that they are attacking so recklessly, trying to get my Great Zhou to cede states to them. But I, on the contrary, will not give them this opportunity. They want the state domain, I will not give it to them, I will fight them to the end. Chu Nishang's words were like swords, exuding an ironic intent. The entire courtroom all seemed to be filled with an austere aura. Today's Chunishang can be said to have experienced 100 battles. Iron blood to kill naturally will not be easy to main peace, and she sees clearly. Once this main peace is made, there will be no place for Great Joe to turn around in 100 years. So it must be war. Li Shuhan stepped forward and exclaimed, "Your Majesty is extremely right. I am of the same mind as Your Majesty. We must fight, and we must win." He, a civil servant, is still in charge of the war. The rest of the military generals who had just been the main peacemakers could not help but sweat. But there are still people who don't see it. The main battle, how easy is it? The forces of the three great royal dynasties combined are 1,000,000 strong. How are we going to fight? A military general said. This is a dilemma that lies ahead. Trinity has to think too. A meeting of the court was held, and the deliberations were inconclusive. After retiring from the court, Shu Nishang took Cherry and immediately arrived at the martial god's mansion. While the martial god's mansion was empty at this time, empty of people, a hint of disappointment appeared in Shu Nishang's eyes. Elder brother hasn't come back yet? Come to the study. An indifferent voice rang out. It's Chu Shu. Shu Nishang's eyes lit up as she led Cherry to the study. Inside the study, a map was hung on the wall. The mountains and rivers on the top of the map are well documented and detailed. Shu Xiu stood in front of the map with his hands folded, pondering something, and when Shu Nishang saw him like this, she knew that the other party already knew about the frontline battle report. Elder brother, the three great king dynasties are coming on strong. Does elder brother have any countermeasures? Trinity asked. Shu Xiu nodded slightly. Great Zhao is adjacent to Great Chu. I have already sent a message to Lu Qingyi, asking her to lead her troops to attack Great Zhao, forcing Great Zhao to return to help. Great Zhao's troop strength this way, there's already nothing wrong with it. Even if they don't have all of them back, they only need to send a small amount of troops to pester them. Shu Nishang's eyes lit up. I didn't expect Chu Xiu to have already solved one way of troops in a few words. Cherry on the sidelines was taken aback. I didn't expect that did Chu had actually fallen into Chu Xiu's control. Plus big weak. Chu Xiu had taken control of nearly 2/5 of the world. It's just too scary. Chu Xiu looked at the map and continued, "Deliang this way, all the way wildly, the rear food and grass is empty for sure, they can't sustain the battle, their purpose is nothing more than to force my Great Zhou to negotiate peace. Great Zhou just need to concentrate their troops, send a few generals, plus 7,000 white robe army, it's enough to deal with them. The military generals in the dynasty, for the time being, there is no one who can be used. I intend to. You can't leave the royal capital, you've just ascended to the throne, you need to sit at the back, the imperial army is not to be done as a last resort." Shu Xiu said indifferently, then looked at Cherry. You've been following Nishang for a while, you should have learned a lot of skills, this way the army is in your hands. Cherry froze. What, Ni Go? There's no mistaking it. Letting her lead an army against 300,000 men? Cherry felt a little stressed for a moment. I will let Lu Rui and Mu Wana travel with you, although the two of them don't have any experience on the battlefield, they are both at Grandmaster cultivation, and they will also bring a lot of martial artists to the battle to increase their chances of winning. Shu Xiu faintly said. Hearing that someone else was traveling with her made Cherry feel a little less stressed inside. I will not dishonor my mission. Cherry, I'm optimistic about you, win this battle and I'll make you a great general. Shu Nishang smiled faintly. Then she looked at the map, there's still the last leg of Dayu's army left. Great Zhou no longer has any extra troops to deal with them. They gave it to me. Shu Xiu said. The two women were shocked. Brother, you're going to take on this 400,000 strong army all by yourself. Will it be too treacherous? Shu Xiu laughed lightly. Don't worry, my cultivation is the best in the world, not to mention 400,000 troops, even if it's 10 times more, I can still come and go as I please. Shu Nishang sniffed and was silent for a moment before bowing. Brother, take care. The safety of Great Zhou depends on you. Don't worry. Everything has been arranged. The Great Week was running as fast as a machine. The food, the troops, the horses start to mobilize. Cherry led the troops to meet Deliang. Great Chu sent troops to Great Zhao, forcing Great Zhao to return. Everything was just as Chu Xiu expected. And what's left is only the army of Dayu this way. Great Chu invaded the northern border of Great Zhou and had consecutively captured more than 10 cities. Chu Xiu didn't delay and immediately set off to the northern border alone. Soon, he arrived on a canyon in the north. This canyon is the necessary route to the northern border, called the Jade Gate Gorge, which is easy to defend and difficult to attack, and Great Zhou has stationed troops here and constructed some fortifications. But today, the fortifications of this place have been destroyed. The bodies of the soldiers were strewn about. Ding! Located in Jade Gate Gorge, available for signing in. Is it checked in? Sign in. Chu Xiu meditated in his heart. Signed in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the spell 7-star technique. Chapter 117, The Red Young Blood Essence that Returns to Old Age. An arcane spell appeared in Chu Xiu's mind. His eyes flashed. The 7-star skill, another top spell, could absorb the power of the stars and turn it into its own, forcing cultivation within the body in a short period of time. And there are no side effects. This spell, if those warlocks knew about it, they would only go crazy with red eyes. Every top spell is a dream for warlocks. Especially spells like the 7-star technique. It's enough to save the day in a pinch. Chu Xiu looked indifferent as he arrived at the human gorge and swept a glance at the destroyed fortifications here as well as the dead soldiers. Faintly, he said, "Why do you need to hide? Come out." The words fell. There was a gust of wind all around. In the next second, on both sides of the canyon, a single martial artist appeared, their bodies exuding a cold murderous aura, looking at Chu Xiu as if they were looking at a dead man. The Jade Gate Gorge is easy to defend and difficult to attack. Even if 100,000 troops come, they can still hold it for a while, but at this time the people here are dead and wounded, and there's no sign of the army around. There's only one possibility, and that's the work of an expert. Only a martial arts expert can ignore the terrain and environment and kill the guards here to death. You guys carry an uncommon killing aura with you. You're assassins from Daiyu, right? Chu Xiu said indifferently. One of the leaders, with cold eyes, said, "It is none other than the Great Yu Death Guard. I've heard that Great Yu's means of cultivating dead guards is one of the best in the world, and that the dead guards they cultivate not only have outstanding strength, but are also loyal and will never betray, and can easily give up their lives for their masters, so you guys can go to hell." The words fell. Chu Xiu's sword finger condensed. And the many dead guards had all struck the moment he did. They took out the red young blood essence and took it, causing their power to skyrocket in a split second before using their strongest killing moves to attack towards Chu Xiu, locking down every vital point on Chu Xiu's body. A look like he was going to kill him with a single blow. However, when he saw Chu Xiu's sword finger stroke, thousands of sword chi came out majestically, and each sword chi was interspersed with a stern and rigid, irresistible might. A sword chi that went through the head of a single Deadpool. Pierced them one by one. Accompanied by a spray of blood mist, one by one, the dead guards had already fallen to the ground before they could even get close to Chu Xiu, their breath completely gone. In the blink of an eye, the entire human gorge wafted with the pungent smell of blood. When Chu Xiu saw this, his expression was unperturbed. His eyes were like electricity as he looked at the three figures on top of the mountain. These three people were three old men of advanced years. 2 men and 1 woman. An old man holding a walking stick with white hair looked at Chu Xiu with a smile, an image of a kind and amiable old grandfather. The other old man was the polar opposite of him, with a slim figure and a gaze like a viper, sinister, cold and chilling. The last one, a white-haired old woman, looked nothing peculiar. Standing on the street no one would even notice. But these three people in Chu Xiu's perception, but exudes an incomparable surging chi, it is clearly 3 land gods. Heh, you dead guards of Daiyu, what a dish. That old crone let out a light laugh and looked to the old man next to her who had a spiteful and evil gaze. The old man's face grew more and more unpleasant as he sniffed. The smiling old man next to him said, "This is not a good thing to say," knowing that he has no chance of winning, yet he still goes forward and defies death. Such a deadly servant is indeed rare, and Great Yu's method of cultivating deadly servants is indeed unique. Alright, don't say so much, let's settle this young land god first, continue to let him grow. In less than 3 years, the world will be in his hands. I don't think you guys want to see your own dynasty being pressured and unable to come out. The old man with the spiteful gaze said indifferently. When the remaining 2 heard this, their gazes toward Chu Xiu became incomparably grave. And Chu Xiu had already guessed the identities of these 3 people. Land immortals lurking in the 3 great royal dynasties. I haven't even gone looking for you yet, but you've come to the door on your own instead? Chu Xiu said indifferently. And without saying a word, the old man with the sinister gaze cupped his hand in an arcane technique. Winds swirled around Chu Xiu's surroundings. The dead servants, as well as the soldiers, actually all struggled to get up from the ground and hissed as they killed towards Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu revolved his protective astral chi around his body and looked at these corpses that were moving again and said indifferently, "Spells that manipulate corpses are disgusting." Pure young fire surged out from his body. Boom! Wherever the flames passed, a corpse was all burned to ashes. But the sinister old man smiled coldly, and the spell was cast again, and a ghostly silhouette appeared in the air, and the sinister aura between heaven and earth became even more intense. The other side can not only manipulate corpses, it can also manipulate ghosts. Chu Xiu's mind moved, runes emerged around him, and the soul-detaining dispatch was cast. Invisible threads connect the ghosts all around. The many ghosts turned around and killed towards the sinister old man. The opponent's face changed slightly. This guy actually knows this kind of spell too? Ha, old man, you can't do this spell. The white-haired old man with a walking stick in his hand laughed out loud, then struck out with his walking stick. The true chi surged, shattering one ghost after another. Immediately afterward, along with a flash of sword light, a sharp sword flew out of the white-haired old man's walking stick in his hand and forcefully stabbed at Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu flicked out his 2 fingers and clamped it down. The abducting sword trembled continuously at his fingertips, as if trying to break free. But to no avail. Along with Chu Xiu's sword chi surging out, the abduction sword shattered inch by inch and scattered all over the ground. The white-haired old man's face changed. What an overbearing sword chi! My crutching sword is considered to be a world-famous sword. It was actually destroyed by him like this. Neither of you can, look at me. The white-haired old woman smiled faintly. Then he looked at Chu Xiu, and between raising his hand, the wind rose all around him, and the wind was mixed with countless flying flowers and leaves, which rolled towards Chu Xiu. At this moment, the flying flowers and leaves transformed into sharp blades that were incomparably sharp. This hand is exactly the realm that makes the concealed weapon experts dream of in the concealed weapon course. Picking flowers and flying leaves, all of them can kill. But this hand of the old crone is not as simple as picking flowers and flying leaves can kill. Each flower and leaf was infused with the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, and with the crone's cultivation as a land goddess catalyzing it, this move was enough to overturn the mountains and the seas. However, when he saw Chu Xiu flick his sleeve, majestic true chi surged out. Boom! Countless flying flowers and falling leaves were rolled backwards. The 3 people on top of the mountain peak changed their faces slightly and dodged in a hurry, while the mountain peak under their feet burst into pieces on the spot under the bombardment of countless flying flowers and falling leaves. Granny Flying Flower, who are you hitting with this move? The 2 old men looked at the crone with displeasure. The other party looked at Chu Xiu with a grave expression. Between raising his hands and throwing his feet, he transforms other people's moves into his own. What a profound cultivation! That maniac fellow really didn't lie to us. This Chu Xiu's cultivation has at least reached the land deity high realm. We'll have to use the red sun blood essence to make it work. After she finished speaking, she no longer hesitated and took out the red sun blood essence and took it. The remaining 2 didn't hesitate for a second when they saw this. And to Chu Xiu's surprise, after these 3 people took the red young blood essence, their bodies actually burned with blood-colored flames, their parched skin became full, and their withered figures became strong and plump. It was actually a return to old age. Chapter 118. The army arrives. Taya sheathed his sword. Looking at the 3 people who had taken the red young blood essence but had returned to their old age, a trace of a strange color passed through Chu Xiu's eyes, realizing that the level of the red young blood essence that these 3 people in front of him had taken should have far surpassed the ones he had seen before. Is Amomad's research on the red sun blood essence on a higher level? Interesting. I wonder to what extent he'll be able to develop the red sun blood essence. The corner of Chu Xiu's mouth rose slightly. Looking again at these few land deities in front of him who had returned to their old age and regained their youth, he still stood with his arms folded, calm and collected. The white-haired old man from Great Zhao turned into a handsome middle-aged man. He was dressed in white, elegant, and when he moved his sword finger, he drew the spiritual chi of the heaven and earth to condense into thousands of sword chi around him, like 10,000 swords worshipping. The sinister old man from Dayu had also turned into a young man with narrow eyebrows, and the sinister color in his eyes hadn't changed at all. Deadly gazing at Chu Xiu, it was like a poisonous snake. He cupped his hands in jutsu and invoked his aura. The surrounding grass and trees grew crazily, and then actually turned into a fully armed soldier, but it was a profound spell of grass and trees. The crone at the end of the beam, her hunched body became erect, her figure slender and concave. From an old crone, she transformed into a beautiful young woman. That fellow Amomad's attainments in red sun blood essence are truly unrivaled. It's actually able to restore us to this level. The handsome middle-aged man laughed, a hint of ecstasy flowing from his eyes. They seemed to see that as their cooperation with Maniac continued to deepen, they might be able to truly return to their youth in the future. Even immortality. Go! The sinister youth smiled coldly as the spell was cast. The grassy soldiers rushed up toward Chu Xiu. They were as tough as the dead soldiers before them, and the most crucial thing is, these soldiers and men are made of grass and trees, and they can't be killed or destroyed. Chu Xiu's sword finger waved, and his sword chi cut off countless soldiers. Then the pure yang fire spread out and burned it to the ground. Looking at that handsome middle-aged man again, his sword finger condensed, condensing wind and sand into a sword, and chopping toward Chu Xiu sharply, with an extraordinary power. Using his sword in front of me, you're not even close. After Chu Xiu shattered the sword chi, the 7 slaughter sword technique was executed. A monstrous killing aura gushed out along with the sword chi. That handsome middle-aged man's face changed, and he was blown away on the spot, hitting the mountain wall and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, the beautiful young woman lifted her palms, and all around her, sand flew, and a grass and wood soldier man shattered into thousands of blades of grass and swept out. Useless waste of moves. Chu Xiu indifferently drank, his majestic true chi swept out, and after blocking this move, his true chi was even more unrelenting as he continued to blast towards the other party. The sinister youth, the beautiful young woman followed closely behind the handsome middle-aged man. Together, they hit the mountain wall and spat out a large mouthful of blood. This son's cultivation is so terrifying. After the three of us took the red young blood essence, we still couldn't hurt him a single bit. This person's cultivation is only afraid that he's not only in the high realm of the land immortals. At his age, how did he cultivate to such a terrifying level? Disbelief, shock, and jealousy surfaced on the faces of the three people one after another. The sinister youth said, "Use the three talents formation." The three figures flashed, each occupying a position, enveloping Chu Xiu in a triangular situation, the three people's true chi resonating and echoing with each other, inducing the heaven and earth's aura, transforming into a formation boundary. Inside the boundary, the power of the three of them increased by a large margin. The three of them once again executed their own martial arts. Swordsmanship, jutsu, concealed weapons. They cooperated with each other flawlessly, forming an endless attack. It was going to crush Chu Xiu like destroying the sky and destroying the earth. Rainstorm pear blossom. The beautiful young woman whisked her sleeve and took out a syringe. Inside, countless steel needles shot out. The steel needles were incomparably powerful and tiny, and could penetrate the martial artist's astral energy, making it impossible for people to defend against them. Chu Xiu's sword finger condensed and pointed out at extreme speed. Countless steel needles were actually knocked down by him one by one, without missing a single one. Divine Wind Sword Technique. The handsome middle-aged man let out a low shout, condensing the surrounding airflow, turning into an invisible sword shadow, wrapped in a gale and whistling out. Chu Xiu casually chopped out a 7-kill sword technique, breaking the opponent's sword chi. Looking at the sinister old man again, he let out a low roar and cast a spell. A black gas surged out and entered a soldier's body. That soldier man's figure skyrocketed a dozen times, and his two fists smashed out like small mountains. However, it was easily blocked by Chu Xiu, and then burned to a crisp with pure young fire. The attacks of the three continents' earth immortals were all easily dismantled. Chu Xiu faintly said, "You have used your full strength, but I, however, have not yet gotten serious." Shasta. A raging murderous aura surged out like a tidal wave. The three land immortals only felt chills all over their bodies, like falling into an ice cellar. Chu Xiu swung out his sword, and his sword chi locked onto the beautiful young woman. The opponent was unable to resist, his pupils shrank, and he was instantly pierced through the chest by the sword chi. Died violently on the spot. A sword killed a land god. Chu Xiu's power when he got serious sent chills down the remaining two spines. The two men were horrified. Not far away came the sound of a beating drum. Only to see the hundreds of thousands of troops from Dayu coming. They poured into the human gorge, and once they crossed it, they could go straight into the hinterland of Great Zhou and occupy that most fertile and rich land. Seeing the hundreds of thousands of troops, the sinister youth's eyes lit up. Great, the army has arrived, we have a chance of survival. Without saying a word, he rushed into the army. That handsome middle-aged man didn't dare to be slow. The two entered the army and used it to conceal their chi. At the same time, the sinister youth, as the Great Yu's elder ancestor, secretly ordered the army to surround Chu Xiu. He looked at Chu Xiu sinisterly. Even if you are a land god immortal, how can you kill all of these hundreds of thousands of troops by yourself? If you leave, the army will be able to penetrate deep into the hinterland of Great Zhou. If you don't leave, you will be exhausted by this army. Dilemma. I'd like to see what you do. Release the arrows. When the general of Dayu saw Chu Xiu, he immediately ordered. Tens of thousands of arrows were shot at Chu Xiu like rain. Chu Xiu's astral chi flowed and was not affected in the slightest. Looking at the hundreds of thousands of troops in front of him, Chu Xiu shook his head and said, "Violating another country's territory, you guys want to think that you have the consciousness of death." When he finished speaking, he pinched his hand with a magic trick. In an instant, the sky above was darkened. It seemed to have turned from day to night, and in the midst of the night, there were the 7 stars of the Big Dipper manifesting themselves with dazzling starlight. The starlight turned into a pillar of light and fell on Chu Xiu's body. As it were, he was clothed in a sacred garment of the stars. His aura began to rise, and his endless sword intent spread out, enveloping 100 miles in a radius, while the sinister youth, the handsome middle-aged two land deities who were mixed into the army looked at the Chu Xiu at this moment, and couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. Absorb the power of the stars and turn it into your own? What kind of spell is this? They sucked in a cold breath. It only felt that at this moment, Chu Xiu's every move had the terrifying power to make mountains and rivers shake and wind and clouds change color. This was a terrifying cultivation that vaguely surpassed the realm of the land immortals. Shu Xiu's strength increased with the help of the 7-star skill, and as he looked at the 400,000 strong army in front of him, his expression was indifferent as he clenched his 5 fingers in the void. An ancient sword that emitted a pale and heavy aura was already in his hands. It is one of the 10 most famous swords. Tia. Chapter 119 almost wiped out the army. It's time for the world to be unified. Taya unsheathed his sword, and the invisible and qualitative sword chi instantly filled heaven and earth. Thick, majestic, seemingly omnipresent sword chi enveloped the army. Everyone present felt that mountainous pressure, as if the sword in front of them was not a sword, but an ancient and thick ancient existence. The sword of mighty road, Taya. Under the suffusion of the sword, there was actually a tendency to give in without a fight. What kind of sword is that? Seeing the Taya that Shu Xiu had taken out, the 2 land gods lurking in the army were so frightened that their scalps went numb and they felt fear for the first time in their lives. As for the sword-wielding Shu Xiu, he looked at the army that kept coming up. Taya in his hand was raised high, and the 7 slaying sword technique was executed. In an instant, dark clouds converged above the sky. It actually vaguely formed a sword-wielding demon god holding a huge sword. The opponent swung a large sword in his hand. The endless sword chi swept out like a hurricane, enveloping half of the battlefield, and wherever it went, blood and flesh flew everywhere, and the war horses hissed. The void was shaken by it. Hundreds of thousands of troops tumbled over, and the cavalry unit that rushed at the front bore the brunt of the attack, and was blown away by a large portion in just a moment. Under this sword, tens of thousands of lives were actually buried. But that's not all. Shu Xiu held Taya, and as he performed the 7-star technique, his own breath climbed up. Sword chi, sword intent was endless, enveloping the entire Jade Gate Gorge. It was as if it was going to turn this place into a Shura hell. Sword intent transformed into sword chi, and the sword chi was endless. It was almost a madness devouring everything around it. Those who are neutralized by the sword, even the innate clan master martial artists, will have to die. Crazy, crazy. Is he actually trying to kill everyone here with his own power? This monster. The 2 land immortals turned white with fear after seeing the scene in front of them. Just want to get out of here fast. The 2 figures moved, performing lightweight body techniques, and as soon as they moved, their auras were naturally exposed to Shu Xiu. Shu Xiu smiled faintly and waved his sleeve. 2 more swords hovered in front of him. But Dryad, Moxie. Shu Xiu poured his true chi within the long sword, and the long sword was like a white rainbow breaking through the air. Swept towards the gods of the 2 continents. The 2 of them sensed the killing opportunity raging behind them, their faces changed wildly, and together they turned to resist, their true chi raised to the extreme. But it doesn't work. Their power was too small in front of the present-day Shu Xiu. Dryad, almost imperiously, disintegrated their moves. Then it pierced their bodies. The 2 land immortals looked at the holes pierced through their bodies in disbelief. 3 land gods and goddesses come together to besiege Shu Xiu. Plus these 400,000 soldiers. With a lineup like that, it's amazing that they were countered and thrown out of the game. The land gods perished. There's no mistaking it. The 2 fell headfirst to the ground. Then they were trampled into the ground by the hordes. Shu Xiu held Taya, and behind him, the sword-wielding demon god that had coalesced because of the 7 slaughter sword technique's sword intent, swung out sword after sword. The lurid sword chi was like a tidal wave. Wave after wave. With each swing of the sword, thousands of people died. Under this destructive power, even 1,000,000 armies were not enough to kill, and the armies were scared and fearful. They dared not advance any further. There was a flurry of backing up. Escape, escape. Great Joe, there are demon gods. We're no match at all. Run away. They fled in panic, dropping their weapons and taking off their armor just to get away faster. Even the commander of the army, who had been through 100 battles, was so frightened that he almost lost his mind and could no longer stabilize the situation. It could only follow the soldiers as they fled in disarray. Gradual. Shu Xiu stopped swinging his sword. The sword intent on his body gradually dispersed, and his sword intent converged. The dark clouds in the sky dispersed, the demonic god's shadow disappeared, and the light of the sky shone on the earth again, but what was reflected in the eyes was the scene of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Countless corpses piled up inside the Jade Gate Gorge, blood gathered into a river and slowly flowed. The pungent blood stench was so thick that it made people nauseous. At this moment, the human gorge has been transformed into a hell on earth. And as the creator of purgatory, that is, Shu Xiu, he stood above the battlefield, with a white coat but still as spotless as snow. It was like a white lotus blooming in the sea of blood, untainted by dust. It was even more out of place in its surroundings. Looking at the scene in front of him, Shu Xiu just let out a light sigh. But didn't regret what he did. After all, if he didn't, it would be the people of Great Joe who would suffer. Because of a single thought of those in power, hundreds of thousands, millions of people have to die, and the world is divided, and there is constant war and strife. This situation, it should end. The world's situation is such that when it is united, it will be divided, and when it is divided, it will be united. Now, it's time for unification. Chu Xiu murmured. The three great royal dynasties have joined forces to besiege Great Zhou. The 300,000 troops of Great Liang were held back by 150,000 troops of Great Zhou, of which 7,000 white-robed troops, who had killed tens of thousands of enemies on the battlefield, had performed valiantly. Great Liang and Great Zhou fought bitterly for 3 days and consumed a lot. Eventually there was no choice but to withdraw. And look at the Dezhou side. Great Zhou swung the army to take, did not expect the rear is empty by the Great Chu sneak attack, was taken 13 cities in a row. Great Zhou had no choice but to withdraw their troops back to help. The most shocking part was the way to Daiyu. 400,000 troops were blocked by one man outside the Yumen Gorge, with heavy deaths and injuries. Almost a total loss. The entire Yumen Gorge was turned into a hell on earth. The power of one person to kill hundreds of thousands of troops was extremely frightening in this ancient war. After all, in the past, even if there was a martial arts expert in the war, there would be a corresponding martial arts powerhouse to deal with it. Take a step back. Even if Daiyu doesn't have a martial arts powerhouse who can deal with Chu Xiu. But that's 400,000 troops after all. Even if it was 400,000 pigs under a charge together, they would be able to run over a great master, let alone 400,000 well-equipped troops. Being decimated in full by one man. It's still too scary. Chu Xiu's battle was almost a declaration of his invincible strength to the world. The world is abuzz with it. Chu Xiu's name had completely become a sharp sword above the heads of the three great royal dynasties. It puts them on edge, not knowing when it will fall. The Great Yu. The elderly emperor of Daiyu sat paralyzed in the dragon chair, eyes godless murmured, finished, the old gods are dead, my Daiyu 400,000 troops are all gone, this call me after death, how to go to see the ancestors. It's all him, it's all that Mo maniac's fault. He's the one who encouraged me to deal with Great Zhou. To provoke that Chu Xiu. Men, send someone to arrest Mo maniac. Emperor Daiyu thought of something and roared. But not long after, a secret guard came to report, Your Majesty, Mo maniac has already left. We couldn't stop him. Mo madness was no longer a celestial perfection. Daiyu was simply no match for him after losing the land god. Emperor Daiyu's face turned red with anger when he thought of this culprit directly patting himself on the back after leaving behind a pile of mess. A mouthful of blood was spat out directly and he fell to the ground, unconscious. Doctor, summon the doctor. For a while, the entire royal palace was in disarray. The other side. Great Zhou and Great Liang were in a similar situation after learning about the battle. They couldn't figure it out. The three great royal dynasties were besieging Great Zhou, and the other side was almost certain to die. Why is it now the other way around, that they experience despair? Chapter 120 Chu Nishang's Ambition. Snowstorm. Great Zhou, the royal capital. The army led by Cherry is back. The people greeted each other with a sandwich, and although they were not familiar with Cherry, they knew that the young female general in front of them had repulsed the Great Liang. Preserving the states of the Great Weak. I heard that this female general is His Majesty's attendant. Worthy of His Majesty, not only is he himself battle-hardened, but even the maidservants around him are so courageous, truly the heavens have blessed my Great Zhou. Ha, the three great royal dynasties are afraid that they've been crying for a while. Serves them right, who told them to covet my Great Zhou. That's the way to beat them to the punch. The most powerful would have to be the martial god. I heard that the 400,000 strong army over at the Jade Gate Gorge was killed by him alone and left in disarray. My goodness, one person decimating 400,000 troops, that's too much. The god of Wushu, that's the god of Wushu. I've heard that no one dares to go there at the Yumen Gorge now. The soldiers' grievances are so great that people often hear the sound of ghosts crying. The people are talking. No one was thrilled to win the war this time. Not long after Chu Nishang ascended to the throne, she directly fought such a big victory, making her position more secure and her prestige higher. As for Chu Xiu, his prestige in the Great Zhou had long since reached the extreme. There is no elevation. And this battle of Yumen Gorge has spread his fame all over the world. But it's in the eyes of the other three kingdoms. Chu Xiu wasn't some kind of martial god. Instead, it was a demon god. His hero, my enemy. Yumen Gorge. The place where hundreds of thousands of troops are buried. The blood here has not dried up after several days. The air was still heavy with the smell of blood. A man wearing a green shirt and carrying a coffin stepped onto this battlefield that made people scared. This person was none other than the Lord of the Underworld, Immomaniac. Looking at the endless bloody aura in front of him, Immomaniac said, "I didn't expect it. You can actually become an army by yourself and kill so many people. Even the 3 land immortals who have taken the Red Sun blood essence are no match for you. Chu Xiao. You really are the greatest enemy I have ever seen in my life." After saying that, he held his 5 fingers upside down in the void, running his true chi, only to see the endless blood around him converging towards him. And in his other hand, a dark red incense burner appeared. Endless blood chi converged towards him, and then using his body as a medium, he poured into that incense burner, gradually condensing a brand new red yang blood essence. The red yang blood essence condensed out of the chi and blood of hundreds of thousands of troops, emitting a hazy bloodlight that one could not help but be mesmerized by. The corner of Immomaniac's mouth rose slightly. Not bad, the caliber of this red sun blood essence far exceeds every blood essence I've refined in the past. But that's not enough, not by a long shot. If you want to refine the most perfect blood essence, you have to at least absorb a wave of such chi and blood essences before heading to the other 2 battlefields. Immomaniac left with the coffin on his back. This was why he wanted the 3 great royal dynasties to besiege Great Zhou. In addition to combining their efforts to deal with Chu Xiao. The bottom line is, he would use war to refine the most perfect red yang blood essence. Big Week. The king's capital. Inside the martial god's mansion. Cherry has returned from this great victory. I will logically make her a first-grade military marquis, and with her helping me to control the military generals, I can save a lot of heartache. In addition, the 3 great royal dynasties of Great Zhou, Great Zhao, and Great Liang have also decided to cede 2 states each as an indemnity for this violation of Great Zhou. The Great Zhou territory further expanded. Chu Nishang spoke eloquently, and there was an exquisite light flowing in her eyes. Chu Xiu listened on the sidelines and smiled bashfully. He had naturally anticipated the movements of the 3 great royal dynasties. After all, the 3 great royal dynasties were all in fearing that he would kill the door. Ceding the state, they are not willing to do so though. But it was the only way to soothe his anger. 2 states, 3 dynasties add up to 6, plus my Great Zhou's original territory, this world, already a third of the control in my Great Zhou's hands. Together with my elder brother's control of Great Chu. The map of the world is already half in my Great Zhou's hands. The corners of Chu Nishang's mouth rose. Chu Xiu laughed from the side. Are you satisfied like this? Of course not. What I want is for the whole world to belong to Great Zhou. I want the world to be free of borders, words, and systems, and I will create a truly united empire. To achieve true peace in the world. The fire of ambition burned in Chu Nishang's eyes. The ambition in his chest is so strong that he can swallow the sky. She looked at Chu Xiu. I believe that this is also the wish of my elder brother. Yes. Chu Xiu nodded slightly. It's just that my cultivation, although I can kill on a few other dynasties and can make them change their dynasties, but I can't govern a country, and I want to truly create a great unified kingdom. Great Zhou needs enough troops, enough men, and enough money. There is also a need for enough talent. To help you govern the entire extremely rapidly expanding Great Zhou territory, all of this requires time. Chu Nishang nodded slightly. I understand. I'll do my best. 10 years. 10 years at the most, and I'll be ready for this. Chu Nishang stood with her arms crossed and said, 10 years to unify the world. This is definitely considered fast, even extremely fast. Chu Xiu said indifferently, I will help you. Perhaps it won't take 10 years. Chu Nishang smiled faintly. If you and I, brother and sister, are united, why should we worry about the foundation of the world? When she thought of that coming great unification of the world, Chu Nishang's heart surged with infinite motivation, and she continued to devote herself to political affairs. Conscription of soldiers and horses and improvement of the military and horse system. Appointment of wise ministers, opening up promotion channels and appointing the world's best talents. Improve people's livelihoods so that they are well fed and clothed. Supporting commercial trade, accumulating financial resources and filling the national treasury. A series of policy initiatives made the Great Zhou as if it were a wild horse out of control, running fast and furious, and its national strength increased with each passing day. As Her Majesty Chu Nishan was so dedicated to her duties, the ministers underneath her also realized her intentions, and all of them did their best to assist her. The king and his ministers are united in their efforts to work towards a common goal. Time passed, and the greater part of the year passed. Spring goes to fall. It's winter again. Heavy snow fell, coloring the entire king's capital in silver. Chu Xiu sat in the courtyard looking at the goosefeather snow, cooking wine alone and watching the snow, murmuring, it's been years since I've seen such a big snow. It snowed for a long time. It doesn't stop for a few days, and it's a hidden disaster. The court is racking its brains over the snow. We just experienced a drought the year before last, and now we're about to have a snowstorm? This snow, if it continues to fall like this, I'm afraid that the grain harvest in the coming year will be affected and there will be no harvest. Reserve food, how much is left? Back to your majesty, since Lord Wushan had improved crops, my great Zhou's granaries are overflowing, and there is no problem with grain reserves. Shu Nishang sighed in relief. The food impact, however, is just one of the problems with snowstorms. This snow has frozen many of the major river routes in the Great Zhou, and now trade is forced to stop in the middle of nowhere everywhere because of this snow. There's also the Yunzhou side, where the snow has blocked the road, creating a snowstorm that has already killed over a dozen people, and it's rumored that there are even more demons taking advantage of the situation. There are also the poultry raised by the people, and the war horses in the military region have frozen to death because of this snowstorm, and if this snow continues to fall, I'm afraid it will only cause more trouble. Listening to the reports from her ministers, Shu Nishan was a little worried. Chapter 121: A New Demon Cave. The Devil Clan in the Wind and Snow. This snow, not seen in 100 years. If this snowstorm is not handled well, I'm afraid it will have an even greater impact than the previous drought. Inside the martial god mansion, Shu Nishang said helplessly. That drought affected only one part of Yuezhou. But now this snowstorm is affecting half of the Great Zhou. When Shu Xiu heard this, he looked towards the whistling snow and wind outside the house and said indifferently, if you are born with a heavenly anomaly, there will be a demon. This snowstorm is not only caused by the heavenly phenomena anomalies, but it is also formed by the presence of the underworld, resonating with the heaven and earth qi. When Shu Nishang heard this, her face changed. What elder brother means is that this snowstorm is man-made? How is this possible? This snowstorm affected half of the Great Zhou. If it was man-made, then how terrifying should this person's cultivation be? It's almost like taking over the creation of heaven and earth. Man-made plus the heavens themselves may cause this present sight. Shu Xiu faintly said, during this period of time, when he was practicing, he sensed the qi of heaven and earth and sensed a hint of abnormality in the dark. It made him acutely aware of the unusual nature of the snowstorm. Brother, do you have a way to cope? Trinity asked. That qi that affects the heavens is extremely well hidden, I need some time to capture it. As for this period of time, the method to cope with the snowstorm, I've already written it on this paper, you can take it back and take a closer look at it. Shu Xiu pointed to the paper on the table. Trinity picked it up and glanced at it. A greenhouse? Well, this greenhouse shed can protect the food and maximize the avoidance of being affected by snowstorms, as well as the army's warhorses, and the livestock raised by the people, which can improve the fodder ration and enhance their resistance to the cold. I've written all this down so you can take it back and read it over. Shu Nishan gave it a cursory glance and was astonished. It's written here, and there's no shortage of things to do. How did your own brother's brain grow, anyway? I can't believe I came up with all this. Thank you, brother, I'll go back and spread these methods. Shu Nishan left in excitement. And Shu Xiu looked at the distant dome of the sky, his eyes flashed, the qi that induced the dramatic change in the heavenly scene. No matter what kind of demon it is, you already have a way to take death. Shu Nishan took the method given by Shu Xiu and promoted it. After reading it, the courtiers were as astonished as Shu Nishang at the beginning, and Li Shuhan couldn't help but marvel. It's a blessing for Great Zhou to have a martial god. The others chimed in one by one. The god of martial arts is not only capable of martial arts, but is also proficient in the 100 schools of thought. It's admirable. Is there really anyone in this world who was born knowing? The god of Wushu. Great talent. Soon. The greenhouse method is being promoted. Officials everywhere began to follow suit. It was as if the crowd saw hope of getting through this snowstorm. And inside the martial god's mansion, Shu Xiu sat cross-legged, his true qi flowing, resonating with the heavens and the earth, searching for that one qi that affected the heavens and the underworld. He knew that whether it was greenhouses or other methods, in the face of this once-in-a-century snowstorm, they were only treating the symptoms but not the root cause. The only way to solve this snowstorm is to tackle it at its source. 3 days in a row. Shu Xiu always sensed the qi of heaven and earth with his own true qi. Just this day. A glint flashed in his eyes and he rose abruptly, found it. He walked out of the martial god's mansion. In an instant, his true qi was like a monstrous torrent that rose up into the sky and penetrated into the clouds, transforming into a golden pure yang flame. The flames burned and swept away the wind and snow. The wind disperses and the snow melts. The king's capital, which had been snowed in for most of the month, saw the light of day again on this day. The many people within the royal capital also felt warmth once again. They looked towards the golden flames in the sky and were filled with joy, and some even couldn't help but reach out and touch the sky to touch that pure young fire like. It's the martial god has struck. Is he going to deal with this snowstorm? But how can people fight against nature? But the god of wushu is a god. Chu Xiu walked out of the martial god mansion and headed in the direction of that one meditatively sensed chi, and wherever he went, pure yang fire burned the heavens. The wind and snow are gone. He's like a sun, bringing warmth to all in this snowstorm that has not seen the light of day. All who witnessed his figure, all of them worshipped him as a god. A valley where the wind and snow are howling. One eerie and treacherous voice rang out. It's coming. That guy is here with the pure yang fire. What a heated aura. Even from a distance of 10,000 miles, I can feel his boiling killing intent. He's coming to kill us. Come on, let him come. It's not certain who will kill who. Inside the canyon, demonic shadows abounded. And in the deepest part of the canyon, a white figure that was covered in a cold aura and resembled an iceberg sat on a small iceberg. The other party's body is slender, hair like snow, temperament is cold, but the face is charming and attractive, but it is a rare beauty in the world. She looked in the direction that emanated the aura of pure yang fire in the distance, her eyes flickering with a touch of charmed essence, earthly land immortal. It's really been a long time. Suddenly, her eyes glazed over, that came fast. Originally, the breath of that pure yang fire was 1,000 miles away just now. But now, it was less than 100 miles. She slowly got up, her body's cold aura blossoming, setting off monstrous winds and snow within the canyon, attracting the aura of heaven and earth, creating a horrifying aura. Clouds rolled over the sky, and heavy snow turned into hailstones and descended in droves. Chu Xiu felt that he was close to that powerful aura, while hail suddenly fell from the sky, and hailstones after hailstones smashed towards him. But before they could get close to him, they were burned out by the pure yang fire on his body. Is this how you welcome me? The corner of Chu Xiu's mouth hooked into a cold smile. He quickly walked towards the canyon, and gradually, an appalling coldness gradually spread around him, as if it was going to invade the bone marrow. He kept on his feet and came to the canyon beyond. What came into view was a group of white demonic shadows. It's the demons again. You guys are really tiresome, Chu Xiu indifferently said, taking a step into the canyon. His eyes were like electricity as he looked into the depths of the canyon. There, a dark vortex of demonic energy was seen. It is the Devil's Passage. This place, too, is a devil's den. It should have been opened just recently, and the attributes of these devils just happen to be related to wind and snow, and the bigwig has encountered heavy snow again. Under the resonance of the two chi. That's what created this once-in-a-century snowstorm. These devils, on the other hand, drew the grievances of heaven and earth from the snowstorms to strengthen themselves. It is thought to be much more powerful than when it first appeared. Ha, Chu Xiu, I know you. But unfortunately, you're too late. This snowstorm covers half of Great Zhou. The weight of the people's grievances has long since evolved for us. You're no match for us. A white demonic shadow laughed out loud. It was actually knowing Chu Xiu. It is thought that they have come to Earth and have done some research beforehand. Whoosh! This demonic shadow pounced toward Chu Xiu. However, Chu Xiu saw that he grabbed his opponent with one hand and pure yang fire roared out. The opponent was instantly burned to ashes. But these demons were fierce and fearless, and after one died, 1,000 more surrounded Chu Xiu from all directions. Surround him. We're all in this together. Kill him and our biggest obstacle on Earth will be gone. Chapter 122 Soul Searching Technique. Obtaining information on the demon race. Surround him, we're all in this together. Kill him together. With so many demons, we can definitely kill him. If we kill him, there will be no more obstacles for my demon race in the human world. A single demonic shadow screamed madly. Toward Chu Xiu, he madly rushed, completely surrounding him. And Chu Xiu stood with his arms folded, bland and calm. Ding! Located in the Wind and Snow Devil's Cave. Check-in available. Do you check in? Chu Xiu didn't expect to be able to sign in here. Mentally, sign in. Ding! Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the soul searching technique. Soul search. This martial art was not a proper martial art as soon as I heard it. As the name suggests, this martial art can forcibly search a person's soul and get the information, intelligence, and so on that they want from it. Only this martial arts is a bit harsh. There were extremely high requirements for the cultivator's cultivation, and it could not be performed until the land god realm, and it could not be used on people whose cultivation was higher than one's own. Of course, none of these conditions were a problem in front of Chu Xiu. The corners of his mouth rose slightly as he looked at these demons in front of him, lifting his hand and grabbing one, then the soul-searching technique was directly cast. Only the other's gaze became dull and lifeless. Being forcibly searched, the other party would become an idiot if they didn't die. And Chu Xiu had also gotten some information about the demon race, but of course, the status of this demon race was too low, and the information that he got from it was of little value. However, from the other party's memories, he knew that in this wind and snow demon cave, there was another absolute great devil, and the other party's cultivation was extremely high, having reached the realm of the demon immortal. That is to say, it is comparable to the realm of a land god. The other side, for sure, has quite a bit of information about the demon race. What did he do? Why did that demon lose his resistance when he was captured? Whatever, go. The demons roared in anger and rushed forward. Pure young fire burned on Chu Xiu's body, whistling out, accompanied by a vast and righteous chi that impacted the entire wind and snow demon cave. Everywhere, the wind and snow dissipated and the demons collapsed. One by one, the demons flew away in ashes. The original cold and bone-chilling wind and snow magic cave, under the burning of the pure yang fire, the snow melted, the magic gas dissipated, and it actually became a springtime blossom. One move. Just one move. Just let the remaining demons see what it meant to have a power that could not be resisted. So powerful. This human, beyond imagination, is powerful. Chu Xiu looked at these demons with an indifferent expression. Then he removed the heavenly law umbrella on his back and threw it up, and under the infusion of his true chi, the heavenly law umbrella was then held open. As the runes lingered, the heavenly umbrella transformed into a huge light shield, shrouding the entire wind and snow demon cave. None of the demons present could get out. He wants to wipe us out. How bold of him. Only the demon immortal can deal with him now. After the demons saw how powerful Chu Xiu was, they retreated towards the depths of the canyon. And deep in the canyon, that stunningly beautiful demoness also slowly got up. She looked at Chu Xiu, who was slowly walking. Her eyes showed a glint of essence. In this era, there is a strong person like you on earth. It is true that the dragon vein will be revived. Chu Xiu's heart stirred. Dragon vein? This witch seems to know quite a bit. Chu Xiu's figure flashed as he swept toward the other party, his 5 fingers spread out. However, she saw the demonic woman open her arms, her snow-white hair flying, and the demonic aura on her body swept out like a torrent, resonating with the heaven and earth, forming an iceberg in front of it. Chu Xiu's palm landed on that iceberg. Bang! The iceberg burst into pieces and turned into countless ice crystals. However, she saw the demoness, who had already withdrawn 100 feet away, looking at Chu Xiu with a charming smile. What a domineering and overwhelming power. After saying that, she raised her hand to condense her demonic chi and transformed it into an ice crystal spear. The spear shot out like a bolt of lightning. Without dodging or avoiding, Chu Xiu moved his sword finger and shattered it easily. But the witch's offense doesn't stop. Spear after spear kept shooting out. It's like a rainstorm, like a shooting star. Chu Xiu's sword fingers moved in succession, and an ice spear was shattered by him. At this moment, behind him, a chi of ice and snow erupted, and a white-haired figure suddenly appeared behind him, holding an ice crystal dagger and stabbing out. The other party had been lurking in the snow, hiding their chi. Now that it exploded in an instant, the power was so strong that even a slight carelessness on the part of a land deity would result in a successful sneak attack or even death. This sudden attack did not cause Chu Xiu to panic. Mindfulness. A short sword floated in mid-air. That's, the fishbowl sword. Fish got blocked in front of him, deflecting this snow demon's strike. Immediately afterward, Chu Xiu held the fish gut in his backhand and his true chi erupted, and with an unrelenting fish gut sword chi, he cut off that snow demon's head. The stunning woman not far away applauded. Good, 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 I didn't expect my hidden assassin to be unable to help you. Well, what about this? The stunning woman raised her hand to invoke the aura of heaven and earth. A large amount of cold air condensed in the air, turning into thousands of ice crystal swords, in which the resentment and coldness churned. The sword of ice crystal seemed to be held by countless evil spirits. It turned into pouring snow falling towards Chu Xiu. Snow flood overwhelms the sky. The stunning woman drank indifferently. The strongest move was executed, shaking the heavenly law umbrella, and cracks appeared on the surface of the umbrella. Seeing this, Chu Xiu held the fish intestine sword in his hand and his true chi surged into it. The 7 killing sword technique was cast. The fish gut sword is meant to be the sword of the brave, unrelenting killer. Now together with this killing aura filled 7 killing sword technique. Boundless killing intent, even more so, filled the entire wind and snow demon cave. As soon as the sword fell, the boundless wind and snow that poured down collapsed, and one by one, the demonic shadows went up in smoke as if they were being mowed down. That devil girl even couldn't help but let out a cry of shock as her figure retreated violently. But it was still affected by the sword energy. He was beaten to the point that his clothes burst and he spat out blood. Chu Xiu slowly walked towards the other party, and that snow demon woman didn't expect Chu Xiu's cultivation to surpass her imagination, and her pupils trembled slightly. Looking at the step-by-step Chu Xiu, she suddenly fell into tears. A pearly look. Gonzi, please don't kill me, I can give you a slave as a maidservant, never betray, you let me do whatever. You want? I never thought I'd actually use a chimera one day. The snow demon woman thought inwardly. But in order to stay alive, she couldn't care less. The form she now assumes has great allure for the human race, plus her own cultivation. There's a stunning land goddess as a slave and handmaiden. I'm sure the man in front of me couldn't say no. But the next second, Chushio grabbed out with his 5 fingers and grabbed the snow demon woman's head. The other party only felt a terrifying force brutally surging into his brain, and couldn't help but let out a mournful scream. The snow demon woman was, after all, a land goddess realm, and her resistance was strong. But the more she resisted, the more she suffered and screamed. Within moments, her screams stopped with it. Chushio started searching the other party's soul as he wished, and in a moment, a large amount of information related to the demon race flooded into his mind one by one. Demon world, snow demon, inferno demon, heart demon, rat demon. One peculiar demonic presence after another. Demon king, demon immortal, higher demon race, lower demon race. The hierarchical demonic order. Winged sky demon, Jedi heartsword demon, headless general. One powerful demonic name after another. There were also many things that Chushio had never seen or heard of. A whole new world unfolded before him. Chapter 123. The wind and snow subside. The Department of Demon Suppression was established. After resolving the demonic cultivators in the wind and snow demon cave, Chushio looked toward the demon realm passage and a hint of coldness passed through his eyes. The demonic world does not know how many such demonic passages have been opened. I also wonder how many demons have infiltrated the earth now. Only from the snow demon's memories it was known that the demon race coming to earth was not without limitations. The more powerful the demon race, the more advanced the demon realm passage was needed. Nowadays, there were only a very few demonic passages that could accommodate the passage of the land god immortal realm, and the wind and snow demon cave in front of him was one of them. Before the snow devil, there had already been a demon race of terrestrial deities who had come to earth through this demonic passage, and the other party was also a snow devil. Self-named Snow Devil Heim. With this snow demoness that Chushio killed, they were twin sisters. Only that snow demon Ji acted more cautiously and left after absorbing the earthly grievances due to the snowstorm here for a period of time. No matter how many demons come, they will all die. Chushio murmured. In heaven and earth, there is yin and there is yang, and there is positive and there is negative. The demon race is an existence created because the negative emotions and desires of all spirits are concentrated in the demon realm, and they feed on the negative emotions of all spirits. Like snow devils. It was born out of the fear of the spirits for snowstorms. The greater the impact of the snowstorm, the more fearful the spirits are of it, the more powerful they become. They were almost on the opposite side of the fence from the All Souls. Therefore, the devil race, which will only be a scourge to the people, must be eliminated. With a flash of golden light in Chushio's hand, the Shen Yuan sword was already in his hand, and looking at the demon realm passageway not far away, he swung his long sword. Vast sword chi broke through the air and slashed at it. However, because this demon realm passage was not a bad grade, Chushio added 2 more swords. Devil realm passage, which then completely dissipated. Do all that. The snow and wind began to disperse, the dark clouds in the sky dispersed, and the light of the sky reappeared. The snow, which had stretched for most of the month, gradually stopped. The chi between heaven and earth returned to normal. Far away. A woman covered in white robes glanced at the dome of the sky and a hint of color flowed out of her eyes. The wind and snow demon cave has been wiped out. That stupid sister of mine was also killed, Chushio. Interesting. The woman looked in the direction of the royal capital, a hint of scorn in her eyes. The Great Zhou royal capital is not a good place to go right now, so why don't we head to other dynasties first to develop and slowly grow our power? Wait for the time of counterattack. Also, the demon drawing formation needs time to set up. The snow demon girl murmured. The figure dissipated into a cloud of wind and snow. The snow and wind that stretched for most of the month lifted. The people of Great Zhou cheered and took to the streets and spontaneously began shoveling snow. Collect and bury some frozen animals or beggars on the side of the road. The snow, at last, is over. It's the first time I've seen snow this long and this heavy. It's not just you, that old man in my house has lived for more than 80 years, and it's the first time he's ever seen such a heavy snowfall. Luckily, there's Lord Wushan, or I don't know what else would have happened. That said, how on earth did the martial god Sama do that? I'm not sure, but all in all, Lord Martial God is bullish. Inside the royal capital, there was a lot of talk. Although it was unknown how Chushio had made the snowstorm disappear. However, every one of them knew that it was definitely Chushio's doing, and the appearance of that vast pure yang fire, which was like a blazing sun, consuming the wind and melting the snow when the other party stepped out of the martial god's mansion, was deeply imprinted in everyone's heart. Inside the martial god's mansion, Shu Nishang arrived excitedly. And Chu Xiu has returned. Brother, the existence behind that, is it resolved? Trinity asked. Shu Xiu nodded slightly. Yes, it's the demon race that's doing this. Demons again? Shu Nishang frowned, and she had a bit of knowledge about the demon race. For humans, the demon race was a natural enemy-like existence. Everyone is to be punished. Nishang, this world is about to lead to a great change, and the demon race is not willing to be left alone and wants to invade the earth. Great Zhou needs to fight against the demon race in addition to unifying the world and dealing with several other dynasties. I intend to create an organization to fight the demons. Let's call this the Department of Demon Control. Shu Xiu spoke his thoughts. Shu Nishang was naturally supportive. Good, I will issue a decree to establish the Demon Suppression Division, and you, elder brother, will be the head of the Demon Suppression Division. I'll get you as many men as you need, brother, and whatever you need. Shu Xiu smiled faintly. As the Demon Suppression Division fights against the demon race, its strength naturally cannot be too weak. As for the first batch of Demon Suppression Division manpower, I'll pick them myself. Then, brother, if you need any help, just say so. Aha! Shu Xiu nodded slightly. Soon after, Shu Nishang announced the establishment of the Demon Suppression Division in the courtroom. Shu Xiu was the first lord of the Demon Suppression Division. The residence of the Demon Suppression Division was also being built with great fanfare. Many people knew about it, and everyone was curious about this new organization. After all, most people had only heard of the demons. Not that I've ever seen. It was only after hearing that the martial god had become the lord of the Demon Suppression Division that the crowd didn't dare to underestimate this Demon Suppression Division. After all, that was a martial god. Called god with martial arts unrivaled in the world, one person can annihilate hundreds of thousands of armies. If the martial god is the lord of the Demon Suppression Division, then wouldn't joining the Demon Suppression Division be a way to receive guidance from the martial god? A martial artist said. The moment these words came out, countless martial artists brightened up. For a time, there were countless martial artists who signed up to join the Demon Suppression Division. Sure. Shu Xiu didn't accept all of these people. He set up several tests to examine the strength, character, and mind of the martial artists. Only those who passed the test could join the Demon Suppression Division. And that's just the reserve members. As for the first batch of official members, Shu Xiu already had someone in mind. Inside the Yin Yang Dao sect, Shu Xiu once again visited and found Lu Rui. The other party was a heavenly daughter of the Yin Yang Dao sect, a rising star in the Jianghu. Unsurprisingly, in the future, he would even inherit the position of the Dao sect's patriarch. Shu Xiu looked at her and said indifferently, I intend to establish the Demon Suppression Division, and now I need manpower. Are you willing to come and help? Lu Rui pondered for a moment, then nodded heavily, willing. How about adding me to the list? The old ancestor of the Yin Yang Dao sect, Ling Shuzi, walked over, laughed, and said, I've been suppressing the demon cave for so many years, and I'm used to fighting with the demons, so now that the Demon Suppression Division has been established, how can I not go? Shu Xiu looked at him and smiled, many thanks. Your Excellency's establishment of the Demon Suppression Division for the sake of the world's living beings is a great righteousness. There is no need to say thank you. Ling Shuzi said with a solemn expression. Shu Xiu smiled faintly before taking out 2 tokens and giving them to the two. The word Jin Demon was engraved on the front of the token. And the reverse side is engraved with Tianchu and Tianxian. This is the Order of the 7 Stars of Demon Suppression. Shu Xiu said indifferently, the 7 Stars of Demon Suppression are the 7 people in the Demon Suppression Division who are second only to me. Right now, you are the Heavenly Pivot Star, Tianxian Star of the first batch of 7 Stars of Demon Suppression. Where are the other 5? In my mind, I already have someone in mind, and I will go to them myself. Shu Xiu looked in the direction of the White Deer School. When Ling Suzi heard this, he also understood that those who were able to become the 7 Stars of Demon Suppression must be the top geniuses or powerhouses of the Great Zhou. Chapter 124 Misty Sacred Mountain Ao Wushuan. As you wish. White Deer Academy. Nangong Qian held the Tiangui star token symbolizing one of the 7 stars of demon suppression in his hand and fell into deep thought. Eventually, he smiled faintly and said, It is my honor to serve the living world. I'll take the position of the 7 stars of demon suppression. The Chu Xiu across from him was not surprised when he heard this. Nangong Qian had a vast aura about him. The heart is vast, and in the matter of fighting against the demon race, it will certainly be righteous. Your Excellency, how many positions are left in the 7 stars of demon suppression? The Star of Heavenly Pivot is the old ancestor of the Yin Yang Dao sect. Ling Shuzi the Star of Heavenly Xian is Lu Rui the Star of Heavenly Gui is you. Nangong Qi the Star of Heavenly Power. I have one person in my hands who can fulfill the role, and the Star of Jade Balance is held by Ao Wushuang, the Mountain Master of the Misty Sacred Mountain.
As for the Kayang star, the shaking star, there's no clue yet.
Shu Xiu said indifferently. Nangong asked and pondered for a while, saying, Ling Shuzi is a senior, practicing for 100 years, a hand of yin and yang techniques, subtle and unparalleled, with profound power, although Lu Rui is a rising star, but the potential is unlimited, and the future can be even more on top of Ling Shuzi. It was fine for these two to serve as the heavenly pivot and heavenly Xian.
As for Ao Wushuang, this person's character is arrogant, will he serve? Try it. Shu Xiu faintly said. The 7 stars of Jin Demon must be absolute masters. Ao Wushuang was a heaven-ranking powerhouse, and it was rumored that some time ago he had advanced to the peak of the Celestials, which made him just the right person to serve as one of the 7 stars. Well, if your excellency doesn't mind, Mu Wanner from my academy might be able to serve as one of the 7 stars. Nangong asked. Miss Mu?
Yes, although Wan Er's cultivation is only just a grandmaster, her potential is no worse than Lu Rui's, and in the future she can even surpass me.
Why not flowerless? Shu Xiu laughed.
Huawen, a strong member of the heavenly ranking, the 2nd gentleman of the academy. Nangong asked with a bitter smile, My lord, you have to leave someone in charge of my academy, you can't all go to the demon suppression division.
Heh, then let's ask Miss Mu what she wants. Soon, Mu Wanner arrived and heard that Chu Fix was forming a demon suppression division.
She barely hesitated, I will serve your lordship. Not to serve me, but to serve the living. It's the same, your excellency is running for the sake of the common people, and if I serve your excellency, I am serving the common people.
Mu Wanner laughed.
Shu Xiu shook his head and smiled, you think highly of me. After saying that, he took out the rocking star token and faintly said, Miss Mu, from now on, you are the rocking star of the demon suppression division.
Yes, my lord. Mu Wanner solemnly took the token.
Then, Shu Xiu left the academy and headed to the netherworld sacred mountain. As one of the Great Zhou's 4, the Ling Xiao sword sect was gone, and was now one of the Great Zhou's 3 great sects, the ethereal sacred mountain's weather was naturally extraordinary. Situated in the 1,000 Miles mountain range, the ethereal sacred mountain had a lofty weather, the mountain was covered in clouds and fog, and was vaguely visible, with a large number of buildings on the mountain. Either they are built on the mountains or live by the water. After Chu Xiu arrived, he stood outside the mountain gate and viewed it for a while.
Ding! Located on the ethereal sacred mountain, you may sign in. Whether to sign in or not? Yes. Shu Xiu nodded slightly. Ding! Check-in successful.
Obtain the method of making the magic weapon demons seeking compass. A message flooded into Chu Xiu's mind. Seek the devil's compass.
As the name suggests, it is a magic weapon for searching for demons and sensing demonic energy.
This was undoubtedly something of vital importance to the demon suppression division. With this item, the Demon Suppression Division can only be considered a true Demon Suppression Division. The corners of Chu Xiu's mouth rose slightly. Then he stood outside the mountain gate and said in a loud voice, Chu Xiu, come to visit. The sound was like rolling thunder, so vast that it shook the mountains and forests. Startled a flock of birds and animals. On the mountain, within a great majestic hall, the ethereal sacred mountain Lord Ao Wushuang, who was sitting cross-legged and comprehending martial arts, steeply opened his eyes.
Shu Xiu. He actually came to my misty sacred mountain? He couldn't help but be a little curious. But if you don't do anything wrong, you won't be afraid of ghosts knocking on your door. It wasn't like he had done anything unfavorable to Great Zhou, and he wasn't afraid that Chu Xiu would suddenly come to his door. The other party, as a Great Zhou martial god, in good hands, shouldn't be able to do anything to himself for no reason. The many disciples on the mountain, however, could not be as calm as Ao Wushuang. One talked about it. Some even showed signs of trepidation. After all, Chu Xiu had gone to the Lingxiao sword sect last time, and then the Lingxiao sword sect was no more, and they were a little worried that the netherworld sacred mountain would end up the same way. What's the point of panicking? They're martial gods, they won't do anything to us. An elder stepped forward and said, stabilizing the crowd. And Ao Wushuang personally walked out of the great hall and faintly said, Everyone, follow me forward to greet the martial god. Ao Wushuang brought many disciples and elders of the sacred mountain, and came to the mountain gate in such a vast manner that those who didn't know, thought that they were going to a great battle. Chu Xiu couldn't help but be surprised when he saw so many people coming down. Nice guy. It's quite a face to own. The martial god has come to greet us with great honor. I, Ao Wushuang, along with the people of Sacred Mountain, have come to welcome the martial god. Ao Wushuang made a bow. The crowd watched behind him, Tang. Nice guy. Was this still his own arrogant and peerless patriarch? When did you become so humble and polite? Sure enough. In front of the martial god, even the most arrogant person would have to curb a few points off. And Chu Xiu looked at Ao Wushuang and smiled faintly. There is no need to be polite, Mountain Lord. I don't know if the god of Wushu has anything to command for his visit.
There's one thing that I need from Mountain Lord. I've recently been in the process of forming the Demon Suppression Division, and I'd like to invite Mountain Lord to join the Demon Suppression Division. Shu Xiu was straightforward about his intentions. The crowd sniffed and looked at each other. Ordinary Jianghu people might be attracted to the Jinmu division.
However, Ao Wushuan was the leader of a sect. Moreover, it was still a sect as big as the Netherworld Sacred Mountain. They say you'd rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix.
In the Misty Sacred Mountain, Ao Wushuan was the biggest, but when he went to the Devil Suppressing Division, he would have to be subordinate to Chu Xiu. Not only that, but the Devil Suppressing Division was a court institution, and there was a possibility that he would have to listen to the Emperor and listen to the court's commands. To put it mildly, this was put in the past. When the Jianghu and the court were incompatible, everyone called this kind of person a traitor to the court. Ao Wushuang sniffed and fell into deep thought, not immediately agreeing, first inviting Chu Xiu up the mountain, then shielding the left and right, leaving him and Chu Xiu alone.
How many people are there within the division of Devil Suppression? Lingxiu Zi Nangong Qi has joined. Even Nangong Qian has joined? Ao Wushuan was a bit surprised. Then he asked, what happens if I don't join? No good, I'll find someone else myself.
Chu Xiu said lightly. It wasn't like he was a bully. What if you don't join in? You're going to die. This kind of thinking, too extreme, forcing others to join in like this, would also only leave a huge hidden danger for the Jin Demon Division, not conducive to the stability of the Jin Demon Division. The Demon Suppression Division, fighting against the demons for the sake of the living. Martial God's great justice, it's not impossible for me to join, but I have a request.
But there's no harm in saying it.
I've always wondered how much of a gap there is between myself and the martial god.
Ao Wushuan suddenly gazed at Chu Xiu.
His expression changed from the previous politeness and became haughty, and a stern aura erupted between his brows. Chu Xiu sniffed and slowly stood up. His body erupted with a vast pressure, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. As you wish.
Chapter 125 White Moon returns. 7 stars gathering. As you wish.
Chu Xiu got up and smiled faintly, with an angsty sword intent bursting out of his body. In an instant, the countless sword weapons within the entire Netherworld Sacred Mountain were all automatically trembling and chanting because of this sword intent. One thought, and 10,000 swords chirped. The high level of Chu Xiu's sword Dao cultivation had already caused Ao Wushuan to feel a sense of oppression even before he struck. However, as the lord of a mountain and a peak celestial being powerhouse, Ao Wushuan naturally would not admit defeat easily, only to see his sword fingers condense and his entire life converge in them, transforming into a white sword light. With this sword, he believed that even the former lord of the Ling Xiao sword sect, Ling Ban, would not be able to block it. He stabbed this sword towards Chu Xiu. However, he saw that the other party stood still and allowed his sword finger to stab at him. Buzz! This finger fell on top of a layer of invisible astral energy, and could no longer inch in. Even under the influence of this astral aura, his sword light gradually dispersed without any resistance. He wasn't able to break through Chu Xiu's body-protecting deity aura by the slightest bit, and he himself was recoiled back a few steps. When he was shocked, he saw Chu Xiu's sword finger condense and point toward his forehead. In a trance, Ao Wushuang seemed to see tens of thousands of long swords converging to form a hideous and incomparable killing sword dragon, which was going to completely destroy him with a domineering stance of devouring everything. Just by taking a look, Ao Wushuang's arrogance, sword intent, and battle intent all collapsed. Its irresistible power. It was a power that he might not be able to reach even if he spent his whole life. In the end, this finger stopped before his forehead and did not come any closer. Otherwise, Ao Wushuang felt that if he endured this finger head-on, 10 of himself would also die on the spot. What kind of swordplay is this? Ao Wushuang swallowed his saliva and asked with a fiery gaze. When Chu Xiu heard this, he was slightly stunned. What sword technique? It's just a casual sword. What is sword technique? When these words came out, Ao Wushuang's heart and mind shook, feeling incredulous. Then, he half kneeled on the ground, lowered his proud head, and said, "From now on, I am willing to be driven by the martial god. I only ask the martial god to instruct me on how I need to arrive at the martial god's realm. It's not easy to reach my realm, at least you have to reach the land god realm first." What does a land god have to do to become a land god? No need to worry, just wait for the moment. Chu Xiu looked at the sky and smiled faintly. The great world is coming. Land gods and immortals would not be as difficult to see as before, even someone like Ao Wushuan would have a good chance of advancing. Then, Chu Xiu took out the Jade Balance Star token of the 7 stars of Demon Suppression and handed it to Ao Wushuan. From now on, you are the Jade Balance of the 7 stars of Demon Suppression. Find a time to report to the Department of Demon Suppression. Yes, Vulcan. Inside the martial god's residence. Shu Xiu was playing with the other 2 tokens in the 7 stars of devil suppression in his hands, which were the Kaiyang and Tianquan tokens. Whoosh! A figure appeared behind Shu Xiu. The visitor was wearing a gorgeous robe, his face was as pale as snow, and there was a bit of an evil aura between his eyebrows, but the gaze that he looked at Shu Xiu was characterized by a strong sense of respect. The man in front of him, but the lord of the Luonet. Celestial perfection realm existence. He doesn't have a name, he's Ronnet and Ronnet is him. Luonet, from now on, you are the heavenly power star, one of the 7 stars of devil suppression. You don't need to appear in front of the other 6 stars, just hide in the shadows, and be in charge of monitoring the devil suppression division. Shu Xiu said indifferently. The Department of Devil Suppression was the most important battle force in the fight against the demon race, and it was the top priority. In addition to himself as the lord of the Demon Suppression Division, he also needed someone to monitor the division for him, in case any miscreants mixed into the division. And this person, who must be absolutely loyal to him, exists. The Master of the Wind and Cloud Tower, and the Master of the Luonet, were all candidates to serve as heavenly powers. However, the task of managing the entire Wind Cloud building and monitoring the movements of the 100 officials in the Jianghu was already heavy, so he gave the position of the heavenly power star to Luonet. Luonet respectfully took the heavenly power star token. My subordinate will live up to my master's trust. Well, I believe you. Shu Xiu nodded slightly, and these words were already the best praise for the lord of Luonet. Finally, Shu Xiu played with the last Kaiyang star token and murmured, the last person of the 7 stars of devil suppression, who should I give it to? How about giving it to me? A calm voice rang out. A white silhouette with a long sword hanging from her waist slowly walked into the martial god's mansion. She was tall, her body exuded a vibrant sword intent, and her entire person, as if she were a divine sword out of its sheath, was sharp and incomparably sharp. Seeing her, the corners of Shu Xiu's mouth rose slightly and he wasn't surprised, apparently having noticed her arrival long ago. After half a year of training, you've improved quite a bit. Shu Xiu looked at the visitor and laughed. Hearing that Your Excellency is in the process of forming the Demon Suppression Division, I specifically rushed back to serve. The woman looked at Shu Xiu with delight and longing in her eyes. If you want to become a Kaiyang star, you have to prove yourself first. Then please accept the sword, Your Excellency. The woman smiled faintly, and along with a high-pitched sound of a dragon's roar, the long sword at her waist was sheathed. A sword stabbed out, wrapped in boundless heaven and earth aura, transforming into a scaly dragon with teeth and claws tearing out. The ground around them shook and cracked, and the wind and sand shifted. The might of this sword had already reached a point that no ordinary celestial could reach. The sword comes out, the dragon appears. Shu Xiu's sword finger condensed and pointed above the tip of the sword. In an instant, the roiling sword chi dispersed and the augur shadow disappeared without a trace. And the woman was not surprised by this scene, and faintly asked, "My lord, how is this sword of mine?" "It's not bad, your cultivation has reached celestial. By you, from now on, you are the Kaiyang star, one of the 7 stars of devil suppression." A trace of excitement flowed from Baiyu's eyes after she was recognized, and she half-kneeled on the ground, respectfully receiving the Kaiyang star token. "I will live up to your excellency's expectations. The 7 stars of Jin Demon have all assembled here. Tianshu star Lingshu Zi, Tianshen star Lu Rui, Tiangui star Nangong Qi, Tianquan star Luonet, Yuhang star Ao Wushuang, Kaiyang star Baiyu, and Shaking star Muwaner. Together with the reserve members recruited in these days, the class of the Jin Demon Division was, initially, formed. Next, Shu Xiu, the lord of the Demon Suppression Division, began to get busy. Compiling the information on the demon race obtained from the Snow Witch into a booklet to popularize the knowledge of the demon race to the people, so that they could better deal with the demon race. Recruit members of the Jinmu Division and give them training. Let Shunishan help him find the best foundry masters and organ masters in Great Zhou to build the demon-seeking compass. Everything is in order. Time passed and half a year passed. Many people knew about the establishment of the Department of Devil Suppression, and it had been run with great fervor over the past half year. However, the demons lurking in the shadows of the Great Zhou are somewhat unimpressed with this Demon Suppression Division. They didn't even take it seriously. The Demon Control Division? Ridiculous Demon Suppression Division. What can you do to me? We're hidden in the shadows, even the top martial artists won't necessarily be able to find us. The District Demon Suppression Division, I'm afraid they won't even be able to find us. I'd like to see how this Demon Suppression Division, which was just established half a year ago, is going to deal with our demon race. The Jin Demon Division is just a joke. Chapter 126 Demon Removal by the Department of Jin Demon. Dream Demon. Great Zhou, within a village. The villagers were all lying on the ground. They were either lying in their homes or on their doorsteps, and some of them had made their meals and were about to eat, but they suddenly fell asleep. And the sleeping crowd had a look of fear on their faces. It was as if they were experiencing some kind of battle royale in a dream. And in the sky above the village, a cloud of black gas was suspended, and in the black gas there was a vague humanoid figure looming, emitting a jia laughter. Ah, fear. It's my best food. Fear ye well in your dreams. An invisible aura converged towards the figure from the villagers' bodies. It made the figure's aura grow stronger and stronger. That is, the power of fear. But at this point, a sword chi broke through the air and chopped at the black figure. The figure's face changed slightly as it dodged the sword chi, but it still looked towards the source of the sword chi in annoyance. Damn it, who came to spoil my good deed? Only to see that within the woods, a stunningly beautiful woman dressed in a long robe with a cloud pattern on a black background and a token hanging from her waist slowly walked out. She looked towards the black figure and said faintly, "Dream demons, specializing in creating dreams, luring people into dreams, and creating things in dreams that make people fearful, thus drawing on the power of fear to strengthen themselves." The dream demon was shocked at his words. How did you know? Who was this man and why did he know so much about himself? White Moon, the Kaiyang star of the Demon Suppression Division, has come to suppress you. Shirayuki said faintly. Oh, the Demon Suppression Division? That joke of an organization, just with you wanting to kill me, dream on. Illusory dream poem. The dream demon laughed coldly. 5 fingers opened and a black gas burst out, striking at Baiyu. This is the dream demon's mastery. Once struck by this illusory dream poem, even a grandmaster martial artist would fall asleep and enter the dream world dominated by the dream demon. Baiyu lightly grunted as sword intent flowed out from her body. Under the impact of the sword intent, the illusory dream poem demonic chi was immediately strangled to death. Such sword intent, you are a celestial. The dream demon was startled. Only a celestial level sword intent could block his power. Knowing that Baiyu was not to be messed with, Dream Demon made a snap decision and turned into a black gas to quickly leave. While looking at his departing back, Baiyu was not in a hurry to chase after him. She came to the village and with a movement of her sword finger, her sword intent transformed into a dragon. Accompanied by the high-pitched sound of a dragon's roar, it directly penetrated the dream world and woke up the many villagers who were immersed in the dream world. The villagers woke up, still looking around with palpitations. When they saw Baiyu, they were all a bit puzzled in their hearts. Who is this woman? Why is it here? Baiyu said indifferently, you have been affected by the dream demon and have fallen into a phantom dream. I am the Jin Demon Division's Baiyu and have come to save you. The Demon Suppression Division? That organization created by Lord Wushan. Since she's one of Lord Wushan's people, she must be good. Thank you for saving my lord's life. Oh, I almost thought that was all real, but it was just a dream. Great. Just letting people dream, this demon clan isn't much better. A villager said, trying to stand up. But his body was so weak that he sat straight back down, his face was pale, he only felt weak in his limbs and dizzy. How could this happen? Baiyu faintly said, the ability of the dream demon can be more than just letting you dream. If you can't break free of the dream, your essence will also continue to drain away as the dream goes deeper and deeper, and you will die straight away. You guys are lucky you're just dreaming for a day. If I come 2 days later, I guess you'll all be dead. The crowd sniffed. For Shirayuki grew more and more grateful. For the demon race also dare not have the slightest underestimation. My lord, has that dream demon already been killed by you? A villager asked. Shirayuki shook his head. The crowd couldn't help but worry. So will the dream demon come back again? Don't worry, he won't get away. Shirayuki took out a compass. On the compass, the needle turned and pointed in one direction. White Moon transformed into a sword-like light and quickly headed in the direction indicated by the compass. In the mountains and fields, a black gas flowed and came with great speed. It was the fleeing dream demon. He glanced behind him and was relieved after realizing that Shirayuki hadn't followed him. That guy didn't follow, great. The corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile, damnable celestial. I'll settle the score with you after I've absorbed enough fear power to advance to celestial. I'm going to torture you so hard with the most horrible dreams. At this point, not far away there was smoke rising from a cooking fire. The dream demon's eyes lit up. Oh, another human village, ha, let's see me go over there and make them dream big. He wanted to do the same trick in that village. But suddenly, a sword chi descended from the sky and enveloped him. The dream demon had no way out for a while. It was also at this time that a figure slowly walked towards him. It is White Moon. The dream demon's face changed drastically. Impossible, how could you possibly catch up with me? How did you find me? He was shocked and his mind was divided. He had always acted carefully, and the ones he had scourged were ordinary villagers like martial arts experts. He hadn't even bothered to mess with the Zongshire. It had been careful to hide itself from human powerhouses.
But how did Shirayuki find herself? Suddenly, his gaze caught sight of a compass in Bayu's hand. The needle on that compass was pointing all the way at him, and he suddenly realized, that's a magic weapon for searching for demons and sensing demonic chi. You guys actually built something like that. He'd heard of something similar a long time ago. Only, now in this era, this kind of magic weapon should have been lost. This white moon, how does this Sen Mushi have it? The dream demon felt vaguely uneasy inside. This Shinmu division, it's no joke. They really do have a way of dealing with the demons. Thinking about this, the dream demon had some heart palpitations. And White Moon's long sword was sheathed, sword chi swept out. The sword chi was like a dragon, strangling the dream demon. With her strength in the celestial realm, dealing with a dream demon would not be a problem. The dream demon was quickly strangled into slag, leaving no half of it behind. After doing so, Shirayuki put away the compass and left. The other side. Night. Under the bright, clear moon. A figure was weaving through the darkness of the night, and in his arms he was holding a man who was mesmerized by a good woman. The face carried an evil aura, and a tail flicked behind it. It is evident that it is not human. This Zhao family's daughter is really just like the rumors, she's beautiful looking, looks like I'm blessed tonight. The man hemmed and hawed. A hint of lechery passed through his eyes. But just as he was thinking about how he was going to enjoy himself, an old man with white hair suddenly appeared in front of him. The old man held a compass in his hand, standing in the moonlight, hand pinch arcane magic trick. In an instant, the man felt like his body was shackled. Can't move. Who are you? The man was a little alarmed. The heavenly pivot star of the Demon Suppression Division has come to suppress you, a colorful demon. The old man faintly said, his eyes indifferent. Raise your hand. The colored demon was struck by the spell on the spot and turned into flying dust and smoke. The division of Jinmo began to power up. The various demon clans lurking in the Great Zhou were found out one by one and exterminated one by one. Chapter 127, A Sword to Slay the Shura Devil. Happy Land Great Zhou. The Great Zhou Demon Suppression Division began to make its presence felt, and the demons that lurked within the Great Zhou territory were identified and exterminated one by one. The many demons didn't even know how they were exposed. They had clearly hidden their own demonic aura extremely well. It was only a short month's time, and within the Great Zhou territory, thousands of demons had been subdued. It made the remaining demons panic. It was also on this day. Within the capital of the Great Zhou King, a monstrous demonic aura surged like a heavy dark cloud. The terrifying demonic aura caused the faces of the many martial artists within the royal capital to stare. In the midst of the demonic aura, a man in purple armor exuded a flamboyant and overbearing aura. His eyes were like electricity as he gazed dead on in the direction of the Demon Suppression Division. Killing so many of my demon race. I'd like to see just how capable you are as a Demon Suppression Division. Inside the Demon Suppression Division, 6 of the 7 stars of Demon Suppression gathered together, looking at the surging demonic chi, their eyes heavy. Such a demonic aura has already surpassed the realm of the celestial realm, right? According to the Devil Race canon compiled by Your Excellency, this Devil Race should have reached the Devil Immortal realm and should be of the Shura Devil lineage of the Devil Race. Demons of this lineage are simple-minded, well-developed, and advocate brute force. It likes to use force to bully all beings. Drawing on the negative emotions of fear, sadness, and sullenness of all beings in the process of bullying, though simple-minded, their strength should not be underestimated. Mu Wanner looked at a book in her hand, judging the type of this demon race that had suddenly come to the royal capital. Shirayuki said with an indifferent expression from the side, it's too stupid. The remaining few, too, thought deeply. It's so stupid. This Shura demon's strength might be too powerful for them to reach. But that doesn't stop them from thinking the other side is stupid. Holding himself at the cultivation level of a demon immortal, he dared to come to the royal capital to act recklessly. Doesn't he know who was sitting in the middle of this royal capital? The demonic aura was monstrous, covering the sky. The Shura demon wore a sardonic smile on his face as he drew on the power of fear around him. Only he suddenly realized something was wrong. The power of fear, too little. In the past, every time he appeared with such fanfare, all living beings would be frightened and flee in panic, in a state of distress, breeding a great deal of fear. However, now that he had come to this king's capital, he had only drawn a very small amount of the power of fear. Looking at the group of people underneath, they were a bit flustered, but generally calm, and not many of them even felt fear for him. This is very unreasonable. You're a magic fairy yourself. Is such a mighty power actually unable to make these people who are like mole crickets feel fear? What's wrong with these guys' brains? Or have the people of Great Zhou reached this level of humility? Some travelers who had come to the royal capital from abroad also felt a bit puzzled and looked at the people next to them and asked, aren't any of you afraid? What's there to be afraid of? Within the royal capital, there's a martial god sitting on the ground. An old man smiled faintly, his brows showing composure. Yes, with the martial god in town, what kind of demons and devils are not enough to be feared? Another said, with no fear on his face. The out-of-towners were a bit confused. Martial god, is it really that powerful? The Shura demon that came wrapped in boundless demonic energy was unable to draw on a large amount of fear power, and was extremely unhappy inwardly. He also heard some of the people talking. God of martial arts? Calling yourself a god with your martial arts? Simply arrogant to the extreme. Well, you guys believe in that martial god so much. If I were to ravage this martial god to death in front of you, the power of fear that would well up in your hearts would be extraordinarily delicious, I think. Shura demon thought of something and let out a sardonic laugh. This feeling of despair that comes with dashed hopes is better than the mere fear that comes with it at first. He quickly flew in the direction of the demon suppression division and yelled, "Martial god, come out and die." Chu Xiu didn't show up. The only thing that responded to the Shura demon was a sword chi. The sword chi rushed up from within the Jin demon division and penetrated into the clouds, and in the next second, the clouds rolled back, boundless aura surged, and the majestic chi combined with the aura transformed into a round of brilliant sun. The great sun is in the sky, as if the sky were now two suns. The overbearing and scorching sword intent caused the temperature between heaven and earth to climb extremely fast. That Shura demon's pupils shrunk. Even if he had reached the demon immortal realm, he felt an unprecedented threat of death at this moment. How can that be? In shock, a wave of fear then welled up within Shura demon. And that brilliant sun-like sword chi had already fallen towards him, scorching sword chi that burned the demonic chi around him to nothing. Shura demon exerted all his strength and blasted out a palm, and the demonic chi that erupted from his palm seemed to manifest 1,000 armies, and the killing sound shook the heavens. The power of this palm was extraordinary. Martial artists under the land divine immortals were almost certain to die when they touched them. But unfortunately, in front of this brilliant sun, this amazing palm also seemed insignificant. Where the sword energy passed, the demonic energy dispersed and the killing sounds subsided. The great sun of sword chi was almost as powerful as a bamboo, falling on Shura demon without any reservation, and that purple armor on his body burst into pieces on the spot. His body was vaporized away by the sword chi in an instant and went up in smoke. A demon immortal realm demon race in an instant was exterminated. The crowd looked at the brilliant sun that gradually disappeared, their hearts shook and they could not be calmed for a long time. Even those who were already confident in Chu Xiu never expected that Chu Xiu had already destroyed this Shura demon without even appearing as a human being, just with a sword chi from across the air. How do I feel that the martial god's power seems to be stronger than before? With this sword chi chopping out, I feel as if there really is an extra sun in the sky. It's horrible. The crowd was talking. Those outsiders who saw the power of the martial god for the first time, not to mention, were so dumbfounded that they couldn't even speak. Beyond the royal capital, some of the demons with high cultivation that hadn't been exterminated yet were secretly observing the situation in the royal capital. After sensing that the Shura devil had been exterminated, a strong look of scorn spread across all of their faces. Too terrifying, what level of cultivation has this martial god reached? Is it really just a land god? This cultivation level, peak land god immortal? Or maybe it's consummate? I guess I'm close to touching that realm. Everlasting life? Above the land gods, the name is eternal life. The realm of eternal life, as the name implies, is the extent to which the physical body has transcended the physical mortal body, and the level of life is sublimated, allowing for the enjoyment of eternal life. Longevity can be up to 1,000 years. This realm was extremely rare throughout the ages. In the last 1,000 years, even less has been heard of. There is anyone on this earth who has reached the realm of longevity. As for within the demon realm, there were only a handful of existences that were comparable to the everlasting habitat. Great Joe has the demon suppression division, and this monster martial god sitting here, I'm afraid that it will be difficult for my demon race to raise their heads here. It's better to leave. Not bad, Big Week can't stay any longer. Under the sky, it's not just Great Joe, other places are more suitable for my demon race to survive. The remnants of the demon race that lurked within the Great Joe had left the Great Joe and traveled to other dynasties. And these devils have caused a lot of turmoil in other dynasties. It has made other dynasties unbearable for the people. As for the Great Joe, due to the Jin demon division, Chu Xiuan, not to mention the demon race, even the demon race do not dare to rebel. It seems to have become the only happy land in the world. Chapter 128, The Realm of Everlasting Life. Cloud Sword Sect Gentleman's Sword. Inside the martial god's mansion, Chu Fix, who had killed the Shura demon with a single sword, sat cross-legged, his body's sword intent internalized and his sword chi flowing like a sharp divine sword. At this moment, a radical change was taking place within his body.
The incomparably pure true chi traveled within his body, carrying and oozing vital essence, causing his organs and limbs to gradually metamorphose. Levels of life that begin to leap. I don't know how long had passed before Chu Xiu slowly opened his eyes, feeling the abundant vitality within his body. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. Is this the realm of eternal life? Above the land gods, the realm of immortality. He was, at last, reaching. And this was also the realm corresponding to the 11th level of the Nine Heavens Surprising God Sword technique. Most crucially, his Nine Heavens Surprising God Sword technique had already been deduced to the 12th layer, and his path of martial arts had not yet come to an end. He, too, could be stronger. Ancient texts have recorded that the realm of longevity has been the end of what countless martial artists have sought throughout the ages. But what kind of realm is above this end? Chu Xiu's heart was incomparably expectant. However, with his realm cultivation today, it was enough to cope with the unpredictable situation in the world. Even if the demon realm invaded in a big way now, he still had the ability to preserve Great Zhou. It was as if a stone had been put down in his heart and he was much more relaxed. He therefore went out, took Shirayuki with him, and traveled for a few days. Ding! Located on Cloudy Mountain, sign in available. Do you sign in? Sign in. Chu Xiu meditated in his heart. Signed in successfully. Obtain the heavenly rank martial art of sword chi transformation. An incomparably arcane martial art surfaced in Chu Xiu's mind. Chu Xiu's eyes flickered, a good sword chi transforming into form. It's really arcane. Heavenly rank martial arts were extremely rare, but Chu Xiu now had several of them. Putting aside the Nine Heavens Shocking God Sword technique that had already surpassed the realm of the heavenly rank, he would have the Seven Slaying Sword technique, and the Sword Chi Transformation, which were two heavenly rank sword techniques. As for the spells, there were also the Calling the Wind and Rain, Detaining Souls and Dispatching Generals, and the Seven Star technique, which were comparable to the heavenly rank. After slightly thinking about the martial arts spells he had on him, Chu Xiu felt that he was frighteningly strong. Perhaps I should compile them and pass them on to future generations. Such a thought suddenly popped up in Chu Xiu's mind. He wasn't afraid of his martial arts and spells getting out. On the contrary, if these things could be popularized and create more strong martial artists and warlocks for Great Zhou, he would still be happy to see it. As for whether anyone had learned these things and turned against him, he wasn't worried at all. Martial arts spells, too, depend on qualifications. It's not something you can learn and get to the level he's at. Martial arts were martial arts, and even the strongest martial arts depended on what kind of person practiced them. Otherwise, under the sky, there would have been terrestrial gods and goddesses all over the place. Your Excellency, on this cloudy mountain there is said to be a cloudy sword sect, which has been gaining momentum in the Jianghu recently, and is vaguely trending to be the fourth largest sect in the Jianghu. Shirayuki said next to Chu Xiu. It had been half a month since the two had left the royal capital to roam around. Coming to this cloudy mountain today, Baiyu had done some homework in advance, and was as familiar with the attractions on Cloudy Mountain as she was with the cloudy sword sect on Cloudy Mountain. When Chu Xiu heard this, he also came to a trace of interest. Then let's go up and take a look. The two of them went up the mountain and realized that there were quite a lot of people along the way, many of whom had come to learn from the master. A young man dressed in incomparably gorgeous clothes saw Chu Xiu, Baiyu, and the two of them were of a similar age to himself and thought that they were also here to pay homage to the master, so he climbed into conversation with them. Both of you, my name is Wang Fugue, you are also here to pay your respects, right? Then do you know who is the most powerful amongst this cloud sword sect? Wang Fugue asked mysteriously. Chu Xiu smiled faintly and said, it should be a sect leader. Nonetheless. Wang Fugue shook his head and said, within the Cloud Sword sect, the person with the highest cultivation is not the sect master, but the grand elder of the sword sect. Gentleman's Sword Yulin. A gentleman's sword? That's not a good name. According to Chu Xiu's past experience, there weren't many good people who were generally called Gentleman's Sword. And Wang Fugue continued to speak eloquently, Gentleman's Sword Yulin. Ranked number 1 on the current Earth ranking list. His cultivation has reached the realm of celestial beings. On the Tsanglong River, he chopped off an evil scullion with a single sword, and then went all the way to help the weak and the strong, quite a gentleman's style. That is why it is known as a gentleman's sword. This time when I came to the Cloud Sword sect, I came here to worship him as my master, and for that reason, I purposely spent a lot of money to buy a copy of the gentleman's sword technique and practiced diligently for several days. Gentleman's swordsmanship? Yes, the gentleman's sword technique was created by the gentleman's sword, and he popularized it, saying that he wanted the people of the world to have the ability to defend themselves. Such behavior is simply the ancient gentleman in the world. Wang Fugue exclaimed, and with that, he drew his long sword and gestured a few times in front of the two Chu Xiu. The long sword waved, rustling wind, and the stance was not bad. But in Chu Xiu's two eyes, this sword technique is in vain, but there is no charm, and this Wang Fugui's cultivation is not good, and even better moves in his hands cannot exert much power. Gentleman's sword technique. The sword is good, only easy to learn and hard to refine. Without the aid of internal energy, ordinary people learn for a lifetime, but also just an empty shelf. Chu Xiu nevertheless looked at this gentleman's sword technique once and instantly saw the essence of the sword technique. This gentleman's sword, if it really had the intention to benefit the world's people, in addition to this sword technique, it should be accompanied by a set of internal heart techniques for practicing true qi. Even the most common mind tricks are good. But it didn't. The other party, is he really a gentleman? Or is he just a fake? Chu Xiu came to some interest. Soon a few people arrived at the mountain, and there were quite a few people gathered here. Everyone had come to pay their respects and participate in the examination. And at that moment, there was a sudden commotion in the crowd. Only to see that not far away, a handsome man in white came with a long sword at his waist, surrounded by several beauty queens. Look, it's the gentleman's sword. What a windy gentleman's sword. Have you seen the beauty queens by his side? I heard that these beauty queens are all poor people whose families are broken, and it was the gentleman's sword who took them in. To be taken in by the gentleman's sword, it's worth it even if your family is broken. There was a lot of talk, and there were even some brain-dead comments among them. Chu Xiu frowned slightly and looked toward the gentleman's sword. A trace of color flashed in his eyes, this kind of aura. Demonic qi. The others couldn't see it, only who was Chu Xiu. It was immediately obvious that this so-called gentleman's sword in front of him contained a demonic aura within his body. I would have thought there weren't many good people named Juniper. Nice guy. The one in front of me simply isn't even human. Shocking salamander, go back and ask the Wind Cloud Building Master to find out what this gentleman's sword is all about. Chu Xiu said indifferently to the surprising salamander who had been hiding in the shadows, ready to be dispatched. Behind him, a dark shadow flickered as the startled salamander went forward on his errand. And that gentleman's sword. Yulin swept his gaze over the crowd that had come to pay homage to his master, especially lingering a little longer on those women with pretty faces. Not long after, he suddenly brightened up and walked over to Baiyu. Miss, are you here to worship the master as well? Chapter 129 White Moon defeats the gentleman's sword. This girl, are you also here to worship? Yulin looked at the white moon in front of him with a hint of greed in the depths of his eyes. Such a stunning color, it's really rare on earth. I don't know how pleasurable it would be to have it in the tent. Shirayuki frowned slightly and said faintly, no. Oh, then I wonder what the girl is doing here. I've heard about the name of the gentleman's sword for a long time, and I've come here to challenge it. Baiyu first glanced at Chu Xiu before saying faintly. Yulin was stunned at his words. He actually came to challenge himself. Did the other party not know his reputation in the Jianhu? Along with the words of challenge, the surrounding crowd was not calm. What is this person saying? She's here to challenge the gentleman's sword? Good lord, she's got too much guts for that. What kind of character is the gentleman's sword? Number 1 on the earth ranking. The next time the heavenly ranking is arranged, he might even be able to directly ascend the heavenly ranking. Yeah, how dare she? Wang Fugui, who followed the two up the mountain, sucked in a breath of cold air and hurriedly said to Chu Xiu, my lord, quickly stop this girl from doing anything foolish. The Junzi sword is overpowered. Is it something that can be challenged casually? Martial artists sparring and exchanging ideas is a common occurrence. Since she has decided to challenge the gentleman's sword, let her go. Chu Xiu smiled, with no intention of stopping it. Wang Fugui sighed, you guys are asking for trouble. Discouragement failed, and he said no more. And Yulin looked at Baiyu and looked up and down, noticing that the other party's chi was introverted, yet he was also a rare martial artist. This intensified his desire for conquest, and he smiled faintly. Since the girl has this pleasure, then please enlighten me. With a leap of his body, he arrived on top of a ring on the mountain. This was the place where people from the Cloud Sword sect competed in martial arts. On this, the gentleman's sword, had never lost. Shirayuki sees this and jumps into the ring as well. The ring was large, and the two sides faced each other 10 feet apart. Under the ring, those young men and women who had come to pay their respects were all excitedly looking at the scene in front of them with incomparable anticipation. I didn't expect to see the gentleman's sword in action. The swordplay of the gentleman's sword is exquisite. We are blessed with eyes. Yeah. On the ring, Yulin stood with his hands in the air, making a courteous and graceful appearance. Girl, you go first. Oh yeah? Then I'm welcome. Shirayuki didn't hide it either. The long sword on his waist was sheathed, and a domineering and incomparably sharp sword intent erupted, as if it were a scaly dragon roaming around the ring. As soon as the sword intent came out, Yulin's face changed on the spot. What? Celestials!
He never expected that the other party would actually be a celestial like him. Who are you, really? Yulin asked. My name is White Moon. White Moon. When the crowd under the ring heard the name, they pondered for a moment before their pupils shrank. White Moon. The 10th on the heavenly ranking, by you. The previous number 1 on the earth ranking. It's actually her. By you, the dragon sword rose to fame in the Jianghu Lake half a year ago, like a bright new star rising. He has defeated dozens of famous swordsmen. Strongly climbed to the top of the land list. Then he went to the Yin Yang Dao sect and exchanged ideas with the black and white twin warriors, and in this battle he successfully advanced to the celestial realm, completely making a name for himself in the Jianghu and advancing to the heavenly ranking. Then later, White Moon joined the Jinmu division and rarely appeared in the Jianghu. I didn't expect that this time I would actually show up at the Cloud Sword sect. After thinking about Baiyu's glorious battle record, the crowd was a bit shocked, and when they looked at Jun Zijin again, they were no longer sure if he could win. I didn't expect it to be a heavenly ranking powerhouse in person. My eyes were so clumsy that I didn't recognize it. Yulin said gruffly. He drew his long sword, his sword intent poised to strike. And Shirayuki's sword had already stabbed out. The sword intent and sword chi went hand in hand, transforming into a white scaly dragon that tore out. Yulin similarly stabbed out with his sword, and his sword chi was like a white rainbow. Clang! The two swords collided and sparks erupted. Sword intent stirred in the ring, sword chi carving a sharp sword mark on it, causing the crowd to retreat. In the blink of an eye, the two men in the ring had already exchanged dozens or hundreds of moves. Baiyu's sword intent gradually suppressed Yulin. In terms of swordsmanship, it was even more of a disadvantage. After all, Baiyu had been following Chu Xiu all along, and Chu Xiu's standard of swordsmanship was definitely the best in the world, so Baiyu's swordsmanship had since far surpassed that of the others. After a few cuts, Yulin only felt the pressure gradually increase. The hand holding the sword trembled a little. The latent demonic chi in his body was also beginning to stir. No, if I continue to fight, I'll definitely be exposed. Yulin thought secretly. He put away his long sword and arched his hand. Miss Bai's sword skills are superior and her cultivation is high, I am convinced. Shirayuki faintly said, understood. The crowd under the ring could not help but gasp. Although he guessed that Yulin would lose, he still couldn't help but be shocked. Especially Wang Fuguei. He hadn't thought that the girl who was traveling with him, who was of a similar age, was actually a strong person above the heavenly ranking, which was just too fantastic. Looking at Chu Xiu again, curiosity appeared in his eyes. Baiyu was a strong member of the heavenly ranking. Then this man whom Shirayuki has to obey. And what's the status? Shouldn't it be? Thinking of something, Wang Fuguei couldn't help but swallow his saliva. And an old man suddenly walked up and laughed. Miss Bai's strength is too much. My elder is not as good as you. Now that the competition is over, I wonder what the girl's plans are? But do you need me to send someone to send you down the mountain? This old man was none other than the lord of the Cloud Sword sect. But he seemed to want to send Shirayuki away as soon as possible between his words. Baiyu lightly smiled, there's no rush, I'm looking at the beautiful scenery of the cloudy mountain, I want to stay here for 2 days, the sect master won't mind, right? This. The old man was a bit embarrassed. During this period of time, the Cloud Sword sect is going to recruit new disciples and train them, so I'm afraid that I will neglect the girl. It's okay, we'll entertain ourselves. Baiyu smiled faintly and directly stayed in the Cloud Sword sect. The old man and Yulin were helpless. The other party was much stronger than them and couldn't be stopped at all. Night. The old man Yu Yunxiao and also Yulin were in a room. Yulin faintly asked, then what is Baiyu doing now? Wandered around the sword faction for a while, then went back to rest. This person's cultivation is not bad, and she's from the Department of Devil Suppression. Your identity is a bit sensitive, and she deliberately stayed behind. Could it be that she's rushing at you? Yu Yunxiao was a little worried. Yulin hummed lightly, you're scared? Some. Don't worry, I've never exposed my identity when I walk outside, and you're the only one who knows my identity in the entire Cloud Sword sect, so even if she has suspicions, she doesn't have any evidence and won't do anything to us. Yulin said. Then, a cold color flashed in his eyes, taking a step back. Even if she really wants to lay her hands on me, if she really kills each other, I'm sure I'll be able to kill her. No. Yu Yunxiao was startled. Behind Baiyu is the Jin Demon Division. If she dies here, how will my Cloud Sky Sword sect explain to the Jin Demon Division? Don't worry, it's just a last resort method. Chapter 130 The True Face of the Gentleman's Sword. Your Excellency is the martial god, right? Night. Within the Cloudy Sky Sword sect. A figure suddenly appeared behind Chu Xiu. He wasn't surprised. Because the person who came was none other than the amazing salamander, and the other party was holding a dossier in his hands and said, Master, this is the dossier about the gentleman's sword. Aha! Chu Xiu took it over to have a look, and his eyes gradually turned cold. The next day, Yulin got up under the service of a few beautiful ladies, and went out of the house to look at where Bai Yu was, and a trace of regret flowed in his eyes. It is a pity that such a beautiful lady cannot be included within the bed. The Jinmu division is indeed not good to be messed with. He thought about it for a while and felt that this White Moon arrival was quite a threat to him. One risks exposure by continuing to stay in the same place as the other. So he decided to take a few beauty queens with him and leave first. He packed his bag and was about to leave. However, they were spotted by Wang Fugue and a few other new disciples, who rushed forward to greet them and asked curiously, "Where is Elder going?" Yulin smiled faintly. "I've heard that there are demons haunting the area of the Northern Realm, and I was about to head there to check it out." When these disciples heard this, admiration immediately spread across their faces. "Worthy of being a gentleman's sword, you really do have a heart for the people. Elder is truly a model for my generation." The crowd looked at Jun Zijian with strong admiration in their eyes. Yulin laughed in his heart. It was really a group of fools who were good at fooling around. He was about to leave with his men. Suddenly, however, he realized that two more figures had appeared in front of him at some point. It was Chu Xiu, Bai Yu. Bai Yu held a dossier in her hands and said indifferently, "Gentleman's sword Yulin. Or rather, I should call you Demon Yulin." The crowd was in an uproar at these words. The crowd couldn't believe it. How is this possible? How can the gentleman's sword be a demon? "Miss White, are you mistaken? There must be some kind of misunderstanding. The gentleman's sword has a good reputation and has done a lot of good deeds. Wouldn't it be a stream of demons? Yuzhen Demon Division, don't talk nonsense." Without explaining, Bai Yu held her long sword and steeply stabbed towards Yulin. Unlike before, the current Bai Yu's every move was a killing move. The killing intent was awe-inspiring, and the sword aura rushed to the sky. Yulin was directly suppressed. A figure rushed out from within the palace. It was Yu Yinxiao. He let out a low shout, "Senior brother, I'll come to help you." But he heard an indifferent voice ringing in his ears, "Stand down. Shasta." Yu Yinxiao was like being struck by lightning. The whole thing spat out a large mouthful of blood and took several steps back. He looked at Chu Xiu in shock and disbelief. The other party stood there, did not move, just a sentence. Shocked, their internal organs seemed to explode. This is what cultivation? How can you have such a terrifying cultivation? Could this person be? Yu Yinxiao thought of something and his face turned pale with a brush. Then look at the battle between Bai Yu and Yulin. Both sides fought like hell. White Moon's killing moves were executed one after another without mercy. In no time, Yulin's body was already covered with a sword mark and his entire body was drenched in blood, while Bai Yu did not stop. It looked like they wouldn't stop until they killed him. Yulin let out a low roar. "You forced me to do this." Only to see his true chi dispersed, replaced by a tyrannical demonic aura. His body rapidly expanded and transformed into a pitch-black dragon. The dragon circled and threw out its tail, shocking White Moon back. The crowd couldn't help but gasp. Augur. How could this be? The gentleman's sword is actually really a demon. How is this possible? The crowd's jaws dropped, and some of those who were incomparable admirers of Yulin immediately felt a sense of their faith collapsing, especially those few beauty queens who had followed Yulin couldn't help but turn pale, and when they thought of the fact that they and the rest of them had been sleeping in the same bed with a scaly dragon this whole time, they couldn't help but go limp on the ground full of fear. Finally showing up. Shirayuki grunted softly. Yulin also knew that if he was exposed, it was even more unlikely that Bai Yu would let himself go. It will even attract the pursuit of the Jinmu division. He was in no way a match for the Jin Demon division, so after showing his form and shocking back Bai Yu, he didn't continue to take advantage of the victory, but instead hovered in the air and said, "Miss Bai. Although I am a demon, I am a good demon. I do good deeds, and I help the weak and the strong. Kill the evil scow on the Tsanglong River and save the people on both sides of the river. I was in Dock City, uprooting the black sand-walled city and saving hundreds of people. I chased and killed the red turban thief for 3 days and 3 nights, eradicating this notorious bandit for Great Zhou, one by one. I've served Great Zhou well. You can't kill me even if you're from the Demon Suppression Division. Is the Jinmu Division going to be unable to distinguish between right and wrong?" Yulin's words rang out like thunder. The crowd heard the words and were all lost in thought. The other party was a demon but had done so many good things. Is it really necessary to kill him just because he's a demon? And as Bai Yu sniffed, she smiled coldly and took out the dossier and opened it to read. "A year ago, you passed through Sand City and killed 12 bandits there. But in the same year, 7 women in Sand City disappeared. 9 months ago, you killed the evil scaly dragon on the Tsanglong River.
But the people did not find the body of the evil scaly dragon, but on both sides of the Tsunlong River that night, several children disappeared, and some people saw the evil scaly dragon come back to life and take the children captive. And 8 months ago, you uprooted the Black Sand Walled City in Dock City. That's because the Black Sand Walled City was originally supported by you to loot property. You share the spoils, you kill in pain. Afterwards, when the government went to raid the village, they didn't even find a piece of gold. I think all of them have been hidden by you. And 5 months ago, you chased and killed the Red Scarf Thief. That's because you coveted the Red Scarf Thief's beauty and captured her and abused her to death. You evil augur, disguising yourself as a good person and deceiving the people, are even more detestable than a mere demon. And more deserving of death. When Baiyu finished speaking, the crowd was shocked. A beauty queen who had followed Yulin's face turned white and said, "Gee, a few sisters disappeared into thin air before. You said you had returned them to freedom. Now it seems like they are not being played with and eaten by you?" Yulin was silent. It seems to be acquiescing. Finally he laughed out loud. Good. I didn't expect your Demon Suppression Division's intelligence gathering ability to be so overpowered. You're right, I did all this. These days, I pretend to be a good guy to play house with you guys, and you idiots believe it, and everywhere I go, people throw themselves at me, and it just makes me so happy. But now that you've broken it down, I won't pretend anymore. However, just Baiyu, what can you do to me? Yulin roared, his overbearing demonic aura surged out, just as he was about to go all out to lay his hands on Baiyu. A breath erupted abruptly next to Baiyu, followed by a heavy pressure surging in. Yulin only felt his body shudder violently, as if he was being pressed by a huge mountain, and he involuntarily fell, sprawling on the ground. He looked at Chu Xiu, who was not far away, his pupils trembling with terror. This kind of aura, what the hell are you? Yu Yunxiao, who had already been heavily injured on the side, laughed bitterly. If I'm not wrong, Your Excellency is the martial god, right? The moment the words martial god came out, the crowd sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at Chu Xiu in shock and disbelief. Chapter 131 White Dragon River Dragon King. An arrow from 100 miles away. The word martial god was like a thunderbolt that shook everyone present. In today's era, the word martial god was almost unknown. However, not many people had actually seen the martial god. Now that the martial god had appeared, the people present only found it unbelievable, and countless information about the martial god surfaced in their minds. The sword decapitated the great Zhou ancestor and killed the land gods. The sword decimated thousands of demons and killed the twin dragons. One man decimated an army of 400,000 outside the human gorge. Piece by piece. Nothing is less than mesmerizing, nothing is more than mind-blowing. Martial god, he's actually a martial god. We should have thought of this a long time ago. Who else but the current martial god could be able to make White Moon follow him around and serve him? Wang Fugue murmured. Looking toward Chu Xiu, his gaze became incomparably fervent. Looking at the Yulin who had transformed into the Jiao Long body, when he heard the name of the martial god and felt the other party's might that was like a mountain of mountains, he was already trembling with fear. It's going to die. In a battle with the other party, one would definitely die. He said without any battle spirit, Martial god, you can't kill me. I am the young lord of the White Dragon River Jiao Dragon lineage. If you kill me, my father, the White Dragon River Dragon King, he definitely won't let you go. He is also in the land god immortal realm. Although you are also a land god, you don't want to be flat out. Yulin wanted to move his background to press Chu Xiu. However, he saw Chu Xiu casually chopping out with a sword finger. The sword was like a white rainbow. Before Yulin could finish his words, his head was directly chopped off. The huge head smashed into the ground, bleeding profusely. The crowd was scared out of their wits. Nice guy. This 100-foot scaly dragon was actually cut with a casual finger. This cultivation, when it comes down to it, is truly terrifying. Chu Xiu indifferently said, it's really noisy. A tiny, not even a land god augur, actually dared to press him, a martial god, with his background, looking for death. After killing Yulin, Chu Xiu looked at Yu Yunxiao. The opponent's scalp went numb and he immediately turned around and quickly fled as a sword light. Chu Xiu bristled, casually waving out a sword chi. Run! 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 Yu Yunxiao secretly took one of the Cloud Sky Sword's ancestral golden pills, and after repairing the injuries in his body, he used all his strength to activate the secret method and ran away with all his might. The power of the martial god is beyond imagination. He couldn't raise half a bit of battle spirit at all. When he escaped a few miles, but realized that Chu Xiu did not catch up, he was slightly surprised in his heart. Did the other party just let himself go? However, at that moment, a figure blocked in front of him. That figure was somewhat similar to Chu Xiu. But the figure was somewhat illusory. It was like a phantom of Chu Xiu radiating a biting aura. Yu Yunxiao's pupils shrank. This is sword chi? A sword chi that can even take shape?
What kind of martial arts is this? He let out a low cry and poured all his strength within the long sword in his hand, performing the strongest mastery of the Cloud Sword sect. A sword through the clouds. The long sword stabbed out, and the light of the sword dazzled. However, Chu Xiu just raised his hand lightly, his sword finger condensed, the person was like a sword, the sword was like a person, transforming into the sharpest sword in the world like. Clang! The sword chi impacted and the sword chi aftermath spread. Hundreds of trees around them were chopped off in droves. The dense forest was leveled. Yu Yunxiao's chest was broken out of a large hole by the sword chi and blood flowed out, his pupils trembled. I actually can't even block a single sword chi. The power of the martial god is actually strong to this extent? He shook when he did. The real Chu Xiu came in front of him, his 5 fingers came out upside down and grabbed his head as the soul-searching technique opened. A stream of information flooded into his mind. Looking at the other Chu Xiu again, he had already turned into sword chi and dispersed. The corners of Chu Xiu's mouth rose slightly. This sword chi transformation isn't bad. Back to the Cloud Sword sect. Only to see the remaining people of the Cloud Sword sect kneeling on the ground one by one. The first person, an elder of the sword faction, said, Lord Martial God, we really don't know the identity of this Yulin. Please ask the Martial God to be magnanimous. Spare our lives. Chu Xiu had already searched Yu Yunxiao's soul and knew that what these people said was true. In the entire Cloudy Sky Sword sect, other than Yu Yunxiao and Yulin himself, the others did not know Yulin's true identity. The reason why Yu Yunxiao had allowed Yulin to join the sword sect was also because he wanted to utilize the other party's strength to grow the Yunxiao sword sect. Yulin, himself, joined with a similar playful mentality, using the Cloud Sword sect as a stepping stone to portray himself as a good guy and play with the heavens. However, a mortal sin can be avoided, but a living sin cannot be escaped. From today onwards, let's disband the Cloudy Sky Sword sect. You and the others will be sent out to fill up the army and kill the enemy for the country for 3 years. Are there any objections? Chu Xiu faintly said. The crowd sniffed and nodded their heads. We honor the orders of the martial god. It's good to be alive. Where would they dare to have an opinion? Even if there was an opinion, it was towards Yu Yunxiao. Damn Yu Yunxiao! Surprisingly, they actually brought an augur dragon into the sect, causing them to suffer. After settling the Cloud Sword sect, Chu Xiu returned to the royal capital. The royal capital inside the martial god's mansion. The Wind Cloud Building Master arrived with a dossier. Martial God, this is the information you asked for regarding the White Dragon River. Since the White Dragon River is not within the Great Zhou territory and the augur dragons in it have only appeared in recent years, it took some time to gather the information. No harm done. Chu Xiu faintly said. Taking the dossier, he scrutinized it. The White Dragon River, located in the middle of Great Zhou and Great Zhou, dividing the 2 dynasties, stretched for thousands of miles, leading straight into the endless ocean. And during this recent period, a group of scaly dragons appeared within the White Dragon River. He occupies the entire White Dragon River and rules over all the demons in the water in the river. The augur at the head of the group called himself the White Dragon King. The cultivation level is so high that it can call the wind and rain and invoke thunder. The people on both sides of the White Dragon River, all of which are respected as gods, and more local people organized themselves to pay tribute to the White Dragon King every year, boys and girls. Great Zhou and Great Zhou had sent strong men to deal with this White Dragon King. But they were all easily killed. Up to this point, neither of the 2 major dynasties dared to do anything to the other anymore. Even the garrison at the White Dragon River was withdrawn. Bring the 800 miles on both sides of the White Dragon River under the jurisdiction of the White Dragon King. The White Dragon King, as it were, had the tendency to establish his own country. Being a demon king to this extent was undoubtedly already the peak of demon life. White Dragon River, White Dragon King. Is a bit interesting. Indeed it is the world of great struggle. The demon race is not willing to be lonely, want to invade the earth, even the demon, also restless, out of a demon king to set up a country by himself. Heh, this earth, it's quite a mess. Chu Xiu smiled faintly. This time, he had killed that White Dragon River's so-called young lord. This White Dragon King probably wouldn't let it go, and he didn't know when he would find him in trouble. Instead of waiting for the other side to come to you, you should take the initiative. Sweep the White Dragon River. Thinking of this, a hint of coldness passed through his eyes. But at this point, Chu Xiu sensed something and looked into the distance, and immediately afterward, he saw an arrow piercing through the clouds and breaking through the air, interspersed with boundless qi. This arrow, in today's Jianghu, not many people can catch it. But Chu Xiu just raised his hand lightly and easily clamped it with 2 fingers. The wind and cloud building master on the side was shocked. Who? He scanned his surroundings, but didn't spot half a dozen archers. Chu Xiu said indifferently, there's no need to look, the person is 100 miles away. Chapter 132 MO Madness Battle Book. The strange and extreme land ice and fire cliff. There's no need to look, the man is 100 miles away. Shusho faintly said. The wind cloud building master was startled. What? 100 miles away? An arrow shot from 100 miles away is actually this powerful? The cultivation of this archer was unfathomable. Holding the arrow, Shusho's gaze was like electricity as he looked into the distance, seemingly piercing through the layers of clouds and looking at a mountain peak 100 miles away. And above the mountain peaks, a middle-aged man dressed in black and carrying a vermilion longbow was maintaining the stance of opening his bow to shoot an arrow. His body's chi was flowing, making even a bird dare not come close within 100 feet of the surrounding area. The black-clad archer exhaled a cloudy breath. Mission accomplished. Just as he was thinking this and preparing to leave, he steeply sensed something and his pupils shrank, only to see that 100 miles away, inside the martial god mansion, Shusho's gaze was like electricity as he looked in his direction. Who can see me? The black-clothed archer's gaze stared, suddenly a little numb. Next, a sword intent pierced through the distance of 100 miles and came straight towards him. The black-clothed archer stifled a grunt and spat out a mouthful of blood, only to feel that his internal organs had been shocked and his eyes showed horror. A glance 100 miles apart was actually so powerful. This guy. What an unmitigated monster. The black-clothed archer jumped off the peak in a hurry and quickly left. Inside the martial god's mansion, Shusho smiled faintly. To be able to withstand one of my sword intent without dying is quite a character. Close to the land god realm. Even though they were separated by 100 miles, was his sword intent that easy to withstand? Even if it's just one. Under the land gods, there were barely a few people who could take it. This black-clothed archer has a thick chi compared to the land immortals, is only a small step away, if there is a chance, or can directly step through. But why would such a character shoot an arrow at him? And this arrow, there was no killing intent. The other party was not here to kill him. Rather like in subpoena. Shusho looked at the arrow with a line engraved on it. July 15, on the ice and fire cliff, a duel to the death, immomaniac, stay. Shusho couldn't help but laugh. After moving around off stage for so long, now you finally can't hold back and want to go on stage to sing? Duel to the death. It seems that he has stepped into the realm of the land gods. If he hadn't stepped into the land god realm, where did the other party get the confidence to fight him? What fun! Shusho casually pinched his hand and the arrow burst into pieces. It's only a few days until July 15. He planned to temporarily shelve his intention to go to the White Dragon River and settle Immomaniac first. It was time for him to come to an end with this lord of the underworld. Saves the guy from having to do little tricks under the table all the time. It didn't pose much of a threat to him though. But it's also annoying as hell. My lord, this Immomaniac appearing at this time, I'm only afraid that this duel will be a trap. The Wind Cloud Floor Master frowned and said. Shusho's strength was now known to everyone. Even a land god can be decapitated. There was no way that Immomaniac didn't know this, but the other party still sent a battle letter at this time. It was impossible for the other party to do this if they didn't have a firm grasp of decisive victory. Shusho certainly knew this. But would he be a coward? The bottom line is, his strength was beyond everyone's imagination. No matter what kind of tricks Immomaniac came up with, he would be able to deal with them. The Lord of the Underworld, Immo Madness, challenged Shusho. July 15, a showdown on the cliffs of ice and fire. This matter spread throughout the entire Great Joe with great speed. Following that, it spread throughout the world. Almost all martial artists were paying attention to this battle, and if there were no surprises, this battle would be one that would affect the pattern of the world. Shusho won, and with him as the martial god, Great Joe's position would be solid as gold. If he lost, and Great Joe lost the martial god, then according to Great Joe's previous behavior of offending several dangling dynasties, it would be attacked by the group. It was because of how important this battle was that the world was watching. It wasn't just those top martial artists from Great Joe. Even people from other major dynasties were quickly rushing to the ice-fire cliff. For a time, the ice and fire cliff became the place where the world's storm clouds converged. Great Joe, a mountain range inside a cave. The black-clothed archer carrying a vermilion longbow was recuperating from his wounds, and this person was the one who had given the letter of war to the man who had helped Immomaniac send a letter of war to Shusho. This place would still have palpitations when they recalled that look in Shusho's eyes today. 100 miles apart, a single look, a heavy blow to the self. In all his years of living, he had never seen such a terrifying existence. What a Great Joe martial god! The black-clothed archer said with a look of gravity in his eyes. At this time, a footstep sound came outside the cave. A man with a sword eyebrow and a long eye slowly walked. He is one of the two protagonists in the Battle of the Ice and Fire Cliff, and the world's attention this time. The Lord of the Underworld, Immomaniac. Seeing his arrival, the black-clothed archer was not surprised and said with a hint of complaint in his tone, "Shushio is so strong, why didn't you say so earlier?" Immomaniac was a bit surprised. "How did you send the war letter?" 100 miles apart, shoot the book of arrows with a vermilion longbow. Separated by 100 miles. You are still injured to this extent. It seems that Shushio's strength is even more powerful than I expected. Immomaniac murmured. What? Are you scared? Fear? Heh, the arrow has to go. Immomaniac laughed lightly and took out 2 pills as well as an ancient book. The potion was 1 gold and 1 red. Immomaniac said, "The golden elixir is the 9 revolutions soul restoration pill, which can cure your injuries, and the red one is the red young blood essence. If you take it, you can break through the land god immortal realm, of course, although the blood essence has been transformed and is close to perfection. It can still cause damage to the body, to the lifespan. You use it or not, the choice is yours. As for the celestial divine arrow technique that was promised to you, I will now give it to you as well. I hope you can break through earlier and come to the ice fire cliff to help me." The black-clothed archer took the elixir as well as the pamphlet and said indifferently, "Shushio's strength is so strong that if it wasn't for the celestial divine archery technique, I probably wouldn't have even helped you send the war book. Do you really think that I'll go and help you again?" "You will. The battle between me and Shushio will be the most pinnacle battle in this era. No martial artist will not want to observe it, and you even have the qualifications to participate in this battle. Besides, don't you want to take revenge?" The black-clothed archer was silent for a while, glanced at Immomaniac, sensed something, and asked, "What about that bronze coffin you always carry on your back and never leave?" "I put it where it belongs." After Immomaniac finished speaking, he didn't stay any longer and left alone. The black-clothed archer looked at the other party's back and fell into deep thought. Martial god Shushio, lord of the underworld, Immomaniac, they are both the ultimate characters of the world. If you can fight them even for a few moves, this life has not been in vain. Cliffs of ice and fire. Cliffs of ice and fire. On the ice and fire cliff, the twin peaks stood side by side. One is frosty, snowy, cold, and full of silver. In one case, ash flew from the volcano, lava flowed, and scorched earth surrounded the area. Volcanoes, snowy mountains, actually stand side by side and do not interfere with each other. It was actually like the yin and yang poles, the dual meters of the Tao. It is a strange place in the world. And nowadays, around the ice and fire cliff, there were a lot of people coming and going. All of them were eagerly awaiting the arrival of that peak battle. Chapter 133 Immomaniac Strength. Spike blade unceasing. Around the ice and fire cliff, there was an endless stream of people coming and going. And these people vaguely divided into several camps. It is exactly what corresponds to the respective countries. For example, the martial artists of the Great Zhou gathered together in one piece, with Nangong Qian, the dean of the White Deer Academy, and one of the 7 stars of the Demon Suppression Division, leading the way. The few people around him were Ao Wushuang, Lingshu Zi, and the rest of the several Jin Demon 7-star martial artists, all of whom were first-class experts of the world. At this time, on the ice and fire cliff, the 2 opposing sides had not yet arrived. Nangong asked a few people to observe the rest of the martial artists around them. Several top-notch auras no less than theirs were detected. It was the martial arts legends in the remaining dynasties. For example, on the Dayu side, a swordsman dressed in green robes with a long black sword on his back. As he merely stood there, his body exuded a cold and desperate aura, causing the surrounding crowd to not dare to approach. It was as if once he got close, he would be harmed by the biting blade intent. The Wind and Cloud Floor Master recognized this swordsman and introduced him to the Nangong chief Yu people. This green-shirted swordsman's name is Knife Unstoppable. This person's cultivation is so strong that he tops the Great Yu. He is a celestial perfection, and is the #1 ranked swordsman in the Great Yu. It is said that this person even fought with that land goddess ancestor of the Great Yu imperial family, taking several moves from the other party without losing. His strength is strong. The Wind Cloud Floor Master finished. The crowd glanced at the swordsman, and although they were scornful, they didn't think that the other party would be able to make any impact on this battle. After all, that land goddess ancestor of Dayu had died in Chu Xiu's hands. The opponent couldn't make any waves in front of Chu Xiu. Then look at some of the remaining martial artists. That red-haired man, from Great Zhao, is said to have a hand of fiery flame true kung fu, which has suppressed Great Zhao's rivers and lakes for dozens of years, and has never met an opponent. And the man holding a lance and wearing battle armor, this man is the first war general of Diliang. A lance in the millions of troops, had killed a 7 into 7 out of the thousands of troops. Take the head of the general as if it were a bag. The woman in colorful clothes is the leader of the 100 Flowers sect, the #1 sect in Zhao, and it is said that a hand of 100 flowers killing is unpredictable, and when it is used, the falling leaves and flying flowers can be transformed into the world's most powerful hidden weapons.
As for that woman in green, you all must have recognized her. It's none other than the holy daughter of Great Chu, the actual controller of Great Chu today, Lu Qingyi.
The Wind Cloud Floor Master finally looked in Lu Qingyi's direction and nodded slightly towards the other party as a greeting.
After all, both sides were now working for Chu Xiu.
In a way, it's kind of the same thing. Lu Qingyi returned the salute. The woman, again?
Bai Yu noticed something and looked in the direction where the De Liang martial artists were gathered, and there was a stunningly beautiful woman dressed in white. The woman stood there, her hair all white, with a hint of softness between her eyebrows, but her aura was cold.
It's like an iceberg burning with fire.
The Wind Cloud Building Master glanced at the other party and frowned. This person, I'm not very clear about it. I only know that this person only appeared in De Liang during this recent period of time, and has also built some kind of ice god cult in De Liang. In a very short period of time, he has dominated in De Liang. Moreover, it is said that the other party has not lost a single battle since appearing in De Liang, and their strength is so high that it's a bit unexpected. Shiroyuki sniffed and thought. And that woman also noticed that someone was looking at her and smiled faintly. She was about to go up and talk when she sensed something like that and looked not far away, her eyes condensed. Oh, here it comes. It's not just her. At this moment, that sword man, that gun man, but all of the powerhouses whose cultivation had reached the celestial realm all sensed something. There was a flurry of looks not far away. Only to see a figure that had appeared in front of them. That person was wearing a green shirt, sword eyebrows and starry eyes, elegant and elegant. It was the Lord of the Underworld, Maniac. In a short while, Maniac arrived in front of the crowd, and as he passed by Nangong Qian's position, he didn't look at the other party for even a single glance. It was as if in his mind, there was no longer Nangong Qian as his master. Nangong Qian's heart was a bit complicated. In the past, the other party was his most pleased disciple. And now the other betrayed him and fell to the devil. His cultivation level was even one step ahead of him, and in all probability he had already stepped into the realm of the land immortals. Alas! Thinking of this, Nangong asked and sighed. Madness crossed over the crowd and directly walked towards one of the twin peaks of the ice and fire cliffs that covered the sea with ice and snow, standing on top of the cliffs and waiting for Chu Xiu's arrival. And the crowd. That green-shirted swordsman, Blade Unstoppable, however, suddenly stood out, and his gaze towards the other party revealed a hint of cold desperation. The long blade on his back buzzed and vibrated, and the blade intent flowed out. Next, he arrived on top of the icy peak, sheathed his long sword, and chopped out fiercely towards his opponent. Maniac, you have been making lies in Daiyu, causing my Daiyu to lose 400,000 troops at the Yumen Gorge. Eat this sword of mine. However, he saw Ming's back facing the knife unceasingly, and the astral energy on his body turned around, transforming into a layer of blood-red shield, which easily blocked the opponent's knife. He fatally said, the Emperor of Daiyu himself is ambitious, and I am merely pushing a little from behind. In the end, if he hadn't been ambitious himself, why would those hundreds of thousands of troops have been lost? In the end, it's still his own fault. When he finished speaking, his body shook slightly. The Scarlet Dipper erupted and shook Sword Bujia back. Knife Unstoppable tightly gripped his long knife, but he did not retreat a step. The knife intent on his body continued to climb, and there was a hidden tendency to transcend the celestials and advance to the level of a land god. Only then did Maniac turn around and look at him squarely. I heard that your son also died in that battle at the Jade Gate Gorge, so logically speaking, you should be looking for Chu Xiu to take revenge, so why are you striking out against me? Chu Xiu is certainly a murderer as well, but you were the conspirator behind that battle. If you hadn't facilitated that battle, how could my son have died? Blade Unceasing said, his blade chi and blade intent surging out, already condensing a huge bronze blade shadow behind him. A sword slashed out, and the shadow of the sword seemed to come out as if it had opened the sky and split the earth. See death. Maniac's sword fingers condensed, and in an instant, blood-colored poetic magnificence surfaced. Turn into a wall of poetry and block the slash. The poems then transformed into sword chi, which came out majestically, enveloping the sword unceasingly. It's just a moment's work. A cloud of blood mist erupted from Blade Unstoppable's body. The sword energy dispersed. Blade Unstoppable's body also fell with a loud bang, his blood dyed the snow red. The crowd stared. Blade Unceasing's strength has reached the celestial perfection realm, but he still can't block a single move from Maniac. This Maniac's strength has really reached the land god realm, so it's no wonder he has the guts to challenge martial god Chu Xiu. Only, Chu Xiu has killed quite a few land deities, so even if he advances to land deity, his chances of winning are only small. It depends on him, whether he has any other cards. The crowd murmured. Nangong asked as he looked at Maniac, his gaze was grave as he said, his true chi, it's tyrannical and terrifying. It's a true chi that only comes from taking Red Sun blood essence, yet he hasn't fallen into a crazy trend. I didn't expect him to have improved Red Sun blood essence to this point. Red Sun Blood Essence, which is an evil thing, uses the chi and blood of millions of people to pile up this supreme cultivation of his. The more powerful he is, the angrier he gets. I hope the god of Wushu can sanction him.
Chapter 134 Powering over Mo Maniac. Mo Maniac was on fire.
On the ice and fire cliff, after Mo Maniac killed Knife Bougie in seconds, he felt the boiling red young blood essence power in his body, and a hint of a strange color flowed out of his eyes. I'm getting more and more skillful with the power of the red young blood essence, and now, I can kill even the high realm of the land immortals.
Martial God.
Are you able to block me?
Mo Maniac's confidence in this battle gradually rose.
He stood on top of the Icefire Cliff's clifftop, his gaze as electric as he looked at the opposite volcano and waited for Chushio's arrival. And the rest of them, too, were eagerly awaiting it. Waiting for this great battle. Time passes. An hour passed. But the crowd was not displeased by the long wait. On the contrary, the number of people who came to the Icefire Cliff was increasing. Suddenly, Mo Maniac, who had been standing at the top of the snowy mountain, sensed something. His body shook abruptly, the wind and snow around him collapsed, and his eyes revealed a brilliant light. It's coming.
Volcano.
At some point, a figure appeared. The other party was dressed in a white robe, immaculate, and was looking at Mo Maniac playfully and said, being able to detect my arrival, you've improved greatly.
The person who came was none other than Chushio.
And along with his appearance, everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air.
What?
When did he appear there?
Why didn't I find anything?
How did he do that? Good fellow, there were so many people present, but none of them actually realized how he appeared. This means, it's still above Mo Maniac.
The crowd couldn't help but be alarmed.
Especially those celestials were inwardly shocked.
When Mo Maniac appeared, they were still able to perceive it.
But when Chushio arrived, they were half sensing nothing, soundless and silent, as if they were ghosts and gods.
It's like, he was already there. It's too much.
At the top of the snowy mountain, Mo Madness raised his eyebrows when he heard Chushio's words. Your tone of voice doesn't seem to place me much in your eyes.
You're nothing but my defeated man. I've already given you a lot of face if I can come and answer the battle.
Chushio said indifferently.
Yes. Mo Maniac smiled back in anger at those words.
Chushio,
you are indeed rampant. Since that's the case, I'll let you see the me that's not what I used to be.
The words fell.
An incomparably astonishing majestic aura erupted from his body.
A shocking, deadly cold aura filled the air. At this moment, Mo Madness seemed to have transformed into a piece of the underworld.
This is his sword intent.
Spectral sword intent. This sword intent spread out and actually froze the volcano that Chushio was located in like it was directly frozen. The molten magma stopped boiling and was frozen inch by inch. The corners of Chushio's mouth rose slightly, and an aura permeated his body. That was the sword intent of the Great Sun sword technique. This sword intent filled the air as if it had transformed into a brilliant sun. Searing heat that covered all 8 directions. It made the snowy mountain where Mo Maniac was located melt inch by inch, turning into a scorched earth, and for a time, the snowy mountain turned into a volcano, and the volcano turned into a frozen extinct area. The terrain that the two were on was actually transformed in an instant because of the other's move. Cliffs of ice and fire. Cliffs of ice and fire. Ice and fire are transforming into each other and are about to have a peak showdown. Boom! Boom! The invisible sword intent collided with each other, and the void seemed to shake. The surrounding spectators, too, felt an incomparably strong sense of oppression. So strong. This is the battle of the land gods? Merely stroking the intent makes the terrain change drastically, and no ordinary land god immortal martial artist has this kind of strength. These two, they are truly terrifying. Ice and fire cliff. Feeling Chushio's gradually climbing, seemingly endless sword intent, Mo Maniac's expression was quite grave, and in his heart, he said, the strength of this fellow's sword intent actually continues to rise. It's as if there is no end to it. But my sword intent is about to reach the peak. He's, like, even scarier than I thought. And suddenly, Chushio's expression was stunned.
Ding! Located in the ice and fire cliffs, you may sign in. Does it sign in?
The sudden system prompt caused Chushio to be stunned for a moment.
Then he murmured in his mind, sign in. Signed in successfully.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ice and fire dual refinement.
An arcane gong method surfaced in Chushio's mind.
Ice and fire dual refinement, heavenly rank upper grade martial art. It could catalyze the true chi and evolve the power of 2 distinct attributes of ice and fire, with infinite power, and the most crucial thing was that the power of ice and fire could be combined, allowing the user to explode with several times the power. It was a masterpiece. Among the many martial arts techniques that Chushio has acquired, This ice and fire dual refinement was only second to the current Nine Heavens surprising God sword technique. Moreover, if the Nine Heavenly's surprising God sword technique had not been enhanced by Chu modified Liang, it wouldn't necessarily be able to be compared to this ice and fire dual refinement.
Good chance. Mo Madness kept staring at Chu Xiu.
Although he didn't know why the other party was suddenly distracted, it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for him. Only to see him let out a low gulp, the overbearing and overwhelming power of red young blood essence abruptly erupted, condensing a dark red longsword above his sword fingers. The longsword chopped out, sharp and incomparable. By the time Chu Xiu felt the sword aura, it had already pounced on his face. It was as if he was too late to perform any tricks. Only on his face was a bland smile as he casually raised his hand and flicked his finger towards the stabbing sword chi.
The moment your fingertips touch sword chi. Boom! Sword chi collapsed. Terrifying power rolled backwards.
Chu Xiu stood still, while on the contrary, Mo Maniac took several steps backward.
Chu Xiu said indifferently, "You think you can kill me if I'm distracted?" Poetry into a sword. Mo Maniac's sword finger moved, and thousands of blood-colored poems appeared majestically.
It turned into thousands of sword chi spurting out. Chu Xiu similarly executed poetry into sword, but what was very different from Mo Maniac's blood-colored poetry was that the poetry sword chi he evolved was filled with a vast and righteous aura.
Bang!
The two streams of sword chi blasted instantly. Mo Maniac's sword chi was immediately suppressed, and the mountain peak under his feet was even unable to withstand the force, and was actually hardened and shortened by more than 10 feet. Chu Xiu stood with his arms folded, dispersing his sword chi and shaking his head as he looked at Mo Maniac, whose body was sliced with a trail of blood by the sword chi. "Too weak, you're too weak. I had thought that you would have some strength that would surprise me if you dared to challenge me. But now it seems that I was overthinking it. A loser is 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 a loser."
The crowd sniffed and sked. Nice guy. You have to kill people to get rid of them. Is Mo Maniac weak? No. Not weak at all.
On the contrary, the other party can be said to be within this era, one of the most powerful human martial artists, Land God's high realm. Even if it was only by virtue of the red sun blood essence that he had advanced. But even those few dynasty ancestors from before didn't have this strength.
One could only say that it wasn't that Mo Maniac was too weak.
Rather, Chu Xiu was too perverse. Totally just broken and horrible strength. Hearing Chu Xiu's words, Mo Madness didn't get as angry as he did just now, because he knew that anger couldn't kill Chu Xiu. He took a deep breath as the power of the red young blood essence in his body continued to rise. Gradually, the blood-colored astral energy actually formed a blood-colored battle armor-like substance on his body, which was awe-inspiring. Mo Maniac's black hair also turned into the color of blood and flew around recklessly.
Madness.
He looked at Chu Xiu with cold eyes. "I will let you see how terrifying the power of this red young blood essence, which has condensed the chi and blood of millions of people, is. This is the latest chapter. Add my WeChat, MMY66618 more hot long novels recommended, Jihu, today's headlines. Tomatoes and other kinds of short story package month generation under the generation of find.